10 years of deep affection, only to be met with a cold dagger in the chest. His former lover personally pushed him into the abyss, all to steal the chance to become a god. Near death and reborn, he returns to the day the continent of 10,000 races server opened. This time, he not only wants to reclaim everything that belongs to him but also make all the traitors pay with their blood. Starting with the only hidden SSS level profession, heaven-stealing divine concealment, with the godly skills, shadowless hand, and 1,000 locks and 10,000 releases, in hand, divine equipment, secret treasures, enemies' lives. He will steal them all. Gu Qin, if you can become a god, why do you still want to be human? This is your choice, don't blame me for being ruthless. The cold dagger pierced his chest, dark red blood staining Gu Qian's pure white battle armor. He looked up in disbelief, staring at the face he had loved for over 10 years, the one he had been crazy about, Qin Mangyao. Her resolute voice rang in his ears, after you die, I will become a god for you. As his consciousness blurred and he fell into endless darkness, Gu Qin could never understand this bone-deep betrayal until his last breath. Gu Qin, let's break up. Amidst the tearing pain, a familiar voice sounded again. Gu Qin suddenly woke up, finding himself in a bustling modern city, facing a much younger Qin Mangyao. Gu Qin, I'm a college student now, and you haven't even graduated high school. We're not from the same world anymore. I appreciate what you've done, but we're really not right for each other. Long-lost memories surged like a tide. Wasn't this the day Qin Mangyao, after graduation and urged by her best friend, proposed breaking up? It was also the day the continent of 10,000 races, the magical game that would one day merge with Earth to become the battlefield of all races, officially launched. I have been reborn? Gu Qin, I've always just seen you as a brother. If you don't mind. No, Gu Qin interrupted her, his eyes cold. Don't you dare. Break up? I agree. Being a brother? Only a fool would accept that. If it weren't for modern laws, my first strike after rebirth would be to drink your blood. But there is still a long way to go. The debts of betraying me, betraying the nation and people, I will settle with you slowly. Qin Mangyao and her best friend Zhang Yueying were stunned, not expecting him to agree so decisively. Really? Really? Gu Qin nodded, then shifted his tone. But since we're breaking up, shouldn't you pay back the money you've spent on me all these years? Gu Qin, are you still a man? Zhang Yueying was the first to challenge him. Normal expenses during a relationship, and you have the nerve to ask for them back? Stingy? Gu Qin sneered. Since high school, tuition, living expenses, bags, cars, even underwear, haven't I paid for all of it? Over 1.8 million in total. If I want it back, am I stingy? He waved his phone. I've already recorded everything. Qin Mengyao's face darkened, but she forced herself to say, is money all you care about? I'm so disappointed in you. If that's the case, I'll pay it back. You said that. Gu Qin said, a total of 1.86 million in transfer records, rounding off the small change. Pay me back 1.8 million, cash or transfer. Qin Mangyao was momentarily speechless. She didn't have that much money. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man stepped forward, Qin Mangyao's college classmate and male best friend, the wealthy second-generation heir Gao Dongliang. Gu Qin, you have the nerve to ask Yao Yao for such a small amount? You're really not a man. Cao Dongliang's family fortune was in the billions. In his previous life, he was also an early player of continent of 10,000 races, using his wealth to form the Arrogant Guild. Later, he surrendered without a fight in the national war, causing millions of compatriots to be slaughtered, a thorough traitor. Gu Qin's eyes turned cold. Young Master Gao, you have quite the mouth. Since you don't care, why not pay it back for her? 1.8 million. Young Master Gao shouldn't have trouble coming up with it, right? Gao Dongliang was caught off guard but, wanting to show off in front of Qin Mangyao, hesitated briefly before saying, it's just 1.8 million. Give me the card number, I'll pay it back for Yao Yao. A pleasant surprise. Gu Qin's original intention was to disgust Qin Mangyao, but he didn't expect someone to really take the bait. He immediately gave the card number and soon received a notification of the transfer. Got the money, right? Gao Dongliang felt a pang of pain but pretended to be impatient. Stay away from Yao Yao from now on. Young Master Gao, you're so magnanimous. Gu Qin cheerfully put away his phone, leaned close to Gao Dongliang's ear, and whispered, Qin Mangyao has a mole on her but it looks really dynamic when you film it. After saying that, he hailed a car and strode away, leaving behind a pale and angry Gao Dongliang and a quarrel about to erupt. Gu Qin paid no mind to the commotion behind him. He headed straight to the First People's Hospital of the city and found room 602. The door was opened by an extremely beautiful girl, Xunling. Though her face was haggard, it couldn't hide the shattered beauty of a born widow's sacred body. She was the future Purple Cloud Empress who would shake all clans. You must be Shin Lingxiu, right? Did you post that selling myself to save my mother message? Gu Chen showed her a screenshot. Shin Lingxiu blushed and asked warily, how did you find me? Her mother had pancreatic cancer and was desperate enough to post that message. 5 million. Buying you. Is that a deal? Gu Chen got straight to the point. Shin Lingxiu bit her lip lightly. For her mother's sake, she nodded, it's a deal. As long as it can save my mother. Card number. Gu Chen immediately transferred 1.8 million he had just received. This is the deposit. The balance will be paid within 7 days. After 7 days, you come with me. Shin Lingxiu looked at the huge sum on her phone, then at her mother lying on the hospital bed, and tearfully agreed, don't worry, after 7 days, I'll go with you. You can make me do anything. She thought she would become this young man's plaything. After getting Shin Lingxiu's contact information, Gu Chen left. His heart was excited. 5 million to buy a future top-tier combatant was a steal. As for her body, it was a bit tempting, but definitely not the main goal. He checked the time. Only half an hour remained before the launch of Continent of 10,000 Clans. He immediately contacted Niing. Nijia, is my nutrition pod ready? Did you think I'd slack off on your orders? Came Niying's cheerful teasing voice from the other end. Hearing that voice warmed Gu Chen's heart. Niying, his boss who was both mentor and friend, had died tragically in his previous life trying to save him, a pain forever in his heart. Nijia, it's so good to hear your voice. What nonsense, don't you have a girlfriend? Niying laughed and scolded. Just broke up, single now. Gu Chen smiled. Besides, you're only 26, in your prime. Who dares call you old? After some light-hearted banter, Gu Chen hung up, feeling much of the suffocating pressure of Rebirth lift. Rebirth is really great. Back at his rented room, the nutrition pod was already installed. Gu Chen quickly filled his stomach, tidied up, and lay down inside the pod. The familiar opening animation played, grand scenes of the War of 10,000 Clans. Welcome to Continent of 10,000 Clans, the system prompt sounded. Race, human. Server, Huaxia. ID, floating light at dawn. Your bloodline has been recognized by the 10,000 clans, activating a special sequence. A series of hidden profession options appeared. Gu Chen skipped the S-level and SS level professions, locking his gaze on the only SSS level option. Hidden profession, Sky Thief Divine Concealment, unique, description, as a human, possesses the power to steal the sky and change the sun. Profession strength, SSS, this was it. In his previous life, for Qin Mengyao and quick money, he had chosen the easy-to-use SS level, Dragon Knight, wasting all his operational talent. This time, without constraints, he would choose the assassin with infinite potential that suited him best. Do you choose the Sky Thief Divine Concealment SSS level, unique, profession? Yes. Profession confirmed. Congratulations to the player on successfully changing profession. Acquired Sky Thief Divine Concealment exclusive skill. 1000 locks 10,000 releases SSS level, max. Beginning to acquire hidden profession-related talents. Congratulations to the player on obtaining SSS hidden talent, Shadowless Hand. Shadowless Hand LV1, 0/100 without touching the target. 100% silently transfers the target into your hand, ignores any target. Cost, 100 spirit power. Cooldown, 12 hours. Holy shit, Gu Chen almost jumped up. Shadowless Hand. Ignoring the target, a 100% success rate theft. Combined with the cooldown-free, level-ignoring lockpicking skill, 1000 locks, 10,000 unlocks, this is simply a godlike combo. Anything I set my eyes on is mine. The only drawback is the long cooldown, but it can definitely be upgraded to shorten it. Excitedly, he checked his attribute panel. Initial stats of Stamina 5, Intelligence 10, Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 5, plus the human race trait, level up plus intelligence, and the 3 overpowered class traits of Heavenly Thief's Concealment, level up plus agility and stealth enhancement, backstab plus 100% damage, and comprehensive boosts to movement speed, attack, critical rate, and critical damage while in stealth. This attack potential is explosive. Slaying gods is not impossible. Server opening countdown, 3, 2, 1, yes. A flash of white light, and Gu Chen appeared in the bustling Manhwa town. He quickly put on the novice 4-piece set, squeezed through the crowd, and headed straight to the Taoist duo one in the east of the village. With experience from his past life, he knew this was where he could learn initial skills, something most newbies didn't know. I want to learn the thief's initial skills. Spending the only 200 copper coins he had, Gu Chen learned Stealth LV1, Gale Step LV1, and Thief Assassination LV1. As for the more expensive, Dual Hand Stab, and Filch, he would have to wait until he had more money. After learning the skills, Gu Chen didn't hesitate and ran toward the back mountain of Yanhua town. There, an ancient divine beast, soaring serpent, was suppressed. In his past life, Guchen had struggled to kill it, obtaining the SSS grade poison assassin divine skill, soul-devouring poison stab. This life, with shadowless hand, he didn't need to wait until later stages. Now, at level 0, he was going to try to steal this divine skill ahead of time. Ignoring the warning from players on the road, ahead is a level 3 monster zone, looking for death. Guchen's figure disappeared on. The roaring wild boar is mainly concentrated in the wild boar forest. It is a type of charging monster, usually 1 to 2 times faster than an ordinary player. Compared to the level 1 mutated red-haired rabbit, the level 3 roaring wild boar will actively attack and has extremely high attack power. Once someone enters its attack range, a savage charge will leave them nearly dead. Normal players, upon encountering it, won't even have time to run. However, the roaring wild boar has one weakness. It cannot climb trees. Once in the wild boar forest, as long as one quickly moves to a tree, they can easily pass through the forest. Of course, this method has a drawback. It cannot inflict damage on the roaring wild boar. However, this is not a problem for Guchen, as his target is not these roaring wild boars. You have entered the wild boar forest. The monster level in this area is too high. Please pay attention to your safety. After entering the wild boar forest, Guchen instantly felt enveloped by several murderous auras. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly jumped onto the nearest cypress tree. Looking down, 4 or 5 roaring wild boars had already charged to the spot where Guchen had just stood. After realizing their target was missing, they curiously began to circle the large tree, seemingly searching for Guchen's figure. Close call. If he had been charged by 4 or 5 wild boars, he would have probably returned to the city for free. After adjusting his breathing, Guchen began to weave through the woods. Beyond the wild boar forest lies the Hanyang Plain. The monsters here are mainly wolf packs, and once locked on, it's basically death. Fortunately, Guchen now has the enhancements of stealth and wind step, along with the rogue's class talent that grants a 100% concealment state. Guchen has 20 seconds of stealth time. Once locked on by the wolf pack, Guchen will quickly enter stealth mode and then use wind step to speed up his escape. Such maneuvers are a great test of observation, sharpness, and reaction speed. Even though Guchen is very familiar with the continent of all races, it still took him a considerable amount of effort. It took a full 2 hours to exit the Hanyang Plain. Beyond the Hanyang Plain is the Trapped Dragon Mountain. The Trapped Dragon Cliff is located at the top of Trapped Dragon Mountain. The entire Trapped Dragon Mountain is over 1,100 meters high, with steep slopes and towering rocks. Perhaps because it imprisons the ancient divine beast, the Tang Snake, the pressure from this ancient beast is palpable. Within a 5-kilometer radius of Trapped Dragon Mountain, there are no monsters at all. This saves Guchen a lot of trouble. He just needs to reach the summit of Trapped Dragon Mountain. 5 hours later, Guchen, exhausted in body and mind, reached the top of Trapped Dragon Mountain. Looking around, everything was shrouded in mist, as if he were in a fairyland. After resting briefly, Guchen quickly found the Trapped Dragon Cliff based on his memory. Before Guchen could get close, a terrifying pressure surged toward him. A deep and prolonged dragon's roar echoed from afar, low and shocking, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the entire Trapped Dragon Mountain. In that moment of brightness, a massive Tang snake slowly emerged. Its body was long and serpentine, its scale shimmering with a cold light under the moonlight, each scale seemingly containing endless killing intent. The Tang snake's eyes glimmered with a deep light, staring intently at Guchen. Its body coiled in the air like a silver dragon dancing in the night sky. With the appearance of the Tang snake, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and a powerful sense of pressure made it hard to breathe. 10,000 years. Despicable humans. You fragile beings dare to plot against me. I will slaughter you all. The Tang snake's voice thundered through the air, carrying endless pressure and fear. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, forming disgusting strands of slime. Its eyes sparkled with a greedy light, as if the figure of Guchen before it had become a delicious delicacy in its mouth. However, just as the Tang snake was about to rush to Guchen's side, a golden light descended from the sky, forming a massive golden wall 2 meters away from Guchen. The Tang snake had no time to react, and its enormous head crashed directly into the wall, letting out a mournful cry. Guchen knew that this was the ancient suppression barrier. As long as he remained outside the barrier, the Tang snake could do nothing to him. After seeing through all of this, Guchen felt much calmer. He casually cast a divination spell. Monster name, Tang Snake, Ancient Divine Beast, monster level, health, magic points, attack power, defense power, speed, skills. Description: one of the ancient divine beasts of the myriad races continent, known as the Pride of Heaven, the essence of Earth. Its form resembles a dragon, long and slender, covered in silver scales that shimmer with a cold and mysterious light. The Tang snake's eyes are as deep as the night sky, capable of perceiving all things in the world. Its appearance is often accompanied by phenomena such as lightning tearing through the night sky, sudden gales, and earthquakes. It possesses the powerful ability to control wind and thunder, as well as to traverse time and space. Indeed, there was no information to be found about the Tang snake. But it didn't matter, the main purpose of his visit was not to check the Tang snake's attributes. So, he directly used Shadowless Hand. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully activated Shadowless Hand on the ancient divine beast Tongue Snake and obtained the SSS level skill book Soul Devouring Poison Spike. Soul Devouring Poison Spike LV1 SSS level. Any attack can apply a layer of poison effect to the target, dealing 5 points of health damage per second for 60 seconds. This poison effect ignores any defenses, and targets in a poison state cannot be healed or purified. Additionally, the movement speed of targets in a poison state is reduced by 50%, and their attack speed is also reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poison effect. 3 traits: absorbs and fuses various toxins, enhancing the poison effect. Restricted classes: assassin. Thief. In his previous life, Guchen had obtained Soul Devouring Poison Spike, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. However, even so, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Damn it! This is insane. This skill is just too overpowered. Any attack can apply a layer of poison effect. The duration is 60 seconds, and it can stack up to 3 layers. This means that if he attacks the same target 3 times in a row, he can fully apply the poison effect. In the next minute, he could reduce the target's health by 900 points. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was that targets in a poison state cannot be purified, and both their attack speed and movement speed are halved. This means that the opponent's attack effectiveness would drop by at least 30% from their full power. More importantly, targets in a poison state cannot be healed. This means that the target he attacked could only watch helplessly as their health drained away until death. Holy crap! This skill is already terrifying at just level 1. If it reaches max level, how outrageous would it be? Moreover, this skill has a trait that allows it to absorb and merge various toxins. This means that the more toxins he acquires later, the higher the damage dealt by the poison per second. As long as the toxicity is high enough, Guchen wouldn't even need to worry about attack power. Relying solely on the poison could yield astronomical damage output. Guchen was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the soul-devouring poison spike. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded in his ears, as if it were tearing the entire world apart. Despicable and shameless humans! You dare to steal from me? You are seeking death. The voice was filled with endless anger and hatred. Guchen met the furious gaze of the Tangshi and disdainfully said, "See you in 12 hours. The Tangshi was adorned with countless treasures, and in Guchen's memory, there was no one stronger than it in Yanhua town. All things considered, borrowing items from it had the highest cost-effectiveness. More importantly, this guy was sealed in the trapped dragon cliff. As long as he didn't exceed the boundary, it couldn't do anything to him. In Guchen's eyes, this Tangshi was his mobile treasure trove, and he certainly wouldn't let it go easily. At that moment, the Tangshi was still unaware that Guchen had already regarded it as a mobile treasure trove. Its massive body shook violently, madly slamming against the ceiling barrier, accompanied by waves of furious roars. Its eyes were filled with hostility and hatred, locking onto Guchen like an enraged giant beast, ready to break free from its restraints and tear Guchen apart. The Shadowless Hand was already in cooldown, and the soul-devouring poison spike had been learned. Staying here any longer would be a waste of time. See you in 12 hours. Guchen cheerfully greeted his mobile treasure trove and got up to leave. Just as Guchen was about to disappear from its sight, the Tangshi hurriedly shouted, lowly, "Human, as long as you return what you stole from me, I can spare your life." What a joke! Guchen cursed inwardly. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Not to mention that the soul-devouring poison spike had already been used and couldn't be returned. Even if it could be returned, I wouldn't. The reason? It's simple. Why should I return something I borrowed with my own ability? Of course, it was just a joke. In his previous life, this guy had killed hundreds of thousands of Huagua citizens after escaping from the trapped dragon cliff. As a potential threat, Guchen naturally had to find a way to prevent future disasters. He absolutely couldn't let the tragedy of his past life happen again. Amidst the Tangshi's roars, Guchen left the trapped dragon cliff. Following the same path, he returned to the Hanyan Plain, found a safe place, and logged off directly from Yanhua Town to the trapped dragon cliff and then back to the Hanyan Plain. Guchen had walked for a full 12 hours. Although the game nutrient pod could continuously provide players with the necessary nutrition, allowing them to maintain optimal gaming conditions without leaving the pod for long periods, the structure of the 10,000 races continent was actually identical to the real world. The fatigue from long-term labor in the game could not be alleviated even by the nutrient pod. After leaving the nutrient pod, he took care of his personal hygiene and picked up his phone to find a Sichuan hotpot restaurant downstairs. It's been so many years, I really missed the taste of Huaxia cuisine. After the fusion of the 10,000 Races continent and Water Blue Star, the entire continent was primarily based on the 10,000 Races continent, and many animals and plants from Water Blue Star had mutated. Among the human races, wars broke out, constantly over resource competition. Later, the faith of the 10,000 races descended, and countries led by America and the Foot Basin Chicken voluntarily surrendered to the 10,000 races in unfavorable war situations, becoming their servants. They welcomed foreign forces to invade and merge with the Water Blue Star. Years of war left no one to engage in agriculture, and various delicacies began to gradually disappear amidst the prolonged conflicts. Various quickly processed beast meats became the main source of energy. The taste was far inferior to the current Hwagwa cuisine. At midnight, there weren't many people in the hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant's decor is trendy, with warm yellow lights casting a cozy atmosphere, and the air is filled with the rich aroma of hot pot, making one's appetite surge uncontrollably. After Guchen took his seat, it wasn't long before the soup base was served. Soon, the broth in the pot began to bubble, the red oil and spices intertwining to create an enticing color. Guchen picked up a thin slice of beef with his chopsticks and gently placed it into the hot pot. The meat quickly changed color in the scalding broth, releasing an alluring fragrance. He couldn't wait to scoop up the beef with a ladle, dip it in a rich sauce, and savor it in his mouth. The tenderness of the beef and the spiciness of the sauce intertwined in his mouth, a long-lost delicacy. Thinking ahead to a few years later, when more than half of the people in Hwaxia would fall victim to the slaughter of the myriad clans, this peaceful and stable atmosphere would be gone forever. Guchen felt an inexplicable sense of urgency in his heart. Before the age of 6, Guchen lived in a happy family. Unfortunately, disasters are unpredictable. When he was 6, an 8.2 magnitude earthquake struck Ingchuan. His parents protected the young Guchen, shielding him in the middle. Yet, they left this world forever. Guchen didn't know how long he had been buried until he heard a voice near his ear asking, "Is anyone there?" Weakly, he tapped on the wall. Soon after, he was rescued by the soldiers. The next 6 months were spent in a military hospital, where the uncles and aunts who saved him would visit regularly. Even after he was discharged and placed in a welfare home by the state, they would still take him out to play whenever they had the time. From them, Guchen saw the spirit of responsibility and felt how they built a steel wall with their own flesh and blood, guarding the peace and tranquility of their homeland. Thus, Guchen had a dream of becoming a soldier from a young age. Unfortunately, during high school, in order to help Qin Mangyao study well, he resolutely dropped out to earn money, disregarding the objections of his uncles and aunts. However, the spirit he learned from them became the bottom line that Guchen would always uphold. In his past life, it was so. In this life, Guchen is determined. They protected my growth, and I will repay them with the warmth of countless homes. In this rebirth, I am willing to do my utmost to protect the quiet peace of Hwaxia. To achieve such a goal, relying solely on himself would not suffice. He must unite a group of strong and determined individuals. Guchen happens to know some heroes who would rather die than surrender in the critical moments of Hwaxia's survival. If he could win them over in advance, there might still be a chance to fight when the myriad clans descend in the future. Just as Guchen was deep in thought, his phone rang. After the call connected, Guchen only heard nervous breathing, and after a long pause, not a single complete sentence was spoken. Guchen naturally knew it was Shin Lingxiu calling and understood why she was hesitant. So, he spoke directly. "You can just call me Mr. Gu or Brother Nan. Is there something you need?" "Gu." "Mr. Gu." Shin Lingxiu had not finished speaking when Guchen interrupted teasingly. "I think Mr. Gu sounds a bit distant. You might as well call me Nan Gu." "Nan. Nan Gu." Being interrupted by Guchen twice eased Shin Lingxiu's tension a bit. In fact, Guchen did not care much about titles. The reason he interrupted multiple times was to make Shin Lingxiu feel more at ease, allowing her to relax. Actually, in terms of age, Guchen might be slightly younger than Shin Lingxiu. But in reality, Guchen had lived nearly 10 years longer than her. If they were to address each other by age, it would be awkward for Guchen. "If you have something to say, just say it." "No need to be so formal," Guchen said calmly. Shin Lingxiu also let out a breath. "From now on, I will be his mistress. If I remain so formal in front of him, will he not like it? As a mistress, if I can't let go in front of my lover, can he still like me? Since he has bought me, I am his. If I remain so reserved, will he be unhappy? If he is unhappy, what will happen to my mother's later treatment costs? No, I am already his. I need to provide him with emotional value. Whatever he wants me to do, I will do." After clarifying her position, Shin Lingxiu naturally relaxed a bit, and when she spoke, she was much more at ease. "I have already paid for my mother's surgery. The hospital will arrange for examinations tomorrow and the day after. If everything goes well, the surgery will be in 3 days. I understand." Guchen nodded and instructed, "You don't need to worry about your mother's illness. It will definitely be cured." "Thank you," Shin Lingxiu said earnestly. "No need to thank me." Guchen seemed to remember something and continued, "When your mother has the surgery, send me a message in advance." "Okay." Shin Lingxiu didn't know why Guchen wanted her to message him, but she nodded in agreement. After ending the call with Shin Lingxiu, Guchen's phone rang again. The corners of Guchen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a knowing smile, and then he gently pressed the answer button, teasingly saying, "Sister Me, it's so late, why are you still awake?" However, on the other end of the line, Mi Ying's furious roar came through. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry." Guchen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and curiously asked, "Sister Me, who has offended you? Tell me, I want to see who dares to make our Sister Me angry." His tone carried a hint of mockery and teasing. Mi Ying didn't seemed to calm down because of Gu Chen's words. She continued indignantly, "Isn't it those Korean bastards and the cherry blossom devils, along with those American scoundrels?" Gu Chen was puzzled but still comforted her. "Sister, don't get too worked up, tell me the whole story." He tried to help me and calm down to understand more about the situation. How did she end up angry with foreigners? And it was with South Korea, Japan, and America, no less. Although Gu Chen didn't have a good impression of these three countries either, it seemed that the situation hadn't escalated to a point of confrontation. There was no need to be angry with them. Isn't it because of the 24-hour leveling leaderboard just released by Myriad Races Continent? Ming began to rant with a face full of indignation. Gu Chen had already deduced the general reason from the beginning. 12 hours after Myriad Races Continent opened, the system launched a 24-hour leveling leaderboard. Gu Chen was aware of this leaderboard. It was an important reference for the distribution of major cities across various servers in Myriad Races Continent. In the game Myriad Races Continent, every server, regardless of size, starts with 12 level 3 main cities, 4 level 2 main cities, and 1 level 1 main city. At different times, the Myriad Races Continent system will release various leaderboard tasks. Completing these tasks can reward main cities. For example, during the novice period, which is the town period, levels 0 to 20, all leaderboard activities released by the system reward level 3 main cities. During the level 3 main city period, levels 20 to 60, all leaderboard activities reward level 2 main cities. In the level 2 main city period, levels 60 to 120, all leaderboard activities reward level 1 main cities. In the level 1 main city period, levels 120 to 200, the servers are reorganized. All servers merge together to initiate national wars. During this period, the main rewards are national artifacts. Once all national artifact rewards are completed, it will be time for the Myriad Races Continent to merge with Water Blue Star. Just a few minutes ago, the Myriad Races Continent system released the 24-hour leveling leaderboard for the entire server. Surprisingly, not a single player from Huagua made it into the top 100. This situation is reminiscent of the previous life. To ensure fairness, the initial towns, level 3 main cities, level 2 main cities, and level 1 main cities are fixed across all servers in Myriad Races Continent. The more players on a server, the fiercer the competition for resources. The first batch of players entering the Huagua server numbered in the millions, and even killing a rabbit in the novice village became a competition. In contrast, servers like Sakura Country, South Gully, and America have endless rabbits to kill as long as you have the ability. In a resource-limited situation, even if Huagua has skilled players, they can't compete without resources. They can challenge higher levels, but with a novice's clear and simple attribute panel, succeeding in such challenges is undoubtedly a pipe dream. The final result is that not a single Huagua player made it into the top 100 of the 24-hour leveling leaderboard. The leaderboard rewards for the 24-hour leveling leaderboard are as follows. The first place rewards 3 level 3 main cities and 1 silver treasure chest. The second place rewards 2 level 3 main cities and 3 bronze treasure chests. The third place rewards 1 level 3 main city and 2 bronze treasure chests. From 4th to 100th place, the reward is 1 bronze treasure chest. In 12 hours, the leaderboard is mostly filled with level 3 players. Meanwhile, in Huagua, the highest level reached so far is only level 2. There is already a full level gap between them and the first place. In the next 24 hours, it will be nearly impossible to surpass those on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard. It is important to note that the main city rewards on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard are crucial to the fate of a server. More cities mean more resource points. The development of the game is like a snowball. The more resources gained in the early stages, the smoother the development will be later on. With level 3 main cities as rewards, those on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard will definitely not slack off. Those not in the top 3 will strive to get there, while those already in the top 3 will fight to maintain their position. In the previous life, no Huagua player made it onto the 24-hour leveling leaderboard. This time, the situation is different. Because Huagua has meet Gu Chen, Ming was not angry because there were no Chinese players on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard. After all, she understood the situation in China. What infuriated her was that ever since the 24-hour leveling leaderboard was released, players from Sakura Country, South Korea, and America had been mocking Chinese players wildly on the Myriad Races Continent forum. In this situation, even if the Chinese wanted to fight back, they lacked the confidence. So, they could only stew in their own anger. What was even more frustrating was that, whether intentional or not, Myriad Races Continent had opened a betting pool in the game. The deadline for the bets was noon. Bet 1, which country will have the first place on the leaderboard? Currently, the odds for America were 1 to 1.3, for South Korea 1 to 1.2, and for Sakura Country 1 to 1.1. As for China, the odds reached a terrifying 1 to 12360, and this ratio was still increasing. Bet 2, who will be the first on the leaderboard? Lucifer, America 1 to 2, Park Soo-chung, South Korea 1 to 3, Wuding Aikiru, Sakura Country 1 to 5. After complaining for a while, Ming said, "Gu Chen, can you help me level up?" I want to take first place and beat these foreigners. Just tell me how much it costs. Sister me, I can help you beat these foreigners, Guchen said with a wry smile, but not with leveling up. Why not? Ming asked, puzzled. You probably haven't read the instructions for Myriad Races Continent, Guchen explained. Each person can only have one account. Experience is divided according to contribution. Leveling up through someone else is basically impossible. So, you can only rely on yourself. Ah, Ming exclaimed angrily, is this game too much? How am I supposed to level up? Guchen was also speechless. Ming had started with an SS level hidden class, the Holy Priest. Just like her curvy figure, this class was a healer with ample healing power. In addition, the Holy Priest could use curses and forbidden spells to control and damage targets over a wide area. She was practically a violent healer. With such talent, why was she not focusing on leveling up but only thinking about getting carried? What class did you choose? Guchen asked, pretending not to know. Holy Priest, Ming complained. It's a healer, and my talent can enhance healing effects and light magic attacks by 100%. But I don't even have a single healing skill. I can only hit rabbits with a stick. After a whole day, I only leveled up once. Guchen helplessly explained, there's a skill teacher in the town, you can learn skills from him. The two chatted for a while longer, and once Miying's mood improved, they hung up. After finishing Hot Pot and returning home, Guchen logged back into Myriad Races Continent. He opened the leaderboard to take a look. First place, Park Suchung, level 3, Korean server. Second place, Lucifer, level 3, American server. Third place, Kim Jong-yang, level 3, Korean server. Fourth place, Caesar I, level 3, European server. Fifth place, Wooting Ikiru, level 3, Japanese server. Sixth place, Alexei, level 3, Russian server. Seventh place, Yamada Junko, level 3, Japanese server. Eighth place, Andrew, level 3, American server. Ninth place, Charles I, level 3, European server. 10th place, Lee Mingda, level 3, Korean server. After a quick glance, it was clear that the top 10 were dominated by the Korean, Japanese, American, European, and Russian servers. The top 100 were also 80% occupied by these servers. As for the Chinese server, not a single player made it onto the list. Turn off the leaderboard and open the Huafu World Forum. The netizens are in an uproar. Damn it, why can other countries kill rabbits at will, but on our server, we have to queue to kill a level 1 rabbit? Damn, is the official team of Myriad Races Continent deliberately targeting our Huagua? Damn it, I'm done. We're collectively quitting the game. In protest. Right, quit the game in protest. This broken game, whoever wants to play can play. I'm deleting my account right now. The importance of Myriad Races Continent is something that all countries are aware of. It can even be said that the higher-ups in various countries have received some insider information quite early on. However, it seems they have reached some internal agreement and have not actively disclosed it. The official military is temporarily not allowed to enter the game. They can only let the civilian sector develop freely. However, just because the officials cannot enter does not mean they cannot use other means. The number of players from a country entering Myriad Races Continent early on directly affects their later combat power. Therefore, many countries have secretly begun to encourage ordinary people to enter the game Myriad Races Continent. They even provide related support services for Myriad Races Continent. Some countries even infiltrated Huagua at the start of Myriad Races Continent. Those who inside account deletions and quitting are largely funded by the Sakura Domestic Affairs Ministry. The goal is to weaken Huagua's future combat power. In the previous life, after such a situation arose, under the deliberate guidance of those with ulterior motives, Huagua indeed experienced a massive wave of quitting. In this life, Guchen naturally could not just stand by and watch the other party's schemes succeed. However, Guchen also did not stand up to expose it directly. After all, he was of little influence, and even if he spoke out, others would only treat him as a joke. The best way was to take the top spot on the 24-hour leveling leaderboard for the entire server. With actual action, it would boost the morale of our Huafu players. However, Guchen's primary task at the moment was not leveling up. It was to make money. Every time the betting market for Myriad Races Continent opened, it was a financial feast. All the funds in the Myriad Races Continent betting pool, without any deductions, would be given directly to the winning side. As the game progressed, the financial pool of Myriad Races Continent would only grow larger. Guchen had no background or resources in reality. To support the entire Huaxia race with his own abilities, he needed a large amount of capital. The Myriad Races Grand Betting was also an opportunity for Guchen to leverage a small investment for a big return. The Myriad Races Grand Betting only accepted game currency produced in Myriad Races Continent. It was destined that the scale of the first betting would not be too large. However, even a mosquito is still meat. Moreover, this time's betting involved the entire Myriad Races Continent, with each person contributing a copper coin, and there were over 10 billion people entering the game in the first batch, which was still a massive amount of capital. The drop rate for copper coins and equipment in Myriad Race's continent is extremely low. From the opening of the server until now, in 13 hours, the entire Manhwa town has only produced a few pieces of equipment, and they are all common items. Not even a single bronze equipment has dropped. This shows how low the drop rate is. However, there is one thing that can reliably produce equipment, skill books, and copper coins. That is treasure chests. The treasure chests in Myriad Race's continent are divided into bronze chest, silver chest, gold chest, dark gold chest, spirit level chest, immortal level chest, saint level chest, and divine level chest. The bronze chest has a 5% chance to yield silver equipment. The silver chest has a 5% chance to yield gold equipment, and so on. Each area in Manhwa town has one free chest and one boss chest. The boss chest refers to the chest guarded by a boss, which can be opened directly after defeating the boss. The free chest requires a thief with lockpicking skills to open. Whether it can be opened depends on the thief's lockpicking ability. Gu Chen's target was the treasure chest. Unlike other thieves, to open the chest, one needed to crazily enhance their lockpicking skills. Gu Chen's signature skill was 1000 locks, 10,000 solutions. It could break all kinds of mechanisms, formations, secret realms, treasure chests, and so on. Anything that needed to be cracked was as good as non-existent in front of Gu Chen. Therefore, to Gu Chen, the treasure chest was like his own backyard. Whatever he wanted, he could just go and take it. In the southern part of the Hanyang Plain was the camp of the rock giants. Gu Chen's first destination was the rock giant camp. Choosing this camp naturally had its deep meaning for Gu Chen. After sneaking for an hour, the rock giant camp finally came into view. Gu Chen cast a perception technique and the attributes of the rock giant appeared before him. Monster name, Rock Giant, normal, level 7. Health 10,000 attack, 112 to 138 physical defense, 80 magical defense, 60 speed, 8 skills, rock impact, rock armor, earth split, rock spike. Description: the rock giant has a massive body made of hard rock, with strong and powerful limbs, boasting formidable attack and defense capabilities. The rock giant is the most troublesome monster for players in the early stages of the game, without exception. A mere level 7 rock giant possesses the attack and defense power of monsters above level 10. Moreover, the rock giant has 3 annoying skills. Earth split, rock spike can slow down, rock armor can increase defense and restore health, and rock impact can knock enemies away. The combination of these 3 skills is simply a nightmare for players. But all of this was not a problem for Gu Chen. To Gu Chen, no matter how many advantages the rock giant had, they were not important. What mattered was that it had a significant disadvantage for Gu Chen, which was its slow speed. The rock giant's speed was a pitiful 8 points. Gu Chen's soul-eating poison spike had a slowing effect, and under the slowing effect, the rock giant's speed was only 4 points. With Gu Chen's initial speed of 5 points, he could easily kite without using any movement skills. The greatest advantage of the rock giant is its high defense, thick health, and built-in healing buff. It is very difficult for players to break through its defenses. Even if they can, with its family's violent healing support, it takes much more time to kill it. Therefore, the rock giant is the most annoying monster during the novice period, without exception. However, these advantages are of no use in front of the soul-biting poison spike, because the damage caused by the soul-biting poison spike is true damage, ignoring any defense. Moreover, in a poison state, it can prevent healing. It perfectly counters all the advantages of the rock giant. Not long after entering the rock giant's camp, Gu Chen was locked onto by the rock giant. With a raised hand, it unleashed a boulder impact, charging towards Gu Chen. Always on guard, Gu Chen immediately used wind step, instantly increasing his movement speed by 50%. As he sidestepped, the rock giant, executing the boulder impact, rushed past him. That was close, Gu Chen exclaimed. The rock giant's attack power is around 150, and with the boulder impact, it can reach 200. Now at level 0, if Gu Chen were to be hit, he would likely get a free trip back to town. After dodging the boulder impact, Gu Chen wasted no time and countered with a rogue's assassination. -1 poison state. Applied successfully. -5 -1 poison state applied successfully. -5 -1 poison state applied successfully. -5 after 3 consecutive attacks, Gu Chen could clearly feel the rock giant's speed slowing down. At the same time, a series of -5 numbers began to appear above the rock giant's head. After applying the poison state 3 times, 15 health points would disappear every second. The rock giant has 10,000 health points, and 1 round of poisoning can deal 900 points of damage. It would take about 12 minutes to kill a rock giant. Killing them one by one is simply too slow. Gu Chen seized the opportunity to actively lure the monsters. At level 0, Gu Chen's movement speed was somewhat limited. Managing to kite 5 at once was already his limit. Any more would be a bit excessive. With nearly 10 years of combat experience, although he didn't play a rogue in his previous life, many tactical skills are the same. For example, controlling the timing of skill releases, timing the cooldowns of the monster's skills. After being slowed, the biggest threat from the rock giant to Gu Chen is the boulder impact. At the same time, fighting 5 rock giants requires timing the boulder impacts of all 5 correctly. Then, using stealth and windstep, he would need to dodge and weave. Additionally, he must avoid sudden attacks from other rock giants. Throughout this, his mind must be highly focused. There can be no mistakes, otherwise everything would be in vain. Finally, at 11 minutes and 50 seconds, the first rock giant fell, unwillingly, turning into a beam of white light. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed a rock giant and gained 500 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 100 experience points. With the first rock giant's fall, the remaining 4 also reached the end of their lives. 1 minute later, they were all poisoned to death by the soul-biting poison spike. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed a rock giant and gained 500 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 100 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed a rock giant and gained 500 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 100 experience points. Leveling up requires 10,000 experience points. Nearly 13 minutes, 5 level 7 rock giants, 3,000 experience points. Gu Chen's experience bar only reached 30%. It's hard to imagine how difficult it must be for players who rely on killing level 1 mutated red-haired rabbits to gain only 20 experience points to level up. Gu Chen sighed and began to check the items dropped by the 5 rock giants. 1 piece of common equipment, 50 copper coins. Such a pitiful drop rate. Gu Chen was too exhausted to complain. He checked the attributes of the common equipment. Weapon name: Rock Giant Sword. Common, level 7. Attributes: attack power 18 to 25. Class restriction: Warrior Knight. Description: a weapon carried by the rock giant possessing terrifying attack power. In the world of Myriad Races Continent, the equipment level does not represent the wearing level. In other words, level 7 equipment can be worn by a level 1 player. The level only indicates the production level of the weapon, not the wearing level. However, weapon equipment cannot be worn casually. To wield the weapon's capabilities, the level difference cannot be too great. If the difference is too large, the full power of the weapon cannot be unleashed. If Gu Chen remembered correctly, players usually experience a diminishing effect when wearing equipment that is more than 10 levels above their own. The greater the level difference, the stronger the diminishing effect. Therefore, wearing equipment cannot exceed too many levels. Generally, a difference of 10 levels is most suitable. This means that Gu Chen can freely equip this giant sword even at level 0. Gu Chen certainly couldn't equip this rock giant sword himself, so he simply listed it on the Myriad Races trading platform. Then he chose to trade in Huaxia coins. In the early stages, players don't have much game currency, and high-level equipment like the rock giant sword wouldn't sell for much if traded for game currency. Moreover, Gu Chen had just bought Shin Lingxiu and still owed 3.2 million in final payments. The reason Gu Chen agreed to her was that within 7 days he could pay the final amount. This was because, in the early stages of Myriad Races Continent, even common equipment could sell for sky-high prices. After listing the rock giant sword, he switched it to auction mode. Starting price 1,000, each bid must increase by no less than 100. Auction time 30 minutes. Once everything was set, Gu Chen didn't pay any more attention. He continued to lure and hunt the rock giants. Of course, Gu Chen's method of luring wasn't random. If someone activated the god perspective, they would be surprised to find that Gu Chen's luring route was a winding curve. When zoomed in, this curve somewhat transformed into a straight line. The final destination of this straight line was the bronze-free treasure chest at the rock giant camp. Even with the experience of hunting 5 rock giants, Gu Chen did not choose to be greedy and reckless. He still only attracted the hatred of 5 rock giants, then kite them while heading towards the bronze-free treasure chest. At this moment, Gu Chen was fully focused on kiting and completely unaware of his constantly buzzing mailbox. He was even less aware that the entire Huagua server had gone completely crazy over a single rock giant sword. World Channel. What the hell? What kind of garbage game is this? Can you believe it took me over 10 hours just to level up to level 1? Bro, upstairs, you're lucky. You're already level 1 and I'm still stuck at 0 level with 70% experience. Damn. Do you guys have that much experience? I only have over 40% experience. Is there any big brother willing to help out a little? Sister? I have a lowly voice. What do you mean by adding O? Do you want me to break it down and read it? Breaking it down is useless. This game distributes experience based on contribution value. The higher the contribution value, the more experience you get. Helping a sister level up is simply non-existent. What the hell is this broken game? Not only is leveling slow, but the drop rates for equipment and copper coins are also extremely low. Yeah, in our whole town, we've killed mutated red-haired rabbits for over 10 hours and only got 2 pieces of equipment. And they're both level 1 armor, completely useless. I can't play this anymore. I want to quit the game. What the hell? You guys, quickly look at the auction house in the 10,000 Races Continent. Damn. A level 7 rock giant sword. Attack power directly increases by 18 to 25 points. Damn. This is too outrageous. It's equivalent to directly leveling up 2 levels. What's going on? Isn't there not even a level 3 player in our Hwagwa? What's with this level 7 rock giant sword? What could it be? Someone must have killed a level 7 monster and it dropped. Level 7 monster? How is that possible? There are only a handful of people who can deal with a level 3 roaring wild boar, let alone a level 7 rock giant. Then how do you explain this weapon? Anyway, it's impossible. If someone in our Hwagwa could kill a level 7 rock giant, they would have already topped the server rankings. I checked the foreign server forums, they can only handle level 5 windwolves at most. And even then, it requires 5 top gaming experts to work closely together. So how did this weapon come about? I estimate it's most likely obtained from a free treasure chest. I saw someone on the foreign server open a free treasure chest and after opening it, they received rewards. I speculate that it might be a rogue player who discovered a free treasure chest, opened it, and got the rock giant sword. That explanation makes some sense. What the hell? You guys, quickly look at the auction house. The rich are going crazy, right? A plain level 7 weapon is selling for 10,000? It's already 11,000 now. Damn. This is too crazy. It's still rising, the price is still going up, now it's 12,000. Are these rich people out of their minds? Spending over 10,000 on a plain piece of equipment? What do you know? The drop rates in the 10,000 races continent game are so generous, and there are no restrictions on wearing levels. A level 7 weapon, once equipped, can allow even a level 0 warrior or knight to fight a level 3 roaring wild boar. Before level 7, the leveling speed basically has no restrictions. With this weapon, the subsequent leveling path will be completely opened up. It's not impossible to break into the global rankings. At this moment, it was already 2 in the morning, and the internet was in an uproar. In Incheon, at the Gao family, a series of urgent phone rings sounded. Gao Dongliang became respectful as soon as he saw the caller ID. After answering, he fawned, "Mr. Yamamoto, what's the matter calling me so late?" "Gao-san." On the other end of the line, Yamamoto Koichi spoke. With a serious tone, "A level 7 weapon has appeared on your Hwagwa server. I don't care what means you use, you must secure it. We cannot let this weapon fall into someone else's hands." Gao Dongliang had already noticed this weapon beforehand. However, he had just lost 1.8 million today, paying a breakup fee for Qin Mengyao. Originally, he had hoped to enjoy a romantic evening, but in the end, Qin Mengyao only had dinner with him, and there was no further development. This made Gao Dongliang feel that his 1,800,000 had gone down the drain, and for a moment, his heart ached terribly. In his pain, he didn't pay much attention to the game. To be honest, he felt no thrill from this painfully slow leveling game. After playing for a few hours, he lost interest. However, he couldn't understand why the Sakura Foreign Affairs Ministry insisted on developing their influence in the continent of all races at all costs. Gao Dongliang's father had worked for a Sakura country corporation years ago. Later, with the support of the Japanese, he started his own business. Relying on Japanese resources, he became a well-known tycoon in the local area of Incheon. However, outside of Incheon, he was nothing. The Gao family now belonged to the local bourgeoisie, living without worries. His few hobbies were women and games. With a willingness to spend money, he created the Proud Guild, which once ranked 10th among the top 10 guilds in Hwagwa. A few days ago, his father recommended him to a person in charge of a department under the Sakura Foreign Affairs Ministry, Yamamoto Koichi. He was instructed to cooperate unconditionally. This led to the Proud Guild's entry into the continent of all races. Is a level 7 whiteboard weapon really necessary? Gao Dongliang sneered inwardly. This foreigner was really lacking in insight. Did a whiteboard weapon in a game require such a fuss? Gao-san, I must remind you. Yamamoto Koichi's voice was cold. You only need to do as I require. If you can't do it, your father will know the consequences. Gao Dongliang had initially found it amusing, but upon hearing Yamamoto Koichi's icy tone, he couldn't help but shiver. He knew that his family's backing was the Sakura Countries Corporation, which mainly collected business information from Hwagwa. Simply put, his family was a spy recruited by the Sakura Foreign Affairs Ministry. If they failed to complete the tasks issued, the consequences would not be as simple as the company going bankrupt. Humanitarian annihilation was also a common occurrence. Thinking of this, Gao Dongliang began to take it seriously. Please, rest assured, Yamamoto-kun, I will do whatever it takes to obtain this weapon. Gao-san, that's the spirit. Yamamoto Koichi's tone softened. Your Proud Guild's next task is to focus on the continent of all races. I will help you cover all necessary expenses, do you understand? Please rest assured, Yamamoto-kun, I guarantee the task will be completed. Hearing that all expenses would be covered, Gao Dongliang immediately brightened up. If that's the case, could Qin Mengyao's 1.8 million also be accounted for, letting the Sakura people foot the bill? Gu-chen, you're really a clever one. System prompt, congratulations, you have successfully killed the rock giant and gained 500 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 100 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the rock giant and gained 500 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 100 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 1 and gained for free attribute points. After nearly 50 minutes and killing 20 rock giants, Guchen successfully leveled up to level 1. Guchen allocated all attribute points to agility. Leveling up automatically increased agility by 1 point plus the additional point from the rogue class characteristics. Now, Guchen's speed reached 11 points. Even without using skills like stealth or windwalk, he could easily handle the rock giant's boulder charge. This also meant that Guchen could draw more monster aggro. The upgrade speed will also rise significantly. However, before 12 noon, Guchen does not plan to upgrade to level 4. The great gamble of all races closes before 12 o'clock. Before that, if I show too much strength, it's inevitable that someone will throw copper coins at me or huagua. If that's the case, the amount of money I can get from the same copper coins might be significantly reduced. In this lifetime, there are many things I need to do. I need a lot of financial support, and the more money, the better. In Guchen's plan, once he fights his way to the location of the rock giants treasure chest, he should be able to level up to level 2. After reaching level 2, he will start sweeping the level 10 and below treasure chests in Yanhua Town based on his memory. Before 12 o'clock, he will invest all the money obtained from sweeping the treasure chests into the great gamble of all races. Once all of this is settled, it will be time for him to shine in front of others. Opening his backpack, he found 20 rock giants, and apart from 200 copper coins, there was no equipment. Sighed, what a pitiful drop rate. Guchen sighed and then noticed that the mail icon had changed to 99+. He opened it to find all auction messages. His rock giant greatsword had been sold with a final transaction price of 200,000. After deducting a 10% handling fee, he received 180,000. While 180,000 is certainly a lot, what intrigued Guchen more was the name of the buyer, arrogant young master. Spending 180,000 on a blank weapon, such boldness? This Gao Dongliang doesn't seem like a person of such courage. It seems someone is advising him from behind. Guchen frowned. It looks like he needs to change his strategy for selling equipment. Previously, the first thing he did upon obtaining equipment was to list it quickly. He also chose the auction time to be as short as possible. There were two purposes. First, to quickly realize his cashing out goal. Second, having the equipment flow into the hands of huagua players could enhance the leveling speed of high-end players and strengthen huagua's overall power. But the current situation was somewhat deviating from his original intention. The weapon was bought by a trader, and with the weapon, the trader's leveling speed would increase. That would also raise his influence. Once his influence grows, he could incite and coerce even more ordinary people. In the war between the two countries, intelligence and espionage are also crucial. Therefore, Guchen planned to change his selling method. Selling one by one could maximize profits. However, it was very likely that everything would end up in the hands of spies. If multiple items were listed at the same time, even if the spies could offer more money, they might not have the energy to keep paying attention. This method could somewhat prevent all weapons from falling into one hand. Of course, there were also downsides. If multiple pieces of equipment appeared at the same time, Guchen's earnings would naturally be less than selling them one by one. However, he didn't mind this small loss. After coming to this conclusion, Guchen continued to draw the aggro of the rock giants. -1 poison status applied. Successfully. -5-5-5 System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed a rock giant and gained 500 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 100 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed a rock giant and gained 500 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 100 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 2 and gained 4 free attribute points. The experience required to level up from level 1 to level 2 is 20,000 points. After leveling up, Guchen's speed increased significantly, allowing him to draw aggro from 12 rock giants simultaneously. Therefore, the time taken to level up from level 1 to level 2 not only did not increase but was actually shortened by 12 minutes compared to leveling from 0 to 1. He had killed a total of 36 rock giants. Now, Guchen's pack contained 510 copper coins. In addition to the copper coins, there were two pieces of equipment. One was a rock giant sword and the other was rock armor. The attributes of the rock giant sword were basically no different from the previous one. The rock armor was a first-time acquisition. Weapon name: rock armor, common, level 7 attributes, defense plus 25, health plus 100, class restriction, none. Description: armor worn by rock giants, possessing decent defense. Guchen placed the two pieces of equipment in his pack and did not continue hunting rock giants. Instead, he directly entered stealth mode and headed towards the location of the bronze treasure chest. Half an hour later, the bronze chest finally appeared before Guchen. This bronze chest was covered with a thick layer of copper rust, revealing the passage of time. Its shape resembled a cube, but the corners were intricately carved with exquisite cloud patterns and beast heads, giving it an ancient and mysterious appearance. The lid of the chest was tightly closed, with a dull gemstone embedded on top, and beneath the gemstone hung a rusted large lock. As Gu Chen approached, an ancient breath with a slight metallic scent wafted towards him. Gu Chen leaned in to examine the keyhole. To open this large lock, at least level 3 lockpicking skills were required. Currently, there probably wasn't a single thief in the entire server with level 3 lockpicking skills. If someone else came, they would likely just stare at the chest, helpless. Gu Chen was different. He had the exclusive skill of Stealthy Heaven, 1000 locks, 10,000 solutions. It could break all mechanisms, formations, secret realms, treasure chests, and so on. Anything that needed to be unlocked was as good as non-existent in front of Gu Chen. Naturally, this bronze chest was no exception. As Gu Chen stepped in, he merely touched the rusted large lock and it opened automatically. Immediately, a series of prompt sounds rang out. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a pair of Wind Chaser boots, bronze. PS equipment levels in the 10,000 races continent: common, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, spirit tool, immortal tool, sacred tool, divine tool, national treasure of humanity. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a rock staff, bronze. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a rock belt, common. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a rock bracer, common. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained a rock ring, common. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained 50 silver coins. The rewards from the bronze treasure chest were actually not much different from the rewards for killing a boss of the same level. Under normal circumstances, a thief would generally need an absolute level advantage to unlock a lock with skills. Therefore, obtaining a treasure chest from killing a boss was actually easier than opening a free treasure chest. However, the premise was not to encounter someone like Gu Chen who could break all mechanisms, formations, secret realms, treasure chests, and so on. After a brief moment of excitement, it was time to check the harvest. Weapon name: Gale Shoes, bronze, level 7 attributes, speed plus 20, class restriction, none description, a pair of seemingly light yet containing endless energy magical shoes. Wearing the Gale Shoes feels as if one has merged with the wind. Weapon name: Rock Staff, bronze, level 7 attributes, spell attack 55 to 75, class restriction, mage, priest description, and ancient and powerful magical equipment. Its appearance is simple. Crafted from deep rock, with mysterious runes carved on its surface, exuding a calm aura. Weapon name: Rock Belt, common, level 7 attributes, health plus 80, class restriction, none description, forged from rare rock. Minerals, its surface is engraved with intricate totems, shining with a steady light. Weapon name: Rock Ring, common, level 7 attributes, magic plus 50, class restriction, none description, a mysterious accessory. Imbued with the power of the earth. Its ancient appearance is crafted from hard rock, with exquisite patterns carved on its surface, as if telling ancient legends. Weapon name: Rock Racers, common, level 7. Attributes: strength plus 10, class restriction, none description. The rock bracers are a sturdy and practical combat gear. Its heavy appearance is meticulously crafted from hard rock material, with a rough texture that appears exceptionally solid. Aside from the staff, the remaining 4 pieces of equipment have no class restrictions. Gu Chen directly donned them. With the previous rock armor, Gu Chen had now gathered the 5 divine sets. Although they were mostly common items, such common items were still highly sought after in the current myriad races continent. After equipping everything, Gu Chen's attributes underwent a tremendous change. Adventurer, floating. Light Dawn class, Stealth God, SSS level unique, title, none level 2, 12.1%. Health points, 300 magic points, 150 attack, 25 physical defense, 25 magic defense, 2 movement speed, 37 with the enhancement of 5 pieces of equipment. Gu Chen's speed had reached a terrifying 37 points, nearly 1.5 times his attack power. His health also reached 300 points. Even if attacked once by a rock giant, he wouldn't be sent back to town for free. This meant that in maps below level 7, Gu Chen could basically roam freely. In maps above level 7 and below level 10, he could afford at least 2 consecutive mistakes. For top players, a single mistake was already the limit. 2 consecutive mistakes would likely lead to being carried away. Gu Chen first logged off and called me Ying. Soon after, a complaining voice came from the other end. Xiaonanzi, why are you calling me so late? I'm leveling up. If there's nothing important, don't disturb my leveling. I'm a priest and I'm currently slaughtering everything. Are you responsible for the slaughter? Gu Chen teased. Hey, Xiaonanzi, how dare you slander me? Niang replied unhappily, in your eyes, I. As if recalling past experiences, Niang suddenly lost her temper and said, after I finish learning my skills, I'll be very strong. Maybe before long, you'll have to beg me to take you along. By the way, why are you calling so late? If there's something, hurry up and say it. I want to break into the top 100 of the entire server. I want to make our Huagua proud. Brave of you. Gu Chen praised, then laughed. I haven't given you the money for the nutrient pod yet. I was just thinking of returning it to you. Is that all? Ming said impatiently, it's just a nutrition pod, a parting gift from your sister. I've wanted to tell you for a long time, Jin Mengyo is not a good match for you, you deserve better. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I have one more day, and I want to make a statement. What's your game ID? Gu Chen asked helplessly. It's still the same as before, Chen Weiling, Ming replied. What? Want to come to your sister for help? Want me to take you along? If it's to take me along, then no need. However, I'm short. A healer on my side. If you're willing, you can come and heal me, Gu Chen joked. Get lost, Ming said irritably. You've only been single for a day, and you're already planning to transform from a pure little prince into a passionate old sea king? You got it wrong, today is already the second day of being single. Gu Chen changed the subject, you go on to Myriad Race's continent and we'll chat in the game. Okay. After hanging up, Gu Chen re-entered Myriad Race's continent. He then added Mi Ying's game ID. A few seconds later, the friend request was accepted. Gu Chen spent 10 silver coins to mail the rock staff to Mi Ying. A few seconds later, while Gu Chen was on his way, he was bombarded by a text message from Mi Ying. Xianxiao Weiliang, my god. A level 7 bronze staff, where did you get it? Xianxiao Weiliang, the spell attack directly adds 55 points, this is too outrageous. Xianxiao Weiliang, before, when I was fighting rabbits, I lost only a few points of health, now I can deal 5 times that. Xianxiao Weiliang, Gu Chen, you're too amazing. Which town are you in? I want you to help me level up. Xianxiao Weiliang, Gu Chen, I love you to death. I can now solo kill level 3 roaring wild boars. Xianxiao Weiliang, I saw a rock giant sword at the auction house before, it wouldn't be you selling it, would it? Xianxia Weiliang, honestly, are you able to kill level 7 rock giants now? Xianxiao Weiliang, Gu Chen, I want to come find you and cling to you. Xianxiao Weiliang. Looking at the messages continuously sent by Mi Ying, Gu Chen replied. With a smile, how about it, sister me? Want to consider coming to be my full-time healer? You only need to focus on healing me. Xianxiao Weiliang, with that little face of yours, I'm afraid I'd smother you. Fuguiyang Prashao. Is it that big? Why don't I give it a try? I haven't tried it, so I don't have an intuitive feeling. Xianxiao Weiliang, ever since you broke up, have you completely let yourself go? You even dared to tease me? Fuguiyang Prashao. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. When I had a family, I had to uphold male virtue. Now that I don't, it's reasonable to appreciate what's outside, right? Xianxiao Weiliang, smooth talker. Fuguiyang Prashao, this weapon is worth the money for your game nutrition pod, no problem, right? Xianxiao Weiliang, I already said it's a gift for you, why do you always act so distant? Fuguiyang Prashao, I also want to treat you as someone close, if you're willing, I can support you in the future. Xianxiao Weiliang, you said it, and I take it seriously. But to support me, isn't a bronze staff too cheap? Fuguiyang Prashao, then what do you want? Xianxiao Weiliang, at least a full set of golden equipment. Fuguiyang Prashao, you said it, I took a screenshot, so you can't go back on your word later. Xianxiao Weiliang, fine, as long as you give me a full set of golden equipment within a month, I'll let you support me in the future. Fuguiyang Prashao, it's a deal. Xianxiao Weiliang, I keep my word. For the woman who was willing to sacrifice her life to save him in the last life, this time, Gu Chen is determined not to miss out. In the town of Holy Light, in the wild boar forest, Ming looked at the message sent by Gu Chen, her face involuntarily flushed, and she muttered to herself, what's wrong with me? I actually agreed to the conditions he proposed? What if he really manages to do it, what will I do? The drop rate in the continent of all races is so low, getting a full set of golden equipment in a month doesn't seem that easy. For some reason, the thought that Gu Chen might not be able to accomplish it made Ming feel a bit disappointed. Ming didn't even know when this guy had secretly snuck into her heart. Maybe it was when her parents were busy with work and forgot her birthday. The silly little substitute player secretly bought her a birthday cake and even cooked her a bowl of longevity noodles that night. Maybe it was when Gu Chen would actively make her brown sugar water when her aunt came to visit and then help her with a hot compress on her stomach. Maybe it was those lonely days when he was always there to accompany her in playing games which made her forget the taste of solitude. In short, this guy had a knack for stealing hearts. Thinking of this, Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. System prompt, you have entered the poison fog forest. The monster level in this area is currently too high. Please pay attention to your safety. After reaching a movement speed of 37 points, Gu Chen's efficiency in traveling increased significantly. In just half an hour, he rushed from the rock giant camp to the poison fog forest. This was the territory of level 8 monsters, the poison fog cobras. Hiss hiss hiss. As soon as Gu Chen stepped into the poison fog forest, several poison fog cobras around instantly locked onto his position. Slithering towards Gu Chen, they moved in a winding manner. Gu Chen immediately went into stealth, concealing his figure. Then he casually cast Insight, revealing the attributes of the poison fog cobras in his line of sight. Monster name Poison Fog Cobra, level 8, health 8000, attack 190 to 210, physical defense 60, magical defense 40, speed 35, skills Poison Fog Spray. Venomous Bite, camouflage. Description: the poison fog cobra is a common snake in the forest, mutated after accidentally consuming a certain mysterious herb, gaining powerful strength and toxicity. Just as Guchen concealed himself, 5 poison fog cobras over a meter long appeared where he had been standing. Each one twisted its massive head, confused as to why the prey that had just appeared suddenly vanished. The attack of the poison fog cobras was significantly higher than that of the rock giants. However, the good news was that their health was 2,000 less than that of the level 7 rock giants. Guchen hid in the shadows, taking advantage of the 5 confused snakes. He executed a rogue's assassination and attacked directly. -1. The poison fog cobra had a defense of 120 points, and Guchen's attack couldn't break through its defense at all. But that wasn't important. What mattered was the poison attack. Poison state applied successfully. -5. Poison state applied successfully. -5. Poison state applied successfully. -5. After applying the poison state to the 5 poison fog cobras, Guchen immediately activated Windwalk and quickly dodged. Just as Guchen left, a cloud of purple poison fog appeared where he had been standing. This was the poison fog cobra's main skill, poison fog spray. When the poison fog cobra encounters an enemy or feels threatened, it opens its mouth and sprays deadly poison fog from its fangs. This poison fog has a wide coverage area and can quickly envelop a region, causing continuous poison damage to enemies. The toxin damage of the poison fog cobra lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 20 points of toxin damage per second. Chen came out without any antidotes, and if he got poisoned, he can only watch his health automatically decrease. Fortunately, the poison fog range of the poison fog cobra is only about 1 meter in radius. Guchen's movement speed is fast enough to quickly escape after the poison fog cobra releases its attack. For the next period, he continued the same routine, drawing aggro while applying the poison state. After 10 minutes, the poison fog cobra reluctantly fell. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the poison fog cobra and gained 700 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels higher than you receive an additional 140 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the poison fog cobra and gained 700 experience points. Since you killed a monster 5 levels higher than you receive an additional 140 experience points. System prompt: soul-devouring poison spike has detected a poison source cobra venom. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. System prompt: cobra venom absorption complete. System prompt: your soul-devouring poison spike has changed. Guchen immediately opened the system interface and found the changed soul-devouring poison spike. Soul-devouring poison spike LV1 SSS grade. Any attack can apply a layer of poisoned effect to the target, deducting 10 health points per second for 60 seconds. This poisoned effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing prohibition effect on targets in the poisoned state, making them unable to be purified. Additionally, targets in the poisoned state have their movement speed reduced by 50% and attack speed reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poison effect. 3 feature: consuming different toxins can enhance the poison effect. The interface change is not very significant. It only changed a number, turning deducting 5 health points per second from the target into deducting 10 health points per second from the target. This small change directly doubled Guchen's damage. In other words, from now on, Guchen originally needed 12 minutes to kill a batch of rock giants, but now only needs 6 minutes. Originally, it took 10 minutes to kill a batch of poison fog cobras, but now it only takes 5 minutes. He was ecstatic. Guchen felt that his future focus should be on collecting various types of toxins. The more toxins he collected, the greater his damage increase. As he moved forward, Guchen tried hard to control his monster killing speed, trying not to kill too many and level up too quickly. The most important thing at the moment was still to open the free treasure chest. After more than 10 minutes, after Guchen hunted down a dozen poison fog cobras, the second bronze free treasure chest appeared. Unlike the treasure chest of the rock giants, the bronze chest in the poison fog forest was protected by a formation. It required a formation master proficient in formations to crack it. However, this little trick was no different from taking candy from a baby under the skill 1000 locks, 10,000 solutions. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained snakeskin armor. Bronze. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained snake tooth necklace. Bronze. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained snakeskin pants. Common. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained snakeskin boots. Common. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained snakeskin hat. Common. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully opened the bronze treasure chest and obtained 50 silver coins. Weapon name: snakeskin armor. Bronze. Level 8 attributes: health plus 220, physical defense plus 80, class restriction none, description: armor made from the skin of giant pythons with intricate patterns. Each piece of snakeskin is unique. Weapon name: snake tooth necklace. Bronze. Level 8 attributes: spirit plus 22, constitution plus 11, class restriction none, description: crafted from the teeth of giant pythons. Each snake tooth is sharp and pointed, polished to a shine like jade, exuding primal wildness and power. After opening 2 treasure chests, Guchen had basically lost interest in the common gear. Only the bronze equipment barely caught his eye. If the picky Gu-chan were seen by those players outside who were fighting tooth and nail for a level 2 to 3 common item, they would probably want to hammer him to death. In the following time, Gu-chan swept through all maps with free treasure chests below level 10 around Manhwa town like a locust. He opened a total of 2 bronze chests and 6 ordinary chests. He obtained 4 pieces of bronze equipment and 31 pieces of common equipment. 5. Skill books. Among the 4 pieces of bronze equipment, 2 were the Flame Demon Necklace bronze and Flame Demon Robe bronze. Both were restricted to the mage class, which Gu-chan couldn't use, so he directly mailed them to Ming. The remaining 2 pieces included 1. Cloud Breaking Bow bronze level 10, adding 80 to 100 attack power. Class restriction Archer. The other was the Mountain Splitting Axe bronze level 10, adding 120 to 150 attack power. Class restriction Berserker. The equipment he opened was basically useless to Gu-chan. Aside from the equipment and skill books, the most he gained was silver coins. He opened a total of 10 treasure chests, and with the copper coins dropped from monsters, Gu-chan now had a total of 510 silver coins and 80 copper coins. Looking at the time, it was 10:23 a.m. The Shadowless Hand still had over an hour to refresh. It was time to head to the Trapped Dragon Cliff. At 11:45 a.m., after more than an hour of travel, Gu-chan arrived at the Trapped Dragon Cliff again. Perhaps sensing a familiar aura, as soon as Gu-chan appeared, the ancient divine beast Tang. She roared into existence before him. Even though he knew that this ancient divine beast couldn't do anything to him within 3 years, being stared at by Tang, she brought an indescribable sense of oppression that enveloped him. At that moment, Tang Shi's gaze seemed to contain an endless abyss, deep and cold. Under the watch of Tang Shi, the surrounding world seemed to freeze, with only its eyes flickering with a ghostly light. Despicable human, how dare you appear before me? The roaring voice of Tang Shi echoed. In his previous life, Gu-chan was a top-tier human powerhouse and had experience hunting Tang Shi. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Didn't I say we'd meet after 12 hours? I'm a man of my word. Despicable human, you are seeking death. Tang Shi spoke in human language, its voice chilling. I can understand your feelings, Gu-chan said with a grin, but don't rush, there are still 3 minutes left. Tang Shi was filled with confusion. What did 3 minutes mean? No, this kid was toying with him. Realizing this, Tang Shi's eyes glinted with ferocity as it charged at Gu-chan. Unfortunately, the restrictions were still in place. Even with all its might, the massive formation showed no signs of budging. 3 minutes quickly passed, and Tang Shi remained in a state of impotent rage. Meanwhile, Gu-chan's Shadowless Hand had completed its cooldown. Without any hesitation, Gu-chan activated Shadowless Hand once more. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the ancient divine beast Tangsha with Shadowless Hand and obtained the auxiliary artifact, Dust Avoiding Pearl. Weapon name, Dust Avoiding Pearl. Auxiliary artifact, level, none, effective once placed in the bag. Skill 1. Active skill, can transform into any target. After transformation, can hide one's own aura and simulate all states of the transformed target, achieving a lifelike effect. Skill 2, active skill, automatically cleanses karma after killing. Skill 3, passive skill, immunity to all negative states such as poisoning and control. Class restriction, none. Description: in ancient times, when the world was first created and chaos was divided, a mysterious pearl was born in the universe, the dust-avoiding pearl. This pearl is a crystallization of the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the magical power to eliminate dust and purify filth. It is said to be a personal item of the Phoenix Goddess, capable of removing the aura of the mortal world and helping people enter the heavenly realm. After the fall of the Phoenix Goddess, it descended to the mortal realm. Damn it! Gu-chan felt completely numb. What the hell? What kind of heaven-defying skills are these? Skill 1 can transform into any target. Does this mean I can change into any enemy I want and simulate their state, greatly reducing the chances of being recognized? In a battle between 2 armies, I could transform into the enemy's leader and issue various death orders. Just thinking about it is thrilling. The second skill, automatically cleansing karma after killing, means I can attack without limits and won't turn red. Is this forcing me to kill and set fires? The third skill is even more practical. It grants immunity to all negative states, meaning I can't be frozen, poisoned, entangled, or stunned. Any control skills will be ineffective against me. Truly, an auxiliary artifact, heaven-defying. Damn, it's really heaven-defying. Of course, what excites Gu-chan even more is that auxiliary artifacts are non-offensive and can manifest in reality. As long as it's in the bag, it can be used in the real world, unlike offensive artifacts, which require various restrictive conditions to manifest in reality. This means that starting today, Gu-chan has an additional defensive artifact in reality that can save his life. Tangsha, baby, I fucking love you. You're a moving treasure trove, always full of surprises. It seems that killing you directly in my last life was a bit hasty. If I had taken my time to extract everything from you, I might have had unexpected gains. Just as Gu-chan was feeling guilty for killing Tangsha too easily in his last life, an angry voice rang out. Despicable human, I will kill you. At this moment, the ancient divine beast Tengsha had already realized that this human's so-called waiting 3 minutes was just waiting for his skills to cool down, then stealing from him. Although Tengsha couldn't understand why such a weak human could steal successfully every time, having its treasure stolen twice in a row left it no time to think further. In anger, it charged towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen still wore a cheerful expression and greeted, "You're sealed here, unable to leave. Holding such a good treasure, aren't you wasting it? Why not lend it to me so I can make use of its residual heat? When you leave here one day, I might even return it to you. Despicable and shameless human. I will kill you." Tengsha glared, its eyes filled with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Gu Chen would have died countless times by now. Seeing Tengsha's eyes nearly bursting with rage, Gu Chen couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably, smiling as he said, "I'm leaving now. See you in 12 hours. See you in 12 hours? This was the second time the Tang snake had heard this phrase. At this moment, even if it were foolish, it understood the meaning behind the words of this weak human before it. He was planning to come back in 12 hours to steal its belongings. Damn! I, a dignified ancient divine beast, have lived for tens of thousands of years. Even the strongest of the human race cannot kill me, they can only seal me here. How dare a weak human treat me this way? Roar! Roar! The angry voice of the Tang snake echoed throughout the entire trapped dragon mountain. However, it quickly calmed down. That kid said when he left he would see it again in 12 hours. This meant that his skill cooldown time was likely 12 hours. Before that, he had successfully stolen twice. The first time, it lost the soul-devouring poison spike. The second time, it lost the auxiliary artifact dust-avoiding pearl. Both times, the theft was 100% successful. Moreover, it was successful without even touching it. Does this mean, as long as that human appears within a specific distance from it, he can achieve a 100% success rate in stealing? The cooldown time is 12 hours. 100% success rate in theft. Thinking of this, the ancient divine beast Tang snake felt cold sweat breaking out on its back. For the first time in its 10,000 years of life, it felt fear. If everything I speculated is true, then the little equipment on me will eventually be stolen by that weak human. Damn! That despicable human. Don't let me out. Otherwise, I will surely swallow you whole to relieve the hatred in my heart. At this moment, Gu Chen, who had already walked down the mountain, shook his head disdainfully as he listened to the roar behind him. Is this it? An ancient divine beast? Not a shred of patience. Ancient divine beast, Tongshi WQNMLGB. After descending the mountain, Gu Chen did not rush to leave. Instead, he opened the 10,000 Races Continent System interface. He checked the time, 11 hours 59 minutes and 20 seconds. There were 40 seconds left until the closing of the great gamble of the 10,000 races. Gu Chen currently had 510 silver coins and 80 copper coins. First, he found a single-player betting game, then logged in his name and checked. Currently, the odds for his name were 1 to 6,879,685. Without hesitation, Gu Chen invested 80 copper coins. The odds instantly changed to 1 to 85,997. After that, Gu Chen found the national server's big gamble and chose the Huagua server. He invested 510 silver coins. At this point, the total investment in the Huagua side reached 638,500 copper coins. The odds directly changed to 1 to 889. Gu Chen felt helpless. So far, Huagua didn't even have a player in the top 100. How could there be so many people actively choosing Huagua? What am I supposed to do with this? After working hard all night, it was just a fraction of your earnings. Damn it! You people deserve to make money. 1 copper coin for 889 copper coins. You guys probably won't encounter such a lucrative gamble again in your lives. With the money to be made reduced, Gu Chen felt a deep sense of loss. However, thinking further, at this moment, those who still believed that Huagua could take first place were at least filled with hope for this country and this nation. When they chose to invest copper coins, they had already prepared for the possibility of it sinking into the sea. Distributing the money from the gamble to such people was also a good thing for Huagua. With this thought, Gu Chen suddenly felt the world had opened up. As Gu Chen made his final move, the time reached exactly 12 o'clock. The great gamble of the 10,000 races locked the betting at the hour. The betting ratios were also fixed. National server betting: first, American server, odds 1 to 3.25 unit copper coin. Second, Korean server, odds 1 to 12.55 unit copper coin. Third, Japanese server, odds 1 to 25.67 unit copper coin. 19th, Huagua server, odds 1 to 902.12 unit copper coin. Personal betting: first, Lucifer, level 4, odds 1 to 38.25. Second, Park Suchung, level 4, odds 1 to 56.75. Third, Wutang Ilang, level 4, odds 1 to 105.55. 68th, Floating Light Breaking Dawn, level 2, odds 1 to 86,012.12. Gu Chen looked at it. Whether in the national server or personal server, the ratios had increased to varying degrees in the last few seconds. Clearly, in the last few seconds, a lot of funds had poured into the great gamble of the 10,000 races. They wanted a piece of the pie. However, they were aiming for the first place. Gu Chen and Huagua were hardly noticed. Therefore, in the final moments, the odds even saw a slight increase. After exiting the great gamble of the 10,000 races, Gu Chen opened the World Chat channel. Every person can only send a message in the World Chat channel for free once a day. Exceeding the free limit will incur a charge of copper coins. The more messages sent, the more copper coins are charged. At this moment, the World Channel is buzzing about the great gambling event of the myriad races. Xinyan Yuyang, I bet all my 30 copper coins on the American server. After 12 hours, it will be 90 copper coins. I'm going to make a fortune. Make a fortune. Hanmei Oshue, I don't have that many copper coins, I only bet 10. I feel like I'm losing big dot. By Hailan Tianxan, I bet 320 copper coins. I sold all my newbie gear and exchanged it for copper coins, just betting on this one. If I win, I'll go from a bicycle to a motorcycle. If I lose, it's impossible to lose. Borrowing the courage of Sakura country in South Korea, they wouldn't dare to go against the heavens. At most, they can only grab a second place dot. Yunduan Manbu, sisters upstairs, I think the same as you, but I only bought 200 copper coins for the American server. What I'm curious about is, who bought the national server? There are actually over 600,000 copper coins spent on the national server. I really don't know what they are thinking. Isn't that just throwing money away? Are these people stupid? Knowing they will lose, why give money to others for free? Sure, Guangman Buja, I'm the one throwing money away. What's it to you if I bet on the national server? I just like throwing money away. Can you control that? Is it necessary to mock me here? Who you support is your freedom. I won't interfere. But please don't interfere with my freedom to support the national server. Luo Hua Lu Shuei, exactly, it's our freedom to spend our own money and support whoever we want. So, I support the American server. Mo Wu Fongyun, I know you support your American daddy, no need to bark out loud. Xingkong Ju Mangjie, why are you attacking me personally? What's wrong with us supporting the American server? Who told them to be strong? If you're weak, that's your own problem. If the national server had any capability, I would definitely support it. Who told you to be useless? They are already at level 4, soon to be level 5. What about us? The highest level is only level 3, still far from level 4, let alone level 5. With this level, how can we support? Gu Chen looked at the chaotic national server World Chat channel, which was mainly divided into 3 factions. One faction is the staunch supporters of the national server. These players unconditionally support it no matter what happens. Don't talk to me about reason, I just stand on the side of the country. One faction is the American server fans who firmly believe that the American server can dominate everything in the game, so they support it decisively. The other faction is the disappointed speculators who make up the majority. They have no particular inclination. If the national server is good, they will definitely support it unconditionally. It's not a matter of right or wrong. If there's a chance to make money, they can also support the American server. In short, they prioritize their own interests. If faced with a major issue, many of these people would still firmly support the national server. The first type of person is definitely the focus of cultivation. The second type must be divided and suppressed. The third type is the majority, mainly focused on winning over and uniting. A small gambling event has already classified human nature. After closing the chat channel, Gu Chen opened the auction platform. He directly listed over 30 pieces of equipment he didn't need. The gambling event has locked the disc, and Gu Chen no longer needs to hide. It's time to let all the servers hear the voice of Huaxia. Now, Gu Chen is equipped with 3 pieces of bronze gear, the swift wind boots, snakeskin armor, and snake tooth necklace. Aside from that, he is using only common items. This combination definitely makes him the number 1 player in the national server. No, it should be the number 1 player in the whole world. He hung all 31 remaining common items and 2 pieces of bronze gear on the auction house, setting the auction time for 20 minutes. The starting price is 1,000, with a minimum bid increment of 100 thereafter. It was then that Gu Chen noticed a message from Miying in the chat channel. Upon opening it, he saw that the message had been sent a few minutes ago. Xianxia Weiliang, 2 pieces of bronze gear? Are you planning to support me in advance? Xianxia Weiliang, little Nanzi, you don't really want to pursue me, do you? Such valuable gear, and you're just giving it away? Xianxia Weiliang, why aren't you replying? Fu Guang Prashao, I was just completing a quest. Fu Guang Prashao, if you're willing, I can support you right now. Xianxia Weiliang, 3 pieces of bronze gear for supporting me? That's too cheap. No way, I need a full set of gold gear. Fu Guang Prashao, for you, I will keep working hard. Xianxia Weiliang, hearing you say that, I'm quite touched. But before you support me, I can't take advantage of you. How about this, 1 piece of bronze gear for 1 million? You've given me 3 pieces of bronze gear, so that's 3 million. I know bronze gear is valuable but hard to sell right now. Consider it me taking advantage of you. Are you willing? Fu Guang Prashao, alright, you decide. Xianxia Weiliang, love you, moi. Fu Guang Prashao, a kiss through the chat box has no sincerity. If you want a kiss, it has to be something real to show your sincerity. Xianxia Weiliang, I'm at home. Even if you had 10 times the courage, would you dare? Fu Guang Prashao, you said it, I'm going now. It'll take me at most 10 minutes to get there by taxi. We'll meet in 10 minutes. Shan Xia. Wei Liang. No. I was wrong. Please don't come. Fu Guang Pashao. Remember next time, a man's authority in some aspects cannot be challenged. Xianxiao Weiliang. The servant remembers. Fu Guang Pashao. That's more like it. Xianxiao Weiliang. Today, in light of the bronze gear, I'll let you be arrogant for a day. Fu Guang Pashao. My sister Mi is generous. Xianxiao Weiliang. Oh my god. The auction house has directly listed over 30 pieces of gear. All between levels 5 to 10 plus 5 skill books. Fu Guang Pashao. I know. Xianxiao Weiliang. It can't be that you listed them, right? Besides you, I doubt anyone else has that capability. Honestly, where did you get all this gear? Fu Guang Pashao. Didn't I tell you? My profession is a thief, and all this gear came from the free chests I opened on the map. Xianxiao Weiliang, you've single-handedly stolen the gear vault. Look at the world chat channel. Now, everyone is discussing you. Prompted by Miying, Guchen directly opened the world chat channel. Damn. What's going on? The auction house has directly listed 31 pieces of gear? The lowest is level 5 and the highest is already level 10? This is too exaggerated. The gear is all over the place. There are warrior items, mage items, archer items, thief items, as well as priest and shaman items, etc. Is this wholesale? Listing over 30 pieces at the same time clearly means it's one person or a team selling. Damn. I've been grinding for a day and night and I only got a level 2 whiteboard armor. They casually list over 30 pieces of gear at once. And there are even 2 pieces of bronze gear. Damn. The drop rate is so low. I just want to know, how did so many high-level equipment come about? I also want to know, our highest level in Huagui is only level 3. We're still fighting the howling wild boars. How did this level 10 equipment come about? And it's bronze equipment at that. Who cares how it came? Just buy it. I saw that bronze equipment is all weapons and one can add over 100 points of attack. With such a weapon, even a level 0 can directly challenge level 5 monsters. What a pity, my class is a mage. The auction house only has weapons for berserkers and archers. I'm an archer, but unfortunately, I have no money. Right now, the price for a single Breaking Cloud Bow has already risen to 300,000, and it's still increasing. Are they crazy? Are these people out of their minds? A bronze weapon actually costs 300,000? I don't know if they're crazy or not, but I'm thrilled. This morning I dropped a level 3 dagger and sold it for over 7,000. That's almost 2 months' salary for me. The game in the 10,000 races continent is really amazing. Wow. Is it really that valuable? I also want to kill monsters and drop equipment. Damn. I'm so envious. Charge. Guchen didn't expect that putting so much equipment on the market at once would cause such a stir. In fact, to some extent, it even stimulated ordinary people's enthusiasm to enter the 10,000 races continent to level up. This could be considered a good start, right? Shallow summer cool. This game is too crazy. It's beyond my understanding. I always feel that the game 10,000 races continent is a bit too real. Here, it seems there's no difference from the real world. Seeing the message from Miying, Guchen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Miying to have such keen perception. Shallow summer cool. Guchen, if you take out so much equipment at once, you will definitely become a target. The people who know I have bronze weapons are all my close friends. However, they only know I bought weapons, not that I bought them from you. I will remind them not to talk recklessly. You also shouldn't let too many people know your real identity. The taller the tree, the more the wind will blow. You must protect yourself well. Looking at Miying's worried words, Guchen felt a warmth in his heart. Whether a person truly loves another can actually be seen through their communication. In his past life, Miying had shown it so clearly. How could he not see it? Why was he fixated on someone like Qin Mangyao who treated him like an ATM? After adjusting his emotions, Guchen replied, I was going to remind you, but I didn't expect you to think of me first. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Don't forget, I'm the one who wants to support you. Miying also chuckled, replying, I'm ignoring you now. You're not serious. I need to go level up. Remember to take care of yourself. After ending the chat with Miying, Guchen looked up at the Hanyang grassland in front of him. He was currently in the northern part of the Hanyang grassland, and further north was the territory of the level 10 monster Blood Moon Tiger at Wulong Slope. Before 12 o'clock, Guchen had been here while running the map and opening free treasure chests. He was somewhat familiar with the environment here. Guchen's next leveling map was here. Just as Guchen was heading towards Wulong Slope, the highest decision-making bodies of multiple countries on Water Blue Star held an emergency meeting due to his simultaneous listing of over 30 pieces of equipment. Sakura Country. Yamamoto-kun, you are in charge of the situation in Huagua. Can you give me an explanation? The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Takahashi Kenichi, asked with a grim expression. Sir, Yamamoto Hiroichi said with difficulty, Sir, I have already deployed the agents we have in Huagua, but they do not know the specific situation. Baka. Minister Takahashi Kenichi shouted angrily, with so much equipment being produced simultaneously. It must be a large guild or organization behind it. With so many people involved, it's impossible that there hasn't been any rumor. What are you all doing? You can't even figure out this little matter? Yamamoto Hiroichi replied, I'm sorry, Minister Takahashi, it's my subordinate's negligence. Investigate immediately to find out which team produced this equipment. Minister Takahashi Kenichi said with a serious expression. According to the information released online, among this equipment, there are already level 10 bronze items. Does this mean that someone in Hwagwa can kill a level 10 bronze boss? That's impossible. Yamamoto Hiroichi immediately denied. Currently, the highest level player in Hwagwa is only level 3. The top player, the arrogant Gao Xiao, is still our undercover. With the capabilities of his team, they can at most take down a level 5 Gale Wolf. It's simply impossible to attack a level 10 bronze boss. Then what about the level 10 bronze equipment appearing in the auction house? Takahashi Kenichi questioned. We currently have a hypothesis internally. Yamamoto Hiroichi said cautiously, it should be from the free treasure chests on the map. According to our player's exploration, there is a free treasure chest on maps above level 5. The free treasure chest is unique. Once opened, it can yield equipment and skill books. We suspect that in Hwagwa there are assassin-type professions that have obtained a large amount of equipment by opening free treasure chests. They then put it into the market. You must understand, the highest level in Hwagwa is only level 3. Even if all level 3 players sacrificed their lives, they couldn't kill a level 10 boss. Furthermore, after a boss is first killed, the system will announce it to the entire server. So far, there hasn't been a single server-wide announcement from Hwagwa. Therefore, we can basically conclude that Hwagwa has not first killed any boss above level 5. Minister Takahashi, I also agree with Yamamoto's analysis. The Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hirano Yusuke, suggested after speaking, the operations of Hwagwa have given us an opportunity for reference. We, Sakura country, can also send a large number of shadow ninjas to high-level maps to search for free treasure chests. Takahashi Kenichi nodded seriously. Submit our suggestion to the Ministry of Defense and have them push it forward immediately. Yes. Eagle Sauce Federation, Presidential Office. What is the situation in Hwagwa? President of Eagle Sauce, Kelly Roosevelt, asked with a grim face. CIA Director Richard Wilson replied, Mr. President, according to our investigation, it should be the thief profession in Hwagwa that has opened a batch of bronze-free treasure chests. Currently, we have collaborated with the Pentagon to allow our various assassin-type players in the Eagle Sauce Federation to enter high-level maps and open high-level treasure chests. After hearing Richard Wilson's explanation, President Kelly Roosevelt's expression improved a little, and he continued to ask, the myriad races continent is a complete reshuffle. Our Eagle Sauce Federation must seize the initiative. According to the Five Nations Agreement, in 6 days, our Eagle Sauce Federation's army can fully enter the myriad races continent. Have you arranged this work? All game nutrient pods have been distributed to various troops, replied Andrew Miller, Minister of Defense of the Eagle Sauce Federation. A brand new era must be controlled by our Eagle Sauce Federation. President Kerry Roosevelt of Eagle Sauce said seriously, no matter who it is, those who block our path must be made clear. At the same time, high-level officials from major servers such as Bear Country, a country, European server, African server, Southeast Asian server, and others began to mobilize to varying degrees. Hua Country, Shiyuan, small conference room. Can we find out which team or organization is selling the equipment? Asked the number 1 leader. Director of the National Security Bureau Li Wenjong replied, so far, there has been no news. Our internal analysis suggests that the sale of this equipment is unlikely to be from a team or organization. The reason is simple, in the early stages of Myriad Races continent, equipment is so precious. If a team or grassroots organization obtained this equipment, the benefits of using it for their own team or organization would far outweigh selling it for money. Therefore, we deduced that the one acquiring this equipment is likely a solo player. Can we find out who it is specifically? The number 1 leader asked. Currently, we cannot pinpoint it, Director Li Wenjong replied. However, based on existing clues, we can basically deduce that this player is likely a rogue class. The highest level should not exceed level 3. With such a low level, they can open a level 10 bronze free treasure chest. I believe this person must not be an unknown individual. As long as we pay attention to our Hua country's leaderboard and focus on the rogue class players listed, it shouldn't take long to uncover this person's true identity. The number 1 leader nodded. We must find this person as soon as possible and protect them. Our Hua country has released so much equipment at once, which has already attracted the attention of major forces around the world. I worry they will resort to unconventional means. You and I both know that Myriad Races continent is not an ordinary game. Its emergence will change the world order. For our Hua country to survive in this transformation, we must mobilize the people, rely on the people, and believe in the power of the people. Our official duty is to do everything in our power to protect our Hua country's top combat strength. Let them remain unharmed outside the game. Rest assured, leader, our National Security Department guarantees to complete the task. Director Li Wenjong replied earnestly. There are still 6 days until the time agreed upon in the Five Nations Treaty, and our Hua country's military must also be prepared, the number 1 leader ordered. Once the time is up, we will immediately enter the game. We will proceed according to the plan we agreed upon earlier. The great era of conflict is about to arrive. The only thing our Hua country can rely on is ourselves. Only by becoming strong ourselves can we protect our hundreds of millions of citizens and allow them to continue living in peace and prosperity. Please rest assured, leader, we are always ready. Chief of Staff Zhang Xia of the Hua country military replied respectfully. At this moment, Gu Chen still did not know that he had become the focus of attention for the entire world. Even if he knew, to be honest, he wouldn't care. After obtaining the dust avoidance pearl, as long as he did not expose himself, no one would know his identity. As for Miying, Gu Chen had even less to worry about. A woman willing to die for him made Gu Chen feel quite at ease. Of course, Gu Chen was not entirely unprepared. In the 10,000 races continent, weapons above the divine level were the first batch that could be manifested in the display. However, manifestation had strict conditions. The stronger the weapon's attack power, the heavier the killing intent, and the more luck value was required for manifestation. This meant that to manifest attack-type weapons, one needed sufficient luck value. Otherwise, one could only wait for the two worlds to merge before automatically acquiring the original equipment. Support-type artifacts generally did not possess offensive capabilities and became the only type of artifact that could be manifested without consuming luck value. They were also the artifacts that players rushed to obtain. Unfortunately, support-type artifacts were extremely rare. In Gu Chen's memory, there were no more than 10 support-type artifacts that had emerged in his previous life. Each one was valuable yet hard to find. In reality, with the protection of the support-type artifact Dust Avoidance Pearl, he was basically in a state of being immune to all poisons. It was nearly impossible for others to kill Gu Chen through special means. Moreover, the Dust Avoidance Pearl also had a transformation function, allowing him to change into any face. As long as he did not actively expose himself, no one could find him. Of course, having only the Dust Avoidance Pearl as a defensive life-saving measure was definitely not enough. In addition to the Dust Avoidance Pearl, Gu Chen would prepare a few other attack-type artifacts for himself before his identity was completely exposed. Once these weapons were in hand, there would be basically no one on Water Blue Star who could threaten him. Just as everyone was discussing intensely, Gu Chen arrived alone at the Wulong Slope. Monster name, Blood Moon Tiger, normal, level 10, health 11,000, attack 320 to 385, physical defense 80, magical defense 60, speed 58, skills, Blood Moon Howl, Blood Moon Power, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Description: they are not ordinary tigers but rather demon beasts transformed into tiger form through the combination of ancient gods and earth evil powers, having undergone countless years of baptism. The Blood Moon Tiger, with its immense strength, agile movements, and unique skills, has become the guardian of this slope. Gu Chen had previously killed some monsters while running maps to open treasure chests. The experience bar had already reached 95%. He was only one step away from leveling up to level 3. Sneaking within 10 meters of the Blood Moon Tiger, Gu Chen directly executed a rogue assassination. -1 poison status applied successfully. -10-1 poison status applied successfully. -10-1 poison status applied successfully. -10 after 3 consecutive attacks filled the poison status, he maintained a distance to keep the Blood Moon Tiger aggro and led it down the next small slope. Just as Gu Chen entered stealth mode again, a system prompt sounded in his ears. System prompt: your Stealth LV1 has been upgraded to Stealth LV2. Gu Chen instinctively opened the Stealth skill. Stealth LV2. After activating the skill, the character enters a hidden state for 15 seconds plus 15 seconds. Cooldown time 45 seconds. Magic consumption 1 point/second. At this moment, with the enhancement of the rogue class characteristics, Gu Chen's stealth state had reached a terrifying 30 seconds. The cooldown time had also decreased by 15 seconds, becoming 45 seconds. This meant that the downtime for stealth was only 15 seconds. Once you reach level 3 in stealth, you can likely achieve infinite concealment. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have enough magic points. Using stealth, after getting close to the second Blood Moon Tiger, Gu Chen executed another thief's assassination. -1 poison status applied successfully. -10-1 poison status applied successfully. -10-1 poison status applied successfully. -10. The second Blood Moon Tiger successfully locked onto Gu Chen and charged at him. Unfortunately, the poisoned Blood Moon Tiger had a speed of only 29. Although Gu Chen's level was not high, with the enhancement of the Gale Boots, his speed had reached 37 points. Under Gu Chen's deliberate control, neither of the Blood Moon Tigers could attack him. The Blood Moon Tiger had a total of 3 skills, 1 passive skill, 1 enhancement skill, and 1 active skill. The active skill, Blood Moon Howl, could stun opponents within its attack range. Gu Chen had the auxiliary artifact Dust Avoiding Pearl, which could negate all negative statuses. Thus, the stun effect was completely ineffective. Then there was the enhancement skill, Blood Moon Power, which could consume health to double the damage of its next attack. If it landed a hit, even if Gu Chen didn't die, he would be left with very little health. Unfortunately, Guchen had always stayed outside the attack range of the Blood Moon Tiger, so it couldn't hit him at all. Even if it enhanced its attack, it was useless. The last skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, was the most powerful skill of the Blood Moon Tiger and also the most troublesome for players. When the Blood Moon Tiger was severely injured, it would trigger its bloodthirsty instincts and enter a frenzy state. In this state, the Blood Moon Tiger's attack speed and power would significantly increase, and it would also gain a certain amount of lifesteal ability, converting the enemy's health into its own vitality. Imagine this: you bring a 5-person team and finally manage to reduce the Blood Moon Tiger's health to a critical level. Then, suddenly, it enters a frenzy state, with its attack power and speed increasing by over 30%. At the same time, it gains lifesteal. The result is that you watch helplessly as its health goes from 5% to 6%, 7%, 8%. The more you hit, the more health it regains. Isn't that infuriating? But this skill is useless against Guchen. Not to mention the poison state, which prohibits healing. I'm just a kite. Flyer, your increased attack speed and power don't affect your movement speed. You can't even hit me, no matter how fast your attack speed or how high your power. What good does it do? You can only watch your health drop little by little. Yes, that's the kind of rogue playstyle I want. Just like that. You know you could send me home with a single claw. You can see me, but you just can't catch up to me. If you can't catch up, that's fine. You can only watch me hit you and you can't fight back. Not being able to fight back is one thing. You also have to watch your health drop little by little. Then, unwillingly, you enter a frenzy state. And in that frenzy state, you die pathetically. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Unknowingly, 6 Blood Moon Tigers had already followed Guchen. These Blood Moon Tigers had no idea of their predicament, each one clawing and pouncing towards Guchen, trying to tear apart this human who had invaded their lair. Unfortunately, while the thought was beautiful, the reality was cruel. 6 minutes later, the first Blood Moon Tiger entered a frenzy state. Then, the second Blood Moon Tiger entered a frenzy state. Next was the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Then, the first Blood Moon Tiger fell down unwillingly. Following that, the second Blood Moon Tiger fell down unwillingly. Soon after, the fourth, fifth, and sixth Blood Moon Tigers fell one after another. Before dying, their tiger-like eyes were fixed on Guchen, as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the Blood Moon Tiger normal and gained 1500 experience points. Since you killed the monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 300 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the Blood Moon Tiger normal and gained 1500 experience points. Since you killed the monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 300 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully reached level 3 and gained 4 free attribute points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the Blood Moon Tiger normal and gained 1500 experience points. Since you killed the monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 300 experience points. 6 Blood Moon Tigers, apart from 6 Blood Moon Tiger skins, 6 Blood Moon Tiger claws, and 72 copper coins, dropped no equipment. The equipment drop rate in the Myriad Races continent is pitiful. After reaching level 3, Guchen still followed his usual practice and allocated all his free attribute points to speed, adding the 1 point automatically gained from leveling up. Along with the 1 point granted by the rogue class characteristics, Guchen's speed directly reached 43 points. In a state of speed surplus, he could simultaneously pull 8 Blood Moon Tigers. There was no choice. The experience from the Blood Moon Tigers was indeed high, but their distribution was not concentrated enough. Guchen needed to run across a lot of hills to gather a fixed number of Blood Moon Tigers. However, the good thing was that after stacking 3 layers, the poison damage could reach 1800 points. Killing 1 Blood Moon Tiger theoretically took less than 7 minutes. Moreover, the level 10 Blood Moon Tigers had a 20% bonus for killing monsters above their level. Overall, the leveling speed here was actually a bit faster than at the Rock Giant camp. An hour later, with the 45th Blood Moon Tiger falling to the ground, Guchen's level had already reached level 4. At the same time, Guchen also arrived at his destination, this time, the guard camp of Manhwa town. Although it was called a camp, it was actually just a temporary site built with 3 shabby tents. There were about 20 people in the camp. Among them, more than 10 were wrapped in bandages, likely having suffered heavy losses from some monster attack. Upon seeing Guchen, the captain of the guard approached with a beaming smile. You must be the adventurer who recently came to the town? Yes, Guchen nodded and said, what trouble have you encountered? Do you need help? We are the guard team of Manhwa town. The captain first explained their identity, then said, while we were out on a mission, we were attacked by the Blood Moon Tiger King and suffered heavy losses. Most of my soldiers are seriously injured and unable to move. Esteemed adventurer, could you deliver a letter to the mayor of Manhwa town for me? Our mayor will reward you handsomely. System prompt: do you wish to accept the hidden main quest, repair the ancient altar? Guchen nodded and said, I am willing. System prompt: you have accepted the hidden main quest, repair the ancient altar. Quest name: repair the ancient altar. Quest requirements: deliver the letter from the captain of the Manhwa town guard team to the mayor of Manhwa town, Shenyuan Bailey. Quest difficulty, quest rewards. Unknown Guchan had heard of the quest to repair the ancient altar in his previous life. Once the altar was repaired, the direct teleportation channels between various towns would open. After the teleportation channels opened, each player only needed to spend 100 copper coins to go to the town they wanted to visit. In his previous life, Huagua opened the channels between towns a week after the server launched. In contrast, the servers for Goryeo, America, and Japan opened theirs earlier than Huagua. This also allowed players from those servers to accumulate more and faster in the early stages. The efficiency of equipment production and boss strategies was greatly enhanced. Guchen did not expect to receive this main hidden quest when he was at level 4. Since he had encountered it, Guchen naturally hoped to complete this hidden main quest as soon as possible. Then he could activate the teleportation arrays between various towns. The sooner they were activated, the earlier resource sharing could be realized on the Huagua server. With top players joining forces, they could obtain more resources. Looking at the server rankings, the highest level was still level 4. However, in terms of experience, it was likely much higher than Guchen's. Therefore, Guchen did not appear in the top 100 rankings. However, he was not in a hurry. With just a bit of experience difference, he could easily catch up in an hour. There were still 10 hours left until the ranking deadline. There was plenty of time, so he decided to complete the hidden main quest first. After making up his mind, Guchen used the Dust Avoidance Pearl to conceal his appearance in aura. Then he teleported back to Yanhua Town. Upon returning to Yanhua Town, the scene instantly became lively. Health potion restoring 50 points, 100 coins each. Private message if you want. Mana potion restoring 50 points, 200 coins each. First come, first served. Buying copper coins infinitely, 10 coins each. Buying in bulk. Whatever you have, I want it. Buying equipment infinitely at your own cost. In Yanhua Town, the shouts of vendors rose and fell. Guchen passed through the crowd and quickly arrived at the mayor's mansion. Upon seeing Guchen approach, the guard greeted him with an unfriendly expression. Look, another one looking for trouble? This kid can't really think the mayor will see him whenever he wants, right? He's not the first player to want to see the mayor for a quest. The quests in this game on the 10,000 races continent are really scarce. Damn it, I even asked the 70-year-old widow in the village and still couldn't find a suitable quest. You're really desperate, even bothering a 70-year-old widow. Whoa, what's going on? Did I just see that player being respectfully invited in by the guard? Is that for real? Can't you see for yourself? Whoa, he really went in? What the hell is going on? Should we try going up too? Let's go. Let's try together, maybe there really is a quest. At this moment, Guchen, under the guard's lead, had already entered the mayor's mansion. Just after entering, several players also attempted to force their way into the mayor's mansion. As a result, they were kicked out the door by the guard, one by one. Respected adventurer, I heard you have news about the Yanhua Town guard team? The mayor of Yanhua Town, Xianyuan Bailey, approached with a worried expression and said, according to our agreement, they should have returned to the town before sunset yesterday. It has been almost a day now. Have they encountered any accidents? Yes, Guchen replied. While they were out on a mission, they were attacked by the Blood Moon Tiger King and suffered heavy losses. This is a letter from the guard captain that I was asked to bring to you. Saying this, Guchen took out the letter and handed it to Xianyuan Bailey. After reading it, Xianyuan Bailey couldn't help but furrow his brows. Mayor Xianyuan, is there anything I can help with? Guchen. Respected adventurer floating light breaking dawn, thank you for bringing me the news of the captain of the guard. Xianyuan Bailey said, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. System prompt. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden main quest, repairing the ancient altar, earning 1000 experience points. You have received a Shadow Moonblade, bronze. You have received 10 silver coins. Weapon name, Shadow Moonblade, bronze, level 10, attributes, attack power plus 110 to 130, class restriction, assassin, thief, description, this dagger is as elusive as a shadow in the night and sharp as the moon. It was just a delivery task, not difficult at all, and the rewards were rather meager. However, for a task of this difficulty, it was quite good. So far, Guchen was still using a novice dagger, and it was time to change his equipment. In the myriad races continent, increasing a person's attributes is not the mainstream way to boost output. The main way to output still relies on external items. That is, equipment. The better the equipment, the higher the output. This is also one of the reasons why the drop rate of equipment in the myriad races continent is extremely low. A good piece of equipment can completely match the effect of leveling up several times in a row. Take Guchen for example, before equipping the dagger, his attack power at level 4 was only 30 points. After equipping the dagger, his attack power skyrocketed to 140 to 160 points. The physical defense of the Blood Moon Tiger at level 10 is 80, and Guchen's current attack power can already break through its defenses. This is just bronze level equipment. If it were silver level, gold level, or even dark gold level equipment, the impact would be even greater. This shows how significant the impact of a piece of equipment is in the early stages of the myriad races continent. This is also why Gu Chen wanted to quickly open the teleportation portal in the town to accelerate the resource integration efficiency of Huagua. Alas, Shen Yuan Bailey sighed and continued, "Adventurer, you may not know." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen knew that the follow-up task was coming. Sure enough, Shen Yuan Bailey continued, "The guard team is too severely injured, and our Yanhua town is seriously lacking in guard personnel. We cannot carry out rescue missions. Fortunately, their camp is currently far from the Blood Moon Tiger King and is not in danger. I plan to send rescue personnel to the guard team's camp." Just now, the rescue personnel reported that the hemostatic grass stored in our Yanhua town is running low. "Adventurer, would you be willing to help me gather 100 hemostatic grass and deliver them to the guard team's camp? After completing the task, I will give you generous rewards." System prompt: do you wish to accept the hidden main quest, repairing the ancient altar, finding hemostatic grass 2? The follow-up task has arrived. Gu Chen naturally nodded without hesitation and replied, "I am willing." System prompt: you have accepted the hidden main quest, repairing the ancient altar 2. Task name: repairing the ancient altar, finding hemostatic grass 2. Task requirements: help Yanhua Town Mayor Shen Yuan Bailey find 0 out of 100 hemostatic grass and deliver it to the guard team's camp. Task difficulty: time requirement 12 hours. Task rewards: unknown. Shen Yuan Bailey sincerely said, "Floating light breaking dawn, I thank you on behalf of our guard team's warriors. By the way, the hemostatic grass is located in the poison fog forest, so you must be careful. Thank you for your reminder." The poison fog forest was a place Gu Chen had already navigated smoothly when he was at level 2. Moreover, now that Gu Chen was not only level 4 but also had the auxiliary artifact Dust Avoiding Pearl in hand, he didn't have to worry about poisoning at all. The poison fog forest posed virtually no danger to him. As he exited the mayor's residence in Yanhua Town, a commotion erupted. "He's out! He's out! Brother, can you tell us how you got into the mayor's residence?" "Brother, what task did the mayor give you? Can you tell me how to receive it?" "Brother." As Gu Chen stepped out, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people waiting at the door, all clamoring with various questions. "I am the vice president of the Arrogant Guild, Arrogant War God, so shut up." With that shout from Arrogant War God, the noise around them quieted significantly. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Is the Arrogant Guild strong? Currently, our Huagua has 2 people ranked in the top 100 of the global leaderboard. One is ranked 82, and the other is ranked 95. The one ranked 82 is the president of the Arrogant Guild, Arrogant Gao Xiao. His profession is Berserker. He wields the highest attack power bronze weapon in the game, the Mountain Cleaving Axe. Just that bronze weapon alone reportedly cost 1.8 million. Ranked in the top 100 globally? That's so strong? I don't know how strong he is, but he should be considered the nominal number 1 in our Huagua right now. It said he has a chance to break into the top 10. Now you know, right? The Arrogant Guild is currently the most prominent in our Huagua. We should keep our distance from anyone associated with the Arrogant Guild to avoid provoking someone we shouldn't. Gu Chen had been busy hunting blood moon tigers and hadn't paid attention to the information online. He even ignored his emails because there were too many to sift through. He never expected that his mountain cleaving axe had sold for 1.8 million and it was bought by Gao Dongliang. This world is truly fascinating. Once the surroundings quieted down, Arrogant War God approached with a smile. "Brother, can we be friends?" "No." Gu Chen refused without hesitation. In his previous life, all the main leaders of the Arrogant Guild had surrendered to the Sakura Nation, and this Arrogant War God was among them. Gu Chen had no good impression of such traitors. "Do you know who I am?" Arrogant War God thought Gu Chen didn't recognize his identity, so he boasted, "I am the vice president of the Arrogant Guild, Arrogant War God. Our president is Arrogant Gao Xiao, who is now the number 1 in our Huagua." "And then?" Gu Chen asked coldly, his expression still indifferent. "And then?" Arrogant War God was a bit incredulous. "What does he mean? I just said my boss is the number 1 in the entire game. Shouldn't you be showing a face full of admiration and come to add me as a friend? Beg me to join our Arrogant Guild? Why, is it like this now?" Arrogant War God was momentarily stunned and continued, "Little brother, as long as you tell me how to enter the mayor's residence and how to obtain tasks from there, I can grant you a chance to join our Arrogant Guild. Right now, who knows how many people across the country want to join us? Meeting me is a privilege for you." Gu Chen was also drunk. He had heard of the arrogance of the Proud Guild in his previous life, but had never witnessed it firsthand. After all, the Proud Guild had not developed as quickly back then as it had now. And since he had gained fame early, the members of the Proud Guild were like mice in front of a cat, bowing and scraping before him. How could they be so arrogant now? It was also a butterfly effect caused by his selling of equipment. Originally, the Proud Guild was supposed to rise much later, but after continuously purchasing his listed Rock Giant Sword and the bronze weapon Mountain Axe, Gao Dongliang gained the ability to defeat monsters beyond his level. Relying on the advantage of weapons, he unexpectedly became the number 1 on the level leaderboard in Huagua. Gu Chen would not indulge those who dared to be arrogant in front of him and coldly said, "I'm not interested in your broken guild. If you have nothing to do, get out of my way. The proud war god did not expect that someone would dare to refuse his goodwill. His expression darkened immediately, glaring at Gu-chun, and threateningly said, "Brother, I'm giving you face, you better accept it. The price of offending our proud guild is something you can't afford. Just a broken guild. Who gave you the courage to be so brazen? Is it Liang Jingru?" Gu-chun sneered, "I can afford the price of offending you. I just don't know if you can afford the price of offending me." What the hell? Who is this guy, so arrogant? He doesn't even put the proud guild in his eyes? What this brother said is really satisfying. I've long been displeased with the proud guild. Do they really think that the continent of all races is their game? They monopolize leveling, not allowing us casual players to get close, and even condone their guild members to steal our nearly dead monsters. They have no shame at all. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me furious. Our team of 5 fought the roaring wild boar for 10 minutes. Just one last hit away, and they stole it from us. When we reasoned with them, they directly attacked and killed us back to the city. Listening to more and more people discussing the proud guild, the proud war, God's expression changed drastically, and he immediately drew the giant sword on his back, shouting, "Shut the hell up." With that shout, the surroundings fell silent. The equipment the proud war god was wearing was the rock giant sword, made from rock, and it was very recognizable. In front of this group of players still wearing novice gear, it was quite intimidating. Once the surroundings quieted down, the proud war god walked up to Gu-chen. With a cold expression, staring directly at him, "Brother, did I give you face? Dare to look down on our proud guild? Do you believe I can make sure you don't leave the novice village?" "Ha!" Gu-chen coldly smiled and replied, "I really don't believe it." "Good. Very good." The proud war god laughed, "I like your guts. I just don't know if your life is as tough as your mouth. Whether my life is tough or not, you'll find out if you try." Gu-chen's expression remained calm. "Good. Very good." The proud war god sneered, "If you have the guts, let's meet outside the novice village. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you." Gu-chen said non-committally, "I hope you won't regret it." "Ha!" The proud war god disdainfully said, "Regret is not in my dictionary. Brothers of the proud guild, let's go. Follow me out of the novice village. If he can walk out of the novice village alive today, I, the proud war god, will kneel to anyone in the future. Let's go. Let's go." As the proud war god's voice fell, dozens of players from the proud guild provocatively looked at Gu-chen, then walked towards the outside of the novice village. The surrounding players saw this and hurriedly advised, "Brother, why did you have to offend someone? Why did you have to offend the proud guild? I advise you to quickly admit your mistake. They have over 100,000 members in the proud guild, and you are outnumbered. You can't defeat them." "Exactly, brother. Don't be reckless. They can kill you and make you delete your account to start over. Starting over is impossible. In the game Myriad Races Continent, you only get one chance to choose. Once your choice is made, you can't delete your account. You can't start over either. You can only quit the game. Brother, why not just admit your mistake voluntarily? Otherwise, you can only quit the game." Ignoring the surrounding crowd's chatter, Gu-chen walked straight out of the novice village. "No, brother, are you really going? There are dozens of them, and you're alone. Aren't you asking for death? Brother, why not log off and hide for a while? Maybe they'll disperse." Hiding from the proud guild is like hiding from the first day of the month. You can't escape the 15th. But you can't just go and seek death now, can you? Brother, don't go. What are you doing? If you offend someone, you need to have the ability to bear the consequences. Otherwise, you'll be taught a lesson sooner or later. Sigh, why doesn't this brother listen to advice? What do you call this? This is what we call good words are hard to use on a doomed ghost. After Gu-chen left the novice village, he was immediately surrounded by a dozen members of the proud guild. "You really dare to come out and see death?" Proud war god sneered, "You've got guts. Now I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Then honestly tell me how to enter the mayor's mansion to receive the quest, and I might consider letting you go. This is your last chance. I hope you cherish it." "I don't like giving people chances." Gu-chen coldly smiled and said, "So, you can go die." As soon as Gu-chen finished speaking, he launched a rogue assassination attack at proud war god. "You're fucking asking for death." The shadow moon blade in Gu-chen's hand emitted a chilling gleam as it struck towards proud war god's back. With a 30% attack bonus from the rogue's assassination plus 3 hits, the back attack had a 100% bonus. -260 poison status applied. -10, -251 system prompt. You maliciously attacked player proud war god, increasing your sin value by 1 point. System prompt. You have received the protection of the dust avoidance pearl, and your sin value has been automatically cleared. Proud war god never expected Gu-chen would attack directly, especially while surrounded by dozens of his brothers. Anger surged in his heart. He raised his rock giant sword to strike at Gu-chen. Unfortunately, before he could react, he felt his body go limp and collapsed. What the hell? What's going on? Did I just get one shot? This was proud war god's first reaction before he died. He never imagined that in just one encounter he would be killed by an assassin. A single hit dealt 260 damage, which was even higher than the damage dealt by the boss wielding a bronze weapon. Who the hell did I offend? However, what the proud war god did not know was that the 260 output damage was merely Gu Chen's normal skill output. It was not Gu Chen's ultimate strike at all. It should be noted that Gu Chen's strongest skill enhancement occurs after entering stealth during his ultimate strike. In stealth mode, his movement speed increases by 50%, attack speed by 50%, attack power by 50%, critical hit rate by 50%, and critical hit damage by 100%. In extreme conditions, Gu Chen can deal around 780 points of critical damage. Returning to the entrance of Manhwa town, the sudden collapse of the proud war god left all the players of the proud guild momentarily stunned. Gu Chen had come to kill, so he naturally would not hold back. He casually picked up the rock giant sword dropped by the proud war god, tossed it into his bag, and charged towards the players of the proud guild with the shadow moon blade in hand. 198 poison status applied successfully. 10-185 system prompt: you maliciously attacked player proud dragon knight, evil value increased by 1 point. System prompt: you have received the protection of the dust avoidance pearl, evil value automatically cleared. System prompt: you have been maliciously attacked by proud gun king, you can retaliate in self-defense, killing the opponent in self-defense state does not increase evil value. 1-1-1 system prompt: you have been maliciously attacked by proud shadow assassin, you can retaliate in self-defense, killing the opponent in self-defense state does not increase evil value. System prompt: you have been maliciously attacked by proud hunter, you can retaliate in self-defense, killing the opponent in self-defense state does not increase evil value. Dozens of people simultaneously unleashed their skills, and it was unrealistic for Gu Chen to completely evade them. However, the weapons these people used were at most level 3. They couldn't even break through Gu Chen's defenses, let alone deal any damage. As for the stun, freeze, and other effects attached to the skills, under the influence of the dust avoidance pearl, they didn't even have a chance to take effect. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Chen, wielding the shadow moonblade, swiftly maneuvered among the members of the proud guild. Wherever a flash of cold light passed, a player from the proud guild would surely lose their life. The proud guild, relying on their numbers, had not set any tactical arrangements. At this moment, under Gu Chen's one-sided slaughter, they were already in disarray. Each one was randomly casting skills, and whether they could take down Gu Chen was left entirely to fate. On the contrary, Gu Chen maintained a steady rhythm. He first targeted the mages, archers, and priests, those with low health and long-range attacks. Then he would reap the assassins and hunters, who excelled in ambushes and traps. Finally, he would deal with the warriors and tanks. At the same time, Gu Chen was very methodical in his choice of damage. He could engage with small skills up close, but he had to dodge the big skills. To achieve this, one needed a strong comprehensive judgment ability. The entire person had to calculate the potential damage from each skill with precision, like an intelligent computer. Then, based on the optimal plan, he would evade and counterattack. The reason Gu Chen did this was mainly due to the habitual reactions formed after life and death battles in his previous life. He had no intention of giving up this habitual response and intended to maintain it. In the future battlefield, Gu Chen would face not only the internal slaughter among humans but also the racial wars initiated by the angel race, god race, demon race, blood race, mechanical race, zerg race, and others against humanity. To survive in war, the muscle reactions honed through these life and death struggles were crucial. At this moment, all the onlookers were dumbfounded. Everyone had originally thought that once Gu Chen emerged, he would be unilaterally abused by the proud guild members. However, the reality left everyone dumbfounded. A massacre. A one-sided massacre. No one had expected this before. One person could actually slaughter dozens of people single-handedly. Moreover, each kill was done with a single stroke. There was no hesitation whatsoever. At this moment, Gu Chen had already eliminated all the players from the arrogant guild. Calmly, he sheathed the shadow moonblade. Glancing at the items that had fallen to the ground, he cursed under his breath, "A bunch of poor fools." Then he walked away with a look of disdain. In Manhwa town, at the rebirth pool, the arrogant war god, coming back to his senses, suddenly remembered his rock giant sword. It had cost Gao Xiao 200,000 to buy, and he was merely borrowing it. After acquiring a better weapon, it was only right to pass it on to the other warrior players in the guild. With this thought, the arrogant war god quickly opened his backpack. Damn it! My rock giant sword is gone. Shit! After cursing several times, the arrogant war god immediately contacted the arrogant hunter. He quickly typed, "Hunter, my rock giant sword is gone. Tell the brothers to hurry and pick up my weapon. Boss, I'm here. It doesn't matter where you are. What matters is my rock giant sword." At this moment, the arrogant war god was completely bewildered, not realizing that the voice was coming from right beside him, and instinctively typed a message. "Boss, the brothers are all behind you," the arrogant hunter said with a face full of grievance. Hearing the hunter's words, the arrogant war god finally came to his senses. Turning around, he saw all 45 members of his team standing neatly behind him. "Why are you all here? Where's Floating Light Dawn?" For some reason, the arrogant war god had a bad premonition. Boss, we were all killed by floating light dawn. The arrogant hunter spoke up. His damage is too high. We couldn't withstand even a single blow. Moreover, his defense is very high. We couldn't even break through it. When he was sent away by floating light dawn with a single strike, the arrogant war god knew Guchen was strong. However, he never expected him to be this ridiculously powerful. Dozens of people attacking him at once couldn't even break through his defense. Was he still a rogue? High damage from a rogue was understandable. But how could he have high damage and such high defense? What the hell? However, what the arrogant war god was most worried about now was whether his weapon had been picked up. What about my rock giant sword? The arrogant war god hurriedly asked. Did you help me pick up my rock giant sword? Well, the arrogant hunter hesitated. Boss, your rock giant sword was picked up by floating light dawn. Right now. The arrogant hunter hesitated for a moment and said, what's currently listed in the auction house is very likely your rock giant sword. The arrogant war god instinctively opened the auction house. There was only one piece of equipment above level 5. The first thing the arrogant war god saw was the rock giant sword. It had been listed just a few seconds ago. Humiliation, this is blatant humiliation. The proud war god felt that the dawn of floating light was mocking him. It was bad enough to slap his own face, now he had to stomp it into the ground. Floating light. I remember. You. I swear I won't rest until I avenge this. The proud war god vowed through gritted teeth. Boss, what should we do now? The proud hunter asked cautiously. What can we do? The proud war god said with an unhappy expression. First, we need to buy back the rock giant sword. The rock giant sword was a communal item of the guild, and since it had dropped in his hands, he was solely responsible for it. Thinking of this, the proud war god's hatred for Guchen deepened. On Guchen's side, after relisting the rock giant sword, he finally had time to check his bank account. The mountain axe, bronze, sold for 1.8 million, and after deducting 10% in taxes, he received 1.62 million. The breaking cloud bow, bronze, sold for 1.5 million, and after taxes, he received 1.35 million. 5 skill books sold for a total of 650,000, with the highest at 150,000 and the lowest at 120,000, netting him 585,000 after tax. For 29 pieces of common equipment, the lowest sold for 30,000 and the highest for 250,000. In total, he made 5.22 million with 4.698 million after tax. The 10,000 races continent was about to merge with Water Blue Star, and the world was going to be reshuffled. Guchen paid every penny of the taxes he owed. After taxes, he had a total of 8.433 million. The extra 180,000 was the money Gao Dongliang paid for the rock giant sword. It had only been 2 days since he entered the game, and this profit was still quite good. However, Gu Chen didn't care much about money, as long as it was enough. After all, in 3 years, no matter how much money he had, it would all turn into waste paper. The only universal currency would be the gold coins in the game. Next time he sold equipment, Guchen planned to trade for gold coins. It was time to make everyone pay attention to the role of gain gold coins. In just over 10 minutes, Guchen arrived at the poison fog forest. However, he didn't pick any hemostatic grass. Instead, he found a safe spot and logged off directly. He had been online for over 26 consecutive hours. Guchen first transferred 3.2 million to Shen Lingxiu's card, then ordered takeout. After eating and drinking enough, he returned to his bedroom and fell asleep. The game nutrition pod allowed a person's body to enter deep sleep, alleviating fatigue. However, it was still different from real sleep. After operating continuously for 26 hours, Guchen wanted to have a solid sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 5 in the evening. He had slept for a full 5 hours. With the use of the game nutrition pod, 5 hours of sleep was considered deep sleep. After getting up, he quickly washed up, opened his phone, and saw several missed calls. One was from Shen Lingxiu. The others were from Mi Ying. Shen Lingxiu called once and didn't dare to call again. Instead, she sent him a text message expressing her gratitude. At the same time, she indicated that she was willing to attend the meeting to fulfill her promise. On Mi Ying's side, she called Guchen every hour. He didn't know what urgent matter she had. Thinking of this, Guchen dialed Mi Ying's number. After a long time, the call connected. What are you busy with? You didn't log into the game when I sent you a message, and you didn't answer my call in real life either. I just woke up, my phone was on silent. Guchen asked in confusion. What's so urgent that you need to find me? Did you see the news online? Mi Ying asked. What news online? Guchen explained. I just woke up, washed my face, and saw your call, so I called back. I didn't have time to check the news. Mi Ying asked. Did you kill dozens of players from the arrogant guild at the entrance of Yanhua town? Guchen nodded. Yes, that did happen. What's the matter? Mi Ying replied. Your murder video has been posted online. Oh. Guchen shook his head nonchalantly and replied. It's fine, it won't affect me much. How can it not affect you? Mi Ying said anxiously. Many people are speculating that you are the one who put up over 30 pieces of equipment. If they trace you based on the video, how can your safety be guaranteed? Don't worry about that. As long as you don't say anything, they definitely won't trace me. Guchen replied. Definitely won't tell anyone your identity. Miying explained, the people around me only know that I bought bronze equipment, they don't know I bought it from you. Then I'm safe. Gu Chen smiled in response. But, your face has been recorded. What if they find you through the database? Miying asked anxiously. Haven't you watched the video? Gu Chen explained with a smile, they can't possibly identify me just by my face. In the world of the 10,000 races continent, one's appearance cannot be changed. This means that whatever you look like in reality, you will look the same in the 10,000 races continent. The only friendly aspect is that the 10,000 races continent will automatically help repair physical defects for disabled individuals or self-reliant people such as the deaf, mute, blind, and others with congenital defects. This is also a second chance at life for self-reliant individuals. However, Gu Chen has the Dust Avoidance Pearl. The first active skill of the Dust Avoidance Pearl is transformation. Gu Chen can transform into any target using the Dust Avoidance Pearl, and he can also hide his own aura, mimicking all states of the target. Before entering Manhwa town, Gu Chen used his transformation ability to create a non-existent face. No matter who it is, trying to identify him through his face is basically impossible. At the same time, as a transformation artifact, the Dust Avoidance Pearl can manifest in real life, as long as Gu Chen changes his face. In real life, even if Miying exposes his information, it won't affect him at all. Moreover, a woman willing to die for him would never betray him. Of course, in the game, Gu Chen will continue to use this face until he acquires enough life-saving artifacts before revealing his true appearance. After all, being constantly harassed by a swarm of flies is quite bothersome. Anyway, the transformation function of the Dust Avoidance Pearl has no time limit. As long as he wants, he can use countless faces to move around. Therefore, Gu Chen decided to use a transformed face to operate until he has manifested attack-type artifacts. He aims to ensure his safety as much as possible. Being cautious avoids major mistakes, carelessness leads to great errors. It's always good to be a bit more careful. In this rebirth, he cannot afford to capsize in the gutter. Miying heard Gu Chen's words and immediately pulled up the video, watching it seriously. When she heard that a thief at the entrance of Manhwa town had killed dozens of players, her first thought was that the attacker was Gu Chen. In Manhwa town, a group of dozens could still win decisively. In the current game, there was absolutely no one else besides Gu Chen who could do that. After learning the news, Miying immediately tried to contact Gu Chen, but unfortunately, she couldn't reach him. Now, reminded by Gu Chen, she finally thought to review the video. Sure enough, the face and figure in the video looked nothing like Gu Chen. What's going on? Miying asked in confusion. Isn't it impossible to change appearances in the game of the 10,000 races continent? As a thief, learning to disguise is quite reasonable, right? Gu Chen joked. Gu Chen had no intention of telling anyone about the function of the Dust Avoidance Pearl. It wasn't that he didn't trust Miying, but at this stage it wasn't a good thing for her to know that equipment in the game could materialize. After learning that Gu Chen could change his appearance, Miying breathed a sigh of relief. I worried for nothing. You got into character pretty quickly. That's commendable, Gu Chen replied with a grin. What character? Miying asked in confusion. You think about it, Gu Chen said with a smile. I still have tasks to complete, so I'm going into the game first. After saying that, Gu Chen hung up the phone without waiting for Miying to respond. CC Villa, Building 6. Hearing the sound of the call being disconnected and recalling what Gu Chen had said earlier, Miying's face flushed and she couldn't help but curse. Bastard! I shouldn't have worried about you. Poison Fog Forest. A flash of white light appeared as Gu Chen materialized deep within the Poison Fog Forest. Currently, the mainstream level of players from Huagua was still at level 4. At most, they could challenge the Swift Wind Wolf at a higher level, and besides Gu Chen, no other players dared to venture into the Poison Fog Forest. After logging in, Gu Chen hunted the poison fog cobras while searching for the traces of hemostatic grass. Soon he found hemostatic grass in a marsh. However, this patch of hemostatic grass was guarded by several elite-level poison fog cobras. Seeing this, Gu Chen directly cast an insight spell. Monster name Poison Fog Cobra, Elite Level 9, Health 11,000, Attack 230 to 260, Physical Defense 150, Magical Defense 95, Speed 42, Skills. Poison Fog Spray, Venomous Bite, Disguise and Conceal, Poison Fog Domain. Description: the Poison Fog Cobra is a common snake in the forest that mutated after accidentally consuming a certain mysterious herb, gaining powerful strength and toxicity. Compared to the ordinary Poison Fog Cobra at level 8, the Elite Poison Fog Cobra is clearly much stronger. In addition to a significant increase in health, attack power, and defense, it also has an additional skill, Poison Fog Domain. Within its territory, the Poison Fog Cobra can manipulate the surrounding mist, creating various illusions or traps to confuse and capture intruders. This special domain is also a headache for early players. However, Gu Chen's stealth class comes with the 1000 locks, 10,000 solutions skill, making any traps or fog transparent to him. Therefore, this important domain had basically no effect on Gu Chen. As he approached the Elite Poison Fog Cobra, Gu Chen quickly entered stealth mode. Then he slowly crept closer, and when he was about a meter away, he tightly gripped the Shadow Moonblade. A chilling aura enveloped the tip of the Shadow Moonblade and the thief's assassination skill was activated directly. He attacked the back of the elite poison fog cobra. 620 critical damage poison state applied. Successfully. 10-319 poison state applied successfully. 10-630 critical damage poison state applied successfully. 10 after 3 consecutive attacks 2 critical damages occurred directly, inflicting over 1,500 points of damage to the elite poisonous mist cobra. System prompt: your Rogue Assassination LV1 has been upgraded to Rogue Assassination LV2. System prompt: your Gale Step LV1 has been upgraded to Gale Step LV2. Rogue Assassination LV2 assassinate enemies while moving with a chance to stun them and increase physical attack by 35%. Cooldown 15 seconds. Magic cost 15 points. Gale Step LV2. After use, you can burst forth with incredible speed, increasing movement speed by 60% for 15 seconds. Cooldown 25 seconds. Magic cost 15 points. After 3 consecutive assassinations, Guchen entered stealth mode. Again, the elite poisonous mist cobra shook its massive head in pain, letting out a mournful cry. The poison mist domain was activated. With the appearance of the poison mist domain, traps made of poison mist appeared around the elite poisonous mist cobra. Stepping into one would result in being affected by toxins, entering a brief state of confusion and continuous poisoning. In Guchen's eyes, these traps were laid bare. As long as he avoided them, there was basically no threat. However, Guchen did not take it to heart and directly stepped onto a trap, gripping the Shadow Moonblade and charged at the elite poisonous mist cobra once more. Another extreme 3-hit combo in 1 second. This was the maximum damage Guchen could deal at his current attack speed. As the Shadow Moonblade fell, a series of numbers appeared above the elite poisonous mist cobra's head. System prompt: you are under the protection of Dust Avoiding Pearl, automatically clearing all negative states. 721 critical damage. 356-355. Although there were no consecutive critical hits this time, it still took away over 1,400 points of health from the elite poisonous mist cobra. With a successful strike, Guchen entered stealth mode again. The 30 seconds of stealth time provided Guchen with ample maneuvering space. Under continuous attacks, the elite poisonous mist cobra had lost its sanity. Yet it could not find Guchen's figure, only passively taking hits. The elite poisonous mist cobra, which had little intelligence to begin with, began to go completely insane. It sprayed poison mist as if it were free, attacking the surroundings. Guchen, in stealth mode, hid behind the elite poisonous mist cobra. Its poison mist spray naturally could not harm Guchen. Instead, Guchen seized the opportunity for another 3-hit combo, then entered stealth mode again. 689 critical damage. 10-311 10-315 10 hiss in less than a minute. As the elite poisonous mist cobra let out its final roar, the massive elite poisonous mist cobra fell to the ground, unwillingly losing its life force. Until its death, it never knew where its attacking enemy was located. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the poison fog cobra elite and gained 1,000 experience points. Since you killed the monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 200 experience points. System prompt: soul devouring poison spike has detected a poison source that can be absorbed. Cobra venom elite. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. System prompt: cobra venom absorption complete. System prompt: your skill soul devouring poison spike LV1 has changed. Guchen immediately opened the system interface and found the changed soul devouring poison spike. Soul devouring poison spike LV1 SSS level. Any attack can apply a layer of poisoning effect to the target, dealing 15 points of damage per second for 60 seconds. This poisoning effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing prohibition effect to targets in a poison state which cannot be purified. Additionally, targets in a poison state have their movement speed reduced by 50% and attack speed reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poisoning effect. 3. Characteristic: consuming different toxins can enhance the poisoning effect. Indeed, after the change, the true damage of the soul-devouring poison spike increased by 5 points. Thus, under full 3-layer status, the damage caused by poisoning in 1 minute increased from 1,800 points to 2,700 points, an increase of 900 points of damage. Guchen did not expect that the same toxin could be absorbed once from ordinary monsters and then again from elite monsters. It seems that the concentration of toxins in ordinary monsters is not on the same level as that in elite monsters. If that's the case, does it mean that for commander level, boss level, and other toxin-bearing monsters, Guchen can absorb multiple times? Thinking of this, Guchen couldn't help but feel excited. After equipping the Shadow Moonblade, Guchen's damage had undergone a tremendous change. Now, his reliance on poisoning had begun to decrease. If toxin damage can continue to stack under different concentrations of the same toxin, it will surely become an important trump card in the future. After calming his excited emotions, Guchen continued to clear the remaining 4 elite poison fog cobras. System prompt: congratulations. You have successfully killed the poison fog cobra elite and gained 1,000 experience points. Since you killed the monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 200 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the poison fog cobra elite and gained 1000 experience points. Since you killed the monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 200 experience points. 5 minutes later, Guchen had cleared all 5 elite poison fog cobras. Finally, he could collect the hemostatic grass with peace of mind. The distribution of hemostatic grass was relatively concentrated, yet even so, Guchen still spent a full hour. Quest name: Repairing the Ancient Altar. Finding hemostatic grass. 2 Quest requirements: help the mayor of Yanhua Town, Xianyuan Bailey, find 100 out of 100 frenzied grass, hemostatic grass, and deliver it to the guard team camp. Quest difficulty: time requirement 12 hours, remaining time 5 hours 45 minutes. Quest reward unknown this time. The quest destination was the temporary camp of the guard team deep in Wulong Slope. After completing the quest, Guchen headed straight to the guard team's temporary camp. Half an hour later, Guchen appeared outside the guard team's temporary camp again. At this time, several doctors had arrived at the camp, treating the injured from the temporary guard camp. Upon seeing Gu Chen, the captain of the guard team, approached him proactively. Respected adventurer, if it weren't for you, my soldiers would probably have to wait to die. I thank you on their behalf. You're welcome. Gu Chen said, I came here at the request of town mayor Xianyuan Bailey to deliver 100 healing herbs to you. Thank you so much, replied the captain of the guard. We have already received the mayor's notification, but we didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Now our seriously injured soldiers have hope. Gu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. If the captain of the guard knew that after receiving the task he had gone offline for a nap and that he had slept for 5 hours straight, he wondered what the captain would think. It is my honor to provide assistance to you, Gu Chen said politely. Thank you so much, adventurer. The captain of the guard took out some items and handed them to Gu Chen, saying, this is the reward promised to you by our mayor. System prompt: congratulations. You have completed the hidden main quest finding healing herbs 2 to repair the ancient altar, and you have received a reward of 5,000 experience points. You have obtained a pair of wind dance boots silver. You have received a gold coin. Weapon name: wind dance boots silver. Level 10. Attributes: agility plus 28, movement speed plus 10%, class restriction none, description: lightweight and agile boots that grant the wearer the nimble steps of a dancer. It was just a 2-star difficulty task, yet the system actually rewarded a piece of silver equipment? Gu Chen was surprised, and after looking at the attributes of the wind dance boots, he became even more excited. The 28-point agility bonus was 8 points higher than the swift wind boots. Of course, that wasn't the most important part. The most important part was the second attribute, the 10% movement speed bonus. This didn't seem high at first glance. However, Gu Chen was in a stealth state and his movement speed could increase by 50%. When using Swift Step, his movement speed could even increase by 60%. But it should be noted that the first 2 bonuses had time limits. Swift Step could only last for 15 seconds, and the stealth state could last a maximum of 30 seconds. In other words, these 2 skills were short-term skills. His mana also didn't allow him to use them frequently. The wind dance boots, on the other hand, provided a long-term increase in movement speed. The 10% bonus could be effectively reflected throughout the entire combat process. Moreover, this 10% movement bonus could be stacked with Swift Step while in stealth. Without any hesitation, Gu Chen directly took off the Swift Wind boots and put on the Wind Dance boots. With his level 4 character, his base movement speed reached a terrifying 57 points. His actual movement speed had even reached 62 points. This speed, when facing the Blood Moon Tiger, meant that even without the slowing effect of soul-biting poison spike, Gu Chen could still easily outpace the Blood Moon Tiger. He didn't directly list the bronze shoes he had taken off on the trading platform. Instead, he mailed them to Ming. The shoes with 20 points of movement speed would allow her to kite more smoothly. After taking care of everything, Gu Chen finally noticed the captain of the guard's face, which looked as if he had just lost his father. Without needing to think, it was clear that there was a follow-up task. Seeing this, Gu Chen took the initiative to ask, Captain, the healing herbs have been delivered. So why do you still look so worried? Respected adventurer, the situation is as follows, the captain of the guard explained. Our main task this time was to obtain 100 Blood Moon Tiger Claws as the blood sacrifice for repairing the altar. While we were transporting the Tiger Claws back to Yanhua Town, we were attacked by the Blood Moon Tiger King. All the Blood Moon Tiger Claws were lost. The lives of the soldiers were saved, but our task is still incomplete. With my current abilities, I fear I won't be able to complete the task assigned by the mayor. Collecting 100 Blood Moon Tiger Claws? If Gu Chen remembered correctly, he had dozens of these Blood Moon Tiger Claws in his bag. I didn't expect that its use would be here. Gu Chen immediately put on a smile and said, if it's convenient, you can assign this task to me and I'll complete it for you. Really? The captain of the guard team exclaimed excitedly, if you can complete the task for us, I will definitely report to the mayor and ensure you receive a generous reward. System prompt: Are you willing to accept a hidden main quest, collect blood, Moon Tiger Claws 3 to repair the ancient altar? With such a generous hidden main quest reward, Gu Chen naturally would not give it up. Gu Chen nodded without hesitation again and replied, I am willing. System prompt: You have accepted the hidden main quest, collect blood Moon Tiger Claws 3 to repair the ancient altar. Quest name: Collect blood Moon Tiger Claws 3 to repair the ancient altar. Quest requirements: help the captain of the Yanhua Town Guard Team collect 52 out of 100 blood Moon Tiger Claws and deliver them to the mayor of Yanhua Town, Xian Yuan Baili. Quest difficulty: time requirement 24 hours, remaining time 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Quest reward unknown. Seeing Gu Chen accept the task, the captain of the guard finally revealed a smile and said gratefully, Adventurer, thank you so much. This is a letter I personally wrote. Take this letter to Mayor Xian Yuan of Yanhua Town, and he will definitely reward you handsomely. It is my honor to help you. After leaving the guard camp, Gu Chen checked the time. It was already 9:30. There were only 2.5 hours left until the end of the big gamble. At this moment, the top 10 of the world level rankings were mostly at level 5. The Huagua side had made a good breakthrough, with 8 people making it into the top 100. Arrogant Gao Xiao, level 4, ranked 32nd in the world. Polaris, level 4, ranked 48th in the world. Fenghua Yanran, level 4, ranked 59th in the world. Whisper of the Wind, level 4, ranked 72nd in the world. Shallow Summer Cool, level 4, ranked 75th in the world. Iron Blood Danqing, level 4, ranked 86th in the world. Chaos of the Times, level 4, ranked 95th in the world. Dawn of Floating Light, level 4, ranked 98th in the world. Gu Chen did not expect that he had also made it onto the level list, currently ranked 98. This was still without him focusing on leveling up. Wait a minute. How did a name randomly appear among these 8 people? Shallow Summer Cool. What was going on? Miying had actually made it onto the rankings, and her rank was even higher than his. Most of Miying's equipment was given to her by Gu Chen. Overall strength-wise, she should be second only to Gu Chen. However, her gameplay was truly hard to describe. He never expected that with her kind of gameplay, she could still make it into the top 100. At this moment, if Miying knew how Gu Chen viewed her, he would feel like smashing his tofu in frustration. Was it really necessary to look down on people like this? After all, she was also an SS level hidden profession, a holy priest. What was wrong with being a bit behind in the early stages? Besides Miying, Gu Chen also had impressions of the other people on the rankings. Arrogant Gao Xiao was a traitor. Gu Chen would eventually send him on his way. Below Arrogant Gao Xiao was Polaris, the top archer of the Starry Guild, one of the top 10 guilds. He had transitioned to the hidden profession of Wind Whisperer and was one of Huagua's well-known archers. The main members of the Starry Guild were all named after stars like Polaris, Sirius, and Wenkuxing. Basically, anyone with a star in their name and a bit of prestige was a member of the Starry Guild. Fenghua Yanran, the president of the Fenghua Guild, was actually named Chu Yanran, the princess of the Chu family consortium. She loved games and didn't care for the family business. A charming woman, very sexy. Whisper of the Wind, the founder of the Qingyu Guild, came from a scholarly family and was exceptionally talented. With her long legs, she captivated countless young men. She had various titles, including the Leg Goddess. With her own strength, she built the first civilian guild, the Qingyu Guild. Shallow Summer Cool, an unexpected entry, skipped over. Iron Blood Danqing, the chief mage of the Iron Blood Guild. With a mastery of lightning skills, he had once slaughtered over 1,000 cherry blossom soldiers. Chaos of the Times, the founder of the Chaos Three Kingdoms Guild. In reality, he was involved in coal and real estate, lacking in culture, and had a particular fondness for married women. Perhaps the only difference from the infamous Chow Chow was that he preferred those who were divorced. For those who weren't divorced, he would wait until they were before making a move. How should one put it? This person had a bit of morality, but not much. Among those currently on the list, aside from the unexpected Miying, the others were all among the top combat powers of Huagua. Except for Gao Dongliang, these people were all hardliners of Huagua who would rather die than surrender. In the previous life, before the list closed, not a single Huagua person made it onto the rankings. In this life, an astonishing phenomenon occurred where 8 people simultaneously made the rankings. Gu Chen knew that this was most likely because these individuals had purchased the equipment he sold, resulting in a qualitative leap for some of them. It should be noted that their skills were no worse than those from abroad. The only difficulty in leveling up was not being unable to kill monsters, but rather not being able to get to them first. They lacked the basic attributes to fight monsters above their level. The equipment sold by Gu Chen provided them with the objective conditions to challenge monsters beyond their level. Thus, the current prosperity came to be. Having only 8 people on the rankings was indeed a bit lacking. However, for present-day Huaxia, this was already a commendable achievement. The rise of Huaxia could not happen overnight. To make the entire Huaxia strong, it had to be like rolling a snowball. The advantages must be rolled larger and larger to better faced the conflicts that would erupt in the future. After reviewing the world ranking list, Guchen opened his backpack to check. He now had 52 Blood Moon Tiger Claws. This meant that from now on, he only needed to hunt 48 Blood Moon Tigers to complete the task. One must say his luck was quite good. In fact, even without this task, Guchen needed to kill Blood Moon Tigers to level up. He had placed a heavy bet on himself, allowing for no mistakes. Opening his personal attribute panel, he glanced at the experience bar. Level 4, 12%. The experience required to level up from level 4 to level 5 was 80,000. He still needed 70,400 experience points to reach level 5. Hunting a single Blood Moon Tiger generally provided about 1,800 experience points. In addition to completing the task, Guchen's level would also be sufficient to rise to level 5. With a plan in mind, Guchen no longer hesitated. He left the camp and headed directly towards the nearest hillside. Guchen had been away from Wulong Slope for more than 7 hours. The Blood Moon Tigers on Wulong Slope had long since respawned. As night fell, the Blood Moon slowly rose, its red light illuminating the vast jungle. Guchen gripped a shadow moon blade, swiftly weaving between the trees. In a stealthy state, a tremor came and Guchen immediately jumped onto a nearby bush, getting into a defensive stance. Soon after, a Blood Moon Tiger appeared in his line of sight. Guchen quietly drew the shadow moon blade from his waist, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. The Blood Moon Tiger seemed to sense something unusual. It cautiously looked around, emitting a low growl. Guchen had long been prepared, seizing the opportunity to activate Windstep, quickly moving behind the Blood Moon Tiger and skillfully executing Rogue's Assassination. -682 critical damage, poison status applied successfully. -15, -298 poison status applied successfully. -15, -713 critical damage, poison status applied successfully. -15, -15. The Blood Moon Tiger reacted swiftly, suddenly turning to try to block the assassin's attack with its claws. However, at that moment, Guchen had already anticipated this move, skillfully dodging the Blood Moon Tiger's counterattack, while stabbing his dagger into its abdomen. -311, -15, -15. Roar! The Blood Moon Tiger let out a painful howl, blood gushing out. Guchen gave the Blood Moon Tiger no chance to catch its breath. He quickly moved behind it and struck fiercely at its neck. -685 critical damage, -15, -315, -15, -295, -15. In less than 10 seconds of close combat, Guchen had already taken away nearly 1/3 of the Blood Moon Tiger's health. He remained unscathed. The Blood Moon Tiger, in pain, wiped its wound, its gaze fixed intently on Guchen. Unafraid, Guchen transformed into lightning, charging straight at the Blood Moon Tiger. His gaze was firm and cold, the shadow moon blade tightly gripped in his hand, reflecting the eerie light of the blood moon under the moonlight. -282 hiss, the dagger sliced through the Blood Moon Tiger's skin, blood gushing out and staining the surrounding grass and trees red. The Blood Moon Tiger roared in pain, swinging its massive tail, trying to throw Guchen off. But Guchen held tightly onto the Blood Moon Tiger's tail, leaping forcefully onto its back. The shadow moon blade fell like raindrops, each strike precisely piercing the Blood Moon Tiger's vital points. -1082 critical hit, -15, -1151 critical hit, -15. -985 critical hit, -15. Finally, under Guchen's frenzied attacks, the Blood Moon Tiger roared in agony. Its body began to tremble, its strength gradually waning. In unwillingness and humiliation, it slowly fell down. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the Blood Moon Tiger. Normal, earning 1,500 experience points. Due to your level 5 advantage in killing the monster, you receive an additional 300 experience points. 40 seconds to take down a level 10 Blood Moon Tiger. This damage is probably a unique existence globally. With Guchen's current damage, hunting the Blood Moon Tiger is basically no longer dangerous. There's no need to draw aggro. He can slowly poison the Blood Moon Tiger to death with the soul-devouring poison sting. Just draw the Shadow Moon Blade and unleash a flurry of attacks to easily take it down. The upcoming Wulong Slope is Guchen's solo showcase, with the skills of Stealth, Gale Step, and Rogue Assassination honed to perfection under his training. All that remains in his wake are the remains of the Blood Moon Tigers. As each Blood Moon Tiger falls, Guchen's experience skyrockets. Meanwhile, the world rankings are changing rapidly. 98th, 95th, 93rd, 85th. Almost every minute, Guchen's rank is advancing, showing no signs of stopping. 45 minutes later, as the 39th Blood Moon Tiger collapses, the system's prompt sounds in Guchen's ear again. System prompt: congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 5 and gained 4 free attribute points. An hour later, as the 48th Blood Moon Tiger reluctantly lies down, Guchen finally completes his third hidden main quest. Guchen's rank successfully breaks into the top 10, temporarily sitting at 10th place. He checks the time. With an hour and a half left, he can return to turn in a quest and come back to hunt monsters, easily making it in time. With that thought. Guchen hesitates not at all and teleports back to the city. At this moment, Guchen is still unaware that his rocket-like leveling speed has become the focus of discussion among players. Top 10. We have a player. From our Hwagwa in the top 10? It can't be the arrogant Guild Scout Shao, right? He has a bronze-level mountain axe and can kill monsters above his level, leveling up super fast. I saw him in the world ranking earlier. He was already in the 30s. Now entering the top 10 makes sense. What arrogant Gao Shao? It has nothing to do with him. The one in the top 10 is a player named Floating Light Dawn. Floating Light Dawn? Who is that? I haven't heard of him before. Floating Light Dawn? I know him. Wasn't he ranked 98? An hour ago he was ranked 98 and now he's leveled up to level 5. Plus, he's made it into the top 10. No way. Is that true? The experience bar for the top 10 must have at least gone up by 10,000 points. What monsters has Floating Light Dawn been killing to level up so fast? Who knows? I just saw him quickly climb from 98 to 10th place. Level 4 requires 80,000 experience. When he was ranked 98, his experience should have been less than half of level 4. Now at level 5, he's already surpassed 10,000 experience points. This means that in the past hour, Floating Light Dawn has gained at least over 50,000 experience points. Damn, that's terrifying. 50,000 experience points calculated at the lowest probability. There's still an hour and a half left until the server's leveling leaderboard closes. Based on Floating Light Dawn's leveling speed, he could gain at least 75,000 experience points. This means if Floating Light Dawn continues leveling at this rate, our Hwagwa might very well become number 1. Damn! If Floating Light Dawn really becomes number 1, then our Hwagwa will be a true dark horse. At this leveling speed, unless something unexpected happens, he will most likely become number 1. Number 1. If I remember correctly, the first place can secure 3 level 3 resource main cities for our Hwagwa. Yes, 3 level 3 main cities. With so many players in our Hwagwa, if we can get 3 more level 3 main cities, our overall leveling speed will significantly increase. Then what are we waiting for? Charge! Floating Light Dawn, hurry up and level up. Floating Light Dawn, go for it. Blast the ass of Lucifer. Charge! Dawn of Floating Light. If you can help our Hwagwa take first place, I can give you a monkey. Damn, I just checked the big betting board and our Hwagwa's odds are 1 to 902.12. What the hell? Who bet on our Hwafu? Odds of 1 to 902.12. This is going to be a direct ascension. If Dawn of Floating Light really takes first place, that's a 900% payout. Damn, we're going to make a fortune. Absolutely going to make a fortune. I bet on our Hwafu. I wasn't planning to win, just purely to support our Hwafu. I didn't expect, after a dark moment, there would be a pleasant surprise. I bet 100 copper coins, and at this odds, I could get 90,212 copper coins. Now the buying price for 1 copper coin has reached $20. You're going to make a killing. That's 1.8 million in hand. I'm not planning to sell. I intend to keep this money to buy equipment or continue to support our Hwagwa next time. Aren't you guys getting too happy too early? The American server's Lucifer is still far ahead. There are less than 2 hours left. Whether Dawn of Floating Light can surpass it is still unknown. Is it necessary to pop champagne at halftime? Bro upstairs, did you buy the American server like me? To be honest, I bet on the American server purely for speculation to make some money. If I make it, I'm happy. If I don't, I want to curse. But if the reason I don't make it is that our Hwafu defeated the American server, causing me to lose money, I think losing that money is worth it. As long as our Hwafu can win, I'm willing to support the American server with a few hundred copper coins. Anyway, the money from the final big wheel will all go back to our Hwagwa. The fat water won't flow to outsiders. I'm still very happy about it. I don't know what mindset you have when you say this, but I think any normal Hwagwa person wouldn't say that. National interests and personal interests I can still distinguish. Exactly, although I also bet on the American server. Deep down I still hope our Hwagwa takes first place. After all, I'm only losing a few dozen copper coins, but our Hwagwa gains 3 main cities. These 3 main cities will ultimately benefit all players in our Hwagwa. Exactly, I can still distinguish between personal interests and collective interests. Hwagwa must win. Those 80 copper coins of mine are just to support Hwafu's construction. Bro upstairs has a good mindset. Dawn of Floating Light must win. Charge! Dawn of Floating Light. I bet 200 copper coins on Hwafu. Whether this wave can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle depends on you. You really went hard upstairs. Damn, you're going to make a killing this time. Damn, I just checked the personal betting and someone actually bet on Dawn of Floating Light winning when it was only level 2. Damn, I saw that too. At that time, Dawn of Floating Light was only level 2 and someone directly placed a bet on it. The odds were as high as 1 to 86,012.12. Damn, 86,000 times profit. I just want to know, who placed this bet? Can I double it now and transfer it? I bet 10 times. I bet 100 times. I bet 1,000 times. I bet 10,000 times. Damn, with 86,000 times profit, I can still make 76,000 times by betting 10,000. Damn, I can hear your little calculations all the way in Kyoto. How could someone place a bet on Floating Light Dawn winning while it was still at level 2? This is too bizarre. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it is. What do you mean, brother upstairs? I feel like you've discovered some incredible truth. This is my own deduction, just my opinion, but hear me out. Who cares about your opinion? Just say it already. Before the betting deadline, Floating Light Dawn was only at level 2. In this case, any normal person wouldn't be able to bet on Floating Light Dawn to take first place. So, there are only two types of people who could bet on Floating Light Dawn winning. First, those who firmly believe Floating Light Dawn can win. Second, Floating Light Dawn itself. The premise of firmly believing Floating Light Dawn will win is knowing its strength. Who in this world knows Floating Light Dawn's strength the best? The answer is undoubtedly one, only it knows its own strength. So, I can basically conclude that the one betting on Floating Light Dawn winning is Floating Light Dawn itself. In other words, at the time the betting closed, Floating Light Dawn, still at level 2, was already certain it could take first place. How is that possible? Your analysis is too exaggerated, right? At level 2, where does Floating Light Dawn get the confidence to take the top spot on the world ranking list? I know you might not believe this conclusion, but think about it. From 12 o'clock until now, Floating Light Dawn has leveled up 3 times. What does this indicate? It shows that Floating Light Dawn's monster killing speed far exceeds that of our current players. And, I don't know if you've noticed, but Floating Light Dawn's profession is a thief. What does leveling up have to do with its profession? It matters. And it matters a lot. Do you remember that after 12 o'clock today, our auction house in Huagua listed more than 30 pieces of equipment at once? Of course, we know that our Huagua has so many people on the world ranking list thanks to this batch of equipment, right? Among these pieces of equipment, there are 2 bronze items. Everyone knows that bronze equipment can only be dropped from bosses or obtained from bronze treasure chests. Previously, someone speculated that these more than 30 pieces of equipment should have been obtained from opening free treasure chests. I can basically confirm that Floating Light Dawn is the one who opened the free treasure chests. The fact that it can list so many pieces of equipment in skill books indicates what? It indicates that it no longer needs or looks down on these items. So, the equipment it currently has must be bronze. With such a significant equipment advantage, it dares to bet on itself to take first place. In fact, jumping from 98th to 10th place in just 1 hour already says a lot. Wow, your analysis suddenly makes so much sense. The truth is probably just like this. Floating Light Dawn. I remember now. No wonder that name sounds so familiar. Familiar? Brother, do you know him? Wow. If you know such a big shot, can you get him to sell me 2 pieces of equipment? How could I know such a big shot? I've seen his PK videos before. PK videos? Where did you see them? It was that one that went viral, where a thief single-handedly wiped out dozens of players from the Proud Guild. Wow. Which video are you talking about? I saw it too. 1 hit per person, like chopping vegetables. That thief player is Floating Light Dawn? That's right, that thief player is Floating Light Dawn. Wow. If I remember correctly, among those dozens of people, the knight with the most health had a full 500 health points, along with high defense. This means that Floating Light Dawn's maximum attack under skill enhancement might have already surpassed 700. Damn. Such explosive damage, the equipment must at least be bronze level weapons. Damn. No wonder the leveling up is so fierce. Damn it. With all my strength points allocated, even with a weapon, my attack is just barely over 100. The dawn of Floating Light is terrifyingly powerful. Why do I feel like we're not playing the same game? It's too intense. All I know is, since the dawn of Floating Light dares to bet on its own victory, there's a great chance that our Huagua can really win. Damn. I'm so excited. Let's wait and see. Guchen didn't pay much attention to the discussions outside. He had already returned to the mayor's residence. Upon seeing Gu Chun, the guard proactively approached him. Respected adventurer, you are a distinguished guest of our mayor. The guard said. Respectfully, the mayor instructed me to take you to see him immediately upon your arrival. Just in time, I have something to report to the mayor. Please lead the way. Gu Chen replied politely. Respected adventurer. This way please. Under the guard's guidance, Gu Chen quickly met the mayor of Yanhua Town, Xian Yuan Baili. Adventurer, I have received news from the doctor. Upon seeing Gu Chen, Xian Yuan Baili greeted him with a smile. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you gathering enough hemostatic grass from the poison fog forest, our Yanhua Town's guard team would have suffered heavy losses this time. The mayor is too polite. Gu Chen smiled and replied, I am also a member of Yanhua Town. It is my honor to do something for Yanhua Town. System prompt, you have gained the friendship of Yanhua Town. Yanhua Town's favorability. Plus 60. I won't say any more unnecessary thanks. If you encounter any problems in Yanhua Town, you can find me. Xian Yuan Baili continued to ask, Adventurer, you must have something else to discuss this time, right? That's right. Gu Chen took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Xian Yuan Baili, then said, the captain of the guard asked me to deliver this letter to you. Also, the Blood Moon Tiger Claws needed to repair the altar. Xian Yuan Bailey took the letter from Gu Chun, glanced at it, and immediately showed a delighted expression. Adventurer, I really don't know how to thank you. You are the savior of our Yanhua town. System prompt, you have gained the friendship of Yanhua town. Yanhua town's favorability plus 70. These Blood Moon Tiger Claws are indeed materials that our Yanhua town urgently needs right now. If it weren't for you, it would take us at least another 7 days to gather these materials. Xian Yuan Bailey continued, this is a small token of my appreciation. System prompt, congratulations, you have completed the hidden main quest to collect Blood Moon Tiger Claws for the restoration of the ancient altar. 3. Gaining 20,000 experience points. Gained 50 luck points. Gained a gilded staff, silver item. Gained 2 gold coins. Equipment name, gilded staff, silver, level 10 attributes, spell attack increase 95 to 115, intelligence plus 10 additional effect, double casting, with a 20% chance to inflict double damage on the target. Class restriction, mage, priest. Description, its appearance is as deep as the night sky, inlaid with star gems, and the golden gem at the top shines with a mysterious light, crystallizing the oath of the stars. It is not only a symbol of power but also a manifestation of wisdom and courage. The silver-level gilded staff boasts an attack power of up to 115, plus an intelligence bonus of 10. The damage directly reaches a terrifying 145 points. Moreover, the silver-level gilded staff has an additional effect. It can double cast, similar to a warrior's combo, allowing it to deal damage to the target twice. Although the activation probability is not high, one must understand that unlike warriors, mages possess area skills. Just thinking about it under an area skill is terrifying. Unfortunately, Gu Chen is not a mage and can only let Miying benefit from it. With a slight sigh, Gu Chen spent 10 silver coins to mail the silver weapon to Miying. The higher the level and grade of the equipment, the more expensive the mailing cost. 10 silver coins are still within Gu Chen's acceptable range. Less than 10 seconds after sending it, Miying's voice call came through. Where did you get this equipment? It was given for completing a quest, Gu Chen replied. How about it? Surprised? Isn't this too overpowered? Miying said with stars in her eyes. After changing to this staff, my damage has doubled. Now I can kill gods if they block my way, and kill Buddhas if they stand in my way. I'm glad you like it. For this girl who protects him with her life, Gu Chen felt that no amount of pampering was too much. I really like it. Miying said shyly, but this weapon is too precious. Why? Don't you sell it for money instead? Previously, you sold a bronze weapon for 1.8 million and it was for a limited class like Berserker. This staff, which is usable by both mages and priests, should sell for even more. I've already sold equipment for several million before, and with the 3 million you transferred to me, I can't spend it all by myself, Gu Chen replied. Besides, I always feel this game is too realistic. Many blind people and self-reliant individuals have found a second spring in this game. I speculate that this game may very well become a second world for humanity in the future. Therefore, in the early stages of the game, we must seize every opportunity for development. This weapon is for you. Consider it my investment. No, I can't accept your gift for free. Miying insisted stubbornly. Your thoughts align with mine. This game may have a significant impact on the real world. I also plan to mobilize resources at home to enter the continent of all races. This weapon counts as me buying it from you. Let's say the price is 5 million. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate more. That's a good idea. Gu Chen nodded in agreement and then said, however, I don't recommend you mobilize resources at home. The Mi family, where Miying belongs, is a prominent family in the Central Plains. With a history of over 1,000 years, it has been passed down to this day, with continuous lineage. Miying's father is a direct descendant of the Mi family. However, there are 2 older brothers above him. The family's power is mostly in the hands of Miying's 2 uncles. Miying's father only manages a few billion in assets. Nominally, these assets belong to Miying's father, but in reality, such large families operate under a patriarchal system. No matter how many assets you have, a single word from the family head can easily strip you of them. In her previous life, Miying invested the Mi family's money into the continent of all races. The first person Miying signed with was Gu Chen. At that time, a contract worth 10 million a year was offered to Gu Chen. Back then, the continent of all races had been live for less than half a month. Miying had such courage. Later, as the hidden truths of the continent of all races were gradually revealed, Miying did not forget Gu Chen. She repeatedly brought up Gu Chen's treatment. Even after her death, she handed over the Rhine Guild she had personally created to Gu Chen. Of course, the development of the Rhine Guild was not smooth sailing. As the truth of the continent of all races was gradually exposed, the Mi family eventually set their sights on the Rhine Guild. They demanded that Miying relinquish control of the Rhine Guild, which led to a very unpleasant conflict between her and her family. Later, a significant clash erupted. Gu Chen did not know how Miying resolved it at the time, but the final outcome was that over 80% of the top players from the Rhine Guild were poached by the Mi family. Only Gu Chen and a few of Miying's staunch supporters remained. It was this split that caused the Rhine Guild's strength to plummet, dropping it out of the top 10 guilds in Huagua. In his previous life, Gu Chen sometimes wondered if the Rhine Guild had not split, Miying might not have been surrounded and killed by foreign tribes while trying to save him. In this life, Guchen naturally wanted to avoid Miying having too many interests entangled with the Mi family. I don't want to use the family's money either, but you know my situation over the years. Ying hesitated. Miying had a high talent for business, with an extremely keen sense and sharp vision. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to create the Rhine Guild in her previous life. In this life, she wouldn't have reminded Guchen to pay attention to his personal safety after learning he was selling a large amount of equipment. Unfortunately, she had no interest in business. Over the years, she had been living off her family. Mi father had asked her several times to take over the businesses under his name, but Miying had refused. Tomorrow, apart from dragging Guchen to play games, it would still be dragging Guchen to play games. It was only because she had a good father and a good background that she hadn't starved. Asking her not to use the family's resources? She couldn't take out a single cent. This was the current situation of the proud young lady. Isn't it just money? Guchen smiled and said, have you forgotten? I'll handle this issue. What you need to do is expand your business in the game according to your own ideas. This weapon is my investment in you. Later, I'll give you 8 million. If you need money in the future, you can ask me anytime. Miying understood. Guchen's meaning hesitated for a moment and asked, if it's all relying on you, won't the pressure be a bit much? I can discuss it with my dad. Getting a few $100 million from him isn't a big deal. Only with pressure is there motivation. Guchen smiled and said, don't worry, I've got everything covered. Alright, I'll listen to you. Miying nodded, then thought, does that mean I'll be working for you in the future? What do you mean working for me? We're the best partners, Guchen said. I'll just provide the money, equipment, and resources. How to develop in the game is up to you. As for the shares, we can split them 50-50. What do you think? P.S. The female lead has changed her name. I will correct it in the previous chapters as soon as possible. If there are any mistakes, please leave a message to remind me. Thank you. As for the reason, I won't say. I wouldn't change it unless absolutely necessary. It's frustrating. Guchen's combat talent is among the top tier in Huagua. However, when it comes to management, he is not even close to Miying. It should be noted that in the previous life, when the national team went into action, various capital and families were involved. Hundreds of factions within Huagua were intertwined, a true battle of heroes. Even with the Mi family's full resources, they did not achieve any significant results amidst such chaotic struggles. This is why they set their sights on Miying. However, Miying, relying solely on her own abilities, led the Rhine Guild to become one of the top 10 guilds in Huagua. This demonstrates her strong leadership and management skills. In the previous life, Guchen was able to lead the Rhine Guild back to its peak after Miying's sacrifice, thanks to the management system she left behind. Such a management talent, Guchen naturally wanted to utilize well. Moreover, Miying was already the woman he had chosen for himself. It was only natural for a couple to work together. However, Guchen did not expect that Miying would refuse outright without a second thought. No. Miying shook her head and said, I can do without the resources from my family and I can accept your full funding. But I do not agree with this profit-sharing ratio. A mature partnership system must have a distinction between primary and secondary roles. Equal share structure is not conducive to the company's development. Well, you have a point. Guchen nodded in agreement. How about this? I take 4, you take 6. I'll give you management rights and I'll just be a hands-off manager. What do you think? No. Miying shook her head again. I don't need your charity. For the equity distribution, I'll take 2, you take 8. You can obtain 80% equity by investing funds while I'll take 20% through management. If you're unwilling, I'll just ask my dad for money. Guchen felt helpless. He genuinely wanted to hand over control to Miying. In his view, he was at most a talented figure, completely unable to manage a large guild of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. But he did not expect Miying to be so insistent. Guchen could only helplessly nod in agreement. After all, they would be family sooner or later, and it didn't matter who held the control. Guchen said honestly, alright, I'll follow your lead. That's more like it. Miying smiled and said, then this weapon will be considered our company's public property, and after I'm done using it, it can be passed on to our other partners. Okay. Guchen nodded and smiled, you're in charge. In the early stages, for your safety, you cannot appear in our guild. Miying said seriously, the best thing for you to do now is to cut off contact with others as much as possible and minimize the risk of exposing your identity. Understood. Guchen knew that Miying was protecting him, so he nodded in agreement. Originally, he had planned the same way. He would stay in the background while Miying took the stage. He would be responsible for continuously acquiring more resources, while Miying would manage the team and cultivate top talents. Guchen discussed related issues. After the establishment of the guild with Miying, then ended the call. At the mayor's residence, Xian Yuan Baili had already had someone take away the Blood Moon Tiger Claw and walk towards Guchen again. Respected adventurer, I have another request, and I wonder if you would be willing to accept it? Mayor Xian Yuan, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Guchen replied respectfully, I am also a member of Yanhua Town, and it is my honor to do something for Yanhua Town. The materials to repair the ancient altar are almost ready. Xian Yuan Bailey said with a conflicted expression. However, we still need 4 medicinal herbs: giant heart rock, poison, mist snake gall, lizard heart, and blood moon tiger gall. The heart of giant stone, the venomous mist snake gallbladder, the heart of the lizard, and the blood moon tiger gallbladder. These 4 materials can only be obtained by hunting powerful bosses. The dangers here are numerous. I wonder if the young hero is willing to take on this heavy burden? System prompt: are you willing to accept the hidden main quest, collecting core medicinal ingredients for repairing the ancient altar? 4. Gu Chen knew that hidden main quests wouldn't be too simple. He didn't expect the 4th task to be this difficult. It should be noted that the heart of giant stone only drops after defeating the level 7 boss, Rock Giant King. The venomous mist snake gallbladder, the heart of the lizard, and the blood moon tiger gallbladder drop from defeating venomous cobra king, sawtooth lizard king, and blood moon tiger king, respectively. In other words, to complete the 4th hidden main quest, one needs to kill 4 bosses. Even Gu Chen couldn't help but gasp. However, he didn't hesitate and nodded, saying, I am willing to accept this task. System prompt: you have accepted the hidden main quest, collecting core medicinal ingredients for repairing the ancient altar. 4. Quest name: collecting core medicinal ingredients for repairing the ancient altar. 4. Quest requirements: help the mayor of Yanhua Town, Xian Yuan Bailey, collect 4 core medicinal ingredients. Quest completion: heart of giant stone, 0 to 1, venomous mist snake gallbladder, 0 to 1, heart of the lizard, 0 to 1, blood moon tiger gallbladder, 0 to 1. Quest difficulty: time requirement 72 hours, remaining time 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Quest reward unknown. A 4-star difficulty quest should yield decent rewards upon completion. Let's go. Let's kill the boss. Since entering Yanhua Town, Gu Chen hadn't killed a bronze boss. It wasn't that he didn't want to. Mainly, Gu Chen's damage output wasn't very high, and relying solely on toxins to kill a boss would take a lot of time, which wasn't cost-effective for him. After all, the more targets a continuous damage skill like toxins is applied to, the greater its effect. Now it was different. Equipped with the Shadow Moon Blade, Gu Chen's attack power reached 140 to 160 points. Under all triggered buffs, a critical hit could deal 1092 to 1248 points of damage. Even without triggering a critical hit, he could still deal 546 to 624 points of damage. With Gu Chen's skills, soloing a boss wasn't very difficult. However, Gu Chen didn't rush to leave Yanhua Town. Instead, he went to the location of the Taoist of many words. After a day, some players had already learned that they could spend copper coins to learn skills from the Taoist. However, there weren't too many people, and soon it was Gu Chen's turn. Respected adventurer, how can I assist you? Upon seeing Gu Chen, the Taoist of many words was noticeably more enthusiastic than with others. This surprised the players waiting to learn skills around him. Why was the Taoist always cold and indifferent towards them? He looked almost dismissive. Yet, when it came to this thief, his smile was almost blooming. Gu Chen also knew that this was likely a positive effect brought about by an increase in favorability. However, what Gu Chen didn't expect was that the Taoist of many words had an unexpected surprise in addition to being nicer to him. After Gu Chen learned Stealth, Gale Steps, and Assassin Strike, there were originally 2 initial skills he had yet to learn. They were the passive skill Dual Dagger and the active skill Pickpocket. Gu Chen came this time mainly to learn Dual Dagger and Pickpocket. With Dual Dagger, Gu Chen could equip 2 daggers, allowing for greater operational flexibility later on. When the system interface displayed attributes, it showed the overall attributes based on the highest weapon level of the 2 daggers. In actual operation, each weapon constituted an independent attack system. For example, if a player removed their weapons, their base attack power would be 100. If one weapon had an attack power of 100, and the other had an attack power of 200, then attacking a target with the left hand would deal 200 damage, while attacking with the right hand would deal 300 damage. Having an extra weapon did not simply mean more output, it provided the assassin with greater operational space. For instance, the left weapon could focus on skill control attributes, while the right weapon could emphasize attack power. This combination could inflict multiple damages on a target. In summary, the more skilled the assassin, the better the effect of Dual Dagger. As for an assassin lacking in skills, Dual Dagger could also be a burden. The specific effect would vary from person to person. As for Pickpocket, it was a basic skill for assassins. Even with Shadowless Hand, Gu Chen still needed to learn Pickpocket. One was responsible for high-value targets, while the other handled low-value targets. A combination of both could maximize benefits. However, what Gu Chen did not expect was that, in addition to Dual Dagger and Pickpocket, there was a brand new skill available from the informant. Gu Chen was certain that this new skill did not exist the last time he came. Shadow Blade Dance. LV1 strike the target 3 times in a short period, dealing continuous damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Magic cost, 20 points. Price, 1 gold coin. Previously, when Gu Chen used Assassin Strike, he could achieve a 3-hit combo thanks to his attack speed bonus and his own extreme micro-operations. The difficulty of this was quite high. It was only because Gu Chen had rich practical experience and had created many skills in his previous life that he could perform such micro-operations. It would be difficult for other assassins to achieve the same. Shadow Blade Dance LV1 was different. Once activated, it could directly deal 3 continuous strikes to the target without requiring Guchen to continue micromanaging, which saved him considerable trouble. Guchen speculated that this should be due to his high intimacy level with Yanhua Town, which allowed the informant to unlock a new skill. Although the price was a bit steep, one whole gold coin, it was manageable for Guchen, who was currently quite wealthy. After spending 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins to learn 3 skills, Guchen finally prepared to leave the novice village. Hanyang Plain. A dozen members of the Proud War God were surrounding a lone Gale wolf, dealing damage frantically. At this moment, the Proud Hunter approached after receiving a report from his subordinates and said, "Vice President, we have news about Radiant Dawn." "Where are they?" "They just went to the mayor's mansion and have now come out." The Proud Hunter asked, "Should we organize the brothers to ambush him again? Last time, we weren't prepared." "Absolutely not." Before the Proud Hunter could finish, the Proud War God interrupted directly. "The identity of Radiant Dawn has been confirmed. All level 5 and above equipment in the auction house has been sold by him. According to my estimation, he has at least 3 pieces of bronze equipment on him, and he might even have silver equipment. With our current strength, it's basically impossible to kill him. So are we just going to accept this loss?" the Proud Hunter asked unwillingly. "Of course not." The Proud War God gritted his teeth and glanced at the rock giant's sword in his hand, saying, "If we don't kill this person, my parents' Proud Guild will probably lose face. However, we can't kill him yet." "Why not?" the Proud Hunter asked in confusion. Floating Light Dawn is currently ranked 5th on the global level leaderboard. The Proud War God, being the vice president of the Proud Guild, naturally had some skills and immediately analyzed, he now represents our Huafu, competing for the first position. At this time, if someone kills Floating Light Dawn, it will undoubtedly make us the public enemy of our country. Not to mention that our current equipment level can't kill Floating Light Dawn. Even if we could, in such a public opinion environment, we still can't kill him. If we can't kill him now and we can't swallow this anger, what should we do? the Proud Hunter asked. To take revenge. We must also have patience, the Proud War God continued. We must remain calm at all times and not let hatred cloud our judgment. We must remember that no matter how strong Floating Light Dawn is, he is still just one person. And what is our advantage? We have numbers. The more people we have means that over time, our team's attack power will only grow stronger. And Floating Light Dawn, after all, is just one person. No matter how strong he is, even if he is the best in the world, when facing our entire Proud Guild, he can only lie down. So what we need now is time. Time for us to develop. Then why are you still paying attention to Floating Light Dawn? the Proud Hunter asked curiously. This person has secrets. And they are big secrets, the Proud War God asserted. Although we can't take revenge now, we can monitor him. Let's see where he goes, what tasks he takes, and what monsters he kills. Most importantly, how he got his equipment. Did he open it from a free treasure chest? And how did he open the free treasure chest? Our Proud Guild's thieves have encountered free treasure chests, but unfortunately, they couldn't open them at all. So we must find out how Floating Light Dawn opened it. As long as we follow him and learn the method to open the free treasure chests, we can mobilize all the thieves in our Proud Guild. We currently control several hundred novice villages. Just think about it, how much wealth is there in the free treasure chests of hundreds of novice villages? As long as we obtain the method to open the free treasure chests, will we still worry about not having equipment? By then, we will all be wearing bronze equipment, and not to mention 1 Floating Light Dawn. Even 10 Floating Light Dawns won't be our match. The Vice President is still thoughtful. I hadn't thought of this point. The Vice President is mighty. The Proud Hunter finally understood the Proud War God's plan and immediately complimented. Now is not the time to be happy, the Proud War God continued. Here's what you do. Send all our level 4 assassins from Yanhua Town to follow Floating Light Dawn closely. They don't need to attack him. They just need to record where he goes, which NPCs he interacts with, and what monsters he fights. Make sure they pay special attention to how he opens the treasure chests. Okay, Vice President, I'll arrange it right away, the Proud Hunter said excitedly. As long as we master the method to open the free treasure chests, our Proud Guild will definitely become the #1 guild in the continent of all races. At this moment, Guchen still did not know that he had caught the attention of the arrogant guild members. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, 1,000 locks, 10,000 solutions was his exclusive skill. No one else possessed it besides him. It wasn't something that could be learned just by watching. Therefore, Guchen was not worried at all about being followed. He was even less concerned that his method of opening treasure chests would be learned by them. Looking at the time, it was 10:32. There was still about an hour and a half left before the first full server event in the Myriad Races continent would end. There was plenty of time. Exiting Yanhua Town, Guchen directly activated stealth, then activated Gale Steps, heading towards the Rock Giant camp. Guchen had a rough idea of the location of the boss, the Rock Giant King. He had discovered it while leveling up in the Rock Giant camp before. However, at that time, Guchen did not have enough confidence to solo the Rock Giant King. So, when pulling monsters, he always avoided the Rock Giant King. This time was different. This time, Guchen had the enhancement of the Shadow Moon Blade and the speed boost from the Wind Dance Boots. He was completely unafraid of the Rock Giant King. At level 5, Gu Chen's speed had already reached over 63 points, plus the extended movement in stealth and the speed bonus from the wind dance boots. In stealth mode, Gu Chen's movement speed had reached a terrifying 140 points. What originally took 7 or 8 minutes to cross the wild boar forest now only took 2 or 3 minutes. At this moment, Gu Chen was moving swiftly, completely unaware that 4 or 5 assassins from the arrogant guild were following him. Even more unaware was that this group of level 4 assassins, after following Gu Chen for less than a minute, were all dumbfounded. Wild boar forest. Arrogant Shadow stared blankly around, asking in confusion, "Where is he? Where is Floating Light Dawn?" This. Another assassin also looked bewildered. "I don't know. I could see his shadow just now, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared." "Yeah." Another assassin chimed in. "Floating Light Dawn's speed is too fast, at least 3 times ours. It's basically impossible for us to catch up. What do we do now?" The last assassin responsible for the mission asked with a long face. The vice president said to follow closely and absolutely not lose him. "Damn it, is this even about whether we can keep up or not?" Arrogant Shadow said irritably. "This is a matter of us not being able to keep up at all. Floating Light Dawn's speed is just too damn abnormal. The gap between us is too big. Forget it." Arrogant Shadow said speechlessly. "I'll report to the vice president." Hearing Arrogant Shadow's words, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone step up was a good thing for them. Hanyang Plain. Waste. A bunch of waste. Arrogant War God couldn't help but curse. "Vice President, what's going on?" Arrogant Hunter stepped forward to ask. "Damn it, for assassins lost track of a Floating Light Dawn," Arrogant War God said with a grim expression. "They didn't even follow for a minute before losing him." "Ah?" Arrogant Hunter looked bewildered. "Is Floating Light Dawn that strong? The ones we sent out were all level 4 assassins." Arrogant War God's expression was cold, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. "Have our people in Yanhua Town pay attention to Floating Light Dawn's movements. Let the president send over a pair of speed shoes. I refuse to believe that I can't keep up with the fleeting light of dawn." In less than 10 minutes, Gu Chen had arrived at the Rock Giant camp and locked onto the position of the Rock Giant King. In a hidden state, Gu Chen directly cast an insight spell at the Rock Giant King. The attributes of the Rock Giant King appeared before Gu Chen. Monster name: Rock Giant King, Bronze Boss, level 7 health 200000. Attack 260 to 325, defense 230, speed 38, skills: Rock Smash Fist, Petrifying Gaze, Earth Shield, Rock Spike Assault. Description: among the Rock Giant clan, the Rock Giant King holds supreme status and authority. He is the leader and symbol of the entire clan, respected and loved by all his kin. His wisdom and strength are the foundation for the survival and development of the clan. Rock Smash Fist. The Rock Giant King gathers all his rock power to form a massive rock fist, striking fiercely at the enemy. When the fist hits the ground, it triggers a strong tremor, causing area damage and a stun effect. Petrifying Gaze. The Rock Giant King gazes at the enemy with his eyes, releasing a powerful petrifying energy. The enemy being gazed at will gradually be covered in rock, ultimately becoming completely petrified and unable to move. Earth Shield. The Rock Giant King connects with the Earth's deep veins, summoning an indestructible rock shield to protect himself from damage. Rock Spike Assault. The Rock Giant King summons countless sharp rock spikes from underground, launching a dense assault on the enemy. These rock spikes are extremely fast and hard to evade. After reviewing the attributes of the Rock Giant King, Gu Chen couldn't help but gasp. With the terrifying skills of the Rock Giant King, who wouldn't be dazed? There are control skills, shields, assault skills, and damage output skills. Damn! More importantly, he has thick health and high defense. For a normal level 5 player, breaking through his defense would be a huge problem. Not to mention this guy can use Petrifying Gaze, which can directly petrify attacking players. At the same time, this guy has the Earth Shield bonus, which can negate damage. Even more importantly, both Rock Smash Fist and Rock Spike Assault are displacement assault skills. Especially Rock Spike Assault, which is an area assault skill that can summon countless sharp rock spikes from underground, causing area attack damage. Since entering the game, it was the first time Gu Chen took things seriously. At this moment, it was already night, and the moonlight slanted through the cracks of the ruins, casting a glow on Gu Chen, adding a touch of mystery to his black tight-fitting outfit. He stood quietly in the shadows, his eyes fixed on the Rock Giant King not far away, the shadow moon blade in his hand reflecting a cold light. At this moment, the Rock Giant King stood like a mountain on the earth, his skin as hard as iron, with a lava-like glow flickering in his eyes in the night. He swung the massive stone club in his hand, each movement accompanied by tremors in the ground, as if even the air was trembling in response. Gu Chen took a deep breath, his figure moved like a meteor in the dark night, swiftly charging towards the Rock Giant King. In a hidden state, Gu Chen's actions did not attract the attention of the Rock Giant King. Gu Chen moved directly behind the Rock Giant King. The shadow moon blade in his hand sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it stabbed toward the Giant King's chest. Shadow Blade Dance. -852 critical damage, poison status applied successfully. -15, -428 poison status applied successfully. -15, -938 critical damage, poison status applied successfully. -15, -832 critical damage, -358 after using Shadow Blade Dance. In addition to the 3 segments of damage, Guchen attempted to leverage his attack speed advantage to unleash multiple attacks through inertia. To his surprise, he succeeded. This meant that the 3-segment damage of Shadow Blade Dance could deal 5 segments of damage in Guchen's hands. The one-time output directly inflicted nearly 3,400 points of damage to the Rock Giant King. However, this amount of damage was nothing to the Giant King. Its massive body merely swayed slightly, and with a gentle swing of its stone club, it smashed toward Guchen. Guchen dodged with a swift movement, easily evading it. With a bang, the spot where Guchen had been standing was struck, creating a half-meter deep pit. Guchen's movement paused, and he was secretly astonished. Damn! If that thing had hit him, just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. However, Guchen did not feel discouraged. Instead, he observed the Giant King's movements more calmly. Seeing that Guchen did not retreat, the Rock Giant King became even more arrogant, swinging its stone club and launching a fierce attack on the rogue. Wherever the stone club passed, the air buzzed as if the surrounding space was distorted. After applying the poison status, the Rock Giant King's attack and movement speed were significantly reduced. Even without using Gale Step, Guchen could easily cope. Guchen moved nimbly, like a fish swimming through a giant wave, skillfully weaving between the Rock Giant King's attacks. As a top player, Guchen did not miss any opportunity to attack during his evasive maneuvers. -182, -15, -191, -15. Unfortunately, without the stealth bonus and back attack, he could not deal high critical damage. In the American server, knights at the front, mages in the back to deal damage. Don't worry about not dealing enough damage. Deal as much damage as you can. Priests, pay attention to healing. If health is low, take potions. Maintain optimal condition. Lucifer was calmly commanding a team of over 100 people, feeling quite pleased. At this moment, under the siege of more than 100 people, the Gale Wolf King had entered a berserk state. President Lucifer, we just received news that South Korea and Sakura country are also organizing personnel to attack the Gale Wolf King. Storm, I came over to report voluntarily. According to the information provided by our intelligence personnel, the bronze boss in Sakura country has half of its health remaining. The bronze boss in South Korea has 1/3 of its health left. Lucifer nodded in satisfaction and then asked, what about China? Any latest news? China currently has dozens of high-level equipment. If these pieces of equipment are gathered together, they will definitely have the strength to attack a level 5 boss. In China, the president of the Arrogant Guild, Arrogant Gao Xiao, is currently organizing personnel. But they have not yet started the attack, Storm, I reported. Apart from the Arrogant Guild, we have not received news of any other forces attacking the level 5 boss for now. Very good. Lucifer finally felt at ease and said, in another 5 minutes, we will achieve the world's first kill of the bronze boss. Give the order, let me deliver the final blow to the bronze boss. In the myriad races of the continent, team leveling is based on contribution to experience. If there is no team, hunting alone is better, as all experience belongs to one person. In this case, output contribution is ignored. This has given rise to a special method of carrying people. 2. People do not form a team. One person weakens the monster, allowing the other to reap the rewards. In this way, the experience is solely attributed to the other person. The reason Lucifer, the arrogant young master, and others level up so quickly, aside from their own abilities, is primarily because they have a dedicated team feeding them experience. Because of this, while mainstream players are still at level 3, they have already reached level 5. This method of leveling requires a significant cost, which ordinary players cannot afford. However, for someone like Lucifer, the heir of a top financial group, it is hardly worth mentioning. Rock Giant Camp. System prompt, the Rock Giant has launched Petrifying Gaze at you. System prompt, you have received the protection of Dust Avoidance Pearl, automatically clearing all negative statuses. Taking advantage of the Rock Giant King's Petrifying Gaze, Guchen's movements did not pause. Shadow Blade Dance. -1582 critical hit plus vital attack, -15, -892 vital attack, -15, -795 vital attack, -15, -723, -15, -758, -15. After 10 minutes of probing attacks, Guchen had already observed the weakness of the Rock Giant King, its ankle. The Rock Giant King's massive body makes its ankle the most crucial point of support. Attacking at this position can inflict significant damage. Sure enough, as the Shadow Moon blade accurately pierced into the crevice of the rock, the Giant King let out a deafening roar, its body beginning to lose balance. In pain, the Rock Giant King formed a massive shield in front of itself. Unfortunately, at this moment, Guchen, in a concealed state, had already sneaked behind the Rock Giant King. Another rogue assassination strike. minus 852, critical damage, minus 15, minus 523, vital attack, minus 15, minus 555, minus 15, under Gu Chen's attacks. The rock giant king's enormous body began to sway, and the stone club in its hand lost its previous luster. In that instant, Gu Chen quickly climbed onto its back and seized the opportunity to attack, the shadow moonblade falling like raindrops, continuously leaving a series of damage numbers on the rock giant king's body. Finally, with a deafening roar, the rock giant king crashed to the ground. Its body shattered into a pile of rubble. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for completing the first kill of the bronze boss in the Myriad Races continent. The system will soon make 3 announcements to the entire server. Do you want to hide the player's name? Server announcement? Gu Chen frowned. To be honest, he did not like such attention-grabbing matters. However, he knew that such things were unavoidable. In the Myriad Races continent, every level boss first kill or other special contributions would trigger 3 announcements from the system. This is something no one can avoid. The only choice is whether to hide one's name. Should he hide it? Gu Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. He was already on the global level leaderboard. After achieving a solo kill on the bronze boss, the ranking was bound to rise significantly. In this case, hiding one's name was undoubtedly like trying to hide silver in broad daylight. No hiding. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the player Floating Light Breaking Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the bronze boss on the 10,000 Races continent. Reward: 100 luck points, 30,000 experience points, and a first kill gift pack for the bronze boss. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the player Floating Light Breaking Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the bronze boss on the 10,000 Races continent. Reward: 100 luck points, 30,000 experience points, and a first kill gift pack for the bronze boss. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the player Floating Light Breaking Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the bronze boss on the 10,000 Races continent. Reward: 100 luck points, 30,000 experience points, and a first kill gift pack for the bronze boss. As Gu Chen finally made his decision, a golden light descended upon the world. In an instant, countless players around the globe were left in a state of confusion. American server. First kill of the bronze boss? Chinese server? How could it be China? Our Eagle Sauce Federation is the strongest. Why would China get ahead? Outside Locktown, Yars Prairie. A wool with a wolf howl. The Gale Wolf King collapsed weakly to the ground. Beside the Gale Wolf King, a handsome blonde man wore a grim expression. There was no joy after hunting the Gale Wolf King. Why? Why is it China? Lucifer sheathed his sword, his face dark as he said, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute and the first kill of the bronze boss would have been mine. Stormy trembled as he stepped forward, reporting, President, we just received news that Floating Light Dawn does not belong to any guild in China. He might be a lone wolf. We can't track his movements. Lucifer's expression darkened further, his voice cold. Are you saying he soloed the bronze boss? Well, even though Storm I found it hard to believe, he respectfully replied. From the information we've gathered, it's very likely that Floating Light Dawn soloed the bronze boss. Lucifer still believed Storm I's intel. It was precisely because of this that his expression grew even darker. With his current strength, he had almost no chance of soloing the Gale Wolf King. He truly couldn't imagine how Floating Light Dawn managed to do it. Find out for me. Lucifer ordered darkly. We must uncover all information about Floating Light Dawn. Korean server. Ah, no way. Absolutely impossible. How could the Chinese kill the bronze boss before us? This Floating Light Dawn must be one of us South Koreans. Otherwise, he couldn't have soloed the bronze boss. Japanese server. Baka. What are our players in Sakura country doing? They can't even compare to the Chinese players. Aren't the Chinese players always behind in levels? How could they be the first to kill the bronze boss? Countless doubts and disbelief arose around the world. Since the opening of the 10,000 Races continent, China's levels had always lagged behind the world average. The American server, Korean server, and Japanese server were far ahead. In the eyes of the Sakura people, South Koreans, and Eagle Sauce Federation members, the bronze boss could only appear among their countries. It absolutely couldn't be China. But now, the global announcement from the 10,000 Races continent was a slap in the face to them. How could they believe it? The Chinese server was also not peaceful. Floating Light Dawn, why does that name sound so familiar? He's the #1 on our Chinese level ranking. It is said that his profession is a thief. Most of the level 5 and above equipment in our China is sold by Floating Light Dawn. It is said that he leveled from 2 to 5 in less than 12 hours and is now in the top 3 in the world. Damn, this guy can't be a cheater, right? I spent over a day and I'm only level 3. I still need half the experience to reach level 4. How could he level up so fast? Cheater. He must be cheating. Damn it. So he's a cheater. No wonder he could solo the bronze boss. What a disgrace to us Chinese. Report. Hurry and report. People like this should have their accounts deleted. Damn it. You up there. Can you stop spewing nonsense? Do you have any evidence that he's a cheater? If you have no evidence, why are you barking like a dog? No matter how you say it, Floating Light Breaking Dawn is still one of us from the Huaxia server. After he took first place, it wasn't for his own benefit. It was for the benefit of all players on our Huagwa server. You're enjoying the benefits brought by Floating Light Breaking Dawn while spewing nonsense? Evidence, damn it? Is this blatant cheating not obvious to you? A boss that dozens of people couldn't defeat and he took it on alone? Is that reasonable? Besides, he's only in third place now. Let's see if he can take first. The Lucifer from the Eagle's Sauce Federation is still in first place. They had to mobilize dozens of people just to kill the bronze boss. Why can Floating Light Breaking Dawn solo it? And he did it faster than Lucifer? In an instant, whether on the foreign server or the national server, a large number of players began to question Gu Chen. Occasionally, there were voices trying to reason, but they were directly torn apart by keyboard warriors. At this moment, players blinded by jealousy seemed to have found an outlet for their frustration, nailing Gu Chen to the pillar of shame without any evidence. In fact, does the truth matter? In the hearts of most people, the truth they believe is the most important. As for what is objective, they don't care. Because with the first kill of a bronze boss, the entire 10,000 races continent was in an uproar. Gu Chen, however, did not pay attention to this. After entering the game, he actively blocked any messages. This was a habit formed in his previous life. In the midst of battle, the most taboo thing is to be disturbed by outside factors. So, once he started leveling up, Gu Chen would enter blocking mode, allowing only those he particularly cared about to send him messages. In his previous life, the person he particularly cared about was Qin Mengyao. In this life, after losing Qin Mengyao, he had only one person he particularly cared about, and that was Miying. As long as it wasn't Miying sending him messages, all friend requests or other messages would be automatically blocked. System prompt: you have killed a monster above your level, gaining an additional 3,000 experience points. In the 10,000 races continent, killing monsters above your level comes with rewards. For levels 1 to 5, you can gain an additional 10% experience reward. For levels 5 and above, you can gain an additional 20% experience reward. The boss was dead. And next came the exciting looting phase. Gu Chen rummaged through the chaos for a while. Soon, he discovered the giant heart rock. In addition to the giant heart rock, the rock giant king also dropped a piece of bronze equipment and 3 common items. In the bronze treasure chest guarded by the rock giant king, there was also a piece of bronze equipment, a mage skill book, flame rain, and 3 common items. Gu Chen checked the equipment. None were useful to him. He directly mailed them to Miying, letting her handle it. Whether to sell them or give them to potential recruits was up to Miying. With such a logistics manager handling the troublesome matter of equipment, Gu Chen naturally took the opportunity to be lazy. After dealing with these, Gu Chen turned his attention to the first kill gift pack for the bronze boss. In his previous life, he was too weak and had never encountered a first kill gift pack. He didn't know what rewards this first kill gift pack would give. With an excited heart, Gu Chen took out the first kill gift pack for the bronze boss. System prompt: do you want to open the first kill gift pack for the bronze boss? Yes. System prompt: congratulations, you have received a Windbreaker Blade silver equipment. A first kill gift pack only gave a piece of silver equipment? To be honest, Gu Chen felt a bit disappointed. He even looked down on it. After all, he had already obtained 2 pieces of silver equipment himself. The allure of silver equipment was no longer that strong for him. However, when Gu Chen saw the attributes of the Breaking Wind Blade, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Weapon name: Windbreaker Blade, silver, level 10 attributes, attack power 155 to 185, strength plus 10, special trait 10% chance to trigger critical damage. Class restriction: assassin, thief. Description: a dagger that combines aggression, practicality, and aesthetics, possessing not only powerful combat capabilities but also meeting the needs for survival and self-defense. Like the Gilded Staff, the Windbreaker Blade has 2 attributes and 1 special trait. Strength increases by 10 points plus the maximum attack of the Windbreaker Blade. Gu Chen's maximum damage reached 260 points. This is under the condition that Gu Chen allocated all free attribute points to agility. It should be noted that the greatest trait of the stealth profession is the attack bonus while in stealth. Backstab plus 100%, critical damage plus 100, coupled with the 35% attack bonus from the thief's assassination. Gu Chen's full-powered strike can reach a terrifying 1,400 points of damage. Currently, there should be no knight in the world who can withstand a single attack from Gu Chen. Of course, this is not what makes Gu Chen the happiest. What makes Gu Chen happiest is the special trait of the Windbreaker Blade, a 10% chance to trigger critical damage. Previously, Gu Chen could only achieve critical damage while in stealth. Now it's different. Even with a normal attack, there is a certain probability of triggering critical damage, although it's only a 10% chance. However, Gu Chen's attack speed is fast enough, and the number of strikes is sufficient. When stacked together, the damage becomes terrifying enough. After equipping the Windbreaker Blade, Gu Chen is now also a dual dagger wielder. Left hand Shadow Moon Blade, right hand Windbreaker Blade. Such a luxurious thief. There is currently only Gu Chen in the entire server. Of course, Gu Chen equips 2 daggers not to show off skills, but to use the unique skill he created in his previous life, Thousand Path Flow. The requirement for Thousand Path Flow is to have dual blades in hand. It can be knives, swords, or daggers. With only 1 dagger before, it was impossible to use Thousand Path Flow. Now it's different. With the Shadow Moon Blade and Windbreaker Blade, the basic conditions for Thousand Path Flow have been met. The so-called Thousand Path Flow is to quickly unleash sword techniques that would normally take dozens of times in a short period through high-frequency wrist movements, achieving maximum output. However, in his previous life, Gu Chen used a sword for Thousand Path Flow, and in extreme conditions, he could unleash 1,000 sword energies in 1 second, hence the name Thousand Path Flow. At that time, Gu Chen had divine artifacts by his side, and his overall operation was mature. Now, switching from sword to dagger, with levels and equipment still in the developmental stage, it is impossible to unleash 1,000 sword energies in 1 second. Based on Gu Chen's calculations, in a dual blade state, he can now use Thousand Path Flow to deal 20 to 30 strikes of damage in 1 second at most. Of course, aside from using Thousand Path Flow, having 2 daggers in hand also gives Gu Chen greater operational space. In battle, Gu Chen can flexibly utilize these 2 daggers. When faced with an attack, he can cleverly block with the dagger in his right hand, neutralizing the opponent's offensive without a trace. Once he finds a flaw, Gu Chen can swiftly strike with the main attacking dagger in his left hand, delivering a fatal blow to the target. If the timing is right, Gu Chen can also unleash Thousand Path Flow, dealing extreme damage to a single target. After obtaining the heart of the giant stone, the next target is the Poison Mist Cobra King. As Gu Chen hurried towards the Poison Mist Forest, he familiarized himself with the attack rhythm of Thousand Path Flow in dagger form. When encountering the Poison Mist Cobra King, Gu Chen was already able to achieve a maximum output of 26 strikes in 1 second. According to Gu Chen's calculations, this should be his current limit. He cast an insight spell on the Poison Mist Cobra King. Soon, the attributes of the Poison Mist Cobra King appeared before Gu Chen. Monster name: Poison Fog Cobra King, Bronze Boss, level 8 health 220,000. Attack 310 to 350, physical defense 160, magical defense 120, speed 65, skills: Poison Fog Spray, Venomous Fangs, Snake Swarm Summon, Shadow Clone. Description: the Poison Fog Cobra King is born from an ordinary cobra that, after absorbing countless years of sun and moon essence and forest spirit energy, underwent several transformations. Its body gradually became enormous, its scales shimmering with a dark luster, and its eyes like 2 deep gemstones, capable of perceiving all things in the world. As night falls, moonlight filters through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on a patch of open grass. This grassland is located at the edge of the misty forest, where the air is filled with the damp scent of soil and a faint mist. Gu Chen, now in a stealth state, appears quite relaxed. Having become familiar with the Thousand Paths Flow, the level 8 Poison Fog Cobra King no longer poses a significant threat to him. However, Gu Chen still adopts a life and death combat attitude, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings for a suitable opportunity. The first Thousand Paths Flow after becoming hidden is his maximum output and must be executed perfectly. A rustling sound comes from the grass, and the Poison Fog Cobra King nearby seems to have heard the noise, moving towards Gu Chen's direction. 10, 9, 1. Gu Chen counts down 10 seconds in his mind, then performs a backflip from the tree, using the momentum of his fall to launch a Thousand Paths Flow at the back of the Poison Fog Cobra King. The 3 damage instances from the Shadow Blade's dance, combined with the 26 attacks from the Thousand Paths Flow. A series of numbers float above the massive head of the Poison Fog Cobra King. Just one attack inflicts nearly 30,000 damage on the Poison Fog Cobra King. Success! Gu Chen feels a surge of joy. The experiment proves that the stacking attack effect, after becoming hidden, can extend to the Thousand Paths Flow. This means that using the Thousand Paths Flow in a hidden state allows for the 26 instances of damage to stack critical hit rates and critical hit damage. If attacking from the back, there will also be a 100% attack bonus. Gu Chen does not celebrate for long. The injured Poison Fog Cobra begins to spray poison fog. A stream of green mist erupts from its large mouth, quickly spreading out. With the dust avoidance pearl on him, Gu Chen is naturally unafraid and goes in for another set of Thousand Paths Flow. This time, the frontal attack lacks the hidden and back attack effects. 26 strikes only deal 3,000 points of damage. Gu Chen is not disheartened. After all, his level is still low. His attack power has not yet increased, and dealing this much damage is already quite good. At this moment, Gu Chen has regarded the Poison Fog Cobra King as his sparring partner. Whenever there is a suitable opportunity, he will attempt to execute a set of Thousand Paths Flow. There are successes and failures. However, Gu Chen can feel that he is becoming increasingly adept at using the Thousand Paths Flow. Hiss! With the last hiss, the Poison Fog Cobra King falls, unwilling to accept its fate. Ding! System prompt: congratulations to player floating. Light Dawn for becoming the second adventurer in Huagui to kill a bronze boss. The system will soon make 3 announcements to the entire server. Would you like to hide the player name? The first kill of bronze and silver level bosses will be announced worldwide. Generally, the prefix used is 10,000 races continent announcement. After the announcement, all servers worldwide will receive the message. The first, second, and third kills of bronze and silver level bosses on this server will typically be announced to the entire server using the phrase full server announcement. Announcements will only be made on this server, which means that the first, second, and third kills in Huagua will be announced internally, while the first, second, and third kills in Sakura Country, South Korea, and Eagle Sauce Federation will be announced on their respective servers. Other servers will not receive related messages. Not hidden. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the second to kill the bronze boss Toxic Fog Cobra King, rewarded with 50 luck points, 50,000 experience points, and a bronze treasure chest. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the second to kill the bronze boss Toxic Fog Cobra King, rewarded with 50 luck points, 50,000 experience points, and a bronze treasure chest. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the second to kill the bronze boss Toxic Fog Cobra King, rewarded with 50 luck points, 50,000 experience points, and a bronze treasure chest. It had been less than 20 minutes since the first kill of the bronze boss worldwide. Floating Light Dawn had completed the second kill of the bronze boss, and it was the level 8 Toxic Fog Cobra King. At this moment, players across the entire 10,000 races continent were stunned. Fuck, what's going on? Fuguang Breaking Dawn killed a bronze boss? Damn, how long has it been since the last global announcement? I calculated, it's been less than 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, a single kill of a bronze level boss. Damn, are they that strong? Where's the 20 minutes? At most it's just 10 minutes. You have to know, it takes at least 10 minutes or even longer to get from one boss map to another. So, by that calculation, Fuguang Breaking Dawn had less than 10 minutes. I'm numb. I'm completely numb. Can this game still be played? I'm still here dealing with a level 3 Roaring Wild Boar while they're already fighting an 8 level boss. Damn. You guys look, they're second now. Fuguang Breaking Dawn is already second in the whole server. Doesn't this mean our Huagua can at least get 2 level 3 main cities? 2 cities, I think 3 cities is not a big problem. Yeah. In less than 10 minutes, a single kill of a bronze level boss with that attack power, leveling up is just a matter of minutes. I'm counting on our Huagua. If Fuguang Breaking Dawn really takes first place, I'll turn my bicycle into a motorcycle. Actually, I feel like Fuguang Breaking Dawn can just settle for second. 2 main cities for our Huagua is enough, no need to compete with the Eagle Sauce Federation for first. Upstairs, I see you must have bought into the Eagle Sauce Federation taking first place, so you're here being sarcastic? Definitely. Selfish and self-serving. Do you really think others can't see through your little schemes? US server, Misel Valley. Here live level 6. Monsters, Thunder Flame Beasts. At this moment, dozens of teams, under the command of their leaders, are methodically depleting the life of the Thunder Flame Beasts. Lucifer weaves through them, occasionally delivering the final blow to the Thunder Flame Beasts, harvesting all the experience. Just then, after hunting a Thunder Flame Beast, Lucifer suddenly frowned. He looked at the name on the global level leaderboard and couldn't help but frown. Just now, Fuguang Breaking Dawn had already surpassed the second place Park Suchong and was just a step away from him. So fast? Lucifer's brow furrowed, a bad premonition creeping in. The Eye of the Storm, who was following Lucifer, naturally noticed his increasingly grim expression and asked, "President, what's going on?" Fuguang Breaking Dawn has surpassed Park Suchong and is now second on the global level leaderboard. Lucifer continued, "According to the intelligence we've gathered, Fuguang Breaking Dawn placed a heavy bet when they were level 2, betting on themselves to be first. Moreover, I just received news from Huagua that Fuguang Breaking Dawn killed an 8-level bronze boss in less than 10 minutes. At this leveling speed, my position as first is probably not secure." The Eye of the Storm was also surprised. A level 5 player killing an 8-level bronze boss. How is that possible? Even with our guild's more than 100 top experts combined, we can't do that. The Huagua server has already issued an announcement. I don't think it's false. Lucifer frowned. Mobilize all our guild members in Locktown to come to Misel Valley. At all costs, we must secure the first place before the deadline. This concerns not only our entire Divine Punishment Guild but also the future interests of our Eagle Sauce Federation. Okay, President, I'll take care of it right away. Jingu Town. Flame Plain. Axie BA. How could Floating Light Dawn be stronger than me? Impossible. This can't be. He must be a descendant of our Goryeo people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to be this strong. Park Suchong shouted like a madman, then coldly commanded, "Mobilize all our guild players in Jingu Town. Come to Flame Plain. I must reclaim second place. Songchi Town, Secret Language Forest. Baka. Damn Floating Light Dawn. He actually pushed me out of the top 3. Notify all the Sakura people in Songchi Town. At all costs, catch up to Floating Light Dawn. System prompt: you have gained an additional 5,000 experience points for defeating the bronze boss, Venomous Cobra King, at a higher level. System prompt: soul-devouring poison. Spike has detected a poison source, Venomous Cobra King's poison. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. System prompt: Venomous Cobra King's poison absorption complete. System prompt: your soul-devouring poison spike has changed. At this moment, Guchen still did not know that his actions had already broken the defenses of the previous top 3, Lucifer, Park Suchung, and Mudo Aikiru. He simply checked his equipment, having killed the boss and opened 2 bronze treasure chests. He obtained a total of 5 pieces of bronze equipment and 9 pieces of common equipment. Among the 5 bronze pieces, Guchen could use 2. One was the Cobra King Ring, bronze, and the other was the Dragon Rock Armor, bronze. Weapon name: Cobra King Ring, bronze, level 8, attributes: strength plus 10, class restriction, none. Description: it is said that the Cobra King Ring originated from ancient times, crafted by a powerful snake god to protect his tribe. Weapon name: Dragon Rock Armor, bronze, level 10, attributes: health plus 100, magic defense plus 20. Class restriction, none. Description: it is said that the Dragon Rock Armor was forged by a powerful fire elementalist, the guardian of the Dragon Rock land. The surface of the armor is covered with intricate flame patterns, which are not only decorative but also contain powerful fire element magic. After equipping these 2 pieces, Guchen packed up the remaining equipment and sent it all to Ming. Having someone in charge of logistics is quite comfortable. Next up was the 3rd boss, Sawtooth Lizard King. 15 minutes later, the server announcement rang out again. Server announcement: congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the 3rd to defeat the bronze boss, Sawtooth Lizard King, rewarded with 50 luck points, 70,000 experience points, and 1 bronze treasure chest. Server announcement: congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the 3rd to defeat the bronze boss, Sawtooth Lizard King, rewarded with 50 luck points, 70,000 experience points, and 1 bronze treasure chest. Server announcement: congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the 3rd to defeat the bronze boss, Sawtooth Lizard King, rewarded with 50 luck points, 70,000 experience points, and 1 bronze treasure chest. Numb. The entire population of China is numb. It's only been a few minutes and another bronze boss is gone? And a level 9 bronze boss at that? This is way too exaggerated. Last time the whole process took 20 minutes, this time it's even shorter, only 10 minutes. I seriously suspect that Floating Light Breaking Dawn didn't kill these bosses before just to save them for a final push to level up. Why would he save it until the end? Why else? Purely to show off with equipment and slap aces, right? Look, now he has successfully reached the top of the worldwide level ranking. Holy cow! I just noticed Floating Light Breaking Dawn is already level 6. Damn! This leveling speed is like a little cow riding a rocket, totally awesome. Damn! Cheater! Absolutely a cheater. Report him, must report him. Why can I only fight level 3 roaring wild boars while floating? Light Breaking Dawn can already solo kill a level 9 bronze boss? This is unfair. He must be using hacks. I'm going to report him. Holy cow, you just thought of that now? I already reported him 20 minutes ago. Cheaters must be banned. That's right. Cheaters must die. You're practically reading out Floating Light Breaking Dawn's ID card. Holy cow. Can't you guys have some perspective? Even if Floating Light Breaking Dawn is using hacks, he's bringing glory to our China server. What's the point of reporting your own people like this? We are not with cheaters. Besides, even if we don't report him with his cheating behavior, will the game officials ignore it? Sooner or later, his account will be banned. Exactly. Just waiting for Floating Light Breaking Dawn's account to be banned. Just waiting for Floating Light Breaking Dawn's account to be banned. Outside Yanhua Town, Lizard Swamp. Holy cow, I actually got a silver equipment. Guchen looked at the silver equipment in his hand and muttered excitedly to himself. This was the 4th piece of silver equipment he had obtained, and the 3rd piece he could wear. Weapon name: Fiery Rock Bracers, silver. Level 10. Attributes: strength plus 15, constitution plus 10. Trait: overall defense increased by 10%. Profession restriction: none. Description: equipment crafted by the Fiery Rock tribe. The legacy of the Fiery Rock Bracers is long and strict. Only warriors who have undergone rigorous training, possess firm will, and have fire element talent are qualified to wear the Fiery Rock Bracers and become guardians of the tribe. Weapon name: Lizard Helmet, bronze. Level 9. Attributes: health plus 50, constitution plus 10. Profession restriction: none. Description: this helmet is not something ordinary craftsmen can create. It contains the mysteries of nature and the wisdom of ancient civilization. There were a total of 2 pieces of equipment that Guchen could wear. After keeping the equipment he could use, the rest were naturally handled by Niang as usual. 10 minutes later, Crouching Dragon Ridge. Roar! Roar roar! As the final 1,000 streams of light fell, Blood Moon Tiger King let out an unwilling roar and slowly collapsed. System tip: congratulations, you have successfully killed the bronze boss, Blood Moon Tiger King. Reward: 50 points of destiny value, 100,000 experience points. System tip: due to your overleveled kill of Blood Moon Tiger King, you are granted an additional reward of 10,000 experience points. Guchen stepped forward to loot the corpse and found the Blood Moon Tiger Gull from the Blood Moon Tiger King's body. At this point, all 4 bosses had been dealt with by Gu Chen. Opening the quest interface had changed. Quest name: Repair the Ancient Altar, collect core medicinal ingredients. 4. Quest requirement: help Xian Yuan Bailey, the town mayor of Yanhua Town, collect 4 kinds of core medicinal ingredients. Task completion rate: Giant Stone Heart Rock 1:1, Poison Mist Snake Gull 1:1, Lizard Heart 1/1, Blood Moon Tiger Gull 1 out of 1. Task difficulty: time requirement 72 hours, remaining time 70 hours 48 minutes 36 seconds. Task reward: unknown. The 4th stage of the hidden main quest has been completed. I just don't know if there are any subsequent tasks. Closing the task panel, Gu Chen opened the bronze treasure chest again. Hey! As the 4th boss killed by Gu Chen, it was also the 4th boss killed. On the Huagua server, Gu Chen no longer had the qualification to announce it to the whole server. Naturally, he also lost the system reward of the bronze treasure chest. Now, all that remained were the equipment dropped by the Blood Moon Tiger King and a treasure chest guarded by the Blood Moon Tiger King. After opening everything, the rewards didn't disappoint Gu Chen too much. Among the 3 pieces of bronze equipment, 2 were usable by him. Weapon name: Blood Moon Knee Pads, bronze, level 10 attributes, Constitution +20, Strength +5, class restriction, none. Description: knee pads made from the fur of the Blood Moon Tiger King, durable and surprisingly defensive. Weapon name: Blood Moon Belt, bronze, level 10 attributes, Health +80, Constitution +10, class restriction, none. Description: a belt made from the fur of the Blood Moon Tiger King. It enhances the wearer's health and defensive capabilities. After equipping them, Gu Chen now had 3 pieces of silver equipment and 5 pieces of bronze equipment. All that was left were a necklace, a jade pendant, and a bracelet, which had the lowest drop rates among all equipment. Naturally, they were also the most valuable. The bracelet could significantly increase attack power, while the necklace could greatly enhance mana. One increases output, the other increases sustainability. Both are important equipment for the later stages. As for the jade pendant, it is a defensive treasure. A top-tier jade pendant can provide temporary damage immunity. Although it only offers a few seconds of invincibility, it can be a lifesaver at critical moments. Because of this, even low-level jade pendants, despite having only 1 damage immunity attribute, can sell for sky-high prices. After equipping everything, Gu Chen packed all the remaining equipment and gave it to Miying. Then, with a teleport, he returned to Yanhua Town. Have you heard? Floating Light Dawn has been reported by someone? I heard too. It's said to seriously harm game balance. Not only people from our Huagui reported it. Countries like Sakura Country, South Gaoli, Eagle Sauce Federation, Asan Country, Maple Leaf Country, Kangaroo Country, and dozens of others have collectively protested, demanding the banning of Floating Light Dawn's account. Hey, this time the matter has gotten so big. Floating Light Dawn is probably doomed. Yeah, they will definitely ban the account. I just don't know how this betting game will be settled. I bet on the Eagle Sauce Federation to win. Now that Floating Light Dawn has taken first place, isn't that frustrating? Those few copper coins of yours don't mean anything. I'm just curious, what kind of cheat is Floating Light Dawn using? I want to think about trying it too. Everyone hates the fleeting light of dawn, yet everyone wants to become that fleeting light of dawn. This is the reality. Gu Chen, having lived 2 lives, has grown accustomed to the warmth and coldness of human emotions. He did not take these people's words to heart. Moreover, the continent of 10,000 races is not a game at all, and the control is not in the hands of the game company. Naturally, Gu Chen would not worry about being banned. As for the doubts and complaints from netizens, there is only one outcome in the end. That is, there will be no outcome. If you are willing to accept it, then accept it. If you are unwilling to accept it, no one will care about you. This is also reality. Gu Chen passed through the crowd and entered the mayor's residence in Yanhua Town. Upon seeing Gu Chen return, Mayor Xian Yuan Bailey asked in surprise, "Adventurer, have you encountered any difficulties? Do you need our help?" Mayor Xian Yuan. Gu Chen took out the materials needed for the 4 tasks and said, "These should be the materials you need, right?" Xian Yuan Bailey, astonished, took the 4 core materials from Gu Chen's hands, checked them, and exclaimed excitedly, "Respected adventurer, I didn't expect you to complete the task so quickly. Thank you for your help to our Yanhua Town." System prompt: you have gained the friendship of Yanhua Town, and Yanhua Town's favorability towards you has increased by 80. This is the reward you deserve. I hope you won't decline. With the task completed, Xian Yuan Bailey also took out the task rewards. System prompt: congratulations, you have completed the hidden mainline task of collecting core medicinal ingredients for the restoration of the ancient altar 4, and you have received a reward of 50,000 experience points. You have gained 50 luck points. You have received a pair of purple jade bracelets, silver equipment. You have received 5 gold coins. System prompt: congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to level 7 and gained 4 free attribute points. Weapon name: purple jade bracelet, silver equipment, level 10 attributes, attack power +50, strength +10 characteristics, increases the wearer's physical attack power by 10%. Class restriction, none. Description: the purple jade bracelet, a rare jade artifact from the ancient east. Its color is deep like the night sky, shimmering with a faint purple light as if containing the secrets of the stars. Wow! Guchen felt completely numb. 10 points of strength bonus, 50 points of attack power bonus, plus an overall 10% physical attack bonus. This is already considered a small treasure. Guchen couldn't wait to equip it, and his basic gear was completely renewed. He eagerly opened his attribute panel. Adventurer, Fleeting Light of Dawn class, Stealthy God of Thieves. SSS level unique, title, none level, 7, 16.32%. Luck points, 350 attributes, Constitution, 16 intelligence, 24 strength, 58 root bone, 58 agility, 69 free attributes, 0 charm, 0 luck, 0 health points, 550 magic points, 240 attack, 495 to 525, increased by 10%. Physical defense, 174, increased by 10%. Magic defense, 194, increased by 10%. Movement speed, 69, plus 10%. Equipment, Snake King Ring, bronze, Dragon Rock armor. Bronze, Wind-Breaking Blade, silver equipment, Wind Dance Light Boots, silver, Fiery Rock Bracers, silver, Lizard Helmet, bronze, Blood Moon Knee Guards, bronze, Blood Moon Belt, bronze, exclusive skill. 1000 locks, 10 solutions SSS level. Max can quickly analyze and unlock the structure of locks or mechanisms, allowing easy access to target areas or acquisition of items. Cooldown time, none. Skill restriction. Exclusive to the Stealthy God of Thieves class talent skill, Shadowless Hand LV1, 0 out of 100 can silently transfer the target to oneself without touching it, with a 100% success rate, ignores any target consumption. 100 points of spiritual power. Life skill, Insight technique, can view information on monsters no higher than 10 levels above oneself. Common skills, Stealth, LV2, Rogue Assassination, LV2, Gale Step, LV2, Shadow, Blade Dance, LV1, Pickpocket, LV1. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Human racial trait, among all races, humans possess the highest intelligence, gaining an additional point of intelligence for each level up. Rogue. Class trait 1, for each level up, gain an additional 1 point of agility bonus, while in stealth, stealth state increases by 100%. Rogue class trait 2, when attacking from behind an enemy, can gain an additional 100% attack bonus. Rogue class trait 3, while in concealment, movement speed increases by 50%, attack speed increases by 50%, attack power increases by 50%, critical hit rate increases by 50%, critical hit damage increases by 100%. After equipping a full set of bronze gear, Guchen's attributes underwent a tremendous change. Even without adding attack power, Guchen's attack power had already reached a terrifying 525 points. In a state of 10% attack power increase, it could reach 580 points. In addition, both physical and magical defenses had also surpassed 170 points. The only weakness might be that his health was too low, only 550 points. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Guchen looked at Xianyuan Bailey again. What's going on? The hidden main quest is gone? Why didn't the server-wide announcement go off? At this moment, Guchen had 1,000 questions in his heart. So, he took the initiative to ask, Mayor, is there anything else I can help you with? Respected Floating Light Dawn, you have proven your abilities. Xianyuan Bailey said, however, the next task may be very dangerous. Come find me again after you reach level 10. Damn. Guchen couldn't help but complain in his heart. This damn follow-up task has a level requirement. I'm really fed up with this. I was originally thinking of quickly opening the teleportation routes between Yanhua Town and other towns. Now it seems I can only put that on hold for now. Opening the global level. Leaderboard. First place, Floating Light Dawn, level 7, Huaxia second place, Lucifer, level 5, America third place, Wutang Ichiro, level 5, Sakura Country fourth place, Park Suchung, level 5, South Korea fifth place, Caesar I, level 5, Sun Never Set sixth place, Alexei, level 5, Bear Country seventh place, Kim Jong-yang, level 5, South Korea eighth place, Andrew, level 5, America ninth place, Charles I, level 5, Germany 10th place, Yamada Junko, level 5, Sakura Country. It is now 11:52, with less than 10 minutes until the leaderboard closes. Guchen was already first without having killed the Blood Moon Tiger King. Now, not only did he gain 120,000 experience points from the Blood Moon Tiger King, but also 50,000 experience points for completing the task. One level, 170,000 experience points. What can the second place, Lucifer, compare with me? Outside Locked Town, Yars Prairie. Impossible. How can this be possible? Fuguang Baodao has actually reached level 7. Looking at the 10% experience bar left to reach level 7, Lucifer's face was filled with disbelief. Why? Why can Fuguang Baodao level up so quickly alone? With a team of hundreds assisting him, he couldn't even compare to one person? Lucifer was unwilling. Protest. We must protest. We need to lodge a serious protest to the Huadhua side. Jingu Town, Flame Plain. Damn it. Fuguang Baodao is actually first. Wutang Ichiro from Sakura Country has even surpassed me. Impossible. This can't be. I need to level up quickly. I must get into the top 3. Park Xiuchang shouted hysterically. Outside Sonchi Town, Secret Language Forest. Baka. The Wagwa people still took first place. The players from Eagle Sauce Federation are indeed useless. But it's okay, I've already secured third place, which can earn our Sakura country a main city. This advantage must be maintained until the end. The advantage is mine. In these last few minutes, Guchen did not continue to level up. Instead, he prepared to head to the trapped dragon cliff. The 12-hour cooldown time was about to end. It was also time to borrow something from Tinglong. While killing monsters, Guchen made his way to Trapped Dragon Mountain. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he heard the system prompt. 10,000 Races Continent announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia server adventurer Fuguang Baodao for achieving first place in the 10,000 Races Continent 24-hour leveling ranking event. As a reward, Huaguo receives 3 level 3 main cities, Shuiyue City, Manhuang City, and Haiwang City. Adventurer Fuguang Baodao will receive a 10% pricing power for the above 3 main cities. 10,000 Races Continent announcement. Congratulations to the American server adventurer Lucifer for achieving second place in the 10,000 Races Continent 24-hour leveling ranking event. As a reward, the American server receives 2 level 3 main cities, Leon City and Dessa City. Adventurer Lucifer will receive a 10% pricing power for the above 2 main cities. 10,000 Races Continent announcement. Congratulations to the Japanese server adventurer Woting Ichiro for achieving third place in the 10,000 Races Continent 24-hour leveling ranking event. As a reward, the Japanese server receives 1 level 3 main city, Donghua City. Adventurer Woting Ichiro will receive a 10% pricing power for the above main city. 10,000 Races Continent announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia server adventurer Fuguang Baodao. The announcement for the entire 10,000 Races Continent was made 3 times in a row, and the final results were confirmed. Guchen also heard the system's prompt in his ear. System prompt. Congratulations on achieving first place in the 10,000 Races Continent 24-hour leveling ranking event. Rewards include Shuiyue City, Manhuang City, Haiwang City, and a 10% pricing power for the 3 main cities. Reward: 1 silver. Treasure chest. Reward: 500 luck points. The so-called pricing power from the system is actually the pricing authority for all official shops within the cities. Guchen can raise the pricing authority of all shops in Shuiyue City, Manhuang City, and Haiwang City by 0 to 10%. The increased portion will be Guchen's personal income. The daily income from a level 3 main city, including herbs, equipment, and teleportation, is not a small amount. Combined, the 3 cities would yield a 30% floating profit. This would be an astronomical figure. Of course, this approach also has consequences. The pricing power given by the 10,000 Races Continent is floating pricing. It can only float upwards. Assuming that under normal circumstances, an ordinary small red bottle in a level 3 main city costs 100 copper coins. After Guchen negotiated a 10% discount for Shuiyue City, Barbarian City, and Sea Emperor City, the small potions from these 3 main cities cost 110 copper coins. The extra negotiated portion is transferred to the players. Therefore, the higher the negotiation, the more people might curse Guchen. System prompt. Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open. System prompt. You have obtained a Purple Blossom Pendant, silver. Weapon name: Purple Blossom Pendant. Silver. Level 10 attributes. Intelligence plus 10 magic value increases by 100 characteristics. Spell attack increases by 10%. Class limit: Mage description. A pendant carved from purple blossoms. Its outline appears particularly clear under the moonlight, as if it is a spirit condensed from the purple blossoms, possessing infinite charm. Damn it! Is this purely to disgust me? After all this effort to get a pendant, and it's limited to a specific class? I don't even mind the 10% increase in attack power. Are you looking down on me for being a thief? Damn it! Guchen couldn't help but curse. However, upon hearing the next system prompt, his face immediately broke into a smile. System prompt: The great gamble of all races has entered settlement mode. System prompt: You successfully bet on the Huaxia server in the great gamble of all races. Congratulations, you have won 4,600 gold coins, 81 silver coins, and 20 copper coins. System prompt: You successfully bet on the player Floating Light Dawn in the great gamble of all races. Congratulations, you have won 688 gold coins, 9 silver coins, and 69 copper coins. I'm rich. I've won big. This time the big gamble really paid off. Guchen invested a total of 5,180 copper coins, and after 12 hours, it directly turned into 52889,089 copper coins, a profit of 10,210 times. Now, the price of 1 copper coin is 20 yuan. That means, in this round, Guchen made 10 small targets. Of course, this is the theoretical price. In reality, the market price of copper coins will only keep rising. Guchen remembered that in his previous life, at the peak, 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 200 yuan. Of course, this price was after the Great Continent and Water Blue Star were about to merge. Just as Guchen was excited, he received a message from Ying. Zhenxia Weilian Guchen, I love you so much, you are truly my little fortune god. Floating Light Dawn, be a bit reserved. How much did you bet on Huagua? Zhenxia Weilian, I didn't bet on Huagua, I bet on you. Floating Light Dawn, what? Zhenxia Weiliang, I bet 500 copper coins on you, that's all my worth. I thought I was going to lose, but unexpectedly made over 4,300 gold coins. I really love you to death. Floating light dawn. Gu Chen instantly felt that the gold coins in his hand were no longer appealing. Previously, Gu Chen had been suspicious that his ratio was too low. Calculating it out, the total betting amount for personal gambling was only over 6 million copper coins. This was clearly unreasonable. At that time, Gu Chen didn't think much of it, simply believing that there were too few people playing personal gambling. Now it seemed that it wasn't that there were too few players, but rather that someone had placed bets on him in advance, significantly lowering the odds. It was frustrating. Completely frustrating. Without comparison, there is no harm. Just a moment ago, Gu Chen was still happy about his high profit of 10,210 times. Now, seeing me earn over 4,300 gold coins from just 500 copper coins, all his previous joy had vanished. He had calculated that he only had a profit of 10,210 times, while Ming had a whopping profit of over 86,000 times. After such a comparison, his profit of over 10,000 times seemed rather insignificant. At this moment, if the netizens of Huagui knew what Gu Chen was thinking, he would have felt like slapping himself in frustration. It should be known that aside from Gu Chen and Ming, the other player's maximum profit was merely a high profit of 902 times after betting on Huagua. Even this was enough to make those who won ecstatic. Who could imagine that someone was still dissatisfied with just over 10,000 times profit? After calming down, Gu Chen curiously asked, if I remember correctly, I was only at level 2 back then. How did you have the courage to bet on me? Ming answered without hesitation, because I believe in you. I just knew you could do it. Gu Chen could hear the sincerity in Mi Ying's words, and his heart warmed. Ah, this reward is also yours. Now I should be the richest person in the 10,000 races continent. From now on, I will support you. Mi Ying pouted, a bit smug, and asked, by the way, did you bet on the 10,000 races big gamble? Yes, Gu Chen nodded. Then how much did you earn? Mi Ying asked proudly. Not as impressive as you, Gu Chen replied. From the 2 gambling games, I earned a total of 5,288 gold coins. How much did you say? Mi Ying asked in surprise. In the betting server, I earned 4,600 gold coins, 81 silver coins, and 20 copper coins. In personal betting, I earned 688 gold coins, 9 silver coins, and 69 copper coins. Gu Chen said helplessly, I didn't expect someone to bet on me in advance, otherwise, I would have earned even more. Mi Ying was silent for a moment and then said unhappily, how can you be like this? I can't be friends with you anymore. I was still feeling proud in front of you, but it turns out you were the one hiding the deepest secrets. Honestly, did you see me as a clown just now? How could I dare? Gu Chen replied helplessly, I invested over 50,000 copper coins and my overall return rate is only 10,210 times. Your overall return rate is over 86,000 times. I'm envious of you. That's more like it, Mi Ying said smugly, then curiously asked, did you invest so much because you already knew you could take first place? Also, did you deliberately stay at level 2 to avoid attracting others' attention? Sort of, Gu Chen answered ambiguously. You really are a clever one, Mi Ying laughed. Right now, the exchange rate of game currency to Huagua currency is 1 to 25. 1 copper coin can at least be exchanged for 25 yuan. Should we exchange some Huagua currency first? No, Gu Chen replied, the equipment I give you, you can auction it in the market for RMB. At this stage, game currency is very scarce, and I predict it will continue to rise. We will also need to establish a guild later, which requires a lot of operating funds. If we buy it later, it won't be worth it. You're right about that. Mi Ying tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, then I'll give you all the gold coins I have. It's not safe for me to carry them. If I die, it's easy to lose the gold. You're strong, so it's more appropriate for these coins to be with you. After saying this, Mi Ying didn't care about Gu Chen's opinion and directly mailed over 4,300 gold coins. Did you earn this yourself? Gu Chen instinctively asked. What do you mean mine? It's yours, Mi Ying replied irritably. You have no sense of awareness. Whether it's the gold coins you have or the ones I have, they are all funds for our future guild. Keeping them with you is a decision made after careful consideration by this guild leader. I hope you don't take it for granted. She spoke in the most domineering tone while saying the most Sundara sweet words. For a moment, Gu Chen felt as if he was being supported by a domineering female CEO. I have something to give you. Gu Chen sent an email directly, mailing the Zijing pendant, silver, over. Then, he edited the message, woman, the days of you being supported by me are not far off. Oh my god, what a beautiful necklace. After receiving the necklace sent by Gu Chen, Mi Ying excitedly said, this is the most beautiful pendant I've ever seen, bar none. The main body of the Zijing pendant is shaped like a bauhinia flower, with petals layered on top of each other, swaying gently in the breeze like a real bauhinia. The outline of the petals is elegant and smooth, each one seemingly carved from the finest jade, smooth and rich in texture. The color of the petals is a light purple, exuding a warm luster. In the embrace of the petals, the center of the pendant is embedded with a crystal clear gemstone, shining like a pearl in the heart of the bauhinia flower, radiating brilliant light. The color of the gemstone complements the purple of the petals, creating a harmonious and beautiful visual effect. The pendant's cord is woven from high-quality silk thread, its color coordinating with the purple of the petals, appearing both elegant and fashionable. The texture of the cord is soft yet durable, making it comfortable and secure to wear around the neck. At the end of the cord, there is a small tassel that sways gently with the wearer's steps, adding a touch of liveliness and vibrancy to the entire pendant. To be honest, Guchen usually focuses on the attributes of equipment. He doesn't really care much about the visual effects. He also didn't expect Ming to like this pendant so much. So, he couldn't help but say, "I'm glad you like it. Is this your first gift to me?" Ming asked. "Ha?" Guchen asked foolishly. "I've given you so much equipment, it shouldn't count as the first, right?" "I don't care." Ming pouted. "This sieging pendant is the first gift you gave me. Remember that. If you get asked about it in the future, you better not answer wrong. Okay." Guchen smiled helplessly. "Whatever you say goes." Ming smiled sweetly and said, "I'm going to handle the equipment now. You hurry up and level up." Guchen nodded, and after ending the call, he continued on his way to the Trapped Dragon Cliff. "Lovely tongue snake, I'm coming." Trapped Dragon Cliff. Achu, the ancient divine beast, the Tang snake, suddenly sneezed while in deep slumber. Its massive body swayed in the air, and an ominous premonition surged in its heart. 6 hours have passed. "That kid isn't coming again, is he?" The ancient divine beast Tang snake spoke human words, its enormous snake head swaying back and forth in the air, appearing somewhat anxious. As an ancient divine beast, this was the first time Tang snake felt fear from a weak human. If it weren't for the constraints of Trapped Dragon Cliff, that weak human would never have survived a second under its control. However, there are no ifs in this world. That weak human only needed to stand outside the formation to steal from it. Yet, it couldn't figure out how he managed to succeed. Even more perplexing was that the weak human seemed to have a 100% success rate in stealing. Such a terrifying success rate filled the ancient divine beast Tang snake with a strong sense of powerlessness. It couldn't kill him, nor could it escape. For tens of thousands of years, it had never felt so frustrated. "Little tongue. Tang, I'm here again." The familiar voice rang out once more, causing the ancient divine beast Tang snake to shiver involuntarily. It looked towards the distance. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Tongue snake felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping in its heart. It truly feared what was coming. Despicable human. The voice of the ancient divine beast Tang snake echoed, "Don't come over. Don't be so excited." Gu Chen grinned. "Shamelessly, hurry over, I'm short on time, and after borrowing the stuff, I still need to level up." The ancient divine beast Tang snake wore a face of indignation. This shameless human was truly despicable and lowly. At that moment, the ancient divine beast Tang snake instinctively fled to the distance as if encountering a plague. Unfortunately, Trapped Dragon Cliff was small to begin with, and with Tang snake's massive body, escape was impossible. As Gu Chen approached, he naturally showed no courtesy and directly used Shadowless Hand. The familiar system prompt sounded again. "System prompt, congratulations, you have successfully activated Shadowless Hand on the ancient divine beast Tang snake, obtaining 1 divine beast pet egg." Realizing that its belongings had been stolen again, the massive body of the ancient divine beast Tongue snake shimmered with a cold light. At that moment, its eyes turned crimson, flames seemingly dancing in its pupils filled with raging fury. Its long tail whipped through the air, stirring up fierce winds, uprooting trees, and sending dust and stones flying. Tang snake opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Its voice was filled with anger and majesty, as if it wanted to tear apart the entire sky. Black smoke enveloped its body, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. In the face of this furious power, everything seemed so insignificant, as if it would be devoured by this force. Tongue snake's rage burned like a blazing fire, consuming the entire world. Gu Chen could clearly feel the terrifying pressure of the ancient divine beast. However, in the face of immense joy, this pressure was of no consequence. Item. Name: Pet Egg. Grade: Unknown. Description: Pet Egg stolen from the ancient divine beast Tongue snake. System prompt: Do you want to activate the unknown pet egg? Yes. Gu Chen chose to activate it without hesitation. System prompt: Please drop your blood onto the pet egg. The process of blood binding a pet was something Gu Chen had experienced in his previous life. After the system prompt, Gu Chen took out a small knife and cut his finger. -10 -10 -10. What the hell? What is this situation? Feeling his vitality plummeting rapidly, Gu Chen was completely bewildered. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a situation when he recognized a master with a drop of blood. Although he didn't know what was happening, Gu Chen immediately used a small bottle of red potion. His actions were mostly damage-free monster kills, so he had hundreds of red potions stored in his backpack. At this moment, survival was paramount, and Gu Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. -10 + 200-10-10 drops of bright red blood fell onto the eggshell. The moment the blood touched the eggshell, it seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, quickly seeping into the texture of the shell. A faint red glow began to emanate from the surface of the eggshell, as if the blood was boiling inside. 1 minute. 3, Minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time passed second by second, and the hundreds of blood potions in the backpack were being consumed rapidly. Damn it! Guchen had 1,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. Previously, he had been poisoning others, but now his own pet was draining his blood for almost half an hour. What the hell does this mean? Is it preparing to suck me dry? As he watched the instant health potions in his backpack dwindle to just a few dozen, the eggshell finally began to change. The red glow on the eggshell grew stronger, as if the entire egg was enveloped in flames. At this moment, a faint life wave emanated from within the egg, as if a small life was awakening. As the fluctuations intensified, the eggshell began to tremble slightly, producing a crisp cracking sound. Soon after, a crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell, and a small creature poked its head out. Its eyes were tightly shut, but it could already sense the surrounding aura. With the cracking of the eggshell, Guchen's declining health bar finally stabilized. Guchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had brought plenty of small potions, otherwise he might have become the first adventurer in the Myriad Race's continent to be drained to death by his own pet. Guchen gently reached his hand into the crack, and the little creature seemed to be drawn to it, crawling out along his finger. When it fully broke free from the eggshell, its eyes opened as well. They were eyes full of spirit, as if they could see through everything. When it looked up at Guchen, a glimmer of gratitude and affection flashed in its eyes. Guchen gently stroked the still juvenile pet, which resembled a chick but was even more beautiful. Its feathers displayed a myriad of colors, dazzling like a rainbow. Though small in size, it was full of vitality and life. Its eyes sparkled like two brilliant gems, radiating wisdom. Its beak was sharp but did not appear fierce. Instead, it exuded a gentle aura. The small wings, though not fully spread, already hinted at its future majestic form. What was most captivating was its tail, with long tail feathers resembling a magnificent fan gently swaying with its movements. The tail feathers were adorned with spots of various colors, like a beautiful painting. Guchen had a vague suspicion in his heart. However, when he checked the pet's attributes, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Terrifying indeed. Pet name: Flamedance Phoenix. Pet rank: Ancient Divine Beast. PS. Pet levels range from low to high: 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. Spirit: Pet, Immortal Pet, Divine Beast, Ancient Divine Beast. Pet level: 0, health 320, attack 112 to 135, defense 80, speed 55, skills: Phoenix Rebirth. Passive: when the health of Flamedance Phoenix drops to a critically low level, it will enter a rebirth state, surrounded by flames, and then transform into a blazing ember. The ember will hover in the air for a while before hatching a brand new Flamedance Phoenix. Cooldown: 24 hours. Skill feature: immediately removes all negative states from Flamedance Phoenix and restores a certain amount of health. Meanwhile, during the ember's hovering period, it will inflict continuous fire damage on enemies. Below. Blazing Domain active. Flamedance Phoenix creates a scorching domain on the battlefield, where everything within will be consumed by flames. Enemies within the domain will suffer continuous fire damage and will be unable to use any skills on cooldown. Skill feature: inflicts continuous fire damage on enemies within the domain and reduces their skill cooldown speed. Meanwhile, allies within the domain will gain additional fire resistance, reducing fire damage taken. Fire Feather Storm active skill: Flamedance Phoenix flaps its wings, releasing countless fiery feathers, creating a storm of fire feathers. These feathers are like sharp blades capable of cutting through enemies' armor. Skill feature: inflicts multiple cutting damage on enemies in the designated area and reduces their armor value. During the duration of Fire Feather Storm, Flamedance Phoenix's movement speed and attack speed will be significantly increased. Description: Flamedance Phoenix is a mythical creature born from the essence of fire in the world. It was born in ancient times when molten lava intertwined with lightning in the sky, forming a unique fire domain. In this fire domain, fire elements continuously condensed and fused, ultimately giving birth to the unparalleled Flamedance Phoenix. Flamedance Phoenix is adorned with blood-red feathers, with flames that never extinguish burning between its wings. Its eyes resemble two blazing fireballs, shining with a captivating light. The dance of Flamedance Phoenix is both elegant and majestic. Every flap of its wings seems to perform a magnificent feast of flames. In ancient times, Flamedance Phoenix was the guardian of fire, protecting the balance of fire in the world and preventing wildfires. Whenever a fire broke out, Flamedance Phoenix would descend, using its powerful fire abilities to control the flames and save countless lives from disaster. At the same time, Flamedance Phoenix is also the embodiment of fire, mastering the secrets of flames, able to manipulate fire at will, turning it into powers of attack, defense, and healing. I'm numb. Guchen felt completely numb. The zero-level Flamedance Phoenix already had a terrifying speed of 55 points. With an attack power of up to 135 and a defense of 80 points, it could easily take down most level 5 adventurers. However, that's not the most important part. The most important part is Flamedance Phoenix's skills. Guchen didn't even know how to evaluate Flamedance Phoenix's skills. Unbelievable. Damn it. Are the skills of Flamedance Phoenix too outrageous? First is Phoenix Rebirth, which essentially gives Flamedance Phoenix a second life. Moreover, after being reborn, it can remove all negative states while also inflicting secondary damage on enemies. Then there's Blazing Domain, which at the highest level can create a special fire domain where targets cannot use skills that are on cooldown. Even at the lowest level, it can delay the cooldown time of opponents. This is equivalent to a silent opponent in disguise, and it is also a silent opponent with no time limit in the field. Moreover, while being a silent opponent, it can also inflict continuous fire damage on opponents within the field. Allies in the field will gain extra fire resistance, reducing the fire damage they receive. Then there is the Fire Feather Storm, where the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix flaps its wings, releasing countless fiery feathers, creating a storm of fire feathers. This is a large area AoE skill that can deal multiple segments of cutting damage to enemies within a designated area and reduce their armor value. While providing AoE plus debuff, it can also enhance its own movement speed and attack speed. These three skills give the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix strong healing abilities, large-scale attack capabilities, and large-scale control abilities. Such powerful abilities are among the top-tier existences among the ancient divine beasts that Gu Chun encountered in his previous life. At the very least, the complete form of the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix is far stronger than the ancient divine beast Tengshi. Damn it! Gu Chen just couldn't understand how this ancient divine beast Tengshi managed to get this Flame Dance Fire Phoenix pet egg. No matter what, in the end, it benefited him. For the sake of the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, Gu Chen really had to thank this guy Tengshi. If it weren't for it, he wouldn't have gained such a great boost for nothing. At this moment, Gu Chen had completely forgotten that just a few seconds ago, this little guy Flame Dance Fire Phoenix almost turned him into a dried corpse. After knowing the attributes of the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, even if this little guy really turned him into a dried corpse, Gu Chen would probably applaud and say, "You little guy are really capable." Perhaps sensing the owner's joyful mood, the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix gently lowered its head, rubbing its flame-like beak against the back of Gu Chen's hand. The warm touch felt like being gently caressed by the summer sun, bringing a slight itch and endless tenderness. Poo-poo jia jia, the crisp and pleasant phoenix cry was soft and charming, as if expressing its attachment and affection for Gu Chen. This little guy is really cute. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said to himself, "You just hatched and don't have a name yet. What should I name you? By the way, are you male or female?" If I remember correctly, Phoenix refers to the male, and Huang refers to the female. Since you are called Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, you should be female. What should a female be named? Gu Chen continued to talk to himself. Your name has the character for fire, and you are female. How about calling you Yan Ji? Perhaps understanding Gu Chen's intention, the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix gently rubbed against the back of Gu Chen's hand a couple of times. Since you didn't object, I'll take it as your agreement. Gu Chen said to himself, from now on, you will be called Yan Ji. System prompt, your pet Flame Dance Fire Phoenix has been successfully named. After successfully naming the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, Gu Chen felt very pleased. When he looked at the ancient divine beast, the Tang Shi, his gaze softened considerably. Even though, at this moment, the ancient divine beast Tang Shi was still roaring in a hoarse rage. The fury in its eyes seemed capable of burning Gu Chen to ashes. But Gu Chen remained unfazed. He cheerfully greeted the ancient divine beast Tang Shi, saying, "Don't be so agitated. I'll let you off today, we'll meet again tomorrow." No, wait, I seem to have misremembered the time. It's already past midnight. So, let's meet at noon. Don't miss me too much. The ancient divine beast Tang Shi was furiously attacking the formation of the falling dragon cliff. For tens of thousands of years it had never hated a person so thoroughly. This weak human before it was the only one. The ancient divine beast Tang Shi vowed that once it got out, it would definitely turn this little brat into dust. Absolutely. Gu Chen had no time to care about its feelings. After greeting the ancient divine beast Tang Shi, he directly teleported back to the city. According to Gu Chen's memory, before reaching level 20, that is, before heading to the level 3 main city, the 10,000 Races continent would hold 3 server-wide events. If Gu Chen remembered correctly, the second server-wide event should be a server-wide kill event. It would probably start in 3 days. The so-called server-wide kill event is a competition based on kill points. Different levels of monsters yield different points upon being killed. The points accumulate and rewards are given from high to low. The rewards are basically the same as those from the first server-wide rush event. The only difference is the treasure chest rewards. The first place receives a golden treasure chest. The second place receives 2 silver treasure chests. The third place receives 1 silver treasure chest. The 4th to 100th places also receive silver treasure chests. All participants can receive a bronze treasure chest. During this period, the server-wide events are essentially large-scale equipment distributions. The more participants a country has, the more advantageous it is. In his previous life, during the second server-wide event, although the Huagua side did not receive the main city rewards, the bronze treasure chest rewards still sparked a wave of upgrades in the Huagua server. It significantly narrowed the gap with foreign servers. It should be noted that bronze treasure chests also have a chance to yield silver equipment. Although the probability is small, the Sheer number of Huagua players makes up for it. After one server-wide event, Huagua saw the emergence of over 10,000 pieces of silver equipment and hundreds of millions of bronze equipment. After returning to Yanhua town, Guchen simply replenished some potions. After nearly being drained once, Guchen made a decision in his heart. No matter what, the number of potion vials in his pocket should never drop below 300. Being drained is not scary. What's scary is losing a pet after being drained. That would truly be a loss. After finishing his resupply, Guchen headed back to Wulong Slope. With the level 0 Flame Princess having such outrageous attributes, what would the level 10 Flame Princess be like? Guchen was quite looking forward to it. At this moment, Guchen was unaware that because of him, the world was sleepless that night. The West Garden is located on the north side of Shichang'an Street in the western district of the capital. It contains the Central Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, collectively known as the Three Seas. The West Garden was established during the Liao dynasty and became a royal garden during the Ming and Qing dynasties. It is now the highest level office space in Huagua, covering an area of about 1 million square meters, with approximately 460,000 square meters of water area. It mainly consists of buildings and gardens such as Ziguang Pavilion, Qingshan Hall, Yilan Hall, Jiao Garden, Shuiyan Pavilion, Yingtai Fengzi Garden, and Jinggu. It features both solemn palace-style architecture and flexible garden-style architecture, making it one of the more complete royal gardens still existing in Huagua. It is the symbol of the highest authority of Huagua. Huagua, Shiyuan, small conference room. Have you found any information on floating light-breaking dawn? The number 1 leader asked with concern. Not yet, said Li Wenzhong, head of the Huagua National Security Department. Our security department has mobilized all resources to track and investigate floating light-breaking dawn. We even looked into all information about floating light-breaking dawn available online. After screening, there was no clue related to floating light-breaking dawn on the Wanzhou continent. Our military intelligence department has also conducted an investigation, said Zhang Xia, chief of staff of Huagua. Among our compatriots overseas, there is no relevant information either. This floating light-breaking dawn seems to have appeared out of nowhere. There are no traces to be found. The number 1 leader frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Clearly, he was not very satisfied with the reports from the two. The number 2 leader seemed to sense the number 1 leader's concern and proactively said, "You should be aware of the strength of floating light-breaking dawn. In just 12 hours, it upgraded from level 2 to level 6, and it was completed by a single person. Such a rapid upgrade speed is unprecedented, whether domestically or internationally. According to our intelligence department's statistics, in just a day and a half, he provided our Huagua with more than 20 pieces of bronze equipment and over 100 pieces of ordinary equipment. It can be said that this time, 10 of our Huagua players are able to enter the top 100 globally thanks to the equipment provided by floating light-breaking dawn. Most importantly, he himself successfully secured the first position, winning as 3 level 3 resource cities. With the abilities he has shown, if properly nurtured, he will undoubtedly become a national talent for our Huagua in the future. If anything were to happen to such a person, what a huge loss it would be for our Huagua. I believe everyone should understand." The words of the number 2 leader made Li Wenzhong, head of the intelligence department, and Zhang Xia, chief of staff, lower their heads helplessly. The Huagua National Security Bureau is mainly responsible for internal intelligence work, counter-espionage, counter-assassination, counter-sabotage, and protecting the national intelligence security of Huagua are their main tasks. The Huagua General Staff is responsible for external intelligence work. The 2 major departments, mobilizing the entire country's resources, have been unable to obtain information about a single person. Moreover, it is information about their own people. This is simply a slap in the face for Huagua's intelligence departments. The inability to obtain news about floating light-breaking dawn may not necessarily be a bad thing, said Subeichen, the Minister of Defense of Huagua. Think about it, even our own intelligence department in Huagua cannot obtain specific information about floating light-breaking dawn. For foreign intelligence personnel, obtaining information about floating light-breaking dawn in our Huagua would be even more difficult, right? So, Minister Li and General Zhang Xia need not blame themselves. What we need to do now is to carry out our responsibilities based on the current situation. Minister Subeichen continued, now that we cannot obtain information about floating light-breaking dawn, we actually have many protective measures we can use. For example, cracking down on domestic spy organizations, strengthening border defenses, and strictly investigating intelligence personnel entering Huagua. Controlling the flow of weapons in the domestic market can reduce the possibility of espionage infiltration from the source. Of course, we cannot give up on the investigation of floating light-breaking dawn. The Security Bureau still needs to mobilize core manpower and resources to continue the search. It is always better to walk on 2 legs. Those who can sit here are the top figures of Huagua. Naturally, they also know that in the current situation, they can only comfort themselves this way. Thus, Li Wenzhong took the initiative to assure our security department will definitely do a good job in counter-espionage activities within our country. After I return, I will have subordinate units fully launch counter-espionage activities. Until we find Fuguiyang Baodao, we must remain vigilant and steadfast. Chief of Staff Zhang Xia followed up with a statement. Our General Staff Department too will also get moving to timely gather intelligence on all actions taken by foreign intelligence agencies against Huagua. The General Staff Department 2 of Huagua is the country's foreign intelligence department. It has several bureaus, each with clear divisions of labor, and is the main intelligence force for Huagua. After both men expressed their positions, the number one leader finally spoke. In addition to protecting Fuguiyang Baodao, we must also ensure the safety of the 9 powerful figures from Huagua who made the list. Rest assured, Leader, Li Wenzhong replied, we have already developed comprehensive protection measures for the other 9 individuals on the list. We will absolutely not allow any accidents to happen to them. That's good. The number one leader sighed in relief and said, the only thing we can do is to leave a group of living forces for Huagua before the chaos arrives. As long as they grow strong, the future Huagua, the future Huaxia nation, will have a place to stand. We are the guardians of the apocalypse. I will stand with all of you to hold the last post, to protect the flame of our Huaxia players. Leader, rest assured, we are always ready. Everyone in the small meeting responded in unison. The reason why Huaxia civilization has been passed down to this day is due to the generations of Huagua people passing on the torch and forging ahead. Before the integration of the myriad races on the continent, protecting the spark of civilization became the consensus of the highest decision-making body in this conference room. Eagle Sauce Presidential Office. The ones who took down the 3 resource cities are actually Huagua. Eagle Sauce Federation President Kelly Roosevelt's face turned angry, his brows furrowed, as he asked CIA Director Richard Wilson, does Huagua have any hidden plans? For example, are they concentrating all resources to cultivate one person or a group of people? The CIA is one of the 4 major intelligence agencies of Water Blue Star, whose main tasks are to openly and secretly collect and analyze intelligence regarding foreign governments, companies, terrorist organizations, individuals, politics, culture, technology, etc., coordinate the activities of other domestic intelligence agencies, and report this intelligence to various departments of the Eagle Sauce Federation government. Its intelligence collection capability is currently recognized as the best in the world. Well, CIA Director Richard Wilson stammered, based on the results we have currently investigated, Huagua should not have planned any corresponding schemes. Mr. President, you also know the situation on the myriad races continent. This is not an ordinary game. All its rules are set by the heavenly Tao. And even if Huagua wanted to formulate a relevant training plan, it would be impossible to keep it completely confidential. Then how do you explain the upgrade speed of Fuguiyang Baodao? Eagle Sauce Federation President Kelly Roosevelt asked with a dark expression. According to our intelligence department's speculation, Richard Wilson respectfully replied, Fuguiyang Baodao has likely obtained an SSS-level hidden profession. Moreover, it is a very strong existence among SSS-level hidden professions. Eagle Sauce Federation President Kelly Roosevelt asked, how many SSS-level professions do we currently have in the Eagle Sauce Federation? Currently, 3 have been discovered, Richard Wilson continued. Among them, the most powerful is Lucifer's SSS-level hidden profession, Fallen Angel. Currently, we are focusing on training Lucifer. Both are SSS level. Why is there such a big gap? Kelly Roosevelt continued to ask. We are also investigating the specific reasons, Richard Wilson explained. According to our current investigation results, Dawn of Floating Light may have obtained a relatively strong early-stage hidden profession in the thief category. This profession has an advantage in the early stages. On the other hand, Lucifer's hidden profession, Fallen Angel, only becomes strong in the later stages. The different strong phases have led to the current results. The president need not worry too much. China has many talents, and this time they have secured 3 Level 3 resource main cities. In the next phase, they may become very strong, Kelly Roosevelt said with some concern. Currently, China only has 1 more main city than us, which does not have a decisive effect, Richard Wilson continued. According to our CIA's predictions, it won't be long before the 10,000 races continent launches a second full-server event. As long as we secure first place in the next event, this resource gap can be easily made up. Eagle Sauce Federation President Kelly Roosevelt instructed, concentrate all forces in Lockdown and fully train Lucifer. South Korea, Green Roof Platform. Presidential Office. Damn it. South Korean President Kim Jong-sik's face was grim. Our great Korean dynasty did not even make it into the top 3. This is a disgrace. The disgrace of our great Korean dynasty. In the presidential office, everyone present fell silent. No one dared to speak. Director Kim Jong-bil, you are the head of the intelligence department. I want to hear your thoughts. Seeing no one else speak, Kim Jong-sik called out his name. At this moment, the head of the South Korean National Intelligence Service, Kim Jong-bil, also looked bewildered. Damn. Our South Korean players are not competitive. What does that have to do with me? I'm just an intelligence officer. It's not my job to level up. The military is mainly responsible for leveling up. If there are issues, you can directly ask them. What do you want from me? At this moment, Kim Jong-bil had 1,000 grass mud horses galloping in his mind. But facing Kim Jong-sik's question, he couldn't refuse to answer. There was no way. After all, South Korean intelligence agents are directly under the president, and the president has absolute appointment and dismissal rights. In other words, he can only sit in this position because Kim Jong-sik allowed him to. Mr. President, Kim Jong-bil said sincerely, according to the information we have gathered, South Korea should have been able to secure third place. We could have obtained a main city. However, at the last moment, Sakura country used the power of a small town to help Ichiro Muda gain experience, allowing him to surpass us at the last moment. Our failure is all due to the despicable Sakura country. Damn it. Those damn Sakura people. South Korean President Kim Jong-yang said angrily, in this full server event, our South Korea has failed completely. I do not want to see such a failure again. We must concentrate all our strength to support our strong players. In the next full server event, South Korea must take the lead. Rest assured, Mr. President, Kim Jong-bil replied. We have already begun to concentrate all our forces to focus on training Park Soo-chung and others. Sakura Country, Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Taro Kobayashi of Sakura Country said with a gloomy expression, is there still no information on dawn of floating light? We have mobilized all our intelligence personnel in China and have not obtained any information related to dawn of floating light. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Takahashi Kenichi, looked grim and said, Prime Minister, it is my subordinate's negligence. Kobayashi Taro spoke up. It is said that the intelligence department of the Hua country has not obtained any clues related to Fuguang Prashao. You must obtain all information about Fuguang Prashao before the Hua country does. Yes. Additionally, the martyrdom plan can be initiated. Kobayashi Taro's expression darkened. Yes. Takahashi Kenichi's expression was serious. Our warriors of Sakura country are ready. Meanwhile, high-level officials from countries such as the Sun Never Sets, Maple Leaf Country, Kangaroo Country, Uzil, Philippines, and A3 also convened an emergency meeting at the first opportunity. The content of the meeting was mostly related to this global event. The name Fuguang Prashao became the most frequently mentioned name among all countries. All intelligence departments of the countries were mobilized. They launched a full-scale investigation into Gu Chen's detailed information. In fact, Gu Chen had long anticipated this. In his previous life, before the integration of the 10,000 races continent and the water blue star, many top experts from Hua country died mysteriously. Among them were the shadows of external spies. To better protect himself, Gu Chen chose a name he had never used before and had never mentioned, Fuguang Prashao. The so-called Fuguang refers to the first faint ray of sunlight in the morning. It breaks through the darkness, allowing sunlight to shine upon the earth. This was a name Gu Chen came up with after experiencing the turmoil of his previous life. Outsiders who had not experienced the tragic events of the previous life could never guess its deeper meaning. Therefore, it was basically impossible to connect Gu Chen through his ID name. Then there were the bank accounts. The trading system was an internal trading system of the 10,000 races continent. The management authority was in the hands of the heavenly Dao, and various countries had no way to obtain specific information about players. Following the flow of funds to trace back to Gu Chen was also not feasible. The only possible issue would be through the financial transactions between him and the Ying. However, Gu Chen had also left means to avoid this situation. It was not realistic to trace it for a while. In just 12 short hours, Hua country went from having no one on the leaderboard to winning first place, joyfully acquiring 3 level 3 main cities. All these changes came too quickly, so fast that many people found it hard to accept. Now, the dust has settled. Tonight, the world is sleepless. Hua country server, Wulong Slope. At this moment, Gu Chen still did not know what was happening outside. Upon arriving at Wulong Slope, he released the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix and began to slaughter the Blood Moon Tiger frantically. After leveling up to level 6, Gu Chen needed 320,000 experience points to reach the next level. Currently, he only had a little over 80,000 experience, leaving a full 240,000 to go. This experience bar was already enough to cause Gu Chen great pain. However, upon seeing the experience bar of the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, Gu Chen truly understood what despair meant. To level up from level 0 to level 1 required a staggering 500,000 experience. That was 280,000 more than what Gu Chen needed to level up from 6 to 7. No wonder it was an ancient divine beast. Raising it was incredibly difficult. But then again, it made sense. According to the setting of the 10,000 races continent, spirit pets only appeared after a year, let alone a heaven-defying pet like an ancient divine beast. In his previous life, someone had obtained a divine-level pet. However, according to Gu Chen's memory, the earliest anyone got a divine-level pet was 2 years after the 10,000 races continent opened. At that time, players were generally above level 100. The monsters they faced were also over level 100, so Under such circumstances, the experience cost of raising a divine beast was actually not high. The Heavenly Dao probably did not anticipate that someone could obtain an ancient divine beast just a day after the server opened. Moreover, they had successfully hatched it. Therefore, when Guchen saw the outrageous experience points of the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, he felt an unimaginable despair. Damn it! This might be the deeper meaning of being both pained and joyful. After adjusting his mindset, Guchen set the experience ratio to 1% for himself and 99% for his pet. This ratio was already the limit allowed by the system. If it weren't for the system's restrictions, Guchen would definitely set it to 100%. In Guchen's notes, the original priority was to level up to level 10, then repair the ancient altar and open the passages between various novice villages. However, after obtaining the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, Guchen decisively adjusted the priority to leveling up the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, mainly because the next server-wide event was a hunting event. This event naturally favored mage-type professions, and Guchen's profession was a thief. Even though he had strong monster-killing abilities and the best equipment in the server, he could not match the speed of mages in killing monsters. In his previous life, Hua Country did not achieve a good ranking in the second event. In this life, Guchen felt that even with his equipment, Hua Country players might not have a good outcome. Guchen was still considering how to win the upcoming server-wide event. With the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, everything was no longer a problem. The level 0 Flame Dance Fire Phoenix already had an attack power stronger than a level 5 mage. How outrageous would a level 5 Flame Dance Fire Phoenix be? Not to mention, the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix had area attack skills. In situations with a high density of monsters, it had a huge inherent advantage. If he could level up the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix to above level 5 in 3 days, with their combined attack power, the top kill score in the server would definitely be in Guchen's pocket. 11 hours later, accompanied by a flash of light, the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix successfully leveled up to level 3. Its overall attributes underwent a tremendous change. Pet name Flame Dance Fire Phoenix. Pet rank Ancient Divine Beast. Pet level 3. Health 1350. Attack 295 to 355. Defense 230. Speed 92. Skills Phoenix Nirvana SSS level. Fire Feather Storm SS level. Blazing Field SSS level. The Flame Dance Fire Phoenix, at only level 3, has already surpassed 1000 health points, and its attack power exceeds Guchen, reaching a terrifying 355 points. Its defense has reached an astonishing 230 points, and its speed is also 92 points. All 4 attributes showcase the excellent lineage of the Flame Dance Fire Phoenix. At level 3, the overall panel attributes can already overpower Guchen. However, in actual combat, that's another story. After all, Guchen is a well-deserved cheat, equipped with the soul-devouring poison Spike skill, which can ignore defenses and also prevent healing. Looking at the time, there's less than half an hour left until the cooldown of Shadowless Hand. It's time to find the ancient divine beast Tongshi to clock in Dragon Trap Cliff. At this moment, the ancient divine beast Tongshi is in despair. Upon seeing Guchen, it slumps to the ground, completely giving up resistance. Even so, Guchen has no intention of letting it go, and then comes Shadowless Hand. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully activated Shadowless Hand on the ancient divine beast Tongshi and obtained the SS level skill book Holy Light Baptism. Holy Light Baptism SS level. The holder summons a pure holy light, dealing holy damage to enemies within range and purifying negative effects on teammates. Enemies baptized by the holy light will be briefly stunned, while the attack, power, defense, and speed of the attack target will be reduced. Limited profession Priest. Wow. SS level skill. After seeing the skill attributes, Guchen couldn't help but be shocked. Damn, this skill is too terrifying. It's already a large area AoE skill, and on top of that, it can purify teammates' negative states. Not only can it purify teammates' negative states, but it can also apply a stun effect on enemies. It can stun opponents and also reduce their attack power, defense, and speed. This is definitely a god-level skill for the priest profession. Thinking of this, Guchen instinctively thought of Mi Ying's terrifying healing output. The holy priest profession is originally an attack-type healer. This Holy Light Baptism SS level is simply tailor-made for the holy priest profession. While enhancing output capability, it also strengthens its control ability. More importantly, it has a large-scale purification ability. In large-scale team battles or national wars, it is absolutely a strategic-level healer. At critical moments, it can turn the tide of battle. Thinking of this, Guchen directly sent a screenshot of the skill introduction to Mi Ying. Then, he cheekily asked, "Do you want to offer yourself?" Not long after, Mi Ying's voice communication came through. "Where did you get this skill? It's too strong, right? Do you want it?" Guchen asked with a grin. "Of course I want it," Mi Ying replied without hesitation. "It's not impossible to give it to you," Guchen suggested cheekily, "but you have to agree to one of my requests." "If it's about offering myself, then forget it," Mi Ying said straightforwardly. "I won't agree until you give me the golden set." "I don't want you to offer yourself," Guchen said cheekily, "I just want you to kiss me once." "Moa. On the other end of the phone, Ming unhesitatingly mimicked a kissing gesture, then cheerfully said, "I've already kissed you, hurry up and give me the skill book." Gu Chen's face turned green. "I want you to kiss me in real life, not over the phone." "I don't care, you can only blame yourself for not being clear." Ming pouted. "You're a big man, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" "Fine." Gu Chen said helplessly, "You're something else." He. Ming revealed a triumphant smile. For this woman who was willing to risk her life to save him, Gu Chen truly had no way to deal with her. He could only helplessly send the Holy Light Baptism SS level to Ming. It's nothing to pamper his woman a bit. While Gu Chen consoled himself in his heart, he also made up his mind that the next time he saw Ming, he would definitely kiss her back forcefully. Damn it. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. After agreeing to meet the ancient divine beast Tangxi in 12 hours, Gu Chen logged off. After fighting for more than 10 hours straight and taking care of his personal hygiene, Gu Chen was about to find a restaurant to eat when his phone rang. He took out his phone and glanced at it. The caller was Han Yanqing, one of the few friends he had in his previous life. After the arrival of the 10,000 races continent, this guy had all his possessions and equipment taken away by his wife. Disheartened, he joined the vanguard of Huagua. The so-called vanguard was actually a suicide squad. The equipment and weapons were mostly provided by the government, and they did the most dangerous jobs. The casualty rate was extremely high, and most of the people who joined were retired soldiers or patriotic pioneers. They dared to fight for Huagua, driven by a desire for death. Therefore, on the battlefield, although this group of people didn't have great equipment, they were the strongest in combat power and fighting spirit. In the national wars after the integration of the 10,000 races continent, the Huagua vanguard became a terrifying existence known worldwide. After joining the vanguard, Han Yanqing, with his fearless and fighting spirit, was promoted all the way to the rank of colonel. When facing the main force of the Sakura nation's army, he bravely confronted them with a regiment's worth of troops. He fought valiantly and died. Later, he was posthumously awarded the rank of Major General, recognized as a national hero of Huagua. Gu Chen also attended his memorial service. Unfortunately, the world was too chaotic at that time, and there wasn't much time to grieve. After a simple ritual, Gu Chen led the members of the Rhine Guild onto the battlefield. In this rebirth, hearing his good friend's voice again made Gu Chen feel quite emotional. "Why aren't you saying anything?" On the other end of the phone, Han Yanqing's worried voice came through. "I heard you broke up with Qin Mengyao? It's probably for the best. She's pretty, but not the kind of woman to live with. A wife should be virtuous. Breaking up now might not be a bad thing for you." Gu Chen felt a bit guilty. "You, a man betrayed by your wife, how do you have the face to teach me how to find a wife?" But then again, thinking about it, he and Han Yanqing didn't seem that different. He was betrayed by his wife, and although he hadn't married Qin Mengyao, they were just a piece of paper away from it. Speaking of which, they were indeed like brothers in hardship. "Alright, remember this saying, you might find it useful someday." Gu Chen asked, "What's the reason for your call?" "I heard you broke up, so I called to check on you." Han Yanqing said irritably, "Why are you so ungrateful?" "Don't worry, it's just a woman. I can take it or leave it." Gu Chen laughed, "You don't need to worry about me. By the way, have you played the popular game 10,000 Races Continent recently?" "Of course I have." Han Yanqing said, "Are you playing too?" "Yeah." "Which small town are you in?" Han Yanqing boasted, "If we're in the same small town, Dad will take you flying." "Go to hell." Gu Chen replied irritably, "What level are you? How dare you take me flying? Dad is already level 4. Han Yanqing bragged, "How about that? Isn't it impressive? Tell Dad which small town you're in. If we're in the same small town, Dad will take you flying." Gu Chen was also speechless. A level 4 little Karami dares to boast in front of me, the number 1 in the whole server? But thinking back to his previous life, he had entered the world of all races a week late. If it weren't for this guy Han Yanqing supporting him with a full set of equipment, he wouldn't have been able to earn 500,000 in a month. If he hadn't earned that much, his relationship with Qin Mengyao might have ended without a trace. Calculating it, this guy had also screwed him over a bit. Of course, Gu Chen knew that Han Yanqing was doing it for his own good back then. He couldn't repay kindness with enmity. So, he smiled and replied, "I'm in Yanhua Town." "Yanhua Town?" Han Yanqing exclaimed excitedly, "I heard that the number 1 in the whole server, Floating Light Dawn, is from your Yanhua Town. Have you seen him?" "I have." Gu Chen replied truthfully. Seeing himself could be considered seeing him, right? "Then do you know what he looks like?" Han Yanqing asked excitedly. "I heard from others that he looks like a rat with sharp features, and before entering the world of all races, he was a Buddha. That's why he chose the thief profession after entering the world of all races. Think about it, who would choose to be a thief if they were a decent person? Have you seen him in person? Does he look like what they say outside?" Gu Chen was also speechless. What the hell are these rumors? Sharp features? Rat-like eyes? How could I, the dignified Wu Yanzu from Mingchuan, endure this? No way. Next time I fight, I must show my face. Although I can't reveal my lineup, I can use a dust avoidance pearl to simulate a handsome young man who looks just like me. Do you believe the rumors outside? Gu Chen corrected him. "I've seen Floating Light Dawn, and he looks like a tall and handsome tree. His previous profession wasn't Buddha. And he's a very upright person, a good young man of the 21st century. Don't listen to the nonsense outside, they're just envious and jealous. Is that true? Han Yanqing asked with some doubt. Of course it's true. Gu Chen replied confidently. He looks just as handsome as I do. Floating Light Dawn is me. Did I say Floating Light Dawn looks as handsome as me? No problem, right? By the way, you haven't told me what level you are in the game. Han Yanqing didn't continue to dwell on whether Floating Light Dawn was handsome or not and changed the subject. Gu Chen was about to say level 7 when he thought again. Currently, he was the only one in the world at level 7. If he directly said he was level 7, wouldn't that expose him as Floating Light Dawn? Of course, Gu Chen didn't plan to hide his identity as Floating Light Dawn, but just thinking about how he had just been boasting about Floating Light Dawn's looks, if he revealed it now, it would be really awkward for him and his dad, awkward to the core. Thinking of this, Gu Chen secretly downgraded himself by 1 level and replied, I'm level 5 now. Wow, how the hell did you level up so fast? Han Yanqing asked excitedly. Do you have any secrets? Call me Dad, and I can tell you. Gu Chen said with a smile. Dad, hurry up and tell me. You really have no shame. Gu Chen rolled his eyes and said, contact me Ying. Let him give you a suitable set of equipment. Gu Chen originally intended to develop his own power. Han Yanqing, as his brother, was someone who dared to dedicate his life for the country. Under certain conditions, Gu Chen naturally wanted to focus on nurturing him. However, he did not plan to appear in front of the public just yet. All public activities could only be handled by Miying. Miying, is she that boss of yours with a figure that's almost unfair? Han Yanqing asked curiously. What's her game? ID? Is she strong in the 10,000 races continent? Her game ID is Qian Xiaowei Liang, Gu Chen replied calmly. What the hell? Han Yanqing exclaimed in surprise. She's actually Qian Xiaowei Liang, the number 1 hexagonal healer in Huagua? Number 1 hexagonal healer in Huagua? What the hell is that? Gu Chen asked, puzzled. Don't you check the player forums? Han Yanqing asked in astonishment. A video of Qian Xiaowei Liang fighting a boss was secretly recorded and uploaded to the forum, taking on a level 5 boss solo. Can you imagine a priest soloing a level 5 boss? And she can actually hold her own against it. In his previous life, the 10,000 races continent merged with Water Blue Star, and communication methods changed significantly. After being reborn, Gu Chen, who had become accustomed to life after the merger, overlooked the role of some forums. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to the world chat channels or forums. Even his friend settings had always been set to block all messages. Except for Miying, there was basically no one who could contact him. It seemed he should learn about the current social methods. Clearly, shutting himself off from the world was not a good idea. Your profession in the game is S-level dimensional paladin. Miying should have equipment that you can wear, Gu Chen said. How do you know my profession? Han Yanqing asked in surprise. You said it yourself, otherwise how could I know so much? Gu Chen naturally learned this from the information of his previous life, but he wouldn't voluntarily reveal the secret of his rebirth. So, in the face of this situation, he could only deny it to the death. Maybe I just forgot, Han Yanqing muttered to himself and continued. Equipment is so expensive now. Of course, the equipment can't be given to you for free, Gu Chen said. Miying is preparing to establish a game guild, and I will definitely join later. How about it? Want to join too? I definitely have no problem. Han Yanqing laughed. You contact your beautiful boss first and I'll apply to add her as a friend later, and we can go through once she's online. Sure. After ending the call with Han Yanqing, Gu Chen directly called Miying. After explaining Han Yanqing's situation to Miying, he instructed her not to reveal his identity. Then, he hung up the phone. After a simple tidy-up, Gu Chen headed to a nearby supermarket. On the way, he opened the official forum for the game 10,000 Races Continent set up by Huagua. As he browsed, he found that the most discussed topic was Floating Light Breaking Dawn. At the top was an announcement released by the Huagua officials. Title: Announcement regarding the Floating Light Breaking Dawn cheating issue content. Dear players, we are pleased to inform you that after strict system monitoring and manual review, we confirm that the player with the game ID Floating Light Breaking Dawn has consistently adhered to the principles of fair competition during the game and has not used any form of cheating software. Floating Light Breaking Dawn, as an outstanding player on our Huagua server, has not only won the respect and admiration of many players with her superb gaming skills and strategies, but has also set a model of fair competition with her honest gaming attitude. Here, we sincerely congratulate the players of Floating Light Breaking Dawn and hope that more players can learn from him, participating in the game with integrity and fighting for the honor of the Huagua server. Signed, Official Forum of Huagua Server, Wanzhou Continent. Below this pinned post, there is also an announcement. Title: Statement on the game being controlled by intelligent brain. No cheating software exists. Content: Wanzhou Continent employs an advanced intelligent brain control system integrating artificial intelligence, big data analysis, and real-time monitoring among other functions. The two pieces of content, the second one explains the impossibility of cheating software in Wanzhou Continent. Combined with the first one, it gives a certain impression. The first announcement seems not to be explaining whether Gu Chen has used cheating software. Rather, it is the official stance of the Huagua server expressing support for Gu Chen. It even praises Gu Chen as a model of fair competition. It encourages all players on the server to learn from Gu Chen. Moreover, the learning is about the actions previously questioned by players. To put it bluntly, the Huagua official released these two announcements not to answer everyone's doubts. Instead, it is to stand by and endorse Gu Chen. At the same time, there is an encouragement for everyone, encouraging everyone that if they can learn from Gu Chen's cheating behavior, they will not intervene. Gu Chen naturally saw the underlying intentions behind these two announcements. Wanzhou continent does not have an official body. The so-called official is actually established by each country itself. The highest levels are well aware of the situation in Wanzhou continent. The announcement from Huagua is not only to show goodwill to Gu Chen but also to encourage other players to learn from him. At all costs, develop oneself. As long as you can develop yourself, the country will not mind what means you use. Of course, criminal acts are definitely not within the allowed range. Gu Chen was eating while browsing the forum, where there were quite a few help posts asking for his contact information. Most of them were well-known figures from major financial groups or rich second-generation heirs from certain groups or the leaders of large guilds. The purpose of contacting Gu Chen was mostly to achieve long-term cooperation. They wanted to prioritize acquiring the equipment in Gu Chen's hands. Gu Chen did not pay attention to these posts. Among these posts, the only one that could rival the popularity of Floating Light-Breaking Dawn was the beauty chart of Wanzhou continent. The so-called beauty chart is actually a ranking of beautiful women. Currently, the first position is still under debate. There are two candidates. One is the hexagonal healer Qianxia Weiliang. The other is the goddess slayer Feng's Whisper. Both have their own groups of supporters fiercely debating against each other, making it quite lively. In his previous life, Gu Chen had also interacted with Feng's Whisper. He had to admit those long legs were truly beautiful, especially when paired with black stockings. The allure was off the charts. Putting the two together, even Gu Chen found it hard to choose. One is sufficiently large, the other is perfectly straight. If he had to make a choice, well, sorry, I've been reborn. What choice should I make? I want them all, aren't they appealing? PS, stable update notice. Starting from the first, updates will be stable every day at 9 AM, with a minimum of 3 updates and additional updates at irregular times. After finishing his meal at the supermarket, Gu Chen bought some daily necessities and snacks before returning to his rented room. Once home, Gu Chen didn't rush to go online. After a couple of sips that made him slightly tipsy, he fell asleep. According to Gu Chen's memory, before reaching level 20, he needed to participate in 3 server-wide events. He wasn't planning to level up to 20 until he completed those 3 events. When he woke up, it was already past 9 in the evening. Gu Chen washed his face and took care of his personal hygiene before logging back into the game. As soon as he logged in, he received a message from Mi Ying. Xianxia Wei Liang, Han Yen Chang is in a small town with me, and I've already given him the equipment he can use. Okay, Gu Chen replied. Han Yen Chang is not bad. If possible, you should help him out. By the way, do you have any good girls among your friends? Why are you asking this? Mi Ying said warily. They all have boyfriends, so don't get any ideas. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Chen replied irritably. Who's getting any ideas about them? With you around, how could I possibly think about them? Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Mi Ying's lips, but she didn't show it. Instead, she spoke coldly. Why are you asking this? I had someone read my brother's fortune, and it said he would be troubled by bad women in this life, Gu Chen said jokingly. So, I was thinking, can I find a kind girl in advance to save him from disaster? If you want me to help him find a partner, just say so, Mi Ying said irritably. No need to beat around the bush. Just consider it that way, Gu Chen said. Is there a suitable girl? Most of my friends are single, but I won't play matchmaker, Mi Ying said straightforwardly. I can at most provide him with a chance to meet someone. Whether it works out is up to him. That's fine, just a chance to meet is enough. As for whether it works out, that depends on his own luck. In this rebirth, Gu Chen didn't want Han Yen Chang to follow the same path as in his previous life. Although he couldn't help him choose a girlfriend, he could let him meet more outstanding women. By broadening his horizons, he would be less likely to fall for the wrong kind of woman. By the way, Han Yen Chang has already agreed to join our guild, Mi Ying asked. What kind of treatment is appropriate for him? You can handle the management side of things, Gu Chen added. Don't give him special treatment just because he's my brother or related to me. Whatever he needs, let him fight for it himself. He's my brother and I believe in his abilities. Then I'll handle it myself. Gu Chen said this and Mi Ying just listened. Knowing that he was Gu Chen's brother already gave him an inherent advantage, so what was the point of talking about fairness? Naturally, Mi Ying would provide Han Yen Chang with the best contract and train him according to the first tier. Mi Ying came to ask Gu Chen, not to hear his opinion but as a sign of respect for him. Gu Chen's insistence on treating everyone equally was also a stance, a way of saying he wouldn't interfere with her management. Even if their relationship was good, some necessary meanings still needed to be expressed. Of course, when the day came that they both knew each other's roots, some things wouldn't need to be communicated. After ending the call with me, Gu Chen finally noticed the 99 plus friend requests. He opened them up and one recent note caught his eye. Player name, Whisper of the Wind message. When I completed a hidden quest, I obtained a hidden dungeon scroll. If you, Boss Fugue, are interested, you can add me as a friend and we can collaborate on the. Seeing this ID, Gu Chen clicked to agree without a second thought. Gu Chen swore that he was genuinely attracted by the hidden FB mission whispered by the Wind's Whisper. It was definitely not because of the goddess's long legs, white as jade. The invitation from his friend came from Wind's Whisper. After Gu Chen agreed, his friend was added successfully. A few seconds later, Wind's Whisper sent a message. Boss Fublight? Fublight, just call me Fublight. Wind's Whisper, Boss Fublight. When I completed the hidden mission, I obtained a hidden dungeon scroll information. Our team's strength is limited, so if you're interested, we can team up to tackle it. You can choose first from the FB rewards, is that okay? Gu Chen opened the scroll information and took a glance. Item name, Hidden Dungeon, Shadow Castle, mainline hidden mission of the 10,000 races continent, mission difficulty, mission reward, unknown. It turned out to be another hidden mainline mission, and it was a 4-star difficulty hidden mainline mission. In his previous life, when he entered the game, the Shadow Castle dungeon already existed. It was first opened by Wind's Whisper. Unfortunately, at that time, Wind's Whisper's team was not yet formed, and they failed the first challenge. After the failure, this hidden dungeon automatically became a public dungeon worldwide. Players from any country could challenge it. In the end, the first kill of the dungeon was taken by the Sakura Nation. In this life, Gu Chen would naturally not let the first kill opportunity fall into the hands of the Sakura Nation. However, he couldn't help for free either. So, Gu Chen quickly put forward his demands. Fublight, I can help, but I have my conditions. If you agree, I can assist you. If not, then forget it. Wind's Whisper, what are the conditions? Fublight, from all the equipment obtained in the dungeon, you can only choose 5 pieces of bronze equipment. I want to take 3 of the 5 treasure chests from the first kill. Also, once we enter the dungeon, all actions will be directed by me. If you agree, I can lead you through this dungeon. If you don't agree, then forget it. Wind's Whisper, isn't that condition a bit excessive? Fublight, excessive? You should know that this mission scroll is one-time use. If you fail to clear it, the Shadow Castle dungeon will be shared worldwide. I could easily wait for you to fail and then take my own team to get the first clear. In that case, all the rewards would be mine. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the scroll's validity should be 72 hours. If you don't challenge it within 72 hours, the Shadow Castle dungeon will also become a public dungeon. At most, I'll just wait another 72 hours. In Yanhua Town, at the Rock Giant camp. Damn it! That guy Fublight is too despicable. Wind's Whisper slashed at the Rock Giant with a sword, and as the sword light fell, it seemed to burn the Rock Giant with intense fire elements. Boss, what did Fublight say? Beside Wind's Whisper, a young female mage asked while casting skills to slow down the Rock Giant. What else can I say? The lion opens its mouth wide. The gentle voice of the wind said, the entire dungeon only allows us to take 5 pieces of bronze equipment and 2 silver treasure chests. Gentle voice, isn't this request from Radiant Dawn too much? How about we open it ourselves? The knight at the front, flying dragon in the sky, said unhappily, I don't believe that without Radiant Dawn, we can clear this dungeon? You should understand the uniqueness of this hidden dungeon, gentle voice of the wind replied. After 72 hours or if the mission fails, this dungeon will become a public dungeon. At that time, with our abilities, it will be basically impossible to achieve a first clear. Gentle voice, what do you mean? Asked the female priest, Liu Yueying, who was standing next to gentle voice of the wind. My suggestion is to agree to Radiant Dawn's request, gentle voice of the wind explained proactively. Currently, with our team's strength, it's basically impossible to solo this dungeon. Even 2 days later, the possibility of clearing it will be very slim. Radiant Dawn can solo 3 bosses within an hour, all of which are level 7 or above, which shows that his strength is greater than our entire team. Moreover, he gives me the impression that he is very familiar with the dungeon of the Shadow Castle. He has already guessed the time limit of our hidden scroll and the consequences of failure. In the chat, he has clearly stated that he can wait for us to fail or for the mission to expire. So, the current situation is that we need him, not the other way around. Although Gu Chen's request is a bit excessive, it's still better than getting nothing. I agree with Gentle Voice's opinion, Liu Yueying said, you can eat as much as you can handle. Being able to obtain 2 silver treasure chests is also a significant gain for us. Seeing that everyone raised their hands in agreement, Flying Dragon in the Sky could only nod and say, alright then, we'll go with your decision. Soon, Gu Chen received a message from Gentle Voice of the Wind. Gentle Voice of the Wind, we agree to your request. When are you free? Radiant Dawn, where are you now? Gentle Voice of the Wind, Rock Giant Camp. Radiant Dawn, send me the coordinates, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Gentle Voice of the Wind, Rock Giant Camp, 2301-3325. Gu Chen looked at the time, it was 9:30. 2 hours should be enough to clear the hidden dungeon, Shadow Castle. After clearing it, he would go to the Dragon Cliff to catch up with the ancient divine beast, Teng Shi. He didn't want to miss the opportunity that came once every 12 hours. 10 minutes later, at the rock giant camp. After using the dust avoidance pearl to create a handsome appearance, Guchen appeared in front of Gentle Voice of the Wind and the others. Is he Radiant Dawn? He's too handsome. The healer, Liu Yueying, whispered to Gentle Voice of the Wind with starry eyes. Isn't it said online that Radiant Dawn is a weirdo with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks? If that's a weirdo, then there are probably no handsome guys left in the myriad races continent. The last time he faced off against the proud war god and others, the photographer was far away, and with Guchen's fast movement speed, they couldn't capture his face at all. That's why there were all sorts of unreliable speculations online. Hello, everyone. Guchen approached and greeted them. Hello, Radiant Boss, Liu Yueying. Stepped forward, shook Guchen's hand, and introduced herself. I'm Liu Yueying, the priest of Gentle Voice's team. Hello. Guchen smiled and greeted her before looking at Gentle Voice of the Wind. In her previous life, Gentle Voice of the Wind fought bravely and died. By the time Guchen crossed over, she had been dead for many years. The memory of her appearance had become somewhat blurred. Now, seeing an old acquaintance again, the figure before him was somewhat different from his memories. A beautiful face, slightly more youthful than a few years later. However, her tall and slender figure, especially those long legs, are simply her best calling card. Her legs are long and straight, with smooth lines, as if they were masterpieces carefully sculpted by an artist. Her skin is as white as jade, delicate and smooth, reflecting a faint sheen under the dim light of the rock giant camp. The muscles in her legs are firm and powerful, neither too thin nor too bulky, perfectly showcasing the grace and strength of femininity. Upon seeing Guchen, the gentle whisper of the wind approached. Slowly. Her steps were light and elegant, each one seeming to dance gracefully. Her long legs exuded an enchanting charm as Guchen couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. The shape of her legs was perfect, with slender ankles, long calves, and full thighs, creating a smooth and rhythmic line. Besides those long legs, her face was equally stunning. She had bright, large eyes, a high nose, rosy lips, and a radiant smile that gave a warm and friendly feeling. Her long hair flowed with the wind like a moving painting, adding a touch of liveliness and grace to her beauty. Those legs, that face, walking down the street, were truly a beautiful sight. No wonder she was a goddess who captivated both men and women. Even Guchen, with his steadfast heart, felt a ripple in his heart as she walked by. This woman. Those legs. Forget it, I can't think any further. If I do, it would be a crime. Hello, boss. Floating light. Qin Xingyu naturally noticed Guchen's gaze on her legs, slightly furrowing her brows, and took the initiative to greet him. Hello. Guchen noticed Qin Xingyu's subtle expression but didn't mind and asked, when will the hidden dungeon start? Let me introduce you to my teammates first, Qin Xingyu said, taking the initiative to introduce. You already know our priest, and now, let me introduce the other three members. This is our team's knight, Flying Dragon in the Sky. This is our team's fire mage, Clear Dream Without Trace. Finally, this is our team's elven archer, smiling gracefully. My profession is a hidden class, Flame Martial God. There is also a substitute formation master, Starry Sea. Guchen replied, you can choose any 4 people besides me. Don't we need to consider the team composition? Wind's Light asked, puzzled. No need. Guchen said directly without thinking, just arrange it as you see fit. Wind's Light looked at Guchen with some doubt but ultimately followed the original arrangement. 2. Frontline tanks, Night Flying Dragon in the Sky, Flame Martial God Wind's Light, 1 charge, Guchen, 1 ranged attacker, Elven Archer smiling gracefully, and 1 ranged healer, Nurse Liuli Moon Shadow. Once the lineup was confirmed, Qin Xingyu pulled Guchen into the team. Then she used the hidden dungeon scroll. System prompt, your teammate Wind's Light has used a hidden task scroll and you have received a shared task. Task name, first kill hidden dungeon Shadow Castle, hidden main quest of the 10,000 races continent. Task requirements, clear the hidden dungeon Shadow Castle. Task difficulty, time requirement, 72 hours. Countdown 48 hours 36 minutes 25 seconds. Task rewards, 100 luck points, 1 silver treasure chest. Task failure, the first kill task of Shadow Castle is open to the whole world, and players from all servers can challenge it. As the task announcement ended, Guchen and his 4 companions were teleported to a very dark castle. The entire Shadow Castle was situated on a piece of ancient land eroded by time, shrouded in a layer of eternal twilight, as if forever on the edge of dusk. The sunlight could not penetrate its thick clouds, only casting a faint and hazy glow. The stone walls of the castle were mottled and covered with moss and the marks of time. Vines crawled all over the walls, tightly wrapping the castle, adding a touch of mystery and eeriness. The place where Guchen and the others appeared was a desolate patch of grass, with sparse trees swaying their dry branches in the cold wind, making a rustling sound. Flying Dragon in the Sky, you go ahead and draw aggro. Yenran, look for ranged output opportunities. Liuli, pay attention to everyone's status. After entering, Qin Xingyu automatically entered a commanding state, beginning to direct them in an orderly manner. Guchen scratched his nose, interrupting awkwardly, there's no need to be so complicated. Qin Xingyu frowned and asked, do you have any tactical arrangements? No. Guchen shook his head. Hearing Guchen's words, Qin Xingyu frowned again and asked, since there's no arrangement, can we proceed according to our original plan? No need. Guchen refused again, you all just stand here and don't move. What? Qin Xingyu asked incredulously. The area outside the Shadow Castle is a safe zone, you just need to stand in the safe zone and don't move, Guchen said calmly. I'll handle the upcoming task. You mean you want to solo it? Qin Xingyu asked with a grim expression. Yes. Guchen nodded firmly. This is a 4-star difficulty hidden dungeon, Qin Xingyu tried to remind him. I know. Guchen nodded. You know, so why are you being so reckless? Qin Xingyu said, suppressing her discomfort. Fu Guang, I know you're very capable, but this is a 4-star difficulty dungeon, not the time for you to show off. I'm not showing off, Guchen said impatiently. I already said before we came in, after entering, you all listened to me. You agreed to that. Are you going back on your word? Qin Xingyu then remembered that when they entered, she indeed agreed to follow Guchen's arrangements. However, she never expected that Guchen's so-called arrangement was just to have them 4 stand in the safe zone while he soloed the dungeon. Are you sure you can solo it? Qin Xingyu asked through gritted teeth, her expression grim. I'm sure. Guchen nodded without hesitation. Alright, we'll wait here. Qin Xingyu ultimately agreed to Guchen's arrangement. They watched as Guchen entered the Shadow Castle alone. After Guchen left, Liu Liying finally spoke. Xingyu, are we just standing here? Xingyu, is Fu Guang really going to solo the Shadow Castle script? The elven archer Qianqiao asked curiously. Yes. Qin Xingyu nodded, not saying much more. This is a 4-star difficulty hidden dungeon. Fu Guang is soloing? What's the difference from seeking death? Flying Dragon in the Sky said angrily. If he wants to die, that's one thing. But he's dragging us down, taking up one of our slots. If the 5 of us fully join in and progress step by step, we might just clear the dungeon. Right now, Floating Light occupies 1 slot and isn't contributing. How can the 4 of us manage? Phylon, stop complaining for now, Liu Liying comforted. If Floating Light dares to solo, he must have his reasons. Let's just wait here. If he really can solo it, we'll be carried along. Doing nothing and getting 2 silver chests and 5 bronze gear pieces for free? That's a huge profit for us. Ha! Phylon snorted, saying, do you really think he's a god? How can one person solo a 4-star difficulty dungeon? To me, Floating Light is just trying to show off in front of Xingyu, aiming to attract her attention. There have been plenty of players like that over the years. Enough, Qin Xingyu interrupted. It's too early to say anything now, let's be patient and wait. If Floating Light fails to solo, we can go in then. In any case, this hidden dungeon opportunity is rare, and we absolutely cannot waste it. Shadowy Castle. Guchen walked into the castle, and a chill swept over him, sending shivers down his spine. The interior was spacious and empty, with tall stone pillars supporting the dome, intricately carved with complex patterns and mysterious runes. Ancient furniture and decorations lined the corridors, each exuding an eerie, ancient aura. Occasionally, a cold wind would sweep through the hallway, carrying a low echo, as if countless whispers were ringing in his ears. According to Guchen's memory, Shadowy Castle was composed of 5 parts. The first part was the outer area of the castle, which was where Guchen currently stood. It was surrounded by dense thorns and ancient trees, with monsters like level 3 skeleton soldiers and bat spirits. 4. Level 3 monsters. Guchen couldn't be bothered to use insight. He directly summoned Flame Princess and let her wreak havoc. The reason Guchen had proposed to Qin Xingyu that they follow his lead after entering the dungeon was for the sake of soloing the dungeon now. Choosing to solo even with a team wasn't out of arrogance, it was because Guchen didn't want to expose the existence of Flame Princess or let outsiders know his true strength. Of course, there was another reason. The experience reward for the first kill of Shadowy Castle was extremely generous, and Guchen couldn't bear to give it to someone else. Under the firestorm of Flame Princess, within just 2 minutes, all the dozens of monsters outside the castle were cleared. System prompt: soul-devouring poison spike has detected a poison source, bat poison. Do you wish to absorb it? Absorb. System prompt: bat poison absorption complete. System prompt: your soul-devouring poison spike has changed. Soul-devouring poison spike LV1 SSS grade. Any attack can apply a layer of poisoning effect to the target, dealing 25 points of damage per second for 60 seconds. This poisoning effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing restriction effect on targets in a poison state, which cannot be purified. Additionally, targets in a poison state have their movement speed reduced by 50% and attack speed reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poisoning effect. 3. Traits. Consuming different toxins can enhance the poisoning effect. The soul-devouring poison sting skill evolved 3 times on the Poison Mist Cobra Elite, and Poison Mist Cobra King. It reached a damage of 20 health points per second. After absorbing bat venom, it further increased to 25 health points per second. After 4 stacks, the soul-devouring poison sting can take away 4,500 health points from the target per minute. With the current health of players, being hit once by Guchen basically puts them on a countdown to death. Not even a deity could save them. This is Guchen's confidence. Passing through the outer area of the ancient castle and entering the castle, Guchen arrived at a spacious hall. This is the second level of the Shadow Castle dungeon, the Castle Hall. In the center of the Castle Hall stands a massive statue of a dark noble, surrounded by eerie murals and ancient furniture. In the center of the Castle Hall are level 5 elite skeleton soldiers and bat spirits. Yanji and Gu Chen, each with a pet, took only 3 minutes to successfully deal with them. However, this was far from over. After clearing the castle hall in the second level, they still needed to find the hidden switch and crack the ancient code. Within the entire castle hall, there are hundreds of hidden switches, but only one is correct. Normally, to pass this level, a significant amount of time and lives would be required. Unfortunately, Gu Chen, with the stealthy thief profession, possesses the SSS level skill, 1000 locks, 10,000 solutions. The hidden switches in the second level were like decorations in front of Gu Chen. He easily found the correct switch at a glance, obtained the code, and directly proceeded to the third level, including clearing the level 5 skeleton soldiers and bat spirits in the center of the castle hall. Gu Chen took less than 5 minutes. At the same time, he also increased the damage of the soul-devouring poison sting to 30 health points per second. After passing through the hall, Gu Chen arrived at a dimly lit corridor. This is the third level of the Shadow Castle, the Dark Corridor. The sides of the corridor are filled with ancient armor and weapons, and a strange aura permeates the air. In the corridor, dark elves and dark vampires swim around. Monster name, Dark Elf, level 8, health 11,000, attack 210 to 223, physical defense 130, magical defense 60, speed 70, skills, shadow assassination, night shadow escape, mind fog. Description: they were once a branch of the elven race from the world of light, killed by the master of the Shadow Castle thousands of years ago. The dark energy carried by the master of the Shadow Castle polluted the souls of the elves, turning them into the wandering souls in the Shadow Castle. Monster name, Dark Vampire, level 8, health 13,000, attack 180 to 205, physical defense 60, magical defense 130, speed 55, skills, Shadow Devour. Blood contract, blood mist formation. Description: they were once the guardians of the Shadow Castle, corrupted and killed by the evil power of the master of the Shadow Castle, and after death, transformed into vampires, lingering within the castle. With Gu Chen's current attack power, using the 1000-path flow technique, he can take down a dark vampire or dark elf in one wave at maximum output. However, using the 1000-path flow requires intense mental concentration, and controlling the speed of the strikes is a significant demand. Unless in special circumstances, Gu Chen is reluctant to use the 1000-path flow lightly. For large-scale monster farming, the effect of the soul-devouring poison sting is clearly more suitable than the 1000-path flow. For a single monster, he can lightly strike 3 times. Due to the continuous damage, the monster's aggro will remain on Gu Chen. At this point, Gu Chen only needs to continuously kite the monster to slowly wear down the one following him. Currently, after 3 layers of poison enhancement from the soul-eating poison spike, it can deal 90 damage per second, totaling 5,400 damage in a minute. This damage is true damage that ignores defenses, and even against the highest health dark vampires, it only takes 2.5 minutes to easily reap them. Therefore, Gu Chen, who entered the dark corridor, directly activated Wind Step. He swiftly maneuvered between the dark elves and dark vampires. As he passed, layers of red health bars floated by. 985 critical damage, poison state applied successfully. 30-652 poison state applied successfully. 30-322 poison state applied successfully. 30 Gu Chen leisurely wandered through the dark corridor, and after stacking the poison state 3 times, he turned around and left gracefully. After the poison damage had passed, he would come back for another output. Generally, dark elves can only withstand 2 rounds of poison under Gu Chen's dagger. In the case of critical damage, dark vampires usually last only 2 rounds as well. If there is no critical hit, Flame Princess would step in to set a fire. With the close cooperation of the two, the level 8 dark elves and dark vampires lasted less than 10 minutes. System notification: your pet, Flame Princess, has successfully leveled up to level 4. Pet name, Flame Princess. Pet rank, Ancient Divine Beast. Pet level 4, health 1600. Attack 352 to 412, defense 260, speed 101, skills, Phoenix Rebirth SSS level, Fire Feather Storm SS level, Blazing Field SSS level. With the upgrade of Flame Princess, her originally small body expanded a bit, though it still looked a bit tender. However, she had shed the appearance of a chick. The colorful feathers at her tail appeared even more vibrant. Accompanying Flame Princess's upgrade, the system notification sound rang out again. System notification: your Soul-Eating Poison Spike LV1 SSS level has been upgraded to Soul-Eating Poison Spike LV2 SSS level. Soul-Eating Poison Spike LV2 SSS level. Any attack can apply a layer of poison effect to the target, deducting 30 health points per second for 90 seconds. This poison effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing restriction effect to the target in the poison state, which cannot be purified. Additionally, the movement speed of the target in the poison state is reduced by 50%, and the attack speed is reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poison effect. 4. Trait: consuming different toxins can enhance the poison effect. In the Myriad Races continent, there are mainly 3 ways to upgrade skills. The first is Enlightenment Upgrade, which occurs during use, automatically upgrading as proficiency increases. Gu Chen's skills, such as Stealth, Rogue Assassination, Wind Step, and now the Soul-Eating Poison Spike, are all Enlightenment upgrades. Enlightenment upgrade is currently the mainstream method of skill upgrading in the myriad races continent. Generally, the higher the skill level and quality, the more difficult the enlightenment upgrade becomes, requiring more time. It is common for SSS level skills to not achieve an enlightenment upgrade even once in a year. The second type is the consumption of rare enlightenment type fruits. The rarity of enlightenment fruits ranges from low to high in the following order: 1st rank, 2nd rank, 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank, 6th rank, 7th rank, 8th rank, 9th rank, 10th rank, spirit fruit, immortal fruit, ancient divine fruit. The higher the rank of the enlightenment type fruit, the greater the possibility of skill enlightenment. After consuming enlightenment fruits, as long as one practices the skill they wish to enhance, there is a certain probability that the skill will break through. The third type is the enlightenment type formation. It requires the guild's formation master to arrange different types of enlightenment formations. Practicing skills within the corresponding enlightenment formations can increase the probability of skill enlightenment. Therefore, the strength of the guild's formations is also an important factor in determining a guild's influence. Gu-chen originally thought that the upgrade of soul-devouring poison spike would require collecting high-level enlightenment fruits. Unexpectedly, he improved during the process of killing monsters. This was truly a pleasant surprise. What was even more surprising was how much the second-level soul-devouring poison spike had changed. In addition to the duration increasing by 30 seconds, the layers of poison also increased by 1. Compared to before the level upgrade, the same poison damage meant that Gu-chen's toxin output had doubled. During the toxin duration, he could deal 10,800 real damage to the target. After calming his emotions, Gu-chen continued forward. At the end of the corridor was a tightly closed door. After opening the door, Gu-chen entered a special secret room. The large secret room was filled with 2 bronze-level bosses. This was the 4th level of the Shadow Castle. Gu-chen had ventured through the Shadow Castle in his previous life and was very familiar with this dungeon. The core difficulty of the 4th level was that the secret room was filled with various traps and puzzles, such as gas traps and flame throwers. Challengers needed to cleverly avoid these traps and successfully kill the 2 bronze bosses to unlock the path to the final boss room. Even without his previous life's experience, it didn't matter. After all, he now not only had skills like 1000 locks and 10 solutions, which could detect all traps, but also auxiliary artifacts like the dust-removing pearl, which could eliminate all negative states. Gas traps and flame throwers posed no threat to him at all. In just 10 seconds, Gu-chen easily disabled all the traps and then cast an insight spell to check the attributes of the 2 bosses. Monster name: Nether Vampire Commander, Bronze Boss, level 9, health 250,000, attack 330 to 380. Physical defense 210, magical defense 160, speed 75, skills: Nether Shield, Blood Soul Devourer, Night Stealth, Blood Fiend Power. Description: they were once the leaders of the Shadow Castle's guard team, corrupted and perished by the evil power of the Shadow Castle's master, transforming into vampires after death, lingering within the castle. Monster name: Dark Elf Captain, Bronze Boss, level 9, health 230,000, attack 369 to 405, physical defense 150. Magical defense 190, speed 80, skills: Phantom Arrow, Night Protection, Shadow Dance, Shadow Summon. Description: he was once the captain of an elf squad in the world of light, killed thousands of years ago by the master of the Shadow Castle. The dark energy carried by the master of the Shadow Castle polluted the elf's soul, turning him into a wandering spirit in the Shadow Castle. In the secret room, the dim candlelight flickered weakly in the cold wind. After being reborn, it was the first time Gu-chen faced 2 bosses at the same time, and instead of feeling fear, he was somewhat exhilarated. At this moment, the leader of the Nether Vampire and the captain of the Dark Elf had already locked onto the intruder. A powerful pressure surged towards Gu-chen. The Nether Vampire leader charged forward, with the Dark Elf captain following closely behind, forming a battle formation to rush at Gu-chen. In the myriad of races on the continent, the intelligence of bosses is very high, and they are adept at utilizing their advantages. For instance, the Nether Vampire leader, possessing terrifying defensive and recovery abilities, took the lead. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf captain, with exceptional long-range attack capabilities, stayed back, waiting for the right moment to strike. On the battlefield, the Nether Vampire leader, clad in black armor, had blood-red eyes that flickered with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness. The Dark Elf captain resembled a ghost in the forest, with silver-white hair flowing in the night wind, eyes fixed intently on Gu-chen. The battle was about to erupt, and the Nether Vampire leader was the first to launch an attack. He swung the blood blade in his hand, unleashing a fierce sword energy towards Gu-chen. Gu-chen keenly sensed the danger, his figure flashing as he skillfully dodged the strike. At that moment, the Dark Elf captain was not idle either. Ghostly arrows rained down towards Gu-chen, forcing him to split his focus. He nimbly evaded the arrows while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The combination of 2 bronze bosses, each with their own strengths, was definitely more effective than simple addition. In the midst of dodging and maneuvering, Gu-chen finally found an opportunity and executed a rogue's assassination, landing a direct hit on the Nether Vampire leader. At this point, the Nether Vampire leader had activated the Nether Shield, boosting his original physical defense of over 200 to more than 400. 120 poison status applied successfully. -30-135 poison status applied successfully. -30. Without the benefits of stealth and back attacks, Gu Chen's damage barely broke through the Nether Vampire Leader's defenses. Fortunately, all 4 layers of poison status were successfully applied. Under the influence of the poison status, the Nether Vampire Leader's attack and movement speeds continuously decreased, making it much easier for Gu Chen to evade. Just then, after the Dark Elf Captain failed to land a hit, he immediately used Shadow Step to approach Gu Chen, launching Shadow Summon when he was 10 meters away. Dozens of Dark Elf Captains appeared around Gu Chen. These shadow clones drew their longbows, and a rain of ghostly arrows came flying towards Gu Chen. Damn! If I get hit, I'll instantly turn into a porcupine. Gu Chen marveled inwardly and immediately activated the stealth skill he had yet to use, entering a hidden state. Swift Step followed, and guided by the 1,000 locks and 10,000 releases, he charged towards the Dark Elf Captain. The Dark Elf Captain seemed to sense the threat and immediately activated Knight's Protection, forming a dark shield around himself. Unfortunately, Gu Chen's poison status ignored any defenses. In a stealth attack, Gu Chen unleashed 1,000 paths, dealing full damage with 26 strikes. -3100 critical damage poison status applied successfully. -30-1560 poison status applied successfully. -30-1570 poison status applied successfully. -30 a full set of 1,000 paths took away nearly 40,000 health from the Dark Elf Captain. As the Dark Elf Captain entered the poison state, the summoned shadow clones automatically dissipated. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Such a simple truth, Gu Chen still understood. Without any hesitation, Gu Chen unleashed a set of 1,000 paths flow in Shadow Blade Dance. The damage of 29 layers, although lacking a stealth bonus, still dealt over 10,000 damage. At this moment, the battle had entered Gu Chen's own rhythm. The main skills of the Nether Vampire Lord, Nether Shield, Blood Soul Devourer, and Knight Stealth were all defensive types and difficult challenges. The only offensive skill was Blood Fiend's Power, which consumed a certain amount of health to deal damage to the target. Under the poison state, the Nether Vampire Lord's defensive skills were practically ineffective. The only offensive skill also required the consumption of health. Therefore, the Nether Vampire Lord posed little threat to Gu Chen. Because of this, Gu Chen set his first hunting target on the Dark Elf Captain, who had ranged attack capabilities. There was no choice, Gu Chen's health was already low. If the Dark Elf Captain shot a few arrows, he could return to town for free. The Dark Elf Captain, being a ranged shooter, was rendered nearly useless once Gu Chen got close. It could only rely on shadow clones to maneuver around Gu Chen. Unfortunately, Gu Chen already possessed the incredible skill 1,000 locks, 10 solutions, and combined with the poison state, the Dark Elf Captain was continuously losing health. Thus, the summoned shadow clones were completely ineffective. In less than 5 minutes, the unwilling Dark Elf Captain fell, dropping a pile of equipment. Gu Chen didn't rush to pick up the equipment but directly attacked the Nether Vampire Lord. Without the interference of the Dark Elf Captain, the Nether Vampire Lord was practically a live target for Gu Chen, unable to last even 5 minutes before collapsing into a pile of experience points. System upgrade. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Nether Vampire Lord, Bronze Boss. Reward 80,000 experience points. System notification. Due to your overlevel kill of Nether Vampire Lord, Bronze Boss, you receive an additional reward of 8,000 experience points. After consecutively killing 2 bosses, Gu Chen's experience significantly increased and he was not far from leveling up. Next was the time to check the equipment. The first kill of the Hidden Dungeon's Bronze Boss dropped all bronze equipment. A total of 9 pieces, but none were usable by Gu Chen. Moreover, Gu Chen no longer regarded bronze equipment as anything significant. In the current 10,000 races continent, ordinary equipment was still the mainstay. Being able to equip a high-level ordinary item was already considered high combat power. At this moment, if outsiders knew Gu Chen's thoughts, they would probably want to stab him. We don't even have a single high-level ordinary item. You don't even regard bronze equipment anymore? After killing 2 bosses, Gu Chen didn't leave empty-handed. Although there was no suitable equipment, he unexpectedly obtained a skill book that an assassin class could learn. Shadow Clone. Item name, Shadow Clone. Item level, A. Item description, the Shadow Clone skill allows the user to create a clone that mimics the user's actions. Restrictions, Assassin class. Having finally encountered a suitable skill, Gu Chen naturally clicked to learn without hesitation. Soon, the specific effects of the skill appeared before Gu Chen. Shadow Clone LV1, active skill after use, summons a Shadow Clone that lasts for 15 seconds. The creator can use the clone to deal 60% of the user's attribute damage to the target. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Magic cost, 20 points. Seeing the skill introduction, Gu Chen was pleasantly surprised. On the battlefield, having one more clone means one more chance of survival. However, the next level of Shadow Clone isn't much help to Gu Chen at the moment. Whether in terms of damage or duration, it doesn't hold much appeal for him right now. But skills like Shadow Clone will definitely change as levels increase. After all, when he fought the Dark Elf Captain, it could summon over a dozen Shadow Clones at once while using ghost arrows against Gu Chen. This means that once Gu Chen levels up his shadow clone to a certain point, even if he can't summon a dozen, 7 or 8 should be possible, right? Just imagine 7 or 8 shadow clones using 1000 paths flow on a single target at the same time. What kind of damage would that cause? Take today's 2 bosses, for example, with over 200,000 health. In the case of 7 or 8 shadow clones using 1000 paths flow simultaneously, it would basically be an instant kill. An instant kill against a boss 3 levels higher than himself. Just thinking about it excites Gu Chen. Today's dungeon was worth it. Gu Chen calmed his excitement and continued forward. After passing through the secret chamber, he arrived at the final boss's lair, the Shadow Lord's Hall. Just as Gu Chen entered the Shadow Lord's Hall, outside the Phantom Castle on the lawn, Liu Liyueying, Feilong Zaiqian, Jin Qingyu, and Xianxia Yanran looked at each other, one by one, exchanging glances. Gu Chen was currently in a team state. In a team state, even with low contributions, there would still be a 1% experience reward after killing monsters. This means that for every monster Gu Chen kills, they would receive a system notification of experience points. With Gu Chen's strength, killing level 3, 5, or 7, or 8 monsters didn't surprise Xianxia Yanran and the others at all. After all, Gu Chen had soloed a bronze boss before. This level of difficulty was nothing. However, what surprised Qin Qingyu and the others was Gu Chen's killing speed. The system's notification sound was basically flooding the screen. Of course, that wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that just a few minutes ago, Gu Chen had actually soloed 2 bronze-level bosses. According to the system's notifications, the time taken to kill the 2 bosses was less than 3 minutes apart. This meant that Gu Chen had soloed 2 level 9 bronze bosses while facing 2 at once. At this moment, Qin Qingyu finally understood that Gu Chen had them stay here not just because he looked down on their output, but more because he was worried that the 4 of them would slow him down. Xingyu, Liuli. Yueying snapped back to reality from her shock and analyzed. Fu Guangpu just soloed 2 bronze bosses, and he succeeded in killing them. Under normal circumstances, we should have received a message about successfully clearing the dungeon. But I haven't received any notification. I haven't received one either, Xianxia Yanran chimed in. Me neither, Feilong Zaiqian said with a grim expression. Qin Qingyu analyzed. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 bronze bosses shouldn't be the final bosses. If the 2 bronze bosses aren't the final bosses, then the last boss won't be a silver level boss, right? Liu Liyueying speculated in disbelief. Silver level boss? No way? Feilong Zaiqian asked in surprise. The Shadow Castle dungeon is only a level 3 to 10 dungeon. How could there be a silver level boss? That's hard to say. Xianxia Yanran replied. Right now, the big shot Fu Guangpu is facing 2 bronze level bosses. Based on past experience, the final boss is definitely going to be a level higher. It's highly likely to be a silver boss. Qin Qingyu nodded in agreement. If it's a bronze boss, Fu Guangpu can handle it alone, but if it's a silver boss, will he be in danger? Liu Liyueying suggested. Qingyu, should we contact Fu Guangpu? For the last silver boss, if we're there, at least we can help share the damage. My support can also provide enough healing. Qin Qingyu thought for a moment and nodded. I'll contact Fu Guangpu first to see what he thinks. The last boss is crucial to the success of the hidden dungeon, and Qin Qingyu wanted to contribute. At least, in Qin Qingyu's view, if the 4 of them teamed up with Fu Guangpu, their chances of defeating the silver boss would be higher. As long as Fu Guangpu had some sense, he shouldn't refuse. With that in mind, Qin Qingyu sent a message to Gu Chen. The last boss is a silver boss. Can you handle it alone? Do you need our help? Although our strength isn't as strong as yours, we can still help block some damage at critical moments. Liu Li has amplification skills and can assist you. Not long after Qin Qingyu sent the message, she received a reply from Gu Chen. The content was very simple. Just 3 words, no need. Qingyu, what did he say? Did he agree? Liu Liyueying asked with concern. Qin Qingyu opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then truthfully said, he said no need. Humph. Feilong Zaiqian snorted coldly, complaining, blind arrogance. I want to see how he can solo a level 10 silver boss. Alright, stop making sarcastic remarks. Qin Qingyu instructed. Even though Fu Guangpu said he doesn't need our help, we still need to be ready for battle. If Fu Guangpu calls for help or fails the challenge, we must be the first to step in. At this moment, Qin Qingyu and the others were unaware that at the same time they entered the Shadow Castle, a global announcement echoed across the 10,000 races continent. 10,000 races continent announcement. Players Feng Diqingyu, Xianxia Yanran, Longxing Tianxia, Liu Liyueying, and Fu Guangpu from the Huagua server have successfully opened the hidden dungeon Shadow Castle. Upon successful completion, the Shadow Castle dungeon will become an exclusive dungeon for Huagua. If they fail, the Shadow Castle dungeon will be open to the entire world. The first server to complete the Shadow Castle dungeon will have its difficulty reduced by 20%. 10,000 races continent announcement. Players Feng Diqingyu, Xianxia Yanran, Longxing Tianxia, Liu Liyueying, and Fu Guangpu from the Huagua server have successfully opened the hidden dungeon Shadow Castle. The consecutive announcements from the 10,000 races continent ignited all major servers. American server, Lockdown. The hidden dungeon for the entire server has actually been opened by the Hwagwa players. Lucifer's expression was grim. President, according to the content of the 10,000 Races Continent announcement, the Hwagwa server only has one chance to challenge. If they fail, the Shadow Castle dungeon will be open to the whole world. Eye of the Storm analyzed, the overall strength of Hwagwa players is weak and it's basically impossible for them to clear this dungeon. But they have Floating Light Breaking Dawn in their team, Lucifer said. According to the intelligence we've gathered, Floating Light Breaking Dawn can now solo a level 9 bronze boss. With his strength, it's still possible for him to clear the Shadow Castle dungeon. The Shadow Castle dungeon is a team task, Eye of the Storm analyzed. Since it's a team task, it will definitely test the team's cooperation ability. Floating Light Breaking Dawn's individual ability is indeed strong, but for such a team dungeon, it's not enough for just one person to be strong. It requires the entire team's coordination. I just had someone check, and among these 5 people, Floating Light Breaking Dawn has the highest level, but he's only at level 7. The other 4 are all level 5. Among these 4, only Whisper of the Wind is a bit stronger. The other 3 are just ordinary players with no fame in Hwagwa. No matter how strong Floating Light Breaking Dawn is, carrying 3 deadweights, it's unlikely he can clear the Shadow Castle. Moreover, we've noticed that since the event ended, Floating Light Breaking Dawn's level hasn't increased at all. So, we speculate that he must have used some kind of special potion that temporarily boosts attack power. That's how he was able to challenge the bronze boss. Now that the potion's effect has worn off, Floating Light Breaking Dawn's strength has greatly diminished. This explains the slow level up situation. After hearing Eye of the Storm's analysis, Lucifer found it somewhat reasonable. After the event ended, it had been almost 24 hours. He had already reached level 7, just a step away from level 8. Meanwhile, Floating Light Breaking Dawn's level had remained at 7 without any change. Clearly, Floating Light Breaking Dawn was running out of steam. His situation was different. With the overall player level increase in Locktown, more and more people could help him level up. The speed of his level increase was also doubling. It was basically impossible for Floating Light Breaking Dawn to surpass him now. After realizing this, Lucifer showed a pleased expression and said, "Immediately organize our guild's top combat power. Once the Shadow Castle dungeon opens, we will be the first to secure the first kill. In the Waifu region, Songchi Town, the first kill of the hidden dungeon must be completed by the warriors of our Sakura nation," Muto Aikiru said excitedly as he looked at the server announcement. With Hwagwa's strength, it's impossible to clear the hidden dungeon. This is a chance granted to us by Amaterasu. We must seize it. Everyone in Songchi Town, listen to my orders. Players above level 5, gather immediately at 23:15-25:55. Prepare for the first kill of the Shadow Castle dungeon. Our Sakura Empire warriors will surely win. In the Goryeo region, Jingu Town, Hwagwa, it's always Hwagwa. Park Soo-chung gritted his teeth and said, "Why are all the good things going to Hwagwa? They must have stolen the fortune of our great Han Empire." However, just because Hwagwa can steal our fortune doesn't mean they can clear the hidden dungeon. In the end, it still depends on the strength of our great Han Empire. Notify all high-level players to gather. If Hwagwa's mission fails, we will enter the dungeon at the first opportunity. At this moment, Guchen was still unaware that the announcement from the 10,000 Races Continent had drawn the attention of the entire server. Players from all over the world were gathering, anxiously waiting for news of his challenge failure. After defeating 2 bronze bosses, Guchen had arrived at the Shadow Lord's Hall. This was the core area of the ancient castle, the place where the boss resided. The architectural style of the Shadow Lord's Hall was unique, filled with an exotic sense of mystery. Its main structure was made of dark stone, with complex runes and patterns carved on the surface, which seemed to contain some ancient magical power. Upon entering the hall, the first thing that caught the eye was a massive black stone pillar, intricately carved with patterns and runes that emitted a faint glow, providing light for the entire hall. The interior of the hall was spacious and deep, filled with various strange items and decorations. Ancient murals adorned the walls. The lights flickered, cold winds swept through, and a bizarre atmosphere permeated the air. Following the direction of the light, a gigantic dark creature appeared in view. The dark creature stood a towering 5 meters tall, shrouded in a black cloak, with only a pair of red eyes visible. In its hand, it wielded a massive dark sword, the blade radiating a gloomy light. Monster name, Shadow Lord MOE, Silver Boss, Level 10, Health 450,000, Attack 550 to 610, Physical Defense 480, Magical Defense 360, Speed 105, Skills Shadow Assault, Dark Protection, Soul Chain, Shadow Burst, Nightfall, Ultimate Skill. Description: MOE was once a warrior under the command of the God of Light, known for his fearless courage and exceptional swordsmanship. However, during a fierce battle against dark forces, MOE was eroded by a powerful shadow magic. This force was strong and dark, gradually corroding his body and soul. After countless days and nights of struggle and resistance, MOE ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the shadows and became the Lord of Shadows. Shadow Assault: MOE can instantly merge into the shadows, disappearing from the enemy sight, and then suddenly leap out from the shadows at the most unguarded moment to launch a deadly assault. Dark Protection. Moe can summon a dense shadow to envelop himself, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Soul Chain. Moe extends chains made of shadows to bind the enemy's movements. Enemies trapped by the chains will be unable to move and will continuously take damage. Shadow Burst. Moe gathers the surrounding shadow energy to trigger a violent explosion. This skill can deal massive damage to nearby enemies and comes with a stun effect. Nightfall. Ultimate skill. Moe summons a sky full of shadows, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. In the state of nightfall, the enemy's vision will be severely restricted, while Moe can move freely in the dark to launch deadly attacks. After reading Moe's basic attributes and skills, Gu Chen couldn't help but gasp in cold air. As expected of a silver-level boss, the overall attributes were double that of a basic bronze boss. This doubling was not as simple as 1 plus 1. It represented a significant increase in overall strength. When facing two bronze-level bosses, Gu Chen could still handle it with ease. However, when facing the Shadow Lord Moe, Gu Chen had to be fully alert. In the ancient hall, light filtered through the tall stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows. Gu Chen released Flame Princess from the pet space, vigilantly observing the Shadow Lord Moe not far away. The level 4 Flame Princess, although her vitality was a bit low, was still significantly higher than Gu Chen's. Moreover, when Flame Princess used her Nirvana skill, even if she fell, she could deal secondary damage to the boss at the moment of her rebirth. Besides using Flame Princess as a meat shield to attract damage, there was also the advantage of utilizing her skill characteristics. The Flame Princess's blazing domain inflicted continuous fire damage on enemies within the area and reduced their skill cooldowns. Her Fire Feather Storm dealt multiple cutting damage to enemies in a designated area and lowered their armor value. The Shadow Lord Moe possessed extremely powerful assault skills which posed a great threat to Gu Chen. However, with the blazing domain of the Flame Princess, things were different. Within the blazing domain, the cooldown time of skills would significantly increase. At the same time, the Fire Feather Storm could also consume the opponent's defenses, creating favorable conditions for Gu Chen's output. At this moment, Moe naturally noticed the presence of the person and the pet. His brows furrowed. Moe, a silver-level boss with high intelligence, instinctively sensed an inexplicable pressure from the Flame Princess. This was a special pressure from an ancient divine beast. However, in the face of such powerful strength, Moe quickly stabilized his mind. Gripping the longsword in his hand, he charged towards Gu Chen. In the pitch-black hall, Gu Chen's figure flickered like a ghost through the night, searching for a suitable opportunity to attack. The two daggers in his hands glimmered with a chilling light in the night sky. Moe seemed to sense the threat from Gu Chen and actively released the nightfall. Soon, shadows filled the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. System prompt: you have received the protection of the Dust Avoidance Pearl, automatically clearing all negative states on you. Moe's entire body merged into the darkness, moving freely. After clearing all negative states, Gu Chen could clearly see Moe's movement trajectory. At this moment, Moe had not yet noticed anything unusual. As he approached Gu Chen, his right hand held the sword while a chain suddenly shot out from his left sleeve, as if to lock Gu Chen's soul. This is Moe's skill, Soul Chain. Gu Chen sighed and immediately used his stealth skill, causing the Soul Chain to lose its target. There was no way. The Soul Chain was a continuous attack skill. Once locked by the Soul Chain, it would cause ongoing damage. Gu Chen dared not take this hit head-on. Just as the Soul Chain was less than 5 meters away from Gu Chen, he abruptly vanished. Moe looked confusedly at the spot where Gu Chen had disappeared, a head full of question marks. It seemed to ask, what was going on? Where did he go? The stealth duration was still ongoing, and Gu Chen did not rush to strike. Instead, after circling around, he appeared behind Moe. Each of Gu Chen's steps was incredibly light, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Unbeknownst to him, the dagger in his hand had already been unsheathed. The sharp tip of the blade glimmered with a fierce cold light under the candlelight. As if sensing Gu Chen's approach, Moe suddenly turned around. Such a great opportunity, Gu Chen naturally could not give it up. He immediately unleashed a series of Thousand Paths Flow and Shadow Blade Dance. After a combination of punches, he stabbed Moe in the back 29 times. 2890. Critical damage. Poison state applied successfully. 30-986. Poison state applied successfully. 30-923-30. After 29 stabs, he dealt a total of 30,000 health points to Moe. At the same time, he also applied 4 layers of poison to Moe. In 90 seconds, this could inflict over 10,000 damage on Moe. However, this amount of health loss was nothing compared to Moe's total of 450,000 health points. It couldn't cause any fatal damage at all. Instead, after being attacked by Gu Chen, Moe let out a pained cry. Then he directly activated Shadow Explosion. Fortunately, Gu Chen was not greedy. After landing the Thousand Paths Flow, he decisively chose to retreat. Just less than 10 seconds after Gu Chen left, the space where he had been standing began to shake violently. The dark elemental forces were wildly mixing together, and finally, after reaching a certain critical point, a violent explosion occurred. That was close. Gu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Damn it, if I had been a moment later, I would probably be a corpse by now. No wonder it's a silver boss. Its tactical level has reached that of a top expert. But in my last life, I was a top expert. Compared to me, this silver boss is on a completely different level. Guchen ran so fast that Moe didn't even have time to react. By the time Moe realized what was happening, Guchen's figure had already appeared dozens of meters away. Human, you are seeking death. Moe's voice was cold, his gaze fixed on Guchen, and the long sword in his hand condensed into a beam of sword light rushing towards Guchen. Guchen's body remained in motion, and upon seeing Moe make a move, he instinctively dodged. A sword energy missed its target, and Moe casually slashed out a dozen sword energies. Guchen frowned slightly, warily watching the dozen sword energies locked onto him. Just as the sword energies were about to appear in front of Guchen, Moe seized the opportunity and moved again. His massive body charged towards Guchen, instantly merging into the shadows. The enormous Moe vanished into the darkness just like that. Not good. Guchen cursed Moe's ambush skill, Shadow Assault. He thought almost instinctively. Shadow Assault allows Moe to instantly merge into the shadows, disappearing from the enemy's sight, and then strike at the moment the enemy is least prepared. Guchen speculated that Moe should be very close to him now. He immediately called for Flame Princess to coordinate with his actions. After signing a contract with Guchen, Flame Princess had the most basic telepathic connection. Under Guchen's suggestion, Flame Princess did not hesitate at all and directly opened the Blazing Domain. Moe's Nightfall and Flame Princess's Blazing Domain were both rare domain-type skills. However, it was clear that Flame Princess's domain-type skill was a level above Moe's, even as a level 4. Flame Princess, after using the Blazing Domain, she quickly devoured the shadows surrounding Guchen. The entire hall was completely illuminated by the flickering flames. In just a few seconds, Flame Princess's Blazing Domain directly overwhelmed Moe's Nightfall. At the same time, Flame Princess flew high into the air, her body spinning 360 degrees within the Blazing Domain. Then, countless fiery feathers quickly formed into a storm of fire feathers. These feathers were like sharp blades slicing through the air. Guchen, who had been on high alert, naturally noticed Moe, the Lord of the Night, being struck by the firestorm. At this moment, the Dark Knight Lord Moe was only 5 meters away from Guchen. If he had discovered this a moment later, Guchen would have probably already moved his head elsewhere. Guchen took a deep breath and leaped into the air. After a bounce, he stepped on Moe's shoulder and executed a rogue assassination move like a hook. At the same time, Xian Daolu was also activated. 911-30-1832 critical damage -30. After delivering 27 strikes, Guchen rolled on the ground as he descended and then charged forward again. Moe did not expect that Guchen would dare to confront him head-on at this moment. Without any hesitation, he formed a defensive shield around himself. Then he swung his sword directly at Guchen. There was no choice. It wasn't that Moe didn't want to use his skills. It was just that his skill cooldown was too long. He simply couldn't use them now. In a poisoned state, Moe's attack speed had dropped by more than 50%. The originally overwhelming sword moves appeared full of flaws in Guchen's eyes. Guchen merely activated his Gale Step, dodging lightly a few times, perfectly avoiding the attacks. There was no choice. Guchen's combination of moves was simply too shameless. First, he lured out the opponent's skills, then let Yanji come in to unleash a set of active skills. Utilizing the power of the domain, he increased the opponent's cooldown time, greatly reducing the efficiency of their skills. In addition, he used the characteristic of Fire Feather Storm to lower the opponent's armor, reducing their defense. Finally, in the state of the opponent's defense being broken, Guchen could unleash continuous explosive damage. After this set of moves, even a deity wouldn't be able to withstand it. There was no choice. It was just that shameless. If he couldn't kill you, just annoying you would be enough to drive you to death. Despicable human, what have you done to me? At this moment, Moe was furious to the extreme, roaring in rage. What I did to you is not important. Guchen replied calmly with a smile, sending you to hell is the most important thing. After being slowed and having his armor broken, Moe's speed was directly reduced by 50%. At this moment, it was impossible for him to catch up to Guchen. Meanwhile, Guchen commanded Yanji to deal damage from a distance. As for him, he hid in the darkness, keeping a close watch on the Shadow Lord Moe. Once he seized the opportunity, he would unleash a set of Qian Dao Lu. A single set could deal at least over 10,000, or more than 30,000 at most. Even so, it still took Guchen 20 minutes to finally kill the Shadow Lord. Despicable human! I will not let you go. The Shadow Lord Moe roared unwillingly, then collapsed to the ground. There was no choice. Humiliation. Too much humiliation. It was either slowing down or breaking defense. Even more shameless was extending the cooldown time of his skills. These methods didn't kill, but they were extremely annoying. Therefore, until his death, the Shadow Lord's eyes were fixed on Guchen, filled with unwillingness and hatred. Guchen couldn't help but kick him twice, muttering to himself, "Damn it, how dare you threaten me?" Ding. System prompt, congratulations. To player Floating Light Dawn for completing the first kill of the silver boss on the 10,000 Races continent. The system will soon make 3 announcements to the entire server. Do you want to hide the player's name? The name Floating Light Breaking Dawn is now globally renowned. Moreover, there are only 5 people in total who have cleared the hidden dungeon. Anyone with a bit of sense can guess that the one who cleared it is him. Even if Gu-chen remained anonymous, it would be like pulling down his pants to fart, unnecessary. So, without any hesitation, he directly chose not hidden. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the player Floating Light Breaking Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the silver boss in the 10,000 Races continent. Reward 200 luck points, 150,000 experience points, and a silver boss. First kill gift pack. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the player Floating Light Breaking Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the silver boss in the 10,000 Races continent. Reward 200 luck points, 150,000 experience points, and a silver boss first kill gift pack. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the player Floating Light Breaking Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the silver boss in the 10,000 Races continent. Reward 200 luck points, 150,000 experience points, and a silver boss first kill gift pack. After 3 consecutive system announcements from the 10,000 Races continent, another announcement rang out. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the players from the Huaxia server, Whispers of the Wind, Smiling Gracefully, Dragon in the Sky, Glazed Moon Shadow, and Floating Light Breaking Dawn for successfully clearing the hidden dungeon, Shadow Castle. The Shadow Castle dungeon will become an exclusive dungeon for Huaxia. In 10 minutes, the Shadow Castle dungeon will refresh in the central square of Huaxia. As a reward, the players Whispers of the Wind, Smiling Gracefully, Dragon in the Sky, Glazed Moon Shadow, and Floating Light Breaking Dawn will each receive a silver treasure chest and 100 luck points. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the players from the Huaxia server, Whispers of the Wind, Smiling Gracefully, Dragon in the Sky, Glazed Moon Shadow, and Floating Light Breaking Dawn for successfully clearing the hidden dungeon, Shadow Castle. Again, the voice of the 10,000 Races continent system announcement echoed 3 times. This time, besides Gu-chen, the 4 others, Whispers of the Wind, Smiling Gracefully, Dragon in the Sky, and Glazed Moon Shadow also gained fame. In the Shadow Lord's Hall. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the silver boss, Shadow Lord Moe. Reward 100 luck points, 1,500 experience points. System notification. Since you have set the experience sharing mode, your pet, Flame Princess, has gained 148,500 experience points. The system announcement rewards from the 10,000 Races continent are considered additional rewards, and the experience points are directly allocated to Gu-chen. The kill reward is divided between 1 person and 1 pet. When the system allocates rewards, it splits the experience according to the agreed experience sharing mode. Therefore, the final result is that Gu-chen only received 1% of the experience reward, which is 1,500 points. Flame Princess took the majority of the experience points. After defeating the boss, it was time to tally the loot. The difference between a dungeon boss and a wild boss is that dungeon bosses do not drop treasure chests. After the first kill of a wild boss, there is usually a silver treasure chest. Thus, the first kill of a wild boss is equivalent to receiving 2 boss rewards. However, the rewards for the first kill of a hidden dungeon boss are also considerable. In addition to the equipment dropped by the boss, there is also a first kill gift pack and a silver treasure chest. 3 rewards are quite decent. Gu-chen searched the corpse and found 4 pieces of equipment from Shadow Lord Moe, 2 pieces of silver equipment and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. He tossed the bronze equipment directly into his bag as he couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Only the silver equipment barely piqued his interest. Weapon name, Shadow Ring, Silver, Level 10 Attributes, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 5 Special Trait. When attacking a target, there is a 10% chance to steal the opponent's life. Class restriction, none. Description. It is said that the Shadow Ring is the favorite ring of the Shadow Lord Moe, as it has absorbed too much blood, giving it a vampiric trait. Weapon name, Shadow Leather Armor, Silver. Level 10 Attributes, Health plus 200, Constitution plus 20 Special Trait, Defense ability increased by 10%. Class restriction, none. Description. The leather armor condensed from dark power by the Shadow Lord Moe can enhance overall defense. Luck was quite good. Both pieces of silver equipment could be worn by Gu-chen. After putting on the new gear, Gu-chen's attributes changed again. His health reached 1070 points, which could basically withstand an attack from monsters around level 10. Agility also slightly increased, reaching 81 points, attack power increased by 50 points, and maximum attack reached 580 points. After the fixed 10% bonus, it became 638 points. Next, there were 2 treasure chests. One was the silver boss first kill boss, and the other was the silver boss treasure chest. The last bronze boss first kill gift pack gave a silver equipment, the Windbreaker Blade. I wonder what this silver first kill gift pack will give. Gu-chen was really looking forward to it. With a nervous heart, Gu-chen found the silver boss first kill gift pack. System prompt. Do you want to open the silver boss first kill gift pack? Yes. System prompt: congratulations, you have obtained the S-level skill book, Nightfall. Item name: Nightfall. Item level: S. Item description: after using the skill, summon a sky full of shadows enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. In the state of Nightfall, the enemy's vision will be severely restricted, while the skill holder and their teammates can move freely in the dark, launching deadly attacks. Restriction conditions: Assassin class. Damn. This is insane. Completely insane. It's actually a domain-type skill book, and it's the signature skill of the Shadow Lord Moe. I'm rich. This is a windfall. You must know that domain-type skills are extremely rare in the myriad races continent. Don't be fooled by the fact that Nightfall is only an S-level skill. Its rarity is not any less than that of an SSS level skill book. It can even be said to be stronger than some SSS level skills. The reason is that domain-type skills can pull the target into their own domain and fight within it. The overall strength of the target will be significantly weakened. This innate advantage skill has extremely high strategic value in team battles, capable of instantly changing the situation on the battlefield. In the integration of the myriad races continent, a player with a domain can even influence the direction of a battlefield. In actual combat, even SSS level skills are subject to the limitations of S-level skills. Domain-type skills are that exaggerated. It is precisely because of this that domain-type skills are rarer than SSS level skills. They even hold more strategic significance than most SSS level skills. Of course, S-level domains are not invincible. For example, when encountering someone like Gu Chun, who has the 1,000 locks and 10,000 solutions, and the dust avoiding pearl, this skill basically has no effect. Another example is when facing Gu Chan's ancient divine beast pet, Flame Princess. The innate domain of the ancient divine beast, Flame Princess, is the SSS level, Blazing Domain, active. In the face of the SSS level, Blazing Domain, the S-level domain skill, Nightfall, is like a younger brother. When the two domain skills meet, the Blazing Domain can easily suppress or even break the S-level domain skill, Nightfall. However, on the continent of 10,000 races, there is only one person like Gu Chen. It can be confirmed that the current S-level domain skill, Nightfall, is basically invincible. It should be impossible to obtain a domain skill stronger than the S-level domain skill, Nightfall, in a short time. System prompt: do you want to learn the S-level domain skill, Nightfall? Yes. System prompt: S-level domain skill, Nightfall, active, learned successfully. Nightfall LV1 active. After using the skill, summon a shadow covering an area of 500 m x 500 m x 500 m, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. In the state of Nightfall, the enemy's vision will be severely restricted. At the same time, allies' movement speed increases by 20% and attack speed increases by 20%. Skill consumption: 1 point of magic power per second. Currently, the range of Nightfall is approximately 500 m x 500 m x 500 m. For solo combat, it is barely sufficient. However, for large-scale team battles, this range is obviously a bit small. Nevertheless, the skill level of Nightfall can continue to improve, and as the skill level increases, the range of Nightfall will also continue to expand. After suppressing his joyful mood, Gu Chen opened the silver boss treasure chest rewarded by the system again. 2 pieces of silver equipment, 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Weapon name: Skyburner Sword, silver, level 10, attributes, attack power 167 to 195, strength plus 10, traits. The weapon carries 10% fire attribute attack, doubling the effect of fire attribute skills. Class restriction: Swordsman. Description: as a legendary fire-type divine sword, its name contains powerful fire attribute, energy and destructive power. It can ignite all unclean things in the world and purify evil. Its traits are reflected in its powerful fire attribute energy and destructive power. Weapon name: Blazing Helm, silver, level 10, attributes: health plus 100, constitution plus 20, traits: fire attribute defense increased by 20%. Class restriction: none. Description: the Blazing Helm is refined and purified from flame or at high temperatures, then fused with special alloy materials. After countless hammering and polishing, it not only looks magnificent but also possesses strong fire resistance. The 2 pieces of silver equipment did not bring Gu Chen much surprise. One is a swordsman's equipment that Gu Chen cannot wear, while the other can be barely equipped. However, this piece of equipment provides fire attribute defense, which is quite useless for Gu Chen at the moment. Forget it, it is slightly better in attributes than the lizard helm, bronze, he wore before. He might as well change into it. To be honest, while this thing's attributes are lacking, its appearance is quite stylish. After putting it on, Gu Chen felt that his overall aura had improved significantly. This face was conjured by Gu Chen himself using the dust avoidance pearl. The looks were slightly inferior to his original appearance. Otherwise, his handsomeness could have been off the charts. Outside the Shadow Castle. Does this count as clearing the level? Lu Liyuing stammered. If the silver treasure chest in my backpack isn't fake, then we should have cleared it, Chen Xiaoyan Ran said hesitantly. Haha, I also have a silver treasure chest in my bag, Lu Liyuing exclaimed excitedly. Master Fu Guang is so amazing. Did we just win by lying down this time? Yeah. Chen Xiaoyan Ran glanced at the time and said, since we entered, it hasn't even been an hour. Master Fu Guang is incredible. He single-handedly took on 2 bronze bosses and 1 silver boss. Inviting him this time was definitely the right choice. A level 10 silver boss, if it were us, we would definitely be wiped out. Not necessarily, Fei Long Zai Tian retorted. Fu Guang. Pashao can clear the Shadow Castle dungeon in an hour by himself. What does this indicate? It indicates that the difficulty of the hidden dungeon is much simpler than we imagined. Even without Gu Chen, our small team of 5 could easily clear it. Xingyu, I think you agreed to Gu Chen's conditions too easily. We should have fought ourselves. If we had formed our own team, the first kill of the silver boss would have been ours. Now, with 2 bronze bosses, 1 silver boss, and the first kill reward for the silver boss all going to Gu Chen. And he's still not satisfied. He wants to snatch 2 silver treasure chests from us 4. Hearing Fei Long Zai Tian's words, Qin Qingyu's expression immediately darkened. Lu Liyuing also spoke with an unfriendly tone. Sun Haozhe, at that time, Qin Qingyu did ask for our opinions. You knew the conditions proposed by Gu Chen in advance. You also agreed. Now that he has led you to clear the level and you didn't exert any effort, you want to go back on your word? I'm not going back on my word, Fei Long Zai Tian said unhappily. The reason I agreed back then was also because you all agreed. If I had known this dungeon was so simple, I definitely wouldn't have agreed to Gu Chen's request. Simple dungeon? Xian Xiaoyan ran sneered. How did you figure out the dungeon was simple? You know our team's strength. We can't even handle a level 10 bronze boss. How could we possibly defeat a level 10 silver boss? The difficulty of the hidden dungeon must be lower than that. Outside, Fei Long Zai Tian asserted. Otherwise, Gu Chen wouldn't have finished the silver boss so quickly. Sun Haozhe, what do you mean? Just say it, Qin Qingyu asked with a sullen face. My thought is very simple, Fei Long Zai Tian said. The silver treasure chests shouldn't be so easily given to Gu Chen. Out of the 5 treasure chests, we should at least take 3. A silver treasure chest can at least yield 1 piece of silver equipment. Now, bronze level equipment is worth hundreds of thousands, and a piece of silver equipment can sell for at least 1 million. With such a large sum of money, I believe I have the right to fight for it. Flying Dragon in the Sky continued. The hidden dungeon was originally ours. The fact that we could play with Dawn of Floating Light is already giving him face. Now he alone has taken a silver first kill gift pack, a silver treasure chest, and the loot from 2 bronze bosses and 1 silver boss, which is already quite a lot. How can he shamelessly ask us for the 2 silver treasure chests in our hands? I refuse. Refuse. If you want. At some point, Gu Chen had appeared beside the 4, his gaze filled with disdain as he glanced at Flying Dragon in the Sky, then turned to Feng Qingyu and asked, What do you mean? Are you having second thoughts? Seeing Gu Chen's gaze sweep over her, Qin Qingyu felt a chill in her heart. For some reason, despite it being just an ordinary gaze, she sensed an inexplicable heart flutter. The current Dawn of Floating Light was like a completely different person compared to the one who had been staring at her snow-white thigh just a few dozen minutes ago. No. Qin Qingyu instinctively shook her head. We will definitely fulfill what we promised. Saying this, she directly took out the silver treasure chest she had obtained from her backpack and handed it to Gu Chen, then turned to Liu Liyuing and said, Liu Li, take out your silver treasure chest. Liu Liyuing did not hesitate at all, directly pulling out a silver treasure chest from her backpack and said, Don't worry, boss Floating Light, we at least have the basic spirit of a contract. Besides, this time we didn't exert any effort at all, we completely won by lying down. Being able to be part of the announcement on the 10,000 races continent and getting 2 silver treasure chests and 5 pieces of bronze equipment for free is already quite good. Xian Xiaoyan also spoke up, a level 10 silver boss. If we few were to fight it, we definitely wouldn't win. We are already very satisfied to have won by lying down this time. The 4 of them, Qin Qingyu, Xian Xiaoyan and Liu Liyuing were all university classmates. Xian Xiaoyan and Liu Liyuing were Qin Qingyu's close friends, basically following her lead. As for Sun Haozhe, he was a senior to Qin Qingyu and the others. Whether he had feelings for Qin Qingyu was unknown. Don't you have any objections? Gu Chen asked Sun Haozhe directly. I'm here, you can voice any objections you have. Feeling Gu Chen's cold gaze, Sun Haozhe felt a sudden chill down his back and instinctively shivered. Although he was bad, he wasn't stupid. Gu Chen was, after all, the #1 expert in the world. He was just a nameless pawn. He knew very well what the consequences would be if he offended Gu Chen. So, when faced with Gu Chen's gaze, he instantly turned into a deflated balloon. He could talk bad about Gu Chen behind his back for a whole day and night, but in front of Gu Chen, he couldn't utter a single word. Originally lacking confidence, Sun Haozhe could only stammer and no objections. If there are no objections, what are you waiting for? Take out the silver treasure chest. Gu Chen only took the silver treasure chest from Qin Qingyu and did not take the one Liu Liyuing handed over. The purpose was naturally to allow Qin Qingyu to better control the distribution of the team's silver equipment. As for how they would distribute it internally afterward, that was their own business. In any case, he was purely trying to annoy Flying Dragon in the Sky. If he could provoke him into taking action against him, that would be even better. Unfortunately, Flying Dragon in the Sky had no backbone. With just a cold shout from Gu Chen, he obediently took out the silver treasure chest he had just received. Guchen also smiled coldly and said, according to the previous agreement, I will take these 2 silver treasure chests. After I open the treasure chests, I will send all the attribute screenshots of the bronze equipment to Qingyu. You can choose for yourselves. No problem. Xin Qingyu nodded first. Liu Yueying said, Boss Fublight, how about we open the silver treasure chest together? If we get equipment that the other person uses, we can negotiate in exchange. Is that okay? Sure. Guchen thought for a moment and nodded. In agreement. After all, Guchen couldn't guarantee that the silver equipment he opened would be suitable for him. If he could exchange a piece of silver equipment he couldn't use for one that he could, it would be a good choice. Alright, let's open the silver treasure chests together and share the equipment attributes, Xin Qingyu suggested as well. For silver treasure chests yielded a total of 8 pieces of silver equipment. After the exchanges, Guchen obtained 2 pieces of equipment that were useful to him, as well as 2 pieces of silver equipment that Ming could use. Weapon name, Night Guard knee pads, silver, level 10 attributes, bone plus 30, strength plus 15 traits, increases attack speed by 10%. Class restriction, none. Description, knee pads crafted by the artisans of the Dark Clan, possessing extremely strong attack power, capable of unleashing unimaginable strength. Weapon name, Moonlit Belt, silver, level 10 attributes, health plus 400, bone plus 10. Traits, increases health by 10%. Class restriction, none. Description, a belt crafted by the artisans of the Dark Clan, significantly increasing the user's health and defensive capabilities. After equipping the Moonlit Belt and Night Guard knee pads, Guchen's attribute panel underwent a tremendous change. Adventurer, Fuglight Dawn class, Stealthy God of Thieves, SSS level unique, title, none level, 7. 56.11%. Fortune value, 1250 attributes, physique, 57 intelligence, 24 strength, 79 bone, 79 agility, 81 free attributes, charm, 0 luck, 0. Health value, 1440, increased by 10%. Magic value, 240 attack, 600 to 630, increased by 10%. Physical defense, 237, increased by 20%. Magic defense, 237, increased by 20%. Movement speed, 81, plus 10%. Equipment, Shadow Moonblade, bronze, Shadow Ring, silver, Shadow Leather. Armor, silver, Windbreaker Blade, silver, Wind Dance Light Boots, silver, Fiery Rock Bracers, silver, Blazing Flame Helmet, Night Guard. Knee pads, silver, Moonlit Belt, silver, Purple Jade Bracelet, silver, exclusive skill, 1000 locks, 10,000 solutions, SSS level, max. Can quickly analyze and unlock the structure of locks or mechanisms, allowing easy access to target areas or retrieval of items. Cooldown, none. Skill restriction, exclusive to Stealthy God of Thieves talent skill, Shadow Hand LV1, 0 out of 100 can silently transfer a target to oneself without touching it, ignores any target. Consumption, 100 spirit points. Cooldown, 12 hours. Life skill, Insight technique, can view information on monsters up to 10 levels higher than oneself. Common skills, Stealth, LV2, Thief's Assassination, LV2, Gale Step, LV2. Shadow Blade Dance, LV1, Pickpocket, LV1, Shadow Clone, LV1, Special Skills, Soul Devouring Poison Stab, LV2, Nightfall, LV1, Human Racial trait, among all races, humans possess the highest intelligence, gaining an additional point of intelligence for each level gained. Thief. Class trait 1, gains an additional 1 point of agility for each level gained, and while in stealth state increases by 100%. Thief. Class trait 2, when attacking from behind an enemy, gains an additional 100% attack bonus. Thief profession characteristics 3, while in a stealth state, movement speed increases by 50%, attack speed increases by 50%, attack power increases by 50%, critical hit rate increases by 50%, and critical hit damage increases by 100%. Now, Guchen is fully equipped with 10 pieces of silver gear. By calculation, he should be the first player on the Myriad Races continent to start with all basic equipment made of silver. In our team, only Sun Haojia and Qingyu can use swords. Just as Guchen was secretly excited, Liu Yueying spoke up. How about this, you two roll for the Breaking Army Sword. Silver equipment. Whoever rolls the higher number gets to use the Breaking Army Sword. The one with the lower number will use the level 10 bronze sword we just picked. After glancing at the attributes of the Breaking Army Sword, silver equipment, it was indeed quite good. It would be very suitable for Han Yansheng. If the leggy goddess wins the role, Guchen could give her a favor and help his brother out a bit. If the meat point Filong Zitian wins, then the Fenchen sword would go to Han Yansheng. Obviously, the leggy goddess wasn't very lucky. The roll resulted in a 2. Xin Xingyu's expression clearly showed some disappointment, but she quickly adjusted. On the other hand, Filong Zitian's smile was as uncontainable as a zombie's coffin lid. Sigh, neat points reveal character. To be honest, Filong Zitian's character really isn't that great. Guchen initially thought that defeating the goddesses would be a piece of cake, but then the situation took a turn. I don't know if it's heaven opening its eyes or if that guy Filong Zitian has worse luck. At the moment of the roll, he unexpectedly rolled a 1. At this time, it was obvious to see Filong Zitian's expression change from initial excitement to a gradual dullness. Then, from dullness to anger, and continuing from anger to distortion. In just a few seconds, Filong Zitian's mood plummeted from heaven to hell. The same disappointment, expressed on the faces of two different people, was worlds apart. When Qin Xingyu realized she had no chance at the breaking army sword, she was only a little disappointed for a moment. She quickly adjusted, showing no signs of complaint or jealousy on her face. In contrast, after failing the roll, Filong Zitian's expression was a colorful display. Resentment and jealousy were almost overflowing. Even Gu Chen, an outsider, could clearly feel it. Gu Chen couldn't understand. Even if this weapon wasn't in your hands, it was still in your team's hands, enhancing your team's overall strength. Not rolling it into your hands is a bit disappointing, and feeling a little envy and jealousy is understandable. However, harboring resentful thoughts is quite off-putting. But since it had nothing to do with him, Gu Chen was too lazy to intervene and instead said, "Your profession is flame warrior, right?" "Yes," Qin Xingyu nodded. In Huagua, Qin Xingyu was also considered one of the top 10 high-level players. Her profession had long been exposed, so Gu Chen's knowledge of her profession was no surprise to her. "I have a fire attribute silver weapon here. If you're interested, I can trade it to you." Saying this, Gu Chen directly posted the attributes of the flame sword. The flame sword itself had a 10% fire attribute attack. If using fire attribute skills, the attack effect would double. This meant an additional 20% damage. This skill attribute perfectly matched Qin Xingyu's current profession. As Gu Chen had anticipated, upon seeing the attributes of the flame sword, Qin Xingyu revealed a rare smile, nodded, and replied, "Consider me in your debt." Gu Chen didn't put on airs, simply nodded, and completed the trade. Helping a brother get a suitable weapon while also making Qin Xingyu owe him a favor was a deal that seemed very worthwhile. After the transaction was completed, Gu Chen checked the attributes of the Breaking Army Sword, silver. Weapon name, Breaking Army Sword, silver, level 10, attributes, attack power 160 to 190, strength plus 10 traits. When activating a charge type skill, there is a 20% chance to trigger the Breaking Army effect. Breaking Army temporarily reduces the target's defense. Class restriction, Knight, Warrior. Description: the name of the Breaking Army Sword comes from its powerful strength. In ancient astrology, Breaking Army is one of the stars in the Big Dipper, representing the power of destruction and war. The power of the Breaking Army Sword is like the Breaking Army Star, capable of destroying all obstacles and cutting through all evil. Han Yanqing's profession is Dimensional Paladin, and his main attack method is charging. With the Breaking Army effect, the overall output of the team will be greatly enhanced. Next, Gu Chen took out all the bronze equipment, allowing Qin Xingyu to select 5 pieces before he said, "We'll meet again." After saying this, without caring about everyone's reactions, he directly exited the dungeon. After Gu Chen left, Filong Zitian gloomily said, "This flame sword should also have been dropped from the dungeon. If we hadn't called it Floating Light Breaking Dawn, both weapons would have been ours. I wouldn't have to roll with Xingyu. There's no need for him to play the good guy." Senior Sunday, Qin Xingyu said with an unhappy expression. "Fuguang Puxiao was invited by us, and the conditions were agreed upon in advance. They completed the task as required, and even better than we expected. These treasure chests are what they deserve. Whatever they open is theirs. If they are willing to exchange the Brahma sword with me, that's a kindness. I have to be grateful for that. Even if they are unwilling, we have nothing to say. There's no need to act like we're eating with one hand and cursing with the other. When Fuguang Puxiao was here, you didn't dare to say a word. Now that they're gone, what's the use of your grandstanding?" Lu Liyueying said, displeased. "If you had the guts to say that in front of them, I would respect you as a man. But your behavior now." As she spoke, Lu Liyueying looked at Filong Zitian with disdain. She never had a good impression of him, and after seeing Sun Hao's actions, her contempt deepened. "I'm doing this for the overall benefit of our team," Filong Zitian retorted. "If we hadn't invited Fuguang Puxiao and had done it ourselves, all the rewards would have been ours. Our team's strength would definitely be stronger. To get all the rewards, there's a prerequisite," Lu Liyueying mocked. "You need to have the ability to clear the dungeon. Fuguang Puxiao can clear it in just a few minutes, which proves that this dungeon isn't difficult," Filong Zitian scoffed. "Alright everyone, let's keep it down." Qin Xingyu signaled for silence and said, "The difficulty of the dungeon isn't for us to decide. In 10 minutes, the Yueying Ancient Castle dungeon will open. We'll do a major equipment update now, and after the Yueying Ancient Castle dungeon opens, we'll try it once. Let's test the difficulty of the Yueying Ancient Castle dungeon." Qin Xingyu didn't particularly like Sun Hao either, but among the people she knew, he was the only knight in Yanhua town. When she brought him into the team, Sun Hao had always been polite and refined. But after getting to know him better, she realized what he was really like. Unfortunately, the team was already formed, and since Sun Hao was their senior, they would see each other in real life. There was no suitable reason to replace him. Xingyu was right, Jian Xiao Yanran chimed in. "If the difficulty of the Yueying Ancient Castle dungeon is low, we can completely rely on the dungeon to get full silver equipment. There's no need to get hung up on the few treasure chests Gu Chen took. If the difficulty is high, we'll still come out ahead. After all, Even with silver equipment, we wouldn't be able to clear the Yueying Ancient Castle dungeon. With our bronze equipment not even complete, we have even less hope. Let's head to the dungeon first, Qin Xingyu instructed. Call Qingmeng and have her switch to the mage equipment. We'll try the Yueying Ancient Castle dungeon again in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll notify that girl Qingmeng right away, Luli Yueying said with a smile. This time, clearing the Yueying Ancient Castle dungeon, we've made it onto the announcement of the 10,000 races continent. That girl is going to be so envious. She keeps asking me when she can join us in the dungeon. In the American server, Rocktown. At this moment, after several minutes of gathering, Rocktown had already amassed over 100 people. Most of these players were at least level 5, with quite a few reaching level 6. At this moment, upon hearing the system announcement from the Myriad Races continent, everyone fell silent. The scene plunged into a dead silence. The once boisterous crowd instantly quieted down. Standing in the center, Lucifer clenched his fists tightly upon hearing the announcement from the Myriad Races, but then relaxed them. With a cold expression, he instructed everyone disperse, continue leveling up as per the original plan. After hearing Lucifer's command, the crowd quickly dispersed like a receding tide. These players had been playing alongside Lucifer for a long time and understood one principle well. The calmer Lucifer appeared, the more serious the situation was. At such times, no one wanted to stay and provoke Lucifer's bad mood. Once everyone had left, only Storm Eye remained beside Lucifer. At this moment, Storm Eye was also trembling with apprehension. That flickering dawn is quite impressive, Lucifer said with a meaningful smile. To have suppressed me twice in a row is truly unexpected. President Lucifer, he just got lucky, Storm Eye replied. The Myriad Races continent has just begun. As a solo player, he only has this slight advantage in the early stages. You don't need to take it too seriously. Alright, I understand your point, Lucifer smiled. I just find it interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so intriguing. How's the information on Flickering Dawn coming along? I'm quite curious about the person who could defeat me twice. Well, Storm Eye hesitated. We haven't obtained detailed information on Flickering Dawn yet. However, we have a breakthrough. Storm Eye explained. Just now, the system announcement mentioned 4 people who teamed up with Flickering Dawn. Being able to team up with him should indicate a special relationship. We can use these 4 as a breakthrough point. I believe we'll have results soon. Lucifer nodded. I want to see detailed information on Flickering Dawn within 3 days. In Relaxed Town. Baka. Huagwa actually cleared the Shadow Castle dungeon. Damn Huagwa. Damn Flickering Dawn. In the Korean server, Golden Valley Town. Aish. Flickering Dawn. It's Flickering Dawn again. He actually cleared the Shadow Castle dungeon and achieved the global first kill on the silver boss. Aish. He must be a descendant of our Korean people. Only descendants of our Korean people could be this outstanding. In the Huagwa server. Server-wide announcement. The Shadow Castle dungeon has been opened. Please players head to the central square of each novice town for inquiries. The Shadow Castle dungeon is a restricted dungeon and can be challenged once per day. Server-wide announcement. The Shadow Castle dungeon has been opened. Please players head to the central square of each novice town for inquiries. The Shadow Castle dungeon is a restricted dungeon and can be challenged once per day. Server-wide announcement. The Shadow Castle dungeon has been opened. Please players head to the central square of each novice town for inquiries. The Shadow Castle dungeon is a restricted dungeon and can be challenged once per day. After 3 announcements, nearly all players in the novice towns surged towards the central square. When Guchen arrived, the square was already a sea of people. Various shouts rose and fell. Shadow Castle dungeon, easy level, self-improvement team. Minimum requirement level 4, 3 pieces of common equipment. Shadow Castle dungeon, simple level, no bronze equipment, please do not disturb. Shadow Castle dungeon, simple level, missing a priest, looking for a high-level priest. The difficulty of the Shadow Castle dungeon is divided into 5 levels: easy, simple, difficult, hell, and nightmare. When the dungeon opens, the easy level difficulty emits a white light. The simple level emits a green light. The difficult level emits a blue light. The hell level emits a yellow light, and the nightmare level emits a red light. Most of the teams entering the dungeon now are of the white light variety. Only occasionally are there a few blue lights. As for the yellow light, Guchen has yet to see it. The first clear after the hidden dungeon opens is at the nightmare level. Guchen has soloed it once, so the nightmare level difficulty is not a big deal for him. He casually mailed the equipment he obtained to Miying and soon received a message from her. Xian Xiaowei Liang, I heard you teamed up with the goddess of slaying? How does it feel? Is she pretty? It's okay, Guchen replied calmly. Who's prettier, her or me? Miying continued to ask. This kind of life and death question posed no difficulty for Guchen. Naturally, he wanted to add a bit of difficulty for himself, so he said, you both have your merits. Oh, Miying frowned slightly and asked, what do you mean by each having their merits? You're big enough and she's long enough, Guchen said cheekily. I like big ones. A big one means our son can eat well in the future. To be honest, Xingyu's chest is not small. Although Gu Chen has never touched it, based on his experience from his previous life, Qin Qingyu is at least a C cup, and with a bit more development, she could probably stabilize at 36D. However, compared to Mi Ying, who has a figure that is almost unfair, even 36D seems a bit lacking. You should know that Gu Chen once accidentally fell into Mi Ying's arms and almost got smothered. Get lost. Mi Ying scolded angrily, shameless. However, one could still hear a hint of happiness in Mi Ying's tone. Clearly, she was quite pleased with Gu Chen's final choice of her. If the same question were posed by Qin Qingyu, Gu Chen's answer would probably change to I like straight ones because they feel good and are easy to train. In short, Gu Chen could never make a direct choice, not even if a deity came. After chatting for a while, Gu Chen briefly explained the strategy for the Shadow Castle dungeon to me. For players, the most challenging aspect of the Shadow Castle is not fighting monsters. After all, fighting relies on hard power. If you can beat them, you do, and if you can't, you level up and buy more equipment to improve your overall ability. Eventually, you'll definitely pass. The hardest part for players in the Shadow Castle lies in the mechanisms and traps. This relies on intelligence, insight, and logical thinking, among other things. If you can't get through, then you really can't get through. Without a strategy, you can only test it repeatedly. After preparing the strategy in advance and sending it to Mi Ying, Gu Chen advised their team to start from the difficult level. Don't challenge the nightmare level right away. The difficult level doesn't have the final silver boss, making it relatively easier. With Mi Ying and Han Yanqing's strength, clearing it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After squeezing through for a while, Gu Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Castle dungeon. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a familiar voice. Big brother Fuglite, you're here to run the dungeon too? Do you want to team up? Gu Chen looked in the direction of the voice. The one who took the initiative to greet him was Lu Liyuing, who had just parted ways not long ago. Behind Lu Liyuing stood Feng Dechengyu, Feilong Zai Chen Xiao, Yan Ran, and Cheng Meng Wuhan. Upon seeing Gu Chen, Feng Dechengyu and Xian Xiao Yan Ran also took the initiative to greet him. Gu Chen naturally knew that Lu Liyuing and the others were just being polite. So, he did not an acknowledgement but directly refused, saying, no need, I prefer to solo. I'm leaving now, goodbye. After exchanging greetings with a few people, Gu Chen directly chose the nightmare level and entered. With a flash of red light, the entire center of Yanhua town became lively. Did I see that right? Did someone just enter the nightmare difficulty? You didn't see wrong, I saw it too. It really is nightmare difficulty, and it's a solo run. Ha, this isn't a solo run, this is clearly a death wish. Who does he think he is? Fu Guangpashao? Daring to challenge a bronze boss alone. Even Fu Guangpashao needed 5 people to clear the Shadow Castle dungeon. He dares to solo the nightmare level of the Shadow Castle? Isn't that asking for death? Maybe he just wants to see what the nightmare level dungeon looks like. I estimate that in less than 10 minutes, that person will be teleported out. 10 minutes? You think too highly of him. I bet 5 minutes. I bet 3 minutes. Listening to the mocking voices of the crowd, Feng Dechengyu and the others were also speechless. Others might not know the strength of Fu Guangpashao, but they were very clear about it. The first kill was completed solely by Gu Chen. They had not dealt a single point of damage from start to finish. In fact, they hadn't even seen the shadow of the monsters in the Shadow Castle. It could be said that the Shadow Castle was the most familiar stranger to them. Outsiders all knew that the 4 of them had cleared the Shadow Castle dungeon with Fu Guangpashao. They subconsciously thought that they had mastered the skills and abilities to clear it. In reality, only they knew. The only advantage they had over others was that they had seen the appearance of the Shadow Castle. Now, that advantage no longer existed, because a large number of players had already entered the Shadow Castle dungeon. Everyone must have seen what the Shadow Castle looked like. At this moment, Lu Liyuing was thinking, if these people knew that the one they had just mocked for entering the dungeon was the Fu Guangpashao they spoke of. Moreover, Fu Guangpashao was very likely to solo clear the nightmare difficulty of the Shadow Castle dungeon. I wonder what their expressions would be? It must be quite spectacular. The Shadow Castle has a total of 5 levels. Qin Qingyu asked, which level of the dungeon should we challenge? Nightmare difficulty. Feilong Zai gritted his teeth and said, if Fu Guangpashao can solo the nightmare level dungeon, why can't we? He does have more silver equipment than us. But we are not bad now either. The 4 of us together have a total of 4 pieces of silver equipment and over 10 pieces of bronze equipment. We can definitely challenge the same difficulty as Fu Guangpashao. If he can clear it easily, so can we. I think we should be a bit more cautious, Lu Liyuing suggested. We are not familiar with the dungeon's mechanics, and rashly challenging a higher difficulty dungeon could waste our opportunity to run the dungeon today. According to the server-wide announcement, the Shadow Castle dungeon can only be run once a day. If we miss it, we will have to wait until tomorrow. So, I suggest we start with the hard level. Once we are familiar with the dungeon's mechanics, we can challenge higher difficulty dungeons. I think Liuli's suggestion is quite good. Xian Xia Yanran also spoke up. Jumping straight into nightmare difficulty is a bit risky. We should be more cautious. Let's focus on clearing the dungeon. I oppose, Feilong Zitian strongly. Disagreed. Have you all considered how much the rewards for clearing nightmare difficulty differ from those for hard difficulty? One step behind means falling further behind. We have such a significant equipment advantage right now, yet we're being so timid. What is this if not self-sabotage? We must not waste our equipment advantage. The 3 silver treasure chests and 1 first kill boss gift pack we lost on Fuguang Prashao must be recovered in this dungeon. Qin Xingyu frowned slightly and then spoke. I also don't recommend directly challenging Nightmare. How about this? Since everyone's opinions are not unified, let's find a compromise. Why don't we challenge Hell? Difficulty? This difficulty is slightly lower than Nightmare but higher than Hard. If we can clear it, we can tackle the Nightmare dungeon tomorrow. If we can't clear it, at least we'll gain experience from the Shadow Castle dungeon. When we enter the dungeon tomorrow, we can choose based on the actual situation. At this moment, if Guchen knew of their choice, he would probably admire their courage. Mi Ying and Han Yanqing had better equipment than Qin Xingyu and the others. Plus, they had the dungeon clearing guide provided by Guchen. Even under these circumstances, Guchen still suggested they first clear hard difficulty. He advised against easily attempting Hell and Nightmare level dungeons. But who would have thought that under Feilong Zitian's encouragement, the Qingyu team would skip the potentially clearable hard mode and directly choose the Hell mode with no chance of clearing? If Gu Chen knew of their choice, he would only whisper, safe travels. Qin Xingyu was the captain, and her words were essentially the final decision. Although Feilong Zitian was a bit reluctant, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Liu Yueying and the others did not voice any opposing opinions either. After the 5 of them made their choice, they re-entered the dungeon. A few minutes later, Feilong Zitian finished off the last vampire with a slash and cheerfully said, this is too easy. We should have gone straight for the Nightmare level dungeon. Challenging Hell difficulty is just a waste of time. No wonder Guchen can solo it, this difficulty is nothing. Unlike Feilong Zitian, Qin Xingyu's expression grew serious. In the Huagua gaming circle, she had the reputation of slaying male and female gods not only because of her excellent personal attributes but also due to her strong gaming talent. The difficulty of the first level of the castle's outskirts was indeed not high. However, the time taken to clear it was a significant issue. Fuguang Prashao cleared it in just 5 minutes, while it took them a full 20 minutes. If she remembered correctly, at the 20-minute mark, Guchen should be on the 3rd level, about to enter the 4th. Clearly, Feilong Zitian had not noticed this problem, but as the captain, she had to pay attention. For some reason, Qin Xingyu always had a bad premonition. The gap was so large in the first level, even under a lower difficulty. How terrifying would the difficulty of the subsequent levels be? Qin Xingyu dared not think further. Qin Xingyu has now realized that something is off. However, seeing everyone's excited expressions, she ultimately decided not to voice her suspicions. Sometimes, team morale is more important than the truth. Now that they have entered the dungeon, regardless of its difficulty, Qin Xingyu is determined to push forward. Whether she speaks up or not has become irrelevant. On the other side, Gu Chen, who has also entered the dungeon, is feeling much more relaxed. The reason is simple. Although it is a nightmare level dungeon, the difficulty has been significantly reduced due to the first clear. For instance, the final boss, Missouri Yi, does not have the domain skill Dark Knight Descends, and the second to last bronze boss, the Dark Elf Captain, lacks the Shadow Clone ability. This has accelerated Gu Chen's pace in clearing the dungeon. In just 30 minutes, Gu Chen successfully cleared it with ease. As a white light flashed, Gu Chen appeared at the dungeon entrance. Damn, this dungeon is way too hard. Yeah, I'm just trying to play a game and I'm being discriminated against. Discriminated against? What's going on? Isn't it obvious? The second level has so many traps and puzzles that need to be solved before you can clear it. Damn it, I'm playing a game to relax, not to think. Damn it, the official of the 10,000 races continent is completely insane. What kind of broken game is this? Amidst the crowd's complaints, Gu Chen also got a rough idea of the situation. Currently, there are no thieves proficient in unlocking, nor are there formation masters skilled in breaking formations. This has made the difficulty of solving the formations, traps, and puzzles in the second level quite high, requiring a lot of time to crack. Gu Chen contacted Miying to ask about their progress. They had successfully cleared the first 3 levels and were currently working on solving the mechanisms and formations of the 4th level. After solving it, they would directly face the bronze boss, the Dark Vampire Lord. The difficulty level does not include the final boss, the Shadow Lord Moe. Defeating the bronze boss, the Dark Vampire Lord, would complete the task. In the Hell level difficulty dungeon, the boss of the 4th level would be 2 bronze bosses, which means a semi-complete form of the Dark Vampire Lord and the Shadow Elf Captain. Only in the Nightmare level does the final boss become the silver boss, the Shadow Lord Moe. With Han Yanqing and Mi Ying's strength clearing the difficult level Shadow Castle dungeon is not very challenging. Not long after finishing the conversation with Mi Ying, Gu Chen bumped into the 4 members of the Wind's Light language who had just exited the dungeon. The 4 of them looked disheveled, covered in dirt, which made them appear somewhat comical. Their second meeting was a bit awkward, especially Feilong Zitian, who looked like he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. You guys finished too? Gu Chen greeted them. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. This question felt like stabbing them in the back. Qin Xingyu and her team spent a full 20 minutes on the second level. Not only did they fail to solve a single mechanism, but they were also exhausted by the traps and poisonous fog that appeared from time to time. What was even more frustrating was that while avoiding these traps, they also had to fend off attacks from elite-level dark vampires and shadow elves. One careless move could leave them with low health. After nearly 20 minutes, they had used up all their potions and still made no progress. Just as they were about to be wiped out, they reluctantly exited the Shadow Castle dungeon. Now they realized that the Shadow Castle dungeon was not as simple as they had imagined. What a load of crap, complained the irritable Liu Liyueying. This second level is just disgusting. All kinds of traps, all sorts of mazes, and elite-level vampires and elves popping up to harass us. Especially the elf archers, hiding in the fog and treating us like live targets. I feel like I'm about to be shot into a porcupine. Gu Chen glanced. At the time, there was less than half an hour until the shadowless hand reset, and he figured it was just the right time to head over, so he took the initiative to excuse himself. I have things to attend to, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he greeted Qin Xingyu and the others, then stood up and left. Once Gu Chen had left, Feng Diqingyu finally spoke up. There are too many people here, it's not a place for conversation. Let's find a more open space to summarize things. Before long, the group exited Yanhua Town and found an open area where the team meeting began. If anyone has something to say, feel free to speak your mind, Feng Diqingyu encouraged. I've already said it. Let's play it safe and start with the hard mode, Lu Liyuing complained. But some people just won't listen. They see others like Fu Guang Prashao breezing through solo and think they can do it too. Now look, they don't understand the mechanics of the Shadow Castle and can't even get past the second level. Cheating. With Gu Chen absent, Fei Long Zai Tian gained some confidence, puffing out his chest and saying, Fu Guang Prashao must be cheating. With so many mechanisms, formations, and traps in the second level, how could he possibly get through so easily? He must be using hacks. Report him. We have to report him. It's a shame we didn't see how he solved the second level's mechanisms. If we had, we could have recorded a video to report him. Fei Long Zai Tian looked frustrated. Clearly, he wasn't regretting not passing the second level. He regretted not being by Gu Chen's side when he cleared it. Why? Didn't he record the way Gu Chen got through quickly? If he had reported it, the effect would have been much better. Who knows, the officials might have directly banned Gu Chen's account. Qin Xingyu frowned slightly at Fei Long Zai Tian's words, her expression darkening. Unfortunately, Fei Long Zai Tian didn't notice and continued tirelessly. If we report the real situation to the officials about how we cleared the Shadow Castle with Fu Guang Prashao, they will definitely take it seriously. Xingyu, let's report him together. People like Fu Guang Prashao absolutely shouldn't be allowed to stay in the game. Qin Xingyu, who already had no good feelings towards Fei Long Zai Tian, felt even more disgusted at this moment. She had made up her mind, they were on different paths and should not conspire together. She could no longer consider the face of their school and harm the overall interests of the team. Report? What evidence do you have? Lu Liyuing snapped angrily. Sun Haojia, can you have some shame? If you can't clear it due to your own lack of ability, instead of reflecting on your own issues, you're doubting Fu Guang, the big shot. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? If it weren't for Fu Guang leading us through today, could we have gotten the first kill on this hidden dungeon? If it weren't for Fu Guang, could you have switched to a full set of bronze gear? Without Fu Guang, we wouldn't be able to clear it. It's our own strength issue. What does it have to do with Fu Guang? Damn it! Can you really do something as shameless as eating with one hand and cursing with the other? The temper of the smiling and charming girl is the best in the team. Even she, the best among us, couldn't help but frown and say, the great player Floating Light Breaking Dawn has already been reported many times. Our official server in Huagua has also posted clarifications. If he had any issues, other servers would have collectively reported him long ago. It's impossible for Floating Light Breaking Dawn to have lasted this long. Senior son, he just helped us. If you have no evidence, don't speak nonsense. Although I haven't run dungeons with Floating Light Breaking Dawn, let's think from his perspective, said Qing Meng Wuhen. If I were cheating, I would definitely keep a low profile. The game Myriad Races Continent helps self-reliant individuals restore their health in this world. It's a pioneering effort in human history, with limitless future prospects. If I were really cheating, staying quiet and making a fortune would be the best choice. Someone like Floating Light Breaking Dawn, who is so ostentatious, clearly isn't making a wise move. Therefore, the possibility of him cheating is almost zero. Besides, the announcement from Myriad Races Continent also stated that this game cannot have cheats and encourages us to learn from Floating Light Breaking Dawn. This further proves that he isn't cheating. We can only say that our skills are lacking and we don't know how he cleared the levels. Fei Long Zai Tian didn't expect that his suggestion would be met with opposition from everyone. His expression instantly darkened. The most important thing in a game is balance. The existence of someone like Floating Light Breaking Dawn is seriously disrupting that balance. What's wrong with us reporting him? If you want to report, that's your problem, Qin Xingyu said impatiently. In any case, we won't participate. I was just casually mentioning it. Why are you all so against it? Seeing that even Qin Qingyu was a bit angry, Fei Long Zai Tian's tone softened immediately. We should still think about how to clear the Shadow Ancient Castle dungeon. My suggestion is to lower the dungeon difficulty, Lu Liyuing continued. With our current strength, hell level difficulty is clearly not suitable for us. We can't even pass the second level, let alone the boss levels that follow. Tomorrow, I suggest we start from the easy level. Once we can clear the easy level, we can consider the hard level. We'll test it little by little. I agree with this suggestion. This time, Fei Long Zai Tian was the first to express his stance. Clearly, this failure had hit him hard. I have a different suggestion, said the smiling and charming girl. Yen Ran, what good suggestion do you have? Qin Qingyu asked. The second level actually tests intelligence, analyzed the smiling and charming girl. The methods to clear it should be quite similar. As long as we master the clearing techniques, it's actually easy to solve the mechanisms. We obviously know such a simple problem, Fei Long Zai Tian said impatiently. But the current issue is that we don't know the method to clear it. If there were a guide, we could easily handle the level 5 elite vampires and elves. We don't have it, but we know someone who does, the smiling and charming girl continued. The great player Floating Light Breaking Dawn was able to clear the dungeon so quickly, he must have his own clearing techniques. Why don't we actively seek his advice? Qin Chang, you had actually thought of this method long ago. However, she already owed Floating Light Breaking Dawn a favor, and if she sought him out again, wouldn't that mean she would owe him another? Moreover, even if she was willing to owe him another favor, he might not be willing to help. After all, favors are just empty words. In the end, it's not much different from trying to catch a wolf with empty hands. Given her relationship with Floating Light Breaking Dawn, why would he help her? At this moment, Qin Qingyu was also caught in a dilemma. Instead, Fei Long Zaitian said excitedly, Qingyu, don't you have the contact information for Fuguang Buxiao? You should reach out to him and ask about the strategy. With the strategy, we can easily clear the nightmare difficulty. Looking at Fei Long Zaitian's excited expression, whether it was Liu Liyuang, Qian Xiao Yenran, or the newly joined Xingmeng Wuan, they all wore faces of disdain. Just before, they had sworn to report Fuguang Buxiao, and now, upon hearing that he knew the strategy, they immediately changed their tune. They even claimed they could easily clear the nightmare difficulty. Damn it! The wind stopped, the rain stopped, and Senior Sun felt he could do it. Qin Qingyu opened her mouth but ultimately decided to contact Fuguang Buxiao. At this time, Gu Chen was on his way to Xianlong Cliff. The Wuying hand had been craving for action twice a day. Thinking of the ancient divine beast, the Tingsha, he felt both angry and helpless, and in his heart, he felt a sense of exhilaration. This was fate ordained by heaven. In the last life, you died at my hands. In this life, you are tormented by me to the point of wishing for death. What is this? This is destiny. You have to accept it. Just then, a friend message notification rang out, and he initially thought it was Miying missing him. Upon opening it, he remembered that besides Miying, he also had a friend named Zhang Nanshan. At this moment, the message was not from Miying, but from Zhang Nanshan. Thinking of Qin Qingyu's straight and alluring long legs, Gu Chen couldn't help but swallow. Damn it! After being reborn, why was he becoming more and more lewd? Was this the emotional trauma syndrome after heartbreak? Change. He had to change. Gu Chen fiercely scolded the evil little person in his heart and opened the message box for Feng Diqingyu. Fuguang, are you busy? Feng Diqingyu asked. Gu Chen thought for a moment and replied, not busy, what's up? Feng Diqingyu hesitated for a long time before finally speaking, I want to ask if you have any tips for clearing the dungeon of the Ghost Shadow Castle? The few of us have decent equipment, but we can't even get past the traps in the second level. I do. Gu Chen replied simply. Feng Diqingyu looked at the message Gu Chen sent and was momentarily unsure how to respond. He indeed had the tips. However, their relationship was merely a cooperative one. They weren't very familiar. How could she ask him for the strategy at this moment? Just as Qin Qingyu was unsure how to respond, Gu Chen's message came again. I know you want the strategy. Of course, I can give it to you. However, I have my own requirements. If you agree, I can hand over the strategy to you. Gu Chen was definitely going to reveal the strategy for the Ghost Shadow Castle dungeon. Even if he didn't, within a week, players on the Huagua server would piece together the strategy through trial and error. By revealing it now, Gu Chen could help Huagua players avoid some detours. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he could use this strategy to reap a wave of wealth. He certainly couldn't show his face in this matter. If Miying were to step in, it would easily expose their relationship and put her in danger. Therefore, the best candidate was Qin Qingyu. There were 3 reasons. First, Qin Qingyu already had a certain level of fame and knew many gaming experts. Moreover, she was the strongest among those on the first kill list, which gave her a degree of credibility and influence. The strategies she provided were highly trustworthy, and many were willing to pay for them. Second, based on her past interactions with Qin Qingyu, this girl was honest and trustworthy. Whatever she promised, she would fulfill even at the cost of her life. And trusting such a person would ensure Gu Chen's interests were protected. Third, the risk factor was low. Qin Qingyu had little interaction with Gu Chen in real life. Even if someone wanted to investigate Gu Chen, it would be difficult to find a breakthrough from Qin Xingyu. In comparison, Miang was much more dangerous. Overall, there was no doubt that Xingyu was the best choice. Xingyu did not expect Gu Chen to agree so directly. However, she did not feel overly happy. Although she had not known Gu Chen for long, she understood that he was not a kind-hearted person. His requests would certainly not be simple. This could be seen from their previous transaction regarding the hidden dungeon. She just did not know what kind of request Gu Chen would make this time. After calming her emotions, Xingyu asked, "Let's talk about your conditions first. If they are within my capacity, I can agree." Gu Chen was also perceptive and naturally caught the deeper meaning in Xingyu's words. What she meant was that any excessive demands need not be mentioned, as she would not agree to them anyway. As for what constituted an excessive demand, for example, asking to touch her long, straight legs would fall into that category. Of course, at this moment, Gu Chen was focused on serious matters and had not entertained any improper thoughts. Therefore, he did not pay attention to Xingyu's hint and spoke directly. "In the next few days, many people will likely come to you asking about the dungeon strategies. You can agree to provide the strategy for the Shadow Castle dungeon. However, it must be exchanged for gold coins, 10 gold coins for one game strategy. Once you obtain the strategy, it can only be used internally. If it is leaked, all forms of cooperation will be cancelled." Gu Chen knew that the threat of cancelling all forms of cooperation would have little deterrent effect on some players. However, that was not important. As game time progressed, this deterrent would increase exponentially. What Gu Chen wanted was actually to filter out players who kept their promises. After all, the later the game progressed, the more valuable the equipment or strategies Gu Chen sold would be. A person who had issues with basic integrity would only have a higher probability of causing problems. Conversely, those who maintained their integrity from the beginning would be more trustworthy. Human nature cannot withstand testing. However, conversely, those who have undergone multiple tests and still maintain their true nature are even more worthy of deep trust. Gu Chen's method could be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He earned money, filtered out a group of useful people, and reasonably released the strategy, allowing more players from Huagwei to benefit. What do you think? Are you willing? Gu Chen continued to entice her. "For every strategy sold, I can give you a 10% commission. Moreover, you can use this strategy for free." Xingyu was already a bit tempted, and upon hearing that Gu Chen would give her a 10% commission and allow her to use the strategy for free, she directly agreed. "No problem, I agree. Pleasure to cooperate." Seeing Xingyu nod in agreement, Gu Chen did not hesitate and directly provided her with the game strategy he had prepared in advance. Xingyu asked in surprise, "You're just giving it to me like this? What else?" Gu Chen replied nonchalantly, "Aren't you afraid that I might sell the strategy and not give you the money?" Xingyu asked, puzzled. "Of course I'm afraid." Gu Chen teased, "But who told me I like you? If I get tricked by you, I can only consider myself unlucky." Boring. Xingyu's face turned red as she ended the conversation. She instinctively cursed, "Pervert." Ha! Lu Liyueying and the others looked confused. What was going on? Why did Xingyu suddenly curse? Just now, it was Fu Guang Pashao who was talking to Xingyu. Did he make some excessive request? Thinking of this, Lu Liyueying's temper flared up and she angrily said, "Xingyu, did Fu Guang Pashao make some excessive request? If he did, you can't agree to him. If we can't clear this dungeon, then let's not do it." "Yeah." Xian Xiaoyanran also chimed in, "Xingyu, don't make it hard for yourself. At worst, we just won't do this dungeon." Instead, Fei Long Zai Tian looked conflicted for a moment but ultimately said nothing. Hearing everyone's concerned words, Xingyu finally came to her senses. Realizing that she had lost her composure earlier, she hurriedly explained, "Fu Guang Pashao has already agreed to give us the strategy for free. However, he has his own requests." "What requests?" Lu Liyueying asked angrily. "Fu Guang Pashao wouldn't force you to do something you don't want to do, right? I remember when he first met you, his eyes were practically glued to your legs. This time, he wouldn't propose some strange request like wanting to touch your legs, would he? What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing Lu Liyueying's blunt words, Xingyu's face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly explained, "Fu Guang Pashao just suggested that I sell the strategy for the Shadow Castle dungeon for him. I can sell one strategy for 10 gold coins, and I can take 1 gold coin as a reward." "Oh?" After hearing that it was such a request, Lu Liyueying finally felt relieved but still curiously asked, "This request seems quite friendly for you. Why did you call him a pervert?" Hearing Lu Liyueying's words, Xingyu recalled Gu Chen's last words. He said he trusted her because he liked her. Is that true? If not, why would he entrust such an important matter to her? If it is true, how should she respond? Thinking of this, Xingyu felt her usually calm heart stir uncontrollably. Damn, what am I thinking about? Xingyu, you don't have a crush on Fu Guang Pashao, do you? Lu Liyueying laughed. "The moment I mentioned him, look at how red your face is, like a monkey's butt. What nonsense are you talking about?" Xingyu came back to her senses and said, "He was just joking with me and I cursed him a bit. Don't overthink it." Okay. Xian Xiaoyanran and the others laughed. "We won't overthink it. Absolutely won't overthink it." They said this, but their expressions clearly indicated otherwise. They pretended not to know about her relationship with the great Fu Guangpashao. They would secretly enjoy the gossip, and she didn't need to be shy. With everyone stirring the pot, Qin Xingyu became even more bashful. This appearance made Fei Long Zai Tian's eyes burn with anger. His fists were tightly clenched. If looks could kill, at that moment Fei Long Zai Tian would have loved to slice Fu Guangpashao into 1,000 pieces. Unfortunately, looks can't kill. With his abilities, he couldn't even defeat Fu Guangpashao. Just then, Fei Long Zai Tian's handy communicator rang. The message came from none other than the senior he once had a crush on. Upon seeing the senior's text, Fei Long Zai Tian immediately became excited. P.S. The update has been adjusted to 7 a.m. so everyone can read it after waking up. Still 3 updates and it will stabilize at this time. For those who like it, you can catch up during the day and get a good night's sleep. Long time no see, are you free to have dinner together tomorrow? The text message was very simple, but it could spark endless imagination. Fei Long Zai Tian replied quickly without any hesitation. Sure, it's been a long time. I was just thinking of inviting you to dinner, but I never found the opportunity. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you tomorrow at noon. I'm fine with anything, the senior sister quickly replied. I remember you like Japanese cuisine. And there's a new Japanese restaurant that opened near our school recently. How about we decide to go there? Fei Long Zai Tian suggested. It's been so long and you still remember what I like to eat. I'm really happy, she said. Just like that, the two quickly warmed up to each other, seemingly forgetting what had just happened. On the other side, Lu Liyuan and others also started chatting. Xingyu, if I remember correctly, the price of a copper coin is about 30 yuan now. 10 gold coins for a strategy guide. That means 3 million for a strategy guide. At such a high price, is anyone buying it? Of course someone will, Qiang Xiaoyanren analyzed. You know the equipment prices. On the 10,000 races continent, a piece of ordinary equipment easily costs hundreds or even thousands. If it's high level, it can even exceed 10,000. A piece of bronze equipment costs at least tens of thousands, and if the attributes are good and the level is higher, hundreds of thousands is normal. As for silver equipment, it's currently in high demand but low supply. However, I estimate that a piece of silver equipment would cost at least a million. Just think about it, what kind of strategy guide is this? It's a strategy guide for a silver boss. Once you get this guide, if you successfully defeat the boss, you can recoup your investment in one go. Although this dungeon has restrictions, you can only clear it once a day. Given the current popularity of the game, in the next month, bronze and silver equipment will be essential for lower-tier players. Even if you can only clear it once a day, the future wealth is immeasurable. So anyone with a bit of foresight would decisively spend money to buy this strategy guide. Sister Yenran contacted me, Qin Xingyu said as the two were discussing. What did she contact you for? Qiang Xiaoyanren asked. Although both had Yenran in their names, their statuses were not even close. Chu Yenran was the princess of the Chu group, while she was just a student. She asked me about the strategy for the Shadow Castle. Qin Xingyu replied honestly. I told her the specifics and she agreed to the deal. While Lu Liyuan asked in surprise, is there really someone foolish enough to spend 3 million on a strategy guide? If you can't speak properly, you can say less, Qin Xingyu replied irritably. If they don't buy it, how are we going to make 300,000? That's true. Lu Liyuan then remembered that the service provided by Fujiangpo was a profit-sharing model. They also had a 10% share, and thinking of this, Lu Liyuan excitedly said, I hope there are more wealthy people like that. If so, just from the commission, we could earn millions. Hurrying and delaying, Gu Chen arrived at the Trap Dragon Cliff before the cooldown of the Shadowless Hand skill ended. After this period of torment, the ancient divine beast, Tunsha, had resigned to its fate. When it saw Gu Chen arrive, it no longer had the previous arrogance. It didn't casually enter a state of rage either. Now, it just lay there lazily, motionless, as if saying, do whatever you want. This demeanor made Gu Chen somewhat uninterested. I'm here to steal your stuff, and you're not resisting at all, which makes me feel unaccomplished. At this moment, if the ancient divine beast Tingsha knew what Gu Chen was thinking, Gu Chen was afraid he would spit blood and faint. Damn it! I've already given up resisting. What more do you want? I, an ancient divine beast, am being humiliated by such a humble and weak human. This is too much. It's simply too much. No, it should be too much for a snake. Gu Chen, lacking interest, used the Shadowless Hand again. System prompt, congratulations, you have successfully activated the Shadowless Hand on the ancient divine beast Tongxi and obtained the rare Enlightenment Fruit Lingxi. Enlightenment Fruit, Spirit Fruit. Item name, Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit. Item grade, Spirit Fruit. Description, a fruit born from the Lingxi Enlightenment technique. Consuming it grants the eater a special ability to perceive the essence of things and comprehend deeper truths. At this moment, the ancient divine beast Tongxi, who had originally resigned to its fate, suddenly stood up. Its ugly snake head was filled with excitement. Gu Chen was also puzzled. To be honest, he felt a bit disappointed this time for not borrowing something good. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, during this time, he had obtained SSS level skill, Soul Devouring Poison Spike, a supportive Artifact Dust Avoiding Pearl, an Ancient Divine Beast Pet Egg Flame Princess, an SS level skill Holy Light Baptism from the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi. 5 harvests had been quite good, even if this rare enlightenment fruit couldn't compare to the previous gains, but Gu Chen could accept it. Having mountain delicacies every day is nice, but occasionally enjoying a home-cooked meal is also acceptable. A calm mindset is all that matters. But what kind of expression is this from the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi? Hadn't it already resigned to its fate? Why did it feel like a sense of survival after a disaster? At this moment, the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi seemed to be showing off, directly soaring into the sky. Soon, it flew to a giant ancient tree. Upon seeing this towering ancient tree, Gu Chen's face turned green. Damn! At this moment, Gu Chen couldn't help but curse, damn it! Why is there a Lingxi Enlightenment tree here? If he had encountered the Lingxi Enlightenment tree in the wild, Gu Chen would have been overjoyed. Because the Lingxi Enlightenment tree is a transplantable fruit tree, obtaining one would mean securing a stable production line for Lingxi Enlightenment fruits. Gu Chen could hire fruit farmer-type auxiliary professions to cultivate and irrigate, thus creating a Lingxi Enlightenment forest. But the current situation is that the Lingxi Enlightenment tree is within the formation of the Trapped Dragon Cliff. In other words, it is within the territory of the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi, and if Gu Chen dared to enter, he would be crushed to pieces in an instant. Of course, that wasn't the most detestable part. The most detestable part is that the Lingxi Enlightenment tree is already mature. From a distance, there were at least hundreds of Lingxi Enlightenment fruits on this tree. Gu Chen's shadowless hand was still at a low level and couldn't perform designated theft. This means that the more Lingxi Enlightenment fruits the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi had, the smaller the chance Gu Chen had to steal something valuable. Although the Lingxi Enlightenment fruit is also extremely rare and precious outside, compared to the other valuable targets on the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi, the Lingxi Enlightenment fruit clearly falls short. At this moment, even if Gu Chen were foolish, he would understand why the Ancient Divine Beast, the Tung Shi, was so happy. The reason was simple. The Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi had discovered a way to deal with Gu Chen's shadowless hand. Over the next 2 days, it seemed to confirm its own guess. Every time Gu Chen came, the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi would cooperate fully with Gu Chen's actions. It was proven that after bringing several hundred Lingxi Enlightenment fruits, Gu Chen used the shadowless hand 4 times in a row. All with the Lingxi Enlightenment fruits. Damn it! That's 5 Lingxi Enlightenment fruits. On the Dragon Trap Cliff, Gu Chen cursed. Inside the formation, the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi saw Gu Chen's disheveled appearance and actually began to dance with joy. It started to fly freely in the air, looking infuriatingly smug. Damn it, the tides have turned. Today, it was at the opposite door. I endure. Although the Lingxi Enlightenment fruits were a bit lacking, they were still spiritual fruits. They were still very important for the current skill enhancement. Gu Chen took out 2 Lingxi Enlightenment fruits and gave them all to Mi Ying. He wanted Mi Ying and Han Yan to improve their skill levels. In a few minutes, the second global event was about to start. Mi Ying, this hexagonal priest, if possible, still needed to push for a better ranking. After all, it was inconvenient for him to recruit talent directly now. The stronger Mi Ying's strength, the better the siphoning effect would be. Over the past 2 days, aside from regularly brushing the Ancient Divine Beast Tung Shi, Gu Chen spent most of his time leveling up his pets. Now, the level of Yan Ji had already risen to level 7. Its attributes had undergone a tremendous change. Pet name, Yan Ji. Pet rank, Ancient Divine Beast. Pet level, 7. Health, 4200. Attack, 722 to 815. Defense, 460. Speed, 155. Skills, Phoenix Nirvana LV1 SSS level. Fire Feather Storm LV1 SS level. Blazing Field LV1 SSS level. Overall attributes had nearly doubled. Gu Chen's level had not changed over these 2 days. He was still at level 7, but his experience had reached 95%. He was just a step away from leveling up to 8. Calming his furious mood, Gu Chen took out a Lingxi Enlightenment fruit and tossed it to Yan Ji. Sensing the aura of the Lingxi Enlightenment fruit, Yan Ji's clear eyes visibly brightened, flapping its large wings and happily flying several circles in the air. After leveling up to 7, Yan Ji had become a bit plumper, and the feathers on its tail looked even more beautiful. After obtaining Gu Chen's consent, Yan Ji eagerly bit into the Lingxi Enlightenment fruit. In just a few seconds, the Lingxi Enlightenment fruit, which was several times larger than an apple, was devoured by Yan Ji. In Gu Chen's view, several golden lights suddenly appeared on Yan Ji, as if it had entered a state of enlightenment. A few seconds later, when Gu Chen looked again, Yan Ji's skill levels had all risen to level 3. What the hell? This is too strong. At this moment, Gu Chen finally remembered. No matter how much he looked down on the Lingxi Enlightenment fruit, it was still a genuine spiritual fruit. Moreover, it was an extremely rare spiritual fruit. Such rare-level spiritual fruits, even after the integration of the 10,000 races continent and water blue star, were still strategic resources that various countries fought over. Only on the battlefield, after slaying at least 100 strong enemies, could one possibly obtain a rare enlightenment-type spiritual fruit as a reward. One could only say that he had been spoiled by the gains from the previous few uses of the shadowless hand, making his appetite a bit too big. Suddenly dropping down a notch was a bit hard to accept. Little did he know, the things he found hard to accept had already become something many people could only long for but never attain in their lifetime. Thinking of this, Guchen felt much more at ease. He took out a Lingxi enlightenment fruit and took a bite. The taste was quite good, with the sweetness of an apple and the grainy texture of a sandy watermelon. After finishing it, he felt a surge of power throughout his body. System prompt: you have used the Lingxi enlightenment fruit and the enlightenment effect has been significantly enhanced. Guchen tried to use the skill stealth. System prompt: affected by the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, your stealth LV2 has successfully upgraded to stealth LV3. Stealth LV3. After activating the skill, the character enters a hidden state for 20 seconds plus 20 seconds. Cooldown time 40 seconds. Magic consumption 1./second. After upgrading to level 3, Guchen tried to continue practicing the stealth skill, but unfortunately he did not hear the system's prompt sound. With stealth at level 3, he could remain completely hidden the entire time. This was also good news for Guchen. Unable to continue enhancing the stealth skill, Guchen could only turn to other skills. System prompt: affected by the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, your rogue assassination LV2 has successfully upgraded to rogue assassination LV3. Rogue assassination LV3: assassinate enemies while in motion with a certain chance to stun the enemy while increasing physical attack by 40%. Cooldown time 12 seconds. Magic consumption 20 points. System prompt: affected by the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, your Gale Step LV2 has successfully upgraded to Gale Step LV3. Gale Step LV3: after use, it allows for an incredible burst of speed for a short time, increasing movement speed by 70%, lasting 20 seconds. Cooldown time 20 seconds. Magic consumption 20 points. System prompt: affected by the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, your Shadow Blade Dance LV1 has successfully upgraded to Shadow Blade Dance LV2. Shadow Blade Dance LV2: within a short time, strike the target 5 times, dealing continuous damage. Cooldown time 45 seconds. Magic consumption 25 points. System prompt: affected by the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, your Pickpocket LV1 has successfully upgraded to Pickpocket LV2. Pickpocket LV2: after using on a specific target, there is a certain probability of successful theft. The higher the level, the higher the success rate. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Magic consumption 10 points. System prompt: affected by the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, your Shadow Clone LV1 has successfully upgraded to Shadow Clone LV2. Shadow Clone LV2. Active skill: after use, summon 3 shadow clones that last for 20 seconds. The creator can use the clones to deal 70% of the user's attribute damage to the target. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Magic consumption 20 points. System prompt: affected by the Lingxi enlightenment fruit, your Nightfall LV1 has successfully upgraded to Nightfall LV2. Nightfall LV2, active after using the skill. Summon a shadow covering an area of 700m x 700m x 700m, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. In the state of Nightfall, the enemy's vision will be severely restricted. After consuming 2 Lingxi enlightenment fruits in succession, Guchen's skills, except for the SSS level Soul Devouring Poison Spike and Shadowless Hand, all upgraded by 1 level. Among them, the stealth skill can basically achieve full coverage, which greatly optimizes Guchen's current survival environment. Then there's the Gale Step, which adds an extra 10% movement speed and also increases the duration. Next is the attack method. The Rogue's assassination attack power has been slightly enhanced, and the second level Shadow Blade Dance now has a continuous attack count of 5 hits. This is equivalent to 2 additional output segments. What makes Guchen the happiest is the enhanced Shadow Clone. He can now release 3 clones simultaneously, each possessing 70% of Guchen's attribute damage. At the same time, the duration has also increased to 20 seconds. This means that within 20 seconds, there can be 4 Guchens appearing on the battlefield at the same time, applying a poisoning effect to group targets. Just thinking about that scene is exhilarating. Finally, the Nightfall has expanded its range, which means Guchen's combat range has been increased, enhancing his survival ability. The only regret is that the skills Soul Devouring Poison Spike and Shadowless Hand have not been upgraded. However, with so many Lingxi enlightenment fruits available, upgrading the skill levels is just a matter of minutes. Now Guchen has come to terms with it. The ancient divine beast, the Tangxi, is right here and can't go anywhere. The things on him will eventually be his own. It's just a matter of whether it's sooner or later. Borrowing a bit more of the Lingxi enlightenment fruit now might not be a bad thing. Equipment is hard power, while skills are soft power. In the Myriad Races continent, hard power can be improved by buying or fighting monsters. Soft power, on the other hand, can only be improved by luck. If luck is good, one can automatically level up while killing monsters. If luck is bad, one can only rely on rare enlightenment fruits like the Lingxi enlightenment fruit. Guchen has so many Lingxi enlightenment fruits now, so he doesn't have to worry about improving his soft power for the time being. Thinking of this, Guchen felt much more at ease. After adjusting his mood, Guchen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the gloating ancient divine beast Taingxi and turned to leave the trapped dragon cliff. Damn it! Who doesn't eat dumplings during the new year? What's there to be proud of? You can't leave the trapped dragon cliff for 3 years. Everything on you will eventually be mine. What are you so smug about? Just after descending the mountain, Guchen received a message from Ying. The Lingxi enlightenment fruit you gave is too powerful. All my skills have leveled up by 1. Ming said excitedly, do you have any more? I want more. 1 hubby for 1 Lingxi enlightenment fruit. Guchen teased. Hubby. Ming didn't hesitate at all and immediately typed the 2 words and sent them. Guchen was stunned and replied with a curse, what the hell? Your bottom line is too low. I asked you to call and you really did? Where's your restraint? Where's your morality? You've known me for a long time, when have I ever been reserved? Ming said nonchalantly, if there's a bargain, I'm not letting it go, you bastard. Hubby, 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 stop. Guchen said with a black line on his forehead, don't call anymore. I have Lingxi enlightenment fruits now. No matter how much you call, it won't help. Are you messing with me? Ming said angrily, no way, you can't take this advantage for free, you have to give it back. Okay, sure. Guchen didn't hesitate at all. Wife. Is that enough? If not, I can call a few more times. If you're still not satisfied, I can keep calling in front of you. Who told you to return it like that? Ming said, puffing up in anger. Shameless. I'm ignoring you. The Lingxi enlightenment fruit is quite rare. The fastest is 1 every 12 hours. Guchen explained, as soon as I have some, I'll give them to you right away. That's more like it. Not long after ending the call with Ming, the system's voice rang out again. Myriad Races Continent announcement. Myriad Races Continent Monster Hunting Event countdown 30 seconds. All Continent Monster Hunting Event. Players can hunt monsters in the wild, dungeons, and other scenes to earn a certain amount of points. This event lasts for 24 hours. The server of the player ranked first will unlock 3 level 3 main cities. The server of the player ranked second will unlock 2 level 3 main cities. The server of the player ranked third will unlock 1 level 3 main city. For specific rewards, please check the event details. Myriad Races Continent announcement. The Myriad Races Continent Monster Hunting Event betting pool is open. Myriad Races Continent Monster Hunting Event betting pool. This event is mainly divided into national and individual betting pools. Adventurers can learn more on their own. This betting pool will close in 12 hours. For specific details, please click to view. The second full server event has finally appeared. At this moment, upon hearing the system prompt, a smile unconsciously appeared on Guchen's face. Now, he has already obtained 10% of the bargaining power in 3 cities. Guchen's competition for first place is not only to secure resources for Huaguo but also, and more importantly, to consider his own future development. In the Myriad Races Continent, whether it is a first-level main city, a second-level main city, or a third-level main city, they are all extremely important strategic resources. The number of players in each main city is generally counted in the millions. The daily consumption of these millions of players in a city amounts to astronomical figures. Guchen obtaining the bargaining power of a city is equivalent to receiving 10% of the city's tax revenue. As the game progresses in the Myriad Races Continent, this tax revenue will only increase. In the future, whether Guchen is fighting in national wars or battling foreign races, it ultimately comes down to resource consumption. The more bargaining power Guchen can obtain now, the more resources he will control in the future. The more resources he controls, the greater the power he can exert. Later on, if Guchen focused on leveling up, he would at least be at level 12 by now, 2 levels higher than Lucifer, who is currently ranked first in the world. However, Guchen chose not to upgrade himself but to upgrade the Yi-Flame Princess. The reason is simple, the Flame Princess has a wide range of fire attacks. The Myriad Races Continent Monster Hunting Event is extremely beneficial for professions like mages and formation masters that have AoE skills, as they can eliminate monsters in batches with their wide-range skills. In his previous life, the top 10 rankings in the Myriad Races Continent Monster Hunting Event were mostly occupied by mage-related professions. Even those who are not mages have wide-range attack skills. Guchen's current skills are all single-target skills, which puts him at a certain disadvantage in this regard. Therefore, the cost-effectiveness of training the Yi-Flame Princess is clearly higher than leveling up himself. Now, the overall attributes of the level 7 Flame Princess have become extraordinarily strong. Moreover, after consuming the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, all of the Yi-Flame Princess's skills have been upgraded to level 3. A single Fire Feather Storm can deal over 3,000 points of damage to enemies. To be honest, regarding the Flame Princess's sudden enlightenment talent, Guchen feels nothing but jealousy. Everyone is eating the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit. Why did I eat 2 and only upgrade my skills by 1 level, while you ate just 1 and upgraded by 2 levels? This is discrimination. Intellectual discrimination. A locked town on the Hamel Plateau. After Lucifer hunted a level 10 brown-eyed lone wolf, he asked, "Has the new server-wide event started? No news from Dawn of Floating Light yet?" "None." Storm I frowned and said, "In the past few days, his level has remained at 7 with no changes." Lucifer frowned and asked in confusion, "Has he quit the game?" "Shouldn't be." Storm I replied truthfully, "According to the information our intelligence personnel have gathered, Dawn of Floating Light logs in every day, but the exact duration of his login is uncertain. We must find out what Dawn of Floating Light is doing." Lucifer frowned and said, "He is our biggest threat. President, I think your concerns are unnecessary." Storm I analyzed. This time, it's a competition of hunting speed. Dawn of Floating Light's individual ability is indeed strong, but his profession is a rogue type without AoE skills. You, on the other hand, have the Fallen Angel with wide-range AoE skills like Dark Explosion and Fallen Wings, so in terms of monster-killing speed, Dawn of Floating Light can't compare to you at all. Besides, your current level is 10, soon to be 11, while Dawn of Floating Light is only at level 7. The gap in attributes and skills at level 3 is not so easily bridged. Besides, we have a team of thousands here to serve you. Your advantage is definitely not something a lone player like Floating Light Breaking Dawn can contend with. At this stage, it is no longer the beginning of the game. Our capital advantage is becoming increasingly apparent. I think, rather than worrying about Floating Light Breaking Dawn, you should focus on Park Suchang and Mutoikiru. The capital behind them has gathered thousands of people to help them gain experience. The gap between you and them is getting smaller. Our intelligence department predicts that in the future, on the continent of 10,000 races, these two will be your important opponents. As for Floating Light Breaking Dawn, he is merely a fleeting moment. He has no capital support behind him and will ultimately be no match for us." After hearing this, Lucifer nodded seriously. Clearly, he also agreed with the analysis of the Eye of the Storm. At the beginning of the game, everyone found it difficult to level up. Even with money, Lucifer and his group couldn't find many willing to sacrifice themselves to support them. Now it's different, the game has entered its 5th day. Most players have leveled up to level 5 or above, and some capable players have reached level 7 or 8. In this situation, as long as the money is sufficient, it is possible to effectively organize a team specifically for supporting kills. Currently, Lucifer, Park Suchang, Mutoikiru, and others are all using this model. Players from Huagua are also adopting this model. However, the levels of Huagua players are generally lower, so the effectiveness of supporting kills is not as high as that of the American, Japanese, or Korean servers. According to the intelligence gathered by Lucifer and others, Floating Light Breaking Dawn is just a lone player. On one side is a team of thousands serving one person, and on the other is Floating Light Breaking Dawn is a lone player. The outcome of this competition is obvious. The reason Lucifer actively inquired about Floating Light Breaking Dawn was actually more out of unwillingness. Unwilling to be overshadowed by a Huagua player with no significant background. That's why he wanted to regain his lost face through this event. However, after hearing the analysis from the Eye of the Storm, Lucifer felt relieved. Floating Light Breaking Dawn is merely a lone player who can only rely on early game advantages to make a name for himself. Once the capital power behind him begins to show, he will only fade into the crowd. Such a person has no right to be his opponent. I was too obsessed. Lucifer sighed and instructed, "From now on, there's no need to report on Floating Light Breaking Dawn's news every hour. He is not worthy of being my opponent." Yamato Clothing, a relaxed little town. Yo! Yes! The new server-wide event has finally started. Mutoikiru looked at the system announcement and shouted excitedly, then instructed, "Inoue-kun, this time we must succeed." President Mutu, his subordinate Inoue Naoya said, 5,000 Imperial warriors have been recruited. They will do their utmost to assist you in completing this task. For the glory of the Sakura Empire. Mutu. Aikiru shouted. For the glory of the Sakura Empire. Kanagawa Town. This time, our great Han Empire absolutely cannot lose. Park Suchul clenched his fists, his expression serious. Chairman. Park, rest assured, we are fully prepared this time. Park Suchul's subordinate, Jin Zhangde, said, the group has provided substantial funding to recruit a large number of players to assist you in this task. Great. Park Suchul laughed heartily. This time, the first place is a must for our great Han Empire. We will fully support Chairman Park's actions. As the countdown for the monster hunting event of all races began, players from major servers around the world became lively. Various game guilds, backed by capital, placed heavy bets and invested in the continent of all races. The power of capital began to show its prowess at this moment. While everyone was discussing excitedly, Guchen logged off with a calm expression. Today was the day Shin Lingxiu's mother was undergoing surgery. Guchen had promised Shin Lingxiu that he would come to accompany her during her mother's surgery. This morning, Shin Lingxiu had already sent Guchen a text message. She said the surgery would start at 1:30 in the afternoon. By the time Guchen saw it, it was already past 12. He had originally planned to leave the nutrient pod to take care of personal hygiene and then replenish some nutrition. Just then, he saw Shin Lingxiu's message. Cursing himself for being careless, he immediately called a hover car and rushed to the First People's Hospital of Incheon City. First People's Hospital of Incheon City. Shen Lingxiu's mother had already been taken by the doctor for various pre-surgery checks. After the checks were completed, she would change clothes and be taken into the operating room. At this moment, Shen Lingxiu was the most free yet also the most anxious. At this time, how she wished for a shoulder to lean on. However, ever since her father left her and her mother, all the burdens had fallen on her shoulders. With her mother seriously ill, the only person she could rely on in this world was herself. Thinking of this, Shen Lingxiu instinctively thought of that man, the man who had been supporting her. He had said that he would come to accompany her during her mother's surgery. Looking at the time, there were less than 20 minutes until 1:30. He probably wouldn't show up, but at this moment, she really wished he could be by her side. Thinking of this, Shen Lingxiu couldn't help but feel self-deprecating. She was merely a plaything supported by Gu Chen. How could she have such thoughts? With her status, she had no right to ask Gu Chen to do anything for her. Even if Gu Chen didn't come today, it was within reason. A plaything could never demand anything from its owner. With this thought, Shen Lingxiu felt a bit relieved. However, her mood still couldn't improve. Instead, as the time for her mother's surgery drew closer, her mental state became increasingly tense. Surgery carries a certain risk of failure. Although the best doctors in the country, Fei Dao, were performing this surgery, the anxiety remained. However, the probability of success is only 70%. 70% survival rate sounds like a lot. But one must understand that no matter how small the probability, if it happens to a patient, it becomes 100%. Thinking about the possibility of losing her mother today, Shen Lingxiu's mood worsened even more. "I'm sorry, I'm late." At that moment, a hurried figure appeared at the door of the hospital room. The person was none other than Gu Chen, who had rushed over. Hearing the familiar voice, for some reason, Shen Lingxiu suddenly felt her eyes begin to moisten. Unconsciously, tears burst forth like a dam breaking. Gu Chen, seeing this, was also a bit flustered. "I just came a little late. What's going on? Has Anshin already passed away?" Gu Chen had 1,000 questions in his heart, but he hurriedly stepped forward and explained, "I only saw the message you sent me at noon, and I rushed over as soon as I got the information. Didn't I tell you that if there's something important, you must call? How is Anshin now? Did something happen? If there's something, we can solve it together. Don't worry, with me here, everything will be fine." Feeling Gu Chen's increasingly close presence, Shen Lingxiu could no longer control herself and directly threw herself into Gu Chen's arms, crying. Her delicate body was soft and very elastic. Unfortunately, Gu Chen at that moment had no such thoughts and felt a bit at a loss. This was the first time he encountered such a situation and didn't know how to handle it. He could only repeat, "It's okay, I'm here." Shen Lingxiu also didn't know why she couldn't control her emotions after seeing Gu Chen. She didn't understand why she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms when she saw him. All she knew was that she was just a girl who had just graduated. She had always lived under the protection of her parents. With the sudden change at home, her father passed away and her mother fell seriously ill. The hardships of life seemed to have all fallen upon this fragile girl in an instant. She had never faced difficulties alone and had been strong enough. The moment Gu Chen appeared, she felt only one thing in her heart. Someone she could rely on had come. Shen Lingxiu also didn't know why she had such thoughts. Perhaps it was because, deep down, she had already identified herself as Gu Chen's lover. Although the identity was not glorious, she was indeed Gu Chen's woman. Since she was Gu Chen's woman, then Gu Chen was her man. He was her half of the sky. In her most painful moments, crying in her man's arms seemed to be nothing wrong. While Shen Lingxiu was crying, Gu Chen was not idle. He used his phone to contact Shen Lingxiu's mother's attending physician. Gu Chen had privately given this doctor a lot of money, and as soon as he received Gu Chen's message, he immediately informed him that Shen Lingxiu's mother was currently undergoing preoperative preparations. After learning that Anshin was fine, Gu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this girl had been holding back for too long. Letting out some emotions was also reasonable. At this moment, Gu Chen did not continue to disturb Shen Lingxiu, allowing her to keep crying. Crying and venting her emotions was also a good thing for Shen Lingxiu, who was currently under so much mental strain. Shen Lingxiu did not cry for too long. She quickly stopped her tears. As the boss's little lover, she had a clear understanding of her position. Her existence was to provide emotional value to the boss. Generally, a boss would be annoyed by a little lover who clung to him and cried. So, even though Shen Lingxiu wanted to continue holding Gu Chen and crying, she ultimately gave up. If Gu Chen knew what Shen Lingxiu was thinking at that moment, he would be both angry and amused. He would curse, "What kind of strange logic is this? Are you trying to write a self-cultivation of a little lover manual? I spent 5 million to invest in the future Empress of Zixiao, hoping you would serve me in the future. I never intended for you to be my little lover. But if I could really have a lover, that doesn't sound too bad, does it?" Shen Lingxiu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, composed herself, and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Gu Zong, I lost my composure." "No need to apologize," Gu Chen smiled and said, "and don't call me Gu Zong, I'm not some big shot. From now on, just call me Gu Gu or Nan Gu. Okay. Shen Lingxiu hesitated for a moment before calling out, Nan Gu. Gu Chen nodded and said, I just asked your mother's attending physician. This time, we have invited a renowned doctor from Runha Hospital in Kyoto. He will perform the surgery. His surgical skills are top-notch in the country and the success rate is very high. You don't need to worry too much. Shen Lingxiu did not expect that Gu Chen, having been there for such a short time, had already gathered all the information. Her impression of Gu Chen involuntarily improved a bit. Let's go, there are 5 minutes left before your mom goes into the operating room. Gu Chen smiled and said, the patient's mental state before surgery is also very important. You should chat with her for a bit. Okay. Shen Lingxiu changed into a sterile gown and chatted with her mother for a few moments before the anesthetist entered and the surgery began. After the surgery, Shen Lingxiu, looking anxious, sat beside Gu Chen. Gu Chen naturally noticed Shen Lingxiu's nervousness. He reached out and held her small hand. At that moment, Gu Chen did not pay much attention to the warmth of Shen Lingxiu's hand. Instead, it was Shen Lingxiu who felt a sense of reassurance from the warmth of Gu Chen's hand. This sense of security was something she had never experienced before. Her previously anxious heart calmed down. She gently rested her forehead on Gu Chen's shoulder and the atmosphere fell into a quiet stillness. Shen mother's surgery lasted a full 8 hours. The operation was very successful. However, whether there would be postoperative complications still needed to be observed in the intensive care unit for a day and a night. In the ICU, there were dedicated nurses and doctors in charge. Family members were not required to stay, and unless there were special circumstances, they were not allowed to visit. How many days has it been since you had a good sleep? Gu Chen asked after completing the relevant procedures. Not too bad, Shen Lingxiu explained, I'm not tired. At that moment, Shen Lingxiu's state seemed to have reached the peak of exhaustion. It was only because of her natural beauty and the affluent aura cultivated by her wealthy family that she did not appear too haggard. You don't need to worry about the hospital matters, Gu Chen said. I have hired 2 caregivers here. They will notify me immediately if anything happens. Your primary task now is to eat well and rest well. Only when you eat and rest properly can you take better care of your mother after she comes out of the ICU. Just think about it. If your mother hasn't come out of the ICU and you collapse first, who will take care of her? Perhaps it was Gu Chen's words that struck a nerve with Shen Lingxiu. Shen Lingxiu hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. I'll go rest in the ward for a while. No need, Gu Chen said. I've booked a room at a nearby 5-star hotel for a week. We can rest there. A 5-star hotel? And we're going to rest together? Even if Shen Lingxiu was naive, she could guess Gu Chen's intentions. Was he trying to have that kind of relationship with her? Thinking of this, Shen Lingxiu felt a deep resistance within her. She was still in a dangerous period. She really didn't want to expend so much energy on romantic matters. But her mother's medical expenses were covered by Gu Chen. She had long since sold herself to Gu Chen. She had promised him that as long as he saved her mother, she would agree to anything he wanted. Now, what right did she have to resist? Shen Lingxiu struggled for a while and finally nodded. I'll go with you. That's more like it. Gu Chen smiled with relief, thinking to himself, if you break down, I'll lose a great ally in the future. However, at that moment, Gu Chen's strange smile seemed to Shen Lingxiu to be a kind of triumph that was about to be achieved. Gu Chen called for a maglev car and a few minutes later the car stopped in front of the 5-star Monet Hotel. Under the guidance of the staff, they quickly arrived at the top presidential suite. The value of real currency was rapidly declining and soon the Chinese government would implement measures to align game currency with real currency. By then, the value of real currency would be greatly discounted. Gu Chen still had so much real currency on his card. If he didn't spend it now, it would truly become worthless later. So, when booking the room, he unhesitatingly chose the presidential suite at 8,888 a night. Yingchuan was just a prefecture-level city, and this price was already quite high. However, in Shen Lingxiu's eyes, Gu Chen's wealthy behavior was just to provide her with better emotional value in such a setting. After entering the room, Shen Lingxiu clearly became much more nervous. Her pretty little face involuntarily lowered a few degrees. She tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, as if struggling with something. Finally, Shen Lingxiu spoke up. Can I go take a shower first? Sure, Gu Chen replied, looking puzzled. Why would she ask me about taking a shower? After receiving Gu Chen's consent, Shen Lingxiu felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurriedly entered the bathroom. She took a full 30 minutes to wash up. Only then did Shen Lingxiu change into the 5-star hotel's pajamas and shyly walk out. When Gu Chen saw Shen Lingxiu come out, he didn't pay much attention and quickly called out, if you don't come out soon, I'll have to go in and get you. Come on, sit down and eat. I'm starving waiting for you. Shen Lingxiu, under Gu Chen's direction, sat down in a daze. She clumsily ate the dishes Gu Chen had picked for her. The meal lasted a full half hour. When Gu Chen saw that Shen Lingxiu had eaten enough, he instructed, I've already talked to the kitchen here. They'll bring you meals every day at the hospital. Also, your mother needs a night shift nurse. She must come here to sleep at night. This place costs 8,888 a day and I've already paid. If you waste it, I'll be angry. After saying this, Guchen got up to tidy his things and said, it's almost 11, you should rest now. I'm leaving. Ah. Shen Lingxiu asked in confusion, you aren't staying here tonight? Why would I stay here? Guchen asked, puzzled. I still have things to do, you should rest first. I'll go to the hospital to see Auntie. Tomorrow afternoon. Alright, you don't need to get up to see me off. Your main task now is to rest. Get your spirits up, don't let Auntie fall before you do. Shen Lingxiu murmured softly. A few seconds later. Click. The sound of the electronic door locking echoed. Shen Lingxiu felt a wave of days wash over her. Tonight, he came to the 5-star hotel with her, not to have something happen between them, but to make sure she eats well and sleeps well. In fact, Shen Lingxiu had already prepared to give everything tonight, but now the outcome left her a bit at a loss. However, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Guchen was actually quite nice. After leaving the 5-star hotel, Guchen hurried back to his rental apartment. Damn! It was almost midnight. He had to get to the apartment before 12. Then quickly log on. The great gambling event was about to close. He had to place his gold coins in before the deadline. After a few days of development, the player's currency had changed from copper coins to silver coins. Don't underestimate this small change in units. When converted to the amounts in the big gambling event, this time the stakes were at least 10 times higher than the first great gambling event. Guchen would never be willing to let this big piece of cake slip through his fingers. He had to take it. Damn it. With so much money just sitting there, someone had to take it. Since that's the case, he would endure some hardship and take it for them. Rushing and hurrying, he finally made it home by 11:30. Without any hesitation, Guchen logged into Myriad Race's continent. As soon as he was online, he received a message from Miying. Why did you just log on? This time it's a points competition. Are you planning to give up? No, Guchen replied. I had something come up and went out for a bit. What was it? Miying asked with concern. A friend's mother had surgery this afternoon. I went to keep her company, Guchen explained. All right. Miying said with a hint of regret. I was counting on you for this Myriad Race's continent monster hunting event, but it seems there's no hope now. I was thinking too much. I heard that this time, the Eagle Sauce Federation, the Waifu, the Goryo, and the European servers all used the knife padding method to score some points. Do you know what knife padding is? I know about that, Guchen replied. It's when someone else brings the monster down to its last bit of health, and then the boss comes in to reap the rewards. Exactly, Miying explained. All the major servers are going crazy with knife padding. The Eagle Sauce Federation started using it with over 3,000 people. Unfortunately, they were much slower than Waifu, which used 5,000 people for knife padding. So, the Eagle Sauce Federation immediately deployed 10,000 people for it. On the South Goryo side, they naturally didn't want to be outdone and directly used 15,000 people for knife padding. Now, the knife padding frenzy has gone wild between countries. I heard one person needs $10,000 a day. These people are spending hundreds of millions of dollars just to score points. Do you think they're crazy? Or does this game have some intrinsic value? This method of knife padding had never been so rampant in his previous life. At most, a few thousand people would be used for it. But a situation where tens of thousands of people were all knife padding together had never occurred before. However, thinking about it, it's understandable that some high-level tycoons have already obtained some insider information. However, they don't know the details very well, only that the game Myriad Race's continent is extraordinary. Even so, they are still willing to invest heavily. Under normal circumstances, the competition wouldn't be this fierce. But during the first server-wide event, Guchen suddenly rose to prominence and took first place. At the last moment, the Sakura Nation used a tactic to snatch third place from South Korea. Naturally, the Sakura Nation, having tasted success, would not give up and instead intensified their mobilization efforts. The Eagle Sauce Federation in South Korea, seeing this little devil trying to sneakily rack up points, couldn't tolerate it. If you have 5,000 people supporting you, then I'll have 10,000. In short, the first position must be secured. Thus, the current situation arose. Maybe, Guchen replied ambiguously, our guild has been established to focus on development. If Myriad Race's continent really has intrinsic value in the future, we will be among the first beneficiaries. You make a good point, Miying replied. It seems I must be fully alert. Guchen, I suggest you also recruit a few thousand people to support you, help you level up quickly. I don't need it, Guchen directly rejected without a second thought. If I want to level up, I won't be slow. Then why don't you level up? Miying asked, puzzled. Of course. To play big, Guchen smiled and said, by the way, how much gold do you have on hand? Why are you asking this? Miying asked, confused. It's useful, very useful, Guchen said with a smile. Quickly check how much gold you have. After a while, Miying replied, I currently have 1325 gold coins. However, I need 100 gold coins for something. What do you need it for? Guchen asked curiously. Before the betting deadline for the Myriad Races, I'll bet on you to win, Miying teased. Given the current situation, you're still betting on me to win? Gu Chen asked with a smile. I don't care, in my heart, you will always be first, Miying said proudly. As long as I bet, whether you win or lose, you are first. Is this a love confession? Gu Chen asked with a grin. Put. What love confession? Miying pouted. This is a sister's trust in her brother. Is that so? Gu Chen laughed. Why do I feel like you're flirting with me? Bullshit, Miying retorted. If anyone is flirting, it's you flirting with me. When have I ever flirted with you? Alright, stop being cheeky. You still haven't said what you need the money for. Gu Chen replied. Do you want to make money? Of course, Miying smiled. I dream of it. Then bet all your gold on me, Gu Chen reminded. But don't do it now, wait until the last 10 seconds. Why? Miying asked, puzzled. I'm afraid the odds changing will attract followers, Gu Chen replied. The more followers there are, the less money we'll get. That makes sense, you're still smart, Miying suddenly thought. Wait, given the current situation, betting on you to win. Gu Chen, do you have absolute confidence in winning like last time? I knew you wouldn't let me down. Hearing Gu Chen's response, Miying immediately became excited and curiously asked, honestly, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? What tricks could I possibly have? Gu Chen laughed and said, alright, just do as I say. Okay, then I'll bet all my gold on you. Miying nodded and said, whether I can become a rich lady depends entirely on you. Why go through all that trouble? Gu Chen laughed, I could just support you directly and you'd instantly be a rich lady. Dream on. Miying changed the subject. Alright, I'm going to continue leveling up. This time, the top 100 in the event will all receive silver treasure chests and I must get one. Gu Chen nodded, then you continue leveling up. After ending the call with Miying, Gu Chen checked his current gold. A total of 10,352 gold coins, and he couldn't be bothered to calculate the silver and copper coins. Among these more than 10,000 gold coins, 4,300 were won by Miying in the last grand gambling event. The other 5,288 gold coins were Gu Chen's earnings from the last big gamble. The remaining coins were a few hundred gold coins earned from killing bosses and dungeon rewards during this time. This time, Gu Chen planned to go all in on the grand gambling event. He opened the grand gambling event to take a look. This time, the grand gambling event was based on silver coins. This meant that the minimum bet was 1 silver coin. Currently, the independent investment ratios of the countries in the grand gambling event had been displayed. The first place was the Japanese server, with odds of 1 to 137.12. The second place was the American server, with odds of 1 to 138.25. The third place was South Korea, with odds of 1 to 139.33. The fourth place was the European server, with odds of 1 to 1,328.25. The fifth place was the Russian server, with odds of 1 to 13,285.38. The 18th place was China, with odds of 1 to 58,632.23. Currently, the odds of the top 3 in the grand gambling event were not far apart. The odds for the Cherry Blossom country surprisingly exceeded those of America, ranking first. The main reason for this situation was that a female mage named Desinyami from the Cherry Blossom country server, with the help of Wu Tang Yi Lang and others, had risen to prominence. She currently ranked first on the leaderboard. The fallen angel Lucifer from the Eagle Sauce country, although having a wide range of AoE and many players helping, was still slower in monster farming compared to Desinyami under the same conditions of support players. To win, Lucifer could only keep increasing the number of support players. The situation in South Korea was similar. To secure first place, Park Soo-sung fully supported his cousin Park Wa-chang. With the backing of the Park family consortium, their points were increasing rapidly. Thus, in the competition among the three, the points of Lucifer, Park Wa-chang, and Desinyami kept changing. The point differences were minimal, which added more variables to this grand gambling event. The Cherry Blossom country, America, and South Korea each had their own supporters. Hence, the current odds situation arose. In China, compared to last time, there were still significant changes. The odds were lower than before, and the ranking had improved quite a bit. Gu Chen speculated that it was likely that many Chinese players chose to support China, or some clever individuals decided to take a gamble. After all, the odds were high, throwing in a little money could lead to big winnings, and if they lost, they could just consider it supporting their patriotic feelings. For this group of people, Gu Chen could only say, you really deserve to make money. After checking the national gambling event, Gu Chen opened his personal gambling event. First place, Desinyami, Japanese server, odds 1 to 302.55. Second place, Lucifer, American server, odds 1 to 303.12. Third place, Park Guk-chang, Korean server, odds 1 to 303.38. Eighth place, Dawn of Light, Chinese server, odds 1 to 386,720.11. Gu Chen didn't expect that he would actually make it into the top 8 this time. Moreover, it was without Miying investing a large amount of money on him. Damn. The wish to monopolize the prize pool is probably going to be dashed. Sigh. No matter the era, there are always speculators. Without a doubt, those players betting on Gu Chen to win are simply speculating. What if Gu Chen wins? That would be over 300,000 times the odds. Such high odds, a bicycle wouldn't just turn into a motorcycle, it would turn into a plane directly. Damn! This group of people betting on me to win. You all deserve to die. Damn it, with your vision. If you can't make money, that would be against the natural order. Looking at the time, there are only a few minutes left until the closing. Gu-chan, feeling bored, directly opened the World Channel. At this moment, the World Channel had already become lively. It's almost closing time. Which country did you all bet on? Damn! The scores for the American server, Japanese server, and Korean server are too close. It's so hard to guess. Yeah, last time there was still a gap in experience. This time it's really hard to make a judgment. The first place score changes every few minutes. It's completely different from the last betting round. Last time, before closing, Lucifer was completely dominating the others. What good is dominating? In the end, he was still second. Exactly. Still, Dawn of Light is amazing. In 12 hours, he directly took Lucifer down. Hee, Dawn of Light is already a thing of the past. Now it's the era of the law god. He's just a thief. Nothing. At all. Exactly. I just looked at the leaderboard, and Dawn of Light isn't even in the top 100. Let's not discuss those who didn't even make it into the top 100. Last time, Dawn of Light didn't make it into the top 100. Before closing either. However, that didn't stop Dawn of Light from taking first place. Last time was luck, this time is different. I heard that Japan, Sakura Country, and South Korea mobilized tens of thousands of people to support one person. It is said that just for this event, Lucifer invested several $100 million. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Asking this question only shows you know nothing about the power of capital. Dawn of Light is just a slightly luckier casual player. The game just opened and he achieved a little success with some cleverness. It's all luck, not strength. When countries like Sakura Country start to use capital power, his little luck is just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yeah, the difference between Dawn of Light and Lucifer is the difference between a European emperor and a capital emperor. No matter how lucky Dawn of Light is, he's just a zero investment player without any background or capital. In front of the capital emperor, he's nothing. I'm just laughing. It's not even time for results yet. How can you be so sure that Dawn of Light will definitely lose this time? I don't care about background or capital. I just think Dawn of Light is the strongest. What's the problem? You're blindly worshipping. We Chinese need to look up at the world. Is it that hard to admit that we are better than others? No results have come out yet? A bunch of dog intellectuals start barking? The situation is still uncertain. China might not be the dark horse. I believe China will win. Dawn of Light will win. You can just talk, right? If you have the ability, support Dawn of Light with real money. I've already supported him with a gold coin. Now I bet all my worth on Dawn of Radiance. 2 gold coins. I also support Dawn of Radiance with real gold and silver. I don't have much money. 5 gold coins is all I have right now. I unconditionally support Dawn of Radiance. Numb. Gu-chan was completely numb. Those damn public intellectuals. Stirring up trouble. My money. That's all my money. It's slipping away from me little by little. And, good sons and daughters of China, I have received your heartfelt support. Let's just support with words. There's absolutely no need to act. At this moment, Gu-chan wished he could drag those damn public intellectuals out and whip their corpses. You guys are so bored. Why the hell are you stirring up conflict? In less than a minute, my odds have dropped to 1:98653.12, and it's still decreasing at an unbelievable speed. Clearly, more people are betting real money on me. What the hell? This means I'm earning at least a few thousand gold coins less. At this moment, Gu-chan felt incredibly pained. If he wasn't afraid of being called shameless, he really wanted to post a message saying, I really can't get first place, please don't bet on me to win. Sigh. Gu-chan sighed helplessly. This loss was significant. However, thinking about this money flowing to the players who supported him, these people were all his fans. If one day his identity was revealed and he joined the Rhine Guild, a large portion of these people would likely come over to him. Thinking about it this way, he was giving benefits to his fans. In the future, fans would support him more. With this thought, Gu-chan's mood improved quite a bit. He browsed the world messages for a while longer. 10 seconds before the market closed, Gu-chan notified Ming, and the two acted together. Gu-chan put all 10,352 gold coins into betting on China. Ming put all 1325 gold coins she had on floating light-breaking dawn. China's odds began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, they settled at 1:589.22 silver coins. Floating light-breaking dawn's odds also began to drop significantly, finally settling at 1:8522.32 silver coins. Gu-chan invested a total of 11,677 gold coins this time. This was basically his entire fortune. If he took first place, Gu-chan's assets would experience the biggest inflation since the server opened. Thinking of this, Gu-chan couldn't help but get excited. Next, it was time to grind monsters with all his might. However, before that, Gu-chan still had to go to Trap Dragon Cliff to grind for Shadowless Hand. Starting to focus on leveling, Gu-chan blocked all external messages. While killing monsters, he headed towards Trapped Dragon Cliff. What Guchen didn't know at this moment was that the final changes in the Myriad Race's great bet had caused a heated discussion worldwide. China server, world chat channel. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. Something happened. Something big happened. What happened? Latest news, our China's odds have risen to 4th place. The current odds are 1:589.22. Holy cow. It's true. When I looked just now, it was still 1 to 58,000 something. How did it suddenly become 1:589.22? This change is too big. What's going on? What's going on? Someone must have placed a huge bet on China in the last few seconds. With such a big change, I estimate at least a few thousand gold coins were thrown in during the last few seconds. Otherwise, the change wouldn't be this big. A few thousand gold coins? Are they crazy? Isn't that just throwing money away? Let's just say, is it possible that they are convinced China can win, that's why they invested so many gold coins? Heh, do you even believe that yourself after saying it? Among us Chinese, the highest ranked person on the leaderboard is Feng Huayanran. Unfortunately, her ranking is only 22nd. There's still tens of thousands of points difference from the top 10. Look quickly, the odds for Dawn of Floating Light have changed. His odds have become 4th. Damn, it's actually true. The odds for Dawn of Floating Light went from 1 in 90,000 to 1 in 8,522.32 silver coins. Damn, in less than 10 seconds. It's clear that a large amount of money has been bet on Dawn of Floating Light. What the hell is going on? Are they crazy? Dawn of Floating Light's score hasn't even entered the top 100 yet. Crazy. Everyone's gone mad. This is giving away money. Giving money to the foreign servers. Hee hee. Why do I feel like this scene is a bit familiar? Now that you mention it, I also feel like this scene is a bit familiar. If I remember correctly, the last time the odds for Dawn of Floating Light changed was also at the last moment. Yeah. According to our speculation, the last time the odds for Dawn of Floating Light likely changed because he bet on himself to win. Based on our calculations, last time Dawn of Floating Light made at least several thousand gold coins. If our calculations are correct, the only one who can come up with so many gold coins on the current Huagwa server is probably Dawn of Floating Light. This means that the change in odds on our Huagwa server and the change in odds for Dawn of Floating Light himself are likely due to a massive amount of money he invested at the end. Hiss, if it really is Dawn of Floating Light. Can someone tell me what this means? What else could it mean? It means Dawn of Floating Light is absolutely confident he can take first place. Haha, if that's the case, I'm going to make a fortune. I bet 1 gold coin on Huagwa winning. I just had an argument with someone and bet on Dawn of Floating Light. Damn, brother, you're about to get rich. The current odds for Dawn of Floating Light are 1 in 8,522.32 silver coins. How much did you bet? Not much, just 150 silver coins. Damn, with this bet, you're going to soar. 150 silver coins is over 1.278 million silver coins. Converted, that's 12,783 gold coins. Brother, this isn't just a bike turning into a motorcycle. This is a bike turning into a plane. Haha, I just had an argument with someone and bought 300 silver coins. I just want to say to the person I argued with, listen to me, thank you. Because of you, the gold coins are coming home. Haha, although I didn't buy Dawn of Floating Light, I bought the Huagwa server. I also bought 300 silver coins, and although I didn't earn as much as you guys, I'm satisfied. Regret. If I had known, I would have gone all in on Dawn of Floating Light. At the very least, I should have gone all in on our Huagwa. Damn. I'm so envious I'm turning purple. Hee hee, are you guys getting too happy too early? You should know, Dawn of Floating Light hasn't even made it into the top 100 on the leaderboard yet. Also, have you forgotten that Dawn of Floating Light is a thief? Not a mage. Even if he is strong, his monster killing speed can't compare to a mage. Plus, Dawn of Floating Light is just one person. How can he possibly compare to teams of tens of thousands from countries like America? Yeah, this is completely asymmetric warfare. A mantis trying to stop a car, overestimating oneself. Bro, upstairs, is it necessary to analyze this in such detail? Let them hype themselves up? This group of people are just clueless little fans. Do they really think Dawn of Floating Light is a god? In front of Capital, Dawn of Floating Light is nothing. Even if these gold coins are really thrown by Dawn of Floating Light in the end, what does it matter? The monster hunting event of all races isn't about whose odds are lower or who throws in more gold coins. It's about strength. In front of strength, everything is just a fleeting cloud. Lockdown. President, there are new developments from Huagwa. Storm. I walked up to Lucifer with a serious expression, taking the initiative to report. What's the situation? Lucifer asked. Casually. For Lucifer, the biggest threat from Huagwa was Fuguang Prishio. In the past 12 hours, for some unknown reason, Fuguang Prishio had not appeared in the wild at all. There were no monsters spawned. To Lucifer, it seemed that Fuguang Prishio had effectively rendered itself powerless. There was no need for him to worry. The odds for Huagwa have risen to 4th place, and Fuguang Prishio's odds have also risen to 4th place. Storm. I said gravely, according to reports from our intelligence personnel, all these changes occurred in the last 10 seconds before the One Clan Grand Bet closed. Happened in the last 10 seconds before closing. Lucifer asked while killing monsters, is this a premeditated move? According to our intelligence department's analysis, it should be. That Fu Guangpashao placed a heavy bet. Stormy analyzed this situation also occurred in the last one clan grand bet. It is estimated that in the last one clan grand bet Fu Guangpashao might have gained several thousand gold coins. Currently, apart from Fu Guangpashao, no one in the world can produce so many gold coins at once. So, it can basically be concluded that Fu Guangpashao placed a heavy bet at the last moment. Placing a heavy bet at the last moment, what does that mean? Lucifer asked himself and answered, does Fu Guangpashao think it can surpass us in the last 12 hours? Stormy bit his teeth and said, based on the information we previously gathered, Fu Guangpashao alone cannot possibly surpass you. Information can sometimes be the most reliable, and sometimes the most unreliable. After muttering to himself for a while, Lucifer said, speculating so much now has no practical effect. The only thing we can do is increase our investment. No matter what, the first place this time must be in our hands in America. Continue to increase personnel. Yes. Although Lucifer did not believe that Fu Guangpashao could surpass him, he still chose the safest method to prevent any accidents and continued to increase personnel to enhance his monster-killing efficiency. Jingu Town. Fu Guangpashao, it's Fu Guangpashao again. He doesn't think he can fight against our team of tens of thousands alone, does he? Damn it. Ridiculous. It's just too ridiculous. Park Chang laughed heartily. Huagua. People, they are just sending us money. Now is not the time to be happy. Park Cheng said with a serious expression. Continue to increase personnel. Brother, your worries are unnecessary. Park Chang said dismissively. Huagua people hi, said Amoriyami. Thank you, Mutokuan. At this moment, Guchen was unaware of the events happening outside. He had now arrived at the Dragon Trap Cliff. System prompt, congratulations, you have successfully activated the Shadowless Hand on the ancient divine beast Tengshi and obtained the rare Enlightenment Fruit Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, Spirit Fruit. Feeling that this time the floating light dawn had stolen the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, the ancient divine beast Tengshi was as happy as a child. It flew back and forth in the sky. Its proud appearance made Guchen grit his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Damn it, it was so infuriating. Now he could be said to have tasted the flavor of the Wheel of Fortune turning. After mailing the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit to Miing, Guchen climbed over the Dragon Trap Cliff and headed towards the Giant Eye Spider's lair. The Giant Eye Spider's lair was the territory of level 15 to 18 monsters. The main reason Guchen chose this place for leveling up was that the ordinary level of the Giant Eye Spiders in the lair was level 15, and the elite level was 17. The levels were well within Guchen's hunting range. Additionally, the Giant Eye Spiders were social creatures. At least 10 of them appeared at the same time, allowing for maximum damage with area spells. It also saved Guchen the time of finding monsters himself. The scoring rules for the monster hunting activity in the 10,000 races continent are based on the total points of the first two levels of monsters. Killing a level 1 monster earns 10 points. Killing a level 2 monster earns 20 points. Killing a level 3 monster earns 30 points. Killing a level 4 monster earns 50 points. Killing a level 14 monster earns 6,100 points. Killing a level 15 monster earns 9,870 points. Killing an 18 level monster earns 41,810 points. Currently, for maximum profit, Lucifer and others were mainly hunting monsters at levels 9 to 10. This was mainly because the support team's level was too low, and killing high-level monsters resulted in significant losses. The cost-effectiveness was not as high as specializing in level 9 to 10 monsters. Guchen calculated that the points he would earn from killing a level 15 Giant Eye Spider were equivalent to them killing 11 level 10 monsters. Killing a level 15 Elite Giant Eye Spider was equivalent to them killing 47 level 10 monsters. In the face of Guchen's terrifying ability to kill above his level, their little support team was just a joke. The Giant Eye Spider's lair was hidden in dense bushes, obscured by layers of green vegetation. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting dappled light on the cave entrance, creating areas of intermingled light and shadow. The entrance was covered with moss and ferns, giving it an ancient and mysterious appearance. As soon as one stepped into the cave, the temperature dropped sharply, and the air was filled with a damp earthy smell and a faint mustiness. The interior of the cave was dim and humid, with only the occasional dripping water from the ceiling making a faint sound in the stillness. The walls were covered with spider webs of various sizes, with dew and captured small insects hanging on them. System prompt, you have entered the Giant Eye Spider's lair. The monster levels in this area are currently too high. Please pay attention to your safety. The depths of the Giant Eye Spider's lair were even darker, with only the eyes of the spiders flickering with a faint light in the darkness. These spiders were enormous, their eyes exceptionally prominent, glowing with an eerie blue light that made them appear particularly strange in the dark. Monster name, Giant Eye Spider, level 15, health 19,000, attack 455 to 512, physical defense 180, magical defense 90, speed 72, skills, web hunting, silk cocoon shield, dream weaving, Description: the giant eye spider evolved from a common spider through a long process of evolution and mutation. These spiders absorbed rich energy and essence in the domain of dream weaving, gradually evolving into unique forms with powerful abilities. They possess a massive size and deep-set eyes, capable of perceiving all illusions and realities. The greatest threat posed by the giant eye spider is its web hunting. Through web hunting, the giant eye spider can weave nets in the air to capture enemies, as well as quickly create hunting nets on the ground or walls. These hunting nets are highly resilient and elastic, capable of swiftly ensnaring enemies and restricting their movements. The giant eye spider can move quickly on the hunting nets while using the net's elasticity to launch fierce attacks on enemies. When multiple giant eye spiders appear simultaneously, they quickly weave a vast web, allowing them to move rapidly across it. Players who come close to the web, if ensnared, will find numerous giant eye spiders swiftly converging to devour them. Therefore, even though the overall attributes of the giant eye spider are somewhat weaker than those of monsters of the same level, their threat level far exceeds that of monsters of the same or even higher levels. However, this was not a problem for Gu Chen. The reason was simple: the greatest advantage of the giant eye spider was the web formed by a dozen or even dozens of spiders. With this web, the giant eye spiders in the lair could achieve large-scale coordination. But this interconnectedness also had a downside. If something went wrong with one part of the web, such as catching fire, the entire connected web would inevitably be affected. All of Flame Princess's skills were fire-based. Hearing Gu Chen's footsteps, a dozen giant eye spiders lunged toward him. Layer upon layer of webs quickly condensed in the air. This type of physical control skill would not be affected by the dust pearl. Gu Chen naturally would not confront them head-on. He directly summoned Flame Princess. Patting Flame Princess on the head, he commanded, "Flame Princess, set them on fire." At that moment, Gu Chen seemed to be performing a classic move of unleashing Flame Princess. Without hesitation, after receiving Gu Chen's order, Flame Princess flapped her newly grown wings and flew into the sky. Then, with a flap of her large wings, a field of flames unfolded. Within the flame field, Flame Princess flitted about rapidly. With each flap of her wings, dozens of fire rains fell from the sky, crashing down onto the webs and the giant eye spiders below. As the fire rains hit the ground, the once interconnected webs began to ignite at a visible speed. The flames quickly spread. In just a few seconds, the entire cave was engulfed in a sea of fire. 822-799-101 Fire damage -98 Fire damage -722 At that moment, within the blazing field, Flame Princess was the queen of flames, and with each flap of her wings, the health of all targets within the field was visibly decreasing. After all skills were upgraded to level 3, the duration of Flame Princess's field and the damage of the Fire Feather Storm were significantly enhanced. Under the terrifying damage of the Flame Princess, the giant eye spider was utterly powerless to fight back. Due to the burning flames, the fire on the spider web spread at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, the entire lair of the giant eye spider was engulfed in flames. All the giant eye spiders angrily charged towards the area of the flames. Gu Chen did not expect that under the fire damage, the giant eye spider would actually come to him willingly. Damn! They're delivering themselves? What a stroke of luck! In this situation, Gu Chen naturally did not remain idle, charging forward with the Shadow Moon Blade and the Windbreaker Blade. 321 Poison status applied successfully. 30-298 Poison status applied successfully. 30 Now, the soul-devouring poison spike had already leveled up to level 2. It could apply 4 layers of poison. With a true damage of 30 over 90 seconds, it could take away 10,800 points of health from the target. Gu Chen didn't care about the damage. After applying 4 layers, he directly switched to the next target. The poison damage, combined with the Flame Princess's wide-range skill attacks. In just 2 minutes, all 12 of the first wave of giant eye spiders had fallen. A system notification sounded in his ears. System notification: congratulations, you have successfully killed a giant eye spider, earning 8,000 experience points. System notification: since you killed a monster 5 levels above you, you receive an additional 1,600 experience points. System notification: since you used a 5:5 experience distribution method with your pet, you gained 4,800 experience points, and your pet, Flame Princess, also gained 4,800 experience points. System notification: congratulations, you have successfully killed a giant eye spider, earning 9,870 points. System notification: the soul-devouring poison spike has detected a poison source to absorb giant eye spider toxin. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. System notification: giant eye spider toxin absorption complete. System notification: your soul-devouring poison spike has changed. Soul Devouring Poison Spike LV2, SSS grade. Any attack can apply a layer of poison effect to the target, dealing 35 points of damage per second for 90 seconds. This poison effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing restriction effect on targets in a poisoned state, making them unable to be purified. Additionally, the movement speed of targets in a poisoned state is reduced by 50%, and their attack speed is also reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poison. Effect 4. Trait. Absorbing different toxins can enhance the poison effect. The soul-devouring poison spike evolved again, with true damage reaching 35 points per second. According to Gu Chen's understanding, there were a total of 4 levels of giant eye spiders in the entire lair. The first type is the normal level at level 15. The second type is the elite level at level 16. The third type is the vice commander level at level 17. The fourth type is the commander level at level 18. The fifth type is the boss level, also at level 18. Calculating this, after clearing the entire spider lair, the true damage of the soul-devouring poison spike could reach 50 points. With 4 layers of poison applied, that's 200 points, and with 90 seconds of hard control time, it could deal 18,000 points of damage. The giant eye spider has 19,000 points of health, and with his 4 poison attacks combined with the toxin damage, any giant eye spider he touched could basically be sentenced to death. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Such an incredible enhancement. What are we waiting for? The giant eye spider lair must be cleared quickly. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 8 and gained 4 free attribute points. System prompt: due to your 5:5 experience distribution method with your pet, you have gained 4,800 experience points, and your pet, Flame Princess, has also gained 4,800 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the giant eye spider and earned 9,870 points. System prompt: congratulations, your points have reached 2,566,200, successfully entering the top 100 of the Monster Hunting Activity Points leaderboard in the 10,000 races continent, currently ranked 95th. For details, please check the Monster Hunting Activity Points leaderboard. So quickly to 95th place? Gu Chen muttered to himself. In just 1 hour, Gu Chen had killed all the ordinary giant eye spiders around the giant eye spider's lair. His points had also reached a terrifying 2.55 million. He opened the points leaderboard and took a glance. First place, Desinyami, level 12, server, Wa country, total points 8,236,870. Second place, Lucifer, level 12, server, US server, total points 8,226,850. Third place, Park Guo Chang, level 12, server, Goryo server, total points 8,226,520. 10th place, Xian Xia Wei Liang, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 5,023,500. 16th place, Feng Huayan Ran, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 4,568,030. 32nd place, Wenshu Xing, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 3,698,500. 37th place, God's Left Hand, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 3,567,200. 42nd place, Kuang Ao Long Xiao, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 3,526,100. 48th place, Shuizhan Tianya, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 3,495,020. 59th place, Qing Yi Wu Xuan, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 3,326,522. 63rd place, Niashur Fa Shun, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 3,267,200. 75th place, Luanshur Simai, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 3,157,600. 83rd place, Taishui Dan Chang, level 11, server, Huaxiao server, total points 3,095,520. 91st place, Young Hong Di Tian, level 10, server, Huaxiao server, total points 2,759,230. 95th place, Fu Guang Pashao, level 8, server, Huaxiao server, total points 2,566,200. Gu Chen glanced roughly. To his surprise, he found Mi Ying's figure in the 10th position. This was a bit unexpected, but thinking about it, it seemed understandable. After all, Mi Ying was now fully equipped with silver gear. In addition, she had the SS level skill Holy Light Baptism, a large-scale destructive skill, as well as the enhancement of Lingxi Wu Daogua. In terms of damage, Mi Ying was probably the best after him. Naturally, her monster-killing speed was a bit faster than others. If Mi Ying had a few thousand people helping her, her points would only be higher. Aside from Mi Ying's unexpected performance, the overall performance of Hua country was also outstanding. Including Gu Chen, a total of 12 people made it to the top 100 of the points leaderboard. At this time in the previous life, there was not a single person from Huagui on the leaderboard. This time, 12 people made it onto the list. Clearly, all of this is related to Gu Chen. During this period, Gu Chen has released a large number of common items and bronze equipment into the market. In addition, there are occasionally silver equipment for sale. Furthermore, there is the Shadow Castle dungeon. Currently, almost all major guilds have purchased Gu Chen's dungeon strategy. For the Nightmare difficulty, apart from Gu Chen who can solo it, Mi Ying's team can also do it now. The top-tier team led by Qin Qingyu can now challenge the Hell level difficulty. As for the Nightmare difficulty, they are still stuck on the final level. With the Shadow Castle dungeon being extensively strategized, this has led to a large amount of high-level bronze equipment appearing in the market. The overall upgrade speed of Huagua has significantly increased. Guchen feels quite gratified by this result. The overall strength enhancement of the Huagua server is essentially a snowball effect. The greater the initial advantage, the faster the snowball rolls. Once the 10,000 races continent merges with the Water Blue Star, Huagua's ability to resist risks will become stronger. He closed the 10,000 races continent monster hunting activity points leaderboard, picked up a few level 15 bronze equipment that had dropped, and continued deeper into the cave. After walking for less than 3 minutes, a rustling sound echoed. Gu Chen immediately heightened his alertness. Moments later, dozens of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the dark space. Gu Chen commanded Yan Ji to take to the air and activate the flame domain. The originally dim lair instantly lit up. Monster name: Giant Eye Spider Elite. Level 16, health 21,000, attack 510 to 560, physical defense 200, magical defense 110, speed 79, skills: web hunting, silk cocoon shield, weaving dreamland. Description: evolved from the ordinary giant eye spider, it possesses a massive size and profound 4 eyes, capable of perceiving all illusions and realities. Yan Ji, set it on fire. As Gu Chen shouted commands, he charged directly into the domain. Inside the domain, the spider silk was rapidly burning, and Gu Chen activated Gale Step, weaving through the elite giant eye spiders. The Shadow Moon Blade and Wind Break Blade in his hand sliced through the skin of one elite giant eye spider after another in a rhythmic manner. Minus 285 poison status applied successfully. Minus 35, minus 311 poison status applied successfully. Minus 35. 2 minutes later, as more than a dozen elite giant eye spiders fell, the system's voice began to flood the screen again. System notification: due to your 5:5 experience distribution method with your pet, you have gained 5,400 experience points, and your pet Yan Ji has also gained 5,400 experience points. System notification: congratulations, you have successfully killed Giant Eye Spider Elite, earning 15,970 points. System notification: Soul Devouring Poison Spike has detected a poison source to absorb Giant Eye Spider Venom Elite. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. System notification: Giant Eye Spider Venom Elite, absorption complete. System notification: your Soul Devouring Poison Spike has undergone a change. An hour later, all elite giant eye spiders were slaughtered. The true damage of the Soul Devouring Poison Spike reached 40 points. Gu Chen's points also rose to 464-2300, and his ranking jumped from 95th to 18th. In just 1 hour, the points for the 10,000 races continent monster hunting activity surged by 2 million. At this moment, even those who had already given up on paying attention to Gu Chen turned their gaze back to him. Hua Country Server. Damn! You guys look, the ranking of Floating Light Dawn has changed again. In just 1 hour, it jumped from 95th to 18th. I just calculated roughly 2 million points in 1 hour. Damn! I'm numb. I feel completely numb. If this continues, getting first place is basically a done deal. Haha, what Lucifer, Park Guachang, and Yamami Ozan are all nothing. I knew it, Floating Light Dawn is the best. Floating Light Boss is mighty. Floating Light Boss is awesome. Floating Light Boss, I want to have your baby. I knew it, Floating Light Boss bought himself at the last moment, he must be confident. Ha ha ha, how about that? Did I guess right? Wasn't there a public intellectual dog saying that Floating Light Boss knows nothing about the power of capital? What do we say now? Ha ha ha, what bullshit capital in front of Floating Light Boss, it's nothing. I remember there was a public intellectual dog who said that in the face of absolute strength, everything is just floating clouds. I completely agree with this statement. In front of Floating Light Boss's absolute strength, all the power of capital is just floating clouds. Ha ha ha, where's the brother who was arguing with me just now? I want to thank you, because of you, gold coins are coming home. Oomph. Floating Light Dawn isn't even first yet, you guys are a bit too happy. 2 million points in 1 hour, who knows how he got it? Maybe he's cheating and will be banned soon. Lockdown. Latest news from Hua Country. The Eye of the Storm reported with a grim expression, in just 1 hour, Floating Light Dawn's points ranking rose from 95th to 18th. In 1 hour, he gained 2 million points. We are now less than 4 million points away. If Floating Light Dawn continues to increase at the rate of 2 million points per hour, in at most 2 more hours, our points could be surpassed. Lucifer fell silent. He had mobilized over 20,000 people in Locktown to help him, and in 1 hour, he only gained a little over 600,000 points. At his monster-killing speed, this score was already the limit of his ability. It was basically impossible to improve. And what about Floating Light Dawn? He didn't know what means he used, but he gained over 2 million points in 1 hour. That was a full 1.3 million points more than himself. Thinking of this, Lucifer felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It was too much. The gap was too big. Songchi Town. Baka. Floating Light Dawn. It's Floating Light Dawn again. How can he be so strong alone? He must be cheating. I want to report him. Mutu Aikiru shouted with a dark expression. Next to him, Yamami Ozan's expression wasn't any better, although she was still the first on the surface. But everyone knew that if Floating Light Dawn continued to increase his points at the previous rate of 2 million points per hour, she could only hold on to first place for a little over 2 more hours at most. Despair. Suffocating despair. Jean Gu Town. Ashi BA. Ashi BA. Damn Floating Light Dawn. Why is he so strong? Park Kwa-chang shouted with a face full of anger. Cousin, this isn't the time to be angry. Park Shio-chang beside him also had a grim expression, frowning and saying, we have no hope of getting first place in this server-wide event. The group's investment can't go to waste. We must secure second place. At all costs. I must secure second place. At this moment, Guchen still did not know that the speed at which his points were skyrocketing had already made Lucifer and the others feel despair. He continued to walk deeper into the lair of the giant ice spider. An hour later, Guchen had already fought his way through the giant ice spider's nest and made a rough tally. In less than 3 hours, Guchen and Yen Ji together had killed a total of 260. Ordinary giant ice spiders, 130 elite giant ice spiders, 60 vice captain giant ice spiders, and 30 captain giant ice spiders. Even in a 5v5 situation, Guchen's level had reached level 9, just a step away from level 10. His total kill points had accumulated to 7,447,000. He was currently ranked 4th on the Monster Hunting Activity Points leaderboard of the 10,000 Races continent. He was less than 1.5 million points away from first place. Besides the points, Guchen's soul-devouring poison spike had also upgraded twice, now dealing 50 true damage per second. System prompt: due to your massacre of a large number of giant eye spiders, you have provoked the wrath of the giant eye Spider King. Hiss hiss hiss. Not long after the system prompt appeared, Guchen heard the sound of hiss. Following the sound, a massive figure appeared in Guchen's line of sight. It stood a full 5 meters tall, covered in reddish-brown fur, with 8 enormous eyes flickering with a deep glow. Its massive pincers were sharp and powerful, exuding a terrifying pressure. Monster name: Giant Eye Spider King. Golden Boss. Level: 18. Health: 1,100,000. Attack: 1230 to 1560. Physical defense: 860. Magical defense: 580. Speed: 132. Skills: Giant Eye Stare, Silk Trap, Venomous Bite, Web Explosion, Frenzied Rage. Description: nurtured by the energy of the Dream Weaving Domain, it has gradually evolved into a supreme form with powerful abilities. It possesses a gigantic size and terrifying 8 eyes, capable of perceiving all illusions and realities. Giant Eye Stare. The Giant Eye Spider King can concentrate its 8 enormous eyes to emit a gaze beam, dealing significant mental damage to the target, and has a certain chance to instill fear, reducing the target's combat power and movement speed. Silk Trap. The Giant Eye Spider King can quickly weave a massive web that not only traps players but also absorbs their energy, providing the Giant Eye Spider King with additional health and attack power. Venomous Bite. The Giant Eye Spider King's pincers are sharp and venomous. It can inject venom into players through a fierce bite. This venom not only deals significant damage but also causes continuous bleeding and reduces defense, gradually weakening players in battle. Web Explosion. When the Giant Eye Spider King's health drops to a certain level, it will detonate the web inside its body, creating a massive explosion. This skill can deal lethal damage to surrounding players and destroy nearby buildings and obstacles, creating more combat space for the Giant Eye Spider King. Frenzied Rage. When the Giant Eye Spider King's health falls below a certain percentage, it will enter a frenzied state, significantly increasing its attack power, defense, and movement speed. In this state, the Giant Eye Spider King will attack enemies more ferociously and has a certain chance to trigger critical hits. Seeing the attributes of the Giant Eye Spider King, Guchen couldn't help but gasp in shock. An 18-level Golden Boss. A staggering 1.1 million health and over 1200 attack power. There is still 860 points of physical defense. With Guchen's current strength, ordinary skills would basically find it very difficult to break through. Looking at the attributes of the Giant Eye Spider King, Guchen instinctively felt like backing out. But then, thinking of the world's first kill of a golden boss, he became restless. What to do? Fight? Or fight? Or fight? To be honest, Guchen felt very uneasy. Now at level 9, he was a full 9 levels below the Giant Eye Spider King. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Giant Eye Spider King's physical defense had reached a terrifying 860 points. Such high physical defense meant that aside from attacking from behind while in stealth, Guchen couldn't inflict any damage on the Giant Eye Spider King with regular attacks. Without time to think, the enraged Giant Eye Spider King had already appeared in front of Guchen. Its 8 long legs were sharp as steel needles, shimmering with a faint blue light. Its enormous eyes sparkled with cruelty and cunning, fixated on Guchen. The massive pincers glinted coldly as they clamped down towards him. The pincers were extremely sharp and laced with deadly poison. Even with the protection of the dust-avoiding pearl, Guchen didn't want to take the Giant Eye Spider King's strike head-on. At this moment, the Giant Eye Spider King was significantly faster in both attack and movement than Guchen. Relying solely on the level 3 Gale Step, he couldn't dodge in time. Guchen decisively activated stealth, entering a hidden state. With the bonus from the Thief's unique skill, his speed increased by 50% while hidden. At level 9, Gu Chen's base speed was already 93. Adding the 10% movement speed bonus from his shoes and the current 50% speed boost, his speed had reached a terrifying 153 points. Even so, he barely managed to evade the giant Ice Spider King's venomous bite. Truly, it was a golden level boss. Its attack speed and reaction ability were indeed much stronger than that of silver level bosses. The attack missed. The giant Ice Spider King stared blankly at the spot where Gu Chen had been standing. Just for a moment, its dazed eyes flickered with a green light. As a golden boss, the giant ice spider clearly possessed intelligence at the level of a normal human. It could keenly sense the traces of activity around it, deducing that Gu Chen had not left. Thus, its 8 enormous eyes scanned the surroundings like a scanner. Where its gaze passed, although there were no large-scale physical attack effects, Gu Chen, with over 10 years of combat experience, immediately sensed the problem. Oh no! This is the giant eye gaze. In the state of giant eye gaze, the giant Ice Spider King could concentrate its 8 huge eyes to emit a gaze beam, inflicting massive mental damage on its target. The giant eye gaze skill was a form of mental attack. Any target with a mental presence that was swept by the gaze would suffer significant mental damage. This skill specifically targeted those in a hidden state. Damn it! Gu Chen cursed inwardly and immediately activated Gale Step. The level 3 Gale Step could temporarily increase his movement speed by 70%. With 3 layers of stacking, Gu Chen's movement speed reached a terrifying 260 points. At this moment, Gu Chen didn't rush to attack. Instead, he rhythmically circled around the giant Ice Spider King, following the path of its gaze. Soon, the giant Ice Spider King scanned the area. Its massive head swayed back and forth. Clearly, it was still a bit confused. It could sense the target's presence, yet after scanning the area with its giant eye gaze, it couldn't find the target. Could it be the target had already left? Gu Chen timed his stealth cooldown. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just as the cooldown for stealth was about to end, Gu Chen made his move. With a flick of his wrist, the wind blade transformed into a cold light, piercing towards the back of the Spider King. At the same time, Shadow Blade Dance was activated. Now at level 2, Shadow Blade Dance could inflict 5 consecutive strikes on the target in a short period, in addition to the 1000 paths flow used by Gu Chen. In just 2 seconds, he dealt a terrifying 31 damage. 965 poison. State applied successfully. 50-2850 critical damage. Poison state applied successfully. 50-856 poison state applied successfully. 50 back attack damage increased by 100%. Stealth state attack increased by 50%. Critical damage increased by 100%. The terrifying damage increase in stealth state allowed Gu Chen, who originally found it difficult to break through defenses, not only to deal break damage but also to inflict over 38,000 points of damage in one go. However, such a combination attack required a large amount of mana and cooldown time to support it. Currently, Gu Chen could only use it once within 5 minutes. Looking at the giant Ice Spider King, which still had over 1.06 million health points left, Gu Chen could only sigh helplessly. To wear down this guy would take at least an hour. The giant Ice Spider King let out a pain sound and reacted quickly, its long legs springing towards Gu Chen. At the same time, the giant Eye Spider King quickly spat out a huge web, smashing it towards Gu Chen. The massive web seemed to have a pulling force, and during its flight, it began to crazily drain health. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen's health started to drop at a visible speed. 210 plus 0 ineffective, 230 plus 0 ineffective, 155 plus 0 ineffective. Meanwhile, the giant Ice Spider King's health was slowly rising. Its attack power was also rapidly increasing. Damn! This web trap is too disgusting. Gu Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. This web trap was like a sucking star technique, capable of draining players' health while healing the giant Ice Spider King. Only under the poison state could the giant Ice Spider King be prevented from healing, otherwise Gu Chen would be drained dry. At this moment, Gu Chen had no time to complain and activated his stealth again as the cooldown ended. Speed increased once more, and without hesitation, Gu Chen quickly dodged out of the attack range of the web trap. With a health bar of 1628 points, only 568 points remained. Damn it! Level 9 monsters. And it's a golden boss. One misstep almost cost me my life. At this moment, Gu Chen had to muster all his focus to face the giant Ice Spider King. Fortunately, under the poison state of the soul-devouring poison spike, the giant Ice Spider King's movement and attack speed were reduced by 50%. In this state, as long as Gu Chen didn't act recklessly, the danger level was relatively low. Gu Chen no longer thought about rushing in to die. The most important thing now was to stay alive. With the damage from the soul-devouring poison spike, as long as he was still alive, he would eventually wear down the giant Ice Spider King. 50-50-50. At this moment, the giant Ice Spider King's health was rapidly decreasing at a rate of 200 points per second. This amount of health seemed small in the face of 1.1 million health points. But it couldn't withstand the duration of the effect. One output could last for 90 seconds. It could take away 18,000 health points in one go. No matter how thick the health, it couldn't withstand such endless draining. The enraged giant Ice Spider King scanned the surroundings with its 8 large eyes, occasionally attacking the air wildly with web traps and venomous fangs. Guchen didn't take it head-on, he dodged as far as he could. When the poison state was about to end, he directly activated Shadow Clone and pounced towards the giant Ice Spider King. 3 Shadow Clones launched a suicidal attack. The giant Ice Spider King could eliminate 1 Shadow Clone, but the remaining 2 were unavoidable. It could only endure it. Although these Shadow Clones could only deal -1 damage, they couldn't even break defense. However, all these clones could inflict a poisoning status. This fighting style was simply disgusting, like opening the door to disgust, utterly revolting. If possible, Guchen also wanted to rush up directly and unleash a flurry of attacks. In just a few minutes, he could make the giant Ice Spider King unrecognizable. Unfortunately, Guchen's strength was still a bit lacking. With 1,628 points of health, he couldn't withstand even a single attack from the giant Ice Spider King. If he went up to fight desperately, it would be no different from seeking death. Being able to survive in a sneaky way, and still have a chance to wear down the giant Ice Spider King, Guchen naturally chose to live sneakily. After fighting for a full 50 minutes, relying on the damage from his Thousand Paths Flow and Shadow Blade Dance every 5 minutes, along with the soul-biting poison stab, the giant Ice Spider King's health finally dropped to 110,000. With 10% health remaining, the giant Ice Spider King directly entered a berserk state. Its body visibly began to turn black. The already huge and robust body was covered in a deep black shell, with each piece reflecting a faint cold light like obsidian polished by moonlight. Its 8 long legs were bent and powerful, with sharp claws at the ends glinting with a cold light. The most striking feature was its 4 pairs of enormous eyes. These 4 pairs occupied most of its head, displaying a deep purple that seemed to swallow all light. In the direction they gazed, everything seemed to be drawn in, as if falling into an endless abyss. The skin around the eyes exhibited a faint golden sheen, contrasting sharply with the purple irises, adding an air of mystery and majesty. At this moment, the already enraged giant Ice Spider King's eyes began to flicker with eerie light, the purple glow gradually becoming bright and scorching. At the same time, 8 beams of gaze began to move and sweep in 8 directions. Damn! Isn't this just too freakish? One beam of gaze was already enough to make one feel nauseous. After entering the berserk state, it directly upgraded to 8? Can this still be played properly? Fortunately, my Gale Step just finished cooling down, otherwise, I would definitely be lying flat this time. Guchen activated Gale Step, weaving through the gaps between the 8 beams of gaze while cursing in his heart. A minute later, the Shadow Clone activated. -1 poison state applied successfully. -50, -1 poison state applied successfully. -50, -1 poison state applied successfully. -50. After applying 4 layers of poison state again, Guchen turned and ran without hesitation. At this moment, the giant Ice Spider King was completely enraged, letting out a deafening roar, its 8 long legs wildly flailing, quickly tearing apart Guchen's 3 shadow clones. Then, it opened its massive mouth and shot out 12 strands of spider silk in all directions. What the hell? 8 strands of spider silk traps? No! Spider silk traps drain health, but these 12 strands of spider silk have no draining effect. Not good. It's Spider Silk Explosion. Guchen wasted no time, activating Stealth and Gale Step immediately. After entering stealth mode, Guchen's speed reached a terrifying 260. Without any hesitation, he ran straight towards the exit of the giant ice spider's lair. In less than 3 seconds after Guchen ran out, a massive explosion occurred at the spot where he had been standing. 12 deep craters were blasted out around the giant Ice Spider King. All surrounding buildings and obstacles were destroyed. Seeing this scene, Guchen couldn't help but gasp. Damn! Fortunately, I reacted quickly and ran fast. If it had been 3 seconds later, no, just 1 second later, I would probably have been turned to dust by now. What a terrifying spider silk explosion! Guchen hid at a distance and observed for a minute until the poison state entered its countdown before approaching the giant Ice Spider King again. Seeing Guchen appear, the giant Ice Spider King did not hold back, once again throwing out a web trap. At the same time, its sharp pincers lunged towards Guchen. A double attack. Was it trying to cut off my escape route? Unfortunately, I still had a trump card left to play. Nightfall. Without any hesitation, Guchen activated the domain skill he had never used before, Nightfall. In an instant, shadows enveloped the battlefield of the giant ice spider's lair. The giant Ice Spider King, which had been attacking Guchen, suddenly found its vision restricted, unable to see its target clearly. Guchen moved through the mist, activating Stealth plus Shadow Blade Dance plus Thousand Paths Flow once again. -2,985 critical damage poison status applied successfully. -50 -985 poison status applied successfully. -50 -2,832 poison status applied successfully. -50. In just 2 seconds, 31 damage hits landed on the giant Ice Spider King. A single blow took away 40,000 health points. The already critically injured giant Ice Spider King now had less than 60,000 health points remaining. It let out a piercing scream, its body trembling violently. Its long legs flailed in the air while it opened its gaping maw, spitting out webs, one after another. With a successful strike, Gu Chen did not continue to engage but instead swiftly retreated. Even though the giant Ice Spider King was now severely wounded, Gu Chen did not greedily pursue further damage. With over a decade of combat experience, Gu Chen understood well. Only by staying alive could one hope to win. Therefore, regardless of the enemy's state, Gu Chen prioritized survival. Under the premise of ensuring his own safety, maximizing output was what he should do. In the current environment, it was clearly not wise to risk output. Gu Chen naturally kept his distance. Sure enough, not long after Gu Chen left, the web explosion was triggered. Again, 12 webs erupted with a tremendous explosion. Even Gu Chen, who was dozens of meters away from the battlefield, was pushed back several steps by the shockwave. For the next few minutes, Gu Chen maintained a safe distance of 50 meters from the giant Ice Spider King. Once the poison status entered the countdown, Gu Chen used a shadow clone as a decoy to apply the poison status. -50, -50, -50. The giant Ice Spider King's health continued to drop at a visible rate. At this moment, the giant Ice Spider King was furious, roaring. Its giant eyes scanned the surroundings, and the web explosions occasionally reshaped the battlefield. Unfortunately, it still could not catch sight of Gu Chen. For minutes later, the giant Ice Spider King let out its final wail. Unwilling, it collapsed into dozens of deep pits over a meter deep. These pits were created by its own web explosions. In the end, they became its burial ground. Until its death, it never saw Gu Chen's figure. Until its death, the giant Ice Spider King's 8 enormous eyes remained wide open. It died with its eyes unclosed. Finally, dead. Looking at the corpse of the giant Ice Spider King, Gu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After more than an hour, he had finally dealt with the giant Ice Spider King. The system's friendly voice then echoed. Ding. System prompt: congratulations to player Floating Light at Dawn for completing the first kill of the golden boss on the 10,000 races continent. The system will soon make 3 announcements to the entire server. Do you want to hide the player name? Do not hide. There was no way to hide it. Gu Chen directly chose to make it public. 10,000 races continent announcement: congratulations to player Floating Light at Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the golden boss on the 10,000 races continent. Reward: 500 luck points, 500,000 experience points, and 100 gold coins. You have received a golden boss first kill gift pack. 10,000 races continent announcement: congratulations to player Floating Light at Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the golden boss on the 10,000 races continent. Reward: 500 luck points, 500,000 experience points, and 100 gold coins. You have received a golden boss first kill gift pack. 10,000 races continent announcement: congratulations to player Floating Light at Dawn from the Huaxia server for successfully completing the first kill of the golden boss on the 10,000 races continent. Reward: 500 luck points, 500,000 experience points, and 100 gold coins. You have received a golden boss first kill gift pack. System prompt: due to your use of the 5:5 experience distribution method with your pet, you have gained 250,000 experience points, and your pet, Flame Princess, has also gained 250,000 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 10 and gained for free attribute points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden boss, Giant Eye Spider King, and earned 3.2 million points. System prompt: soul devouring poison spike has detected a toxic source to absorb Giant Eye Spider King toxin, golden boss. Do you want to absorb it? Yes. System prompt: Giant Eye Spider King toxin, golden boss, absorption complete. System prompt: your soul devouring poison spike has changed. Soul devouring poison spike LV2, SSS grade. Any attack can apply a layer of poisoning effect to the target, dealing 60 points of damage per second for 90 seconds. This poisoning effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing prohibition effect to targets in a poison state, which cannot be purified. Additionally, targets in a poison state have their movement speed reduced by 50% and attack speed reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poisoning effect. 4. Did the poisoning effect directly increase by 10? Looking at the changed soul devouring poison spike, Gu Chen couldn't help but grin. All along, Gu Chen was most worried about the low poisoning damage and the slow increase rate. As his level increased, the role of the poisoning effect in battle became less significant. After all, on the battlefield, quick and decisive strikes are the norm, and prolonged battles are rare. This way, the toxin damage from the soul devouring poison spike slowly became less useful. After all, a single toxin could only increase damage by 5 points. The enemies he would face in the future would have health points in the hundreds of millions. If it was still just 5 points each time, Gu Chen might need to absorb tens of millions of toxins. Even if Gu Chen wanted to absorb them, where in the world would there be so many toxins to absorb? Now it was different. After absorbing the Giant Eye Spider King toxin, Golden Boss, the toxin damage directly increased by 10 points. This meant that the stronger the absorbed toxin or the stronger the ability of the carrier, the higher the toxin damage converted. After absorption, a Golden Boss could increase toxin damage by 10 at once. Dark Gold Boss, Spirit Boss, Immortal Boss, and other high-grade bosses would probably increase it even more. The more Guchen thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. System prompt: congratulations. Your points have reached 10,647,000, successfully entering the top 100 of the 10,000 Races Continent Monster Hunting Activity Points Leaderboard, currently ranked first. For detailed information, please check the Monster Hunting Activity Points Leaderboard of the 10,000 Races Continent. Guchen instinctively clicked on the Monster Hunting Activity Points Leaderboard of the 10,000 Races Continent. First place, Floating Light Dawn, level 10, server, Huaxia, total points, 10,647,000. Second place, Daisanami, level 12, server, Wokaku, total points, 10,243,050. Third place, Lucifer, level 12, server, Meifu, total points, 10,223,550. Fourth place, Park Guochang, level 12, server, Goryo, total points, 10,222,200. Guchen glanced at it. His ranking had already risen to first place. His total points were over 400,000 higher than Daisanami in second place. The points between Daisanami, Lucifer in third place, and Park Guochang in fourth place were very close, with less than 10,000 points separating them. It was just a matter of killing a few more monsters. It had been over 4 hours since the closing of the 10,000 Races Grand Gamble. Guchen had spent over 4 hours going from 0 points to 10,647,000 points. Meanwhile, Daisanami and Lucifer had spent more than 16 hours. Even so, there was still a gap of over 400,000 points between them and Guchen. There was no doubt that the first place was already a foregone conclusion. Next, it would depend on Daisanami and the others to see who could secure second place. What Guchen needed to do now was tally his gains. A golden boss, first kill all server gift pack, a golden treasure chest, and the equipment dropped by the giant eye Spider King after its death. This was a super harvest. Thinking of this, Guchen couldn't help but feel excited. While Guchen was tallying his gains, the external public opinion had already exploded. Huaxia server, World Chat Channel. I can't believe it, all server golden boss. First kill. This is insane, right? Floating Light Dawn. It's Floating Light Dawn again. He got the all server first kill for the bronze boss, the silver boss, and now the golden boss. Is there any justice left? Justice? Floating Light Dawn is the justice. Floating Light Dawn should really die. I'm still being chased by a bronze boss. Meanwhile, he can already solo a golden boss. It's really infuriating. Same 2 shoulders, 1 head, why is he so impressive? I even suspect that there's a show character in Floating Light Dawn's real name. I don't know if there's a show character, but his moves this time made my eyelids twitch. What does the global golden boss first kill even mean? Look, Floating Light Dawn's points have already reached first place. I can't believe it, it's true. Floating Light Dawn has over 10 million points, surpassing Daisanami from Sakura Country by a full 400,000 points. Huaxia is mighty. Floating Light Dawn is mighty. Ah, take a gamble. A bicycle turns into an airplane. Floating Light Dawn, I will follow you for life. Bro upstairs. How much did you bet? Not much, just 300 silver coins. I checked. Floating Light Dawn's odds are 8,522 times 300 silver coins can directly win 2,556,600 silver coins. Damn, you hit the jackpot. Why wasn't I the one betting on Floating Light Dawn? Before the closing, Floating Light Dawn wasn't even in the top 100. Those who bet on Floating Light Dawn were all his loyal fans. They weren't even thinking about winning, just purely supporting Floating Light Dawn. You didn't bet, which is understandable. Damn, who would have thought that Dawn of Light would be so fierce? It's like he took some crazy drug. In less than 5 hours he directly made over 10 million points. Damn, if I had known he was this strong, I would have taken out a loan to back him. Bro, you made so much with just 300 silver coins. In the last few seconds, Dawn of Light threw in thousands of gold coins. How much did he make? Yeah. In the last few seconds, Dawn of Light directly threw in thousands of gold coins, pushing his odds to over 8,000 times. You small investors made so much. How much can he, as the main player, make? Assuming Dawn of Light invested 1,000 gold coins, with odds of 8,522 times, that's 8,522,000 gold coins. 8,522,000 gold coins. Damn, I can't even imagine. Dawn of Light not only bet on his own win but also on Huagua's win. Together, that's an astronomical number of gold coins. I can't even imagine. You guys are turning a bicycle into an airplane. What is he doing? Turning a bicycle into a business empire. The chat channel of the Huagua world is quite lively. Most people are happy and proud that Fugue Guanpa has secured the first place. After all, Guchen winning first place also brings glory to Huagua. Moreover, the first place is not just a simple honor, it comes with 3 substantial main cities. One must know that around a level 3 main city there are plenty of leveling areas, secret realms, and other resources. With each additional main city, the foundation of the server grows stronger. This is beneficial for the country and the people, so most players are quite pleased. However, there is a small group of naysayers. These people may have bet on Inghua country, Nankaoli, or Myligian winning, or they simply cannot stand seeing Fugueguanpa do well. In short, seeing Fugueguanpa take first place again is more painful for them than losing their own parents. There's no helping it. In any era, there will always be those unwilling to be human, choosing instead to kneel like dogs. In such a vast society as Huagua, it's natural to have such people voicing their opinions. However, after Gu Chen took the top spot in just over 4 hours, the number of these sarcastic voices quickly diminished. It's clear to everyone that Fugueguanpa is definitely not an ordinary person. After this grand gamble among the races, Fugueguanpa is likely to become the richest person in the entire continent of 10,000 races. No exceptions. In this situation, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't want to offend Fugueguanpa. Although those naysayers are bad, they are not foolish. They know that offending someone who has already grown into a big shot is not a wise move. So, aside from a few with questionable judgment, who still shouted a few times, most of the naysayers instinctively fell silent. With the absence of these voices, the Huagua World Channel erupted in jubilation. In La Town, Lucifer, with a grim expression, swung his sword, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, even the Eye of the Storm, who had a good relationship with Lucifer, kept quiet. He stood obediently behind Lucifer. If possible, the Eye of the Storm would rather be under the carriage than here. Even though he had anticipated that Fugueguanpa might take first place, seeing Fugueguanpa easily surpass Lucifer in just over 4 hours still made the Eye of the Storm gasp in shock. One must know how much effort their president had put in to secure the first place in this event over the past several hours. He was fully aware. Not only did he spend over $10 billion, but he also utilized a vast network of connections and resources. After investing so much energy, it was astonishing that he couldn't even match the results achieved by Fugueguanpa in less than 5 hours. At this moment, the level of despair in Lucifer's heart was something the Eye of the Storm could empathize with. The strange atmosphere lasted a full 5 minutes before Lucifer finally spoke with a dark expression. Find out. I want to know all the information about Fugueguanpa. Understood. The Eye of the Storm couldn't help but shiver. The president was serious. Now, after being overshadowed by Fugueguanpa twice in a row, in Jingu Town, damn it, Fugueguanpa. It's Fugueguanpa again. Who the hell is he? A thief, and he's faster at monster farming than we mages. Park Guochang cursed angrily. Park Shocheng's expression was grim. He had anticipated this outcome long ago, but when Fugueguanpa actually secured the first position, Park Shocheng still felt a bit choked up inside. Twice now. If he were suppressed by the Americans or the people of the Cherry Blossom Country, he could still accept it. After all, in his heart, only the Americans and the people of the Cherry Blossom Country were his rivals. However, what he never expected was that the one who had suppressed him twice in a row was actually the same person from Huagua. Why? How could a Huagua person be stronger than me? Baka! Baka! Mutu Aikiru angrily swung the katana in his hand, striking down the already bloodied monster. One by one, the bloodied monsters met their demise under the katana. Yet, his mood did not improve. In fact, it was getting worse. Inoue-kun, how is the data collection for Fugueguanpa going? Mutu Aikiru forcibly suppressed the anger in his chest and asked. Our peripheral intelligence personnel have contacted a Huagua person named Sun Haoja, Inoue Naoya introduced. He is a university student at Kyoto University in Huagua. What does this have to do with Fugueguanpa? Mutu Aikiru said impatiently. Do you remember the hidden dungeon task from last time? Inoue Naoya got straight to the point. This Sun Haoja is known as Filong Zitian in the Wanzu continent. He has cleared the hidden dungeon with Fugueguanpa before. I remember that. Mutu Aikiru recalled and nodded. After clearing the hidden dungeon, it was announced to the whole world. Although he didn't pay much attention to Fugueguanpa's 4 teammates at the time, he still had some impression. 2 days ago, our peripheral intelligence personnel contacted Filong Zitian, Inoue Naoya continued. That Filong Zitian has taken a liking to our peripheral intelligence personnel. During this time, he has provided us with some useful information. What information? Mutu Aikiru asked with interest. Inoue Naoya continued. Fugueguanpa has established a cooperative relationship with the team leader of Filong Zitian, Feng Diqingyu. Feng Diqingyu is selling the strategy for the hidden dungeon on behalf of Fugueguanpa. So far, dozens of strategies have been sold, yielding countless profits. As long as we keep an eye on Feng Diqingyu, we will eventually obtain specific information about Fugueguanpa. That's good news. Mutu Aikiru nodded, as if remembering something, and continued to ask, why not have Filong Zitian record Fugueguanpa's facial features? If I remember correctly, facial features cannot be changed in the Wanzu continent. As long as we have Fugueguanpa's facial features, we can easily locate him in reality. I've already had the peripheral personnel communicate with Filong Zitian, Inoue Naoya said helplessly. Unfortunately, there is no intersection between Filong Zitian and Fubuang Basha. They can't even meet Fubuang Basha. It's currently difficult to record his facial features. At all costs, we must obtain Fubuang Basha's facial features, Motoikiru said, with a grim expression. I want to see who this Fubuang Basha really is. How could he continuously suppress us as a casual player? Yes, Inoue Naoya said earnestly. Don't worry, President, we will do our utmost. Inside the lair of the giant-eyed spider, Guchen was completely unaware of the events outside. At this moment he was excitedly counting his earnings. There were currently 3 rewards. The first was a Golden Boss first kill gift pack. The second was a golden chest guarded by the Golden Boss, the giant-eyed Spider King. The third was the equipment dropped after the death of the Golden Boss, the giant-eyed Spider King. Guchen first checked the equipment dropped by the Golden Boss, the giant-eyed Spider King. 1 piece of golden equipment, 1 skill book, and 3 pieces of silver equipment. Guchen looked at the 3 pieces of silver equipment, none of which he could wear, and directly tossed them into his backpack. He then eagerly checked the skill book. Item name, Gaze of the Giant Eye. Item level, A. Item description, the user emits a beam of gaze that deals a large amount of mental damage to the target and has a certain chance to instill fear in the target, reducing its combat power and movement speed. Restriction, Knight. The first one turned out to be a control skill for knights, which was of no use to Guchen. However, Han Yancheng definitely needed it right now. He would let this kid have it. I must say, I'm doing a pretty good job as a wild dad. Whenever something good happens, the first person I think of is my adopted son. After mailing the skill book to Ming for her to pass on to Han Yancheng, Guchen checked the attributes of the golden equipment. Weapon name, Spider Silk Armor, Golden, Level 18, Attributes, Health plus 1000, Constitution plus 40, Special Traits, Defense increased by 15%. Special Traits, Attack Speed increased by 10%, Class Restriction, Assassin, Thief, Priest, Mage, Description, Soft Armor made from the silk of the giant-eyed Spider King. Despite its lightness, it possesses astonishing defensive capabilities. When attacking enemies, it can increase attack speed. Wow! 1,000 health points and a 40-point constitution boost. Damn! This is too overpowered. After equipping the Golden Spider Silk Armor, his health directly increased by 1,600 points. His health reached a terrifying 3,100 points, and with a 10% health boost, Guchen's overall health now reached a horrifying 3,410 points without adding a single point of constitution. A level 10 assassin with over 3,000 health. Guchen felt he could directly change his class to a tank. After calming his excitement, Guchen turned his attention to the golden chest. Opening the golden chest, shiny equipment appeared in Guchen's view. He eagerly began to check. There were a total of 2 pieces of golden equipment, 1 skill book, and 2 pieces of silver equipment. The skill book was a fire-type magic, a B-level skill. Since obtaining the golden equipment, Guchen was now too lazy to even glance at the silver equipment. Seeing that the attributes were not much different from the equipment he was wearing, he lost interest in changing gear. After tossing the skill book and silver equipment into his backpack, Guchen focused on the 2 pieces of golden equipment. One was a staff, and the other was a pair of shoes. Equipment name, Divine Guardian Staff, Golden, Level 20, Attributes, Spell Attack increased by 325 to 355, Intelligence, plus 40, Additional Effect, Spell Penetration increased by 20%. Additional Effect, Healing Aura, Healing Effect increased by 20%. Class Restriction, Priest. Description, the Divine Guardian Staff has a gorgeous appearance, crafted from pure gold, emitting a soft and dazzling light. The staff head is inlaid with a brilliant gem, shining like a star, radiating mysterious and powerful energy. Weapon name, Sun Chaser Boots, Golden, Level 20, Attributes, Agility plus 60, Bone plus 20, Special Traits, Wearer's Movement Speed plus 15%, Special Traits, Defense Breaking Effect increased by 5%. Occupation Limit, Assassin, Thief. Description, the design of the Sun Chaser Boots is elegant and luxurious, with the upper made of golden plates as thin as cicada wings, shimmering with dazzling light. In battle, they can enhance the wearer's movement speed and have a certain chance to put the target in a defense-breaking state. The staff is a weapon exclusive to priests, with 2 traits, 1 for attack and 1 for healing. It is simply custom-made for Ming. Apart from her, Guchen couldn't think of anyone else. As for the boots, they are exclusive to assassin-type professions. Besides significantly increasing speed, what excites Guchen the most is that a piece of golden-level equipment actually has the skill of breaking defense. P.S. Breaking defense refers to putting monsters into a defense-breaking state, during which the monsters lose all defensive capabilities for a short time. It is known that the breaking defense effect is a golden attribute pursued by players. Guchen remembers that a pair of spirit-level breaking defense boots sold for an astronomical price of 100 million gold coins in his previous life. Golden-level breaking defense boots are undoubtedly a divine artifact in the current context. After excitedly putting on the Sun Chaser Boots, Guchen's speed stat rose to 131 points. This speed is undoubtedly the highest in the entire server. After calming his excitement, Guchen turned his attention to the last gift pack, the Golden Boss First Kill gift pack. He wondered what this First Kill gift pack would give this time. The more he thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. Weapon name, Annihilation Dagger, Golden, level 20 attributes, attack power 365 to 395, strength plus 40. Trait, when attacking with the Annihilation Dagger, there is a 15% chance to deal critical damage to the target. Trait, after successfully hitting an enemy, the Annihilation Dagger has a 10% chance to drain a certain amount of health from the target. Occupation limit, Assassin, Thief description. The Annihilation Dagger was crafted by a legendary assassin and a master magician working together. They infused shadow elements and ancient magical runes into the dagger, giving it powerful attack power and mysterious traits, representing the perfect combination of assassination and stealth. Damn, after seeing the equipment attributes, Guchen instinctively gasped. Damn. No wonder it's a level 20. Golden weapon. In front of it, the level 10 silver equipment, the Windbreaker blade, is simply a little brother. It can't compare in attack, and it's even worse in traits. With the new weapon, Guchen naturally didn't hesitate to replace the Shadow Moon blade in his right hand. He transferred the Windbreaker blade to his left hand. The bronze-level Shadow Moon blade finally exited the stage. After equipping the Annihilation Dagger, the attribute bonus of the Windbreaker blade was automatically overridden by the Annihilation Dagger. Guchen's overall stats underwent a tremendous change. The maximum attack power reached a terrifying 1005 points. It should be noted that Guchen had not added any attack power at all. Even so, the attack power was still outrageous. An 18-level golden boss dropped 3 pieces of equipment that Guchen could wear, including the Annihilation Dagger, the strongest weapon at the moment. Chen was quite satisfied with such a result. After mailing the equipment he couldn't use and the Divine Guardian Staff, Golden, to Miying, Guchen left a message. The golden equipment is ready. When are you coming to warm my bed? Not long after Guchen sent it, Miying excitedly replied, oh my god. This weapon is simply tailor-made for me. It's amazing. If I equip it, I might be able to break into the top 3. At this moment, Miying had subconsciously ignored Guchen's later words, only marveling at the weapon's power. Guchen also knew that Miying was doing this on purpose and didn't mind. He cheerfully replied, as long as my wife likes it. Shameless. Miying laughed and scolded, I haven't said I want to be your wife yet. Besides, I want a full set, not just one. You still owe me 11 pieces. What's 11 pieces? Guchen scoffed, just wait for me, at most a week, and I'll help you gather them. We'll talk about it when you have them. Miying ended the call with a flushed face, clearly not wanting to get entangled with Guchen on this issue. The giant eye spider's lair refreshed every 12 hours, and there was no point in staying any longer. After clearing the giant eye spider's lair, Guchen directly tore apart the return scroll and chose to go back to Manhwa town. At level 10, Guchen had met the requirements to start a quest, but he didn't know what the next quest would be. Respected adventurer Dawn of Floating Light, it's finally good to see you. As soon as Guchen appeared in Manhwa town, the guard responsible for the town immediately appeared in front of him and greeted him proactively. Hello, how can I help you? Guchen asked. Our town mayor has important matters to discuss with you, the guard said respectfully. If you have time, I can take you there now. Sure. Guchen had come back to find the town mayor, Xianyuan Bailey. With the guard leading the way, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Instead, the onlookers around began to discuss animatedly. What the hell? What's going on? Why is the guard so respectful to him? I want to know too. Damn it. We're both adventurers. When I greet the guard, he doesn't even look at me. I thought he was aloof? Now I realize aloofness is just directed at me. Damn it, the clown is actually me. Wow. Did you see that? The person who just passed by has so much equipment. Yeah, I noticed too. He has 2 weapons plus shoes, a belt, soft armor, leather pants, bracelets, and so on. It's almost a full set of equipment. And looking at the luster of his gear, it shouldn't be low level. The quality is likely bronze. What kind of eyes do you have? That equipment is at least silver. Bronze doesn't shine like that. Damn. All silver equipment. Who is this fierce person? In our Manhwa town, besides Dawn of Floating Light, who else could have all silver equipment? Damn. It's actually Dawn of Floating Light. Why didn't you say so earlier? I want to hug his thigh. Just now the system announced that Dawn of Floating Light got the first kill in the entire server. If I'm not mistaken, the weapon he just got should be a golden weapon. Damn. I admit, I'm already crying from envy. We're both human, and while I'm still worrying about bronze weapons, he's already equipped with a golden weapon. We're both products of 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so impressive? At this moment, Chen had followed the guard to the mayor's residence in Manhwa town. After receiving the report from his subordinate, Xianyuan Bailey came out to greet him. Respected Dawn of Floating Light, it's been a few days, and your strength has increased. Again. Chen politely nodded and asked, Mayor Xianyuan, my strength has now met your requirements. Can you assign me the next task? No problem. Xianyuan Bailey nodded, I still trust your abilities. However, this task is quite difficult. As the greatest adventurer, I fear no difficulties, Chen replied with clear enunciation. Dear Fuguan, Dawnbreak, Xianyuan Bailey narrated, this time you will face a legion of the undead. They have occupied the altar of our Manhwa town, cutting off our connection to the outside world. Are you willing to help us clear the undead army that has taken over the altar? System prompt: do you wish to accept the hidden main quest, Cleanse the Undead Legion of the Ancient Altar? 5. Yes. Gu-chun chose yes without hesitation. System prompt: you have accepted the hidden main quest, Cleanse the Undead Legion of the Ancient Altar. Final. Quest name: Cleanse the Undead Legion of the Ancient Altar. Final quest requirements: help the mayor of Yanhua Town, Xianyuan Bailey, clear the undead army occupying the ancient altar. Quest completion: undead skeletons 0 out of 100, elite undead knights 0 out of 50, deputy commander undead trolls 0 out of 10, bone dragon commander 0 out of 5, undead Lord Anbai 0 to 1. Quest difficulty: time requirement 168 hours, remaining time 167 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Quest rewards unknown. After reading the quest, Gu-chun felt completely numb. He knew that clearing the altar would not be an easy task. However, he did not expect it to be this not simple. The minimum requirement of undead skeletons is level 18, and Gu-chun needs to clear 100 of them. In addition, he also needs to clear 50 elite undead knights of level 19 and 10 deputy commander undead trolls of level 20. He needs to clear 5 bone dragon commanders of level 20. However, none of this was the most important. After all, Gu-chun could even kill an 18-level golden boss now. Clearing these level 20 ordinary monsters and elite monsters would just take a bit more time. Gu-chun did not mind that. What he cared about was the last big boss, Undead Lord Anbai 0 to 1. Gu-chun had a deep impression of this boss. Speaking of which, Anbai was also a tragic character. In life, he was a prince of a remote kingdom, showing extraordinary wisdom and leadership from a young age. With a kind heart, he loved his people as his own children and was deeply adored by the kingdom's citizens. In a time of chaos, he advocated for peaceful diplomacy, dedicated to reconciling relations with foreign tribes, reducing wars with them, and thus alleviating the tax burden on the people. However, Anbai's excellence attracted jealousy from his brothers and dissatisfaction from some ministers in the court. They feared that Anbai's ascension to the throne would threaten their status and power. Among them was his most trusted full-blooded brother, Navis. All along, Navis had longed to become king, but he knew that as long as Anbai was alive, he would never have the chance. Thus, he began secretly plotting a coup to seize the throne. Navis allied with some ministers dissatisfied with Anbai and external dark forces to conspire against Anbai. They launched the coup while Anbai was out on an inspection, occupying the palace and declaring Navis the new king. Upon learning the news, Anbai immediately led his loyal guards back to the palace, trying to reclaim the throne. However, Navis was well prepared. He had set numerous traps, and Anbai was tragically outmaneuvered and perished in battle. After his death, the loyal guardian Egoriel used forbidden magic, necromancy, to save Anbai. The powerful magical force pulled Anbai back from the brink of death, but he was transformed into an undead. After his resurrection, Anbai's temperament changed drastically. He was filled with resentment and a desire for revenge. Under his leadership, the Undead Legion quickly captured the royal palace, slaughtering the entire royal city. In that battle, the ground was littered with starving corpses, and bodies lay everywhere, dark red blood staining the whole royal city. Having avenged his great hatred, Anbai resolutely joined the Undead Legion, becoming one of the 10 leaders of the Undead Legion. If Gu-chun remembered correctly, Anbai should be a god-level boss. Did Xianyuan Bailey expect himself to deal with a god-level boss? Was he crazy? Or was I crazy? No, there must be something wrong with this. Based on Gu-chan's understanding of the continent of 10,000 races, this type of hidden quest to repair the altar is a server-wide task, and its difficulty is certainly higher than that of ordinary hidden quests. However, it is definitely not so extreme as to have a low-level adventurer face a god-level boss directly. There must be some issue here. As for what the issue is, Gu-chan can't figure it out for now, but it doesn't matter. Where there's a will, there's a way. Once he reaches the ancient altar, everything will become clear. Respected adventurer Floating Light Dawn, this task is very difficult and I hope you can return safely, Xianyuan Bailey said with concern. Gu-chan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Mayor Xianyuan, I guarantee I will complete the task." After leaving Mayor Xuanyuan's residence, Gu-chan was stunned as soon as he stepped outside. Floating Light Dawn, I'm the master of Misty Rain Tower, Misty Rain Jiangnan. We have a lot of beautiful women at Misty Rain Tower. There are all kinds of beauties, from plump to slender. Are you interested in coming to our Misty Rain Tower? Damn, can you Misty Rain Tower stop showing off and deceiving people? Damn it. 9 out of 10 members are men, and the last one is a big guy. Floating Light Dawn, could you spare a piece of equipment? Even a common one would be fine. Floating Light Dawn, do you need a little brother? I can serve tea and water. Anything you need. Floating Light Dawn, I love you. I want to have your children. Floating Light Dawn, do you have any secrets for leveling up? Can you share them? Gu-chan didn't expect that his appearance at the mayor's residence would cause such a stir. A glance around revealed that at least several hundred people had gathered. Gu-chan felt helpless. He had clearly hidden his name, so why was he still attracting everyone's attention? However, upon reflection, it was understandable. At this stage, there were not many people who could enter the mayor's residence, and even fewer were from assassin-type professions. In this situation, it was only natural for him to be recognized. Gu-chan had no intention of chatting with these people. He directly activated stealth and quickly disappeared from their sight. What the hell? What's going on? Where did he go? Where's Floating Light Dawn? Why can't we see him? Who saw Floating Light? Dawn? He must have run away. Damn it, he's so strong and he won't even give us a common piece of equipment. What a stingy guy. Exactly. We're all from Huadwa and he won't even give us a leveling guide. We're leveling up faster to increase the strength of our Huadwa server. How can he be so selfish? At this moment, Guchen naturally couldn't hear the voices of the crowd. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. The most selfish hearts in this world are also the hardest to probe. Guchen was neither a do-gooder nor an outright bad person. His experiences in 2 lifetimes had allowed him to see through many things. He wouldn't force everyone to like him. What he needed to do was to stick to his own style and do what he wanted to do. But when doing good deeds, one should not ask about the future. As for how others evaluate him, Guchen didn't care. If he angered someone, the worst that could happen was that he would bring about their demise. It was nothing serious. After all, he had done quite a bit of this in his previous life. In this life, doing a little more didn't weigh on his conscience. Stealthily, he quickly left Yanhua town. Following Mayor Xuanyuan's guidance, Gu Chun walked for half an hour and finally found the location of the ancient altar. System prompt: you have entered the ancient altar. The monster levels in this area are too high. Please pay attention to your safety. The altar was located in a massive underground cave surrounded by mottled stone walls intricately carved with mysterious runes. Around the altar, a desolate land stretches out, covered in sand and stones. The altar itself is built from massive black stone blocks, their surfaces mottled and seemingly recording the vicissitudes of countless ages. Under the moonlight, these stones emit a deep and mysterious glow, as if they could swallow all light. At the top of the altar, a towering stone pillar pierces the clouds, crowned with a gigantic gem that sparkles in the night sky. An ancient and solemn atmosphere permeates the surroundings. The air is tinged with a faint smell of decay. Around the altar, a distant, ancient melody can be faintly heard, as if the primordial deities are softly chanting. From a distance, the entire ancient altar is divided into 5 layers. What Guchen must do is to clear out all the phantoms and monsters from these 5 layers. System prompt: you have entered the first layer of the ancient altar. Currently, the monster levels in this area are too high. Please pay attention to your safety. As soon as he entered the first layer, a gust of cold wind swept towards him. Guchen couldn't help but shiver. This altar is really creepy. Cursing under his breath, Guchen frowned, a sense of inexplicable danger surging in his heart. Almost instinctively, he dodged quickly. Years of battle experience had given his body many instinctive reactions. These instinctive responses had saved him countless times on the battlefield. Just after Guchen dodged, 4 or 5 arrows appeared where he had been standing. These arrows glowed with a chilling white light and exploded violently upon hitting the ground. Guchen inhaled sharply. An ambush? You little trash, can't play fair. Guchen blared angrily as several skeletal archers came into view. In front of the skeletal archers, a few skeletal soldiers, perhaps alerted by the commotion, charged towards Guchen with large cleavers. Damn! A gang attack? For fuck's sake, you little trash, do you have no sense of honor? Guchen cursed while running, casually casting a few detection spells at the pursuing skeletal soldiers. Monster name: Undead Warrior, level 18 health, 25,000 attack, 555 to 598 physical defense, 260 magical defense, 130 speed, 85 skills, nether slash, indomitable will, soul drain. Description: Undead warriors were originally human warriors who in life were brave mercenaries or elite soldiers of the kingdom. After death, they were summoned by the undead and became soldiers of the Undead Legion. Monster name: Undead Archer, level 18 health, 21,000 attack, 545 to 572 physical defense, 130 magical defense, 290 speed, 75 skills, nether sniping, soul arrow, shadow cover. Description: Undead archers were originally human archers who in life were brave mercenaries or elite soldiers of the kingdom. After death, they were summoned by the undead and became archers of the Undead Legion. Guchen glanced at the dozen or so undead soldiers following him, mainly consisting of warriors and archers. The arrows that had just attacked him were the nether sniping of the undead archers. With Guchen's current defense and health, he could easily withstand the attacks of the undead archers and warriors. However, Guchen did not choose to do so. Years of war experience had taught Guchen one principle: survival must always come first, no matter the circumstances. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength. The more treacherous the situation, the easier it is to capsize. To survive in chaotic times, combat habits are crucial. Therefore, even in a situation of absolute advantage, Guchen would try to minimize the number of times he was attacked. The principle of stability is grasped firmly. Quickly running out of the attack range of the undead archers, Guchen directly entered stealth mode. Then he took a detour and circled back. However, this time Guchen did not choose to attack the undead warriors, but instead set his sights on the undead archers hiding behind them. At this moment, the 5 undead archers sheltered behind the warriors had not yet realized the impending danger. Gripping their longbows tightly, they looked puzzled at the spot where Guchen had disappeared. The timing was right. Shadow Blade Dance plus 1000 Paths Flow. A combination attack landed and explosive numbers appeared above the undead archers' heads. 2785 poison. Status applied successfully. 60-5870 critical damage poison status applied successfully. 60-2850 poison status applied successfully. 60 after a set of 1000 Paths Flow, the undead archers had not reacted and collapsed directly to the ground. System prompt: due to your use of the 5:5 experience distribution method for pets, you have gained 8000 experience points and your pet Flame Princess has also gained 8000 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed undead archer, gaining 41,810 points. Gu Chen ignored the system's prompt sound and the illusion dagger in his hand transformed into a white light stabbing towards the other 4 undead archers not far away. A sudden change occurred. The 4 undead archers had not reacted when Gu Chen's dagger appeared before them, in a hurry to draw their bows. Unfortunately, the distance was too close, making it impossible to aim at Gu Chen. Gu Chen naturally would not be polite, directly outputting damage at point-blank range. Backstab plus rogue assassination, a set of combination attacks landed and the system voice sounded again. Gu Chen's maximum attack was 1005, and the backstab from the stealthy sky trait could increase attack power by 100%. Combined, that was 2010 attack power. In addition, the third professional trait of Stealthy Sky increased attack power by 50%, critical hit rate by 50%, and critical damage by 100% while in stealth. Stacking all together, Gu Chen's maximum damage could reach 6030 points. Dealing with these undead archers could be described as cutting vegetables. In just a brief encounter, all 5 undead archers turned into Gu Chen's experience points and score rewards. With the threat of ranged attacks eliminated, the remaining 7 undead warriors were no match for Gu Chen, who directly summoned Flame Princess and after a round of fire easily dealt with them. Next, 1 person and 1 pet transformed into soul harvesters, entering a frenzy of slaughter mode. Now, Gu Chen, with a level 20 weapon, the illusion dagger, did not even need the bonus from toxin damage. 1 encounter was enough for a 1-hit kill. Everywhere he passed, there were severed limbs of undead knights. In just half an hour, Gu Chen cleared all the undead soldiers on the first level. Meanwhile, Gu Chen's score reached an astonishing 14828,000. The second place player, Yamai Daisuke, had only 11023522 points. That was a full 3 million points less than Gu Chen. It must be said that Gu Chen, after changing weapons, was even more monstrous than before. With such a speed of scoring, who could watch without being dazzled? After clearing the first level, Gu Chen stepped into the second level of the ancient altar again. Unlike the first level, the second level's undead army mainly consisted of undead knights and undead mages. 10 people formed a small team, with a total of 5 teams. The 5 teams were scattered in 5 directions, carrying out patrol tasks. In the event of an unexpected situation, the 5 teams would quickly gather together to fend off external enemies. To take them down one by one must be fast enough. Gu Chen calculated that the closest distance between the 5 teams was only a 5-minute journey. The farthest was no more than 15 minutes. In other words, Gu Chen must eliminate 1 team within 5 minutes and 3 teams within 15 minutes, otherwise he will be besieged. This is a significant test of Gu Chen's time management skills and the efficiency of his abilities. First, he cast an insight spell to understand the skills of the undead knight and the undead mage. Monster name: Undead Knight, Elite, Level 19, Health 30,000, Attack 412 to 455, Physical Defense 410, Magical Defense 380, Speed 75, Skills: Nether Charge, Nether Armor, Judgment of Doom. Description: the Undead Knight was originally a human knight who in life was a brave and skilled mercenary or an elite soldier of the kingdom. After death, they were summoned by the undead race and became the Undead Knights of the Undead Legion. Nether Charge: the Undead Knight gathers the power of the Netherworld and charges forward at high speed, dealing physical damage to enemies in its path and inflicting a brief stun effect. After the charge ends, the Undead Knight's armor will be temporarily enhanced. Nether Armor: the Undead Knight summons Nether Armor to protect itself, becoming immune to all physical damage for a certain period and reducing magical damage taken. During the armor's duration, the Undead Knight's movement speed and attack speed will also be increased. Judgment of Doom: the Undead Knight unleashes its ultimate skill, summoning the judgment power of the Netherworld to judge all enemies on the field. Enemies will take massive damage and receive additional punitive damage based on the amount of damage they have dealt. After the skill is released, the Undead Knight will enter a brief invincible state. Monster name: Undead Mage, Elite, Level 19, Health 25,000, Attack 568 to 602, Physical Defense 220, Magical Defense 380, Speed 80, Skills: Netherstorm, Dark Curse, Eternal Rebirth. Description: the Undead Mage was originally a human mage who in life was a brave and skilled mercenary or an elite soldier of the kingdom. After death, they were summoned by the undead race and became the Undead Mages of the Undead Legion. Dark Curse: the Undead Mage casts a curse on a target enemy, causing them to be continuously eroded by dark energy for a period of time. Cursed enemies will gradually lose health, and their spell resistance will be significantly reduced. Nether Storm. The undead mage summons a storm made of undead energy, dealing massive damage to enemies within the area and inflicting a slowing effect. The center of the storm will also deal additional damage and knockback effects to enemies. Eternal Rebirth. As the ultimate skill of the undead mage, it can consume a large amount of mana to resurrect a fallen ally unit on the battlefield. The resurrected unit will retain a certain amount of health and mana and continue to participate in the battle. After reviewing the attributes and skills of the undead knight and the undead mage, Guchen already had a rough battle strategy in mind. Run. That's right. Just run. Hit once and run. This was the best battle strategy Guchen could think of. The reason is simple: whether it's the Death Knight or the Death Mage, both are troublesome foes. Especially the skills of the Death Knight and Death Mage, which are truly the most despicable of the despicable. First is the Nether Charge, which allows them to charge forward at an extremely fast speed, dealing physical damage to enemies in their path and inflicting a brief stun effect. After the charge ends, their defensive capabilities surge dramatically. Then there's the Nether Armor, which grants immunity to physical damage for a certain period. No matter how high Guchen's damage is, it can't be dealt. Finally, there's the Judgment of the End, a group attack skill, which Guchen isn't worried about. What disgusts Guchen is that after releasing the skill, the Death Knight can enter a brief invincible state. Apart from poison damage, Guchen cannot inflict any harm on it. The level of annoyance is evident. Compared to the Death Knight, the Death Mage is slightly less annoying. However, it is not far behind. One advantage it has over the Death Knight is that the Dark Curse has no effect on Guchen. With the Dust Avoidance Pearl in hand, all negative effects can be blocked. However, the next two skills are quite bothersome. First is the Nether Storm, which deals massive damage to enemies within range and inflicts a slowing effect. The center of the storm will also deal additional damage and knockback effects to enemies. It can provide a soft control effect. The Dust Avoidance Pearl can only block the slowing effect, but the knockback effect cannot be avoided. This skill can only be described as somewhat annoying, but the most annoying is the Eternal Rebirth. The Death Mage can consume a large amount of mana to resurrect a fallen ally unit on the battlefield. This means that as long as the Death Mage exists, it can resurrect indefinitely. The only thing that can kill the Death Mage is poison damage. So, after much thought, Guchen believes the best combat strategy for clearing the second layer is poison damage. Guchen's current poison damage is 60 points per second, and it can stack up to 4 layers. When fully stacked, it deals 240 points in 1 second. The duration is 90 seconds, and the total poison attack can deal 21,600 points of damage. Guchen calculated that for normal attacks, he can deal at least 2,800 points of damage. Adding it all together, that's 24,400 points of damage. If Flame Princess adds a Fire Featherstorm with multiple attacks, it can deal about 2,100 points of damage to the target. Calculating this way, a single set of attacks can take away at least 26,500 points of health. The Death Mage has 25,000 points of health, while the Death Knight has 30,000 points. With a wave of aggro, he can easily deal with the Death Mage and severely injure the Death Knight. With a plan in mind, Guchen immediately took action. After entering stealth mode, he approached the Death Mage hiding behind the Death Knight. For the Death Mage, Guchen didn't linger in battle. He usually focused on normal attacks, and if conditions allowed, he would naturally use the characteristics of the stealthy shadow to perform back attacks and maximize damage. 1860 Poison State applied successfully. 60-658 Poison State applied successfully. 60-752 Poison State applied successfully. 60 Guchen wasn't greedy for damage. After 4 attacks were fully applied, he gripped the Destruction Dagger and turned directly to the next target. In just a few seconds, all 5 mages had been fully applied with 4 layers of Poison State by Guchen. With the backline cut off, the Death Knights reacted immediately. 5 Death Knights charged from 5 directions, launching their nether charge towards Guchen. Little trash, can't play. Guchen cursed inwardly, activating Nightfall and Shadow Clone simultaneously. The 5 Death Knights, in the midst of their charge, suddenly found everything go dark, and their charge was interrupted. Guchen controlled 3 Shadow Clones and charged directly forward. Launch a suicide attack. Guchen's goal was simple: as long as he consumed 5,000 points of health from the target, the mission would be considered complete. As for the life or death of the Shadow Clone, Guchen did not care. While manipulating the Shadow Clone, under the command of mental induction, Yen-Ji soared into the sky. Beautiful fiery feathers burst in the air, sending dazzling flames down towards the undead knights and undead mages on the ground. Minus 1,326 Poison State applied. Minus 60 minus 523 Poison State applied. Minus 60. Minus 1,122 minus 985 minus 1,055. The damage from the Shadow Clone and the Fire Featherstorm stacked together, and in just a few seconds, the heavily targeted undead knight's health dropped to 21,000 points. The undead mage's health also fell to around 20,000. Seeing this, Guchen did not continue to entangle. He directly recalled Yen-Ji back into the pet space. Then he activated Gale Step and his already high speed of 131 points reached a terrifying 200 points with the enhancement of Gale Step. The undead knights and undead mages originally had low speed. Coupled with the effect of the poison state, their speed was reduced by 50%. This was more than 100 points lower than Gu Chen's speed. In this situation, Gu Chen easily escaped the attack range of the undead knights and undead mages. This group of undead knights and undead mages was basically doomed. Gu Chen did not idle, he directly ran towards the direction of the next group. Gu Chen encountered another undead team. Halfway there, he heard the system's prompt sound. System prompt: due to your 5:5 experience distribution method with your pet, you have gained 10,000 experience points, and your pet, Yanji, has gained 10,000 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed undead mage, gaining 67,650 points. System prompt: due to your 5:5 experience distribution method with your pet, you have gained 10,000 experience points, and your pet, Yanji, has gained 10,000 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed undead knight, gaining 67,650 points. Within a minute, 10 system prompts sounded. The first undead squad was successfully wiped out. 3 minutes later, Gu Chen encountered the second undead team. The same configuration of 5 undead knights and 5 undead mages. The same attributes. Naturally, Gu Chen used the same strategy. The first time he used it, Gu Chen was still a bit unskilled. The second time, it was obviously much easier. He stealthily ambushed the backline undead mages. At this moment, the undead knights would react immediately and charge at Gu Chen using the phantom charge. In the face of the charge lock, Nightfall and the Shadow Clone could effectively counter the actual charge lock skill. At the same time, they could maximize damage output. While the Shadow Clone was outputting, Yanji flew into the sky and unleashed a fire feather storm. Then he activated Gale Step and ran away. Halfway through, he heard the system prompt again. Gu Chen found that this roguelike strategy greatly increased his monster killing speed. For 50 undead knights and mages, Gu Chen easily wiped them out in less than 20 minutes. However, this roguelike strategy was not without its problems. Just like now, poor Gu Chen was searching the entire map for the equipment, skill books, and silver coins dropped by the undead knights and mages. There was no way around it. The efficiency of killing monsters had indeed increased, but the difficulty and time of picking up equipment had also significantly increased. Gu Chen sighed and complained, if only there were a tool that could automatically pick up dropped equipment. Next time I use this robe to clear things out, I wouldn't have to worry about missing any gear. Gu Chen spent a full 20 minutes picking up all the dropped equipment, skill books, potions, and silver coins. The equipment was all level 19. Bronze gear and common items, which Gu Chen didn't care for at all. He then directly handed it over to Mi Ying, letting her sell it or use it to equip the players of the Rhine Guild. Currently, under Mi Ying's management, the Rhine Guild has taken on a preliminary shape. With Gu Chen's unconditional equipment support, its overall strength is considered top tier in Huagua. The main team members are Qianxiao Weilian, Wei Wui Feng, Han Yanqing, Xiaoshou Bingliang, Pingping Wakiki Shimi, and Bingtang Hulu, 5 in total. Among them, Qianxiao Weiliang and Wei Wui Feng are basically fully equipped in silver gear. Qianxiao Weiliang even obtained a unique golden staff in the entire server. The other 3 have more than 5 pieces of silver gear, with the least being high-level bronze equipment. This team configuration is among the top tier in Huagua and even the world. Aside from the first team, the core members of the Rhine Guild are mostly starting with bronze gear. Gu Chen is quite satisfied with this outcome. He continued to sort through the items dropped by the undead knights and undead mages. 4 skill books caught Gu Chen's attention. Item name: Netherworld charge item level. The item description: the user consumes a certain amount of magic points to charge forward at high speed, dealing physical damage to enemies in the path and inflicting a brief stun effect. After the charge ends, the user's armor will be temporarily enhanced. Restrictions: Knight item name: Spectral armor item level. The item description: the user consumes magic points to summon spectral armor for protection, making them immune to a portion of physical damage and reducing spell damage for a certain period. During the armor's duration, the user's movement speed and attack speed will also be increased. Restrictions: Knight item name: Judgment of the End item level. A item description: the user consumes magic points to unleash an ultimate skill, summoning the judgment power of the Netherworld to judge all enemies on the field. Enemies will suffer massive damage and receive additional punitive damage based on the amount of damage they have dealt. After the skill is released, the user will enter a brief invincibility state. Restrictions: Knight item name: Eternal Resurrection item level. A item description: the user can consume a large amount of mana to resurrect a fallen ally unit on the battlefield. The resurrected unit will retain a certain amount of health and mana and continue to participate in the battle. Restrictions: Priest, damn it, my luck today is just too good. I actually got the ultimate skills of the Undead Knight and Undead Mage, Judgment of the End and Eternal Resurrection. Guchen couldn't help but exclaim the other skills, Netherworld Charge and Spectral Armor, while not as overpowered as Judgment of the End and Eternal Resurrection, are still rare skills for night classes. After expressing his feelings, Guchen then noticed that out of the 4 skill books, 3 were for the night class. Damn. Son, your dad's luck has all been used on you. Out of 4 skill books, you monopolize 3. With control, damage output, and a brief invincibility period, if you can't become one of the top knights in Hwagwa with these big skills, then it would truly be a waste of my hopes for you to succeed. Guchen grumbled as he put away the 4 skill books and then entered the 3rd level. Monster name, Undead Troll, Deputy Commander, level 20 health, 420,000 attack, 625 to 657 physical defense, 480 magical defense, 360 speed, 95 skills, Death Grip. The undead troll can grab enemies with its cold, decaying hands, dealing massive physical damage and inflicting a continuous health drain effect. Dark Aura. The undead troll emits a dark aura that reduces the attack speed and movement speed of nearby enemies. Soul Devour. The undead troll can devour the souls of enemies to restore its own health. Undead Summon. The undead troll consumes health to summon other undead creatures as its combat partners. Description: they were once a powerful troll tribe, but due to an unprecedented disaster, the entire tribe was cursed and transformed into undead beings. These undead trolls no longer possess the consciousness they had in life but are driven by a mysterious dark power, becoming terrifying entities that roam the continent. The Deputy Commander level. Undead Troll is roughly equivalent to a bronze level boss. Each undead troll has its own territory, with 10 undead trolls guarding 10 directions, not interfering with each other. This is probably the prestige of boss-level monsters. In any case, this setup gives Guchen the opportunity to take them down one by one. The solitary undead troll posed little threat to Guchen. In fact, one could say there was no threat at all. It couldn't be helped. Mainly, the undead troll's skills were completely countered by Guchen's Dust Avoidance Pearl. The troll's core skill was the Dark Aura, which emitted a dark aura centered around itself during battle, capable of reducing the attack and movement speed of nearby enemies. This meant that as long as one fought the troll, they would automatically receive 2 layers of debuffs. This was indeed annoying for others, but for Guchen, sorry, I have the Dust Avoidance Pearl, so all negative statuses are useless against me. The undead troll's core skill? Out. Then there was Soul Drain, which restored its own health. Sorry, Guchen's Poisoning State specifically counters all forms of healing, so Soul Devour? Out. Next was Undead Summoning, where the undead troll could consume a certain amount of health to summon other undead to assist in battle. The summoned undead used the troll's health. The poison damage could be reapplied to the summoned creatures, and the more it summoned, the faster the undead troll would die. The only threat to Guchen was the Grip of Death. But this was a targeted skill, and for it to damage Guchen, the undead troll had to be able to catch him. Guchen was already faster than the undead troll, and with the poisoning state, the troll's attack speed was reduced by 50%. Moreover, Guchen had rich combat experience from his past life. Dodging and predicting had become muscle memory. The possibility of the undead troll catching Guchen was approaching zero. Thus, from the start of the battle, it was a one-sided crushing. The undead troll could only watch helplessly as its Grip of Death missed time and time again. It watched Guchen weave in and out of the dark aura of its assets. It saw the undead creatures it summoned not only fail to attack Guchen but also accelerate the loss of its own health. After finally managing to use Soul Devour, it did inflict damage on Guchen, but the result was a lonely recovery. It could only watch as its health dwindled bit by bit. The extent of the despair in this process was something only the undead troll itself truly understood. 2895 Critical damage. Poisoning state applied successfully. 60-1450 Poisoning state applied successfully. 60-3085 Critical damage. Poisoning state applied successfully. 60 In just 5 minutes, the first undead troll fell unwillingly. System prompt: due to your 5:5 experience distribution with your pet, you have gained 80,000 experience points, and your pet, Flame Princess, has also gained 80,000 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed Undead Troll Sub-Commander, earning 500,000 points. System prompt: your pet, Flame Princess, has successfully leveled up to level 9. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 11, earning 4 free attribute points. With the undead troll's fall, Guchen's level successfully reached 11. Flame Princess also reached level 9. With the experience from hunting the first undead troll, Guchen easily hunted down the remaining 9 undead trolls over the next hour. After clearing 3 layers of the ancient altar, Guchen spent nearly 4 hours in total. Besides the level increase, the points skyrocketed once again. When the first layer of undead archers and undead warriors was cleared, Guchen's score was 14,828,000 points. The second layer had a total of 50 undead mages and undead knights, with each undead mage or knight worth 67,650 points, totaling 3,382,500 points for all 50. The third layer featured a sub-leader level undead troll, considered a bronze level boss. Although it was only level 20, it gave a lot 500,000 points for each. After killing 10. The total score gained was 5 million points. With the third layer cleared, Guchen's total score rose directly to 23,210,500 points, opening the Monster Hunting Activity scoreboard of the 10,000 Races continent. The first place was held by Fu Guang Pashao, level 11, server Huaxia, total score 23,210,500. The second place was Desinyame, level 12, server Hua Country, total score 14,532,621. The third place was Park Guachang, level 12, server Goryeo, total score 14,532,200. The fourth place was Lucifer, level 12, server US, total score 14,523,550. At this moment, Guchen had a full 8.6 million points more than the second place. There were still a little over 3 hours until noon. Even if Guchen did nothing before the monster hunting activity of the 10,000 Races continent ended, Desinyame and the others would not be able to surpass him. Moreover, the task of the ancient altar was not yet finished. Guchen still had 2 layers of points to grind. The ancient altar belonged to a task map, and the difficulty of killing monsters was much higher than that of ordinary maps outside. Correspondingly, the drop rate for monsters was also significantly higher. 10 undead trolls provided Guchen with over 20 pieces of bronze equipment and 2 skill books. This drop rate was already quite good. His 100-slot backpack was about to be full, so Guchen immediately mailed the skill books to Miing. Perhaps she was busy, as Miing did not reply. Finding the stairs to the 4th layer, Guchen climbed up directly. Not long after he ascended, Guchen immediately felt something lock onto him. He quickly activated stealth and then cast an insight spell. Monster name, Bone Dragon, leader, level 20, health, 700,000, attack, 785 to 855, physical defense, 650. Magical defense 540, speed 108, skills Bone Dragon Roar. The Bone Dragon emits a thunderous roar, causing a massive mental shock to all enemies, putting them into a brief state of dizziness. Gate of the Underworld. The Bone Dragon consumes health to summon a portal to the underworld, from which several Bone Dragons are called to assist in battle. Dark Devour. The Bone Dragon opens its massive mouth, devouring all light and vitality around it. Enemies consumed will suffer significant health loss and experience a continuous dark erosion effect. Dragon Bone Shield. The Bone Dragon uses its own bones to construct a sturdy shield, blocking attacks from enemies. During the shield's duration, it reduces the attacker's attack speed and movement speed. Fury of the Underworld. The Bone Dragon's ultimate skill. It releases all its dark energy, dealing devastating damage to all enemies around it. At the same time, this energy triggers a violent explosion, completely annihilating enemies in the blast. Description: the Bone Dragon leader, named Minggu, was once a powerful dragon knight, but in a decisive battle against evil forces, he chose to perish with the enemy to protect his country and people, merging his soul with the dragon's soul, transforming into the guardian of the underworld. After seeing the Bone Dragon's skills, Guchen couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this just a larger version of the undead troll? The undead giant troll is a summoning skill that consumes health, and the Bone Dragon Lord is the gate of the underworld. Essentially, both are summoning skills that deplete life force. However, the summon creature of the Bone Dragon Lord is just a bit stronger than the undead giant troll. Nevertheless, the core remains unchanged. Both require sacrificing one's own health as the price. The soul-devouring stinger particularly favors this type of health-consuming summoning skill. There's no way around it. Encountering it is like giving it away for free. Then there's the Bone Dragon Lord's Dark Devour, which is essentially a version of soul devouring. The only difference is that the Bone Dragon Lord can use light elements to restore health. However, this is not important. As long as it's a health-restoring skill in front of the soul-devouring stinger, it's utterly useless. Next are the Dragon Bone Shield and the Dark Halo. They can't be said to be completely unrelated, but they are identical. The only difference is that the Dragon Bone Shield has an additional shield. Finally, there's the Bone Dragon's Roar, which is similar to the Grip of Death. It's also a targeted skill, but it belongs to the category of control skills, while the Grip of Death is a targeted damage skill. However, it makes no difference to Guchen. Anyway, your skill has such a large windup that you can't even touch me. Even if you do hit me, sorry, the Dust Evading Pearl is immune to all control skills. The only threat to Guchen is the Bone Dragon Lord's ultimate skill, the Wrath of the Underworld. It is a large area of effect damage skill. This skill can only be activated when the Bone Dragon Lord is in a low health state. However, Guchen is not without countermeasures. The arrival of the night helps. You can't even see me, so what's the point of an AoE skill? With the experience from 10 hunts at the 3rd level, Guchen found it even easier to deal with the Bone Dragon Lord. An hour later, the last Bone Dragon Lord roared in frustration and disintegrated into dragon bones. The system prompt sounded. System prompt: due to your use of the 5:5 experience distribution method with your pet, you have gained 150,000 experience points, and your pet, Flame Princess, has also gained 150,000 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed Bone Dragon Lord, earning 1 million points. Picking up a piece of silver equipment and a skill book that had dropped on the ground, Guchen glanced at it and was surprised to find it was the Bone Dragon's ultimate skill, Wrath of the Underworld. Item name, Wrath of the Underworld. Item level, item description. The user consumes a certain amount of magic power to condense dark energy, dealing devastating blows to all surrounding enemies. At the same time, this energy will trigger a violent explosion, completely annihilating the enemies within the blast. Restrictions, night. Damn it. My foolish son has gotten even fatter. Damn. With my son's skill book out, why am I so annoyed? Is this what it means to fear my brothers? Suffering but fear even more that he drives a Land Rover? For skill books, my son has hit the jackpot this time. Damn it. Guchen cursed for a while, then adjusted his mood and stepped onto the final layer of the ancient altar. With a serious expression. Would the boss on the 5th layer be the god-level boss Anbai? Guchen had 1,000 questions in his heart. It wasn't until he saw Anbai's attributes that Guchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Monster name, Anbai clone, golden boss, level 20 health, 1,500,000 attack, 1580 to 1780 physical defense, 1050 magical defense, 860 speed, 165 skills, undead summon. Anbai can summon a group of loyal undead warriors who were once his comrades and subordinates, possessing strong physical attack and defense capabilities. Dark protection, Anbai can provide a layer of dark protection for himself and the surrounding undead warriors, reducing the damage they receive. At the same time, this protection allows the undead warriors to become more ferocious and ruthless in battle, ignoring pain and fear. Shadow step, Anbai can disappear into the shadows for a short time, becoming almost undetectable. This skill not only allows him to evade enemy attacks in battle but also enables him to silently approach enemies and launch deadly ambushes. Soul link, Anbai can establish a soul link with the summoned undead warriors, sharing each other's health and energy. When the undead warriors take damage, Anbai will share a portion of that damage. When Anbai attacks, the undead warriors will also be inspired, increasing their attack speed and power. Undead domain, Anbai can create an undead domain where all living beings are suppressed and weakened, while the undead warriors are strengthened. Description: one of the 10 leaders of the Undead Legion, Anbai's clone is stationed at the ancient altar, absorbing the power of faith from the ancient altar. Although Anbai's clone only possesses golden level strength, it can share Anbai's combat experience. When necessary, Anbai can manipulate the clone through the soul link. Seeing Anbai's attributes, Guchen inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Clone. Fortunately, it's just a clone. If the real Anbai were here, with one sword strike, I'd probably be left with nothing. A god-level boss is not something Guchen can face right now. If it's just a clone, he might barely manage. The undead leader Anbai is tall, measuring over 2 meters, with a robust physique and skin that appears coldly pale, as if covered with a layer of light frost. His face is deep and resolute, with eyes of profound black that exude an indescribable majesty. At this moment, Anbai is wearing a suit of armor interwoven with black and silver, intricately carved with runes and patterns, and a massive longsword hangs at his waist, emanating a chilling glow. The moment Guchen appeared, Anbai noticed this intruder. His gaze shifted slightly, and a sword light rose, a blade of sword energy slashing towards Guchen. Damn it! Ambush! Unrighteous! Guchen cursed under his breath and immediately activated his swift step, dodging away. With a missed strike, Anbai frowned slightly, clearly surprised that this weak human could evade his sword. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Anbai directly vanished into the air. Not good. Guchen felt a chill on his back as the shadow clone directly replaced his original position. At the same time, Guchen appeared several meters away. Looking back, a sword light appeared at the spot where he had just stood. The shadow clone that replaced him had not had time to react before being pierced by the sword light. It dissipated into the air. Hiss. Guchen inhaled sharply. This was Shadow Step. No wonder it's the clone of the god-level boss Anbai, inheriting all of Anbai's combat experience. This reaction speed and combat skill are definitely at the level of a top expert. Faced with an opponent whose combat skills and awareness were not much inferior to his own, and with all attributes such as health, speed, attack power, and defense being stronger than his, Guchen felt an unprecedented sense of crisis for the first time since his rebirth. He instinctively tightened his grip on the illusionary dagger, his expression growing serious. Just as Guchen was locked in a fierce battle with Anbai, the whole world began to stir because of him. China server. His 28,210,500 points. Can someone tell me what's going on here? I want to ask what's going on too. I haven't checked the monster hunting activity points ranking for just a few hours. Floating Light Dawn has already taken first place. Not only that, they are a full 13 million points ahead of the second place Desunyami. What on earth has Floating Light Dawn done? Even if they poke a monster's nest, it shouldn't be possible to gain points this fast, right? From 12 o'clock until now, it's only been a little over 10 hours. Floating Light Dawn has racked up over 28 million points. That's an average of over 2.8 million points per hour. One person averaging over 2.8 million points an hour. Crazy. This is just too insane. You have to know, the second place Desunyami, the third place Park Gui-chang, and the fourth place Lucifer, they can hire a large number of support teams. There are tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of people, and they can't even compare to Floating Light Dawn alone. This is just unbelievable. A gap of over 13 million points, a sheer cliff of a lead. Floating Light Dawn, amazing. No matter how. Floating Light Dawn did it. I've bet 100 silver coins on him. A bicycle turned into an airplane. Floating Light Dawn, from now on, I'm your loyal fan. China, West Garden. Good. Great. 28 million points. Cliff-like first place. This time, our China server's first place is secured again. The excited voice of the number 1 leader rang out, his aged face filled with joy. In the second full server event, China once again claimed first place. The first phase had only reached its second event after 3 full server activities. China had already monopolized 6 level 3 main cities. This start could only be described as a dream for the higher-ups in China who had originally held little hope. It's important to note that China has the largest player base in the world. With fixed resources in the novice town, the competition from China is also the fiercest in the world. Faced with such a start, the higher-ups in China had long given up on competing in the first phase, placing all their hopes on the mid to late stages of development. Who would have thought that Floating Light Dawn would emerge halfway through, raising the entire China server's ceiling with just one person's strength? Without any resource advantage, he managed to seize 6 cities from the US, Japan, and Korea servers. Although Comrade Floating Light Dawn is not here, I still want to propose that everyone give a round of applause. The number 2 leader said with a broad smile, as the last batch of gatekeepers from our China, let's applaud Floating Light Dawn to express our sincerest gratitude. There was no way they could represent the people of China to thank Floating Light Dawn in person, they simply couldn't do it. The reason was simple, the intelligence department had not yet obtained any information related to Floating Light Dawn's true identity. This proposal is great. The number 1 leader was the first to raise his hand and clap, 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 clap. Immediately, the number 2 leader and others also raised their hands to applaud Gu Chun. The applause lasted for a full 3 minutes. It then stopped at the gesture of the number 1 leader. Next, I propose to set the security level of Floating Light Breaking Dawn to 9 stars. Does anyone have any objections? The security levels in Huagua range from low to high, generally divided into 9 stars. 1 star to 3 stars is the lowest level of security applicable to general commercial activities, public places, information systems, or facilities. 4 stars to 6 stars represent medium security levels suitable for important national confidentiality work, county level and city level administrative agencies, as well as important confidential facilities or information. 7 stars and above are high security levels, mainly applicable to important leaders at the provincial level, national leaders, and important economic, technological, cultural, or military facilities or information. The characteristics include strict confidentiality and protective measures with stringent restrictions on access to an understanding of relevant information. 8 stars are applicable to Huagua's core leaders, the number 1 and number 2 heads of state, and the highest level of confidential facilities or information. They have the most stringent confidentiality and protective measures, with only a very small number of strictly selected and authorized personnel allowed to access and understand relevant information. 9 stars is the highest level of security in Huagua. Only matters that concern the foundation of Huagua and have a decisive impact on its development will invoke the 9-star security level. Once the 9-star security level is activated, the entire security force of Huagua must spare no effort to be responsible for that person or task. Everyone present is among the highest level leaders in Huagua. Each person's life safety corresponds to a security level. Among them, the highest administrative level, the number 1 and number 2 heads of state, are only at the 8-star security level. The slightly lower administrative level, Minister of National Defense Su Beichen, Director of the Security Bureau Li Wenzhong, and Chief of General Staff Zhang Xia, are only at the 7-star security level. The number 1 head of state directly proposed to elevate the security level of Fu Guangpeixiao to 9 stars, even higher than his own level. What does this mean? It is already very clear. The number 1 head of state is saying that if an unexpected situation arises, he can die. But Fu Guangpeixiao cannot die. This shows the number 1 head of state's level of importance placed on Fu Guangpeixiao. Upon hearing the words of the number 1 head of state, no one present, including the number 2 head of state, Minister of National Defense Su Beichen, Director of the Security Bureau Li Wenzhong, and Chief of General Staff Zhang Xia, raised any objections. Instead, they all felt that this was a matter of course. Giving Fu Guangpeixiao a 9-star security level is not a problem, the number 2 head of state continued. However, our most important task right now is to obtain information related to Fu Guangpeixiao. Director Li, General Zhang, you two are responsible for this matter. Do you have any latest news? Number 2 head of state, it is our security Bureau's dereliction of duty, Li Wenzhong said with a face full of shame. We currently have no real information on Fu Guangpeixiao. General Zhang Xia also looked ashamed and said, our General Staff's intelligence department also has no detailed information on Fu Guangpeixiao. However, we do have a suggestion. Let's hear it, the number 2 head of state said. According to the information collected by our intelligence department, Fu Guangpeixiao has currently set up a friend blocking feature and no one can add him as a friend, General Zhang Xia continued. However, there is one exception. You mean Qin Qingyu, right? Director of the Security Bureau Li Wenzhong retorted. Clearly, the investigations of the two intelligence departments had intersected. That's right, General Zhang Xia continued. Qin Xingyu's game ID is called Whispers of the Wind, and she previously invited Fu Guangpixiao to team up to kill the Shadow Castle dungeon. She is the only known person who has added Fu Guangpixiao as a friend. We have sorted out Qin Xingyu's real-life relationships, and it can be confirmed that Fu Guangpixiao and Qin Xingyu should not know each other. We have this information as well, Li Wenzhong continued, but it is useless information. I think this is a good opportunity. General Zhang Xia laughed and said, according to our understanding, the reason why Floating Light Dawn is connected to Qin Xingyu's whispers is that, besides the first kill of the Shadow Castle dungeon, it also allowed Qin Xingyu to sell his dungeon. This information is also in the hands of our security department, Li Wenzhong added. However, Floating Light Dawn requires payment in gold coins and does not accept Huagua currency. Otherwise, we could completely obtain Floating Light Dawn's real information based on Qin Xingyu's transfer records. Of course, we also tried to contact Qin Xingyu, but he himself does not know Floating Light Dawn's true identity. The two only know each other in the Myriad Races continent, and their friendship is not deep. We have also made arrangements regarding Qin Xingyu in our security department. Moving forward, we will try to use this line to extract Floating Light Dawn's true identity. Our military, however, has a different plan, Zhang Xia continued. The strategy sold by Floating Light Dawn is not cheap, which leads us to infer that Floating Light Dawn is someone who values his own interests. Therefore, our military intends to take the initiative and reach a cooperation with Floating Light Dawn. Take the initiative? Cooperate with Floating Light Dawn? The second-in-command asked curiously. How do we cooperate? It's like this. Zhang Xia continued. After this server-wide event ends, we will have one more day before our military can enter the Myriad Races continent. Currently, our Huagua's first-tier players have reached level 12. The second-tier players have also reached level 10. In the Myriad Races continent, players can wear equipment that exceeds their level by up to 10 levels. Once they exceed level 10, they cannot utilize the original attributes of the equipment. After our military enters the Myriad Races continent, the simplest way to level up quickly is to purchase a large amount of high-level equipment. Based on what we currently know, Floating Light Dawn should be a solo player. Besides the equipment he wears, he has a large amount of equipment for sale. Currently, his selling method is through auction on the trading platform. If we can establish an offline cooperation with Floating Light Dawn, we can obtain a large amount of equipment, speed up our military's leveling process, and on the other hand, gain Floating Light Dawn's real information to provide comprehensive protection for his personal safety. Upon hearing Zhang Xia's suggestion, everyone present was enlightened. The Huagua military's entry into the Myriad Races continent is mainly to prepare for the future integration of the Myriad Races continent with Water Blue Star. The stronger the military's strength, the faster the development, which is beneficial for social security during the integration. Therefore, regarding Zhang Xia's proposal, both Li Wenzhong and the first and second-in-command, after careful consideration, found it feasible. Thus, the first-in-command spoke up. General Zhang Xia, the matter of contacting Floating Light Dawn through Qin Xingyu is entrusted to you. As for the terms of cooperation, let Floating Light Dawn set them freely. As long as it is something we Huagua can do, we will do our utmost to satisfy. If there are any difficulties, you can always come to me. I will fully cooperate with your work. Yes. Zhang Xia stood up and saluted. This day was a moment of national celebration for Huagua's high-level officials. For other countries, especially those unfriendly to Huagua, it was a nightmare. Especially for countries like Sakura Country, South Korea, and America, which have had strong friction with Huagua. At this moment, their high-level officials had also gathered together. Sakura Country, Prime Minister's residence. 28 million points. Kobayashi Taro said with a gloomy expression. Fublight Dawn. Again. Fublight Dawn. How did he do it all by himself? The people present exchanged glances, and for a moment, the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Takahashi-kun, how is the investigation into Fublight Dawn's real identity going? Kobayashi Taro asked. Well, Takahashi Kenichi said with a grim face, during this time, the intelligence organization of Hua Country has gone mad, frantically capturing our intelligence personnel. Our intelligence personnel are currently too afraid to act too boldly. Useless. Kobayashi Taro continued to question. We have so many intelligence personnel in Hua Country and not a single useful one? As a neighboring country to Hua Country, Sakura Country is its biggest competitor. It had once invaded Hua Country and there is a deep-seated enmity between the two nations. If you ask the people of Hua Country which country they most want to eliminate in the world, Sakura Country would undoubtedly rank first. The higher-ups in Sakura Country are well aware of all this, so they mobilized the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to conduct extensive infiltration into Hua Country. Currently, Sakura Country has the most spies in Hua Country. Kobayashi Taro originally thought he could rely on a powerful intelligence system to obtain Fublight Dawn's real identity. Then, without anyone noticing, eliminate the threat that Fublight Dawn posed. But who would have thought that after nearly a Week of investigation, there was not a single piece of information about Fublight Dawn. How could Kobayashi Taro not be angry? Takahashi Kenichi couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and reported, "Currently, our commercial intelligence department has a lead that may trace Fublight Dawn's real identity." Oh? Kobayashi Taro's expression brightened, and he asked, "What is it?" "According to the information we have gathered, Feng's Whisper is the only friend of Fublight Dawn in the 10,000 races continent," Takahashi Kenichi reported seriously. "We have an intelligence officer in our commercial intelligence department whose suitor is Feng's Whisper's senior. He is also a member of Feng's Whisper's team. We are trying to obtain Fublight Dawn's facial information through this person. However, there have been some slip-ups in the process." "Slip-ups?" Kobayashi Taro frowned and asked, "What kind of slip-ups?" "The security department and military of Hua country have also noticed Feng's Whisper and have made contact with her," Takahashi Kenichi continued. "At the same time, the military and security department of Hua country are also providing protection for Feng's Whisper. Under these circumstances, any move our intelligence personnel make could expose themselves." Kobayashi Taro, who had been somewhat pleased, completely cooled down upon hearing this news. "Has the high level of Hua country already made contact with Fublight Dawn?" "Not yet," Takahashi Kenichi continued. "For some unknown reason, Hua country has not revealed its identity. Currently, Feng's Whisper is still unaware of the existence of the military and the Hua country security bureau. They have only made preliminary contact with Feng's Whisper through her relatives." Kobayashi Taro said with a dark expression. "No matter what method is used, no matter the sacrifice, we must obtain all information about Fublight Dawn before the military and security department of Hua country find him." "Yes." Meanwhile, in the United States presidential office, an emergency meeting was also held at the greenhouse of South Korea. The once fated Fublight Dawn reappeared in the internal meetings of countries around the world. One person, 28 million points. Such an achievement left all the high-level officials of the world dumbfounded. Before Fublight Dawn emerged, no one had expected this. A person's ability can actually surpass that of a team of tens of thousands. The one who possesses such power, floating light-breaking dawn, along with the secrets behind it, is something that countries like America, South Korea, and Sakura country are all eager to uncover. At this moment, Guchen was naturally unaware of what was happening outside. He held the illusionary dagger tightly, his gaze warily fixed on the nearby Nbai. In a battle between experts, the opportunity to strike is fleeting. After the shadow step missed, Nbai's offensive showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it became even more ferocious than before. A blood-red longsword danced rapidly in the air, and wherever the sword passed, waves of sword energy erupted, producing explosive sounds due to the incredible speed. As he unleashed the sword energy, Nbai, empowered by the shadow step, quickly lunged towards Guchen. Chen frowned slightly and gently drew the illusionary dagger. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Nightfall. When Nbai was still 30 meters away, Guchen activated Nightfall. Soon, darkness enveloped a large area of the ancient altar's fifth layer. As nightfall commenced, Guchen immediately entered a stealth state, vanishing into the darkness. Nbai was momentarily blinded, losing sight of his target. However, he showed no signs of panic. His eyes merely revealed a hint of surprise, perhaps wondering how this weak human could possess such domain-like abilities. But Nbai was only surprised for a moment. With a flash of sword light in his hand, a sinister domain rapidly spread out from him. Soon, the black area of nightfall was visibly being eroded by the undead domain. The undead domain should be an SS-level domain. Guchen's S-level nightfall was being thoroughly suppressed by Nbai. However, all of this was part of Guchen's plan. At this moment, Guchen activated Gale Step and silently appeared behind Nbai. The illusionary dagger in his hand glimmered with a cold light, and under Guchen's control, it lunged towards Nbai. Stealth State plus Backstab plus Shadow Blade Dance plus Thousand Paths Flow. Faced with an opponent like Nbai, Guchen's first move was a killing blow. Being one of the top 10 undead leaders, although Nbai was currently just a clone, his combat experience was inherited from his original self. His ability to sense threats was extremely sharp. Just as he used the undead domain, he keenly sensed the chill behind him. He immediately turned to block. Unfortunately, his reaction was still a bit slower than Guchen's. The moment he turned around, Guchen unleashed his full power, pouring in a complete set of damage. Minus 1985 critical damage, poison status applied. Minus 60. Minus 859 poison status applied. Minus 60 minus 2005 critical damage, poison status applied. Minus 60. 1,000 paths flow struck down, and Guchen directly took away nearly 50,000 of Nbai's health. After switching to the illusionary dagger, Guchen, at level 11, had a maximum attack power of 1,010 points. In a backstab state, he could deal 2,020 points of damage, with a 50% increase from a stealth state attack that became 3,030 points of damage. If a critical hit occurred, it would be 6,060 points of damage. Even with Anbai's physical defense exceeding 1000 points under extreme attack, Guchen could still inflict at least 4000 points of damage. Unfortunately, Anbai's reaction speed was too fast. The backstab effect did not fully manifest. The damage was directly halved. At most, he could only deal over 2000 points of damage. It was only because Thousand Paths Flow was powerful enough that it managed to take away over 50,000 of Anbai's health in one go. Realizing what had happened, Anbai retaliated with a sword energy strike. He charged directly at Guchen. 1555 Guchen let out a pained cry and took 2 steps back. Under the effect of the Gale Step, he quickly dodged. At this moment, Anbai, in a poisoned state, had significantly reduced attack and movement speed and could only unleash 3 sword energies afterward. Guchen easily evaded them. Anbai, at this moment, also wore a bewildered expression. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how a weak human could inflict a negative status on him. However, Anbai did not take it to heart. He casually threw a skill at himself. A beam of white light descended upon Anbai. According to Guchen's deduction, it should be a necromantic skill to remove negative states. Unfortunately, the healing restriction effect in negative states imposed by the soul-devouring poison spike could not be purified. At this moment, Anbai clearly realized that his skill was ineffective against negative states, and for a moment he seemed a bit bewildered. However, it was only for a moment. Anbai's gaze once again turned towards Guchen's direction. Under the negative state, Anbai had a clear understanding of his own and his opponent's strength. In this situation, it would be very difficult to attack the flickering dawn. Therefore, he took the most wise approach, necromantic summoning. As Anbai's sword light fell, a series of necromantic figures were summoned by him. Soon, 15 figures appeared on the battlefield. He summoned 15 necromantic creatures at once. Each necromantic creature had a health of up to 100,000. However, after the summoning was complete, Anbai's long sword did not fall. Above the long sword, a silver-white chain began to spread rapidly. Then it linked to each necromantic creature present. At the same time, Anbai, with a health of 1.45 million, was also rapidly increasing in overall health. 1.55 million, 1.65 million, 1.75 million, 1.85 million. In just a few seconds, the silver-white chain locked onto the 15 necromantic creatures. This should be Anbai's skill, Soul Link. Anbai could establish a soul link with the summoned necromantic warriors, sharing each other's health and energy. When the necromantic warriors took damage, Anbai would share part of the damage, and when Anbai attacked, the necromantic warriors would also be inspired, increasing their attack speed and power. At this moment, as Anbai linked to the 15 necromantic creatures, his health reached a terrifying 2.95 million. The health of the 15 monsters also reached 2.95 million. Clearly, Anbai's idea was that since he couldn't match Guchen's speed, he would rely on numbers to squeeze his combat space. By arranging his troops, he aimed to form a defensive formation to encircle and kill Guchen. How should I put it? Objectively speaking, it was indeed a good method. If it were someone else, they would definitely be thoroughly restrained by Anbai. But unfortunately, the person he had to face was Guchen, the founder of the rogue style of play. In Guchen's view, the 15 necromantic creatures were just 15 targets to attack Anbai. Originally, in a one-on-one situation, the efficiency of his soul-devouring poison's attack would be much slower. But here he was, dissatisfied with dying too slowly, directly summoning 15. Each necromantic creature could share his life. So this, isn't it just giving it away? Guchen did not hesitate at all and activated his shadow clone again. He launched a suicidal attack on the nearby necromantic creatures. -321 poison state applied successfully. -60 -298 poison state applied successfully. -60 -333 poison state applied successfully. -60. In just 1 minute, Guchen applied the poison state to all necromantic creatures, including Anbai. At this moment, Guchen's mouth was grinning with joy. Anbai's hard-earned attack formation was utterly useless. Guchen only needed 3 shadow clones for a death-style harassment, while his main body hid in an unknown position. Trying to rely on numbers to besiege Guchen was nothing but a pipe dream. Not being able to attack Guchen was not the most annoying part. The most annoying part was that these shadow clones were primarily for applying poison, not for attacking. Every necromantic creature summoned by Anbai had 4 layers of poison state applied to them. A layer of poison state only deals 60 points of damage per second, which isn't high. But with 4 layers, that's a total of 240 points. This amount of damage is actually within Anbai's tolerance. However, the more critical issue is that Anbai is currently sharing a state with the undead creatures. All the health lost by the undead creatures counts against him. With 15 undead creatures plus himself, he would lose 3,840 points of health every second. In a minute and a half, that amounts to 345,600 points of health. After sacrificing his life, he indeed gained an additional 1.5 million health points. But he can't withstand such a crazy loss of health. At this rate, Anbai estimates he can only hold on for a maximum of 20 minutes. Frustrating. As a god-level boss, it's the first time Anbai feels so stifled, tortured to the point of despair by a weak human of only level 11. Shameless. The human in front of him is truly shameless. Anbai angrily swings the long sword in his hand. Unfortunately, with a 50% reduction in attack speed, Guchen can easily dodge. His sword energy can't harm Guchen in the slightest. Despicable. So despicable. Guchen's initial strategy was to force Anbai to summon the undead creatures. Therefore, all tactics were aimed at achieving this goal. Now that the goal has been accomplished, what Guchen needs to do next is to wear Anbai down. Despicable human. Have the guts to step forward and fight me to the death. Anbai shouts angrily, trying to provoke Guchen into a duel. Guchen, seasoned in battle, has heard all kinds of trash talk. With Anbai's level of skill, there's basically no hope of angering him. What he needs to do now is buy time. Time until the soul-devouring poison sting poisons Anbai's avatar to death. So, the tactics must remain steady. The release time of skills and the targets must be clearly defined for specific undead creatures. Only in this way can he seek victory steadily. 5 minutes pass. 10 minutes pass. Under Guchen's sneaky tactics, Anbai's health rapidly declines. Just then, a crisp system prompt sounds. System prompt, your skill, Shadowless Hand, has completed its cooldown. Shadowless Hand has actually cooled down? Unfortunately, he is still entangled with Anbai. He can only go to the Dragon Trap Cliff to find the ancient Divine Beast Tingsha and farm Shadowless Hand after Anbai is dead. Although the current ancient Divine Beast Tingsha is cunning, it's still better than having nothing. With this thought, Guchen sighs. There are simply too few high-value targets he can borrow from. If there were multiple targets like the ancient Divine Beast Tingsha, that would be perfect. Wait, multiple high-value targets? The Anbai in front of him, although just an avatar, shares a mental state with the main body according to the information. Some treasures are also shared. If he uses Shadowless Hand on Anbai's avatar, will he obtain Anbai's high-value treasures? With this thought, Guchen's eyes become fiery. Anbai is one of the top 10 god-level bosses of the Undead Legion. His combat power is only slightly lower than that of the ancient Divine Beast Tingsha. By calculation, he is also a high-value borrowing target. Why not give it a try? If his speculation fails, he would only have to wait another 12 hours. If his speculation turns out to be true, he has a certain probability of obtaining god-level equipment. With this thought, Guchen's heart grows even more eager. He can't care about tactics anymore and directly uses Stealth plus Gale Step. He quickly approaches Anbai. When the distance is almost right, Guchen decisively uses Shadowless Hand. Soon, the system prompt sounds. Theft successful. System prompt, congratulations, you have successfully activated the Shadowless Hand against the undead leader Anbai and obtained the auxiliary artifact Timespace Hourglass. Weapon name, Timespace Hourglass, weapon rank, auxiliary. Artifact, level, unlimited, effective upon being placed in the bag. Skill 1, Timespace Reset, active skill. After using Timespace Reset, all skill cooldowns are reset to 0. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Consumption, luck value, varies based on the level of the cooled skills and cooldown time. Skill 2, Timespace Teleportation, active skill. The user can choose a known coordinate point to instantly teleport themselves or a teammate to that point. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Consumption, luck value, varies based on the level, quantity, and distance of the teleportation target. Skill 3, Timespace Compression, passive skill. Skill cooldown time is reduced by 50%. Class restriction, none. Description. In ancient times, when the heavenly path collapsed, the universe was thrown into chaos and rules fell apart. The Western sages condensed timespace gravel and after millennia of tempering, fused with the power of timespace laws to forge the Timespace Hourglass, controlling the flow of time and manipulating the laws of space. Later, due to its overly powerful functions, it was struck down by the heavenly path and disappeared from the world. What the hell? I can't believe this. Unbelievable. This is just too insane. At this moment, Guchen was so happy that his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Strong. The Timespace Hourglass truly deserves to be an artifact, it's just too powerful. First, the Timespace Reset skill can instantly reset all skill cooldowns to 0, essentially giving Guchen a second chance at full status. In a duel among experts, this is definitely a game-changing skill. Then there's the Passive Compression skill. Timespace Compression, which permanently reduces skill cooldowns by 50%. What originally took 12 hours to use, Shadowless Hand, now only takes 6 hours. What does that mean? Originally, he could only visit the ancient Divine Beast, Tingsha, twice a day, now he can visit 4 times. The benefits gained are directly doubled. For this, Guchen could only say, so satisfying. So satisfying. Aside from the passive skill Timespace Compression, the other skill is a god-level skill. For escaping and rescuing. As long as a certain amount of luck value is consumed, he can teleport to any location. Whether escaping or providing support, it's flawless. This is amazing. This round is a total win. Oh right. The first active skill of the Timespace Hourglass is Timespace Reset. If I use Timespace Reset now, will the cooldown of Shadowless Hand reset to 0? If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to use it against Anbai a second time? Thinking of this, Guchen felt excited again. He placed the time-space hourglass in his bag and clicked to use it. System prompt: do you want to activate time-space hourglass time-space reset? Yes. System prompt: this use of time-space hourglass time-space reset requires 5090 luck points. Do you want to consume? Yes. System prompt: your luck value is insufficient. The activation of time-space hourglass time-space reset has failed. Damn it. One time-space reset actually requires 5090 luck points. Guchen currently has only 1750 luck points, a full 3000 points short of 5090. Sigh. In the short term, the time-space hourglass time-space reset skill will probably be unusable. But it's okay, as the game progresses. To the later stages, the channels for obtaining luck points will increase. At that time, the time-space hourglass time-space reset can be maximized. One must learn to be content. A supplementary artifact, the time-space hourglass, was unexpectedly added, having the cooldown time and granting an additional time-space teleportation skill which far exceeded his expectations. The other time-space hourglass time reset could be considered a free gift. With this shift in mindset, Guchen's mood improved significantly. In the underworld, the main god hall, the 10 god-level bosses of the Undead Legion who were in deep slumber suddenly opened their eyes, their expressions changing drastically. My time-space hourglass. Who is it? Who stole my time-space hourglass? Anbai's expression tightened and he closed his eyes, quickly searching with his consciousness. Soon, his crimson eyes snapped open. Human. Lowly human. You seek death. Anbai's gaze narrowed and his entire presence suddenly intensified. Ancient altar, 5th level. Guchen hadn't had time to rejoice when he felt a chill behind him. A bad premonition surged in his heart. Guchen immediately turned around, retreating from the battlefield. Looking back, his expression subtly changed. At that moment, Anbai, who had been bound by the soul-biting poison spike, suddenly ascended into the air. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling red light. Anbai's entire body seemed to be enveloped by a strange power, exuding a terrifying pressure. This pressure lasted for a full 30 seconds, and Anbai's aura suddenly shifted, his blood-red eyes snapping open. His gaze quickly locked onto Guchen. At this moment, Guchen could already sense that the Anbai before him was definitely not the same one he had fought earlier. This was Anbai's true form had descended. No, if it were Anbai's true form, he could easily kill him in an instant. If his speculation was correct, it should be the consciousness of Anbai's true form descending upon this avatar's body. At this moment, Anbai could at most exert the strength of this true form. If that were the case, Guchen had nothing to fear. A mere golden boss. Moreover, it was a golden boss under the effect of the soul-biting poison spike, and there were still 15 avatars sharing the damage. To be honest, even if Anbai's consciousness descended upon this avatar, it posed no substantial threat to Guchen. Consequently, Guchen became much bolder. After the soul's descent, Anbai wrapped the weak human before him in his terrifying pressure. However, what he did not expect was that this weak human not only showed no signs of fear but instead scanned him with great interest. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. In his anger, Anbai directly summoned his long sword and slashed at Guchen. But what he did not anticipate was that the speed of his sword energy had slowed down so much. The weak human across from him could easily evade with just a small displacement. Even more unexpectedly, after being attacked, the human did not retreat but instead split into 3 avatars charging towards him. Those avatars did not attack him but instead performed a suicidal attack, blocking the undead creatures in front of him. Soon, the poisoning state was successfully applied. Anbai looked at his dwindling health and immediately used a holy light dispersion on himself. Unfortunately, even the S-level dispel skill had no effect. This toxin was so strong. Even if his true form were here, he would probably not escape the toxin's damage. Realizing this, Anbai gasped and slowly spoke. Human, let me introduce myself. I am Anbai, one of the 10 leaders of the Undead Legion. This body is just the weakest among my many avatars. I have come here merely to give you a chance. A chance? Guchen asked curiously. What kind of chance? To take refuge under my wing, and Anbai declared solemnly, as long as you take refuge under my wing, I can grant you boundless power. System prompt: the leader of the Undead Legion, Anbai, invites you to join the Undead Legion. Do you accept? P.S. After joining the Undead Legion, you can change to the S-level hidden class, Shadow Assassin. Sorry, I'm not interested in your Undead Legion. Guchen refused directly without a second thought. Of course, if you were to give me the position of Legion leader, I might consider it. Guchen was not just boasting. An S-level hidden class, Shadow Assassin? For others, it might be a tempting offer, but for Guchen, it was nothing. You have to understand, Guchen's current class was already an extremely rare SSS level unique hidden class among humans, the god of stealth. His innate skills, Shadow Hand and 1000 Locks, 10,000 Unravelings, were both extremely rare SSS level abilities. I must be crazy to belittle myself by switching to some damn Shadow Assassin. A mere assassin can't compare to my Shadow Hand, can it? Is it stronger than my 1000 Locks, 10,000 Unraveling skill? With this little sincerity, you think you can recruit me as a lackey? Dream on. You have to know, in my previous life, the powerful beings of the divine race were willing to offer me a divine rank to win me over. Do you understand what a divine rank is? It means I could become one of the main gods of the divine race, leading the divine race's subjects. With such generous conditions, I didn't agree. And you, a mere subordinate of the nether race's undead legion, want me to be your leader? I look down on that, let alone being a suitor for your pathetic leadership. Dream on. Human, you are insulting the undead legion. Anbai's gaze shifted, slightly, coldly asking, if you think that way, there's nothing I can do. Gu Qin shrugged, looking indifferent. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, before the world players had grown, a boss like Anbai could not possibly leave the netherworld. At most, he could only show off with his avatars. So, no matter how arrogant Anbai was now, he posed no threat to Gu Chen. Therefore, Gu Chen spoke without any reservations. Anbai, seasoned in battle, was also a clever individual. He naturally knew that the current situation was very unfavorable for him. The body before him was under various negative states, and without the ability to clear those states, defeating the human in front of him was undoubtedly a pipe dream. So even though he knew the human was challenging the authority of the undead race, Anbai could only forcibly suppress the anger in his chest and said, "Human, my hourglass of time should be in your hands. I want to make a deal with you. The hourglass of time is indeed in my hands. As for the deal you propose, I'm not interested. Your time is running out. If you have any last words, say them quickly." Gu Chen refused directly without a second thought. The reason was simple. Anbai's arrival relied on a soul link. His equipment and items could not possibly appear in this plane. The biggest reason Gu Chen could steal the hourglass of time was that it was an auxiliary type of time artifact that could affect Anbai's avatars in various planes. When using Shadow Hand, the hourglass of time naturally became a target that could be locked onto. Now, the hourglass of time was in Gu Chen's hands. Gu Chen did not believe Anbai could offer anything more valuable than the hourglass of time. Even if it were truly valuable, Gu Chen would not give up the hourglass of time. There was no way. The cooldown reduction, cooldown reset, and time teleportation skills were far too important to Gu Chen. He could not afford to give them up. Anbai did not expect that this weak human in front of him would be so unyielding. Are you sure you can withstand my wrath? Anbai's expression changed slightly as he continued to threaten. Sorry, I really don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Gu Chen glanced at the little remaining vitality of Anbai and said, goodbye. After saying this, Gu Chen transformed into a shadow and rushed towards Anbai. Just as he was about to get close to Anbai, a mass of black mist suddenly appeared beside Gu Chen, rapidly spreading outwards. At the same time, Gu Chen's figure disappeared into the black mist. Anbai's expression changed slightly, a bad premonition surged in his heart. He instinctively wanted to turn around. Unfortunately, his reaction speed was still a bit slow. Stealth plus 1000 paths flow plus backstab plus shadow blade dance plus critical hit damage. A combo attack was directly unleashed. Minus 3851. Critical hit damage. Poison status applied successfully. Minus 60 minus 1950 poison status applied successfully. Minus 60 minus 1855 poison status applied successfully. Minus 60. Anbai turned around, looking at Gu Chen with disbelief. His blood-red eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Unfortunately, at this moment he had already lost control of his body. His powerful form began to slowly fall. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. As Anbai's vitality reached zero, the system's voice rang out. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the player Floating Light Dawn from the Huagua server for being the second to kill the golden boss Anbai. The system will make 3 announcements to the entire server. Do you want to hide the player name? Do not hide. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the second to kill the golden boss Anbai. Reward 300 luck points, 1 million experience points, and 1 golden treasure chest. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the second to kill the golden boss Anbai. Reward 300 luck points, 1 million experience points, and 1 golden treasure chest. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Floating Light Dawn for being the second to kill the golden boss Anbai. Reward 300 luck points, 1 million experience points, 1 golden treasure chest, and 10 gold coins. Following the 3 server announcements, the system's voice rang out again. System notification. Due to your level up kill of the golden boss Anbai, you receive an additional reward of 200,000 experience points. System notification. Due to your use of the 5:5 experience distribution method with your pet, you have gained 600,000 experience points, and your pet Flame Princess has also gained 600,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden boss Anbai, earning 5 million points. As the system voice stopped, Gu Chen's ears finally felt quiet for a moment. Just when Gu Chen thought everything was over, Anbai's furious voice echoed. Despicable human. You dare to humiliate me. My wrath will engulf the entire human race. Server announcement. Due to Floating Light Dawn angering the god-level leader of the Undead Legion Anbai, a large-scale server quest, Undead Siege, has been triggered. Anbai will launch his undead army to attack Flame Flower Town in 24 hours. Server announcement: due to floating light dawn angering the god-level leader of the Undead Legion and by a large-scale server quest, Undead Siege has been triggered. And Bai will launch his undead army to attack Flame Flower Town in 24 hours. Server announcement: due to floating light dawn angering the god-level leader of the Undead Legion and by a large-scale server quest, Undead Siege has been triggered. And Bai will launch his undead army to attack Flame Flower Town in 24 hours. Damn! He actually triggered a large-scale server quest, Undead Siege. Damn it! At this moment, Guchen truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After Guchen calmed his good mood, he opened the task introduction. Task name: Undead Siege. Task type: server-wide task. Task requirements: adventurers must successfully defend against the attack of the Undead Legion. Task rewards and penalties: failure penalty: after the fall of Flamehua Town, all adventurers born in Flamehua Town will have their levels reduced by 3 and their overall attributes will permanently decrease by 10%. A level 3 main city in the Huagua server will be changed to an undead main city. Success reward: after a successful defense, participating players from Huagua will receive generous rewards based on their rankings. Large-scale server-wide tasks are among the more difficult tasks in the 10,000 Races continent. At the same time, they are also one of the most rewarding tasks. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. If the defense is successful, the Heavenly Tao will distribute various items, equipment, enlightenment fruits, permanent attribute point increases, and even main cities as rewards based on score rankings. The penalties for failure are also quite harsh. A level reduction is already considered mild. A reduction in overall attributes is the real pain. Unfortunately, this time, the server-wide event includes the effect of overall attribute reduction. This means that if the defense fails, as a player born in Flamehua Town, Guchen will not only have no home to return to and will drop 3 levels, but will also permanently lose 10% of his attributes. Guchen was happy that the equipment drop rate in the server-wide event was very high, and the rewards were extremely rich. What made Guchen want to cry was that in this undead event, the highest level of undead creatures should be level 20. The final boss is definitely of golden level, and there is more than one. Currently, the mainstream players in Huagua are at level 12. Even after 24 hours, at most they will reach level 13. On one side are the level 13 players from Huagua, and on the other side is the level 20 Undead Legion. With such a huge power gap, how can they fight? However, one good thing is that after completing the Ancient Altar task, the teleportation channels to the novice towns will be opened. Various towns can teleport to Flamehua Town. Given the current number of players in Huagua, there might still be hope for victory. Just as Guchen was browsing the task, the Huagua chat channel exploded. What the hell? What's going on? Undead Siege event? Damn it. What did the Great Master Floating Light Dawn do to trigger the Undead Legion siege task? Damn it. I just checked. The Undead Legion has a total of 11 waves of attacks. Only the first few waves are slightly lower in level, but the later waves are at least level 15. The final boss is a golden level boss, and there's more than one. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Yeah. We can't even defeat the level 10 silver boss Missouri. How can we fight a level 20 golden boss? What the hell? Did you see? After failing the siege, all players in Flamehua Town will have their levels drop by 3 and their overall attributes will permanently decrease by 10%. Besides, we in Huagua will also lose a level 3 main city. Damn it. What the hell did Floating Light Dawn do to bring this upon us? It's really damn infuriating. Why should we all bear the consequences of his mistakes? Fuck. Floating Light Dawn is just a troublemaker. He's only in his teens and has already attracted level 20 monsters to siege. If he stays in Huagua, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause. I suggest we kick Floating Light Dawn out of Huagua. Fuck you. Who are you traitors up there? What are you scheming? I can hear you from thousands of miles away. So what if we lose a level 3 main city? What does it matter? You should know that Floating Light Dawn has helped us secure 6 level 3 main cities. Even if we lose one, we still have 5. You traitorous dogs, how dare you show your faces here and talk nonsense? Expelling us from the nation? Do you really think we Chinese are fools? Exactly. Besides, the server-wide event hasn't even started yet. Who says we're definitely going to lose? He. Didn't you see the mission introduction? The final boss is a golden boss and it's a level 20 golden boss. 8 of them will appear at the same time. In a small town like Yanhua, what do you have to fight against them? Fuguang Breaking Dawn has already killed the golden boss twice. Why can't we hold on? I admit Fuguang Breaking Dawn's personal ability is very strong, but the Undead Siege event tests overall strength. Currently, besides Fuguang Breaking Dawn, the strongest in Yanhua Town is just Wind's Whisper. Other than that, there aren't any experts. With such strength, how can we fight against a level 20 undead army? This siege mission, Yanhua Town is definitely going to fall. It's just a matter of whether it's sooner or later. What if we manage to hold on? If Fuguang Breaking Dawn can hold on, I'll live stream eating shit. At this moment, the Chinese internet is filled with all kinds of voices. Some support Guchun, some complain and insult him, and there are various traitors deliberately stirring up trouble and creating conflict. On the Chinese side, at least there are voices of debate. On the foreign forums, however, it's a one-sided glee. A level 20 Undead Siege Yanhua Town is finished. Fuguang Breaking Dawn is finished. Haha, isn't Fuguang Breaking Dawn very powerful? Drop 3 levels, overall attributes reduced by 10%. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. Seeing China in trouble makes me so happy. Haha, I really want to join the undead army and contribute to them. In 24 hours it will be the fall of the Chinese city. Will anyone be live streaming then? I want to watch how Yanhua Town gets breached. Haha, don't worry, there will definitely be someone live streaming in China and I'll be rebroadcasting. Everyone can follow me, watch my homepage in 24 hours. Brother upstairs, I followed. Remember to broadcast on time. Follow +1, waiting for Yanhua Town to be breached. Ancient Altar, 5th level. At this moment, Guchen still doesn't know that forums around the world have become lively because of him. Everyone is gleefully waiting for the moment Yanhua Town is breached. Even just imagining it makes them grin from ear to ear, just like their current expressions. Seeing the rewards, Guchen is also grinning widely. After hunting Anbai, besides the equipment dropped by Anbai, the second kill of the golden boss rewarded a golden treasure chest. There's also a golden treasure chest guarded by Anbai. Combined, Guchen essentially opened 3 treasure chests. After adjusting his emotions, Guchen habitually chose to loot the corpse. Soon, Guchen found a brilliant technical book from Anbai's corpse. After seeing the name and description of the skill book, Guchen couldn't stop grinning. Item name, Shadow Step. Item level, S. Item description, disappear into the shadows for a short time, becoming nearly undetectable. This skill not only allows him to evade enemy attacks in battle but also enables him to silently approach enemies and launch deadly ambushes. Restrictions, Assassin, Thief. To think that the Shadow Step is actually an S-level skill, Guchen can clearly remember how Anbai always appeared behind him without a sound during their battles. If it weren't for his shadow clone, which could distract attention, the outcome of that fight would have been hard to predict. The greatest reliance for Anbai to achieve this was the Shadow Step. Guchen never expected that after Anbai's death he would actually obtain the Shadow Step. It was truly an unexpected delight. I must say, the rewards from such a high-value target as Anbai far exceeded Guchen's expectations. If he could encounter 1 or 2 such bosses every day, that would be even more exhilarating. Without any hesitation, Guchen chose to use it. System prompt detected a high similarity between your skill, Swift Step, and Shadow Step. Do you wish to merge them? To think that Shadow Step and Swift Step could merge? This was indeed an unexpected delight within an unexpected delight. In the myriad of realms, skill merging usually has a certain enhancement effect. It's just that he didn't know what kind of chemical reaction would occur after merging Swift Step and Shadow Step. Yes. Without any hesitation, Guchen decisively chose to merge. Soon, the system prompt sounded again. Merge successful. System prompt, congratulations. You have obtained the SS level movement skill, Shadow Swift Step. Shadow Swift Step LV2. After using Shadow Swift Step, you can instantly transfer from one spatial point to another within 100 meters, and the next physical attack will definitely trigger a critical hit. At the same time, movement speed increases by 100% for 60 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Time-space compression, magic points, 50 hits. It turned out to be an extremely rare teleportation skill. You can move freely within 100 meters. It's important to note that this is just the second level of Shadow Swift Step. One can imagine that at higher levels, the distance of the teleportation will only increase, and the cooldown time will only decrease. By then, wouldn't he be able to traverse the battlefield at will? In addition to the movement skill that Guchen cared about, he was also delighted that after using Shadow Swift Step, the next strike would be a 100% critical hit. Moreover, there's a 60-second duration of 100% movement speed boost. 1 Shadow Swift Step is equivalent to Flash plus Sprint plus critical hit. With the enhancement of the time-space hourglass, time-space compression, the cooldown time of Shadow Swift Step was directly reduced by 50%. Originally requiring 60 seconds of cooldown, Shadow Swift Step now only needed 30 seconds. This means that as long as he has enough mana, his movement speed can always be maintained at 100%. Damn! The combination of time-space hourglass and Shadow Swift Step is simply invincible. Guchen calmed his restless heart and continued to loot the corpse. Soon, a golden piece of equipment appeared in Guchen's sight. Weapon name, Phantom Spirit Bracer, Gold, level 20 attributes, Strength plus 50, Bone plus 30 traits, overall defense increased by 15%. Traits, Physical Penetration increased by 10%. Class restrictions, none. Description, crafted by the Netherworld tribe using obsidian from the depths of the Netherworld and luminous jade from the Phantom Mountain, supplemented with thousands of rare materials. During the forging process, it absorbed the powers of darkness and light, possessing strong penetration capabilities. A gold-level bracer. The attributes are quite standard, with the only highlight being physical penetration. However, compared to the broken defense state of the Sun Chaser boots, it still falls a bit short. It can barely be used. After removing the fiery rock bracers and putting on the Phantom Spirit bracers, Guchen's attack power reached 1185 and his overall defense hit 369. Not bad. Continuing to loot the corpses, he found only some silver equipment which he couldn't be bothered to look at and directly tossed into his backpack. He then took out the golden treasure chest rewarded by the system. System prompt: do you want to open the golden treasure chest? Yes. System prompt: you have obtained a phantom knee guards gold. System prompt: you have obtained a phantom ring gold. System prompt: you have obtained a shadow boots silver. 2 pieces of gold, 3 pieces of silver. As usual, he tossed the silver directly into the bag and checked the golden equipment first. Weapon name: phantom ring gold, level 20. Attributes: strength plus 50, agility plus 15. Trait: when attacking a target there is a 15% chance to steal their life. Trait: corrosion has a certain chance to weaken the target. Class restriction: none. Description: a ring forged by the Phantom Clan using obsidian from the depths of the Phantom Realm and the luminous jade from the Phantom Mountains combined with 1,000 rare materials possessing powerful corrosive abilities. Weapon name: phantom knee guards. Gold, level 20. Attributes: bone plus 60, strength plus 30. Trait: increases attack speed by 15%. Trait: increases defense by 10%. Class restriction: none. Description: knee guards forged by the Phantom Clan using obsidian from the depths of the Phantom Realm and the luminous jade from the Phantom Mountains combined with 1,000 rare materials possessing strong defensive capabilities. Lucky again, 2 pieces of gold equipment he could wear. Without any hesitation, he equipped them directly. With the boost from the Phantom Knee Guards and Phantom Ring, Guchen's attack power soared to a terrifying 1485 points. His defense also reached 459 points, and under a 40% defense increase it surpassed 600 points. This level of defense would be hard for ordinary players to break, let alone kill. Opening the treasure chest obtained from Anbai again, a purple glowing skill book and a golden piece of equipment appeared in Guchen's view. Item name: Thunderstorm. Item level A. Item description: the user triggers a thunderstorm covering the entire battlefield. The storm not only brings down lightning but also fierce winds and heavy rain. This skill not only deals massive damage but also disrupts the enemy's sight and hearing. Effect: large area attack, with vision and hearing disruption effects, dealing continuous damage to enemies. It turned out to be a thunder-type AoE skill. Tomorrow is the day when the continent of all races fully opens, so it can be saved for Shin Lingxiu to use. Our future Empress of the Purple Clouds can't develop too slowly. Putting away the skill book, Guchen checked the golden equipment in his hands. Weapon name: Divine Pattern Waistband. Gold, level 20. Attributes: health plus 1000, intelligence plus 20. Trait: increases health by 15%. Trait: increases magic power by 10%. Class restriction: none. Description: the material of the Divine Pattern Waistband is extremely special, said to be made from a rare or refined through a special process. This ore contains powerful energy and vitality, making it a key material for crafting the Divine Pattern Waistband. After equipping the Divine Rune Waistguard, Guchen's vitality reached as high as 3,720 points, and his magic value also reached 572 points in an enhanced state. All over his body, he had as many as 7 pieces of golden equipment. It should be noted that most players now do not even have a single piece of silver equipment. Bronze equipment is the standard for most players. After organizing the materials dropped by and by, Guchen opened the quest panel. Quest name: clean up the Undead Legion at the Ancient Altar. Final quest requirements: help the mayor of Yanhua Town, Xian Yuanbai Li, clear the Undead Legion occupying the Ancient Altar. Quest completion: Undead Skeletons 100 out of 100, Elite Undead Knights 50-50, Deputy Commander Undead Trolls 10 out of 10, Bone Dragon Commander 5/5, Undead Lord and by 1/1. Quest difficulty: time requirement 168 hours, remaining time 160 hours 48 minutes 57 seconds. Quest reward: unknown. All tasks completed. It was time to turn in the quest. Taking out the return scroll, a flash of white light appeared, and Guchen returned to Yanhua Town. Yanhua Town had millions of players, bustling with activity. After Guchen teleported back, the previously quiet world was suddenly filled with various voices. Damn it, floating light dawn. He got the rewards all by himself and left all the troubles to us in Yanhua Town. Damn. My level dropped by 3 levels and my overall attributes decreased by 10%. I feel like deleting my account and starting over. F***CK. I'd been grinding day and night and now I'm only level 9. Thanks to Floating Light Dawn, I'm back to level 6. 3 days and nights of effort wasted. F***CK. Floating Light Dawn. He took all the benefits and we're left with all the problems. Why is that fair? Various complaints filled the air, and Guchen frowned slightly but said nothing more. A little kindness can lead to great resentment. Often, human selfishness manifests as jealousy towards others' success and a desire for what others have, without a willingness to put in equal effort and sacrifice. When faced with choices, people often first consider their own interests rather than the feelings and needs of others. No matter how good you were to them before or what you sacrificed, as long as you touch their interests, it becomes a matter of life and death. The Undead Legion quest was a calamity for the players of Yanhua Town. If the defense failed, they would drop 3 levels and lose 10% of their overall attributes. It was understandable that there would be some complaints when it came to matters that affected their personal interests. Although Gu Chen was displeased, he didn't take it to heart. Judging actions, not hearts, no one is perfect. As long as these people did not threaten him, Gu Chen could pretend not to hear their occasional emotional outbursts. However, he secretly noted down a few of those who complained the loudest. If these people went out into the wild and encountered any accidents, it would be understandable. Gu Chen assured himself that he was not a petty person. He could not do something as small-minded as seeking revenge. Navigating through the noisy crowd, Gu Chen quickly arrived at the mayor's residence. Under the guidance of the guards, he met Xian Yuan Bailey again. Respected adventurer, is there anything I can assist you with? Xian Yuan Bailey took the initiative to speak. In his view, it was impossible for Gu Chen to complete the quest in less than 10 hours, and he instinctively thought that Gu Chen must have encountered some difficulties. Mayor Xian Yuan, I have completed the task you assigned, Gu Chen said. The ancient altar on the back mountain has been cleared, and the final boss, Bai, has been defeated. Xian Yuan Bailey stared at Gu Chen in disbelief, exclaiming, this is astonishing. Young friend floating light dawn, allow me to send someone to verify this. No problem. Gu Chen said nonchalantly, butler, bring the tea. Xian Yuan Bailey smiled and said, young friend, please take a moment to rest here. After arranging for Gu Chen, Xian Yuan Bailey directed his soldiers to go check things out. After about 10 minutes, the soldiers who went to investigate returned with a report. Xian Yuan Bailey walked over with a joyful expression. The potential of young friend Fu Guangpashao is the strongest I have ever seen in my life. Thank you for your contributions to our Yanhua town. This is my small token of appreciation. I hope you won't find it lacking. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task of clearing the ancient altar of the Undead Legion. Final, earning 500,000 experience points, 1,000 luck points, a Qinglong Jade Bai, and 20 gold coins. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 12, earning 4 free attribute points. Equipment name, Qinglong Jade Bai, gold, level 20, attributes, physical defense plus 100 health plus 800 magic value plus 200 special trait. Wrath of the Qinglong increases the wearer's physical attack speed and movement speed for a certain period, while also adding extra lightning damage to physical attacks. Class restriction, none. Description, the Qinglong Jade Bai is circular, with a smooth jade texture, and the surface is engraved with a vivid image of a Qinglong. The Qinglong wraps around the Jade Bai, its scales shimmering with a faint green light, and its eyes are bright and spirited, as if it could soar out of the Jade Bai at any moment. It is indeed a very rare jade pendant. However, the Qinglong Jade Bai does not have an invincibility or damage immunity feature, which is somewhat regrettable. But then again, jade pendants with damage immunity are already the best of the best, and they are not so easily found. Having a Wrath of the Qinglong that can trigger lightning damage is already quite good. Without any hesitation, Gu Chen directly wore the Qinglong Jade Bai. His overall attributes underwent a tremendous change. Adventurer, Fu Guangpashao, class, Stealth God, SSS level unique, title, none, level, 12, 0.85%. Luck points, 3050, attributes, Constitution, 62 Intelligence, 54 Strength, 209 Root Bone, 144 Agility, 153 Free attributes, Charm, 0 Luck, 0 Health points, 4540, increased by 15%. Magic points, 740, increased by 10%. Attack, 1460 to 1490, increased by 10%. Physical defense, 532, increased by 40%. Magic defense, 432, increased by 40%. Movement speed, 153, increased by 15%. Equipment, Illusion Dagger, gold, Nether Ring, gold, Spider Silk Armor, gold, Windbreaker Blade, silver, Sun Chaser Boots, gold, Nether Phantom Wrist, gold, Blazing Helmet, silver, Nether Knee Guards, gold, Divine Pattern Waist, gold, Purple Jade Bracelet, silver, Qinglong Jade Bai, gold. Exclusive skill, 1000 locks, 10,000 solutions. SSS level, max can quickly analyze and unlock the structure of locks or mechanisms, allowing easy access to target areas or items. Cooldown, none. Skill restriction, exclusive to Stealth God, talent. Skill, Shadowless Hand LV1, can silently transfer a target to oneself without touching it, ignores any target. Consumption, 100. Spirit points. Cooldown, 6 hours, time sandglass time compression, life skill, insight technique, can view information on monsters up to 10 levels higher than oneself. Common skills, Stealth, LV3, Assassin Strike, LV3, Shadow Gale Step, LV2, Shadow Blade Dance, LV2, Pickpocket, LV2, Shadow Clone, LV2, Special skills, Soul Devouring Poison Stab, LV2, Nightfall, LV2, Human Racial Trait. Among all races, humans possess the highest intelligence, gaining an additional point of intelligence with each level up. Thief's Hidden Profession Trait 1 gains an additional 1 point of agility with each level up, while in stealth state increases by 100%. Thief's Hidden Profession Trait 2, when attacking from behind an enemy, gains an additional 100% attack bonus. Thief's Hidden Profession Trait 3, while in concealment, movement speed increases by 50%, attack speed increases by 50%, attack power increases by 50%, critical hit rate increases by 50%, critical hit damage increases by 100%. After equipping 8 pieces of golden gear, Gu Chen's overall attributes underwent a tremendous change. His health reached as high as 4540. His mana value hit 740 points and his physical defense stood at 532 points. His maximum attack power also reached a terrifying 1490 points. With these attributes, if he were to face and buy the clone again, even without relying on the negative state of the soul-devouring poison spike, he would still have the strength to fight. Fu Guang bowed on. After the ancient altar is completed, I need to go repair the ancient altar, Xianyuan Bailey said, bowing. This is the first time in 10,000 years that our Yanhua town has hope of communicating with the outside world. Thank you again for your contribution to our Yanhua town. System prompt: you have gained the friendship of Yanhua town. Yanhua town's favorability towards you plus 100. Gu Chen did not expect that simply completing the ancient altar task would max out Yanhua town's favorability. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Ding. System prompt: congratulations to player Fu Guang Baodon for completing the hidden task, repair the ancient altar. The system will soon make 3 announcements to the entire server. Do you want to hide the player's name? Gu Chen did not expect that repairing the ancient altar would trigger a server-wide announcement. However, he did not think much of it and directly chose do not hide. After all, his name was already well known across the country. A little more exposure wouldn't hurt. Server announcement: congratulations to Chinese player Fu Guang Baodon for successfully repairing the ancient altar. The teleportation channels between various towns will open in 1 hour. Players can go to the town square to spend silver coins to teleport to other towns. Server announcement: congratulations to Chinese player Fu Guang Baodon for successfully repairing the ancient altar. The teleportation channels between various towns will open in 1 hour. Players can go to the town square to spend silver coins to teleport to other towns. Server announcement: congratulations to Chinese player Fu Guang Baodon for successfully repairing the ancient altar. The teleportation channels between various towns will open in 1 hour. Players can go to the town square to spend silver coins to teleport to other towns. The 3 server announcements meant that the teleportation channels between various towns would open in 1 hour. This was all within Gu Chen's expectations, so there was nothing surprising about it. Once the teleportation between towns was available, the Undead Siege event would become a nationwide activity in the entire server of Huagua. With Gu Chen's current strength, combined with the participation of a large number of players from Huagua, completing the Undead Siege task would not be too difficult. After saying goodbye to Xianyuan Bailey, Gu Chen left the mayor's residence. At this moment, as the announcement faded, the entire Huagua server erupted once again. What the hell? What's going on? Fu Guang Baodon is on the announcement again. God, did I see that right? Fu Guang Baodon repaired the ancient formation? The towns can teleport freely now? Of course. I speculate that Fu Guang Baodon triggering the Undead Siege must be related to the task of repairing the ancient altar. Definitely. The last boss of the ancient altar task is in Bai, one of the 10 leaders of the Undead Legion. Fu Guang Baodon killed him, which must have triggered the Undead Legion's retaliation. I owe Fu Guang Baodon an apology. I criticized him before, but it seems I misunderstood him. He repaired the ancient altar for the sake of communication among us Huagua players. Triggering the Undead Legion task, I don't think he wanted to see that either. Losing one Yan Huang town and opening the teleportation channels between towns, we aren't really at a loss. Ha ha ha, yes. The sister kept asking me to take her to level up. Since we weren't in the same town, we missed out. If the teleportation channels open, doesn't that mean I can take her to level up? My friends are all in Punk Town. I can go find them now. The great boss of Floating Light Dawn is mighty. The great boss of Floating Light Dawn is domineering. The great boss of Floating Light Dawn is sacrificing himself for others. We can't let heroes bleed and cry. I want to weakly ask, after the teleportation portal opens, can we teleport to Flame Hua Town? Of course. Didn't the official of Myriad Races Continent say that as long as you spend a certain amount of money, you can teleport to the town you want to go to? If that's the case, our experts from Huagua can completely support Flame Hua Town. As long as we hold the Undead Siege mission, the event rewards shouldn't be bad. Yeah, I think so too. Once the teleportation array opens, I'll be the first to teleport to Flame Hua Town. I want to fight alongside the great boss of Floating Light Dawn. Hee, I see you guys are going to die together. You should know that in the Undead Siege mission, there are a lot of level 20 monsters. With such a big level difference, winning the Undead Siege mission is simply a pipe dream. It hasn't started yet, how can you be sure we can't win? To me, people like you are just traitors planted by the enemy within us. You only raise others' spirits and diminish our own at such a critical time. Hee, I'm just analyzing the situation. You fanatics of Floating Light Dawn have no brains at all. Blindly supporting Floating Light Dawn is damaging the overall strength of our Huagua. I'm just laughing. We are doing our utmost to deal with the Undead Siege for what? To protect every inch of our Huagua territory. If you don't help, that's fine, but why are you stirring up the morale? What are your intentions? People like this are the hidden traitors among us, always advising us to stay calm and rational. Under the guise of being neutral, they are actually dividing our public opinion. We don't need analysis. Right now, we don't need to know how strong the enemy is. We only know that when our Hwagwa territory is facing a crisis, every Hwagwa player should stand up. Don't tell me about the disparity between enemy and us, and don't tell me it's none of my business. I only know that when faced with such situations, we just need to act. Right. Just act. Damn it, it's just a game, and every day you advise me to be rational. What the hell is rational to you? There was no chance to help before, but now the teleportation array is open. I'll be the first to teleport to Flame Hua Town. Even if I get killed to level 0, I will fight until the last moment. Brothers upstairs, we can team up. Just act. That's right. Just act. Head to Flame Hua Town for support. Those interested, private message me. Add me. I'm a mage level 9 with 6 pieces of bronze equipment. I'm a priest level 9 with only 1 piece of bronze equipment. Is there anyone who doesn't mind? Bro, come to me. Although we are a bit weak, we are willing to contribute to Hwagwa. After leaving the mayor's residence, Guchen still didn't know that he had been shaped into a bleeding and crying lone hero. He had ignited a strong desire among a group of players to support Flame Hua Town and participate in the defense. At this moment, Guchen, after leaving Flame Hua Town, found a quiet place. He stared intently at the countdown. There were less than 10 seconds left until 12 o'clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended and the Myriad Races Continent Monster Hunting event was closed. The great betting pool of Myriad Races was also closed. The results were about to be revealed. In fact, the first place had already been secured before this. The total score of Floating Light Dawn reached 33,210,500 points. The total scores of the second and fourth places were only around 15.1 million points. The scores of Yamai Osumi and her 2 companions were exactly half of Guchen's. What Guchen needed to do now was to take stock of his gains. Announcement from the 10,000 Races Continent. Congratulations to the adventurer Floating Light Dawn from the Huaxia server for achieving first place in the 10,000 Races Continent Monster Hunting event. As a reward, 3 level 3 main cities in Huagway are granted: Yang City, Mabe City, and Dongwu City. Adventurer Floating Light Dawn will receive a 10% bargaining right for the above 3 main cities. Announcement from the 10,000 Races Continent. Congratulations to the adventurer Park Gukchang from the Goryeo server 4, achieving second place in the 10,000 Races Continent Monster Hunting event. As a reward, 2 level 3 main cities in Goryeo are granted: Kaiyang City and Qingfeng City. Adventurer Park Gukchang will receive a 10% bargaining right for the above 2 main cities. Announcement from the 10,000 Races Continent. Congratulations to the adventurer Osumi Yamai from the Wa server 4, achieving third place in the 10,000 Races Continent Monster Hunting event. As a reward, 1 level 3 main city in Wa is granted: Osaka City. Adventurer Osumi Yamai will receive a 10% bargaining right for the above main city. Announcement from the 10,000 Races Continent. Congratulations to the adventurer Floating Light Dawn from the Huaxia server. The announcements from the 10,000 Races Continent were made 3 times in a row, and the final results were confirmed. Guchen's first place was undisputed. However, what he did not expect was that Osumi Yamai, who had been stable in second place, actually dropped to third, as the Goryeo player Park Gukchang made a late surge to take second place. Lucifer from America, on the other hand, fell out of the top 3 and lost the qualification to obtain a main city. Thus, the 6 main cities from the second full server event were finally allocated. System notification. Congratulations, you have achieved first place in the 10,000 Races Continent Monster Hunting event. Rewards: Yang City, Mabe City, Dongwu City, and a 10% bargaining right for the 3 main cities. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest. Reward: 1,000 luck points. System notification. Do you want to open the golden treasure chest? Open. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a dreamlike glass pendant gold. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a pair of flame dragonflame pattern bracelets gold. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a emerald cloud spirit jade silver. Equipment name: dreamlike glass pendant gold. Level 20. Attributes: magic value plus 500, magic defense plus 120. Trait: when the player is attacked, there is a 10% chance to gain a life shield equal to 10% of their own health. Trait: magic value increases by 10%. Class restriction: none. Description: it is said to have been formed from a meteor that fell into a mysterious elf forest, absorbing the dreams and fantasies of countless creatures over 1,000 years, ultimately condensing into this gem filled with magic. Equipment name: flame dragonflame pattern bracelets gold. Level 20. Attributes: attack power plus 250, strength plus 20. Trait: the wearer's physical attack power increases by 15%. Trait: blazing explosion. Adventurers wearing the flame dragonflame pattern bracelets can summon intense flames to deal area damage to enemies. Class restriction: none. Description: legend has it that before the flame dragon died, it condensed its dragon soul and fiery power into a Mysterious gem, the flame dragon flame pattern, which was later discovered by human sages and crafted into a bracelet, the flame dragon flame pattern bracelets. The bracelet is engraved with exquisite dragon patterns, as if the flame dragon is coiling around it, ready to unleash scorching flames at any moment. The rewards from the monster hunting event of the 10,000 Races continent are all low drop rate equipment like bracelets, jade pendants, and pendants. Even the silver equipment has quite good overall attributes. Among them, Guchen's favorite is the Flame Dragon Flame Pattern Bracelet, which has the characteristic of blazing explosion, allowing it to inflict large area fire damage on targets within its attack range. The defensive capability of the Dreamy Glaze pendant is also quite good. When attacked, it can generate a shield equal to 10% of its own health, which can be life-saving in critical moments. After equipping these two pieces of equipment, Guchen's attack power and magic value increased significantly. The maximum attack power on the panel reached 1740, and with the 15% attack power bonus from the Flame Dragon Flame Pattern Bracelet, it reached 2001 points. The panel's magic value reached 1240 points, with an actual magic value of 1488 points. Guchen's biggest headache before was that he had too many skills, all of which consumed a lot of magic. A few hundred points of magic were simply not enough, and he could only rely on small blue potions to strictly control magic consumption. Every day, the small blue potions consumed were in the hundreds. With the soul-devouring poison spike, Guchen killed monsters quickly, and the small blue potions dropped were more than others, barely balancing the income and expenditure. Now, with the auxiliary artifact Time-Space Hourglass, Guchen's skill cooldown time was directly halved. In this case, the consumption of magic increased geometrically. With the recovery speed of the small blue potions, it could not support Guchen's skill consumption speed at all. Now, with the bonus from the Dreamy Glaze pendant, the magic value doubled. In this situation, Guchen could use various combination skills more recklessly, greatly enhancing his combat endurance. By now, Guchen had gathered as many as 11 pieces of golden equipment. The rare pendants, bracelets, and jade pendants were all collected. System prompt: the great gamble of the 10,000 races has entered settlement mode. System prompt: you successfully bet on the Huaxia server in the great gamble of the 10,000 races. Congratulations! You have won 6,099,605 gold coins and 44 silver coins. Oh ho ho! Oh ho ho! Over 6 million gold coins. I won big. This time, I really won big. Just as Guchen was still celebrating, a message from Ming came in. Qianxiao Weiliang, Guchen, the market is closed. The market is closed. Guess how much I made? Fuguang Pashao, just tell me directly, I don't like guessing. Qianxiao Weiliang, you have no sense of fun at all. Alright, I'll tell you directly. Fuguang Pashao, well, go ahead. Qianxiao Weiliang, you have to beg me. Fuguang Pashao, if you don't say it, forget it. I'll just take out my calculator and calculate based on the odds, and the result will come out. Qianxiao Weiliang, fine, you really have no sense of fun. I'll just tell you directly. This time, we made 11,291,650 gold coins. How much did you win on the Huaxia server? Fuguang Pashao, I only made 6,099,605 gold coins. This is unavoidable. Although the Huaxia server has a large pot, there are also many people. Many Huaxia players bet with the mindset of supporting Huaxia, not caring about winning or losing at all. Guchen's gold coins are many, but they can't compete with the number of Huaxia people. If everyone bets 10 silver coins, just 100,000 people betting on the Huaxia server can easily surpass Guchen. Moreover, there are millions of Huaxia players betting on Huaxia, with an average betting amount of dozens of silver coins. In this case, even if Guchen bet over 10,000 gold coins, he could only get a small portion of the total pot's profit. On the other hand, the single bets, although not large, had far fewer supporters for Fuguang Pashao. Therefore, the odds were much higher. Even though Ming only bet over 1,300 gold coins, she still earned over 8,000 times the profit. She made more than Guchen did. In the early summer, the air is slightly cool. You earned 6,099,605 gold coins. I earned 11,291,650 gold coins, and together we made a total of 17,391,255 gold coins. Oh my god. It seems like there's no difference between us and robbing money now. In just one day, our total wealth skyrocketed from 11,677 gold coins to 17,391,255 gold coins, an increase of nearly 1,500 times. This is just too crazy. Floating light at dawn. In fact, this result is all thanks to Guchen. If Guchen wanted to, whether it was the first server-wide event or the second server-wide event, he could easily widen the gap with the second place within 12 hours. Why not do it? Naturally, it's to catch everyone off guard. The reason is simple. Every time the 10,000 races grand gamble occurs, it is actually an opportunity for wealth plundering. Moreover, it is an opportunity to plunder the wealth of various major servers. You have to know, the 10,000 races grand gamble only has 2 betting pools, yet it gathers the wealth of billions of players worldwide. This is still because the first batch of the 10,000 races continent limited the number of entrants. By the time of the third server-wide event, the total number of participants in the global 10,000 races Grand Gamble reached several billion. The gathered wealth is astronomical. The total amount of the first server-wide event's Grand Gamble was not actually that large, mainly because players had a short time to accumulate wealth. Therefore, in the first server-wide event, Guchen only earned a few thousand gold coins and copper coins. The Grand Gamble of the second server-wide event took place 5 days after the server opened. Everyone had already accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Coupled with betting in silver coins and the participation of billions of people, the rewards were unimaginable. In front of such a large betting pool, Guchen was actually an unstable cheat. He deliberately suppressed his own strength, and this behavior was akin to buying a lottery ticket. You can buy in advance, but I can change the winning numbers at any time. Under the table manipulation, Guchen was equivalent to plundering global wealth. The level of profit can be imagined. However, such things cannot be done many times. The reason is simple. After becoming familiar with Guchen's tactics, many of his fans or speculators would bet on Guchen. Some even engaged in risk hedging, betting a small portion on Guchen when the odds were high and then investing a large sum into their desired targets. Whether Guchen was first or not did not affect their final profits. Guchen remembered that in the future, the 10,000 races Grand Gamble even became a means for countries like America and Sakura country to plunder global wealth. After all, the top 3 were always from their countries, and they could manipulate the rankings at any time. This situation only began to improve after the rise of Huagua because Huagua was the biggest variable threatening them. The American financial tycoons already controlled the financial tycoons of Sakura country and South Korea. If it were just the 3 of them, as long as the profit distribution was reasonable, it wouldn't be a problem. The strong from Huagua, not under their control, gave the 10,000 races Grand Gamble a certain randomness. In the previous life, America had plundered quite a bit of wealth through the 10,000 races Grand Gamble. In this life, what Guchen needed to do was lead the people of Huagua to plunder global wealth. In fact, this was indeed the case. In these 2 Grand Gambles, the main capital from around the world was concentrated in Sakura country, America, and South Korea. On the Huagua server side, apart from Guchen and some steadfast supporters of Huagua, there was no external capital entering. Therefore, all the funds from the Grand Gamble were gathered into the hands of the people of Huagua. Overnight, it created thousands of millionaires, multimillionaires, and even billionaires. You have to know, now 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 30 yuan. 1 silver coin is worth 3,000 yuan. In the great bet of the 10,000 races, the minimum bet is 1 silver coin, which means that by betting on Huagua, a person can potentially earn 1.746 million. Anyone who chooses to bet on Huagua is at least a millionaire. There are countless who are millionaires, tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Those betting on Guchen's victory are at least starting as millionaires. A single great bet of the 10,000 races has created countless wealth legends. The consequence of this situation appearing in Huagua is a drop in the price of gold coins. The flow of funds accelerates and more players can purchase equipment, life potions, and magic potions in bulk, increasing the leveling speed and efficiency of players. This boosts the output of resources such as equipment, items, and props, thereby enhancing the overall leveling speed of Huagua. For example, Guchen's equipment used to sell for only a few gold coins because players didn't have many gold coins in hand. To sell Guchen's equipment, they could only exchange it through visible means. Unfortunately, in the early stages of the game, the price of gold coins was valuable but had no market, resulting in a situation where if you wanted to exchange, there weren't many items available for exchange in the market. This discouraged many interested players. Now it's different. After plundering global wealth, there will inevitably be a large number of players cashing out to enjoy life. Even if some players don't cash out, they will be more willing to buy equipment to strengthen their own power. The final result is that the gold coin trading price of weapons and equipment will see a significant increase, especially for rare equipment. For instance, Guchen currently possesses a large amount of level 20 silver equipment. Previously, the auction price was at most a dozen gold coins. Now, with so many wealthy players, selling an item for 100 gold coins is not a big deal. There's no way around it. The wealthy can make money too easily. Especially those fans betting on Guchen who have directly earned over 8,000 times their investment for a single gold coin. In this situation, spending a few hundred gold coins to enhance one's strength is understandable, right? Thinking of this, Guchen's mind immediately became active and he quickly contacted Ming. Floating light breaking dawn. Are you busy right now? Shallow summer cool. Not busy, boss. What do you need? Floating light breaking dawn. I have a batch of equipment. Here, I'll send it to your email. If you can use it, go ahead. If not, put it all up for auction. Shallow summer cool. Are you in such a hurry? Floating light breaking dawn. The great bet of the 10,000 races just ended. While everyone has money, we can sell it for a good price. Shallow summer cool. You really are a shrewd businessman. Floating light breaking dawn. What do you know? I call this maximizing profits. By the way, now that we have money, our team needs to be formalized. Shallow summer cool, do you have any good suggestions? Guchen thought for a moment and asked. I remember the Longhu resort seems to be for sale. According to Guchen's memory, after the fusion of the 10,000 races continent, the location of the Longhu resort transformed into a paradise. Living and residing here has a powerful amplification effect on skill comprehension and improvement. It is one of the top 10 paradises in Huagua. Guchen had previously planned to buy the Longhu resort to turn it into a livable base. However, due to limited funds in the early stages of the game, Guchen did not implement it. Now, the situation is different. Guchen holds over 10 million gold coins. With such a large sum of money, it can only be maximized by spending it. Using a few thousand gold coins to exchange for one of the top 10 paradises in the future is naturally a huge profit. I do have some impression of this. Ming replied, the owner of this resort is a friend of my dad. In recent years, the virtual economy has expanded while the real economy has shrunk. Longhu Resort has long been in deficit. Especially after the launch of the continent of 10,000 races, its unique gaming and environmental experience has attracted a large number of players. People would rather enjoy the scenery of the continent of 10,000 races in the game than go out for a walk. The impact on tourist spots like Longhu Resort, which rely on the tourism industry, is particularly evident. Guchen nodded and said, since you're familiar with it, you should take the lead and discuss with the owner of Longhu Resort about buying it. Why do you want to buy Longhu Resort? Ming asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you that the resort doesn't have much foot traffic? This is how I see it. Guchen certainly couldn't tell Ming that 3 years later, Longhu Resort would transform into one of the top 10 blessed lands of Huagua when it merged with the continent of 10,000 races in Water Blue Star. So, he found an excuse and explained. Aren't we planning to establish a guild? Since we want to form a guild, we need to have some constraints on the official members. This is what I was thinking. Guchen brought out the management strategy from Mi Ying's previous life and explained, we can sign contracts with official players. Each official player who joins our Rhine Guild can receive a certain amount of gold coins or Huagua currency each year. We can bind high-level players to our Rhine Guild with contract agreements. At the same time, the official players who sign contracts must work at the offline Rhine Club. By using contracts in the club, we can increase the cohesion of the Rhine Guild. Guchen continued, from my understanding, the future continent of 10,000 races will definitely be a phenomenal game. High-level players will become a scarce resource among scarce resources. Our Rhine Guild must lock in this group of players in advance. After buying Longhu Resort, I plan to rename it Rhine Resort. Every official member can reside in Rhine Resort, Guchen continued. We will configure various large commercial complexes within Rhine Resort. At the same time, we will provide various free benefits. Actually, I had a vague idea of this before, but not as specific as you. Mi Ying's family has been in business for generations, so she naturally has a more flexible mind. Moreover, this management method was originally something Mi Ying thought of in her previous life. Guchen merely reminded her of her own ideas. Prompted by Guchen, Mi Ying quickly deduced, your method is quite good. It can enhance the cohesion of our Rhine Guild. And in the continent of 10,000 races, cohesion equals combat power. In addition, by providing some free public services and appropriately showcasing our financial strength, we can increase the sense of belonging among team members. However, our physical funds are relatively limited. From what I understand, the price of gold coins should continue to rise, so exchanging gold coins for Huabei currency right now is a bit unwise. Therefore, I plan to make the contract a choice between two options. Official players can choose one between gold coins and Huabei currency. This will reduce our financial pressure while maximizing the benefits for official team members. You can arrange the specifics. Guchen smiled and said, in terms of management, you have more talent than I do. Why do I feel like you're mocking me? Mi Ying asked, puffing up in anger. Mocking you? When did I mock you? Guchen was puzzled. This method was thought up by you, Mi Ying said, sulking. I just made a small modification based on your proposal. Guchen was also speechless. One cannot simply tell her that these thoughts are yours. It's just the difference between past and present, right? After ending the call with Mi Ying, Guchen directly logged off. He glanced at the time, it was 12:10. After a quick wash-up, he changed into appropriate clothes. He bought a fruit basket downstairs. At this moment, Guchen did not choose to take a taxi. Instead, he found a secluded corner, closed his eyes, and an hourglass-like object appeared in his mind's eye. Guchen set the location of the First People's Hospital of Yingchuan City in his mind. First People's Hospital of Yingchuan City, corner of the parking lot. A transparent beam of light flashed, and Guchen's figure appeared out of thin air in the parking lot. If someone had seen it, they would probably be so scared that their legs would go weak. Time-space teleportation can indeed be used in reality, Guchen remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. The time-space hourglass has a total of 3 skills. Only time-space teleportation can be used in reality. The remaining 2 skills will only take effect after the fusion of the 10,000 races continent and the Water Blue Star. However, just having time-space teleportation, Guchen was already very satisfied. With it, he had one more trump card for survival. After leaving the parking lot, Gu Chen called Shinlingxiu. After leaving the ICU, Shin's mother was arranged in a special care ward. The special care ward refers to the hospital's establishment of wards for medical services that meet the special needs of the public after satisfying the patient's basic medical needs. It is equipped with the best medical resources and one-to-many nursing services. The overall conditions are dozens of times better than ordinary wards. The price is 6,000 yuan a day, not much different from a 5-star hotel. Just as Gu Chen was heading to the special care ward at Kyoto University in the faculty apartment, Qin Xingyu crawled out of the nutrition chamber and stretched lazily. After a quick personal hygiene routine and light makeup, she pushed the door open and stepped out. Qin Xingyu came from a scholarly family. Her grandfather was once the president of Kyoto University. Both her father and mother are professors at Kyoto University. The family has their own house on the university campus. However, Qin Xingyu did not like to squeeze in with her family, so she borrowed a faculty apartment from her mother's friend. It allowed her to play games, study, be close to home, and return home anytime to rely on her parents. A perfect balance. Riding her little electric scooter, she left Kyoto University and walked a few hundred meters to a high-end old Kyoto hotpot restaurant. After entering, she was quickly led to a private room on the 3rd floor by the waiter. As she pushed the door open, Qin Xingyu immediately put on a bright smile and greeted warmly, "Aunt, I've missed you so much. Didn't Grandpa say you were on a special mission? How come you have time to find me?" "Of course, I missed you," Qin Yuanling replied with a grin. "Major Qin, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Qin Xingyu pouted. "Grandpa told me you had something important to discuss with me and that I must cooperate unconditionally." "You little girl," Qin Yuanling said irritably, "if you like to sabotage so much, be careful you won't find a boyfriend in the future." "I'm not in a hurry," Qin Xingyu said with a smile. "If Grandpa or my parents urge me, I'll just say Aunt hasn't married yet, so why should I be in a hurry?" Qin Yuanling. The Qin family is a scholarly lineage, with ancestors who shed sweat and blood for the establishment of the Huagua. After the founding of Huagua, the Qin family mainly engaged in culture and education, with their students spread across the world. Unfortunately, in the generations of Qin Yuanling and Qin Xingyu, something went awry. The former preferred military attire over Confucian robes and directly applied to a military academy after university. The latter was not fond of studying but loved gaming. These two individuals could be considered the outliers of the Qin family. However, both possessed strong learning talents. Qin Xingyu became a technical expert in gaming, achieving great success. Qin Yuanling also did not lag behind, showcasing the Qin family's exceptional learning abilities at the military academy, eventually earning a doctorate and currently serving as a major in the General Staff Department of the Huagua military, primarily responsible for research on military intelligence systems. "Since the family has already informed you, I'll be straightforward," Qin Yuanling said without hesitation, getting straight to the point. "Do you know someone named Fu Guangpashao?" "Ah." Surprised to hear the name from her aunt, Qin Xingyu asked in confusion, "Aunt, why are you asking about him? Did he do something wrong?" It wasn't surprising for Qin Xingyu to ask this. After all, Qin Yuanling had studied intelligence at university, graduate school, and doctoral levels. After graduation, she was specially recruited into the General Staff Department. Even if Qin Xingyu was unaware of the specifics of Qin Yuanling's work, she could still make an educated guess. However, the family had always kept this unspoken. At this moment, hearing Fu Guangpazhao's name from her aunt did catch Qin Xingyu off guard. She couldn't understand why her aunt, someone involved in intelligence work, would inquire about Fu Guangpazhao. Moreover, the fact that her aunt approached her directly indicated that she must be aware of the connection between Qin Xingyu and Fu Guangpazhao. "No, don't misunderstand," Qin Yuanling explained. "You're playing Wanzhu Dala too, right?" "Yeah," Qin Xingyu replied proudly. "I'm now one of the top 10 experts in Huagua. Our Qingyu is the best," Qin Yuanling praised before continuing. "You should have felt it too. Wanzhu Dalu has a very high level of realism. It can even be said to be a second world." "Yeah." Qin Xingyu nodded in agreement, responding, "Except for the pain sensation being slightly weaker. In other aspects, it's basically no different from the real world. More importantly, in Wanzhu Dalu, blind people can see the world, disabled people can regain health, and the deaf-mute can hear and speak. Plus, this game integrates various elements like strange adventures, monster hunting, leveling up, and interactive chatting, making Wanzhu Dalu more playable and interactive. To be honest, the game world is more appealing than the real world. Yes, that's why I say Wanzhu Dalu is humanity's second world," Qin Yuanling continued. "Currently, our Huagua leadership places great importance on this game. The military has already issued orders for soldiers to enter Wanzhu Dalu in batches." "Ah?" Qin Xingyu asked in surprise. "Soldiers are also going to enter Wanzhu Dalu?" "Yes," Qin Yuanling explained. "Not only our Huagua military, but the armies of Sakura country, America, South Korea, and Russia will also enter Wanzhu Dalu to compete for resources within." "It's..." Qin Yuanling's words surprised Qin Xingyu, who asked in astonishment, "It's just a game. Is it really necessary to mobilize national military forces?" Wanzhu Dalu is now considered humanity's second world. Since it is humanity's Second world, it is an extension of human life, Qin Yuanling explained. Our interests in Wanzhou Dalu are also part of national interests. As long as it concerns national interests, the leadership of Huagua must strive to secure and protect them. However, due to the uniqueness of the game Myriad Races continent, even with the military presence from Huagua, not much can be changed. The main force in resource competition is still the player community. Qin Yuanling held a low position in the military, and there were many core secrets she was not authorized to know. For example, she was unaware that Myriad Races continent was going to merge with Water Blue Star. What she knew was merely the version crafted by the higher-ups. Even this crafted version left Qin Xingyu astonished. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Aunt, is it safe for you to tell me such an important matter? Won't it leak? No, Qin Yuanling replied, I have already reported it in advance because I will need your cooperation for my upcoming work. So, there are some things you have the right to know. Oh, Qin Xingyu nodded and asked, what work do you need my cooperation with? Now, back to the main topic, Qin Yuanling said, you know the person called Floating Light Breaking Dawn, right? I can't say I know him, Qin Xingyu replied, I'm actually not familiar with him. Qin Xingyu explained how she met Floating Light Breaking Dawn, how he entrusted her to sell the strategy for the Shadow Castle game, and the objective fact that they had spoken no more than 100 sentences in total, then curiously asked, what do you want with Floating Light Breaking Dawn? With your military capabilities, it should be easy to find out his true identity. Qin Yuanling awkwardly scratched her head and replied, actually, we investigated Floating Light Breaking Dawn's background a few days ago. Unfortunately, we found no information related to him. At the same time, based on the information we currently have, you should be one of the few people who can directly contact Floating Light Breaking Dawn. This statement was not wrong. Currently, Gu Chen's friend list only had 2 people. One was Mi Ying, and the other was Qin Xingyu. The former handled equipment for Gu Chen, while the latter sold game strategies for him. Mi Ying's method of handling equipment was mainly through a trading platform. The trading platform does not provide the seller's real information. The trading platform is built into Myriad Races continent, and countries cannot monitor it, so even the Huawei officials cannot trace Floating Light Breaking Dawn's information through the trading platform. Besides the trading platform, there were members of the Millet Guild. These people were Mi Ying's trusted confidants after her screening, and Mi Ying told them that the equipment was purchased through the trading platform. As for whether these people could guess anything, that was unknown. Even if someone guessed the relationship between Gu Chen and Mi Ying, it would be difficult for such information to spread widely due to their influence. Therefore, Mi Ying, who communicated the most with Gu Chen, was actually the safest. On Qin Xingyu's side, since she had first interacted with Gu Chen through the Shadow Castle dungeon and had posted about it on the Myriad Races continent announcement, she was considered the person most closely connected to Gu Chen. Some netizens even speculated that the goddess-slaying Qin Xingyu was Floating Light Breaking Dawn's woman. Thus, many who wanted to contact Floating Light Breaking Dawn thought of Qin Xingyu first. Even the officials were the same. In this way, Qin Xingyu inexplicably became the person closest to Floating Light Breaking Dawn. At this moment, Qin Xingyu felt a mix of laughter and tears. No wonder the number of people adding her as a friend had been increasing lately, immediately asking about Fuguang Puxiao. It turned out the root of the matter lay here. She had thought they were looking to buy strategies from Fuguang Puxiao. She had been foolishly promoting strategies to them. Now, Qin Xingyu finally understood why, after she quoted her price, they decisively blacklisted her. It turned out these people regarded her as an insurance salesgirl. Now, Qin Xingyu didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This was too helpless. And, you now know my relationship with Fuguang Puxiao, Qin Xingyu said helplessly. Just tell me how you need me to cooperate. However, given our relationship with Fuguang Puxiao, if you want him to help, you must offer appropriate benefits, otherwise he definitely won't help. You've interacted with Fuguang Puxiao. What kind of person do you think he is? Qin Yuanling asked. Qin Xingyu seriously began to organize her thoughts. She knew that her opinion of Fuguang Puxiao could very well influence the military and even higher-ups. Evaluation of him. After thinking for a while, Qin Xingyu spoke up to evaluate. Fuguang Puxiao has a strong personal color. He is particularly concerned about protecting his own interests and will ruthlessly suppress any actions that infringe upon them. He should be considered a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Once recognized as a friend, he will be generous in helping and loyal. If he sees someone as an enemy, the boundaries are clear, and he is not easy to compromise. Also, Fuguang Puxiao is a man of his word. Anything he promises, he will definitely do. However, if he were to backtrack on the promised conditions, given his character, he would absolutely not let it go easily. I haven't interacted with him much, but he has left a good impression on me. Qin Yuanling nodded and replied, if he has your recognition, there shouldn't be any issues with his character. Don't, Qin Xingyu quickly corrected, my interactions with him are limited. My evaluation can only represent my direct feelings since I've interacted with him. As for what kind of person he actually is, I can't say for sure. It's okay, we can get to know him little by little, Qin Yuanling said with a smile. What do you mean? Qin Xingyu looked at her aunt strangely and asked, Aunt, why do I feel like you have ulterior motives? Tell me, why does Fu Guangpashao want to sell game strategies to you and not to others? Qin Yuanling asked with a smile. Because I'm well known and have many friends in the gaming circle who can help him sell them, otherwise, what other reason could there be? Qin Xingyu replied. Is it just because of that? Qin Yuanling laughed. No matter how famous you are, is it greater than his fame? Maybe he doesn't want to deal with the hassle, Qin Xingyu continued. I admit that what you said does exist, Qin Yuanling said, looking at Qin Xingyu with a strange smile. But isn't there another possibility? Fu Guangpashao might have taken a liking to you. How is that possible? Qin Xingyu instinctively said. Why is that impossible? Qin Yuanling teased. As far as I know, you have the titles of Slayer of Male Gods and Leggy Goddess in the gaming circle. What if Fu Guangpashao has taken a liking to you, wanting to use this opportunity to have further contact with you? And what nonsense are you talking about? Qin Xingyu's face turned red as she said, we've only said a few words in total, don't talk nonsense. I'm making a reasonable inference. Qin Yuanling laughed. And if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore. Qin Xingyu spent most of her free time on games, had never been in a relationship, and had no romantic experiences. Being teased like this by Qin Yuanling made her face instantly flush. Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore. Qin Yuanling said with a smile, from the information you provided, it seems that the character of Fu Guangpashao is not an issue. Next, I might need your help. Help? Qin Xingyu asked, how can I help? I want to contact Fu Guangpashao through you, Qin Yuanling said directly. Fu Guangpashao is currently the top player on the Huagua server. He holds a large amount of high-level equipment, and we want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with him. We would like to acquire the equipment he has at a price equal to or higher than the market rate. Before Qin Yuanling, many friends from the gaming circle had actually contacted Qin Xingyu hoping to reach a private cooperation with Fu Guangpashao through her, but all had been rejected by Qin Xingyu. Although Qin Xingyu was obsessed with gaming, she didn't socialize much. However, being born into a family like the Qin family, she had learned from a young age that shallow connections lead to deep conversations as a major taboo in interpersonal relationships. Therefore, when others made similar requests, Qin Xingyu would refuse without hesitation. But now, the one making this request was her aunt, and her aunt represented the military of Huagua. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xingyu finally nodded and replied, no problem, I can help you contact Fu Guangpashao. However, I can't guarantee whether he will be willing to reach out to you or cooperate with you. That's fine, Qin Yuanling smiled and said, we just need to establish a channel for communication. Okay, I'll try after I get back later, Qin Xingyu replied. No rush, Qin Yuanling responded, let's wait until tomorrow noon. After I register for the Wanzu Dalu account, you can contact him. Kyoto, Moriaya. Japanese cuisine. Senior, this Moriaya Japanese cuisine is definitely an impressive restaurant, Sun Haoja flattered as he introduced the woman beside him. Here, you can taste fresh and delicious sashimi sushi, each slice of fish is cut as thin as a cicada's wing, with a delicate and incredibly fresh taste. Besides sashimi, the grilled and fried dishes are equally mouthwatering, with unique seasonings and cooking techniques that make each dish exude an enticing aroma. Just look at this environment, Sun Haoja pointed around and introduced. The decor style is simple yet rich in Japanese charm, creating a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. The woman standing next to Sun Haoja appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. Her features were not traditionally stunning, but she exuded a unique charm through her makeup skills and distinct mature aura. Her eyes might not be large, but the makeup cleverly highlighted the depth of her gaze, with eyeliner and eyeshadow blending to make her eyes seem to sparkle with a unique starlight. Her lips might not be full, but a swipe of bright lipstick made the corners of her mouth appear even more alluring. Compared to Qin Xingyu's fresh and refined look, her base was not particularly good. But her makeup was always just right, neither too heavy nor too casual, with every detail revealing her care and taste. Facing the flattering Sun Haoja, the woman merely nodded lightly and, led by the waiter, walked into the private room with her head held high. Rather than feeling disgusted by her arrogant attitude, Sun Haoja became even more obsequious. The private room is decorated in light tones, very minimalist. On the walls hang several paintings rich in Japanese charm, with details showcasing the characteristics of the land of cherry blossoms. The wooden tables and chairs are polished smooth. I wonder what the purpose of being so smooth is. The table is set with exquisite tableware, each piece gleaming. In one corner of the room, a pot of lush green bamboo stands quietly, adding a touch of vitality to this small space. After Sun Haoja and the other person took their seats, the waiter gently pushed open the door of the private room and brought out exquisite Japanese dishes. Sushi, sashimi platters, grilled fish, and various fried items. Xiaoling, the salmon here is delicious and unique. You should try it, Sun Haoja recommended, pretending to be a gentleman while mixing soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and boiled water into a sauce, pushing it towards the woman. Xiaoling poured in an appropriate amount of wasabi, picked up a slice of sashimi, dipped it in the sauce, took a bite, and commented, the taste is quite good. I'm glad you like it. The two chatted casually, occasionally sipping sake. Before long, Sun Haoja was slightly tipsy. Seeing that the time was right, Xiaoling finally spoke up. Haoja, the continent of 10,000 races has been quite popular lately, many of my friends are playing it. Yes, Sun Haozhe boasted. Xiaoling, I'll let you in on a secret. I've made millions from the continent of 10,000 races. Ah, Xiaoling feigned surprise. So much? This is just the beginning. Sun Haozhe continued to brag. I currently have 2 pieces of silver equipment, at least all bronze gear. With my abilities, I will only earn more in the future. I heard you join Qingyu's team. Xiaoling continued to probe. Qingyu is now one of the top 10 experts in China. How does she treat you? Humph. Sun Haozhe complained. She, a woman, has long hair but short sight and no skills at all. If it weren't for her, I could have opened at least 2 silver treasure chests by now. Sun Haozhe grumbled about their collaboration with Fuguang Puxiao, then complained. Fuguang Puxiao took 70% of the rewards for herself, leaving us with only 30%. Don't you think that woman is foolish? If I were the captain, I would never let Fuguang Puxiao take such a big advantage. Humph. After a cold snort, Sun Haozhe continued. Fuguang Puxiao also only got the silver boss first kill reward. With our help. Without us, she wouldn't have so much silver equipment. She wouldn't even have the strength to fight against a gold boss. If Qin Xingyu had listened to me back then and kept 4 silver treasure chests, we would have gotten the gold boss first kill today. Even the first place would have been us. Fuguang Puxiao wouldn't have had anything to do with it. Qin Xingyu is such a fool, a complete fool. She wasted such a great opportunity. And Fuguang Puxiao isn't a good person either. Sun Haozhe grumbled. Her eyes have never left Qin Xingyu's thighs. Shameless thing. Xiaoling didn't expect that her slight probing would lead Sun Haozhe to spill so much truth like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. From the information known so far, it can be inferred that Sun Haozhe has irreconcilable conflicts with Qin Xingyu's team and harbors great resentment towards Fuguang Puxiao herself. This person can indeed be utilized. However, as a corporate spy, she does not have the final decision-making power and can only apply for further advancement later. Nevertheless, the information that needs to be probed must continue to be explored. So, Xiaoling continued to probe. I heard that Fuguang Puxiao is handsome, and he and Qingyu are a perfect match. Haozhe, you've seen Fuguang Puxiao with your own eyes and have been by Qingyu's side all along. You're the one who should know the truth behind this rumor, right? Bullshit. It's all bullshit. Sun Haozhe scoffed. I've seen ugly, but I've never seen anyone as ugly as Floating Light Breaking Dawn. At first glance, it's ugly, and upon closer inspection, it's even uglier. With that face, just being alive is a waste of space. How could Qingyu Shimi possibly like him? Ever since the Shadow Castle dungeon, Qingyu Shimi hasn't even met him. There's no way they could be a couple. I see. I thought Qingyu Shimi and Floating Light Breaking Dawn were a couple. Xiaoling feigned surprise. Not at all. They didn't even know each other. Before entering the Shadow Castle dungeon, Sun Haozhe explained proactively. After they came out of the dungeon, they had no contact either. It's just that, because they went through the dungeon together, Floating Light Breaking Dawn asked us to sell the strategy for the Shadow Castle dungeon on his behalf. You went through the dungeon together, and you know the strategy for the Shadow Castle dungeon, so why don't you sell it separately? Xiaoling continued to probe. Sun Haozhe scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had gone through the dungeon with Floating Light Breaking Dawn, he hadn't even seen a shadow of the monsters, as Guchen had cleared it for him. He didn't even know what monsters were there, so how could he produce a strategy? However, in front of his goddess, Sun Haozhe didn't want to show weakness, so he fabricated. Selling the strategy is only a few coins. Our team doesn't care about that. Xiaoling knew that Floating Light Breaking Dawn sold a strategy for 10 gold coins, which, according to the exchange rate in Huagua, was 3 million. Such a large sum of money. Based on her understanding of Sun Haozhe, he couldn't possibly be indifferent. So, the only explanation was that although Sun Haozhe participated in the dungeon, he didn't know how Floating Light Breaking Dawn cleared it. After obtaining this key information, Xiaoling continued to ask. Floating Light Breaking Dawn is currently the #1 expert in the world. There are wild rumors about his appearance and identity outside. Some speculate he is a young master of the Wang family, while others say he is from the Ma family. You've interacted with Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Do you think these speculations are credible? Who does Floating Light Breaking Dawn resemble? A Ma? Or a Wang? Neither, Sun Haozhe replied without hesitation. Floating Light Breaking Dawn is just a lone wolf. He can't possibly be a descendant of a prominent family. Sure enough, the internet is full of rumors. Xiaoling flattered. To hear the truth, one must rely on experts like you who are on the same level as Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Hearing his admired senior sister place him on the same level as Floating Light Breaking Dawn made Sun Haozhe extremely happy, and he couldn't help but boast. Floating Light Breaking Dawn is just lucky. If it weren't for Qin Xingyu giving him a lot of silver equipment, he wouldn't have achieved what he has now. Haozhe, you fought alongside Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Do you have any recordings of your battles with him? If not, photos will do. Xiaoling feigned curiosity. After hearing you talk about Floating Light Breaking Dawn, I'm really curious about his appearance and how he fights. This. Sun Haozhe hadn't expected Xiaoling would ask him for recordings or photos of Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Not to mention he didn't have such things. Even if he did, he couldn't give them away. He had truly seen Floating Light Breaking Dawn, and his looks were not much worse than Wu Yanzu's. If he really gave photos or recordings to Xiaoling, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Just a few minutes ago, he had personally spread the rumor that Floating Light Breaking Dawn was incredibly ugly. Now, discovering that floating light-breaking dawn was not only not ugly but also quite handsome? That would be social death for him. He certainly couldn't do such a foolish thing. However, how to respond to senior sister Xiaoling was also a problem. Sun Haojia did not expect that senior sister Xiaoling would keep asking about the issue of floating light-breaking dawn. After a moment of simple thought, Sun Haojia shamelessly replied, "What use is it for me to take a photo of him with that image of floating light-breaking dawn? Am I supposed to use it to ward off evil spirits?" As a corporate spy, Xiaoling had received professional training. Naturally, she could see at a glance that Sun Haojia was lying. Clearly, floating light-breaking dawn was not as unworthy as Sun Haojia claimed. However, given the current situation, it was not appropriate for her to expose him, but it was certain that Sun Haojia must know what floating light-breaking dawn looked like. Moreover, there was hope of obtaining video material of floating light-breaking dawn. As long as she grasped this information, further actions would require instructions from her superiors. Xiaoling had high emotional intelligence. Since she knew Sun Haojia did not like to be entangled in questions about floating light-breaking dawn, she simply changed the subject. Under Xiaoling's deliberately accommodating chat rhythm, Sun Haojia was flattered and distracted. He was completely unaware that he had unknowingly fallen into the trap designed by Xiaoling. Yinchuan First People's Hospital. Before Gu Chen arrived at the special care ward, he had already sent a message to Shen Lingxiu. As soon as he got upstairs, Shen Lingxiu was already waiting at the elevator door. Today, Shen Lingxiu was dressed in a silk long dress, the hem swaying gently in the wind like ripples on the water. The color of the dress was elegant, like the tender leaves of early spring, neither ostentatious nor lacking in attention. The hem was embroidered with exquisite floral and bird patterns, adding a touch of liveliness. At this moment, Shen Lingxiu wore a smile, gentle as jade, with brows like a crescent moon and eyes like autumn waters. Her eyes were clear and bright, her nose was high, and her lips were rosy. With a slight smile, she felt like a spring breeze, refreshing and delightful. Her hair was evidently styled into an elegant bun, adorned with a delicate jade hairpin, exuding both nobility and grace. "You're here?" She stood there smiling, excitedly greeting Gu Chen, her voice soft and pleasant, her eyes revealing a sense of joy. Before her family faced upheaval, Shen Lingxiu was also the little princess of the family, always raised in luxury. After more than 20 years of being spoiled, Shen Lingxiu still possessed an elegant and unique temperament. She embodied both the nobility and authority of aristocracy, as well as the tenderness and delicacy of a woman. She was like a blooming peony, both stunning and dignified. Gu Chen nodded and smiled, asking, "Is your mother feeling better?" The doctor said she's recovering well. Shen Lingxiu replied with a smile, "Thank you so much. I've told you many times, you don't need to thank me." Gu Chen emphasized, "What we have is a fair trade. You don't need to feel guilty or grateful." Shen Lingxiu seemed to think of something, her expression a bit downcast, but she eventually nodded. I understand." Sensing the change in Shen Lingxiu's emotions, Gu Chen was also confused. "What's going on? I just wanted to comfort you. I don't want you to always feel guilty towards me. Why aren't you happy?" Women. Such strange creatures. Fortunately, Shen Lingxiu adjusted her emotions quickly. When Gu Chen looked over again, her face was already filled with smiles. Seeing this, Gu Chen opened his mouth, ultimately helplessly muttering to himself, "Sure enough, the seniors do not deceive me." A woman's mood changes faster than flipping a book. The two arrived at the ward, and under the care of the nurse, Shen's mother looked much better. Previously, Shen's mother had been in a coma and had not met Gu Chen. When they met for the first time, Gu Chen took the initiative to introduce himself. "Auntie, hello. I am Lingxiu's friend. My name is Gu Chen." Seeing Gu Chen, Shen's mother felt a mix of emotions. When she woke up in the morning, she had been persistently asking about the medical expenses. In desperation, Shen Lingxiu explained Gu Chen's situation. However, in Shen Lingxiu's narrative, Gu Chen was her boyfriend. Now, Shen's mother's attitude towards Gu Chen was completely that of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. After Gu Chen set down the fruit basket he brought, he chatted with Shen's mother for a while. Whether it was an illusion or not, Shen's mother seemed to be subtly probing into Gu Chen's family background, romantic history, and work situation. However, before she could ask, she was interrupted by Shen Lingxiu beside her. Although Gu Chen was confused, he didn't think much of it. After all, he was an outsider. It was better not to get involved in the matters between the mother and daughter. The main purpose of his visit was to comfort the family of the employee. Once that was accomplished, it was enough. After chatting with Shen's mother for more than half an hour, Gu Chen only left the special care ward with Shen Lingxiu when the nurse came to let the patient rest. The two of them arrived in the garden downstairs, and after hesitating for a long time, Shen Lingxiu finally explained, my mom just had surgery and isn't feeling well. So, I told her you are my boyfriend. You don't mind, do you? What the hell? Boyfriend? What does it have to do with me being your boyfriend when your mom just had surgery? Gu Chen was filled with questions. Could it be that letting your mom know you have a boyfriend would be beneficial for her recovery? Gu Chen thought he had found the answer he wanted and nodded, replying, "It's fine." Seeing Gu Chen nod, Shen Lingxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "I will keep my promise. I will leave with you tomorrow. Before I go, I will clarify things with my mom." "Okay." Gu Chen nodded, feeling overjoyed. After tomorrow, the Empress Zixia would be online and he would have another fierce general under him. Happy. At that moment, Gu Chen's smile was as lewd as it could be. Looking at Gu Chen's smile, Shen Lingxiu couldn't help but shiver. After tomorrow, she would be his. He was fantasizing about how to tame her? Otherwise, why would such a handsome person smile so lewdly? At that moment, Gu Chen still didn't know that Shen Lingxiu had labeled him as a lewd person. He remained smug. After chatting briefly with Shen Lingxiu, Gu Chen instructed, if you rest tonight, make sure to go to the hotel. The special care ward has dedicated doctors, nurses, and caregivers at night. You need to take care of your health. Do you understand? Okay. Shen Lingxiu weakly nodded in agreement. Alright, you continue to accompany your mother. I'll take my leave. By the time he returned to his rental apartment, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. The ancient sacrificial altar had opened, and the teleportation channels in various towns had also been activated. What Gu Chen needed to do next was to sweep through all the treasure chests in the wild. Each server had 300 towns. Gu Chen planned to raid the treasure chests above level 15. Each town had 6 silver treasure chests. With 300 towns, that meant 1,800 silver treasure chests. Each silver treasure chest could yield at least one piece of silver equipment. 1,800 silver treasure chests meant 1,800 pieces of silver equipment. If we calculate one piece of silver equipment at 100 gold coins, then 1,800 pieces of equipment would be 180,000 gold coins. Damn! Just thinking about it made Gu Chen drool uncontrollably. Time is money. Charge, charge, charge. A flash of white light passed and Gu Chen returned to Yanhua town. As soon as he logged in, a friend message chimed. Xian Xiaowei Liang, ha, the town's teleportation array is open. Little handsome guy, are you interested in meeting up? Fu Guang. Pashao, miss, meeting for milk is fine, but meeting up is a no-go. Xian Xiaowei Liang, get lost. Fu Guang Pashao, alright, I'll get lost right away. Xian Xiaowei Liang, come back. I have something to ask you. Fu Guang Pashao, please go ahead, my lady. Xian Xiaowei Liang, for the Undead Siege event, how confident are you in winning? Fu Guang Pashao, theoretically, 100%. Xian Xiaowei Liang, and in practice? Fu Guang Pashao, practically also 100%. Xian Xiaowei Liang, you should just roll as far away as you can. After ending the conversation with Xian Xiaowei Liang, Gu Chen glanced at his friend list. Feng Deqingyu was online. So, he took the initiative to send a message, busy? On the other side, Xin Qingyu had just finished dinner with her aunt and logged into the teacher's apartment not long ago, still unsure how to establish a good rapport with Fu Guang Pashao. The friend list opened again and again, but in the end, she still didn't send any messages. During this time, her contact with Fu Guang Pashao had mostly been through emails. For every strategy guide sold, she would mail 9 gold coins to Fu Guang Pashao. Even after receiving the emails, Fu Guang Pashao wouldn't reply. Between them, it felt as if they were strangers, completely unlike a cooperative relationship. In this situation, she really didn't know how to start a conversation. Unexpectedly, before she could take the initiative to contact Fu Guang Pashao, he sent her a message. Although it was just a simple 2 words, it stirred Xin Qingyu's emotions. Not busy, what's up? Xin Qingyu replied quickly. I have a collaboration I want to discuss with you, Gu Chen said. What collaboration? Xin Qingyu asked curiously. I need 2 helpers to collect some information for a fee, Gu Chen continued. Can you recommend 2 trustworthy people? Well, that's not a problem. Xin Qingyu hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. But can I ask what information you need to collect? I'll post an announcement in the World channel shortly. Buying silver treasure chests in the wild above level 15, Gu Chen continued. I have friend filtering set up, and once opened, there will be all sorts of messy information. So, I want to find 2 people to help me filter the treasure chest information. The reward is 1 gold coin for each treasure chest filtered. 1 treasure chest, 1 gold coin. Just responsible for some information filtering work. To be honest, Xin Qingyu was tempted. Although she came from a scholarly family with power and influence, she wasn't exactly wealthy. So, upon hearing Gu Chen's reward, Xin Qingyu felt a stir of interest and instinctively asked, can I do it? Of course, Gu Chen had intended to give this job to Xin Qingyu. After all, she had experience selling strategy guides, and in the eyes of outsiders, their relationship was already public. Having her filter the information was just right. If it's just you alone, you might not be able to handle it, Gu Chen continued. You should pick 2 more people to help you. Okay, I'll ask Yuing and Yanran. After ending the conversation with Gu Chen, Xin Qingyu immediately contacted Luli Yuing and Xiao Yanran. As soon as they heard it was a task from Fu Guang Pashao, they agreed without even asking about the reward. Upon learning that filtering out a coordinate would earn 1 gold coin, Luli Yuing and the others became even more enthusiastic. 1 gold coin was currently worth 300,000 in the market. Even so, it was still a case of having a price but no market. It is easy to imagine how expensive the gold coins in the continent of 10,000 races are. Soon, Gu Chen received a reply from Qin Qingyu. Including her, Liu Yueying and Xianxia Yanran could help him filter messages. After adding Liu Yueying and Xianxia Yanran as friends, Gu Chen expressed his gratitude to both of them. He then opened the World Chat channel. Floating. Light-breaking dawn, offering to buy coordinates for outdoor silver treasure chests above level 15. Coordinates for silver treasure chests on level 15 maps are 1 gold coin, level 16 maps are 2 gold coins, level 17 maps are 4 gold coins, level 18 maps are 6 gold coins, level 19 maps are 8 gold coins, and level 20 maps are 10 gold coins. No limit on purchases. Those interested can contact Fengxingyu, Liu Yueying, or Qianxia Yanran with coordinates and screenshots. Payment will be settled on-site upon receipt of coordinates. No debts will be incurred. Floating light-breaking dawn, offering to buy coordinates for outdoor silver treasure chests above level 15. Gu Chen was already a prominent figure on the Huaxia server, attracting a lot of attention. After posting several announcements in the World Chat channel, it completely exploded. What the hell? Did I read that wrong? The one speaking above is actually the Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn. Level 12, it really is the Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn. Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn. Do you need a little accessory on your leg? I'm beautiful, have a sweet voice, good in bed, can look and play. If you're interested, you can add me as a friend. The flirtation above is so strong, I can smell it all the way from the East Sea. Great floating light, I've never had a boyfriend. If you're interested, you can be my first boyfriend. What the hell? The brother above is really bold. To hug a big leg, he's really going for it. Just don't know if you want to be M or S. I can be either, as long as the Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn is willing, I'm fine with any position. What the hell? Why do I feel like throwing up? Let's just say. Can someone explain what use the Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn has for buying silver treasure chests at such a high price? What use? Of course, it's to open equipment. What else could it be? Doing charity? Open equipment? Outdoor treasure chests are locked. To open a bronze level chest, you need at least level 3 lockpicking skills, and to open a silver chest, you need at least level 5 lockpicking skills. At this stage, does anyone have a lockpicking level that can reach level 5? I don't know if others have level 5, but I can be sure that the Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn definitely does. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to buy the coordinates for silver treasure chests in the World Channel. What the hell? 1 gold coin for a silver treasure chest, and a silver treasure chest can at least open 1 piece of silver equipment. 1 piece of silver equipment is worth at least 50 gold coins. 1 coordinate nets a profit of 49 gold coins. This doesn't even include other equipment that might come from the chest. What the hell? Calculating this way, isn't the Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn going to make a fortune? Shit. The Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn is really damn lucky. What the hell? So envious. I could turn purple. What's the use of envy? To reach the level of the Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn, you first need to have high-level lockpicking skills, otherwise, you can only drool over silver treasure chests. Can't eat the meat, but I can drink the soup. I'm an assassin class, I have stealth. Forget it, I'll go check out the level 15 map. 1 gold coin is my salary for several years. Shit. Why the hell am I not an assassin class? I'm so envious of you assassin classes. With the Great Floating Light-Breaking Dawn's fame and a large bounty of 10 gold coins, the entire Huaxia was buzzing. Hundreds of thousands of assassin class players bought a large number of small blue potions and headed to high-level maps. Wealth stirs the heart. After the announcement of the huge bounty, Qinxingyu, Liu Yueying, and Xianxia Yanran, the 3 friends, were constantly flashing. Instead, Gu Chen, the instigator, was living quite comfortably due to the friend blocking feature. He sat up. Just a few minutes later, Gu Chen received the first coordinate. At this moment, Gu Chen was already waiting at the ancient altar. After spending 10 silver coins, he successfully teleported to Wuha town. Now, Gu Chen had ample magic points. And under the cooldown effect of the time sandglass, time compression, the Shadow Gale step and stealth could seamlessly connect. In a full-speed travel state, Gu Chen reached the first coordinate point in less than 5 minutes. This was a silver treasure chest on a level 15 map. After trading 1 gold coin to the target, Gu Chen directly opened the silver treasure chest. Without even looking at the attributes, he tossed it into his backpack and hurried to the next coordinate point. There was no choice. Over 100,000 people were mobilized to help Gu Chen search. After Qinxingyu and the others filtered through, they immediately sent the information to Gu Chen. He could only keep rushing forward. With Gu Chen's strength, he could open a silver treasure chest every 5 to 10 minutes on average. The efficiency was already quite good. The moment he finished opening the treasure chest, Gu Chen would mail the items directly to Miying. Then Miying would list them on the trading platform. The undead siege was about to begin. The more treasure chests he opened before that, the stronger the overall strength of Huagua would be. Therefore, when facing the undead siege, Gu Chen's pressure would be less. At that time, the rewards for taking first place would be even greater, earning money for everyone while doing his own thing. He would even have Huagua players thanking him. When it comes to business talent, Gu Chen felt that no one could surpass him. System prompt: do you want to open the silver treasure chest? Open. System prompt: congratulations, you have obtained a white jade star crown, gold. System prompt: congratulations, you have obtained a Qishao flame blade, silver. System Prompt: congratulations, you have obtained a pair of pear blossom boots, bronze. Wow. Gold equipment actually dropped. Gu-chan exclaimed. The probability of a gold item dropping from a silver treasure chest is about 1 in 1,000. This means that it would take opening 1,000 silver treasure chests to possibly get one gold level item or equipment. Gu-chan couldn't wait to check the attributes of the equipment. Weapon name: White Jade Star Crown, gold, level 10 attributes. Health plus 1000, bone plus 20. Special trait: reduces skill magic consumption by 20%. Special trait: increases physical defense by 10%. Class restriction: none. Description: the White Jade Star Crown is meticulously carved from rare white jade. Its color: warm and lustrous like jade with a subtle brilliance. On the crown, starlight twinkles, possessing not only powerful abilities but also carrying the mysteries and wisdom of the heavens and earth. It turned out to be a hat with a 20% reduction in magic consumption and no class restrictions. Normally, this hat might be more suitable for mages, as the 20% reduction in magic consumption could enhance the sustainability of mages or priests. But who said Gu-chan was a normal person? He inherently had more skills than an average assassin class, leading to greater magic consumption. Coupled with the passive effect of the auxiliary artifact Time Sandglass, the cooldown time was directly reduced by 50%. In this case, the magic consumption was even higher than that of an ordinary mage. With this 20% reduction in magic consumption, Gu-chan's combat ability was significantly enhanced again. Additionally, Gu-chan was currently running through the map at full speed, whether using the Shadow Gale step or in stealth. The seamless connection required a large amount of magic points. With the 20% reduction in magic consumption, Gu-chan's efficiency was further improved. After putting on the White Jade Star Crown, Gu-chan was already equipped with 12 pieces of golden gear. He hurriedly traded 10 gold coins to the assassin waiting nearby and rushed to the next coordinate. Just then, Mi Ying's message came through. Xianxiao Weiliang, I just logged off for a few minutes and you've already poked the silver boss's lair? So much silver and bronze gear? Fuguang Pixiao, the teleportation array is open and the wild map is filled with treasure chests. If you don't take them, it's a waste. And you, while everyone has plenty of gold coins, hurry up and put the gear on the shelf for me. Quickly sell these silver gears, there are still many treasure chests waiting for me to open. Xianxiao Weiliang, don't worry, boss, please feel free to greet me with the silver gear. Fuguang Pixiao, I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence. Xianxiao Weiliang, get lost. I'm just describing the feeling of counting money until my hands cramp, you understand? At such a young age, what are you thinking about every day? After finishing the chat with Xianxiao Weiliang, Gu-chan arrived at the next coordinate point, opened chests, paid, and mailed the gear to Xianxiao Weiliang, then continued to the next coordinate. The whole process was seamless. Gu-chan carried a whopping 17 million gold coins, and without any blue coins, he went straight to the town to buy. In short, he spared no effort to sweep the silver treasure chests. 2 hours later, the silver gear listed on the trading platform had exceeded 30 pieces. The bronze gear surpassed 100 pieces, and the lowest level was still level 15. In an instant, the entire comments section became lively. Damn! Fuguang Pixiao has made a killing this time. Over 30 pieces of silver gear, and the lowest bid has reached 80 gold coins. You guys are too crazy. This is just the beginning. I bet 100 silver coins on Fuguang Pixiao and made over 8,000 gold coins. Buying Fuguang Pixiao's gear is just contributing to him. Brother upstairs, I think the same. I bet on our server, although I didn't earn much, I still made a few hundred gold coins. This money was originally free, so spending it doesn't hurt. Don't tell me the ones buying gear now are players who won big in the gambling pool. Besides them, who else can take out so many gold coins at once? Damn, these people are really despicable. Why didn't they call me when betting? With someone like you, even if someone called you at the time, you wouldn't have bet and you'd still mock others. Exactly, some people always think we rely on luck. Little do they know we have guts. When Fuguang Pixiao and the Huagua server hadn't made a name for themselves, we were their staunch supporters. Our betting was purely to support Fuguang Pixiao and Huagua. Now that you see us making money, you're all envious. That's because we bet right. If Fuguang Pixiao hadn't come in first this time, you guys would have mocked us even more. The one upstairs makes sense, these people just can't stand others doing well. Damn, in the time it took to send a message, which bastard outbid me. The chat channel buzzed with discussions, while Gu-chan tirelessly moved between various towns. By noon the next day, Gu-chan had opened 485 silver treasure chests. He had obtained 852 pieces of silver gear, 96 B-grade skill books for various professions, 22 A-grade skill books for various professions, 1,112 pieces of bronze gear above level 15, and 343 C-grade skill books. Just as Gu-chan was about to open the 486th treasure chest, the system voice sounded. System notification: the undead army will arrive at Yanhua town in 30 minutes. All players must return to the city immediately. All players, return to the city immediately. All players, return to the city immediately. The system prompt sounded 3 times in a row, and the Huagua server became lively. It's starting, the undead siege is about to begin. Team 4 is missing one. Come join us to team up for the Undead Siege. Brothers, let's teleport to Manhwa town. I just bought 2 pieces of silver equipment sold by the Great Floating Light Dawn. My overall attributes have improved significantly just in time to test my current level. Brother upstairs, me too. Are you interested in teaming up? Sure, I already have a lot of people teaming up here. Everyone is a fan of the Great Floating Light Dawn. What the hell, you guys actually formed a group? I just joined too. Everyone is a fan of the Great Floating Light Dawn. And the equipment is pretty good. After discussing, we decided to team up together to face this undead siege. What the hell? I want to join too. I want to join too. I currently have 3 pieces of silver. The lowest equipment is bronze. Do I need qualifications? The Floating Light Dawn fan club will welcome you. I have 1 piece of silver equipment. Can I join? Anyone can join as long as you bought equipment from the Great Floating Light Dawn. You can contact me. I will add you to the Floating Light Dawn fan club. Currently, our fan club has over 100 members and everyone has at least 1 piece of silver equipment sold by the Great Floating Light Dawn. The lowest equipment is high-level bronze equipment. Interested brothers can contact me. Let's help the Great Floating Light Dawn together through tough times. What the hell? There's such a fun organization. I want to join too. I have 2 pieces of silver equipment. I have all bronze equipment. Do I qualify? Brother, work a little harder and try to buy a piece of silver equipment sold by the Great Floating Light Dawn. Damn. What kind of people are in the Floating Light Dawn fan club? 1 piece of silver equipment is just a stepping stone. All bronze equipment is turned away. Crazy. This is too crazy. Those who enter the Floating Light Dawn fan club are all brothers. After joining, everyone must follow unified command. Our goal is to help Manhwa town safely get through this undead siege event. Everyone is team-oriented. Our team has invited the tactical Master Zhuge Wulong at great expense. After joining the team, everyone must follow the military command of Zhuge Wulong. If you mind this, please do not contact. What the hell? You actually invited Zhuge Wulong as the commander? He is the North Star strategist of the online gaming world in Huagua. Recently, the Silver Boss' first kill in Linjiang Town was commanded by Zhuge Wulong. It is said that Zhuge Wulong led the team to clear the Nightmare level, Shadow Ancient Castle dungeon without relying on any strategies. His tactical level is top-notch in Huagua. I heard that the Floating Light Dawn fan club spent 1,000 gold just to invite Zhuge Wulong. Damn! What kind of people are in the Floating Light Dawn fan club? Are they the richest of the rich? You are right, the people in the Floating Light Dawn fan club each have at least 1,000 gold. There are also quite a few with over 10,000 gold. Some even have over 100,000 gold. I have a friend who is a member of the Floating Light Dawn fan club, and he told me that the big shots in the fan club send out gold-red envelopes every day. Each envelope has at least 100 gold. He opened dozens of gold just from opening red envelopes. What the hell? What kind of godly group is this? I want to get in. I want to get in. Dream on. Without some strength, they won't want you. If you want to join this group, don't think about it if you have less than 500 gold. If you don't have a piece of silver level equipment, don't even think about it. The big shots have their own circles. They can't possibly bring us ordinary players along. They were just like us before, ordinary players. It's just that they formed teams, and when no one believed in the Huagua server, when no one believed in the Dawn of Light, these people steadfastly supported the Dawn of Light and Huagua. Their current status is well deserved. Damn. When's the next big betting round? I want to firmly and unconditionally support the Dawn of Light. Support Huagua. I also want to support Huagua. Support the Dawn of Light. Guchen also heard the system prompt, but he didn't pay it any mind, continuing to rush through various maps. Jianxia Weiliang, little Gu, not bad. You must have hundreds of fans now. The minimum threshold is silver equipment. If there weren't so few silver items on the market, you'd have at least 1 million fans, right? When Ming told Guchen about the fan club, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. At the same time, Guchen knew that with his achievements in the 10,000 races continent, he would definitely have some influence, but he didn't expect it to be this significant. Regardless of the strength of this group of people, one thing is certain, they are definitely among the wealthiest in the 10,000 races continent. With such a group standing up to endorse Guchen, as long as his strength remains, the future fan club of the Dawn of Light will undoubtedly become one of the top and most elite player groups in the 10,000 races continent. They will also become Guchen's most loyal followers. Guchen was quite pleased with this outcome. Jianxia Weiliang, by the way, there's something I think I need to report to you. Dawn of Light, what is it? Jianxia Weiliang, it's just Dawn of Light, with our relationship, is there anything you can't say? If you want, I can come over tonight to warm your bed. Jianxia Weiliang, get lost. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about every day? After being teased by Guchen, Ming relaxed a bit and said, it's just, before the market closed, I encouraged the core members of our Rhine Guild to bet on you. So, our core members of the Rhine Guild are now all quite wealthy. Hearing the Ying's words, Guchen didn't know what to say. The core members have money now, allowing them to buy more equipment and develop better. This sounds like good news. However, for the Rhine Guild, it isn't necessarily good news. It could even be considered bad news. especially with the contract system that the Rhine Guild is about to launch. This is definitely the worst news. The most attractive aspect of the Rhine Guild's contract is the money. Why do people sign with the Rhine Guild? The fundamental reason is still the good treatment and generous offers. Now, under Mi Ying's call, the core members of the Rhine Guild each hold at least a few thousand gold coins. In the early stages of the game, 1,000 gold coins is a massive amount of money. In this situation, the appeal of the Rhine Guild's contract is actually not that high. If they already have money, why would they want an additional layer of constraints? The result of this is that a large number of core players will refuse to sign contracts and choose to become free players. Even if they do sign, they will raise the conditions for signing, increasing the operational costs of the Rhine Guild. This is not the outcome Guchen wants to see, and that's why Mi Ying feels guilty. Guchen was silent for a moment before speaking. Wealth is the greatest test of a person's heart. Those who are meant to leave cannot be stopped. Instead, those who stay at this time are the ones truly worth cultivating. Moreover, from another perspective, this matter may not necessarily be a bad thing, Guchen added. Not a bad thing? Mi Ying asked, puzzled. What do you mean? We can use your call for the Rhine Guild players to bet on the Huaxia server and spread the word through public opinion, Guchen said with a smile. What will other players think when they know you have done this? They will definitely have two views. First, you must have some insider information which will lead them to think about my relationship with you. Second, you have the courage, the means, and foresight. Regardless of which viewpoint they take, it will greatly enhance the Rhine Guild's visibility, attracting more players to join. With this influx and outflow, the Rhine Guild will become stronger and retain a core group of members. This method is indeed feasible. Mi Ying's face lit up after hearing Guchen's thoughts, and she nodded. After the Undead Siege task is over, I will do just that. Yes, Guchen said, after the Undead Siege task, let the core players agree to sign contracts. Those willing to sign can stay and continue to enjoy priority distribution of equipment, skills, and items. Those unwilling to sign will be downgraded to ordinary members. We welcome those who wish to remain in the Rhine Guild, and it's fine if they don't want to stay, we will send them off. Alright, we'll do it your way. Mi Ying nodded and continued. The Undead Siege event is about to start. When will you come? The Undead Siege event lasts for 48 hours. There's no point in me arriving too early, Guchen replied. Based on my calculations, our Huaxia players can withstand about 10 waves of monster sieges without any problem. I'll show up in the last few hours. During this time, we should open as many silver treasure chests as possible. Why open so many silver treasure chests? Mi Ying asked, confused. These pieces of equipment can only be sold for a few tens of thousands of gold coins. You don't lack this little bit of gold. Sister Ing, look at you, your standards have risen. You don't even care about a few tens of thousands of gold coins now, Guchen teased, explaining, in the continent of all races, there are no level restrictions on equipment, which means the importance of equipment is undoubtedly paramount. My own abilities are quite limited. To safely get through this Undead Siege, I need a large number of players with silver equipment to help me hold off the monsters. Otherwise, no matter how strong I am, I won't be able to defend Yanhua Town. At that point, being downgraded by 3 levels is secondary. A 10% reduction in overall attributes would be truly disgusting. Oh, I understand now. Mi Ying finally realized, you're selling them equipment to make them work for you. Little Red, you're so cunning. Why do you speak so harshly? Gu Chen pretended to be displeased. I call this complementary advantages. They have difficulty leveling up, and I provide them with high-level equipment. They kill monsters too slowly, and I give them an opportunity to face the monster siege. You see, I'm thinking so much for our Huaxia players. He. Mi Ying scoffed. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Thank you for the compliment, Guchen said shamelessly. Alright, you win. Mi Ying changed the subject. By the way, there's one more thing I need to report to you. What is it? Guchen asked. Just now, the president of the Divine Domain Guild, God's Right Hand, posted on the forum calling for all guild leaders to hold a pre-war mobilization meeting, Mi Ying said. Our Rhine Guild is also on the invitation list. Aside from our Rhine Guild, there are also the Chaos 3 Kingdoms, Iron Blood Guild, Elegant Wind Guild, World Destruction Guild, Eternal Kingdom, Proud Guild, Starry Sky Guild, Battle Heaven Alliance, Friendship Alliance, and several other well-known guilds in Huagua. All these major guilds will participate in this Undead Siege event. Moreover, they will all be fully mobilized. That makes sense, Guchen smiled and said, this is the first large-scale public event on the Huagua server. The potential of Myriad Races continent is well understood by all major guilds. No one is willing to give up such a big piece of cake. To expand their influence and recruit more high-level players, they naturally need to showcase their strength. This Undead Siege event, regardless of the outcome of defending the city, is their moment to demonstrate their capabilities. No guild leader would miss it. True, Mi Ying nodded in agreement, saying, during the meeting, all the major guilds were very enthusiastic. There are a total of 4 city walls, and each guild wants to take the lead. Everyone almost got into a fight over a position on the city wall. In the end, they decided their respective positions by drawing lots. We were lucky. We drew together with your fan club and the Battle Heaven Alliance. The leader of the Battle Heaven Alliance has a good relationship with me. He's a man in his 40s. He's very nice and quite respected among players. Yes, I've heard of him. He's a good person. Guchen nodded in agreement. In the last life, the Battle Heaven Alliance was one of the top 10 guilds in Huagua, and its leader was also the commander of the northern battlefield in Huagua. Guchen was the commander of the southern battlefield in Huagua. The two had a decent private relationship. For this event, since I'm with your fan club, do you think I should use my personal charm to recruit your fan club? Miying joked. If you have that ability, I wouldn't mind, Guchen replied with a grin. That's boring, Miying complained. When she saw Guchen not taking the bait. Anyway, these people will eventually become part of our Rhine Guild. If I win them over and they don't come, once they find out you're the biggest boss of the Rhine Guild, I'll have to make things difficult for them if they want to join. Guchen knew Miying was joking and naturally didn't take it to heart. By the way, there's one more thing I need to remind you. Miying seemed to remember something and continued. The attitude of the major guilds towards you isn't very good. The leaders of these guilds are intentionally or unintentionally trying to tarnish your reputation. It's only because of the presence of those wealthy fans from the Floating Light Dawn fan club that they haven't been so blatant. However, I've heard a little rumor. These guilds have secretly united and reached a cooperation agreement. The content of the agreement is that if you join one of those guilds, that guild will become the public enemy of the others. They want to use the power of the team to marginalize you and isolate you. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. With my reputation so prominent, it's only natural for them to act this way, Guchen said dismissively. But, with these clowns, they are far from being able to isolate me. By the way, have they invited you? If they have, you can accept. Our Rhine Guild has just been established and has no achievements yet. In their eyes, we are nothing, so naturally, they haven't invited us, Miying explained, then joked. If our Rhine Guild really joined this agreement, once they find out you're the biggest boss of the Rhine Guild, wouldn't they be furious? Wherever there are people, there is a world of martial arts. Wherever there is a world of martial arts, there are flashes of swords and lights of blades. Battling against heaven is endlessly enjoyable. Battling against earth is endlessly enjoyable. Battling against people is endlessly enjoyable. No matter when, struggle is an essential melody of human society. It's just that the objects of struggle differ in different periods. In the absence of external crises, the society of Huagui is just this big, and resources are just this many. The reputation of Floating Light Breaking Dawn is so great, and the resources it controls are so abundant. Other guilds or players wanting to rise have only one way. That is to bring Floating Light Breaking Dawn down. Only when Floating Light Breaking Dawn falls will the major guilds gain more resources. When a whale falls, all things thrive. This is the law of nature. However, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are paper tigers. In Guchen's view, no matter who you are, as long as you dare to bare your teeth at me, I will beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you. Guchen's principle has always been one: those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Just after finishing the conversation with Miying, the communication prompt of the game Nutrient Pod rang. After connecting, Han Yencheng's arrogant voice came through. Little Nancy, call me daddy, and I'll protect you in the continent of all races from now on. You dog, are you trying to turn the heavens upside down? Guchen cursed. Do you believe that I'll whisper sweet nothings to Miying and make you roll back to where you came from? Daddy, I was wrong. Han Yen Cheng suddenly remembered his big boss, who was introduced to him by Guchen, and that Guchen had a very close relationship with Miying. So, without thinking, he directly admitted his mistake. However, after admitting his mistake, he realized, I'm a rich man now. What am I afraid of? With newfound confidence, Han Yencheng's tone became arrogant again. Hee Guchen, you can't really think I'm afraid of Miying, right? I'm a rich man now, with over 10,000 gold coins. If I convert that to Huagua currency, it's over 1 billion. So, how about it? Call me daddy and let's hear it. I'll protect you from now on. Over 10,000 gold coins and you dare to boast in front of me? Guchen laughed. What if there's a possibility that before Miying told you to buy, she had already had me buy it? And I bought quite a lot. Daddy, I was wrong. Han Yencheng immediately admitted his mistake. That's more like it. Guchen teased. In the future, before you show off, make sure to distinguish between big and small kings. Alright, you win. Han Yencheng asked. My game ID is Wei Wui Foam. Why haven't you added me as a friend yet? The monster's siege is about to start. Let's kill the undead together. You should stick with Miying for now. When you've mixed in and become someone, I'll add you as a friend. Guchen laughed. I still have tasks to do in the game, and I won't be participating in this undead event for a while, so you should stick with Miying. And them. Damn it, when it comes to showing off, you're still the best. Han Yencheng cursed. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. The undead siege is about to start. I'm logging in first. After ending the call, Guchen opened a silver treasure chest, sent the equipment to Qian Xiaowei Liang, and instructed Qin Qingyu and the others to record the coordinates before directly logging off. The start time of the undead siege was basically the same as the time the second batch of players entered the continent of all races. Guchen had already called in advance to reserve a game Nutrient Pod, which was installed in the guest room of the presidential suite. Today, he was going to bring the Empress Zixiao to log into the Huagua server. After exiting the game Nutrient Pod, Guchen tidied up his personal hygiene and then closed his eyes. Using the power of his mind, he activated the time-space hourglass. Soon, the time-space hourglass locked onto the area to be teleported, and after a few breaths, Gu Chen appeared in the underground parking lot of the First People's Hospital in Yingchuan. In the special care ward, Xin Lingxiu gazed at her mother who was asleep, her eyes lingering on her. Just a moment ago, she had received a message from Gu Chen. This time, Gu Chen was here to take her away. From today onwards, she would completely belong to Gu Chen. This was a promise she had made a week ago, and she was determined to keep it. However, the thought of leaving her mother made her feel a bit reluctant. She was about to leave her mother, and she didn't know if she would be able to see her again after today. With this in mind, Xin Lingxiu couldn't help but feel a bit down. When she looked at her mother, her gaze was filled with affection and reluctance. It was only when she noticed Gu Chen standing at the door of the special care ward that she reluctantly stood up. She tucked the corner of the blanket for her mother and tidied up the room once more. She walked out of the room, turning back with every step. When she faced Gu Chen's eyes, Xin Lingxiu resolutely said, "I'm ready, we can go." Let's go," Gu Chen replied, puzzled. What was going on? "I'm just taking you away for a bit. Why does it feel like a parting of life and death? What's with all this reluctance?" Perhaps it was the deep bond between mother and daughter. Gu Chen could only think of it that way. After leaving the First People's Hospital of Yingchuan City, Gu Chen called for a self-driving magnetic levitation taxi and headed to the Monet Hotel. Currently, the acquisition of the Longhu Resort area was still under negotiation. Even after the negotiations were over, there would still be the transfer of ownership and renovations to deal with. The entire process would take at least a month. Gu Chen, being a man, had grown accustomed to living in a rental. He was too lazy to move even if he had to. Although his rental was a two-bedroom apartment, there were differences between men and women. It wasn't a long-term solution for a big man like him to be living with Xin Lingxiu every day. After thinking it over, Gu Chen decided to let Xin Lingxiu continue staying at the Monet Hotel. After all, Gu Chen wasn't short on money at the moment. So, he directly opened a membership card at the Monet Hotel and prepaid 1 million. He planned for Xin Lingxiu to play games here until the transaction and renovations of the Longhu Resort area were completed. After that, he would let Xin Lingxiu stay in the Longhu Resort area like the other contracted players of the Rhine Guild. Xin Lingxiu was completely unaware of Gu Chen's plans. At this moment, her face flushed as she followed Gu Chen into the presidential suite. "Come to this room," Gu Chen said, walking towards the guest bedroom. When Xin Lingxiu saw Gu Chen heading into the bedroom, her face instantly turned red, and she whispered, "I'm ready." After expressing her stance, she continued, "But can I take a shower first?" "A shower?" Gu Chen thought it was because Xin Lingxiu had been taking care of her mother in the hospital and had hospital germs on her, so she wanted to clean up. He didn't think much of it, just glanced at the time and instructed, "Be quick." There were only a few minutes left until the second batch of ports opened. Moreover, after taking care of Xin Lingxiu, he still needed to go back to continue opening silver treasure chests. Time is money, he had to hurry. "Okay." Xin Lingxiu didn't expect Gu Chen to be so impatient. Her face turned so red it was almost bleeding. She hurriedly grabbed her bathrobe and dashed into the bathroom. Gu Chen sat on the sofa, bored, fiddling with his phone, and then opened the 10,000 Races Continent Forum. The president of the Divine Domain Guild, God's right hand, leads 100,000 players to support Flameflower Town. The president of the Chaotic World 3 Kingdoms Guild, Chaotic Chow Chow, brings 100,000 players to support Flameflower Town. The Undead Siege event is about to begin. Where is the instigator? Floating Light Breaking Dawn? Gu Chen scrolled through. Most of the hot posts were promotional posts from the top 10 guilds. However, among these trending posts, there were also some titles related to Gu Chen. Curiously, Gu Chen clicked to read. The Undead Siege is about to start. We should be able to see the big shot, Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the true face of Floating Light Breaking Dawn. The last time I saw him was in a video where he faced multiple opponents from the Arrogant Guild. But the distance was too far to see his face clearly. However, from his build, he must be a handsome guy. I'm just afraid that the higher your expectations, the greater your disappointment. History proves that good-looking guys often look average. Otherwise, why would they maintain their figure? Nonsense. That's just nonsense. I think you guys are overthinking this. The president of the Divine Domain Guild tried to contact Floating Light Breaking Dawn, but even the friend request wasn't accepted. You have to know that the Divine Domain Guild and many other Chinese guilds came to Flameflower Town just to help Floating Light Breaking Dawn. If he doesn't even accept friend requests from those who want to help him, how can you expect him to show up at the Undead Siege? Floating Light Breaking Dawn has friend request restrictions set. This is a well-known fact. There's no need to criticize him for not accepting friend requests. Exactly. With Floating Light Breaking Dawn's popularity, there are at least 80,000 people wanting to add him as a friend every day. If he didn't block the friend request feature, he wouldn't have time for anything else. He'd just be dealing with friend requests all day. The Undead Siege task was initiated by Floating Light Breaking Dawn. If it were me, I would definitely make a statement to rally everyone. But what did Floating Light Breaking Dawn do? After triggering the undead siege, he acted as if nothing happened. He even went around the world collecting treasure chests and selling equipment at high prices to wealthy players. Now, while everyone is gathering in Flameflower Town, preparing to face the undead siege, floating light-breaking dawn hasn't stopped opening silver treasure chests. Clearly, in his eyes, whether Flameflower Town can hold out has nothing to do with him. If it fails, he can just switch to another town. Opening silver treasure chests and selling equipment is what he wants to do the most right now. Gu Chen glanced around online. Whether someone was stirring the pot or not, many voices questioning him had already appeared. Some overly aggressive players even started personal attacks. With fame comes controversy. Gu Chen just took a quick look and noted down the IDs of the most vicious critics. If he encountered them in the future, he would have to properly thank them. After scrolling for a good 10 minutes, the bathroom door creaked open. Gu Chen instinctively looked up. The room was softly lit, the exquisite tiles reflecting gentle light, smooth as a mirror. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, intertwining with the mist, creating a captivating scene. Shin Lingxiu gently pushed open the bathroom door, her eyes bright as stars, with glistening droplets of water still clinging to her hair. At that moment, Shin Lingxiu was wearing a white bathrobe, lightly draped over her, and through the semi-transparent fabric, her graceful figure could be faintly seen. Her steps were elegant yet timid, every movement revealing an enchanting aura. Fingers gently brushed through the damp long hair, water droplets sliding down the fingertips, splashing a small spray on the ground. At this moment, the surrounding air seemed to come alive with her presence, the delicate mist swirling around her as if draping her in a layer of mysterious veil. I'm ready. Shin Lingxiu tightly gripped the corners of her bathrobe, nervously rubbing them back and forth. At this moment, apart from the bathrobe, she was completely bare, just standing there, tense. Gu Chen looked at the scene, bewildered, and asked, "Is this how you're dressed? Is this not okay?" Shin Lingxiu asked nervously, "If you don't like it, I can change into something else." "It's fine, just do what makes you comfortable." Gu Chen thought it was just Shin Lingxiu's personal preference and didn't take it to heart. He glanced at the time and said, "Come on, it's already a few minutes late." "Oh." Shin Lingxiu weakly nodded. She never expected that Gu Chen would even check the time for such things. Could it be that rich people play like this? Do they need to pick an auspicious day for such things? Her family had also been wealthy before, but she had never heard of such things. However, since she had already agreed to be his little lover, Shin Lingxiu felt it was her duty to unconditionally cooperate with Gu Chen. She needed to understand Gu Chen's habits better to cooperate with him more effectively. To be honest, Shin Lingxiu was quite satisfied with her current benefactor. Young, handsome, generous, and with a good temper. He even considered her feelings. Aside from a slightly inexplicable quirk, everything else was quite good. Shin Lingxiu thought to herself. Following Gu Chen, they returned to the guest room door. The closer they got, the faster Shin Lingxiu's heart raced. Back in school, although she had studied biology related to the opposite sex and secretly watched some films with her college roommates, she had never experienced anything in practice. Just thinking about soon engaging in practical activities with Gu Chen made Shin Lingxiu feel both nervous and excited. Wait, why am I feeling excited? Shin Lingxiu shook her head, frantically trying to shake off this evil emotion. Creak, the door opened. Gu Chen stepped in first. With the help of the staff at the Monel Hotel, the guest room had been transformed into a gaming room. Besides the gaming nutrient pod, the other equipment was also related to the continent of all races. Come here. Seeing Shin Lingxiu standing at the door motionless, Gu Chen urged. At this moment, Shin Lingxiu had 1,000 questions in her mind. Where's the bed? Where's the bed for sleeping? Without a bed, how could things proceed? It couldn't be. If that's the case, Gu Chen's little quirk was too special. Just as Shin Lingxiu was lost in thought, Gu Chen gestured, "Come over. Lie down." Looking at the dazed Shin Lingxiu, Gu Chen began to doubt. This woman, is she really the decisive Empress Zixiao from the continent of all races in her previous life? Why does she seem so silly? However, at this moment, Shin Lingxiu was filled with astonishment. Indeed, she had guessed correctly. Gu Chen wanted to do that kind of thing in the gaming pod. This Gu looks quite handsome. How could he have such a strange quirk? Shin Lingxiu's mind was filled with countless thoughts. However, she quickly calmed down and gave herself a mental pep talk. I am the little lover of President Gu. I must cooperate with President Gu unconditionally, no matter how perverse the requests from President Gu may be. I must satisfy them unconditionally. Moreover, doing such things in the game pod, compared to the even more perverse things I've heard, isn't really that perverse. Soon, under her own psychological suggestion, Shin Lingxiu prepared herself mentally. Then, she immediately followed Gu Chen's instructions and lay down in the game nutrition pod. Perhaps it was due to excitement, or perhaps a bit of embarrassment. As she entered the game pod, Shin Lingxiu tightly closed her eyes, her long legs tensed straight. Seeing this, Gu Chen could only helplessly say, "Don't be so nervous, relax." "Okay." Shin Lingxiu replied readily, but her body remained tense. There was no way around it. It was her first time experiencing something like this, and it was hard not to be nervous. "I'm not going to eat you, so why are you so tense?" Gu Chen asked helplessly. I just can't control myself a bit." After Weakly explaining, Shin Lingxiu quietly said, "You can start, I will cooperate well." Gu Chen was also speechless. Being this nervous over a game, are you sure the last life's Zixio Empress wasn't possessed by someone? However, since she said she would cooperate well, he could only proceed with the next steps. After contacting the neural system, Gu Chen closed the game nutrition pod from the outside. Then he began to command through the external interface, "Let's start now." Shen Lingxiu's mind was filled with question marks. What does closing the pod door mean? Also, if you don't come in, how can we start? Even if I want to cooperate with you, I can't do anything with the protective device of the game pod in between. However, at this moment, Gu Chen was unaware of Shin Lingxiu's true thoughts and began to command, "I'm starting the equipment now." Just as Shin Lingxiu was lost in her thoughts, she felt her consciousness sink. Immediately, twinkling lights flickered in the darkness, as if heralding the birth of a new world. As the scene unfolded, these lights gradually converged into a dazzling beam, shooting straight into the sky. At the end of the beam, a deep spacetime gate slowly opened. The sounds of clashing weapons and the galloping of horses echoed. In the sky, various exotic beasts and flying creatures joined the battle. Huge dragon wings blocked out the sun, spewing scorching flames that charred the ground. Meanwhile, small birds darted like arrows, their sharp claws and beaks deadly weapons. Welcome to the continent of all races. Searching for your race? Race search complete. Human. Identity locked. Human. Locating the server. Server location complete. Huaxia. Please set your game ID. Game? Shen Lingxiu knew that the game nutrition pod was for playing games. Moreover, before her family went bankrupt, she had also been exposed to online games. However, she never expected that Gu Chen would have her play a game at this time. What kind of trick is this? Just as Shin Lingxiu was lost in thought, Gu Chen's voice rang out, "Enter an ID you like." Although Shin Lingxiu was a bit confused, she nodded obediently and entered the ID, "Butterfly Dance at Dawn." Butterfly Dance at Dawn? If she remembered correctly, the ID used by Shin Lingxiu in her last life seemed to be Lonely Dance of the Heart. How did it change to Butterfly Dance at Dawn? Could it be that she had found the wrong person? If that were the case, wouldn't she be at a huge loss? No. Even if the ID is wrong, a person cannot be mistaken. He has seen the purple cloud empress from the last life. That little face is almost identical to the current Shin Lingxiu, only more mature and charming than now. After a moment of thought, Gu Chen began to understand. Lonely Heart Dance symbolizes self-healing and solitude after being hurt inside. Choosing this ID should be because she helplessly watched her mother pass away. Out of sadness, she chose such an ID. Butterfly Dance at Dawn actually means breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, hinting at the butterfly dancing gracefully at dawn, symbolizing a new beginning and transformation. This signifies that she and her mother will have a new start. Lonely Heart Dance reflects a lack of hope in life, while Butterfly Dance at Dawn reignites hope in life. The two IDs showcase the different circumstances Shin Lingxiu faced in her two lives. The transformation of one ID also made Gu Chen suddenly enlightened. Shen Lingxiu's nightmare could change because of him. Would the nightmare of Huagua bloom with new brilliance because of his rebirth? After Shen Lingxiu confirmed the ID, the system interface synchronized in front of Gu Chen. Your bloodline has been recognized by all races, activating a special sequence. Hidden profession, element manipulator description. Element manipulators are mages who coexist with natural elements, capable of controlling the four major elements of fire, water, wind, and earth for combat. Their equipment is an elemental staff embedded with gems that can unleash elemental power. Their skills include summoning elemental creatures, casting elemental magic, and manipulating the weather, causing great destruction on the battlefield. Race, human. Profession strength, SS hidden profession, Purple Cloud Thunder God description. The Purple Cloud Thunder God not only possesses powerful lightning attack capabilities but also has high mobility and survival skills. They are as swift as lightning on the battlefield, able to quickly approach enemies for a fatal strike, and can escape danger at critical moments using the wings of wind and thunder. Race, human. Profession strength, SS hidden profession, Nether Mage, Gu Chen checked, and Shen Lingxiu had 3 SS level professions. One is the element manipulator who can control the 4 major elements of fire, water, wind, and earth for combat. The other is the Nether Mage, a dark mage of the Nether race. The last one is the Purple Cloud Thunder God that Shen Lingxiu chose in her previous life. From the development of the previous life, Shen Lingxiu had a unique understanding of thunder spells, and netizens speculated that she must have awakened some special talent that was highly compatible with the thunder profession. So after hesitating for a while, Gu Chen still let Shen Lingxiu choose the Purple Cloud Thunder God profession. Do you choose the Purple Cloud Thunder God SS level unique profession? Once confirmed, the profession cannot be changed. Yes, profession confirmation complete. Congratulations. Player Butterfly Dance at Dawn successfully transferred to the hidden profession Purple Cloud Thunder God SS level unique. Congratulations, player Butterfly Dance at Dawn obtained the exclusive skill of Purple Cloud Thunder God SS level Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder SS level. The signature skill of the Purple Cloud Thunder God, summoning the pure Purple Cloud Divine Thunder from the sky, dealing massive area damage to enemies. and inflicting a paralysis effect, rendering enemies unable to act for a short time. Cooldown 24 hours. Magic value consumption 50% of current level. Magic value profession restriction, exclusive skill of Purple Cloud Thunder God. Start acquiring hidden profession related talents. Congratulations player on obtaining SSS hidden talent, Infinite Thunder Domain. Infinite Thunder Domain LV1. When the target uses the skill, it will mobilize the purest thunder power between heaven and earth, forming an ever-expanding thunder domain around itself. This domain is formless and shadowless, capable of enveloping the entire battlefield in a frenzy of thunder. It inflicts area damage, paralysis effects, energy consumption, and other negative states on targets within the domain. Within the Infinite Thunder Domain, the user's thunder-type spell damage increases by 100%. Cooldown time, none. Magic consumption, 10 points/second hiss. After seeing Shinlingshou's skill, even Gu Chen, who was already an SSS level profession, couldn't help but gasp. No wonder in the previous life, Shinlingshou could curse and kill millions of powerful beings alone. This profession, combined with its talent skills, is not at all inferior in overall cost-effectiveness to the SSS level hidden profession of stealing heaven's concealment. Especially this SSS level talent, Infinite Thunder Domain. This is an amplification type domain level skill. At level 1, it can amplify thunder-type spell damage by 100%. What kind of terrifying amplification effect will it reach when it is maxed out? Can't imagine. Domain-type skills are already rare among the rare. Infinite Thunder Domain is even rarer among the rare SSS levels. At this moment, Guchen finally understood why Shinlingshou was so powerful in the previous life. Ha ha ha. 5 million bought a future empress of the purple clouds. This money was absolutely worth it. Damn. I hit the jackpot. Completely hit the jackpot. At this moment, Guchen felt happier than when he won the great gamble against the myriad races. After calming his excited heart, Guchen continued to direct Shinlingshou to check her character attributes. Adventurer, Butterfly Dance at Dawn Profession, Purple Cloud Thunder God, SS level unique, title, none level, 0%. Fortune value, 0 attributes. Human racial trait, among the myriad races, humans possess the highest intelligence, gaining an additional point of intelligence for each level up. Purple Cloud Thunder God trait 1 gains an additional 1 point of intelligence for each level up. Thunder attribute control effect increases by 100%. Purple Cloud Thunder God trait 2, when releasing large area attack skills, Thunder attribute skill output damage increases by 20%. Purple Cloud Thunder God trait 3, when attacking a single target, Thunder attribute damage skill damage increases by 100%, critical hit rate increases by 20%, critical hit damage increases by 50%. Overall, the traits are slightly inferior to the profession traits of stealing heaven's concealment. However, after stacking panel attributes, it is not without its advantages. Guchen's stealing heaven's concealment skill maximizes damage only when attacking from behind and in a concealed state, which can deal tons of outrageous damage. However, the Purple Cloud Thunder God's profession traits are different. As long as it is a thunder-type skill, whether single target or group, there is an amplification effect. Although the amplification effect is slightly weaker than that of stealing heaven's concealment profession traits, it can be used without any dead angles at all times. When compared, who is stronger or weaker is still an unknown. Alright, you can enter the game now. Guchen continued to direct. After entering the game, go to the west side of the village and find the Taoist Duo-1. That's right, it's him. Under Guchen's guidance, Shinlingshou quickly learned her initial skill. Wings of Wind and Thunder. The Purple Cloud Thunder God can summon wings made of storms and thunder, greatly enhancing movement speed and evasion ability, making them elusive on the battlefield like a ghost. Purple Sky Shield. A shield formed by the power of the purple sky, capable of withstanding a large amount of damage, and when the shield shatters, it releases a powerful counterattack lightning that damages surrounding enemies. Thunder Judgment. The purple sky deity summons a massive purple thunderbolt that strikes down from the sky towards the enemy. This thunderbolt contains endless power, enough to destroy everything that stands in its way. 3 skills with decent strength. After finishing the preliminary preparations, Guchen knocked on the door of the game nutrition pod and said, "You can come out now, I have some things to explain to you." At this moment, Shinlingshou's head was still in a daze. What is going on? Why didn't the situation she imagined happen? She had already prepared herself and had done so much mental construction. Why is it like this now? Could it be that President Gu is letting her calm her emotions before getting down to business? Is it only now the right time to handle serious matters? Thinking of this, Shinlingshou quickly crawled out of the nutrition pod. At this time, Guchen was already outside, waiting in the living room. Shinlingshou tidied her bathrobe and followed him. "This is the contract, take a look." Guchen took out the prepared contract and placed it in front of Shinlingshou. Shinlingshou looked at Guchen in confusion. What's going on? Does a mistress still need to sign a contract? This is too strange. She didn't know what President Gu was up to. Although Shinlingshou had 1,000 questions in her heart, she immediately took the contract and began to read it. Shinlingshou had taken a law elective in college, so she was clear about legal terms. The contract Gu Chen handed her was a standard contract. In other words, this contract template was not just aimed at her alone. That makes sense, someone like President Gu could hardly have just one mistress. However, when she saw the title of the contract, she was completely stunned. Rhine Club Core Member Contract. What's going on? President Gu actually organized a club specifically to support his mistress? Should she say he is crazy? Or fashionable? At this moment, Shin Lingxiu didn't know how to describe her feelings. However, the more she read the contents of the contract, the more confused she became. The reason was simple: this was just a straightforward game club signing contract. According to the contract, she was required to be online for at least 10 hours a day. Moreover, the contract stipulated that her salary was either 100 million renminbi or 1,000 gold coins in Myriad Races continent. It was a choice between the two. Are you satisfied with the contract? Gu Chen asked. This was the first employee signed by the Rhine Club, very significant. Shin Lingxiu asked in surprise, satisfied. If you have any objections, you can bring them up directly, we can negotiate, Gu Chen continued to ask. No objections, Shin Lingxiu said softly. Is my next task to play games? Yes. Gu Chen nodded. You're spending such a large cost just to have me play games with you? Shin Lingxiu asked in confusion. What else did you think? Gu Chen countered with a puzzled expression. Shin Lingxiu, it was the first time she felt her gender had been insulted. Her personal charm had been belittled. Her beautiful looks had been dismissed. Her outstanding figure had been scorned, losing its original allure. Shin Lingxiu even began to doubt her own attractiveness. After feeling embarrassed and annoyed, Shin Lingxiu quickly regained her composure. It seemed that she had been focusing on the wrong point. This contract shouldn't remain. Concern be the signing amount of the contract? According to the contract provided by Gu Chen, the Rhine Club would pay her 100 million huabei per year. As for the other option of 1,000 gold coins, she was unclear about its meaning, but according to the contract, it was a choice between 1,000 gold coins and 100 million huabei. Therefore, Shin Lingxiu could infer that the price of 1,000 gold coins in the continent of all races should not be lower than 100 million. If Gu Chen wasn't after her body, why would he offer her such a huge contract? Of course, in Shin Lingxiu's view, even if Gu Chen was after her body, he shouldn't have presented such a large contract. After considering both scenarios, Shin Lingxiu felt like her CPU was about to smoke from Gu Chen's actions. What exactly did he mean by this? 100 million, that's too much, right? Shin Lingxiu said cautiously. Is it too much? Gu Chen then remembered that it was still the early days of the continent of all races, and the credibility of Huabei currency had not yet begun to collapse. To Gu Chen, 100 million was like waste paper, something he didn't take to heart at all. His standard of measurement had always been based on gold coins. Little did he know that a signing price of 100 million was essentially an astronomical figure for Shin Lingxiu at this moment. Gu Chen hurriedly explained, you might think this price is high now, but that's okay. Once you make a name for yourself and in the continent of all races, you'll understand that you are worth this price. Gu Chen continued, of course, if you think it's a bit high, you can contribute more to the club. For example, level up faster. Share more equipment in the club's warehouse. Gu Chen went on, the conditions of the contract are only this much for now, and I have other things to discuss with you. Mr. Gu, please go ahead, Shin Lingxiu said cautiously. After signing, you need to ensure a basic leveling time every day. I'll give you a week to reach level 12 or above. As for your mother, I've hired a professional caregiver, and you can visit her every day and chat with her. However, since you've signed with the Rhine Club, you can't neglect your work. You still need to balance work and family. Also, once I log in later, I will add you as a friend. Gu Chen emphasized, without my permission, you cannot disclose any information related to me in the game. Do you understand? Although Shin Lingxiu couldn't understand why Gu Chen would make such a request, she nodded and agreed. Alright, I've finished what I needed to say, you can log into the game now. Gu Chen added, by the way, once I log in later, I will send you equipment and skill books. Once you receive them, put on the equipment immediately, go through the ancient altar, head to Yanhua town, and participate in the siege activity. There are many monsters there, and you can level up quickly. If you have any questions, you can private message me in the game. Okay. Shin Lingxiu nodded seriously. Before her family went bankrupt, she had played online games and had some gaming experience. She could understand what Gu Chen was saying. Moreover, news about the continent of all races was everywhere. Even in the hospital room, Shin Lingxiu had received quite a bit of news related to the continent of all races. However, she never expected that Gu Chen would spend 5 million on her just to have her play games with him. Even more unexpectedly, Gu Chen would offer her such an exorbitant contract. No need to see me off. Gu Chen glanced at Shin Lingxiu, who had followed him out, and said, your most important task right now is to level up. If you really want to thank me, then hurry up and improve your level and strength. Okay, I will. Shin Lingxiu nodded seriously, as if making a promise. Alright, you can go back now. After Shin Lingxiu closed the door and returned, Gu Chen found a secluded corner and opened the time sandglass time transfer to return to his rented room. In the game, Time transfer has a strict cooldown period. However, in reality, there are no cooldown restrictions. Gu Chen could basically come and go as he pleased. After returning to the rented room, Gu Chen tidied up his things briefly and entered the game again. However, he did not immediately send the equipment and skill books to Shun Lingxiu. Instead, he continued to work on opening the silver treasure chests. Monel Hotel. After closing the door to the presidential suite, Shun Lingxiu finally let out a sigh of relief. She lightly patted her heaving chest. She had thought that something would happen between her and Gu Chen this afternoon. She had prepared herself mentally for it. But who would have thought that this was all just her own delusion? She had been imagining things in her mind all along. At this moment, she finally understood why Gu Chen had looked so puzzled when she took a shower twice. He couldn't possibly think she was the kind of woman who belittles herself. Did he think she was taking a shower to seduce him? Shen Lingxiu looked down at her current outfit. Well, it did look more like seduction. At this moment, Shen Lingxiu wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. What was going on in her little head? Since she had treated Gu Chen as someone who was supporting her and had been trying to win him over all this time, who would have thought that Shen Lingxiu's equipment and skills had long been prepared by Gu Chen? There were a total of 3 sets of equipment. One set was level 10, another was level 15, and the last was level 20. All of them were silver grade. There was no helping it. Gu Chen's standards had risen and he couldn't look at bronze level equipment at all. Moreover, Shen Lingxiu was his first major recruit. She had to be well nurtured. Therefore, the feeding naturally had to be a bit better. The faster her strength improved, the greater her impact would be. 10 minutes after Gu Chen logged in, he actively added Shen Lingxiu as a friend. On the other side, after Shen Lingxiu logged in, she headed to Yanhua Town as per Gu Chen's request. At this time, the undead siege event in Yanhua Town had already begun. The first wave of undead creatures had appeared around Yanhua Town. All of them were level 3 undead skeletons. As soon as Shen Lingxiu arrived at Yanhua Town, a friend request notification rang out. System notification: Floating Light Dawn has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? Shen Lingxiu looked back and forth several times. On her way to Yanhua Town, she had heard the name Floating Light Dawn quite a few times. She also learned a lot about things related to Floating Light Dawn. In 2 server-wide events, he outperformed the experts from Sakura Country, South Korea, and America, claiming the top spot. He helped Huagua capture 6 level 3 main cities. He became the #1 expert in Huagua and even the #1 expert in the world. Especially in the second server-wide event, with the support of financial groups from Sakura Country, South Korea, and America who spent a lot of manpower and resources to compete for the rankings, Floating Light Dawn still dominated and took first place. This made the experts from Sakura Country, South Korea, and America experience what despair truly meant. It was said that Floating Light Dawn had activated the friend request blocking feature. No one could add him as a friend. For someone like him to actively add a nameless rookie like herself, and a newly registered one at that, was very unusual. Could it be? Shen Lingxiu had a speculation in her heart. Could it be that Floating Light Dawn was Gu Chen? After all, this ID was something she had just thought of today, and besides Gu Chen, no one else knew her ID. The fact that Gu Chen was Floating Light Dawn made Shen Lingxiu even more anxious. It was important to know that Floating Light Dawn was a godlike existence in Myriad Race's continent. Suppressing her excitement, Shen Lingxiu quickly accepted the friend request. Before long, a notification sound popped up in her game interface indicating a mail delivery. When Shen Lingxiu opened it, she found 100 gold coins and an A-grade skill book, Thunder Cloud Storm. In addition, there were 3 sets of silver equipment. The first set was level 10 silver equipment, the second set was level 15 silver equipment, and the third set was level 20 silver equipment. Was this what Gu Chen said he would mail to her before leaving? This was too extravagant, right? To play this game well, after logging in, Shen Lingxiu had researched a lot of information. The equipment wearing level in Myriad Race's continent actually had no strict requirements. A level 0 player could wear level 100 equipment. However, due to the significant level gap in equipment and the player's weak strength, they could not fully utilize the equipment's attributes. Therefore, theoretically, equipment exceeding one's level by more than 10 levels would not have much effect. Equipment within 10 levels, or even within 10 levels, could exert their full utility. This meant that players could wear equipment that was up to 10 levels higher than themselves. Clearly, the 3 sets of equipment Gu Chen provided for her were all wearable equipment for the stages of level 0, level 5, and level 10. At this moment, Shen Lingxiu was experiencing the extravagance of a wealthy person. It should be known that the 3 sets of equipment on her were something many players could only dream of. Not to mention, she had 3 sets. The last set of level 20 gear was something even the top players of the 10 major guilds could only envy. Just when Shen Lingxiu didn't know what to do, a private message from Floating Light Breaking Dawn came through. Floating Light Breaking Dawn, I must keep my game. Information confidential. Butterfly Dance Breaking Dawn, don't worry, I won't say anything reckless. Floating Light Breaking Dawn, also, your most important task right now is to level up. I will send you a Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, Spirit Fruit, shortly. You can eat one while killing monsters. This Linksy Enlightenment Fruit can enhance your skill comprehension ability. Butterfly Dance Breaking Dawn. I will follow your advice. Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Alright, go participate in the Undead Siege event. I have other matters to attend to. After ending the conversation, not long after, the sound of a mailbox notification rang out. A Linksy Enlightenment Fruit appeared in the mailbox. At this moment, Shin Lingxiu felt a peculiar sensation. It seemed like she was being supported by Gu Chen outside the game. Inside the game, it felt like she was also being supported by the big shot Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Calculating this way, it seemed she couldn't escape the fate of being supported by Gu Chen. Could it be this is fate? No. Why am I starting to overthink again? Shin Lingxiu shook her head frantically, and the chaotic emotions in her mind finally eased a bit. After equipping the level 10 silver gear, Shin Lingxiu felt as if she had undergone a tremendous transformation. The first wave of undead siege monsters was relatively low in level, and the side of Flameflower Town hadn't organized any large-scale formations. It was all players charging in, and aside from those who were there for points, the higher-level players didn't participate much. After leaving Flameflower Town alone, rows of undead skeletons appeared in her sight. Without any hesitation, she directly cast a thundercloud storm. Soon, a 3x3-meter thundercloud storm appeared among the undead skeletons. Wherever it passed, there were ruins and broken walls. The low-level players who were hunting the undead skeletons around were all stunned. What the hell? Which big shot is this? One skill, and they all get wiped out. What the hell? What kind of skill is this? It's too powerful. What the hell? This woman is so beautiful. Miss, do you want to join our team? We have knights who can help you tank damage. What the hell? How is this Miss only level 1? Damn. With this equipment, she should at least be bronze, right? All bronze gear? Which rich young lady is this? So extravagant. Damn. Look closely, this is not bronze gear. This damage is clearly from silver gear. And it's level 10. Silver gear. Just this set of equipment is worth at least 1,000 gold. This woman is definitely the jewel of some corporation. And you guys think you can invite her to your pathetic team? Do you even have the qualifications? Miss, do you need a pendant on your leg? Miss, what are your requirements for a pretty boy? Do you like little wolf dogs? In just a few minutes, Shin Lingxiu became a stunning sight in the undead event. Wherever she went, there were ruins of skeletons. She ignored the players' invitations. Her only thought now was to level up quickly. Gu Chen had provided her with such rich resources, she absolutely couldn't hold him back. While Shin Lingxiu was rampaging on the undead siege battlefield, Gu Chen received a private message from the goddess of cutting down men and women, Qin Xingyu. Big shot Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Are you free? I want to introduce someone to you. She has a collaboration to discuss with you. Of course, if you mind, then forget it. In Gu Chen's impression, Qin Xingyu was someone who knew how to measure her actions. Given that the outside world had learned about their friendship and collaboration, there would undoubtedly be many who would want her to act as an intermediary to contact him. However, Qin Xingyu had never taken the initiative to reach out to him. This showed that she had a perfect sense of propriety in dealing with people. The fact that there had been no such intermediary introductions in the past few days meant that it was even less likely to happen now. Yet, it had suddenly occurred. This could only indicate one possibility. The person who had asked Qin Xingyu to step forward was someone she could not refuse. Moreover, Qin Xingyu believed that she should meet him. That was why she made such a request. Gu Chen was not someone who lacked social awareness. Upon seeing the message from Qin Xingyu, he nodded and replied, "Sure, give me the game ID, and I'll add the other party as a friend myself." Qin Xingyu's game ID was Fenghua Jinghua. What the hell? It's actually her. Seeing this ID, Gu Chen instinctively muttered to himself. He was very familiar with this woman from his previous life. As the commander of the Southern Region Battle Zone, he needed a powerful intelligence system. The head of his Southern Region intelligence system was Fenghua Jinghua. She was originally a soldier, and after the integration of the 10,000 races, Continent and Water Blue Star, some talented soldiers were assigned to Gu Chen's command. At that time, everyone was a soldier. There was no distinction between military personnel and ordinary people. Everyone fought for the Huagua. After the integration, each region was led by a commander. Fenghua Jinghua was promoted by Gu Chen due to her outstanding abilities, responsible for intelligence work in the southern region, and had saved Gu Chen from danger multiple times. After the integration of the 10,000 races continent, Gu Chen spent more time with Fenghua Jinghua than with Qin Mengyao. Sometimes, due to the needs of war, they shared the same room for eating and sleeping. They were very familiar with each other. If he remembered correctly, Qin Yuanling should still be working at the general staff. Wait a minute. Qin Yuanling, Qin Xingyu. There couldn't possibly be any relation between the two, could there? Gu Chen naturally wouldn't foolishly seek confirmation from Qin Xingyu, nor would he ask Qin Yuanling. After all, the two of them in this life had only just met and were not at the stage of having no secrets from each other. If he were to ask carelessly, they might think he had ulterior motives. Although Gu Chen indeed had such thoughts, he couldn't show it so obviously. Regarding their relationship, Gu Chen believed it wouldn't be long before they would take the initiative to tell him. calming his excited emotions. Gu Chen had already guessed Qin Yuanling's purpose for approaching him. If his speculation was correct, there was some familial relationship between Qin Yuanling and Qin Xingyu. Moreover, since Qin Yuanling worked at the general staff primarily responsible for intelligence work, it was very likely that she was reaching out to him on a military mission. Only under such circumstances would Qin Xingyu recommend Qin Yuanling to him despite their unfamiliarity. Gu Chen could also roughly understand the reasons the military had for contacting him. One was to ensure his safety, and the other was to seek cooperation with him. The former was the most important, while the latter was just a side matter. Gu Chen was clear about this. After figuring out Qin Yuanling's purpose for contacting him, Gu Chen relaxed a lot. He directly sent a friend request to Qin Yuanling. A few seconds later, Qin Yuanling accepted Gu Chen's friend request. Clearly, she had been waiting since Qin Xingyu sent him the message. This woman maintained her consistently positive work attitude. For some reason, looking at this familiar ID, Gu Chen recalled the days when the two fought side by side. As her intelligence officer and assistant, she was like Gu Chen's right hand, able to help him solve all work-related problems. After successfully adding each other as friends, Qin Yuanling's message came through quickly. Hello, Mr. Flickering Dawn. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yuanling from the 2nd Department of the General Staff of the Huagua Military. If needed, I can provide my credentials in real life. You can also call our General Staff's public phone for verification. Flickering Dawn, I believe you. Yanhua Town. After sending the message, Qin Yuanling thought she would have to wait a long time. Flickering Dawn might really check her information. However, less than a few seconds later, Flickering Dawn's reply came back. Just 4 simple words. I believe you. So, hasty? No need to verify? At that moment, Qin Yuanling didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Everything was going too smoothly. She was almost doubting whether she was dreaming. After all, she had been busy with the intelligence work for Flickering Dawn during this time. At this moment, Qin Yuanling probably never imagined that Gu Chen's trust in her was entirely based on the deep revolutionary feelings they shared in their previous life, as well as her military background in this life. Otherwise, with Gu Chen's personality in his previous life, he would never have trusted someone so easily. Qin Yuanling steadied her mind and continued to edit her message. Recently, the special features of the continent of all races have attracted the attention of our Huagua high-level officials. Its existence is equivalent to a second world for humanity, and high-level officials around the world unanimously believe that the virtual domain of the continent of all races will also be part of national territory in the future. Its importance is self-evident. At the same time, according to the intelligence from our 2nd Department, with the explosive popularity of the continent of all races, espionage activities regarding it have also become active. Important players in our Huagua have become targets of their investigations. Therefore, our relevant departments have provided corresponding protective measures for important personnel in Huagua. However, during the investigation, we did not find any relevant information about you. In the 2 recent server-wide events, you have performed excellently, bringing great honor to our Huagua, and you are a pride of our nation. Now, enemy agents have listed you as their primary target for investigation. We are concerned that they may take extreme measures. If possible, I hope you can contact me immediately. Our military will provide you with 9-star level protection measures. I know that what I am saying may sound a bit alarmist. If you have any doubts, you can call our military to investigate all my information. I can take responsibility for what I have said. Please rest assured that our Huagua will protect the personal and property safety of every citizen. Gu Chen did not expect that Qin Yuanling would come straight to the point. She openly revealed her identity, then objectively described the enemy's activities. Finally, she made her suggestions and requests. Her attitude was undeniably sincere. What Gu Chen did not expect even more was that the military actually offered him 9-star level security measures. No, 9-star level security measures with military authority could not be provided. The only place in all of Huagua that could offer such a level of security measures was one. That is the West Garden, the Council of 7 Elders. Gu Chen did not expect that the authorities would elevate his safety to such a high level. While he felt touched, he also felt a sense of relief. In his previous life in Huagua, it was because of the steadfastness of these people that the citizens of Huagua had a higher survival rate than ordinary citizens in other countries. However, Gu Chen did not want to reveal his identity for the time being, so after thinking for a while, he replied, "As for my safety, there are no issues for now. If you can't find me, I believe the enemy agents will have a hard time locating me as well. Since that's the case, what is there to worry about?" Qin Yuanling continued, "Safety is no small matter, Mr. Fuguangbuxiao. I still hope you can heed our advice. Rest assured, our team is the most professional. We can absolutely guarantee your safety and maximize your freedom." "I know that," Gu Chen continued to refuse. "I can fully guarantee my own safety. If there's a need, I will contact you proactively." Qin Yuanling had not expected that Fuguangbuxiao would reject her proposal. However, fortunately, the general staff had already made relevant contingency plans beforehand. If Fuguangbuxiao refused, they must leave. their contact information. So, after some hesitation, Jin Yuanling said, since Mr. Fuguang Buxiu has made a decision, we cannot force you. However, if you encounter any danger, you must contact us. We will provide you with all necessary assistance at the first opportunity. To be honest, Jin Yuanling was frustrated. During many of her security tasks, she often encountered protected individuals who acted on their own accord. Their behavior greatly increased the difficulty of security work, yet there was nothing she could do about it. In Jin Yuanling's eyes, Gu Chen was just another self-righteous protected individual. The General Staff and the National Intelligence Department were doing everything they could to protect his safety, yet he still acted as he pleased, not taking their advice to heart. Jin Yuanling wanted to continue persuading him, but the leaders of the General Staff had already said that if Fuguang Buxiao firmly refused, they must respect his opinion. However, some protective measures still needed to be taken. In helplessness, Jin Yuanling could only send a text. This is the contact information for our General Staff. This line is open just for you. Besides our staff, no one else knows about this line. If you encounter any emergencies, you can call this number at any time. We will be monitoring this dedicated line around the clock to resolve all your issues promptly. Thank you. Gu Chen wanted to advise them not to go through so much trouble. After all, he had two artifacts, the Dust Avoidance Pearl and the Time-Space Hourglass. Before the integration of the 10,000 Races continent, no one on Water Blue Star could kill him. However, such trump cards concerning his life were not something he could casually expose, even if he trusted Jin Yuanling. So, he could only nod helplessly. Alright, if there's a need, I will contact you at the first opportunity. While speaking, Jin Yuanling deliberately reminded Gu Chen that many people were specifically monitoring this line, serving only him. She hoped he would have a conscience and let the General Staff provide him with personal protection. Clearly, Gu Chen had picked up on that. However, he ultimately insisted on his own thoughts. Although Jin Yuanling felt somewhat helpless, she could only nod in agreement and then left the General Staff's dedicated phone number for Gu Chen. The number had only 6 digits, and Gu Chen remembered it after just one glance. From now on, I will be responsible for contacting you through this dedicated line. Jin Yuanling continued, no matter whether in life or in the game, you can bring any requests to me. Okay, I don't need any help for now, Gu Chen replied with a smile. After Jin Yuanling finished speaking, she felt a bit regretful. In reality, the country could indeed provide some assistance to Fugue Guanyao, but in the game, Fugue Guanyao was the #1 in the national server and even the world. With such strength, it was unlikely that there would be a situation where the country needed his help. Moreover, aside from contacting Gu Chen, she had another task. That was to reach a cooperation with Gu Chen, to obtain some equipment from him. According to the information provided by the General Staff, Fugue Guanyao should have mastered a special unlocking skill. He could open any silver treasure chest. Since yesterday, Gu Chen had already opened hundreds of treasure chests by himself. He had obtained 700 or 800 pieces of silver equipment and several thousand high-level bronze equipment. Today, a large number of military personnel also joined the game Myriad Races continent. At this moment, they needed a lot of equipment. The General Staff hoped that the military could establish a cooperative relationship with Fugue Guanyao to purchase some bronze or silver equipment to help their military players level up quickly. She had just said that the other party could come to her for help, and in the blink of an eye, she was asking Fugue Guanyao for help. The speed of this slap in the face was a bit too fast. Jin Yuanling wished she could slap herself twice. National interests were above all else. After hesitating for a moment, Jin Yuanling spoke again. There's something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. Gu Chen had actually already guessed Jin Yuanling's other intention. However, he did not make it clear. He simply wanted to tease his old partner a bit. Our military is also playing this game, Jin Yuanling stammered. I heard that you have a lot of bronze equipment. Could you sell some to us? We are willing to purchase at a price 20% above the market rate. Rest assured, we guarantee that you won't suffer any losses. That's fine. Gu Chen had a lot of gold coins now. To be honest, he didn't care much about the money from selling bronze equipment. The reason for selling was essentially to improve the leveling speed of players from Huagua. So, he wasn't very concerned about who he sold to. Moreover, since the military was willing to pay 20% more, he had even less reason to refuse. How about this? From now on, you will also be responsible for the equipment matters, Gu Chen said. In the future, I will mail the equipment to you, and you will convert it into gold coins based on the market conditions. Is that okay? How much gold do we need to prepay? Jin Yuanling hesitated to ask. There was no way around it. The military had just entered Myriad Races continent. There were many people, but the demand was also great. In Myriad Races continent, they were not like in reality. They were supported by the people's taxes. Here, they had nothing. They needed to start over. Therefore, the military was also poor, and the General Staff was also poor. Because of this, Jin Yuanling spoke without much confidence. Although the military had already organized a gold farming team and had acquired some gold coins through various means, the quantity was still limited and might not meet Gu Chen's requirements. As for the gold coins, you can Owe them for now, but interest will be charged, Guchen said. The interest will be at 1% per day. Any objections? No problem, we can accept that, Qin Yuanling nodded. A 1% interest rate sounded high, but with the military personnel deployed, the speed of gold farming wouldn't be too slow. This level of interest was still bearable for the military. Moreover, the scarcity of equipment in the early stages determines that whoever has more equipment will have a greater advantage. Spending this little money and interest can quickly upgrade and expand the military's advantage, and the benefits that can be gained later will far exceed this cost. It can be said that this cooperation is essentially a one-sided act of poverty alleviation by Gu Chen. After reaching a cooperation, Gu Chen's mood improved quite a bit. All along, it had been the country collecting interest from him. Today, I can be considered someone who collects interest from the country in return. For the next day, Gu Chen did not appear in Yanhua town, but instead shuttled between various towns serving Huagua. The equipment obtained from the treasure chests, aside from the level 20 silver equipment, he gave all the lower level silver equipment, all the bronze equipment, and skill books to the military. As for the level 20 silver equipment, it was directly listed on the trading platform. After all, the difficulty of subsequent monsters would increase, requiring high-level players to deal damage. With this equipment, they would work harder. Qin Yuanling remained as serious and responsible as ever. The equipment Gu Chen mailed to her was meticulously recorded, and she also listed the transaction prices of equivalent equipment in the market, then marked it up by 20% based on those prices. Every day, Qin Yuanling would send the updated table to Gu Chen, making it convenient for him to check the accounts in a timely manner. In addition, the military perhaps received official support. The next day, they handed over the gold coins for the purchased equipment to Gu Chen in full. Such high efficiency surprised Gu Chen. Later, he learned that the official government had actually mobilized the national bank to purchase copper coins. Under the terrifying influence of the national machinery, a large amount of gold coins was quickly acquired. What made Gu Chen both amused and exasperated was that the Huagua government actually intended to bind the copper coins of 10,000 races continent with Huagua's currency, achieving a stable exchange agreement. Gu Chen remembered that Huagua proposed this idea 2 years later. He never expected it to come so much earlier in this life. Gu Chen speculated that his involvement played a part in this. The two server-wide events had effectively plundered the wealth of the entire server. After all, only Huagua people could bet on Huagua, in an absolutely disadvantaged situation. Therefore, after the two major gambling events plundered global wealth, the number of copper coins in Huagua had reached a rather terrifying level. With so much wealth, many people would want to circulate it into the real world to improve their lives. At the same time, many players wanted a safe way to use real money to purchase items or equipment they desired. At this time, a reliable circulation method or exchange rate was needed. Huagua's banks were just right to take on the role of circulation. By charging a certain handling fee, they could exchange Huagua's currency for copper coins. At the same time, they could also exchange the copper coins from the 10,000 races continent for Huagua's currency. Such a strong binding relationship would have a positive effect on the lives of Huagua people. Even after the integration of the 10,000 races continent and water Blue Star, under the strong binding effect, Huagua's currency would not easily turn into worthless paper. The wealth of ordinary people would not experience significant depreciation. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Gu Chen recklessly opened treasure chests for 2.5 days. Aside from searching for the ancient divine beast Tengshi every 6 hours, he was opening silver treasure chests. Originally, Tengshi was still happy that it hadn't seen Gu Chen for 12 hours. Little did it know, its happiness lasted less than 6 hours before it experienced what despair truly meant. Originally, it could only be stolen from once every 12 hours, but after not seeing Gu Chen for 18 hours, when it finally saw him again, the time had changed to 6 hours. At this moment, the ancient divine beast Tengshi finally understood what it meant to be at a loss for tears. It had thought that a few hundred Lingxi enlightenment fruits could allow Gu Chen to steal for a long time, but now it seemed that this stock wouldn't last much longer. Despair. The ancient divine beast Tengshi felt an unprecedented despair at this moment. After returning from the trap Dragon Cliff to Yanhua town, Gu Chen quickly received a message from Miying. Shallow Summer's Coolness, when are you coming to participate in the Undead Siege mission? Floating Light Breaking Dawn, can you still hold on now? Shallow Summer's Coolness, it's the 11th wave now, we can barely hold on. As for the next wave, it's hard to say. Floating Light Breaking Dawn, then there's no rush. I'll wait until the last wave to join. Shallow Summer's Coolness, alright. By the way, let me ask you a question, do you never check the World Chat channel? Floating Light Breaking Dawn, I've been busy opening treasure chests lately, either on the road or on the way, I don't have time. Shallow Summer's Coolness, if you have time, you should pay attention to the World Chat channel. There are some things I feel awkward to relay. Floating Light Breaking Dawn, okay, I'll take a look later. Gu Chen has fought in the world after the integration of the myriad races for many years. He has grown fond of not having a world chat channel, and after his rebirth, he hasn't paid much attention to the information in that channel. He really doesn't know what the current players are discussing. So, while on the road, Guchen curiously opened the world chat channel. Yanhua Town, East City Gate. President, the average level of all our players has dropped by 2 levels. The left hand of God reported with a serious expression. With our current strength, we can only hold on for one more wave at most. The 12th and 13th waves will all be level 20. Elite monsters. With our strength, it's very difficult to deal with. The casualties are not proportional to the gains. In the previous few waves, although the Divine Domain Guild suffered heavy casualties and the average level of guild members dropped by 2 levels due to the special nature of the undead siege, the drop rate on the battlefield was extremely high. In just over a day, the players of the Divine Domain Guild alone had uncovered over 10,000 pieces of common equipment and over 1,000 pieces of bronze equipment. The average loss of 2 levels was hardly worth mentioning compared to these gains. The only regret was that they would not be able to receive the ranking rewards for successfully defending the city. According to the rules of the Undead Siege event, all participating players could receive a bronze chest of their own level. Players ranked 51 to 100 could receive a silver chest of their own level. Players ranked 11 to 50 could receive 2 silver chests of their own level. Players ranked 4 to 10 could receive 3 silver chests of their own level. The player in third place could receive a level 15 golden chest, 1,000 luck points, and 1 point of fortune. The player in second place could receive an 18-level golden chest, 2,000 luck points, and 3 points of fortune. The player in first place could receive a 20-level golden chest, 5,000 luck points, and 5 points of fortune. If they could successfully defend the city, given the size of the Divine Domain Guild's members, they could obtain over 100,000 bronze chests and a dozen silver chests. Although the levels of these chests were low, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Unfortunately, with their current strength, it was impossible for them to hold off the next 2 waves of the Undead Siege event. By the way, do we have any news from Floating Light Breaking Dawn? The right hand of God asked. Still opening treasure chests. The left hand of God scoffed. This Floating Light Breaking Dawn is just a money grubber. He started opening treasure chests 3 days ago. Even now, he's still at it. He's afraid someone will snatch them from him. To be honest, I don't even know how to describe him anymore. Selfish, short-sighted, crude, and greedy. In short, I've never seen someone so lacking in vision. The Undead Siege event was clearly initiated by him, and he doesn't even show up to deal with it. He has occupied all the outdoor resources and sells the equipment to us at high prices after opening them. He wants us to help him fend off the monsters attacking the city. In my life, I've never seen anyone more despicable than him. Actually, this isn't a bad thing for us. The right hand of God said with a smile. Left hand, given our current position, we can't just look at things on the surface. If we think from a different angle, the fact that Radiant Dawn isn't making a move is actually more beneficial than harmful for us. Why? The left hand of God asked in confusion. After 2 server-wide events, the reputation of Radiant Dawn has actually overshadowed our top 10 guilds. The right hand of God continued. He is currently a solo player, which may not pose a threat to us. But what if one day he joins our rival guild? What would happen then? A large number of high-end players would inevitably follow Guchen's lead and become our opponents. At that time, we would be the ones with headaches. The left hand of God nodded in agreement. There is indeed such a possibility. However, the probability of that happening now is small. The right hand of God continued. You should have noticed the messages in the World Chat channel these days. I have been paying attention, the left hand of God said with a smile. The World Chat channel is now filled with voices cursing Radiant Dawn. Everyone is very displeased with Radiant Dawn's actions of disregarding collective interests and still encroaching on personal resources at such a critical moment. The online community is now full of complaints. Although some of it is fueled by others, many players genuinely dislike Radiant Dawn. That's right. The right hand of God smiled. When things go to extremes, they will turn back. For a while now, Radiant Dawn has been very prominent, making it hard for our top 10 guilds to breathe. If Radiant Dawn were to rally the top 10 guilds of Myriad Races continent at this time, he would undoubtedly have a place among them. Moreover, he could very likely secure the top position. Now it's different. During the Undead Siege, regardless of the fate of Manhwa Town, he continues to encroach on outdoor resources. This behavior will surely attract hostility from most players. The right hand of God added. In contrast, our Divine Domain Guild has given our all for this Undead Siege event, and the average level of our entire guild has dropped by 2 levels. In this way, we can completely leverage Radiant Dawn's reputation to attract more high-level players to join our ranks. After hearing the analysis from the right hand of God, the left hand of God was enlightened. President, should we continue to stir the pot behind the scenes to let things ferment quickly? Absolutely not, the right hand of God said. There are no walls that don't let the wind through. Once something is done, there will definitely be traces. Radiant Dawn is very strong, and it's not wise for us to become mortal enemies with him right now. Besides, we don't have any fundamental conflicts of interest with him, so there's no need to offend him. Then, are we really going to miss such a good opportunity? The left hand of God said with some regret. Who said I want to miss it? The right hand of God smiled. We don't have to do what needs to be done. Someone will do it for us. Who? The proud experts of the Proud Guild. The right hand of God smiled. There have been conflicts between the Proud Guild and Radiant Dawn. Radiant Dawn has killed dozens of players from the Proud Guild, humiliating them. The ones who most want to see Radiant Dawn humiliated now are the Proud Guild. So, we don't need to personally control the public opinion. We just need to do our own promotional work. The Proud Guild will help us set the pace. Sometimes, to achieve our goals, we don't necessarily need to act ourselves. The right hand of God analyzed. Utilizing the objective environment is also very important. I understand now, the left hand of God said, enlightened. Let's have our people start building momentum for our divine domain in the forums. Promote our achievements this time so that more people can see our contributions to Manhwa Town. That's right. The right hand of God nodded in satisfaction. Manhwa Town, West Gate, Gao Shao, everything has been taken care of. The proud war god said with a grin. We have organized 500 water army members to stir things up online. The main attack points are selfishness, occupying public resources in the wild, and so on. This time, we will definitely make Fu Guangpazhao's reputation plummet. Proud Gao Shao nodded in satisfaction. Fu Guangpazhao is asking for it. If we don't help him out, it would be a shame to miss such a good opportunity. Don't worry, Gao Shao, I did it very discreetly. Fu Guangpazhao won't notice at all. The proud war god reported. It doesn't matter, he's just a solo player. Even if he realizes we did it, so what? Proud Gao Shao scoffed. Our proud guild now has over 50,000 players. Do I still care about a Fu Guangpazhao? You're right, Gao Shao. Fu Guangpazhao is nothing in front of our proud guild. Hua Country, World Chat Channel. Damn it. Died 3 times already. Level 20 monsters, we are no match for them at all. We're about the same here. 5 people against 1, and 2 of us got taken out by a necromancer. It's so annoying. If the 11th wave of monsters is this hard to defend, the 12th wave will probably be even worse. Where's Fu Guangpazhao? He's the #1 expert in the whole server. He can solo a level 20 golden boss. Wouldn't it be easier if he were here? With so many level 20 monsters, there's no way he can take them all down by himself. Whether he can take them down is one thing, whether he shows up is another. This necromancer siege was brought on by him. He hasn't appeared on the necromancer battlefield at all. Is that appropriate? You guys don't know anything. Fu Guangpazhao is busy right now. He doesn't have time to worry about the necromancer siege activity. Yeah, Fu Guangpazhao is raking it in right now, opening a treasure chest every 5 minutes on average, then selling 2 pieces of high-level silver equipment. 1 piece is over 200 gold coins. It's practically robbery. He doesn't have time to care about the fate of Manhwa Town. Damn it, Fu Guangpazhao is too selfish. The wild resources are indeed unowned, but he can't be this excessive. Is he going to hog it all for himself? Especially at such a crucial time during the necromancer siege activity. What do you know? He specifically chose this timing. For the necromancer siege activity, whether you're a high-level warrior or an ordinary player, if you want to farm the necromancers comfortably, you need powerful equipment. And who has the powerful equipment? Only Fu Guangpazhao has it. What do you call this? This is called a seller's market. With such high demand, prices naturally soar. Didn't you see? Silver equipment that used to cost dozens of gold coins now starts at 150. 200 gold coins for a silver weapon has become the minimum requirement. Damn it, Fu Guangpazhao is really disgusting. How did I not know he was this kind of person before? You can't judge a person by their appearance. I used to admire him a lot. Ugh, fan turned black. Completely turned black. Damn, what a scheming little person. No one will like someone like him, no matter how strong he is. Gu Chen just skimmed through the comments from netizens and didn't take them to heart. Public opinion varies with time and circumstances. The more they curse now, the more they'll praise in a few hours. By then, it will probably be the same group of people. In the face of absolute strength, public opinion is always vulnerable. Next, Gu Chen continued to open the treasure chest as he pleased. However, he was also keeping a close eye on the undead siege activities. When the 12th wave of undead siege bosses appeared, it would be his time to shine. The monsters from the previous 11 waves were all low-level and ordinary. Even though the drop rate was nearly 10 times higher than usual, the equipment that dropped was at most silver. Moreover, after 11 waves, the total number of silver equipment that dropped did not exceed 50 pieces, which was less than what Gu Chen had collected in 3 hours. Most of the dropped equipment was of bronze level. To be honest, Gu Chen didn't think much of such equipment. Fortunately, he didn't participate. But the situation at the start of the 12th wave was different. The ordinary monsters had already been upgraded to vice captain level, equivalent to level 20 bronze bosses. The leader was basically a level 20 silver boss. As soon as they appeared, there were 200 of them. With such a large-scale siege, it would be difficult for the current players of Huagui to withstand it. Divine Domain Guild President, the 12th wave of monster siege is about to begin, reported the left hand of God. According to our reconnaissance, the ordinary monsters in this wave are all vice captain level. In addition, in every direction, there are 2 level 20 silver bosses. With our current strength, we have no chance of winning. What's the situation with the arrogant guild? The right hand of God did not care about the battlefield situation but changed the topic to ask. The arrogant guild has already withdrawn from Manhwa town, the left hand of God said gleefully. Moreover, they are posting on the world chat channel and major forums to mock Dawn of Light, blaming the failure of the defense of Manhwa town entirely on them. The world chat channel and major forums are now filled with curses. Everyone is criticizing Dawn of Light. The left hand of God continued excitedly. At the same time, our guild members are actively promoting our contributions in this undead siege activity. Many high-level players have chosen to join our divine domain. It seems that our goal has been achieved. Not bad, the right hand of God smiled. The arrogant guild and Dawn of Light have essentially made us a wedding dress. Calculating this undead siege activity, we divine domain are the ones who gain both fame and fortune. Yes, the left hand of God laughed. If only you were not so low-key and let us promote more our divine domains. Reputation would definitely be higher. What do you know? The right hand of God continued. In the game Myriad Races continent, there are too many unknowns. A bigger reputation is not necessarily a good thing. You should know this saying about the bird that sticks its head out getting shot. What our divine domain guild needs to do is to quietly amass wealth, not to be the bird that stands out. Do you understand? Got it. The left hand of God continued to ask, brother, I'm not very bright, so just let me handle the killing and charging. The thinking part is still up to you. By the way, when are we withdrawing from the battlefield? We can withdraw now, the right hand of God said. Immediately issue an announcement. In the name of our divine domain guild, stating that our players have suffered heavy losses, with each person averaging a drop of 3 levels. Unfortunately, the strength of the undead siege bosses is too strong, and the disparity between enemy and us is too great. To preserve our strength, our divine domain guild is forced to withdraw from the battlefield. We also apologize to the players of Huagua. We have let down the trust of the players of Huagua. President, this tactic of retreating to advance is impressive. The left hand of God praised. After this announcement is sent out, not only will our divine realm not be criticized, but we will also earn a good reputation among our players in Huagua. Wonderful. This move is truly brilliant. Alright, stop flattering. Hurry up and send the announcement, commanded the right hand of God. At the same time, inform our divine realm players that they can teleport back to their own towns now. Got it, the left hand of God said excitedly. I'll take care of it right away. Soon, the divine realm released relevant announcements in the world chat channel and various forums. What's going on? Is the divine realm giving up? So cowardly? Damn it, keyboard warrior, if you can do it, then go ahead. Are you blind? Didn't you see that the average level of divine realm players dropped by 3 levels? The average level of divine realm players was only 10 to begin with. They're facing monsters that are level 20 and still trying to tank them. Now the average level has been killed down to 7. How can they fight under these circumstances? Moreover, as far as I know, the lowest of this wave of monsters are all level 20 bronze bosses. The gap in strength is just too big. Exactly, the divine realm has done its best. If there's anyone to blame, it's Fu Guangprashao, who caused such a big commotion, and now he's nowhere to be found. Who says he's nowhere to be found? Didn't you see? Just a few seconds ago, he put up several pieces of silver equipment for sale. Damn, so shameless. Even at this time, he's still opening outdoor silver treasure chests. Damn, this dog-like thing is really ing despicable. One person monopolizes all the treasure chest resources in our novice village. I'm calling for everyone to stop being Fu Guangprashao's accomplice and to stop looking for silver treasure chests for him. Every silver treasure chest coordinate you provide is draining the blood of all Huagua players. Exactly. Everyone, let's resist. Don't provide Fu Guangprashao with coordinates for outdoor silver treasure chests. Don't buy Fu Guangprashao's equipment, let his equipment go unsold. I agree. I agree too. Absolutely do not provide coordinates to Fu Guangprashao and definitely do not buy the equipment he sells. Good. Everyone, let's resist Fu Guangprashao together. Yes. Resist. Let's all resist together. Damn it, who is bidding? The price of Fu Guangprashao's silver equipment has already surpassed 100 gold coins. Sorry, it's already 120 now. What the hell? Can everyone have some ambition? Resist Fu Guangprashao, starting with us. You're a broke loser, not even Fu Guangprashao's target customer. Your resistance is useless. Everyone has already proven with their toes that resistance is a joke. It's really ironic. Just when we are resisting, the price of the silver equipment sold by Fu Guangprashao has already surpassed 200 gold coins. Damn, we who are participating in the resistance are truly clowns. Those who can resist can't afford it, and those who can afford it are secretly raising the price. In the end, it's just the netizens entertaining themselves. How sad. By the way, resisting Fu Guangprashao is useless, but we can do targeted sabotage. Targeted sabotage, what does that mean? Didn't Fu Guangprashao leave contact information for 3 people? We can target those 3 people's friend request functions. Let them be unable to provide coordinates to Fu Guang Pashao. After we add them as friends, we can directly start cursing at them. Let's make those 3 people so upset that they can't function and see how Fu Guang Pashao can still open silver treasure chests. Damn, this idea is not bad. Totally feasible. I've already started taking action. Brothers, charge. Targeted sabotage. Qingxi Town. Damn it, the Divine Realm Guild is really shameless. The arrogant Gao Shao looked at the announcement issued by the Divine Realm Guild, his face dark with anger. The arrogant war god also voiced his complaints. The Divine Realm Guild is truly insidious. With this announcement, it seems like the reason we've held off the undead siege is all thanks to them. The key is the timing of the Divine Realm Guild's announcement. Cao Dongliang wasn't foolish, he naturally saw through the Divine Realm's scheme and said with some displeasure, they timed it perfectly. Just when our public opinion attack on the Dawn of Light is at its peak, they release this announcement. In this back and forth, we've ended up making a wedding dress for the Divine Realm Guild. Those who don't understand the context might think the Divine Realm is the hero of the undead siege. Damn! What should we do now? The arrogant war god asked with a dark expression. There's nothing we can do. Gao Dongliang said helplessly, the Divine Realm Guild has calculated everything before taking action. Forget it. Our main enemy now is the Dawn of Light. Nothing is more important than striking at the Dawn of Light. Let our people continue the public opinion offensive and target Feng's Whisper, Liuli Moonshadow, and Xianxia Yanran. No problem, I'll take care of it right away. With the withdrawal of the Divine Realm Guild, the Warring States' 3 kingdoms, Iron Blood Guild, Starry Sky Guild, and other guilds also began to withdraw from Yanhua Town. In just a few minutes, the once bustling Yanhua Town lost several million players. Moreover, the rate of player loss continued to increase. Gu Chen calculated the time. The 12th wave of the undead siege had almost begun. He then contacted Qin Qingyu. Dawn of Light, let's not open the treasure chests for now. I'll go refresh the undead siege event. Feng's Whisper, if you want to open them, I can't provide the coordinates anymore. Dawn of Light, why? Feng's Whisper, haven't you been following the World Chat channel? The 3 of us have been attacked online, netizens have organized targeted strikes, and our friend functions are no longer usable. Dawn of Light. Sorry, I'm not in the habit of following the chat channel, I've caused you trouble. Feng's Whisper, no need to feel so guilty. We're just doing our job for pay, and since we're getting paid, we have to bear the consequences. We can handle this bit of public opinion. Dawn of Light, okay, once the undead siege event is over, I can compensate each of you with 2 pieces of silver equipment. Feng's Whisper, then I won't be polite, consider it a mental compensation. Yan Ran has been scolded to tears. While crying, she's also sorting through useful information. Gu Chen felt helpless too. He really didn't pay much attention to public opinion. However, even if he didn't pay attention, he could guess that there were likely people behind the scenes, stirring things up. Otherwise, it wouldn't have formed such a premeditated and organized public opinion attack against Feng's Whisper and the others so quickly. Now that he hadn't freed up his hands, once he did, he would definitely settle this score. Slowly. After putting 2 pieces of silver equipment on the market and mailing 3 pieces of bronze equipment to Qin Yuanling, Dawn of Light used a return scroll to go back to Yanhua Town. Yanhua Town, on the city wall. Most of the major guilds had already retreated. Those who remained were either high-level players from Yanhua Town wanting to resist one last time or opportunistic players hoping to gain something amidst the chaos. Besides these, there was also a group of special individuals and the Rhine Guild. Sister, are you sure your Rhine Guild isn't retreating? Zhang Tian advised, in the next wave of monsters, even if all 10 major guilds are here, they might not be able to hold out. Now that the 10 major guilds have retreated, you don't need to persist any longer. At worst, we'll just lose a level. Ming said indifferently, let's hold on for a while longer and see how things go. Alright, then we'll meet again some other time. Zhang Tian saw Mi Ying's resolute attitude and didn't insist any further, directly taking his leave. With Zhang Tian's departure, the last of the 10 major guilds, the Zhang Tian Alliance, also withdrew from Yanhua Town. To the outside world, it seemed that Yanhua Town had been completely abandoned. After Zhang Tian left, Ming cheerfully walked over to a nearby group of tycoons. There were at least 300 to 400 people in this group. Moreover, each person had at least 1 or 2 pieces of silver equipment, with the lowest being bronze equipment. Indeed, this group of people was the members of the Fugue Breaking Dawn Boss Fan Club. Mr. Ojuga, everyone is left, why aren't you going? Ming asked with a smile. I actually wanted to leave, Zhuge Wulong said with a helpless smile, but they offered too much. What are these people thinking? Are they foolish with too much money? Ming asked with a laugh. I don't know what they're thinking, Zhuge Wulong replied helplessly. I only know that they firmly believe that Fugue Breaking Dawn will definitely appear. Everyone thinks that if Fugue Breaking Dawn shows up, they can hold Yanhua Town. No matter how I persuade them, it doesn't work. Taking people's money means doing their bidding. Although I think it's unreliable, since I've taken their money, I might as well indulge them once. Hearing Zhuge Wulong's response, Ming was also taken aback. Wow, you guys can't be like me, insider trading offenders, right? The reason she was still holding on here was that she had already communicated with Gu Chen in advance, and she had also discussed the situation here with Gu Chen. Gu Chen's response was very simple: if they leave, then let them leave. It doesn't matter. I can hold Yanhua Town by myself. After receiving Gu Chen's affirmative response, Miying decided to stay. No matter what, she had to snatch a few monsters from Gu Chen. Consider it training. To say that she stayed here was fully supported by intelligence. Then, what about this group of people from the Fuguei Breaking Dawn Boss Fan Club? Did they also receive internal intelligence support from Gu Chen? So, Miying curiously asked Gu Chen if he had provided any intelligence support to his fan club. Unfortunately, when Gu Chen learned about it, he also had a look of disbelief. Given their relationship, Miying could naturally tell that Gu Chen was not lying. This meant that the members of the Fuguei Breaking Dawn Boss Fan Club were still willing to guard Yanhua Town for Fuguei Breaking Dawn without any special intelligence. At this moment, Miying began to feel a bit envious. Gu Chen, you little brat, not bad at all. Just starting to show his talent, and he has already gained so many die-hard fans. It can be imagined that after this undead event ends, his die-hard fans will probably only increase. Moreover, these die-hard fans are organized spontaneously. Each one has terrifying financial resources, and the potential of such a group is immeasurable. However, thinking of Gu Chen means thinking of herself. In other words, these people in front of her would all be her subordinates in the future. Thinking of this, Miying couldn't help but feel proud. She seriously scanned her future team. In this crowd, she was surprised to find a woman with snow-white skin, dressed in silver equipment, and a graceful figure. She stood out prominently among the crowd. Miying had some impression of her. She should have just logged into the game today. With the silver equipment she obtained upon logging in, along with her incredible lightning skills and terrifying lightning domain, she was wreaking havoc. She had become the most stunning beauty on the Undead Siege battlefield. Before, she was just seen rampaging. Her skills were incredibly flashy. At this moment, Miying finally noticed the other person's face. At this time, Dai Wu Prashao was dressed in a silver-gray battle armor, intricately carved with cloud patterns and dragon scales, shimmering with the cold light, appearing both solemn and majestic. The armor tightly fitted her figure, outlining her graceful and strong curves. Her features were exquisite and ethereal, with a pair of bright eyes as deep as autumn waters, sparkling with a determined light. Her nose was high, her lips the color of cherry blossoms, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed a hint of stubbornness and confidence. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, gently swaying in the wind, adding a touch of heroism. In her hand, she held a purple gold staff, long and slender, intricately carved with complex runes and patterns. At the top of the staff was embedded a crystal-clear gem, which seemed to contain a miniature universe swirling with deep and enchanting colors. Dai Wu Prashao stood there, exuding a queenly aura, approaching with grace. Her posture was upright, her steps agile, each stride revealing unwavering belief and a powerful presence. Even Miying, who had great confidence in her own looks, had to admit that the girl before her was at least not inferior in appearance. Especially in terms of temperament, she surpassed her. However, she also had her own merits. For instance, her figure. At least she was a bit more curvy and perky than her. At this moment, Shin Lingxiu also noticed Miying's figure, and the two exchanged smiles before turning their heads away. This was probably the inherent hostility between beauties. In Miying's view, a player who appeared in silver gear must be a princess from a prominent family. And in Shin Lingxiu's eyes, such a beautiful president must have a deep background. Neither of them expected that their backgrounds were the same person. Shin Lingxiu joined the Floating Light Dawn fan club, thinking it was Gu Chen's base. After joining, she discovered that it was actually a group formed automatically by the fans of Floating Light Dawn. Once inside, she realized this was a fan club of fervent supporters of Floating Light Dawn. Here, no matter how the outside world questioned Floating Light Dawn, they steadfastly defended it. After all, she was also part of Floating Light Dawn. Essentially, they were all on the same path. With a mindset of since I'm here, I might as well settle in, Shin Lingxiu set up camp here. Moreover, in just one day, Shin Lingxiu established her footing here with her terrifying strength, even hinting at becoming the top fan of Floating Light Dawn. At this moment, Gu Chen would surely exclaim, "Wow, amazing," if he knew how quickly Shin Lingxiu was developing. Japanese server. The Undead Siege event in Huagua has reached the 12th wave, and with only 2 waves left, whether we can hold on depends on the last half-day's time. Mudu Aikiru sighed. Indeed. Just then, Inoue Naoya's private communication rang. After a few dozen seconds, Inoue Naoya exclaimed with joy, "Mudakuan, the latest news, the top 10 guilds in Huagua have evacuated from Yanhua Town. It is predicted that in half an hour, Yanhua Town will be completely captured." "Ha ha, Huagua has given up. Do you know the reason?" Mutu Aikiru asked, still a bit uneasy despite his happiness. "It is said that the monsters in the 12th wave are all level 20, and they are even sub-leader level monsters, equivalent to level 20 bronze bosses. More than 200 appeared at once. And there are also 8 level 20 silver bosses. The guilds like Shinyu and others in Huagua believe they cannot win and do not want to suffer losses for nothing, so they chose to retreat." "What about Floating Light Dawn?" Muton Ichiro asked with some concern. Why hasn't Fuguang Prashao sent any news? He felt a genuine fear towards this person. In 2 server-wide events, he had managed to rise against the tide and take first place both times. especially the second time with a cliff-like lead. His score was double that of a Moriyami. According to the reports from our intelligence personnel, Fuguang Puxiao is currently opening a silver treasure chest in the wild, Ino Naoya said with a smile. Now, the internet in Huagua is filled with criticism of Fuguang Puxiao. His reputation has already gone down the drain. Fuguang Puxiao is really short-sighted, Mutonichiro laughed. However, this is also an opportunity for us. Currently, our mainstream players have reached level 16 and can attempt to unlock the hidden dungeon of the 20-level 10,000 races continent. By then, if Huagua fails to defend the city and we from Sakura country succeed in the dungeon challenge, the collision of these two events will surely be interesting. Hi, Jingu Town. They've all retreated. Fuguang Puxiao is going to lose this time. Park Guochang laughed heartily. It's indeed good news. Fuguang Puxiao is very strong, Park Xiucheng said with a rare smile. Once the city defense fails, his attributes will permanently decrease by 10%. By then, he won't be a concern. Damn Fuguang Puxiao, if it weren't for him, our great Han Empire would be in first place. Park Guochang would be number 1. Thinking about how he had come in second during the second server-wide event, just a bit shy of first place, Park Guochang felt a deep resentment. In the US server, lockdown. Good. Very good. Excellent. Fuguang Puxiao has finally failed once. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Lucifer burst into laughter. After the second server-wide event, he had invested several $100 million, but the result was that he didn't even make it into the top 3, becoming a joke across America. For the past few days, Lucifer had been leveling up frantically, determined to redeem himself. His anger naturally affected those around him. At this moment, seeing Lucifer laugh, the Eye of the Storm and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally relax a bit. Otherwise, this kind of high pressure would eventually snap. Yanhua Town. After Guchan returned to Yanhua Town, he didn't linger in the city. He headed straight out of Yanhua Town, rushing towards the 12th wave of beast tide that was rolling in. If he could handle a 20-level golden boss, then a 20-level silver boss was nothing to worry about, right? Moreover, there were only 8 silver bosses on site, most of which were sub-leader level monsters. With this lineup, they could just charge in. As for tactics? Not needed. That kind of thing would be a waste on this group of monsters. No need at all. Just as Guchun charged towards the monster horde, Miying and others on the city gate also noticed the situation outside the town. What the hell? What's going on? Zhuge Wulong exclaimed in surprise. Is this person going to his death? Or is he going to challenge 12 waves of monsters? It's the great Fuguang Puxiao. It must be the great Fuguang Puxiao going to challenge the boss. I've seen videos of the great Fuguang Puxiao fighting against the Proud Guild. His movements are exactly the same. Is it really the great Fuguang Puxiao? I knew it. The great Fuguang Puxiao would definitely show up. Brothers, shall we charge in together? Charge! Charge! What are we waiting for? Let's go. We're going to charge forward with the great boss of the floating lighted dawn. Looking at the excited crowd, Zhuge Wulong was bewildered. What the hell? Who the hell is in command here? Miying was also bewildered. Are the rich so fierce? Or is Zhuge Wulong's command just at this level? Is it enough to just charge in and kill wildly? If Zhuge Wulong knew what Miying was thinking at this moment, he might have wanted to find a block of tofu to smash his head against. It's so unfair. A grand wish. I haven't even started commanding and they're all rushing in like they've taken stimulants, charging wildly. What can I do? I can't do anything. So, I chose to act like them. Just charge in. As for commanding, at this point, it's unnecessary. There's no need for any command. Just do it. If we win, everyone is happy. If we lose, it doesn't matter. At most, we just drop a level. Zhuge Wulong finally understood. Command? What command? It's not needed. Completely unnecessary. After activating the Shadow Wind Step, Guchen took out a Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit from his pocket as he approached. The undead army consumed it and immediately cast an insight spell. Monster name, Undead Troll, Deputy Commander, level 20 health, 420,000 attack, 625 to 657 physical defense, 480 magical defense, 360 speed, 95 monster. Name, Shadow Demon, Silver Boss, level 20 health, 900,000 attack, 895 to 955 physical defense, 760 magical defense, 820 speed, 125 skills. Shadow Bind. The Shadow Demon can impose Shadow Bind on enemy units, restricting their freedom of movement. Nether Mist. The Shadow Demon can release Nether Mist, reducing the vision and movement speed of enemies within a certain range. Soul Absorption. Passive. The Shadow Demon enhances its power by absorbing the souls of fallen enemies. Each enemy killed allows it to store their soul, providing 2 extra attack power per soul, with a maximum storage of 200 souls, adding an extra 400 attack power. Catastrophe Descends. Passive. When the Shadow Demon is present, surrounding allied units gain the Catastrophe Descends bonus, increasing their attack and defense, enhancing overall combat power. Death Curse. The Shadow Demon's ultimate skill, consuming death energy to impose a death curse on a target, causing continuous health loss to enemy units and weakening their combat power. The 12th wave of monsters consists mainly of around 200 undead trolls at the deputy commander level. Besides the undead trolls, there are also 8 silver bosses, the shadow demons. In the myriad races continent, bosses can be classified into general level bosses and commander level bosses. General level bosses have strong overall strength and can play a pivotal role in solo combat. Most outdoor bosses belong to the general level boss category, with individual strength far exceeding that of players of the same level. Besides general level bosses, there are commander level bosses. Commander level bosses have weaker panel attributes than general level bosses, but their skills are more focused on group combat. Their skills maximize group damage by lowering the enemy's defense and attack or increasing the attack and defense of their own troops. Clearly, the shadow demon in front of them belongs to the commander level boss category. With the passive skill Soul Absorption, any enemy killed by its subordinates allows it to absorb their soul, enhancing its attack power. In its highest state, it can store 200 souls, equating to 400 extra attack power. The shadow demon, with an additional 400 points of attack power, poses a threat that definitely surpasses most golden bosses. In addition, the shadow demon has a large amplification skill called Disaster Descends. The name isn't great, but the effect is indeed impressive. It can significantly increase the attack and defense of its undead trolls. Besides enhancing its own strength, it also applies debuffs to the enemy. Its active skill, Shadow Bind, is a control-type skill that can directly control the enemy's actions. The second active skill, Ethereal Mist, is somewhat similar to Guchen's Nightfall. However, there are differences. Guchen's Nightfall is a domain-type skill with a longer duration. Ethereal Mist, on the other hand, is a single-use active skill that temporarily reduces the target's vision and movement speed over a wide area. The advantage of Nightfall is its long duration, while the advantage of Ethereal Mist is its ability to reduce the target's movement speed. The two passive skills enhance its own attack power and the attack and defense capabilities of its minions, while both active skills are control-type skills. As for the ultimate skill, it is a large area curse-type skill that causes the target to continuously lose health, accelerating their death. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Shadow Demon is only a silver-level boss. In team battles, its role is much greater than that of a golden boss of the warrior type. The top 10 guilds will likely have a headache fighting this type of boss. After all, their advantage lies in their numbers, allowing them to gradually wear down the boss with sheer manpower. But in front of the Shadow Demon, this advantage becomes a disadvantage. The more people die, the more its additional attack power increases. Therefore, when facing the Shadow Demon, it doesn't really matter how many people the top 10 guilds bring. Unfortunately for the Shadow Demon, it encounters Guchen, the ultimate cheat. A single Dust Avoidance Pearl directly halves the effects of all the Shadow Demon's skills. At this moment, the 8 Shadow Demons leading 200 undead trolls remain unaware of Guchen's approach, still marching orderly towards Flame Blossom Town. After Guchen uses the Shadow Gale Step to get closer, he immediately enters a stealth state. Under the effect of the Linksy Enlightenment Fruit, the system prompt sounds in his ear again. System prompt: due to the effect of the Linksy Enlightenment Fruit, your Stealth LV3 has successfully upgraded to Stealth LV4. Stealth LV4. After activating the skill, the character enters a hidden state for 30 seconds plus 30 seconds. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Time Sandblast. Time Compression Magic. Cost 1 point/second. After the upgrade, the cooldown time of Stealth has reached 30 seconds, and with the passive reduction of the Time Sandglass at 50%, the cooldown time is only 15 seconds. The shortened cooldown time means that Guchen can use the Stealth feature of the Heavenly Stealth ability more quickly. It is important to note that in the hidden state of Heavenly Stealth, the next attack power increases by 50%, the critical hit rate increases by 50%, and the critical hit damage increases by 100%. A single critical hit can double Guchen's damage. That kind of damage is truly satisfying. Entering the stealth state, Guchen does not rush to attack but instead sneaks to the central camp where the Shadow Demon is located and uses Nightfall. System prompt: due to the effect of the Linksy Enlightenment Fruit, your Nightfall LV2 has successfully upgraded to Nightfall LV3. Nightfall LV3, active after using the skill. Summon a shadow covering an area of 1000 m x 1000 m x 1000 m, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. In the state of Nightfall, the enemy's vision will be severely restricted. After reaching level 3, the diameter of the Nightfall domain has reached 1000 meters, essentially covering half of the central camp of the undead army. The spirits of the fallen trolls from the front line, sensing something amiss, immediately roared and charged towards the central camp. This time, the undead trolls launched their attack from 4 directions. Guchen was currently positioned at the west gate. Here, there were a total of 2 silver-level boss shadow demons and 50 vice-captain-level undead trolls. Within the range of the Dark Knight, over 20 undead trolls and 2 silver boss shadow demons were shrouded. Sensing the threat, the 2 silver boss shadow demons immediately went on high alert. However, with visibility severely reduced, they could not detect Guchen's presence at all. This was the drawback of the captain-level boss. In team combat, their abilities were indeed strong, allowing them to maximize their skill advantages. But, when faced with a solo ambush like Gu Chen's, it became a headache. No matter how strong the amplification effect or how prominent the control effect, it was of no use. The reason was simple: they knew they were under attack, but could not locate the enemy. How could they leverage their team advantage? It was simply impossible. In the state of darkness combined with stealth, under such circumstances, without any anti-stealth skills, especially high-level anti-stealth skills, it was utterly impossible to find Gu Chen's position. At least, the current undead trolls and shadow demons had no way to deal with Gu Chen. After a few seconds of waiting for the stealth cooldown to finish, Gu Chen immediately used Shadow Clone. System prompt: due to the effect of Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit, your Shadow Clone LV2 has successfully upgraded to Shadow Clone LV3. Shadow Clone LV3 active. Skill: after use, summons 5 shadow clones that last for 30 seconds. The creator can use the clones to deal 80% of the user's attribute damage to the target. Cooldown time 50 seconds. Time Sandblast, time compression. Magic cost 30 points. After consuming several Lingxi Enlightenment Fruits, Gu Chen's Shadow Clone also reached level 3. The number of shadow clones he could summon increased to 5 and the duration extended to 30 seconds. The damage dealt increased by 10%, equivalent to 80% of Gu Chen's overall damage. What pleased Gu Chen the most was the cooldown time. The original cooldown for Shadow Clone was 120 seconds, but at level 3, it was 100 seconds, and with the effect of time compression, the cooldown was only 50 seconds. As the Shadow Clone upgrade completed, 5 shadow clones appeared around Gu Chen in 5 directions. Gu Chen immediately commanded the 5 shadow clones to charge towards the undead trolls. Gu Chen's only order was to inflict a poison state on all the undead trolls. As for Gu Chen himself, he rushed towards the shadow demon with the illusion dagger in hand. 9,600 critical damage. Poison state applied successfully. -60 -4,856 poison state applied successfully. -60 -9,532 critical damage. Poison state applied successfully. -60. The shadow demon, with limited visibility, had its reaction time severely reduced. It didn't react until Gu Chen's dagger pierced its back. After leveling up, Gu Chen executed a combo of Thousand Paths Flow plus Shadow Blade Dance, dealing a total of 42 segments of damage. This directly took away 1/3 of the shadow demon's health. After the output ended, the cooldown for the stealth state was completed, and Gu Chen entered stealth mode again. Currently, Gu Chen's stealth cooldown was 15 seconds. Gu Chen calculated the time and, with 3 seconds left on the cooldown, struck again. Backstab plus Thousand Paths Flow plus Rogue Assassination directly targeted another shadow demon. 14320 critical damage. Poison state applied successfully. -60 -7266 poison state applied successfully. -60 -14,200 critical damage. Poison state applied successfully. System prompt: due to the influence of Lingxi Wuda Fruit, your Rogue Assassination LV3 has successfully upgraded to Rogue Assassination LV4. Rogue Assassination LV4 assassinate enemies in a forward state, with a certain chance to stun the enemy while increasing physical attack by 60%. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Time Sandblast, time compression, magic consumption 30 points. Gu Chen's 2 commonly used combination attacks are Backstab plus Shadow Blade Dance plus Thousand Path Flow plus Steel Heaven's Hidden Critical Damage, and Backstab plus Rogue Assassination plus Thousand Path Flow plus Steel Heaven's Hidden Critical Damage. The former has 4 more segments of Thousand Path Flow than the latter, while the latter, although it has 4 fewer segments, deals more damage than the first set. Gu Chen compared and found that using the first set with his current attack power could deal 310,000 damage. The latter could deal almost 400,000 damage. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of using Rogue Assassination is slightly higher. However, the advantage of Shadow Blade Dance is that even without using Thousand Path Flow, it can still deal multiple segments of damage to the target, making it very convenient for Gu Chen to apply poison. Moreover, Thousand Path Flow is indeed useful, but it consumes a lot of physical and mental energy. Even Gu Chen, the original creator, cannot use it without limits. Furthermore, Shadow Blade Dance is currently at level 3, and it should improve after reaching level 4. At that time, the gap will be smaller. Therefore, Gu Chen's frequency of using Shadow Blade Dance is actually not low. Especially with the clones, there are 2 control methods. One is autonomous control. They do not require much intervention from Gu Chen and will use skills on their own. In this case, it is impossible to use the high difficulty Thousand Path Flow. The other method is for Gu Chen to control his clones through a soul link. In this case, the operability is stronger, but it consumes more of Gu Chen's mental energy. Therefore, when using shadow clones, Gu Chen generally uses the first mode. In this case, Shadow Blade Dance can easily fill the poison state with 1 skill. The cost effectiveness is still very high. In less than 3 minutes, under Gu Chen's frantic attacks, 2 shadow demons unwillingly fell. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed Shadow Demon Silver Boss, gaining 700,000 experience points, 100 luck points, and 5 gold coins. System prompt: you have killed a monster above your level, gaining an additional 140,000 experience points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed Shadow Demon Silver Boss, gaining 500,000 points for the Undead Siege event. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 13, gaining 4 free attribute points. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed Shadow Demon Silver Boss. The sounds of 2 Shadow Demon boss kills echoed, and over 1.6 million experience points were credited. System prompt: congratulations, your points have reached 1,220,000, successfully entering the top 100 of the 10,000 Races Continent Monster Hunting Event Points Leaderboard, currently ranked 93rd. For detailed information, please check the 10,000 Races Continent Monster Hunting Event Points Leaderboard. The number of players participating in the Undead Siege event is quite high. Guchen didn't want to reveal too many of his cards, so he didn't let Flame Princess take action. Without Flame Princess sharing experience, Guchen's experience acquisition speed skyrocketed. He easily reached level 13. Besides the level increase, there was also the acquisition of points. Currently, relying on the Shadow Clone, Guchen had already cleared more than a dozen undead trolls. Each undead troll could yield 20,000 points, totaling 220,000 points. A Silver Boss Shadow Demon could yield 500,000 points, bringing his total to 1 million points. Altogether, that's 1,220,000 points. Guchen glanced at the Undead Siege event points leaderboard. First place, God's Right Hand, level 15, total points 3,860,000. Second place, Light Summer Breeze, level 15, total points 3,768,000. Third place, Literary Star, level 15, total points 3,732,000. Fourth place, Unmatched Warrior, level 15, total points 3,610,000. Fifth place, Elegant Wind, level 15, total points 3,526,000. Sixth place, Turbulent Araguaja, level 15, total points 3,412,000. Seventh place, World Destroying Mage, level 14, total points 3,321,000. Eighth place, Eternal Emperor, level 15, total points 3,102,000. Ninth place, Arrogant Mage, level 14, total points 2,860,200. Tenth place, Butterfly Dance at Dawn, level 10, total points 2,612,000. Guchen took a look among the top 10, most were from the first tier of the top 10 guilds ranged attack players. However, this was normal. In such team battles, the damage output of mages is generally stronger than that of knights, warriors, and priests who are melee players. The speed of acquiring points is also faster. However, what Guchen didn't expect was that Miing had actually entered the top 10 and was only 100,000 points behind the first place. Even more surprising to Guchen was that, besides Miing, Shin Lingxiu had also made it into the top 10 in this Undead event. Although she was at the bottom of the list, it was worth noting that today was only her second day logging into the game. In just 2 days, she had leveled up a full 10 levels. This leveling speed, aside from Guchen, was probably unmatched. After scanning the Undead Siege event points leaderboard, Guchen continued to clean out the battlefield. 2 silver level bosses dropped a total of 8 pieces of silver equipment and 2 skill books. This drop rate was already quite good. Unfortunately, there was nothing Guchen could use, so he directly mailed it to Qin Yuanling. There was no choice. Currently, the silver equipment on the market was all self-farmed. The prices had already shown a significant drop. Everyone's thought was that since Guchen was continuously opening boxes, there would be a steady stream of equipment coming later. The earlier you buy, the more expensive it is. It was better to wait. Especially today, silver equipment was noticeably cheaper by more than 10 gold coins compared to 2 days ago. So, more people were willing to wait. With more people waiting, the auction prices naturally couldn't go up. Guchen had no better way to deal with this and could only reduce the supply. Fortunately, he now had more than just the 10,000 Races Continent trading platform as a sales channel. Besides the 10,000 Races Continent trading platform, there was also the military giant. Currently, the military's gold exchange business was booming, and just the middleman's price difference was making a fortune. Although he didn't have as much personal gold as Guchen, the speed of making money was faster than Guchen's money-grabbing speed. Surpassing Guchen's personal assets was just a matter of time. This is the power of state authority. Seeing Guchen's expression, one could only feel envy. Since the trading platform of the 10,000 Races Continent couldn't sell at a good price, it would be better to sell to the military. They would acquire it at 20% below market price. Calculating it out, the selling price of the silver equipment was actually not much different from the price on the first day of the Undead Siege event. After coming to this conclusion, Guchen took the initiative to contact Qin Yuanling. Fublight Dawn, are you busy? Fire and Blood, I was just about to look for you. You messaged me first. Fublight Dawn, what do you need me for? Fire and Blood, you go first. Fublight Dawn, no problem, ladies first, you go ahead. Fire and Blood, alright, I'll go first. The first thing is, there have been many attacks against you on the internet recently. Our security department has investigated this, and the main instigator behind it is the Proud Guild. They have hired a large number of trolls to personally attack you. Our security department has already grasped most of the clues and can ban the relevant individuals at any time. For the key figures, we can also take criminal measures. I just wanted to ask if you have any suggestions for punishing these people? After all, this is related to you, and I believe our security department will consider your suggestions comprehensively. Gu Chen didn't expect that the Chinese side would even control and investigate public opinion related to him. What surprised Gu Chen even more was that they were even asking for his suggestions on punishment. What did this mean? They were asking him about the scale and intensity of the response. If Gu Chen was willing, he could make most of the hired trolls bear criminal responsibility. Of course, Gu Chen also knew that this was the higher-ups in China trying to win him over. He wasn't someone who didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Since the Chinese officials were willing to take action for him, he had to acknowledge this favor. Fu Blight. Dawn, this is your official matter. You can handle it according to the law. I personally have no other opinions. However, if you are going to handle it, could you wait another day? By the way, what was the second thing you wanted to discuss? In China, speaking is also an art. What is theoretically feasible may actually not be feasible. What is practically unfeasible may actually be feasible, but who can do it or not depends on your capability. When Gu Chen said he had no opinions, it was actually the biggest opinion. Not making a clear request was, in fact, the biggest request. The Chinese side, in doing this, was originally trying to make Gu Chen feel indebted. If Gu Chen made a request, it would be simple for them. They would just need to follow his request. If Gu Chen did not make a request, then it would be troublesome. For the officials to make Gu Chen feel indebted, they had to be perfect. What does perfection mean? For those who can be heavily punished, they should be dealt with to the fullest extent. For those who are not suitable for heavy punishment, they should see if there are other crimes that can be heavily punished. After all, there are so many articles in the criminal law, there must be one that fits. Xin Yuanling was not a fool and naturally understood Gu Chen's meaning. Although she didn't know why Gu Chen wanted to wait a day, she still agreed. Then she said, the second matter is also related to the equipment. I found that the silver equipment you sold to our military is all level 15 to 19 silver equipment. Why are there no level 20 silver equipment? Our military also wants to procure some level 20 silver equipment from you. Of course, regarding the price, we definitely won't let you suffer losses. However, I must state that our military's funds are also limited. If we buy a lot, we may have to put it on account. Hearing Qin Yuanling's second request, Gu Chen almost couldn't hold himself together. It really is true that what you think comes to pass. Gu Chen was originally pondering how to sell the level 20 silver equipment at a high price to the military. Unexpectedly, before he could even speak, the military took the initiative to approach him. In business, when others seek you out, it's a different concept from you actively looking for others. Given the current situation, the military not only wouldn't pressure him on the price but would also owe Gu Chen a favor. If Gu Chen were to propose it himself, it would mean he was the one seeking business, which would greatly expand the room for negotiation. So, without a second thought, Gu Chen directly said, no problem, I just happen to have a batch of level 20 silver equipment and 2 B-grade skill books, I'll send them all to you. If the money isn't enough, you can put it on credit. By the way, the official banks have already started currency exchange, are you still short on funds? We're just middlemen, Xin Yuanling complained. Besides, with so many people in the military, the costs for equipment maintenance and potions are all expenses. The daily expenditures are massive, and silver equipment is exorbitantly priced. In a short time, how can we have that much money to procure equipment? It's fine, I can let you put it on credit, Gu Chen smiled. The interest will still be calculated at 1%. Loan sharking to the state, you'd be the first, Xin Yuanling rolled her eyes in complaint. Don't say it like that, Gu Chen shamelessly replied. You know how scarce gold coins are in the 10,000 races continent. The player's own consumption is astronomical, and what can be traded is even rarer. In this situation, it's already quite good that someone is willing to lend money. What's the problem with a slightly higher interest? Moreover, the number of players in the game is increasing. The production of gold coins is gradually rising, and the depreciation of game currency speeds up in the later stages. If you think about it, a daily interest of 1% is quite reasonable. Gu Chen paused and continued, do you believe that even if I were to lend it a daily interest of 2%, players in the 10,000 races continent would absolutely fight to get it? It's just that I don't trust them. Compared to them, I'd rather lend to you. If the interest is lower, then it's lower, I'll take the loss. After all, I'm Chinese. Don't worry, the interest will be paid as usual, and in addition, the military still owes you a favor, Xin Yuanling said helplessly. She never expected that Floating Light Dawn would be so shameless, even justifying loan sharking. In fact, by the later stages of the 10,000 races continent, gold coins did depreciate to a certain extent. However, the overall depreciation wasn't very large. The reason was simple, the higher the level, the higher the demand for equipment tiers, and thus the prices were higher. Additionally, equipment maintenance and various potions required gold coins. The balance between production and sales remained stable. Therefore, the currency system of the 10,000 races continent was still relatively stable. However, as the news of the integration of the 10,000 races continent with Water Blue Star spread wider, its inherent credibility had been declining, even becoming worthless at times. This was also The reason why in the previous life 200 yuan could only buy a copper coin. So, from the perspective of the local currency, Gu Chen was indeed conscientious. But the key was that Gu Chen was lending gold coins. The interest collected was also in gold coins, so that 1% daily interest was definitely loan sharking. Lending to the state? I should also be considered the first. The first in history, with no predecessors or successors. Damn! Just thinking about it is exhilarating. After finishing the two matters, Xin Yuanling then remembered that Gu Chen had something to discuss with her, so she asked, "By the way, what did you want to talk to me about?" "Actually, I just wanted to ask if the military is short on money." Gu Chen smiled, "I have quite a few gold coins on hand. If you need money, you can come to me for a loan. The daily interest is still the old rule. Are you planning to strengthen the loan business with our military?" Xin Yuanling said. Irritably, "We borrow from you to buy your equipment and then make money to pay your interest. Your little scheme has reached even Kyoto." "Ha ha ha, what little scheme? I'm just talking about mutual benefit." Gu Chen laughed. "Just right, I have money and you need money. We can cooperate." "Sorry, not interested." Xin Yuanling hung up the phone angrily without a second thought. For a moment, she had actually considered agreeing to the request of floating light. Breaking dawn. There was no choice, the military was too poor right now. With hundreds of thousands waiting for equipment and potions, the military leadership had no choice but to launch the Spark Plan. What is the Spark Plan? It prioritizes the development of those with high talent and hidden professions. All resources for the rest must be supplied to these individuals. This development model may be one-sided, but it is the limit of what the military can do under the current conditions. If there were a large sum of funds, there would be more participants in the military Spark Plan. It would also be better for the military's development. However, just thinking about how the military had fallen to the point of needing to rely on loans to get by, and still relying on high-interest loans, Xin Yuanling instantly calmed down and quickly ended the conversation, fearing that she might accidentally agree to floating light Breaking Dawn's request. There was no choice, the military was too poor. The temptation of gold coins was too great. After ending the conversation, the undead trolls quickly surrounded her. These undead trolls had already been severely injured and were still in a poisoned state. Most of their skills could not achieve the desired effect. At that moment, Shen Lingxiu and others also rushed over. Seeing the undead trolls, they unleashed a barrage of attacks. The already slowed and healing restricted undead trolls could only passively take the hits. Gu Chen saw this and did not linger, heading straight for the south gate. He left the cleanup work entirely to the fans of Floating Light Breaking Dawn. After all, they were his fans, and even when the whole internet was criticizing him, they still firmly supported him, so Gu Chen couldn't show no appreciation at all. Having consumed the silver boss's meat, he had to let his fans have a taste of the soup. Damn it! Other people's idols are thinking about how to harvest their fans. Only I. Not only do I help my fans get rich, but I also take them to fight monsters and level up. I just can't understand it. I'm such a good person, how can those netizens bear to criticize me? After cursing a few times, Gu Chen activated Shadow Windstep and soon arrived at the south gate. Using the same routine, Stealth plus Nightfall plus Shadow Clone plus Backstab plus Thousand Paths Flow plus Shadowblade Dance. A set of combination daggers directly took away 310,000 health from the Shadow Demon. The system prompt sounded immediately. System prompt affected by Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit. Your Shadowblade Dance LV2 has successfully upgraded to Shadowblade Dance LV3. Shadowblade Dance LV3 attack power increased by 10%, delivering 7 strikes to the target in a short time, causing continuous damage. Cooldown time 19 seconds. Time Sandblast, time compression, magic cost 30 points. The level of Shadowblade Dance has been upgraded to level 3, with the number of attacks reaching 7 times, and while using Shadowblade Dance, the attack power has also increased by 10%. The single increase may not seem significant. However, in the hands of Gu Chen, who has maximized his operational skills, it makes a difference. Originally, Shadowblade Dance, under Gu Chen's first combo, could unleash 42 attacks, dealing 310,000 damage. At level 3, Shadowblade Dance in Gu Chen's hands can unleash 44 attacks, and after a 10% increase in damage per hit, Gu Chen's 44 attacks can deal 350,000 damage. That's a full increase of 40,000 damage. This is the difference between high-end players and low-end players. Just a slight increase in attributes can result in tons of output. 10,800 critical damage, poison state applied successfully. -60 -5,386 poison state applied successfully. -60 -10,555 critical damage, poison state applied successfully. -60. System prompt affected by the Lingxi Enlightenment Fruit. Your Soul Devouring Poison Spike LV2 SSS level has successfully upgraded to Soul Devouring Poison Spike LV3 SSS level. Soul Devouring Poison Spike LV3 SSS level. Any attack can apply a layer of poison effect to the target, dealing 60 points of damage per second for 120 seconds. This poison effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing restriction effect on targets in the poison state, making them unable to be purified. Additionally, the movement speed of targets in the poison state is reduced by 50% and their attack speed is also reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poison effect 5. Damn. Hearing the system's prompt, Guchen couldn't help but curse. It leveled up. The soul-devouring poison spike actually upgraded. The first upgrade of the soul-devouring poison spike was a breakthrough upgrade. At that time, the duration of the soul-devouring poison spike increased by 30 seconds and an additional layer of poison state was added. Guchen had been looking forward to the continued evolution of the soul-devouring poison spike. After obtaining the Lingxi Enlightenment fruit, he would consume one whenever he started a battle. Other skills had improved, but the soul-devouring poison spike had remained lukewarm. Unexpectedly, just now, the soul-devouring poison spike actually upgraded to level 3, and the enhancement effect is still significant. The duration of the poison state has reached 120 seconds, and the stackable layers of the poison state have reached 5 layers. What does 5 layers mean? Taking Guchen's current toxin attack as an example, originally, when fully applying the poison state, it could deal 21,600 points of damage. Now, when fully applying the poison state, it can deal 36,000 points of damage. That's an increase of 14,400 points of damage. After the upgrade, the soul-devouring poison spike has a longer poison duration, which is convenient for the fans of the Floating Light Dawn who follow Guchen to snatch the undead troll. On the city gate, Niing, who was still hesitating, was stunned when she saw the battlefield in the distance. The undead troll on the battlefield seemed to be under some kind of control skill, moving slowly and attacking slowly. More importantly, it seemed to be losing health on its own. Zhuge Wulong was still dutifully organizing the members of the Floating Light Dawn fan club to focus their attacks after checking the monster's status. Butterfly Dance Dawn was the first to strike, applying a large area of numbness control skill on top of the original control effect. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Butterfly Dance Dawn's lightning AoE skill had an extremely strong output capability. It easily dealt thousands of damage. Under Butterfly Dance Dawn's attack, the undead troll fell at a visibly rapid pace, dropping a large amount of bronze equipment and occasionally even silver equipment. Even on top of the city gate, Niang could clearly hear the sounds of celebration from the Floating Light Dawn fan club. Sister Aang, the undead trolls have been snatched by those people from the Floating Light Dawn fan club. Should we go too? If we keep playing, we might end up with nothing, Wei Wuifeng asked cautiously. Alright. Niang frowned and said, no need to go to the west gate, we won't get any soup there. Let's go to the south gate. Niang specifically asked Guchen where he was at the moment before leading the team directly there. She realized that following Guchen meant there would be need to eat and soup to drink. Damn it! What kind of people are in the Floating Light Dawn fan club? If it weren't for the fact that she had already confirmed with Floating Light Dawn, she would have suspected that she was the only one taking shortcuts. She even doubted that the people in the Floating Light Dawn fan club were also taking shortcuts and they were faster than her. After the skill level increased, Guchen's attack duration this time was very short. In just a little over 2 minutes, he took down 2 shadow demons. After picking up the equipment and mailing it to Qin Yuanling, Guchen headed to the east gate. The next part was one-sided. Guchen was responsible for killing the boss, the shadow clone was responsible for poisoning the undead trolls, and then the core members of the Rhine Guild and the members of the Floating Light Dawn fan club wrapped things up. In just half an hour, the 12th wave of the Undead Siege event ended. Meanwhile, Guchen's points for the Undead Siege event reached 4,580,000, successfully topping the leaderboard. The original first place, God's Right Hand, had dropped to third place, while Niang successfully climbed to second place with 4,228,000 points. Additionally, Xin Lingxiu's points also increased significantly, reaching sixth place with 3,422,000 points. In terms of points, Xin Lingxiu's increase was noticeably greater than Ni Ying's. However, this was understandable, as Xin Lingxiu's skill level was much higher than Ni Ying's. As for Miying, well, no matter how biased Guchen might be, he had to admit that her current points were mainly due to 2 factors. First, the SS level skill provided by Guchen, Holy Light Baptism. Second, the golden level staff and her entire set of silver equipment provided by Guchen. In summary, it all comes down to one thing: rely on me. All rely on me. As for Xin Lingxiu, her reliance on Guchen was also significant. However, her excellent skills and powerful professional abilities were equally important. Meanwhile, Guchen's level also reached 14, still needing 80% to reach 15. After killing the last wave of golden level boss, he should easily reach level 15. Just as Guchen was contemplating how to kill the golden boss to level up, a server-wide announcement suddenly rang out. Server announcement: the Undead Legion's golden boss, the Death Singer, has used a sealing scroll on Flame Flower Town. Flame Flower Town is now in a sealed state. No player may enter Flame Flower Town for 12 hours. Server announcement: the Undead Legion's golden boss, the Death Singer, has used a sealing scroll on Flame Flower Town. Server announcement: the continuous 3 server-wide announcements left the Huagua World chat channel completely silent. At that moment, Guchen heard the system's prompt again in his ear. System prompt: the Undead Legion's golden boss, the Death Singer, will arrive at Flame Flower Town in 1 hour. Leaving Flame Flower Town now will be considered leaving the battlefield and your level will automatically decrease by 1. This ceiling scroll is quite something. From now on, leaving Yanhuang Town is not an option. At the same time, no reinforcements can reach Yanawazan within 12 hours. In this situation, Gu Chen can only say, beautiful. I like it. Gu Chen was originally worried that after the 12th wave of monsters was eliminated, there would be an hour of rest. What if the top 10 guilds came and went during these 2 hours? You have to know that the last 2 waves of monster sieges were the most valuable ones. Take the 12th wave of monster siege for example, the lowest level of equipment dropped was at least level 20 bronze gear. Moreover, since they were all sub-leader level monsters, they would drop at least 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. If luck was on their side, skill books and silver gear might also drop. The last wave of ordinary monsters was leader level boss, and most of the equipment dropped was silver level. If lucky, it might even drop gold level equipment. According to Gu Chen's calculations, there were at least 100 leader level monsters in the last wave. It would probably yield 400 to 500 pieces of silver equipment and a few pieces of gold equipment. If the top 10 guilds came to snatch it, the share that would end up in the hands of the Rhine Guild and the fans of the Dawn of Floating Light would probably be less than 10%. After all, Gu Chen needed to focus on fighting the gold level boss, which meant that his shadow clone had to apply a poison state to the leader level monsters to avoid being disturbed and besieged during his battle. This also meant that the top 10 guilds had the same chance to pick up the leftovers as the Rhine Guild and the fans of the Dawn of Floating Light. Now, the golden boss of the Undead Siege event, the Death Singer, directly used the ceiling array. No one can enter, which means that only those who stay in Yanawazan have the opportunity to participate in the process of picking up leftovers. Currently, the players in Yanawazan, apart from solo players, do not have any decent teams. This means that most of the rewards from the leader level boss will fall into the hands of the Rhine Guild and the fans of the Dawn of Floating Light. It is precisely for this reason that Gu Chen would say the Death Singer did a great job. In the chat channel of the Huagua world, what the hell? What's going on with this server-wide announcement? Didn't the top 10 guilds already withdraw from Yanawazan? What does the final monster siege mean? If I remember correctly, there are still 2 waves of monster sieges in Yanawazan. Yeah, before the 12th wave of monster siege, the top 10 guilds announced their withdrawal from Yanawazan. What's going on now? What the hell? I was born in Yanawazan and now I can't even go back to Yanawazan. Me too. The system notified me that Yanawazan has been sealed and I can't return within 12 hours. What the hell? You guys look, it's changed. The first place in the Undead Siege event has changed. What the hell? What's going on? Floating Light of Dawn actually took first place in the Undead Siege event. The president of the Divine Domain, God's right hand, is actually in 3rd place and the current first place is Floating Light of Dawn. 2nd place is Shallow Summer Cool. Shallow Summer Cool? Isn't that the generous priest? What the hell? She, a priest, actually took 2nd place. She's not an ordinary priest, she's a hidden class with large area AoE skills and not just one skill. Can someone tell me what exactly happened? It's only been a few hours. Why does it feel like the world has gone crazy? What the hell? Me too. What's going on now? Is there anyone who understands to help analyze it? What's there to analyze? Isn't the situation clear as day? How is it clear? I'm not smart, don't fool me. To be honest, with your IQ, there's really no need to fool you. The final boss siege has arrived, and the Undead Siege activity leaderboard shows that Floating Light Dawn has taken first place again. There is only one possibility: the 12th wave of monsters was successfully defended. Successfully defended? Didn't the top 10 guilds say that the last wave of monsters had 8 silver level bosses and over 200 bronze level bosses at level 20? The power gap is too great, it's simply impossible. If the top 10 guilds can't handle it, how could Floating Light Dawn do it alone? I also have my doubts, but the current situation is that the 12th wave of monsters has ended and the final boss has activated its sealing skill. It has sealed up Manhwa Town. So, even if my deduction sounds unbelievable, this should be the final result. The top 10 guilds can't handle it, but Floating Light Dawn can? Are you saying that Floating Light Dawn alone is stronger than over 1 million players from the top 10 guilds? If you understand it that way, I have nothing more to say. The current situation can only be explained this way. Haha, isn't this a good thing? Where are those who criticized Floating Light Dawn before? Why aren't they coming out now? They must be hiding. Otherwise, are they waiting to be slapped in the face by Floating Light Dawn? Now the objective fact proves that Floating Light Dawn did not participate in the Undead Siege activity. It's just that they felt it wasn't necessary to show up so early. As for the reason, based on the current results, Floating Light Dawn alone can handle the Undead Siege. There's no need for the top 10 guilds or casual players at all. The reason for not appearing was merely to give you all a chance to develop. Unfortunately, none of the top 10 guilds or casual players have any ambition. Now, it's good Floating Light Dawn has taken action by themselves. Sigh. The top 10 guilds are truly pathetic. We gave you a chance and you couldn't do anything. Damn. Who still dares to say that floating light dawn is selfish? Floating light dawn isn't selfish. They're thinking of everyone, trying to give everyone a sense of participation. Haha, the brother upstairs is right. Once floating light dawn takes action, that's the limit for this tier. Where else is there a chance for others to showcase themselves? Wow. I have a friend in Manhwa town. He said that the bronze equipment dropped by floating light dawn isn't even picked up. Many players are following behind floating light dawn to pick up equipment. Wow. I really want to go to Manhwa town and hug floating light dawn's thigh. As long as they give me a chance to follow them and pick up scraps, I'll do anything. Wow. Your calculations are about to explode in my face. Damn. The scraps that floating light dawn looks down on must at least be bronze level, right? My friend also said that there are two groups left on site. One is the newly established Rhine Guild and the other is Floating Light Dawn's fan club. They are following behind Floating Light Dawn to steal monsters and have already made a fortune. I have a friend in the Rhine Guild and as far as I know, the Rhine Guild has already obtained over 100 pieces of level 20 bronze equipment and more than 10 pieces of silver equipment. Moreover, the president of the Rhine Guild said that the 13th wave of monsters will at least drop silver equipment and there's a possibility of gold equipment. I have friends in Floating Light Dawn's fan club and their gains are no less than those of the Rhine Guild. Wow, I'm so envious. Are the Rhine Guild and Floating Light Dawn's fan club still accepting members? I want to join too. What a joke. The joining requirement for the Rhine Guild is level 10 with at least 5 pieces of bronze equipment. The requirement for Floating Light Dawn's fan club is at least 500 gold coins with a minimum of bronze equipment and several pieces of silver equipment. Each one has stricter requirements. Do you qualify? After being sealed, Manhwa Town cannot send messages equivalent to a closed space. He naturally has no idea about the information in the world chat channel. If he knew, he would surely be smugly talking to himself. I knew it all along. I was so happy to curse before, and now I'm just as excited to boast. The Tsunglong Plain. The right hand of God was leading the team to encircle and kill the level 15 silver boss, the Tsunglong King. At this moment, a server-wide announcement rang out. The right hand of God was momentarily stunned, then seriously read it 3 times. Impossible. All 10 major guilds have left. The 12th wave of monsters should have already breached Yanhua Town. The right hand of God muttered in disbelief. In his view, the strength of Fuguang Prashao was indeed formidable. However, in the face of such team combat, no matter how strong Fuguang Prashao's individual strength was, its impact would be limited. Therefore, from the perspective of the right hand of God, the failure to defend Yanhua Town was already predetermined from the start. It had little to do with whether Fuguang Prashao showed up or not. As for the discussions online, the right hand of God merely used them to enhance the visibility of the divine domain. However, what he did not expect was that the outcome he had firmly believed in was now being reversed. Fuguang Prashao, whom he thought was an outsider, had suddenly appeared in Yanhua Town. Even more difficult for the right hand of God to accept was that Fuguang Prashao not only took first place in Yanhua Town but that the second place was also snatched away by Qianqiu Weiliang. Besides Qianqiu Weiliang, the day before yesterday at noon, Diewu Prashao, who had just entered the game, Wanzu Dalu, was also rapidly increasing her score as if on a rocket. She had already reached over 3.4 million points, leaving only a gap of over 400,000 points between her and him. As long as she accumulated 500,000 points in the final wave of monster siege activities, the top 3 would be completely out of reach for him. The right hand of God was furious. He had worked hard for nearly 40 hours. He never expected to be the last one to be outdone. The reward for first place on the leaderboard was a level 20 golden treasure chest. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important was the 5 points of luck value bonus that directly affected the equipment drop rate. Just thinking about it made the right hand of God feel a pang of regret. If he had known they could hold it, he would have led the team to defend Yanhua Town. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. Damn Fuguang Prashao, why didn't he show up earlier? The left hand of God complained. If he had shown up earlier, we wouldn't have withdrawn from Yanhua Town. President, I heard that the Rhine Guild and Fuguang Prashao's fan club that stayed in Yanhua Town are about to make a fortune. The lowest is level 20 bronze equipment and there's silver equipment too. The 13th wave is a golden boss, so there will definitely be a lot of golden equipment. We've lost big this time. The ordinary monsters in the last wave are all leader level monsters. Although their overall attributes are weaker than silver, they aren't much weaker. Moreover, there are golden level bosses and not just one. Right now, the only ones who can hold up Yanhua Town are Fuguang Prashao, the Rhine Guild, and those brainless fans of Fuguang Prashao. With such a lineup, it's simply impossible to hold it. The right hand of God analyzed with a dark expression. At this moment, the right hand of God had seemingly forgotten that they had already given up on Yanhua Town and also on obtaining the ranking rewards for the undead siege activity. Now, if Fuguang Prashao could hold Yanhua Town, even though they did not participate in the defense against the 12th and 13th waves of monster sieges, they could still receive tangible ranking rewards. Objectively speaking, they should be grateful to Fuguang Prashao. After all, without Fuguang Pashao, they would not have been able to obtain the undead siege rewards. However, in reality, the right hand of God did not wish for Fuguang Pashao to succeed in defending the town. The reason was simple: the stronger Fuguang Pashao became, the more incompetent the 10 major guilds appeared. It should be noted that during the retreat, the Divine Domain Guild had issued an announcement. They claimed that holding Yanhua Town was beyond human capability and emphasized their own losses. In short, after others saw it, there was only one feeling: the losses were heavy and utterly tragic. Later, the top 10 guilds followed suit and issued announcements just like the Divine Domain. At the same time, in order to achieve the same effect, they inflated their losses layer by layer. In the end, it had clearly turned into a competition of misery. The more effort they put into portraying their suffering before, the more desperate they became now. They couldn't even handle the undead siege event that was so tragic, yet it was effortlessly resolved by Dawn of Light. Moreover, Dawn of Light not only handled it themselves but also led the remaining players to make a huge profit. This situation was not a good thing for the Divine Domain Guild or even the top 10 guilds. Netizens wouldn't analyze it seriously or make comparisons of strength. They would only think that the people from the top 10 guilds were useless, not even comparable to a single finger of Dawn of Light. The combined losses of the top 10 guilds, unable to handle the undead siege, were easily resolved by Dawn of Light. This huge contrast highlighted just how incompetent the top 10 guilds were. President, our server's first and second kills of the Golden Boss were both taken by Dawn of Light, said the left hand of God. Do you think Dawn of Light might? The outdoor boss is fundamentally different from the boss on the battlefield, said the right hand of God. The boss on the battlefield has strong commanding abilities and can coordinate with its legion. Its capabilities are stronger than those of outdoor bosses. Well, I hope Dawn of Light fails to defend the city, the right hand of God continued. I heard that in Flame Flower Town, players can only respawn there after being killed. If Flame Flower Town is breached, all players inside might be killed down to level 0. Is this news confirmed? The right hand of God asked excitedly. Confirmed, it's written on the seal status, the left hand of God said after pulling up the information. 12 hours of time, but I don't know how many times the Golden Boss can kill Dawn of Light. That's good news. After seeing the introduction of the sealing formation, the right hand of God began to silently pray in his heart. There was no way around it. During this time, Dawn of Light had been too prominent. For the current Divine Domain, a Dawn of Light that was killed down to level 0 was more in line with their interests than one that could defend Flame Flower Town. Misty Forest. Damn it. Dawn of Light. It's Dawn of Light again. The arrogant young master said with a dark expression. He actually held off the 12th wave of monster sieges. Luck, it's definitely luck. The arrogant war god chuckled awkwardly. I've investigated, and those monsters seem to be under some kind of curse, with their movement and attack speeds significantly reduced. That's what gave Dawn of Light their opportunity. The final boss is about to come out. This time they can't be so lucky. Moreover, after the final boss seals Flame Flower Town, respawning will still be in Flame Flower Town. This means that the people in Flame Flower Town will be killed down to level 0. Is that so? That's great. Upon hearing that Dawn of Light might be killed down to level 0, the arrogant young master couldn't help but laugh out loud. An hour passed quickly. On the city wall, the members of the Floating Light Dawn Boss fan club had already changed into new gear and replenished their supplies. This group of people was wealthy and spent lavishly on instant health and mana potions, never considering the cost. The core members of the Rhine Guild were in a similar situation. Having made quite a bit of money following the Ying, they didn't hold back on their own expenses. Moreover, they weren't fools, they were all too clear about how easy the last battle had been. The intensity of the final wave of monsters might be higher, but the corresponding rewards would also be greater. Besides, they had no choice now. They could either be killed down to level 0 or successfully defend. Therefore, everyone was highly motivated during the preparations. At this moment, the city gate was subtly divided into two groups led by Qin Xiao Weiliang and Dai Wu Pashao. One group was primarily composed of the Rhine Guild led by Qin Xiao Weiliang, while the other was centered around the Floating Light Dawn Boss fan club led by Dai Wu Pashao. There wasn't much communication between the two groups, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhuge Wulong had interacted with Miying in other games. Although they weren't familiar, he was the most suitable as a middleman to facilitate communication in this situation. After all, he knew Miying and wasn't a member of the Floating Light Dawn Boss fan club, being an external hire. In this context, he could speak to both sides. President Qianxia, what are your plans now? Zhuge Wulong asked. The 13th wave of the Undead Siege event is about to begin. Shouldn't we discuss some tactics? Tactics? Miying asked with interest. What plans do you have? I'd like to hear them. Miying had asked Gu Chen how the Rhine Guild should cooperate for the 13th wave of monsters. Gu Chen's answer was simple. No need for cooperation, just charge in. Miying fully trusted Gu Chen's words. Therefore, she hadn't formulated any battle plans and intended to charge directly once it started. Well, Zhuge Wulong said, the sponsors collectively decided to just follow behind the Floating Light Dawn boss and charge in. You're their commander, and you agree? Miying asked curiously. Well, Zhuge Wulong said helplessly, I feel like my commanding talent has become ineffective after encountering floating light dawn. The 12th wave of monsters was too bizarre. Their attack and movement speeds were severely restricted. I suspect it was due to a specific skill or scroll used by floating light dawn boss. It could lower the monster's movement and attack speeds while also affecting their health recovery rate. If the 13th wave is still like this, large-scale tactics won't be very effective. So, I think charging in directly is also a good approach. Miying didn't know what to say. She had to admit that she had learned about Gu Chen's skill characteristics through backdoor means, which was why she chose to charge. Zhuge Wulong was different. He had analyzed the battlefield situation and come to a conclusion. Mr. Zhuge, would you be interested in becoming a strategist for our Rhine Guild? Miying asked. You can name your terms. Well, I appreciate President Qianxia's kindness, Zhuge Wulong smiled. The members of the Floating Light Dawn Boss fan club have also decided to form a guild and they've invited me to join. The offered terms are quite generous and I've verbally agreed. Verbal agreement doesn't mean you haven't signed a contract, right? Miying smiled. How many gold coins are they offering you? I can double it. Of course, if it's in Chinese currency, that works too. Entrusted by others, I must be loyal, Zhuge Wulong politely declined. President Qianxia wouldn't want to find an untrustworthy subordinate, would she? It's okay, whenever you want to come to our Rhine Guild in the future, just contact me. Miying knew that Zhuge Wulong had made up his mind, so he didn't press further and smiled. Mr. Zhuge just needs to remember that the doors of our Rhine Guild are always open for you. Thank you, Alliance Leader Qianxia, for your kindness. The two chatted for a few minutes and the 13th wave of monsters finally arrived. Gu Chen had been hiding on the battlefield, and when the 13th wave of monsters appeared, he immediately used the insight skill. Monster name, Bone Dragon, Commander, level 20, health 700,000, attack 785 to 855, physical defense 650, magical defense 540, speed 108, monster name, Deathsinger, Lorenzo, Golden Boss, level 20, health 1,500,000, attack 1,180 to 1,360, physical defense 750, magical defense 1,120, speed 155. Skills, Death Melody. The Death Singer plays a mournful melody, causing nearby enemies to fall into a brief state of confusion while restoring health to allied undead units. Undead Shield. The Death Singer summons the power of the undead, applying a shield to himself and nearby allied undead units, reducing physical and magical damage taken. Soul Harvest. The Death Singer swings his staff, harvesting the souls of nearby enemies, dealing massive damage to them and converting part of the damage into his own health. Additionally, the harvested souls will enhance the strength of his undead army. Death Elegy. Lorenzo sings a mournful elegy of death, dealing magical damage to enemies within range and applying a death mark. Enemies with the death mark will take additional magical damage each time they are attacked by Lorenzo in the following seconds. Ultimate skill, Netherworld Descent. The Death Singer releases powerful Netherworld energy, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness and death. During the Netherworld Descent, allied undead units will receive significant enhancements, while enemy units will suffer continuous suppression and weakening. Furthermore, the Death Singer can summon giant beasts from the Netherworld to assist in battle, dealing devastating blows to enemies. Description: born in the intertwining realm of darkness and death, the Death Singer, originally named Lorenzo, was once an outstanding musician and poet in the human world. However, in an unknown disaster, Lorenzo lost his beloved family and friends, and his soul was consumed by despair and anger. In his quest for revenge and rebirth, he accidentally discovered the secrets of the Netherworld and learned to manipulate the powers of the undead in death, ultimately transforming into the Death Singer. Gu Chen glanced at the attributes of the Death Singer Lorenzo. Overall, his attributes were much weaker than Anbai's. Like the Silver Boss Shadow Demon, he was also a commander-level boss. With 5 skills, except for the ultimate skill which is a commander-level domain skill, the other skills are all amplification-type skills. The active skill Death's Melody is similar to human sound-based attack methods, capable of briefly confusing enemies, making it a strong control-type skill. The active skill Undead Shield is a large-scale amplification-type skill that can apply a shield to the Bone Dragon commander, reducing physical and magical damage taken. Poison damage can ignore this shield, but Gu Chen's direct output damage cannot, so the Undead Shield poses a slight threat to Gu Chen. However, it's only a slight one. Then there's the third skill, Undead Harvest, which is a variant of a lifesteal skill. In addition to its powerful lifesteal ability, it can also enhance the attack damage of subordinate soldiers. Sorry, Gu Chen's Soul-Devouring Poison Spike skill specializes in countering various lifesteal skills. The fourth skill is a marking skill that can place a mark on the target of an attack, causing additional damage on the next attack. This skill can be quite troublesome for invisible targets. The last skill is a commander-type domain skill, considered an enhanced version of Nightfall. In addition to shrouding the entire battlefield in darkness, it can amplify allies and apply debuffs to enemies. It can also summon underworld behemoths to protect the Death Singer. If Gu Chen were to face off alone, it would be easy to deal with. He could simply unleash Flame Princess and use her domain Blazing Domain to directly disperse the Underworld Descend domain skill. But in this situation, if he were to let Flame Princess appear, he would no longer be able to hide his biggest trump card. Domain. Gu-chan suddenly remembered that besides Flame Princess, he also had an SSS level domain he could use, Shinlingxiu's Limitless Thunder Domain. The SSS level Limitless Thunder Domain can summon the purest lightning power from heaven and earth, forming an ever-expanding thunder domain around itself. This thunder domain is formless and shadowless, capable of enveloping the entire battlefield in a frenzy of lightning, causing area damage, paralysis effects, and energy depletion to targets within the domain. At the same time, it can amplify lightning-type skills. Gu-chan does not have lightning-type skills, so he cannot amplify them. However, this is not important, as long as the Limitless Thunder Domain can disperse the effects of underworld descent, it is enough for Gu-chan. After thinking for a moment, Gu-chan directly sent a party invitation to Shinlingxiu. After forming a party with Shinlingxiu, Gu-chan thought for a moment and also invited Mi Ying. Mi Ying's operational ability is a bit lacking, but at least she is a priest class. Moreover, she is a versatile priest, providing him with an amplification state, which can speed up monster hunting. After receiving Gu-chan's request, Mi Ying excitedly handed over the command to Wei Wuifeng. During this time, under Mi Ying's deliberate training, Wei Wuifeng's growth rate has been rapid. In most battles, Wei Wuifeng has actually taken on the role of commander. This is something Gu-chan can entrust. In his previous life, Han Yanqing was an outstanding frontline commander. Being posthumously promoted to Major General has already proven Han Yanqing's talent in command. Such a good raw gem, Gu-chan naturally wants to carve it well. In fact, Han Yanqing has indeed lived up to Gu-chan's expectations. In terms of overall perspective, he can compete with Cao Cao, it's just unknown whether his private life aligns with that of Cao. If it does, he would have to find a way to dispose of him. There's no helping it. Among Han Yanqing's surroundings, the most beautiful married woman, besides himself, is hard to find a second. Mi Ying did not expect that when she arrived, someone had already come early. The newcomer was none other than Dai Wu Prashao, a core member of the Fuguang Prashao fan club. After the two beauties met, they simply nodded at each other and then looked at Gu-chan. Clearly, it was asking what Gu-chan meant by calling the two of them over. Gu-chan had not yet told Mi Ying about Shinlingxiu. At the same time, he had not informed Shinlingxiu that Mi Ying was another owner of the Rhine Club. Therefore, the two were not very familiar with each other, which created a strange atmosphere between them. Gu-chan coughed helplessly and said, "I called you two over to quickly deal with the golden boss." Gu-chan explained, "According to my observations, there are currently 4 golden level bosses, known as the Death Singers on the battlefield. They are Lorenzo, Kalanas, Belgobo, and Sisker. Their skills are quite similar, with slight differences in basic attributes, but not by much. What do we need to do?" Mi Ying asked first. The domain-type skill of Butterfly Dance can counter the domain of the Death Singers. Gu-chan continued to analyze. When the Death Singer releases their domain, you should activate the Infinite Thunder domain immediately to counteract the area of effect. At other times, just focus on attacking. As for Mi Ying, your skill, Holy Light Baptism, can remove the enhancement status of the Death Singers. When the time comes, listen to my instructions. Whatever skill I tell you to use, just use it. Gu-chan was very clear about Mi Ying's operational awareness from his 2 lifetimes, so he didn't have high hopes. He could only rely on himself to direct her to use her skills. There was no way around it. Gu-chan knew very well that this proud young lady preferred to win through overwhelming financial investment. When she could take action, she absolutely did not want to think. When she could spend money, she definitely did not want to grind. For his own sake, Gu-chan decided it was best to focus on directing Mi Ying. Fortunately, in his previous life, Gu-chan had a decent understanding of Mi Ying's skills, so directing her was not too much of a problem. As for Shinlingxiu, her gaming talent was very high, and her operational ability was strong. Gu-chan let her play freely, and if she needed reminders, he could guide her during the battle, allowing her to learn gradually. After the 3 were ready, Gu-chan had Mi Ying cast an attack speed and attack enhancement buff on him, then activated Shadow Gale Step and stealthily approached the Death Singer Lorenzo. At this moment, Lorenzo sat upright in a carriage, draped in a black robe, holding a staff embedded with a ghostly blue gem, his eyes like an abyss, staring ahead. Gu-chan, holding the phantom dagger, approached Lorenzo silently like a ghost in the night. However, the perceptive Lorenzo seemed to have already sensed everything. He lightly waved his staff, and the surrounding air suddenly became heavy, as if bound by an invisible force. The final chapter of life, the prelude to death, Lorenzo murmured softly, his voice deep and eerie, echoing outside the empty town. As he chanted, the surrounding air began to surge, forming several waves of ghostly blue energy that swept toward Gu-chan. Gu-chan's figure flickered, dodging the first wave of attack, but immediately after, more energy waves followed. System prompt: you have received the protection of the Dust Avoidance Pearl, automatically clearing all negative statuses on you. As expected of a wide area control skill, it could hard control him even while in stealth. Fortunately, with the assistance of the auxiliary artifact Dust Avoidance Pearl, otherwise he would have been completely helpless. Gu-chan's figure flickered, dodging the first wave of attack, but immediately after, more energy waves followed. Shinlingxiu reacted quickly, and at the first moment of Lorenzo's action, she directly unleashed a thunderstorm. Ah! Dozens of lightning bolts descended from the sky, forming a small electric magnetic field centered around Lorenzo, Death's Sanctuary. Lorenzo, who originally intended to continue his attack, had no choice but to form a black protective shield. Although the shield was thin, it easily negated the damage caused by the thunderstorm. As a group attack skill, the single target damage of the thunderstorm was not high. Shin Lingxiu used the skill not to deal damage, but primarily to delay Lorenzo's actions and create an opportunity for Gu Chen to attack. Gu Chen naturally would not miss this good opportunity. Nightfall. The illusion dagger in his hand transformed into a cold light, hiding in the darkness. He then quickly moved behind Lorenzo. Backstab plus Shadow Blade Dance plus 1000 Paths Flow. 11,200 critical damage. Poison status applied successfully. -60 -5,340 poison status applied successfully. -60 -10,890 critical damage. Poison status applied successfully. -60. A series of attacks directly took away 330,000 of Lorenzo's health. After a single encounter, losing 1/5 of his health, Lorenzo cried out in pain and instinctively turned around. Unfortunately, at that moment, Gu Chen had already entered a hidden state. Despicable human. Lorenzo roared, continuing to chant Prologue of Death. Please descend upon the humble, with the power of death as a sacrifice, deliver a heavy blow. Accompanied by Lorenzo's chanting, sound waves began to spread outward from him. -467. After being hit by the sound wave, Gu Chen lost a portion of his health. Although the damage was not high, at the same time he lost health. A plum-colored death mark was placed on him. This thing was clearly not covered by the dust avoidance pearl. The death chant could mark enemies. This was indeed a skill that gave Gu Chen a headache. However, this time Gu Chen was not fighting alone, he had a healer. Qianxia, Holy Light Baptism. Gu Chen directly commanded. Oh! Niang responded, raising her golden staff. Waves of holy light descended from the sky. Gu Chen felt a warm current pass through his body, and the death mark on him was cleared. Gu Chen once again hid in the darkness. Meanwhile, the white light struck Lorenzo directly. Light magic inherently suppresses undead creatures. When dealing with undead beings, there is a potential damage bonus. This was also the reason why Qianxia, despite her poor operational ability, could still secure second place in the Undead Siege event. Under the effect of the Holy Light Baptism, Lorenzo briefly entered a state of dizziness. Gu Chen naturally would not waste such a good opportunity. Backstab plus Rogue Assassination plus 1000 Paths Flow, a combination output, was directly unleashed. 15,200 critical damage. Poison status applied successfully. -60 -8,320 poison status applied successfully. -60 -14,880 critical damage. Poison status applied successfully. -60. Lorenzo, who was attacked, reacted quite quickly. With my blood as a guide, summon the power of the underworld. Descend. Power of the underworld. Lorenzo waved his staff, and suddenly a black and light swirling wind appeared between heaven and earth. The black underworld power rapidly spread outward from the center of the whirlwind. Without Gu Chen's reminder, at the same time Lorenzo waved his staff, Shin Lingxiu also raised her staff. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. By a deep rift, an endless thunderous power surged forth, like 10,000 dragons emerging from the sea. The sky, originally shrouded in the power of the underworld, was instantly dyed a deep purple, with clouds rolling and lightning intertwining, resembling frenzied thunder serpents dancing wildly in the air. Each bolt of thunder carried the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, flashing with dazzling brilliance. The sand and stones on the ground were swept up by the impact of the thunder, forming massive storms that engulfed everything around. A scorching breath filled the air. In this realm of thunder, time seemed to slow down, with each bolt of thunder falling as if accompanied by a solemn sense of ritual. Everything around was enveloped by this thunderous power. It was the first time Gu Chen witnessed the effects after the release of the Infinite Thunder Domain, and even he, with his vast experience, was shocked by the scene before him. Damn! No wonder it's an SSS level domain skill. Abnormal. So damn abnormal. As the Infinite Thunder Domain unfolded, Lorenzo's half-released underworld descent was rudely interrupted, and the underworld beasts he had summoned had not even appeared before they vanished. Damn it! Damn it! Lorenzo roared as he glared at the direction where Shin Lingxiu stood, charging forward. At that moment, Gu Chen, hidden in the shadows, struck again. A set of combo skills took away over 300,000 of Lorenzo's health. In less than 2 minutes, Gu Chen had attacked 3 times, suppressing Lorenzo's health to below 500,000. At this point, Lorenzo had entered a state of rage, and chants began to echo. The surrounding bone dragons seemed to hear Lorenzo's call, each one pouncing towards Gu Chen. The third level Shadow Clone could create 5 phantoms. Under Gu Chen's command, the 5 phantoms charged directly at the bone dragon leader. Poison damage appeared above the bone dragon leader's head. In just a moment, all 30 bone dragon leaders had been successfully poisoned by the 5 phantoms. Their attack speed and movement speed were instantly reduced by 50%. With the Infinite Thunder Domain combined with the soul-eating poison spike, both soft and Hard control states were mixed on the Bone Dragon leader, significantly reducing its attack effectiveness. Just then, Zhuge Wulong and Wei Wuifeng arrived with a large force. Skills rained down from the sky, especially from Han Yuncheng. Among the crowd, he donned a full set of silver equipment. With a ghostly charge, he directly plunged into the ranks of the Bone Dragon leaders, exuding an aura of one man holding back 10,000. The fans of the Floating Light Dawn boss were not recklessly charging either. Under Zhuge Wulong's command, they formed an orderly attack formation. Warriors in front, swordsmen behind, mages and archers in the middle, and priests at the back to assist and enhance states. The formation mages began to use auxiliary formations on the front line, maximizing the advantages of their lineup. It must be said that Zhuge Wulong's commanding ability was quite good. One person commanded hundreds of players, and even with a low level of coordination among the players, he could still manage it in an orderly manner. With the Rhine Guild and Zhuge Wulong and others holding back the 30 Bone Dragon leaders, the pressure on Gu Chen's side was instantly reduced significantly. With the cooperation of Mi Ying and Shen Lingxiu, it took only 3 minutes for the death-chanting master, Lorenzo, to unwillingly fall. The sound of the system prompt echoed. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to the players of the Huaxia server, Floating Light Dawn, Cool Summer, and Butterfly Dance for being the third to successfully kill the golden boss Lorenzo. The system will soon make 3 announcements to the entire server. Should player names be hidden? Do not hide. After the 3 confirmed, the announcement rang out across the server. Server announcement. Congratulations to players Floating Light Dawn, Cool Summer, and Butterfly Dance for being the third to kill the golden boss Lorenzo. Each receives 200 luck points, 1 million experience points, 1 golden treasure chest, and 5 gold coins. Server announcement. Congratulations to players Floating Light Dawn, Cool Summer, and Butterfly Dance for being the third to kill the golden boss Lorenzo. System prompt. Congratulations. During the process of killing the golden boss Lorenzo, your total contribution ratio is 85%, earning 850,000 points in the Undead Siege activity. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 15, gaining 4 free attribute points. Because it was the third kill on the Huaxia server, all 3 received the rewards of 1 million experience and 1 golden treasure chest. However, the points were still calculated based on contribution ratios. Gu Chen had the highest contribution, followed by Shen Lingxiu. Mi Ying's contribution was even lower. The reason was simple: Shen Lingxiu had a higher gaming talent, and during Gu Chen's battles, she could provide the desired effects without much prompting from him. There was a tacit understanding between the 2 skilled players, making their cooperation very comfortable. Shen Lingxiu's lightning skills always created a suitable output environment for Gu Chen. In comparison, Mi Ying was a bit lacking. She relied heavily on Gu Chen's commands to find opportunities to deal damage. Therefore, after the battle, Gu Chen had a higher degree of cooperation with Shen Lingxiu, giving her the most opportunities to output. After finishing the battle at the West Gate, Gu Chen did not linger, flipping through equipment while leading the 2 women to the South Gate. Lorenzo dropped a total of 4 pieces of golden equipment and a skill book. Gu Chen opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 2 pieces of golden equipment and 3 pieces of silver equipment. Among them, there was no equipment suitable for Gu Chen, but there were 2 pieces with good attributes. Equipment name: Thunder Sound Staff, Golden, level 20 attributes, spell attack 389 to 412 intelligence plus 40 trait. When attacking with the Thunder Sound Staff, it can deal an additional 20% lightning damage to the target. Trait: each successful hit on an enemy has a 10% chance to paralyze the target. Class restriction: Mage description. The Thunder Sound Staff has a gorgeous and mysterious appearance, carved from a rare thunder pattern stone, covered with intricate lightning patterns, and the staff head is inlaid with a crystal that glows with blue light. When the Thunder Sound Staff releases its lightning power, the crystal emits dazzling light, causing additional damage. Equipment name: Heart of the Ocean, Golden, level 20 attributes, magic points plus 500. Intelligence plus 30 trait, magic points increase by 20% trait. Wearing the Heart of the Ocean provides protection from oceanic power, gaining a shield equivalent to 10% of the wearer's health each time they are attacked. Class restriction: Mage description. It is said that the Heart of the Ocean is a gem with magical powers, containing the essence and soul of the ocean, and when attacked, it can receive the protection of the ocean god. I have 2 pieces of equipment here. The staff is suitable for Butterfly Dance, so I will give it directly to her. Gu Chen directly handed the staff to Shen Lingxiu, then passed the Heart of the Ocean pendant to Mi Ying, saying, "This Heart of the Ocean pendant is quite beautiful, consider it a gift." If it were just a staff, Gu Chen really wouldn't know how to give it away. Fortunately, the boss also understood the principle of sharing the spoils, and dropped 2 items for himself. It gave him a chance to keep things fair. Gu Chen thought weakly. The final golden boss in the Undead Siege had 4, each carrying 30 skeletal dragon leaders. All 4 golden bosses were death singers. Their skills were the same, only the panel attributes had slight differences. However, it wasn't a big problem. After upgrading their equipment, Shen Lingxiu and Mi Ying had also significantly improved their overall strength, especially Shen Lingxiu, who could now deal continuous damage to the golden boss. Plus, after their first cooperation, their synergy was getting better and better. When they hunted the second golden boss, there were still some hiccups, but by the time they reached the third one, there was no significant pressure. It was basically just hard control all the way, with Guchen directly killing it. Unfortunately, they missed the server-wide announcement reward for the second golden boss. There were no extra golden chests. However, the good thing was that after the golden boss was defeated, the dropped equipment was all golden gear, with no silver appearing. This gave Gu Chen's wounded heart a little bit of comfort. After defeating all 4 bosses, Gu Chen's score reached 6,780,000. He firmly held the first place. Miying ranked second, and Shen Lingxiu successfully entered the top 3, currently in third place. As for the right hand of God, it had already dropped to 4th place. After finishing off the golden bosses, the remaining skeletal dragon leaders posed little threat. As the boss of the Rhine Guild and the idol of the Floating Light Breaking Dawn fan club, Gu Chen naturally couldn't compete with his subordinates and fans for monsters. Not only could he not steal kills, but he also had to use poison to help them reduce casualties. After all, these people would be his foundation in the future. If there was a chance, he still needed to nurture them. After dealing with the 4 Death Singers, Gu Chen separated from Miying and Shen Lingxiu. The two returned to their respective teams. For some reason, although both were polite on the surface, Gu Chen still sensed a hint of something unusual. However, he wasn't sure what exactly was different. Rhine Guild team. After Miying returned to the team, the combat enthusiasm of the Rhine Guild noticeably increased. Relying on his good relationship with Miying, Wei Wu, Yifeng squeezed his head forward to ask, "Sister Ring, what was it like fighting alongside my idol?" "Your idol? Who is that?" Miying pretended to be confused. "Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Who else could it be?" Han Yanqing boasted. "Floating Light Breaking Dawn is recognized as the world's #1 expert. Our pride in Huagua. You just fought with him, how was it? Is Floating Light Breaking Dawn handsome in person?" Miying. At this moment, Miying really wanted to say that whether he is handsome or what kind of person he is, you know much better than I do. After all, you have been buddies for over a decade. Unfortunately, Gu Chen had said that his identity must remain a secret. Even Han Yancheng cannot tell. So, Miying hesitated for a moment and finally helplessly said, "You'll know when you meet him. As for whether you would be so shocked that you might die after knowing, that's not something I should consider." Miying thought honestly in her heart. A big shot at the level of Floating Light Breaking Dawn. How could a small Karami like me ever meet him? Han Yancheng said with slight disappointment, "A person like me can at most just help carry the shoes for the big shot of Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Your skills are pretty good too, there's no need to belittle yourself like that." Miying covered her face and softly advised. She was genuinely afraid that this foolish child, after learning the truth, would remember what he said today and would be unable to resist taking drastic measures. Unfortunately, Han Yancheng did not understand Miying's good intentions and said with a hint of sadness, "I can barely handle a bone dragon at the commander level, while the big shot of Floating Light Breaking Dawn can already take on golden level bosses solo. Moreover, all 3 first kills of the golden bosses in the entire server were accomplished by the big shot of Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Compared to him, I'm not even worthy to carry his shoes." Ingjia, when you see the big shot of Floating Light Breaking Dawn next time, could you ask him if he needs any accessories for his legs? If he does, he might consider me. What do you think the big shot of Floating Light Breaking Dawn likes in terms of accessories? Soft ones or hard ones? Forget it. Just let it be. With his intelligence, saving him would be pointless. Miying covered her face, thinking helplessly. However, whenever she saw Han Yancheng, for some reason, Miying couldn't help but think of that woman, the woman whose looks rivaled her own Daiwu Breaking Dawn. Just like Floating Light Breaking Dawn, her name also had Breaking Dawn in it. Moreover, it was said that when Daiwu Breaking Dawn first entered the game, she prepared 3 sets of silver equipment. 1 set for level 10, 1 for level 15, and 1 for level 20. In the entire Huagua, aside from Gu Chen, it would be hard to find anyone else with that kind of strength. Besides these 2 reasons, there was another reason. Gu Chen was too familiar with Daiwu Breaking Dawn's skills. The cooperation between the two was very tacit. Just thinking about this made Miying feel a bit uncomfortable. When the 3 of them teamed up to fight a boss, it was called cooperation. In fact, Miying knew that she had always been the one being directed. The real cooperation could only be between Gu Chen and Daiwu Breaking Dawn. What exactly was the relationship between her and Gu Chen? Miying had 1,000 questions in her heart, but she couldn't ask Gu Chen directly. "No, I can't lose. It's just game skills, right? I just didn't want to think before. As long as I am willing to learn, I can definitely be better than her." With this thought, Miying clenched her small fist even tighter. "Ingjia, did you hear what I said?" Wei Wu Yifeng asked. "Little. Han, I want to practice my operational skills for this profession. Do you have any methods?" Miying asked. "Sister, didn't you say it's just a game? When you can use money, use money. When you can't use money, use people. There's no need to think for yourself. What's the situation now? Why are you thinking about practicing skills?" Han Yancheng asked curiously. "You don't need to worry about that, just tell me how to quickly improve my operational level," Miying said with a gloomy expression. "Well, Han Yancheng thought for a moment and said, if you really want to learn, I suggest you find Gu Chen. That guy is well connected and knows the ins and outs of various professions. Just don't know how he's doing in the game? He doesn't contact me either. In my opinion, he's just too proud to admit he's suffering. He must be doing poorly and can't face me. Miying was also speechless. She really didn't know where his confidence came from. Just a few minutes ago, it was you who was kneeling to be a pendant on Gu Chen's leg, and just a few minutes later, it was still you saying he was too proud to admit he was suffering. If Han Yancheng knew that the Gu Chen he referred to as suffering from pride was the same person he had begged to be a pendant for, he would probably die of embarrassment on the spot. For the sake of Han Yancheng's mental health, it's better not to remind him. Let him run headlong down the path of social death. Huagua General Staff. Out of money? General Zhang Xia looked at the bill handed over by the logistics department and asked helplessly, do we have not a single cent left in the military's accounts? The money for spare equipment repairs and medicines can only last half a day at most. After that, we probably won't even have money for equipment repairs and medicine procurement, Logistics Minister Zhou Shangdong replied helplessly. Fortunately, the equipment procurement side still allows us to buy on credit. Otherwise, procuring equipment would also be a problem. What about the bank? General Zhang Xia asked. The bank has given us a few loans, but they've all been used for equipment procurement, Zhou Shangdong replied helplessly. The speed at which floating light dawn ship's equipment is too fast. Moreover, for the past 2 days, it's been all silver equipment. You know the price of silver equipment, 1 piece costs 1 to 200 gold coins, and for rare items like necklaces, jade pendants, and bracelets, it costs at least 4 to 500 gold coins. Basically, all the money we earn in a day goes to floating light dawn. Even so, we still owe floating light dawn over 5,000 gold coins. Is there any way to solve the funding issue? General Zhang Xia asked tentatively. There is, Logistics Minister Zhou Shangdong replied. We can suspend the procurement of equipment from floating light dawn and use the bank's service fees collected over the next few days for medicine and equipment repairs. This way, we won't be under so much pressure. No, absolutely not. General Zhang Xia rejected it outright without thinking. According to our intelligence department, countries like Sakura Country, Eagle Sauce Country, South Gali, Sun Never Sets, Maple Leaf Country, and Bear Country have mobilized a large amount of resources into their military. Compared to them, the competitive pressure in our novice village is even greater. Even so, our military's overall level is still 2 levels higher than theirs. Do you know why? The main reason is that we purchased a large amount of bronze and silver equipment from floating light dawn. We can kill monsters 5 levels higher, and our leveling speed is several times faster than theirs. Therefore, we absolutely cannot stop equipment procurement. Is there any other way besides this? There is. Actually, one more way, Zhou Shangdong stammered. There's no need to hide anything in front of me, just say what the plan is, General Zhang Xia urged anxiously. According to our estimates, floating light dawn has at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins, Zhou Shangdong said awkwardly. Since we can buy equipment on credit, do you think we could talk to floating light dawn? With the current interest rates, could we borrow some gold coins? Once we develop, we can pay him back? Hearing Zhou Shangdong's suggestion, General Zhang Xia's eyes lit up and he smiled. This suggestion is indeed feasible. So, after you return, contact Yuan Ling. Let her communicate with Fugue Dawn first. During our cooperation with Fugue Dawn, we have fully demonstrated our sincerity. Let's see if they are willing to provide us with some loans based on our past collaboration. As for the interest, a little higher than the current rate is acceptable. The different positions lead to different perspectives and frameworks. From Qin Yuanling's point of view, a daily interest rate of 1% is indeed a bit high. But from General Zhang Xia's perspective, it was different. Currently, the military of Huagua has already entered the 10,000 races continent on a large scale. The faster these people level up, the stronger their ability to acquire resources will be. The interest offered by Fugue Dawn is indeed a bit high. However, for the military, which is extremely short of funds in the early stages of the 10,000 races continent, it is still within an acceptable range. After all, they have a large overall base and the same gold mining teams. The output efficiency at higher levels is certainly more than at lower levels, which can accelerate leveling up, and the time saved can definitely earn back several times, even dozens of times, more than the interest. General Zhang Xia can still see this clearly. That's why there is such an order. Now, Zhou Shangdong proposed this suggestion after much deliberation. There was no way, as the Minister of the General Equipment Department, he had been living in hardship lately. The various teams under the military have already been formed. They chase him every day for money and equipment, and the equipment in the 10,000 races continent is not like the production workshops of military factories. As long as the horsepower is sufficient, it can be continuously produced. The equipment in the 10,000 races continent can only be obtained through 2 channels. First, purchasing from the auction house in the 10,000 races continent. Second, buying directly from Fugue Dawn. Of course, there is a third way, which is the equipment dropped by military personnel themselves. But the current situation is that even if equipment is dropped, the lower ranks are hiding it tightly, pretending to be poor. There's no way. Now there are too many monks and too little porridge, and the crying child gets the milk. If you dare to show wealth, the support for equipment will disappear. The leaders of the lower troops also know that the equipment obtained from the logistics department is at least level 15 bronze equipment. If lucky, they might even get silver equipment. This is much better than the low-level equipment they drop themselves. Therefore, the leaders of each troop have become the crying children. It would be good enough if they could just take advantage of the logistics equipment department. To expect the logistics equipment department to collect equipment from below? Dream on. It is precisely for this reason that Zhou Xiangdong set his sights on Fuguo. Dawn. He came up with this borrowing method. At first, he thought General Zhang Xia would hesitate a bit, but unexpectedly, General Zhang was even more proactive than he was. He even took the initiative to propose raising the interest rate. Clearly, General Zhang Xia's position is very high, and his vision is much longer term than his own. After you return, treat this matter as a priority, General Zhang Xia urged. Quickly obtain more funds from Fuguo Dawn and keep a long-term perspective. The faster our military develops, the stronger our ability to repay will be. As for the interest, as long as it is within the range of 2% daily interest, it is acceptable. By giving this ratio, General Zhang Xia also considered it thoroughly. 50 days is enough for the main members of the military to level up to above level 30. By then, with the military's large base, doubling the repayment of the debt will be completely unproblematic. If it exceeds the 2% baseline, it may slow down the military's subsequent development speed. Clearly, that would not be a wise move. Therefore, an interest rate of within 2% per day is the most appropriate. All right. Zhou Xiangdong felt a surge of joy in his heart. Clearly, the psychological bottom line of the chief of staff was lower than he had expected. This meant that the possibility of completing the task was even higher. After bidding farewell to the chief of staff, Zhou Xiangdong quickly returned to his office. He then had someone notify Qin Yuanling. Qin Yuanling belonged to the second department of the general staff. She was not actually subordinate to the general equipment logistics department. However, since Qin Yuanling became the sole contact for Fuguang Pixiao, the communication with the General Equipment Logistics Department had become much closer. Now, she could be considered temporarily seconded to the General Equipment Logistics Department, directly under Zhou Xiangdong's leadership, responsible for the distribution of equipment. Chief, you were looking for me? Qin Yuanling asked proactively as she entered. Yuanling is here, please sit. Zhou Xiangdong gestured for her to take a seat. The Qin family, where Qin Yuanling came from, was also a red family. Their ancestors were mainly responsible for the ideological and educational work of the troops, and after the old generals of the army, there were quite a few former students and officials of the Qin family. Although Zhou Xiangdong was not afraid of the Qin family, there was no need to make enemies, especially since Qin Yuanling was there to help the General Equipment Logistics Department. Zhou Xiangdong naturally had to be a bit more polite to her. Yuanling, are you adapting well to our logistics department? Zhou Xiangdong asked with concern. Pretty good, Qin Yuanling replied helplessly. Chief, if you have any orders, just give them directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. You little girl. Zhou Xiangdong helplessly pointed at Qin Yuanling and laughed. The chief of staff said you have a straightforward personality, and you really are quite direct. Alright, since you've spoken up, I won't beat around the bush either. Zhou Xiangdong paused and continued. You know the situation in our logistics department. Hundreds of thousands of mouths are waiting to be fed. The door to my office is blocked every day. You noticed that when you came in, right? Waiting outside are several generals, a dozen lieutenant generals, and dozens of major generals. Even during military district meetings, you wouldn't see so many generals. Zhou Xiangdong let out a bitter laugh and said, there's no way around it. After entering the 10,000 races continent, our military is really too poor. Hundreds of thousands of mouths consume medicines worth astronomical sums every day. You know the foundation of our logistics department. We have to manage the material consumption of the soldiers while also making large purchases of equipment. Spending money has become no different from flowing water. I'm not afraid of losing face. Given our military's current situation, we can only hold on for half a day at most. Qin Yuanling knew that the military's situation was quite dire. She had sensed this when she had already owed Guchen several thousand gold coins, but she hadn't expected it to be this bad. Even the most basic supply of medicines for the soldiers had become a problem. Chief, Qin Yuanling said awkwardly, scratching her head, what can I do? At that moment, Qin Yuanling was also filled with questions. I'm just a small major. What can I do about matters that even hundreds of generals can't handle? However, seeing the leader's attitude, it's clear he has his own plans. So, Qin Yuanling straightened her sitting posture and waited for the leader's orders. Ahem. Zhou Xiangdong cleared his throat a couple of times and then said, so, what is your relationship with Fuguang Pixiao? A normal cooperative relationship, Qin Yuanling replied honestly. Our communication basically stays on the chatting interface. Well, Yuanling, Zhou Xiangdong smiled, I don't mean to blame you. It's just that when we communicate, can you be a bit more proactive? Let Fuguang Pixiao see Our military's sincerity and initiative in cooperation. Xin Yuanling asked in confusion. Leader, you're not asking me to seduce Fu Guangpashao, are you? What are you talking about? Don't say such things. Zhou Xiangdong hurriedly denied. I just want you to interact with him more. After all, you represent our official image. The better his impression of you, the stronger our cooperation will be. Of course, if you really like him and are willing to develop further, that's your personal matter and the organization won't interfere. Alright, Qin Yuanling said helplessly. You can rest assured, I will maintain a good relationship with Fu Guangpa Xiao. He is quite decent and very positive about our cooperation. It's just that when it comes to business, he can be a bit ruthless. Just thinking about how Fu Guangpa Xiao wanted to lend high-interest loans to the military made Qin Yuanling wish she could drag that guy over and beat him up. How dare he propose high-interest loans to the official? The key is, for a moment, she actually felt a stir in her heart. How despicable. Truly too despicable. In business cooperation, it's reasonable for them to protect their own interests, Zhou Xiangdong said with a smile. Right now, we are the party in need. We need to have the mindset of the party in need. Yuanling, I heard you don't have a boyfriend yet? Rest assured, leader, I will maintain the right mindset. Qin Yuanling continued to ask, Leader, you didn't call me here just for my personal feelings, did you? Ahem. Zhou Xiangdong awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times. This girl Qin was too sensitive. Before he even spoke, she had already blocked all his thoughts. Sigh. This matchmaking business really shouldn't be done, especially not by someone of his rank as a general and head of logistics. After adjusting his mindset, Zhou Xiangdong said, it's also a political task for our organization to care about the emotional issues of subordinates. Of course, if you don't like it, we won't mention it. Okay. Qin Yuanling decisively nodded. Leader, if you have no other matters, I'll go back to work. Don't be in a hurry. Zhou Xiangdong quickly stopped her. I haven't mentioned the main business yet. Oh. Qin Yuanling returned to her seat and asked in confusion, Leader, weren't you going to get straight to the point? Zhou Xiangdong was also helpless. This Major Qin, her temper was really straightforward. He was a general of Huagua, and she didn't give him any face at all. Zhou Xiangdong awkwardly touched his nose but didn't argue with Qin Yuanling. Instead, he got straight to the point. I laid the groundwork for you earlier. Because the organization has a task to assign to you, I hope you are mentally prepared. Upon hearing Zhou Xiangdong's tone, Qin Yuanling immediately straightened her attitude. Please give your orders, leader. Currently, our military is facing a funding shortage. After discussions between the general staff and our general equipment department, it has been decided to broaden our funding sources. Zhou Xiangdong continued. Currently, our military's funding sources mainly rely on bank fees. This single model should be changed. Therefore, our logistics equipment department has decided to establish a credit financing team. After careful consideration, the organization has decided to appoint you as the team leader of the credit financing group. I am now inquiring about your personal willingness on behalf of the organization. Credit financing team? Qin Yuanling felt completely bewildered, but her strong mental fortitude quickly helped her calm down, and she proactively asked, Chief, I have never been involved in financing work before. Is it too frivolous to appoint me as the leader of the credit financing team? Your appointment as the team leader has the consent of the Chief of Staff and is the result of comprehensive consideration by the organization, Zhou Xiangdong said solemnly. The organization believes in your abilities and trusts that you can excellently complete the tasks assigned to you. Qin Yuanling did not expect the organization to be so resolute. She worriedly asked, Can I understand the specific work content? Qin Yuanling also knew that now was not the time to shirk responsibility. Since the organization had entrusted the task to her, she had to approach it with 100% work attitude. The work content is actually quite simple, Zhou Xiangdong explained. Borrowing gold coins from players in the continent of 10,000 races. We pay a certain interest over time. Qin Yuanling felt that this work content seemed a bit familiar. Wasn't this what Fu Guangboyo had mentioned to her earlier, lending to the military? Chief, did Fu Guangboyo say something to the military? Qin Yuanling asked proactively. Why do you ask that? Zhou Xiangdong asked in confusion. Fu Guangboyo has always been in direct contact with you. You should know about any matters earlier than I do. At this moment, Qin Yuanling also understood why the chief wanted to find her. Why he had brought up so many emotionally related questions before assigning the task. She finally realized why the organization had entrusted her with the credit financing work. After all, the financing target was Fu Guangboyo. They approached her simply because she was the primary contact for Fu Guangboyo. With a certain foundation of cooperation between them, it would be easier to discuss financing cooperation. The chances of successful collaboration would also be the greatest. But just a few hours ago, she had rejected the proposal made by Fu Guangboyo. Who would have thought that just a few hours later, the situation would completely reverse? Qin Yuanling felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart, but she still truthfully reported her conversation with Fu Guangboyo to Zhou Xiangdong. What? The daily interest is only 1%? You directly rejected it. What a pity. Such a pity. Zhou Xiangdong jumped up from his seat with a look of regret on his face. Perhaps realizing he had lost his composure, Zhou Xiangdong quickly adjusted his emotions and explained, Yuan Ling, I didn't mean to blame you. I just feel it's a pity. Just half an hour ago, I reported to the chief of staff about seeking financing from Fuguang Boyo. The bottom line given by the chief was a daily interest of 2%. As long as it is within the 2% range, it can be accepted. I didn't expect Fuguang Boyo to actively approach you, wanting to lend money to our military, and at such a low rate of 1% daily interest. Qin Yuanling was completely speechless. Daily interest of 1%. Was that very low? To know that the annual interest rate for currency loans in reality is only 2 to 3 percentage points. At the most outrageous moment, the annual interest rate didn't even exceed 15%. A daily interest of 1% is, in reality, the highest of high-interest loans. The organization actually agreed to it. Moreover, they even thought it was low. For a moment, Qin Yuanling began to doubt her life. Yuanling, it seems the organization really found the right person to assign this task to you, Zhou Xiangdong said. After a brief contemplation, continuing, if Fuguang Breaks Dawn actively approaches you, it means he himself has a need to preserve and increase his wealth. Our military urgently needs funds, and he just happens to have sufficient funds. In this case, the possibility of both parties reaching a cooperation is quite high. I know it might be a bit awkward for you to approach Fuguang after you initially rejected him. Don't worry, Chief, I can overcome my psychological issues. Before Zhou Xiangdong could finish, Qin Yuanling interrupted proactively, I guarantee I will complete the task. It would be best if we could cooperate, but if not, there's no need to force it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Zhou Xiangdong reassured her. At this moment, Fuguang Breaking Dawn still didn't know how fast the boomerang was flying. It hit Qin Yuanling 100%. At this moment, he had already voluntarily withdrawn from the undead siege activity and was heading to the trap Dragon Cliff. The 6-hour cooldown was about to end, and he couldn't miss the opportunity for the daily 4 consecutive loans. Just halfway there, the system's prompt sounded. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the players of the Huaxia server for successfully defending Yanhua town. For the next 48 hours, the equipment drop rate on the Huaxia server will increase by 100%, and the experience gain rate will also increase by 100%. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Congratulations to the players of the Huaxia server for successfully defending Yanhua town. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Hearing the announcement from the 10,000 Races continent, Guchen was also taken aback. The rewards for 10,000 Races continent were indeed impressive. After successfully defending the city, they were directly rewarded with 48 hours of double experience, and the drop rate during battles also increased by 100%. One could imagine that in the next 48 hours, players from Huaguo would flood all major leveling maps. The drop rate of equipment in the trading market would also greatly increase. System prompt. Congratulations, you have achieved first place on the leaderboard in the Undead Siege activity, rewarded with +3 levels, 1. 20-level golden treasure chest, 5 luck points, and 5,000 fortune points. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 16, gaining 4 free attribute points. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 17, gaining 4 free attribute points. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 18, gaining 4 free attribute points. System prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-rank title, Slayer of the Underworld. Title, Slayer of the Underworld. Rank, S-wearing characteristics. Characteristic 1. When facing undead, ghostly, or dark targets, attributes increase by 20%. Characteristic 2. When hunting undead, ghostly, or dark targets, item drop rate increases by 100%. Gu Chen glanced at it. This was a specific title. It had special effects against undead, ghostly, and dark targets. The title was highly targeted, and its effect wasn't too significant. However, having it was better than not having it at all. In addition to the title reward, as the first place in the Undead Siege event, the system directly rewarded him with 3 levels. Gu Chen's level had now risen to 18. The second place, Qianxia Wei Liang, was at level 17. The third place, Dai Wu Prashao, was at level 16. Gu Chen inquired and then understood. The top 10 in the Undead Siege event all received level rewards. He was first, rewarded with 3 levels. Qianxia Wei Liang and Dai Wu Prashao, being second and third, were directly rewarded with 2 levels. Qianxia Wei Liang had been at level 15 before and now reached level 17. Dai Wu Pajiao's level was 12, now also reaching 14. In just 2 days, the level had directly increased by 14 levels. Shen Lingxiu had also set a record for the fastest level up in Huaguo. Besides Shen Lingxiu and Miying, the 4th to 10th places all directly increased by 1 level. The remaining players received a certain proportion of experience rewards based on their rankings. In summary, after the Undead Defense event ended, all players who participated in the siege received considerable rewards. Server announcement: the Points Exchange Mall for the Undead Siege event has been opened, lasting for 24 hours. After each Monster Siege event, a corresponding points mall would open. Players could spend points to exchange for items, equipment, skill books, herbs, and other resources from the event mall. This type of event mall was also an important part of the system rewards. Item name: Fiery Chainmail, rank Gold level 20 exchange. Requirement: 1.5 million points. Item name: Ghostly Shield, rank A class requirement Knight Warrior exchange requirement 1 million points. Item name: 9 turns. Cleansing Pill, rank 9 class pill exchange requirement 6 million points. Seeing the 9 turns cleansing pill, Gu-chan's eyes lit up. The exchange mall actually had this item? Without a second thought, Gu-chan chose to exchange it. Gu-chan had a total of 6,780,000 points. He can only exchange for 1 9 turns cleansing pill. Although it was a bit painful, Gu-chan still chose to exchange it without hesitation. After the exchange, Gu-chan's undead siege points were left with 780,000. Unfortunately, had he known there was such a good item as the 9 turns cleansing pill, he would have killed more monsters. After the pill exchange was completed, Gu-chan chose to use it without hesitation. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully used the 9 turns cleansing pill. Your aptitude has changed and all attributes permanently increase by 10 points. That's right. It was that direct. It was that domineering. All attributes directly increased by 10 points. And it was a permanent increase. This was why Gu-chan was willing to spend 6 million points to exchange for this 9 class pill. It should be noted that the enhancement of equipment is an external improvement. The 9 turns cleansing pill enhances personal overall quality. Therefore, in the later stages of Myriad Race's continent, the 9 turns cleansing pill was known as the Destiny Transformation Pill. It should be understood that the strength gap among high-end players is actually minimal. The number of 9 turns cleansing pills used has become an important resource for widening the power gap among high-end players. Unfortunately, the number of people who can refine the 9 turns washing marrow pill is already scarce, and the materials for refining the 9 turns washing marrow pill are all extremely rare. The final result is that the total number of 9 turns washing marrow pill in the entire 10,000 races continent is less than 100. In his previous life, Gu-chan, as the commander of the southern region of Huagua, had only consumed 3 9 turns washing marrow pill. Moreover, he obtained them as spoils during the process of hunting the 10,000 races after the fusion of the 10,000 races continent and the water blue star. This shows how rare the 9 turns washing marrow pill is. Gu-chan hurriedly opened the leaderboard and took a glance. He casually closed the Undead Siege Points leaderboard. Shun Lingxiu and Mi Ying both had scores exceeding 4 million. Unfortunately, one was still 100,000 points short of 5 million. The other was short by 200,000. Damn it. If he had known earlier, he could have let them output a bit more. That way, he could have had 3 9 turns washing marrow pill. At this moment, Gu-chan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Unfortunately, there is no place in this world that sells regret medicine. With 780,000 points left, Gu-chan looked around and found nothing he needed. He simply exchanged them for level 20 bronze equipment. He sent everything to Qin Yuanling. Gu-chan had previously informed Qin Yuanling about this event, allowing their military players to participate as well. They didn't need to stick it out until the end, just participating in the attack was enough. After the Undead Siege event ended, these people should all receive a bronze treasure chest of the same level. However, the bronze treasure chests they received would yield low-level equipment. In terms of attributes, they would definitely be inferior to the level 20 bronze treasure chests that Gu-chan exchanged. However, the sheer number of them was significant. Hundreds of thousands of bronze treasure chests could temporarily alleviate the military's demand for basic equipment. In a remote corner of Hua Town, Qin Yuanling stood there in a daze, staring at the chat box of Floating Light Breaking Dawn for a long time. She hesitated about how to contact Gu-chan. She never expected that a few hours ago, Floating Light Breaking Dawn had been chasing her to lend her money. She had rejected him in a bad mood. A few hours later, the boomerang had come back to hit her on the head. She actually had to take the initiative to ask Floating Light Breaking Dawn for a loan. When she promised the commander, Qin Yuanling was so resolute. At this moment, she felt utterly dispirited. Embarrassing. So embarrassing. Qin Yuanling thought to herself, and just then, the notification sound from her mailbox rang continuously. When she opened the mailbox, one piece after another of silver and bronze equipment appeared inside. Moreover, they were all level 20 equipment. It must be said that this Gu-chan was simply a mobile money-making machine. The entire country's earning capacity was not as good as his alone. Sigh, if only she had Floating Light Breaking Dawn's earning ability. Unfortunately, she did not. After hesitating for a while, Qin Yuanling ultimately decided to contact Floating Light Breaking Dawn regarding this batch of equipment. In the face of national interests, face could be disregarded. Soon, Qin Yuanling adjusted her emotions and actively sent a message to Floating Light Breaking Dawn. I have received the equipment you provided and I will send you a table shortly. 1 Gu Chen habitually replied with a 1. Previously, Qin Yuanling didn't know what it meant, but after getting used to it, she understood that 1 here meant received, I know, or I have seen it. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yuanling finally spoke up, I have something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Just say it. Floating Light Breaking Dawn asked, puzzled. It's about your last proposal. Qin Yuanling said. After considering it comprehensively, it's not impossible. What was the proposal last time? Fu Guanpa Zayed asked in confusion. It wasn't that he was pretending, he genuinely couldn't remember. It's about the loan. Qin Yuanling said, 1% daily interest, we can accept that. Oh, Gu Chen casually asked, how many gold coins do you need? Ha! Qin Yuanling didn't expect Fu Guanpa Zayed to agree so readily. There was no bargaining at all. It's worth noting that Minister Zhou Xiangdong had given him the authority for a 2% daily interest. Ha! Are you having second thoughts? Gu Chen asked in confusion. No, I'm just surprised. You seem completely unfazed. Qin Yuanling asked in puzzlement. Well, a bit surprised. Gu Chen replied with a smile. I didn't expect you to come to me so quickly. Gu Chen's words left Qin Yuanling speechless. In fact, Gu Chen had long suspected that the military of Huagua might seek a loan from him. There was no helping it. After all, he was the richest person in Huagua. The publicly available information from the military indicated that he had at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins on hand. Moreover, some speculated that during the second big gamble, Fu Guanpa Zayed had earned nearly 10 million gold coins. Although it was just speculation, the evidence presented by the speculators was reasonable and credible. Currently, ordinary players in Huagua were mostly in a stage of gold coin scarcity. When leveling up or fighting monsters beyond their level, it was difficult to balance potion expenses. As a result, many players chose to downgrade and fight monsters. The advantage of this method was that income and expenditure could be balanced. The downside was that the leveling speed was much slower than others. If the military leaders had the option, they would definitely not choose the second method. Thus, the military's potion consumption was enormous. Every day. In this situation, seeking financing from Gu Chen was quite reasonable. After all, there had always been interest payment transactions between the military and Gu Chen. Now it was just a matter of exchanging equipment for equivalent gold coins. As long as the negotiations went well and they kept their word, it wouldn't be a problem. Right now, we are in need of your help, and you don't plan to negotiate? Qin Yuanling continued to ask. I only take what I consider reasonable benefits. Gu Chen replied. With a smile, 1% daily interest is my standard. If it's higher, I won't take it. If it's lower, I won't give it. It's that simple. Hearing Gu Chen's sincere response, Qin Yuanling honestly said, actually, the bottom line we can accept within the military is a 2% daily interest. I didn't expect your principles and bottom line to be so high. I represent the Huaxia military in thanking you. On the other side of the chat interface, Gu Chen saw the message Qin Yuanling sent. He slapped himself twice hard. This is what you get for showing off. I damn well told you to stop showing off. That 1% daily interest profit just vanished. How much less would I earn with that 1% daily interest? Unfortunately, now that I want to regret it, there is no medicine for regret. Sigh. The bright golden treasure is gone just like that. What a pity. What a pity. Ahem. Gu Chen quickly adjusted his mood and coughed lightly, saying, Major Qin, can I discuss something with you? What is it? Qin Yuanling replied with a proper attitude. How about we go with a 2% daily interest loan and I'll give you a commission? Gu Chen smiled. At this moment, Qin Yuanling was completely speechless, awkwardly editing, let's forget about the commission. If you insist on a 2% daily interest, we can only accept it. Just kidding. Fu Guangpa laughed. Major Qin's character is trustworthy. For the daily interest, let's calculate it at 1%. As for the loan amount, how much do you want? How much can you give? Qin Yuanling asked weakly. That depends on how much you need. Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. This response left Qin Yuanling at a loss for words. When the commander assigned her the task, no specific amount was designated. As for the reason, Qin Yuanling could understand. In the current environment of the continent of all races, gold coins were already scarce, and how much to give depended on Gu Chen's mood, not their needs. Moreover, in Qin Yuanling's view, financing and credit should be a long communication process. Even if there was a need, they could directly consult their superiors at that time. But who would have thought that Fu Guangpa would agree so casually? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, if she needed it now, he would just give it to her directly. The situation was so sudden that even Qin Yuanling hadn't thought about how much to borrow from Fu Guangpa. Can I consult my superior first? Qin Yuanling asked awkwardly. No problem. Gu Chen replied indifferently. I can do it any time. After the conversation ended, Gu Chen had already arrived at the Trapped Dragon Cliff. Upon seeing Gu Chen appear again, the ancient divine beast Tyne, she glanced at him provocatively, clearly mocking Gu Chen's fruitless experiences during this time. However, Gu Chen had already maintained a calm mindset. In the face of the ancient divine beast Tengxi's provocation, he showed no expression and directly used the Shadowless Hand. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully activated Shadowless Hand on the ancient divine beast Tengxi, obtaining Dragon Scale Moonstep Boots artifact. Weapon name: Dragon Scale Moonstep. Boots artifact level 30, sealed attributes, all attributes plus 60 agility plus 160 strength plus 120 constitution plus 120 trait 1. Moonstep: the wearer can move at night or under moonlight, entering the moonstep state, where movement speed increases by 50%, attack power increases by 10%, and evasion effect increases by 10%. Sealed effect: unsealed at level 20. Trait 2, Dragon Scale Protection. When the wearer suffers a fatal attack, the Dragon Scale Moonstep Boots will activate the Dragon Scale Protection effect, blocking one fatal damage for the wearer and increasing the wearer's defense by 20% for the next 10 seconds. Sealed effect: unsealed at level 20. Trait 3, Moonlight Breath. Under the moonlit night, the wearer's magic recovery speed increases by 30% and a moonlight space will emerge centered on the wearer, with a certain probability of restoring health and mana for teammates within the space. Sealed effect: unsealed at level 20. Trait 4, Dragon Scale Impact. When the wearer launches a fierce impact forward, the impact will carry the sharpness and hardness of dragon scales, increasing the penetration effect by 20%, while dealing 20% additional physical damage to enemies, with a 10% chance to stun the enemy briefly. Sealing effect: level 20. Unsealing, class restricted, none. Description: the Dragon Scale Moon Treading Boots were meticulously crafted by a legendary artisan using an ancient dragon scale and countless rare materials. It is said that during the manufacturing process, the artisan placed the boots under the moonlight on countless full moon nights, allowing them to absorb the essence of the moonlight, thus granting the boots the ability to tread upon the moon. Wow! A divine artifact. It's actually a divine artifact. Gu Chen was clearly overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. Aside from the two auxiliary divine artifacts, the Dragon Scale Moon Treading Boots should be considered the first equipment-type divine artifact since his rebirth. However, unfortunately, due to the level restriction, the artifact's equipment characteristics were sealed. Only after reaching level 20 could the skills of the equipment be unsealed. Nevertheless, even without the enhancement of the equipment characteristics, the attributes added by the Dragon Scale Moon Treading Boots at level 30 were already astonishing. All attributes increased by 60, equivalent to using 6 additional 9-turn washing marrow pills. In addition to the overall attribute increase, there was also agility 160, strength 120, and root bone 120. After equipping them, Gu Chen's attack power soared to a terrifying 2,840 points. His magical defense and physical defense reached an astonishing 1140 and 1120 points, respectively. His movement speed even reached a frightening 395 points. This was also because Gu Chen had allocated all 24 free attribute points from upgrading from level 12 to 18 into strength. Otherwise, his movement speed would have been even higher. Unfortunately, without the enhancement of the characteristics, the increase in movement speed was reduced by 15%, and the probability of breaking defense was also lowered by 5%. However, compared to the 4 characteristics that would soon be unlocked after reaching level 20, this was negligible. At this moment, looking at the characteristics interface, Gu Chen was almost drooling. First was characteristic 1, which allowed him to enter the moon treading state at night or under moonlight, increasing movement speed by 50% and enhancing attack power and evasion by 10%. This meant a significant boost to his capabilities in wild battles. Characteristic 2, Dragon Scale Protection, was the core of the core, allowing Gu Chen to withstand one fatal blow, equivalent to having a second life. With such an effect, how could it not be considered extraordinary? Then there was characteristic 3, Moonlight Breath, which not only restored his magic points during moonlit nights but also helped teammates recover, making it an automatic auxiliary artifact. Finally, characteristic 4, Dragon Scale Impact, would add a breaking defense effect and extra attack damage when attacking forward, along with a hard control stun effect. It was simply an essential skill for an assassin's sneak attack. It should be noted that these enhancements were only for the level 30 state. As the level of the Dragon Scale Moon Treading Boots increased, the enhancement effects would only grow stronger. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't wait any longer. Just in time, there was double experience for the next 48 hours. He would first raise his level to 20. Just as Gu Chen was filled with excitement, within the Trapped Dragon Cliff formation, the ancient divine beast Tengxi roared and crashed into the formation, venting its dissatisfaction recklessly. Damn it! What are you yelling about? Gu Chen kicked a stone beside the formation and cursed, "The wheel of fortune turns, and today it's my turn. Where's your arrogance now? So cocky, huh? Keep being cocky with me." After being mocked by the ancient divine beast Tengxi for so many days, Gu Chen, although relying on the spirit of AQ to numb himself time and again, how could he not have a bit of resentment in his heart? At this moment, hearing the furious roar of the ancient divine beast Tengxi, Gu Chen felt an exhilarating sense of revenge. Damn! Let you be arrogant! Just as Gu Chen was in a love-hate relationship with the ancient divine beast Tengxi, the chat channel of Huagua became lively. Wow! I got a bronze treasure chest. I have one too. Haha, I'm lucky, I got a piece of silver equipment. Dude, you struck it rich. Struck it rich? I'm only level 10, a level 10 silver equipment isn't worth much. What the hell? I seriously suspect you're just showing off. A level 10 silver equipment is worth at least a dozen gold coins. It's only a dozen gold coins, though. The high-level silver equipment sold by Floating Light Breaking Dawn costs hundreds of gold coins. It's not comparable, not at all. Damn. If I say you're fat, you start panting? What status do you have to compare yourself with the big shot from Floating Light Breaking Dawn? This time, during the Undead Siege event, Floating Light Breaking Dawn is going to make a fortune. How much? I'm not sure how much. However, I heard from players who participated in the 12th and 13th waves of the Undead Siege event that Floating Light Breaking Dawn soloed the 12th wave silver boss. The 13th wave's golden boss was taken down together with the president of the Rhine Guild and the leader of Floating Light Breaking Dawn's fan club. What do you mean by together? Let's be clear, it was clearly Floating Light Breaking Dawn leading two beauties to level up. Exactly, I've seen the president of the Rhine Guild, Zhenxia Weiliang, and the leader of Floating Light Breaking Dawn's fan club, Daiwu Breaking Dawn. Both are rare beauties. If I were Floating Light Breaking Dawn, I would also bring such beauties to level up. Vulgar. If I were Floating Light Breaking Dawn, why would I need to level up with beauties? Isn't it better to book a room? Damn. This is really shaking me. Now, Floating Light Breaking Dawn should be the undisputed #1 in our Huagua, right? Absolutely. A monster siege that the top 10 guilds couldn't handle, and he managed it all by himself. What is this? This is strength. Which guild is Floating Light Breaking Dawn in? I want to be a decoration for him. Floating Light Breaking Dawn is still a solo player. However, if you want to be his decoration, there are opportunities. Opportunities? What opportunities? You can join the Rhine Guild or Floating Light Breaking Dawn's fan club. It's said that the president of the Rhine Guild, Zhenxia Weiliang, and the leader of Floating Light Breaking Dawn's fan club, Daiwu Breaking Dawn, have a special relationship with him. A special relationship? How special? A relationship of coming and going. Damn. I want to join Floating Light Breaking Dawn's fan club or the Rhine Guild. Do you have any connections? There are many ways, but you should look in the mirror first. Are you qualified? What do you mean? Do you think it's that easy to get into Floating Light Breaking Dawn's fan club and the Rhine Guild? The requirements for Floating Light Breaking Dawn's fan club are the highest, starting at 500 gold coins, and you also need to have more than 5 pieces of silver equipment. The requirements for the Rhine Guild are a bit lower, but the minimum requirement is still 3 pieces of silver equipment. If you don't have 3 pieces of silver equipment, don't even think about it. Of course, hidden professions and special life professions are exceptions. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, the announcement from the 10,000 Races continent rang out again. Shadow Forest Dungeon. Baka. Baka. The Chinese actually held on to Flamehua Town and got 48 hours of double time and double drop rates. Damn it, this is too infuriating. Upon hearing the announcement from the continent of all races, Ichiro Muta shouted in anger. Behind Ichiro Mutu, the only remaining member of the 5-man team, Naoya Aino, remained silent, not daring to speak. Ichiro Mutu and his team had confidently entered the hidden dungeon, Shadow Forest. They had originally thought that after the Chinese failed to defend the city, the entire server would announce that Japan had conquered the hidden dungeon. But who would have thought that they wouldn't even make it through the dungeon and lost 3 members in the process? Even with such a heavy cost, they had only passed the first level. They hadn't even made it halfway through the second level. With the team struggling to clear the dungeon and hearing the news that the Dawn of Floating Light had successfully defended the city, how could Ichiro Mutu possibly feel good? At this moment, it was only natural for him to be somewhat emotionally unstable. After venting for a full 3 minutes, Naoya Aino finally spoke up. Muta-kun, how about I try again? No need. After calming down, Ichiro Muta regained his rationality and said, the difficulty of the Shadow Forest dungeon is too high. With our current strength, we simply cannot clear it. Continuing to waste time will bring no benefits. Therefore, I have decided to withdraw from the dungeon. Ha? Naoya? Aino asked in surprise, isn't that too wasteful? This is a hidden dungeon, and if we fail the challenge, our competitors will be top players from around the world. I know that. Ichiro Muta replied casually, even if they are top players from the entire server. So what? No one is more familiar with the Shadow Forest levels than we are. Now, let's organize our guild players to form a team. As soon as we withdraw, they should immediately enter the Shadow Forest dungeon. We must master the clearing techniques of the Shadow Forest. The Shadow Forest dungeon not only tests players' combat power but also their clearing skills. Whoever can master the clearing techniques first will have the qualification for the first clear, Ichiro Muta said confidently. In the whole world, no one knows the Shadow Forest dungeon better than us. Moreover, we have the advantage of foresight. Once the Shadow Forest opens to the entire server, our organized guild players will be the first to enter the dungeon. We will gather more information about the Shadow Forest dungeon. By then, our chances of clearing it will be much greater. At first, Naoya Aino didn't quite understand Ichiro Muta's thoughts, but after Hearing his explanation, he was enlightened. They could control the timing of the hidden dungeon's opening for the entire server. Before the hidden dungeon opened to the whole server, they could prepare the players from Sakura country outside the dungeon. Once the dungeon opened, they would enter immediately. This way, while players from other servers were still forming teams, they would already be exploring the Shadow Forest dungeon. They would grasp first-hand information faster. The possibility of clearing it would be greater for them than for other countries. After waiting for about 10 minutes, once the players from the corporation had gathered, Ichiro Muto and Naoya Aino finally withdrew from the Shadow Forest dungeon. As the two exited, the announcement from the continent of all races echoed once more. Continent of all races announcement, Japanese. Players Ichiro Muto, Ami Amori, Naoya Aino, Tomoyuki Yamamoto, and Masatoshi Tanaka have failed to challenge the hidden dungeon Shadow Forest. The Shadow Forest dungeon will open to all servers. Any player can go to the central square of the novice town to enter the Shadow Forest dungeon. The first server to clear the nightmare level difficulty dungeon will have the difficulty of the Shadow Forest dungeon reduced by 20%. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Japanese players Muto Aikiru Umari, Ami Aino Naoya, Yamamoto Tamaharu, and Tanaka Masatoshi challenge the hidden dungeon. Announcement from the 10,000 Races continent. Japanese players. The announcement from the 10,000 Races continent rang out 3 times in succession, and the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation immediately entered the Shadow Forest dungeon. Players from other countries became lively. Lock Town. Fu Guangdong actually succeeded in defending the city, and Huagua has 48 hours of double experience and double drop rates. The gap between Huagua players and us is getting smaller and smaller. Lucifer analyzed with a gloomy expression. Storm I nodded in agreement. Fu Guangdong's strength is too strong. It's too unreasonable. Has the official conducted an investigation? It's useless. Lucifer said helplessly. In this game, 10,000 Races continent, there is no official in a substantial sense. This means that all actions within the 10,000 Races continent are acceptable. Our traditional sense of cheating does not exist in this game, but the existence of Fu Guangdong is too disruptive to the balance of the game. Storm, I said, somewhat unconvinced. Shouldn't the official balance such players? You still don't understand my point. Lucifer continued. The 10,000 Races continent is a brand new world. It can be said to be humanity's second world. A world without rules, without nations. Here, anyone, any force, as long as they have enough energy, can do as they please. No one will interfere. Storm, I fell silent. So that means no one can control Fu Guangdong? In theory, yes. Lucifer's voice was low. But there are other ways. What ways? Storm, I asked in confusion. In the 10,000 Races continent, no matter how invincible Fu Guangdong is, they still have to rely on their real-life existence to survive. If the physical body in reality perishes, then Fu Guangdong in the 10,000 Races continent will disappear on its own without us needing to target them. Lucifer's voice was somber. However, as an elder beside Lucifer, Storm, I knew that the boss was scheming. He was well aware of the consortium behind Lucifer. These people had specialized mercenary organizations responsible for doing some unspeakable things. If he wanted someone to disappear, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Latest news, the Cherry Blossom Nation's challenge to the hidden dungeon has failed, and the hidden dungeon has been opened to the entire server. Upon hearing the announcement from the 10,000 Races continent, Storm, I reported, the name of the hidden dungeon is Shadow Forest. It should be a level 20 hidden dungeon. Currently, only Muto Aikiru and the others know the specific situation. Order Muto Aikiru to send us a copy of the internal information about Shadow Forest. Lucifer ordered calmly, as if it were a routine matter. Then he continued, mobilize the experts from our guild. We must capture this hidden dungeon at the first opportunity. This group of useless people from the Cherry Blossom Nation is truly incompetent. Last time when Fu Guangdong cleared the dungeon, it seemed to take just over an hour. Muto Aikiru and his group took a full 6 hours and still failed. However, this is good news for us. Yes, I have already contacted Muto Aikiru, and he will soon send us the specific situation of Shadow Forest. Storm, I spoke. On the guild side, I have mobilized a large number of high-level players. This time, we will definitely take down the hidden dungeon. Yes. Lucifer nodded and replied, this time, I will personally lead the team. The Shadow Forest dungeon, we must secure it. Jingu Town. Damn it. Huagua actually managed to hold off the undead siege event. This floating light dawn must be a descendant of our Goryeo Empire. Park Suchung cursed. Those useless people from Sakura country can't even handle a small dungeon. They still need our Goryeo Empire to step in. Ha, that's right, this is our opportunity. Park Gukchang said with a smile. The hidden dungeon is open to the whole server, and the first kill reward is crucial. Sakura country, Bear country, America, and others have organized strong players to enter the Shadow Forest dungeon at the first opportunity. This time, if we secure the first kill in the Shadow Forest dungeon, we can prove that our Goryeo Empire is the strongest nation on the continent of all races. Yes, this time we will lead the team ourselves. Park Suchung declared firmly, the first kill in the Shadow Forest must belonged to our Goryeo Empire. After coming out of the trapped dragon cliff, Guchen naturally heard the system prompt immediately. It was the Shadow Forest Dungeon. According to Guchen's memory, in his previous life, the Shadow Forest Dungeon was successfully cleared by Sakura Country. However, the opening time of this dungeon seemed to be half a month after the launch of the Continent of All Races, when the mainstream players' levels had all reached 20. After the first kill was successful, this dungeon became a domestic dungeon for Sakura Country. So, Guchen was not very clear about this dungeon. However, with his current strength, entering a gold-level dungeon would be a complete sweep. There was no need to worry about whether he could clear it. What he should be concerned about was how long the monsters in the Shadow Forest could hold out. The dungeon was open. Who should he take with him? It should be noted that the first kill of the hidden dungeon on the Continent of All Races would reward a gold-level first kill gift pack. If Guchen soloed, he could only obtain one first kill gift pack. If he entered as a team, he could receive 5 gold-level first kill gift packs. Shen Xia, Wei Liang, Dai Wu Prashao. Guchen first ruled out these two. The reason was simple. After the Undead Siege event, the identity of Floating Light Dawn had already established a connection with the two of them. If the connection was too frequent, it would be easy to trace back to Guchen through them. At this time, it was certainly not appropriate to find Mi Ying and Shin Lingxiu. After thinking it over, Guchen thought of a good tool, Qin Xingyu. His relationship with her was well known. The military contacted Guchen through her. One could imagine how much attention Qin Xingyu attracted. A little more now wouldn't matter. After all, in reality, he had no intersection with Qin Xingyu, and it was basically impossible for others to trace him through her. After making the decision, Guchen immediately messaged Qin Xingyu, "I need to borrow 4 tool people for a dungeon run for a fee." Once in the dungeon, the tool people don't need to do anything, just one piece of level 20 silver equipment each. Are you interested? Aside from Qin Xingyu, Guchen had other options as well. For instance, the military behind Qin Yuanling had many people. As long as Guchen made his demands, the military would definitely agree. Moreover, there would be no expenses involved. However, Guchen wasn't too keen on getting too deeply involved with the military at this point, so he ultimately chose Qin Xingyu. Qin Xingyu quickly responded, "Are you planning to solo the Shadow Forest dungeon?" "Yes," Guchen replied. "But this time, all the treasure chests will belong to me alone. As participants, you can each choose one piece of silver equipment that suits you from all the gear. What do you think? Is this deal acceptable?" "No problem," Qin Xingyu nodded without hesitation. "Liu Li Yueying, Xianxia Yanran, and Qingmeng Wuhan, can the 4 of us join?" "No problem," Guchen nodded. "Come to the central square of Yanhua Town." "On our way," Qin Xingyu replied promptly. Just a few minutes after Guchen arrived at Yanhua Town, Qin Xingyu and her 3 companions had already reached the central square. After pulling the 4 into a team, the 5 of them headed to the entrance of the Shadow Forest dungeon together. Since the Undead Siege event, the face Guchen had transformed into had already become known among the people of Yanhua Town. At this moment, when they saw Fuguang Pashao appear here, everyone instinctively made way. The once bustling central square of Yanhua Town instantly fell silent. Thus, Guchen and his 4 companions faced no obstacles and directly arrived at the entrance to the Shadow Forest dungeon. Without any hesitation, they chose the highest difficulty, Nightmare level. A flash of red light passed, and the 5 of them disappeared from the central square. Once the 5 vanished, the central square of Yanhua Town instantly became lively again, with discussions rising and falling. "Did I see that right? The person leading just now was Fuguang Pashao. That's right. It was him. Wow. So handsome. I didn't expect Fuguang Pashao to be not only strong but also so good-looking. I really want to warm his bed. With your looks, I think you should give up. Didn't you see that Fuguang Pashao had 4 women around him, each more beautiful than the last? With your looks, you'd be at the bottom of the team. What if Fuguang Pashao doesn't like beauties and prefers my type? Dude, if he likes someone like you, his taste must be pretty twisted. Is Fuguang Pashao planning to take beauties to clear the Shadow Forest dungeon? Obviously. I heard the difficulty of the Shadow Forest dungeon is very high. The strong players from Sakura Country couldn't even get past the 2nd level. Why doesn't Fuguang Pashao take some experts with him? Aren't the ones Fuguang brought experts? Aside from the goddess slaying Qingyu, the other 3 are just ordinary players. With such a team trying to clear the Shadow Forest at the highest difficulty, I don't think the outcome looks optimistic. I think Fuguang Pashao must have his own confidence to take these people in. That may not be the case. Clearing a dungeon relies not only on brute force but also on intelligence. Just look at the previous Shadow Castle dungeon. The traps inside were designed so cleverly. Didn't everyone fail time and again before finding the way to clear it? I just want to say, the first clear of the Shadow Castle dungeon was also achieved by Fuguang Pashao, and he was the player who cleared it successfully on the first try. While everyone was discussing, Guchen and his 4 companions had already been teleported to the Shadow Forest. Upon entering the Shadow Forest for the first time, Guchen did not act recklessly but instead checked the background introduction of the Shadow Forest. On the distant continent of Etheria, there lies an ancient forest forgotten by the world as Shadow Forest. This forest is located at the edge of the continent, shrouded year-round in a thick layer of mist and ominous shadows. According to legend, it is a remnant of a brutal war from ancient times, where the lingering resentment and souls of the dead wander, gradually forming a unique ecosystem. As time passed, the Shadow Forest became increasingly isolated from the outside world, becoming synonymous with the unknown and terror. The 5 individuals are currently positioned in an open area. Not far from them, there is an entrance about 5 meters wide. However, this entrance is obscured by layers of mist, making it impossible to see the scenery beyond. This is a safe zone, you can stay here, Guchen instructed Qin Xingyu and the others before drawing the illusion dagger and stepping directly into the mist. System prompt: you have entered the Shadow Forest mist entrance, please be cautious. As soon as he stepped into the mist entrance, Guchen felt himself immediately surrounded by dense fog, his field of vision severely restricted. Flame Princess, it's time to work. Guchen opened the pet space and released the Flame Princess. After a period of development, the Flame Princess had undergone significant changes in appearance, especially its feathers, which were extraordinarily brilliant, red as burning fire, golden like the first light of dawn, and shimmering with star-like brilliance in shades of blue and purple. Each flap seemed to weave the most splendid tapestry between heaven and earth. The newly emerged Flame Princess, under Guchen's command, let out a resounding cry that echoed through the clouds, suddenly soaring into the sky, its momentum unstoppable, like a sword slicing through the air, or a spirit of flame breaking free from its bonds. Its wings spread wide, boundless, and each flap created violent waves in the surrounding air, as if even time itself paused at that moment. As the Flame Princess ascended, a scorching and sacred aura spread, emanating from the purest flame power within it. It slowly opened its beak, and a long, slender flame burst forth, instantly transforming into a sea of fire that dyed everything around it crimson. This flame was not a harbinger of destruction but a symbol of purification and rebirth. Under the guidance of the phoenix, they wove a dazzling realm of flames, enveloping all things in heaven and earth. Within this realm of flames, the mist quickly dissipated, and the environment gradually became clear. Hiss! Hiss! Within the realm of flames, dozens of ghostly giant pythons hidden in the mist hissed, their tongues flicking as they let out a series of wails. Level 10 ghostly giant pythons were no different from paper in front of the Flame Princess. There was no need for Guchen to take action. The Flame Princess alone effortlessly exterminated over 100 ghostly giant pythons. System prompt: soul-devouring poison spike has detected absorbable poison source ghostly python venom. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. System prompt: ghostly python venom absorption complete. System prompt: your soul-devouring poison spike has undergone a change. Guchen glanced at the soul-devouring poison spike. The poison damage had increased by 5 points, reaching 65 points. His luck was quite good. According to Guchen's calculations, there should still be elite and above elite ghostly giant pythons ahead. If that were the case, this dungeon run would be even more worthwhile. The difficulty of the mist entrance mainly lay in avoiding ambushes from ghostly giant pythons hidden in the mist while also steering clear of hidden traps. In front of Guchen, the mist was utterly useless. Traps were of no consequence against the profession trait. Heavenly Stealth S 1000 locks, 10,000 solutions. Thus, the first stage was completed effortlessly in just 2 minutes. After passing through the mist, Guchen arrived at a narrow and winding path flanked by twisted trees, their trunks entwined with vines that emitted a ghostly glow. Shadows occasionally flitted across the path above, emitting a chilling low growl. The path was filled with barriers formed from shadow energy. Normally, players would need to solve specific rune puzzles or collaborate to break the barriers in order to proceed. At the same time, they had to be wary of ambushes from shadow assassins lurking in the treetops and on the ground. Unfortunately, they encountered a freak like Guchen. The G-Flame Princess unleashed a fireball, and the entire shadow path was engulfed in flames. Crackle crackle, the sound of burning trees mingled with faint sonic booms. Meanwhile, shadow assassins screamed as they darted through the woods. The trees of the Shadow Forest were not ordinary, they were wrapped in a thick layer of death energy, and normal fire attacks could not harm them at all. Unfortunately, the fire of the G-Flame Princess was no ordinary fire. As an ancient divine beast, the flames of the Flame Princess could incinerate all matter. The death energy was utterly ineffective against it. This was the innate suppression of bloodlines. Guchen moved effortlessly through the flames, finishing off the shadow assassins in just a few minutes. After traversing the end of the path, he left behind a sea of fire, and before him lay a vast swamp, the ground muddy and exuding a pungent stench. In the center of the swamp was a massive whirlpool, constantly devouring everything around it. At the center of the whirlpool rested a gigantic head. Sensing Guchen's approach, the enormous head swiftly moved closer. Its massive body stretched several dozen meters long, resembling a moving mountain. Its size and oppressive presence even more pronounced in the darkness. The skin was a deep, inky black, covered in hard, smooth scales that reflected a faint dark purple glow under the dim light. Guchen immediately cast a detection spell. Monster name: Shadow Giant Crocodile. Silver Boss. Level 15. Health 700,000. Attack 755 to 820. Physical defense 750. Magical defense 620. Speed 110. Skills: Shadow Stealth. The Shadow Giant Crocodile can blend into its surroundings, achieving near-complete invisibility. This ability allows it to approach prey or enemies unnoticed and launch sudden attacks. Even in dim or completely dark environments, the Shadow Giant Crocodile can perfectly merge into the shadows thanks to its unique skin, color and scale texture. Shadow Soundwave. The Shadow Giant Crocodile can emit a low-frequency sound wave that strongly disrupts the nervous systems of humans and other creatures, inducing fear, confusion, and even temporary paralysis. Shadow Tear. With its incredibly sharp fangs and strong neck muscles, the Shadow Giant Crocodile can deliver a deadly biting attack. Abyssal Fury. The ultimate skill of the Shadow Giant Crocodile, Abyssal Fury, can unleash the dark power hidden within it. When this skill is activated, the Shadow Giant Crocodile's body expands to several times its size while releasing a powerful wave of dark energy. This energy wave can deal devastating damage to everything around it and temporarily weaken the abilities of enemies. Description: hidden within the swamp of the Shadow Forest, it merges with the swamp and can move freely, making it difficult for enemies to detect. It hunts everything that passes through the swamp using ambushes and assassinations. The Shadow Giant Crocodile usually appears in male-female pairs, doubling its lethality. Just as Gu-chan was investigating the attributes of the Shadow Crocodile, he keenly sensed that something else was quietly approaching him besides the Shadow Crocodile. In front of him, Gu-chan cautiously focused his gaze on the swamp. It was then that he suddenly discovered that, just 10 meters away from him, another Shadow Crocodile was hiding. This Shadow Crocodile had silently crept up on him. If it weren't for his years of combat experience and a subtle instinct for danger, he would probably have been caught off guard today. As for capsizing, with the strength of 2 Shadow Crocodiles, it would be difficult to even consider that. The biggest challenge in dealing with swamp-type Shadow Crocodiles is the issue of attack. In the early stages of the game, players lack flying items and skills, making it hard to attack monsters in the swamp from the air. For mages, with slightly longer reach, they can attack from a distance. However, this method of attack is not very effective in large swamps. As for warriors, they can only watch anxiously. In Gu-chan's eyes, the swamp before him was essentially a formation. The main components of the formation were floating logs and stones. To attack the Shadow Crocodiles in the swamp flexibly, one needed to leap forward using these floating logs and stones, while also being mindful of the attacks from the 2 silver-level boss Shadow Crocodiles. Under the intricate locks and solutions, the trend chart of this formation appeared clearly before Gu-chan. That was the entrance, and that was the exit, crystal clear. Gu-chan commanded the Flame Princess to fly up, creating pressure on the male and female Shadow Crocodiles from the air. He himself weaves between the floating logs and stones, continuously launching attacks on the Shadow Crocodiles. 19,005. Critical damage. Poison status applied successfully. 65-8523 Poison status applied successfully. 65-18932 Poison status applied successfully. 65 Gu-chan's current attack power reached 2,840 points, and in a backstab state, it could reach 5,680 points. In stealth mode, with a 50% increase in attack power, a normal attack could deal 8,520 points of damage, and with a critical hit, it could deal 17,040 points of damage. Gu-chan's equipment had a 15% attack power bonus, allowing him to deal a maximum damage of 19,596. Under full attack, a level 15 silver boss was basically no different from an ordinary monster in Gu-chan's hands. It was just that when attacking, he needed to use thousands of techniques. With 2 sets of skills, the 2 silver bosses were taken down directly. The efficiency was faster than in the previous 2 levels. Looking at the time, he had cleared 3 levels in less than a minute. After jumping through the swamp using the floating logs and stones, Gu-chan arrived in front of an ancient altar. The altar was carved with complex runes and totems, and in the center lay a huge crystal ball emitting a faint ghostly light. It seemed to seal some powerful force or soul. Hiss hiss hiss. Hearing the familiar sound, Gu-chan's eyes instantly lit up. However, in front of Gu-chan, the scene was extremely eerie. Under the dim night, the ancient altar was illuminated by flickering torches, casting an ancient aura. With Gu-chan's arrival, a chilling sensation seemed to permeate the air, as if the deepest forces of nature were being awakened. On the altar, the originally smooth stone surface began to slowly crack open, fine cracks spreading rapidly like a spider's web until the entire surface of the altar was covered with intricate patterns. Immediately after, an indescribable heaviness surged forward, making it almost impossible to breathe. At that moment, the head of the first ghostly giant python quietly emerged from the crack, its cold snake eyes shimmering with a ghostly green light in the fire's glow. Then, as if driven by some invisible force, hundreds of giant pythons surged out from the altar's fissure, some coiling together, others competing to climb, creating a spectacular and terrifying scene. These giant pythons were massive, their scales glinting with a metallic sheen, appearing even more ferocious under the firelight. They flicked their bright red tongues, emitting a hissing sound that coalesced into a deep and terrifying melody echoing through the night sky, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. As the giant pythons continued to pour out, the space around the altar seemed to be occupied by their enormous bodies, the air growing increasingly heavy. In stark contrast to the horror brought by the ghostly giant pythons, Guchen's face displayed an incredibly radiant smile. He was muttering to himself, and if anyone got close, they would clearly hear him repeatedly exclaiming, "I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. This time, I've really hit the jackpot." At that moment, seeing the attribute interface of these giant pythons, Guchen's mouth twisted into a joyful grin. He cheerfully cast a detection spell. Soon, the attributes of these ghostly giant pythons appeared before Guchen. Monster name: King of Ghostly Giant Pythons, Silver Boss, level 20 health, 950,000 attack, 860 to 910 physical defense, 670. Magical defense, 890 speed, 130 skills, shadow stealth. The king of ghostly giant pythons can freely traverse between the physical and the ethereal, appearing silently anywhere. Even the sharpest senses struggle to capture its trace. Soul Devour. Its tongue is not only a symbol of threat but also a terrifying tool for extracting the souls of living beings. Once a target is locked on, their soul will be slowly drawn out in endless fear, ultimately becoming part of its power. Shadow Explosion. It can gather surrounding dark energy to form a massive shadow sphere, which, once released, will trigger a devastating explosion, destroying everything in the material world and eroding souls, leaving an eternal shadow. Undying Soul. As a ghostly entity, it is immune to physical attacks. Only pure magical power or equally powerful soul attacks can harm it. Even if destroyed, as long as a trace of the ethereal remains, it can reconstitute itself. Ghostly Control. It can command its subordinate ghostly giant pythons to fight for it. These ghostly pythons vary in form, some sharp as blades, others thick as shields, providing comprehensive protection and support for the king of ghostly giant pythons. Among these hundreds of pythons, besides the king of ghostly giant pythons, there were also level 16 elite ghostly pythons, level 18 vice commander ghostly pythons, and level 20 commander ghostly pythons. Guchen realized he had stumbled into a den of venomous snakes. There were a total of 4 levels of ghostly pythons. If he could take them all down, to what extent would the soul-devouring venom spike be enhanced? Just thinking about it made Guchen unable to suppress his inner excitement. Therefore, even with such a sinister and terrifying scene before him, Guchen couldn't help but break into a brilliant smile. At that moment, Guchen resembled a ghost in the night, wielding dual short blades that glimmered with a cold light. Under the faint moonlight, his gaze was sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings, every subtle movement escaping his perception. Guchen's appearance immediately startled hundreds of giant pythons. Under the command of the king of ghostly giant pythons, with a rustling sound, hundreds of pythons surged from all directions. Some as thick as giant pythons, others as slender as vines, colorful, flicking their tongues, their eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. The air was filled with the unique stench and dangerous aura of the snake swarm, sending chills down one's spine. Faced with this seemingly invincible horde of snakes, Guchen showed no signs of panic. With a swift movement, he glided through the snake swarm like a ghost, aided by the shadow gale step, his twin short blades transforming into 2 streaks of silver lightning. Each swing was accompanied by the sound of snake bodies breaking and blood splattering. Guchen's movements were precise and rapid, each attack striking the vital points of the giant pythons perfectly, a series of injuries directly taking down the attacked pythons. However, the sheer number of snakes was overwhelming as they surged forward from all directions, one after another. Yet Guchen was not afraid. Instead, he wore a delighted smile. System prompt. Soul-devouring poison spike has detected absorbable poison source phantom giant python venom elite. Do you wish to absorb? Yes. System prompt: phantom giant python venom elite. Absorption complete. System prompt: your soul-devouring poison spike has undergone a change. System prompt: soul-devouring poison spike has detected absorbable poison source phantom giant python venom subleader. Do you wish to absorb? Yes. System prompt: phantom giant python venom subleader. Absorption complete. System prompt: your soul-devouring poison spike has undergone a change. System prompt: soul-devouring poison spike has detected absorbable poison source phantom giant python venom leader. Do you wish to absorb? Yes. System prompt: phantom giant python venom leader. Absorption complete. System prompt: your soul-devouring poison spike has undergone a change. In just a brief encounter, the toxin damage of Guchen's soul-devouring poison spike had increased from 65 to 110. Among them, the elite-level phantom giant python contributed 10 points of toxin damage. The sub-leader-level phantom giant python provided 15 points of toxin damage. The leader-level phantom giant python offered 20 points of toxin damage. The golden-level giant eye spider king only provided 10 points of toxin damage. Surprisingly, even the elite-level phantom giant python provided 10 points. This led Guchen to suspect that the stronger the poison of a creature, the lower its rank, the less it would diminish the increase in toxin damage. If an elite-level phantom giant python could provide 10 points of toxin damage, how much toxin damage would a silver level boss provide? Just thinking about it made Gu-chan unable to suppress the smile on his face. At this moment, surrounded by the corpses of phantom giant pythons, he stood among the bodies, grinning eerily. If others were to see this scene, they might think Gu-chan was some kind of twisted psychopath. 19223 critical damage, poison state applied successfully. 110-9532 poison state applied successfully. 110-18856 poison state applied successfully. 110. After Gu-chan activated his shadow clone, he quickly moved between the ghost giant pythons. With 5 shadow clones plus Gu-chan's main body, there were a total of 6 figures weaving through the ghost giant pythons. Rapidly, he poisoned all the ghost giant pythons within the altar's range. The damage from a layer of soul-biting poison spikes is 110 points, and over 120 seconds, it can deal 13,200 points of damage. A maximum of 5 layers can be applied, totaling 66,000 damage. This damage can easily poison most elite-level ghost giant pythons. As for the vice-captain and captain-level ghost giant pythons, they were the primary targets for Gu-chan. If they couldn't survive 120 seconds, they were systematically eliminated by Gu-chan. After clearing the minor monsters, it was time for the silver-level boss, the ghost giant python king. Seeing the ghost giant python king, which was dozens of meters long, Gu-chan was incredibly excited. The captain-level ghost giant python increased the poison damage by 20 points. How much would the silver-level ghost giant python king provide? Thus, during the battle, Gu-chan was in a state of anticipation. Each strike felt like scratching a lottery ticket. There was both expectation and worry. Unfortunately, the ghost giant python king could not sense Gu-chan's complex emotions. At that moment, it was roaring madly, attacking Gu-chan frantically. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between them was too great. Its attacks had no effect on Gu-chan whatsoever. Instead, it was getting beaten more and more severely. Hisses. In less than 2 minutes, accompanied by a scream from the ghost giant python king, it fell to the ground in despair. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully killed the silver boss, ghost giant python king. Reward experience points 150,000, 1 gold coin, 100 luck points. System prompt: due to your setting of a 5:5 experience distribution mode, your pet, Flame Princess, gained 150,000 experience points. System prompt: because you defeated the silver boss, ghost giant python king, at a higher level, you received an additional 15,000 experience points, and your pet, Flame Princess, gained 30,000 experience points. System prompt: your pet, Flame Princess, has successfully leveled up to level 11. Pet name: Flame Princess. Pet rank: Ancient Divine Beast. Pet level: 11 health, 11,200 attack, 1,320 to 1,530 defense, 730 speed, 180 skills. Phoenix Rebirth LV3 SSS level, Fire Feather Storm LV3 SS level, Blazing Field LV3 SSS level. After checking the attributes of Flame Princess, Gu-chan couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Truly a divine beast, the level 11 Flame Princess had a terrifying health of 11,200 points, even higher than Gu-chan's. The maximum attack power also reached 1,500 points, not much lower than Gu-chan's level 18. Although its movement speed was not as high as Gu-chan's, it should be noted that Gu-chan's level was 7 levels higher than Flame Princess, and he was equipped with the artifact Dragon Scale Moon Treading Boots. Without the bonus from the boots, Gu-chan at level 18 would actually be slower than Flame Princess. Once he reached level 20, he must quickly raise Flame Princess's level. A Flame Princess at the same level as him would definitely not have inferior attributes. At that time, Flame Princess would undoubtedly become a significant asset for him. It would also be one of his most important trump cards. System prompt: soul-devouring poison spike has detected absorbable poison source. Phantom Python King, Silver Boss, do you wish to absorb? Yes. System prompt: absorption of Phantom Python King, Silver Boss, completed. System prompt: your soul-devouring poison spike has changed. Soul-devouring poison spike LV3 SSS level. Any attack can apply a layer of poisoning effect to the target, dealing 150 points of damage per second for 120 seconds. This poisoning effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing prohibition effect to targets in a poisoned state, which cannot be purified. Additionally, targets in a poisoned state have their movement speed reduced by 50% and attack speed reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of poisoning effect 5. Damn. After seeing the toxin damage of the soul-devouring poison spike, even the prepared Gu-chan couldn't help but gasp. 40 points. A full increase of 40 points in toxin damage. Purely 40 points of damage may not seem high, but when stacked together, the damage becomes terrifying. Before this, after absorbing the ordinary, elite, deputy leader, and leader-level phantom pythons, the poisoning damage of the soul-devouring poison spike could reach 66,000 points. And now, with the same time and the same number of poisoning layers, after Gu-chan maxed it out, he could deal 90,000 points of damage. The damage output increased by a full 24,000 points. The degree of damage increase is unimaginable. After calming his excited emotions, Guchen picked up the equipment dropped by the Phantom Python King from the ground and continued forward. Not long after, a system prompt sounded in his ears. System prompt: you have entered the Shadow Temple, please be cautious. After continuing forward for a short while, a majestic temple appeared before Guchen. This temple was built from deep black stone, its surface covered with traces of erosion from time, yet it shimmered with a faint blue light under the moonlight or weak illumination. The temple's roof soared into the clouds, with spires piercing the night sky, each spire embedded with strange runes or statues. Upon entering the temple, the light became even dimmer, with only a few magical lamps emitting a faint glow to illuminate the path ahead. The core area of the temple was a massive altar upon which ancient artifacts or sacred objects were placed, radiating strong shadow energy that made the surrounding air tremble. Countless pillars surrounded the altar, each inscribed with magical runes, collectively forming a vast magical array that protected the altar at the deepest part of the temple. System prompt: you are being eroded by dark evil forces, overall attributes reduced by 10%. System prompt: you have received the protection of the Dust Avoidance Pearl automatically, clearing all negative states on you. Is it actually a formation? And a dark type formation that reduces overall attributes? According to Guchen's speculation, this shadow temple should be within some kind of formation. As soon as one steps into this area, they will be eroded by dark energy. Overall attributes are significantly reduced. This has a great impact on players in group battles. The reduction in overall attributes could very well tip the scales of victory towards the enemy. In myriad races, continent formations are quite common in battles. There are two main types of formations. One is team formations, also known as small formations. The other is collective formations, also known as large formations. Small formations are generally initiated by formation masters or priests with special abilities, light-type practitioners or other hidden class formation masters. This type of formation centers around the formation master. The advantage is that it has low usage costs, can move freely, and possesses strong flexibility. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. The entire formation centers around the formation master, and if the formation master dies, the formation automatically disappears. Additionally, the range of formations is limited, generally confined to the team itself, with fewer targets of effect. Collective formations are artificially arranged. The advantage is that they can affect a larger number of targets, have a wider range, and stronger effects. The drawbacks are also obvious. The cost of arrangement is enormous, and once set up, they are difficult to move. Therefore, large formations are generally used for city defense operations or fixed-point operations in the wild. Small formations, on the other hand, are powerful tools for team assault operations. Each has its own characteristics. The formation in the Shadow Temple should be a large formation. Depending on the type, formations can be divided into amplification formations and weakening formations. As the name suggests, amplification formations enhance one's own attributes. Weakening formations reduce the enemy's attributes. Both types of formations ultimately aim to maximize the output of one side. The formation in the Shadow Temple is a weakening formation. According to Guchen's speculation, it should be an A-level formation. If it can be obtained, it would be quite good. Just as Guchen was deep in thought, a dark figure appeared in his line of sight. As the figure approached, the attributes of the giant shadow also appeared in Guchen's view. Monster name: Lord of the Underworld Temple, Inming Night Abyss, Golden Boss, level 20 health, 1,600,000 attack, 1480 to 1680 physical defense, 850 magical defense, 960 speed, 138 skills. Shadow escape: Inming Night Abyss can merge with the surrounding shadows, instantly disappearing from one location and reappearing in another. Shadow, achieving rapid movement or evading attacks. Soul Chain: Inming Night Abyss releases energy chains that lock onto the enemy's soul, causing continuous mental damage and slowing their movement speed. Shadow Shield: Inming Night Abyss can form a protective shield made of shadow energy in front of itself, effectively absorbing and reducing physical and magical attacks from enemies. Despair Descends: Inming Night Abyss releases a powerful mental attack, making surrounding enemies feel a deep sense of despair, temporarily reducing their attack power and magic points. Shadow Judgment: Inming Night Abyss releases a shadow magic array. Once a target is enveloped by the shadow array, their body will be completely eroded by shadow power, transforming into a puppet or messenger of Inming Night Abyss. The assimilated target will lose self-awareness and gain immense power. During the casting of Shadow Judgment, Inming Night Abyss can also draw a large amount of life force, soul power, and negative energy from the target. Description: Inming Night Abyss, originally named Yiwuan, was once a gifted cultivator in the human realm. During an exploration of ancient ruins, he accidentally triggered a seal leading to the underworld and was consumed by the dark power from deep within the underworld. However, instead of perishing, he merged with this power, enduring 1,000 years of bitter cultivation, and established the Underworld Spirit Temple. The attributes of Inming Night Abyss are indeed comparable to Anbai. Unfortunately, Guchen now was many times stronger than when he dealt with Anbai. Inside the Shadow Forest, the night was low and the moonlight was sparse. In the dimly lit temple. The candlelight flickered and a chilling wind swept through. Facing the rushing Nether Night abyss, Guchen showed no signs of panic. Instead, he revealed a hint of calmness, the illusionary dagger in his hand glimmering with a pale white cold light. He activated stealth, quickly hiding his entire figure in the darkness, and opened the shadow. Gale step, charging towards the Nether Night abyss. The Nether Night abyss was massive but moved with incredible agility. Surrounded by a faint aura of the Nether, its gaze was deep, as if it could see through Gu Chen's position. Gu Chen, however, was unfazed and charged straight ahead. The battle erupted in an instant. The Nether Night abyss flickered and instantly used shadow escape, its figure seemingly swallowed by the night, transforming into a shadow that darted through the ruins with astonishing speed. Unfortunately, this speed was still terrifyingly slow compared to Gu Chen's panel attribute of 395. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chen suppressed the Nether Night abyss's speed and reached its rear. The long-awaited illusionary dagger was then swung out. Stealth plus 1000 paths flow plus shadow blade dance plus backstab. 46 strikes, not one more, not one less, landed on the head of the Nether Night abyss. 20855 critical damage, poison status applied successfully. 150-10285 poison status applied successfully. 150-19986 poison status applied successfully. 150. A series of damage numbers erupted from the head of the Nether Night abyss. The moment Gu Chen's figure was exposed, the Nether Night abyss let out a pained sound and quickly reacted. It activated shadow escape again, disappearing from its original position and reappearing behind Gu Chen. At the same time, it waved its hands, releasing soul chains, and several chains formed from nether power shot out like spirit snakes, instantly wrapping around Gu Chen's body. 320-260 continuous damage appeared above Gu Chen's head. Sensing the impending danger, Gu Chen reacted quickly, directly creating a shadow clone to replace himself from his original position. Even so, he still lost over 1,000 health points. It was only because his current defense was high that most of the damage was mitigated. Seeing Gu Chen break free from its restraints and counterattack, the Nether Night abyss merely smiled coldly, unhurriedly raising its arms, and a shadow shield instantly formed in front of him. Seeing this, Gu Chen was slightly taken aback. Was this mocking him? So confident? With a distance of 5 meters from the Nether Night abyss, Gu Chen directly activated Nightfall. Following that, he activated Stealth, and his figure vanished into the darkness, suddenly appearing behind the Nether Night abyss. Stealth plus 1000 paths flow plus rogue assassination plus backstab. Another set of combo skills, 42 strikes directly hit the head of the Nether Night abyss. 25322 critical damage, poison status applied successfully. 150-12785 poison status applied successfully. 150-23228 critical damage, poison status applied successfully. 150. The battle unfolded in an instant. The Nether Night abyss had not yet reacted when nearly 600,000 damage was directly poured onto its head. Gu Chen's figure flickered as he continued to attack. At this moment, Gu Chen could clearly feel the shock, disbelief, and confusion in the eyes of the Nether Night abyss. Fortunately, his reaction was not slow. Before Gu Chen's dagger fell, Yumingya Yuan took a step ahead and unleashed his control skill, Despair Descends. As he radiated a dense aura of darkness, the entire altar was shrouded in darkness. System prompt: you have received the protection of the Dust Avoidance Pearl, automatically clearing all negative states on you. Under this aura of despair, Gu Chen could clearly feel his will beginning to waver, as if even breathing had become difficult. However, this state lasted less than a second before vanishing without a trace. Gu Chen's damage came as expected. Minus 2230, minus 150, minus 2520, minus 150, minus 2350, minus 150. Without the enhancement of the stealthy God's hidden trait, Gu Chen's output damage was noticeably reduced. However, under the effect of Qian Daolu, he still dealt over 70,000 damage. At this moment, Yumingya Yuan had already entered a critical health state, his massive body glowing with a red halo. Then, a huge beam of light descended from the sky, followed by a massive shadow magic array forming in the center of the ruins, completely enveloping Gu Chen. System prompt: you have received the protection of the Dust Avoidance Pearl, automatically clearing all negative states on you. Minus 0 absorption failed, minus 0 absorption failed, minus 0 absorption failed. Shadow Judgment was Yumingya Yuan's ultimate skill, primarily used for inflicting negative states and absorbing energy. Unfortunately, Gu Chen's auxiliary artifact, the Dust Avoidance Pearl, specialized in curing various negative states. Without entering a negative state, Yumingya Yuan's absorption naturally failed. Thus, the enormous formation created by Shadow Judgment was rendered ineffective before Gu Chen. At this moment, the originally surprised Yumingya Yuan's expression of astonishment deepened. Gu Chen keenly sensed an opportunity. The Shadow Wind Step activated, his figure surged, transforming into a bolt of black lightning, charging straight at Yumingya Yuan. As he approached Yumingya Yuan, the Shadow Clone activated. 6 figures simultaneously surged forth to deal damage. Minus 2300, minus 1620, minus 1580. Faced with the output from two figures, Yumingya Yuan wanted to react, but it was too late. Under Guchen's full output, Yumingya Yuan, with only 120,000 health, let out a reluctant scream. He then fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Golden Boss, Lord of the Spirit Temple, Yumingya Yuan, rewarded with 500,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, and 200 luck points. System prompt. Due to your setting of a 5:5 experience distribution mode, your pet, Flame Princess, has gained 500,000 experience points. System prompt. Due to your overlevel kill of the Golden Boss, Lord of the Spirit Temple, Yumingya Yuan, rewarded with 50,000 experience points, your pet, Flame Princess, has gained 100,000 experience points. As the system prompt ended, the announcement for all races rang out again. All races continent announcement. Congratulations to the players from the Huagua server Fuguang, Pashao, Xianxia Yanran, Fengdeqingyu, Liuli Yueying, and Qingmeng Wuxing for successfully clearing the hidden dungeon Shadow Castle. As a reward, the difficulty of the Shadow Castle dungeon for players from the Huagua server has been reduced by 20%. Players from the Huagua server Fuguang Pashao, Xianxia Yanran, Fengdeqingyu, Liuli Yueying, and Qingmeng Wuxing have each been rewarded with a golden treasure chest and 500 luck points. Announcement from the 10,000 races continent. Congratulations to the players from the Huagua server Floating Light Breaking Dawn, Shallow Smile Yen Yen, Whisper of the Wind, Liuli Moon Shadow, and Clear Dream Without Trace for successfully clearing the dungeon. Announcement from the 10,000 races continent. With the sound of the three announcements echoing, the entire world erupted in excitement. At the entrance of the Shadow Forest, for the first time, Clear Dream Without Trace was running a dungeon with Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Hearing the server-wide announcement, she excitedly said, "Sister Whisper, we made it to the announcement. We made it to the announcement. And it's a server-wide announcement. Look at you, acting like you've never seen an announcement before. It's just one time on the 10,000 races continent announcement. What's there to be so excited about?" Liuli Moon Shadow said disdainfully. Little did she know, when she first made it to the announcement, she was much more excited than Clear Dream Without Trace. However, time had passed, and now she had also made it to the server-wide announcement twice. She could now mock Clear Dream Without Trace without restraint as a veteran. This must be the advantage of being a pioneer. I almost forgot, you and Sister Whisper have already made it to a server-wide announcement once. Clear Dream Without Trace excitedly said, "This is a global announcement. All major servers can see it. We are famous worldwide now. Unfortunately, this little fame has nothing to do with us. It's all thanks to the great Floating Light Breaking Dawn." Shallow Smile Yen Yen said with a bitter smile, "The four of us are just riding on his coattails. We didn't even use a single skill. What's the use of that? As long as we cleared it, that's enough." Clear Dream Without Trace said nonchalantly, "Besides, we didn't come away empty-handed. At least we picked up 500 luck points for free. Although we don't know what the benefits of luck points are yet, given how hard they are to obtain, they must be something good. I was just thinking, when will we have the strength of the great Floating Light Breaking Dawn?" Shallow Smile Yen Yen sighed, looking at the golden treasure chest in the bag. "I can't help but feel tempted. When we dream," Liuli Moon Shadow ruthlessly pointed out. "Be content and happy, don't think too much." Clear Dream Without Trace laughed. "We've only been in for 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, each of us got 500 luck points and a level 20 silver equipment. That's already a huge profit. I know that in 20 minutes, getting a level 20 silver equipment and 500 luck points is a great deal. But just looking at the golden treasure chest, I can't suppress the urge to open it." "Haha, me too." Liuli Moon Shadow laughed. "I feel like this golden treasure chest is just blatantly tempting me. The great Floating Light Breaking Dawn really trusts us to bring us along like this. The price of golden equipment is at least 1,000 gold. With such a large sum of money, isn't he afraid we might run away? Do you think there's a possibility?" Shallow Smile Yen Yen said helplessly, "These things are very precious to us, but in front of Floating Light Breaking Dawn, they might actually be nothing. When I saw the great Floating Light Breaking Dawn earlier, I noticed that the equipment he wore was all shimmering with golden light. There was even one piece that glowed with colorful light. I suspect that the great Floating Light Breaking Dawn is at least wearing golden equipment. Our little treasure chests might not be that important in his eyes." Qin Xingyu, hearing the discussion among the group, could only shake her head helplessly. Among everyone present, she was the only one who truly understood the strength of Floating Light Breaking Dawn. The military connection was facilitated by Qin Xingyu. Therefore, she was well aware of many internal matters. This included the fact that Fuguang Pashao had sold a large amount of equipment to the military, earning at least 100,000 gold coins just from the military. Moreover, there were rumors in the market that Fuguang Pashao had bet on itself twice at the last moment in the great gamble of all races. It was said that it earned a whopping 1,000,000 gold coins through the great gamble of all races. There were even rumors that Fuguang Pashao was the richest person on the continent of 10,000 races. Although these were rumors, based on Qin Xingyu's understanding, they were mostly true. Qin Xingyu even believed that the estimated amounts in the rumors were somewhat understated. It was precisely for this reason that the 4 golden treasure chests held little importance in the eyes of Fuguang Puxiao. In the Japanese server in the town of Matsuri. Baka, 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 Fuguang Puxiao. It's Fuguang Puxiao again. Why is it always him? Why? Hearing the announcement from the continent of 10,000 races, Muto Aikiru roared in anger. Standing beside him, Inoue Naoya and the others were silent, not daring to speak. Finally, after Muto Aikiru adjusted his mood, he spoke with a dark expression. We must find out Fuguang Puxiao's identity in reality. I want to see who this Fuguang Puxiao really is. Hi, Inoue Naoya said tremblingly. There was no way around it. Within Muto Corporation, his main responsibility was intelligence work. At this moment, Muto Aikiru not directly blaming him for the lack of intelligence gathering was already a concession. In America, in the town of Rock, in the Shadow Forest, at the first level, Lucifer, Eye of the Storm, as the announcement from the continent of 10,000 races rang out, the entire American 5-man team at the misty entrance fell into a long silence, a deathly silence. No one knew how long the silence lasted, but it was Eye of the Storm who broke the quiet first. It's only 20 minutes, right? Strictly speaking, 17 minutes and 23 seconds, Lucifer replied darkly. In 17 minutes, we haven't cleared the first level, and Fuguang Puxiao has already cleared it? Eye of the Storm asked, puzzled. How did he do it? I want to know how he did it too. Lucifer said with a gloomy expression. Incredible, too incredible. There are so many hidden mechanisms in the first level. We spent a lot of time cracking these mechanisms and the mist. Did Fuguang Puxiao not need time to solve them? Eye of the Storm frowned, as if talking to himself or perhaps asking others. However, no one could answer his question. At this moment, if Gu Chun were here, he would definitely praise Eye of the Storm, congratulating him for getting it right. I burned the mist with a fire, so naturally, I didn't need time to crack it. It should be our equipment issue. I heard that Fuguang Puxiao is fully equipped in gold, said the support character, the Deadly Poison Master. At this time, Lucifer looked down at his own equipment. Although the lowest level was silver equipment, compared to Fuguang Puxiao's full set of gold equipment, his 2 pieces of gold equipment seemed so poor. Moreover, the 2 pieces of gold equipment were not level 20 gold equipment, but level 15 gold equipment. The level 20 gold boss in Chiyun Plain, we've already tested its skills quite a bit. Lucifer gritted his teeth and said, once we go out, we must do whatever it takes to take down the level 20 gold boss. Yes. The Eye of the Storm nodded and said, for now, let's clear the Shadow Forest dungeon first. South Korea, Jingu Town, misty entrance. To the west. Damn it. Less than 18 minutes. How did Floating Light Dawn do it? Park Guk-chang cursed. Why haven't we even cleared the first level, and he has already succeeded? Why? Park Soo-chung's expression was grim as he replied, Floating Light Dawn must have some special skill that gives him an inherent advantage in dungeons. What special skill? Park Guk-chang asked. As for what skill, I don't know. Park Soo-chung said darkly, but I can speculate a bit. Go ahead. Floating Light Dawn's class is a thief. Park Soo-chung speculated, based on the information we've gathered and compared with other thieves, Floating Light Dawn could open bronze treasure chests at a very low level. Now, he can even recklessly open silver treasure chests. In our South Korea, the top thieves can only open bronze treasure chests below level 10. From this, I can deduce that Floating Light Dawn must have awakened some ability to directly open treasure chests. This is my first speculation. Park Soo-chung continued. In addition, Floating Light Dawn should have another ability to disable or ignore traps. According to the intelligence shared from Sakura Country, when Floating Light Dawn cleared the Shadow Castle dungeon, he did it solo. The 4 companions stayed outside the castle and none entered. From this information, it can be inferred that Floating Light Dawn definitely possesses some skill to see through traps. That's how he could clear it easily. This time's dungeon should be similar. Damn it! What kind of luck does Floating Light Dawn have to possess such outrageous skills? Park Guk-chang said indignantly. Now is not the time to be angry. Park Soo-chung continued, I've realized something about Floating Light Dawn. Talent skills may have unexpected uses. We need to look for players with special talents and focus on nurturing them. I feel this will have significant implications for our future development. Yes. Park Guk-chang nodded, I think so too. If Floating Light Dawn didn't have such an outrageous talent, he wouldn't have the advantage he has now. Since he can do it, why can't we find some people with the same abilities? This is a good idea, and I'm willing to report it to the group with you. Let's have the group mobilize a lot of manpower and resources to find similar talents. Hua Country server. Did I see that right? The boss Floating Light Dawn has already cleared it? Yes. He cleared it in just over 17 minutes. Boss Floating Light Dawn is amazing. Boss Floating Light Dawn, I want to have your child. Boss Floating Light Dawn, do you need a warm bed girl? I'm skilled in various warm bed positions. Boss Floating Light Dawn, forever young. Damn it. Why are so many people praising Boss Floating Light Dawn? He is indeed amazing, but what does it have to do with us? Does it affect our team formation or leveling up? Don't say we, you don't represent me. Also, you say boss floating light dawn is amazing. What does it have to do with us? Let me just say about clearing the dungeon. Are you blind? Didn't you see the announcement? After boss floating light dawn cleared the dungeon, the difficulty of the Shadow Forest dungeon was reduced by a full 20%. This means that we players from Hwagwa can clear the Shadow Forest dungeon more easily than players from other countries. Of course, for a useless person like you, struggling to form a team and missing out on the benefits from the great player Floating Light Dawn is to be expected. Now let me mention the second benefit. Floating Light Dawn has secured first place in the 10,000 Races Continent event twice, earning a 6 level 3 main cities. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Each level 3 main city is not just a single city, each city corresponds to different leveling areas. With 6 level 3 main cities, there are 6 additional sets of leveling areas for levels 20 to 60. Each leveling area's boss and monsters are resources. They can help more players from Hwagwa quickly level up or obtain equipment. At the same time, within these level 3 main cities, there are various hidden quests, special equipment, and unique professions. All of these can benefit us ordinary players. Even if you don't level up or run dungeons, as long as you enter the 10,000 Races Continent, you are already enjoying the benefits from Floating Light Dawn. Because he has made our Hwagwa map larger, allowing you to live in less crowded conditions. He has increased our Hwagwa resources so you can enjoy a greater variety of equipment and items. Now, do you still think Floating Light Dawn is impressive and that it has nothing to do with you? Ignore these idiots. I just want to ask, Floating Light Dawn, can you share the secret to clearing the dungeon? I died on the first level. Me too. The fog on the first level is too difficult. I hadn't even seen a shadow before I was killed instantly. Then you really are bad. I did see the monster on the first level called Ghost Python. Unfortunately, seeing it didn't help me. There was a trap under the fog. I got shot to death by the trap. I'm about to go crazy from the Shadow Forest. If the first level is this hard, it's hard to imagine how Floating Light Dawn cleared it. I'm also very curious how Floating Light Dawn cleared it. Just take the fog entrance of the first level as an example. There are traps, monsters, and the fog limits visibility. 3 layers stacked together, it makes my scalp tingle. I'm begging Floating Light Dawn to share a video of the run. Let us noobs see the style of Floating Light Dawn. Exactly, Floating Light Dawn, we're begging you to share the strategy for clearing the Shadow Forest. Shadow Forest, Underworld Spirit Temple. At this moment, Guchen was unaware of everything happening outside. Instead, he eagerly began to count his spoils. I have to say, this time's harvest was quite good. Apart from the equipment dropped by the golden boss, there are also 5 golden treasure chests. In less than 20 minutes, 6 golden treasure chests. This dungeon run is quite worthwhile. As usual, first, loot the corpse. Guchen arrived in front of the corpse of the underworld night abyss and began to search. Before long, Guchen found 3 pieces of silver equipment, 1 piece of golden equipment, and a skill book from the corpse of the underworld night abyss. Equipment name, Jade Ice Heart Ring, Gold. Level 20, attributes, spell attack power plus 250, intelligence plus 20 traits, increases the wearer's magic attack power by 15%. Trait, when casting support spells, there is a 20% chance to remove negative status effects from teammates. Class restriction, mage, priest. Description, named for the coolness of jade and the purity of ice. This bracelet is suitable for enhancing healing abilities, purifying negative states, or boosting defense, giving a sense of tranquility and strength. Item name, Shadow. Escape, item level, A. Item description, the underworld night abyss can merge with the surrounding shadows, instantly disappearing from one location and reappearing in another shadow, allowing for quick movement or evasion of attacks. Effect, consumes magic points to instantly move within a certain range. Class restriction, none. The golden equipment is an extremely rare bracelet that not only enhances spell attack capabilities but also comes with a rare purification ability. This equipment is simply tailor-made for Miing. Besides the golden equipment, there is also an extremely rare teleportation skill book, Shadow Escape. Although the Shadow Escape skill book is A level, it is a very rare space-type skill. In battle, its effectiveness often surpasses that of S-level skills. In terms of practicality, it can even exceed SS-level skills. This haul is quite good. Guchen showed a pleased expression and decisively chose to use it. System notification, congratulations, you have successfully learned the Space-type skill, Shadow Escape, LV1. Shadow Escape, LV1, consumes a certain amount of magic points to instantly teleport to a selected location within a 10-meter range. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Time-space hourglass, time-space compression, magic point cost, 60 points. The level 1 Shadow Escape skill has a relatively small teleportation range of only 10 meters. Don't underestimate this 10-meter distance. In a duel between experts, sometimes this distance can determine life or death. Although the distance is short, it is just right for Guchen. It is important to know that the profession trait of stealth has a backstab effect, which can increase attack power by 100%. Previously, Guchen could only rely on stealth or deliberately positioning himself to deal backstab damage. Now, he has an additional way to flash an ambush, creating Backstab damage. This is indeed a significant improvement. The remaining 3 pieces of equipment are all silver and there's no need to check them. He directly handed them over to Qin Yuanling. System notification. Do you want to open the golden treasure chest? Yes. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained a set of Underworld Soul Lock Array. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained an item, Mystic Thunder Spirit Jade. System notification. It's actually an extremely rare formation? Guchen eagerly opened his backpack and an item resembling a skill book appeared in his inventory. Item name, Underworld Soul Lock Array. Item level A. Item description. Once this array is set up, it will fill the surrounding space with a thick aura of the underworld, forming invisible chains that not only bind the intruder's body but also tightly wrap around their soul. Effect: reduces the overall attributes of enemy intruders by 10%. Limited profession, Senior Gang Management, Senior City Management. Weapon name, Xianting Lingbai. Gold, level 20. Attributes: spell defense plus 100, health plus 800, mana plus 200. Special trait, Thunder Spirit. Resonance in thunderstorm weather or environments rich in thunder elements. The power of Xianting Lingbai will be greatly enhanced, significantly boosting the wearer's attributes and skill effects, up to a maximum of 30% overall attribute increase depending on the richness of the thunder attribute. Profession limit, Mage description. Xianting Lingbai presents a deep blue-purple color with subtle electric lights flowing across its surface, resembling thunder hidden within clouds, exuding an aura that is both mysterious and majestic. At the center of the jade pendant is a small thunder element crystal, occasionally flashing with dazzling light, which grants Xianting Lingbai its endless thunder power. Hiss. Upon seeing the attributes, even Guchen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Unexpectedly, the treasure chest rewarded by the system opened to reveal the A-level formation, the Nether-Locking Soul Formation. As long as one is a senior gang management member or a senior city management member, they can set it up after learning it. In gang battles, it can significantly reduce the enemy's attributes. It can be said to be a weapon for gang warfare. The A-level formation, the Nether-Locking Soul Formation, is already quite impressive. However, the Xianting Lingbai Gold is not inferior at all. Especially for Xin Lingxiu, it is even more so. It is known that Xin Lingxiu's thunder attribute talent skill is originally SSS level. She can summon a thunder domain. The richness of the thunder attribute within it is unimaginable. This also means that just relying on the special trait Thunder Spirit Resonance of Xianting Lingbai Gold can increase overall attributes by 30%. One can imagine how terrifying this Xianting Lingbai Gold equipment is. Even Guchen, who currently possesses a divine artifact, is enviously turning purple. So terrifying indeed. After equipping Xianting Lingbai Gold, Xin Lingxiu's strength will definitely undergo a qualitative leap. At the entrance of the Shadow Forest, Qin Xingyu has already collected all 4 golden treasure chests. Upon seeing Floating Light Breaking Dawn come out, she directly handed the 4 golden chests to Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Guchen took the 4 golden treasure chests without any hesitation and opened them directly. The rewards were quite good: 6 pieces of golden equipment for various professions and 2 B-level skill books. In addition, there were silver equipment and C-level skill books. According to their previous agreement, Guchen took out all the silver equipment for Qin Xingyu and her 3 companions to choose from. Thank you, Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Thank you, Floating Light Breaking Dawn. Because it was the first clear of the Night Forest dungeon, the drop rate for equipment was quite good. Xian Xiaoyanran, Liu Liyueying, and Xingmeng Wuwen chose rare equipment such as necklaces, bracelets, and jade pendants that suited them. As for Qin Xingyu, she had her eyes on a golden weapon that Guchen had just opened. At first, Guchen didn't pay attention, as he couldn't equip sword-type equipment due to his thief profession. Later, after Qin Xingyu's reminder, he noticed the sword's attributes. Weapon name, Nether Purgatory Sword. Gold, level 20. Attributes: attack power 375 to 405, strength plus 40. Special trait: when attacking with the Nether Purgatory Sword, fire attribute damage increases by 20%. Special trait: Nether Slash. With a swing of the sword, the nether fire carried by the blade instantly transforms into a sharp slash, capable of penetrating the enemy's defenses and directly attacking their soul. Occupation limit. Warrior. Description: this is a fire-type magic sword from the depths of the underworld. Its blade is black as night, yet faintly glowing with a dark red light. Inside the blade seems to hide a miniature purgatory from which the wails of flames and vengeful spirits constantly emerge. The wielder must possess a strong will to control this sword. Once it goes out of control, they will fall into endless slaughter and destruction. However, if wielded properly, this sword will become a powerful weapon for slaying demons and monsters, unbreakable and unstoppable. Upon seeing the attributes of the Underworld Purgatory Sword, Guchen couldn't help but gasp. This is an extremely rare fire-type true damage sword. Once equipped, fire-type attack increases by 20%. Due to the characteristics of the Underworld Slash, every strike can deal true damage. It is important to note that in the myriad races of the continent, many monsters possess shields, and these shields have extremely strong defensive capabilities. In such cases, the power of a true damage sword is significantly enhanced. Master Floating Light Dawn. Looking at the underworld purgatory sword in Gu Chen's hand, Qingyu swallowed hard and eagerly asked, "Are you planning to sell this underworld purgatory sword? Do you want it?" Gu Chen asked with a smile. "Yes." Qingyu replied. "How much are you planning to sell it for? If it's too much, I might need to gather some more." "Well," Gu Chen thought for a moment and nodded, "if you want it, I can give you a friendly price, just 1,000 gold coins. Golden grade equipment normally costs at least 1,000 gold coins. Given the attributes of the underworld purgatory sword, selling it for 1,200 gold coins wouldn't be too much of a problem. Anything over 1,200 would likely be difficult. The reason is simple. While there are many warriors, fire-type rare profession warriors are few and far between. Among fire-type rare profession warriors, those who can afford 1,200 gold coins and are willing to spend that amount on this weapon are even rarer. It can be said that apart from the fiery Valkyrie in front of him, it would be hard to find anyone in the entire Huagua who was more suited for the underworld purgatory sword. Moreover, this underworld purgatory sword was originally obtained from a golden treasure chest opened during a dungeon run with the Whisper of the Wind. If one does not consider the circumstances, Gu Chen is essentially selling Qingyu's own item back to her, and she is grateful for it. Then, "Thank you." Qingyu gathered 1,000 gold coins from Liu Liyueying and others and handed them to Gu Chen. Gu Chen awkwardly touched his nose. It seemed that this money was just the labor fees he had given them. Now it all came back, which means they had essentially worked for him for free all this time, returning to square one overnight. General Staff, Logistics Department. "Has Floating Light Dawn agreed?" Zhou Shandong asked excitedly. "How much gold did he agree to lend us?" This, Xin Yuanling had a troubled expression. "Is the amount a bit small?" Originally excited, Zhou Shandong felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon seeing Xin Yuanling's expression. "No," Xin Yuanling quickly explained, seeing that the leader misunderstood. "I haven't decided how much to borrow yet." "Ah, then why did you come to me?" Zhou Shandong asked, puzzled. "The situation is like this," Xin Yuanling began. "Fu Guangpashio has agreed to lend us at an interest rate of 1 point per day. Isn't that a good thing?" Zhou Shandong asked, confused. "Why not finance it?" "I can't make a decision on the amount," Xin Yuanling said with a bitter face. "Fu Guangpashio said that he would lend us however much we need. I calculated that our military needs at least 500,000 gold coins. It could be more, actually. With such a large loan, I can't make the call. So I wanted to report to you first and let you decide. Fu Guangpashio can lend that much gold?" Zhou Shandong was also surprised. In his mind, Fu Guangpashio would lend them at most 100,000 or 200,000 gold coins. He never expected them to open with over 500,000. Moreover, it seemed there was no upper limit. With such a large sum, not only could Xin Yuanling not make the decision, but he felt a bit overwhelmed himself. Forget it, he should consult with General Zhang Xia, the Chief of Staff. The two quickly arrived at the Chief of Staff's office. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xia burst into laughter. "This is a good thing. Why are you all looking so worried? The more money we borrow, the faster we develop. Didn't Fu Guangpashio say that he would lend us however much we need? I checked our military's material consumption, and together, we need at least 50,000 gold coins a day. This doesn't even include the costs of equipment procurement. Since Fu Guangpashio is willing to lend, let's borrow 5 million. The term will be 100 days. After that, we will repay 10 million gold coins." This, Zhou Shandong asked, puzzled. "Isn't 5 million gold a bit too much?" Xin Yuanling nodded in agreement. 5 million gold coins was not the same as 500 coins. Neither she nor General Zhou dared to even think about 50,000. But here, the Chief of Staff added a zero after 50,000. Since the leader dared to speak, she felt embarrassed to bring it up directly with Fu Guangpashio. "Not too much, not at all," Zhang Xia said. "The 5 million now, compared to the 10 million after 100 days, is two different concepts. With our development speed, repaying 10 million gold coins won't be too difficult. Of course, I know what you're worried about. You're concerned about whether Fu Guangpashio is willing to lend and if he has the ability to lend." Zhang Xia took a sip of tea and continued to explain. "According to our intelligence department's analysis, Fu Guangpashio has at least 10 million gold coins. His wealth can be described as rivaling nations. For him, taking out this amount of money is not a big deal. Moreover, since he is willing to lend, we also need to show our sincerity." "Our sincerity? What sincerity?" Zhou Shandong asked, puzzled. "To ensure Fu Guangpashio's interests, we can pledge shares of the national bank to him. Our country's bank has opened a currency exchange service between the 10,000 races continent and real currency. The annual service fees are an astonishing figure, and we can offer the bank's shares to Fu Guangpashio. This will guarantee his rights while also demonstrating our sincerity." "That's a good approach," Zhou Shandong asked, puzzled. "Will the higher-ups agree?" "I've already discussed this with the higher-up, and he completely agrees with my idea and supports our military's decision." Zhang Xia opened his mouth and said, "You don't need to have any concerns, just go ahead and do it." "Yes." The shadow Forest dungeon can be cleared once a day. After exiting the dungeon, Guchen did not linger and directly left Yanhua Town, heading straight for Maple Leaf Town. The level 20 wild monsters here are the poison scale giant lizards. These giant lizards are covered in scales that shimmer with a dark green sheen, each one containing deadly poison. When attacking them, there is a certain probability of entering a poison state. At the same time, the attack speed of the poison scale giant lizard is extremely fast, able to pounce on enemies in an instant and inject them with venom. Its venom can quickly erode a player's defenses, causing continuous damage and reducing movement speed. Currently, the mainstream players have reached level 15. With the double experience boost, many players can already challenge level 20 monsters. However, not many people come to the poison scale giant lizard swamp. Guchen had previously visited the poison scale giant lizard swamp while running maps and opening treasure chests. Knowing that there were poison scale giant lizards here, he decided to come now that he had the time to level up while enhancing the toxin damage of his soul-devouring poison spike. With Guchen's current attack power, the poison scale giant lizard could hardly inflict any substantial damage on him. As soon as he entered the poison scale giant lizard swamp, Guchen received a message from Qin Yuanling. Boss floating light dawn, is it convenient to chat? Through the text, Guchen could imagine how conflicted Qin Yuanling must be on the other side. So, he took the initiative to ask, what's the matter? Just say it directly. The situation is like this, Qin Yuanling explained. After discussion, our leader decided to raise 5 million. As for the interest, we will follow your request 1% per day. However, for the loan, we may need to borrow 5 million gold coins. After 100 days, we will return you 10 million gold coins. I know this request is quite excessive, but you must let me finish. Go ahead. Guchen looked at the message from Qin Yuanling and found her nervousness adorable. This was completely different from the Qin Yuanling he had met in his previous life. The Qin Yuanling from his last life, after the baptism of war, had already become a mature and competent commander. And the current Qin Yuanling clearly had not fully stepped into a leadership role. Without experiencing the baptism of blood and fire, she was cautious and endearingly naive in everything she did. Compared to the two, the current Qin Yuanling was evidently more adorable. The current Qin Yuanling should be the most authentic version of herself. The Qin Yuanling from the last life was merely swept along by the chaos of the world, forced to mature out of necessity. There are many ways to mature. No one wants to use blood and chaos to dilute the innocence of youth. I know we are borrowing a bit much, Qin Yuanling hurriedly explained, but we can use the bank's shares as collateral. Our country's bank has now opened a service for exchanging gold coins from the 10,000 races continent with our country's currency. Each transaction requires a 5% handling fee capped at 1 silver coin. With the development of the 10,000 races continent, the value of the bank's shares will only increase. Pledging the bank's shares to you, you will definitely not lose out. Of course, you can also refuse our request for an increase. You can lend as much as you are willing. No need for collateral. Since he was going to do a favor, Guchen wanted to do it generously. He was not a person who dithered. Besides, bank shares are something you can get if you want. If it really came to that, the national bank would become his private bank. Would the bank still have credibility then? From the national perspective, using the bank's shares as collateral was essentially a statement of attitude. A sincere attitude. An intention to cooperate, absolutely without any intention of defaulting. Now, Guchen has received the other party's sincerity. At this time, the way to maximize benefits is to return the collateral. This way, not only does he gain benefits, but he also ensures that the state remembers his contributions. A win-win situation. In 2 lifetimes, Guchen's ability to calculate has already reached an extraordinary level. After making the decision, Guchen didn't hesitate and directly mailed 5 million to Qin Yuanling, then instructed, from today, after 100 days, 10 million gold coins must be returned in full. On the other side of the chat box, Qin Yuanling was completely stunned. You just gave me 5 million gold coins like that? What else? Guchen asked. We haven't signed a contract yet, and you trust me this much? Qin Yuanling questioned in confusion. What if I embezzle this money? This is 5 million gold coins. Are you really at ease giving it to me? Like this? Of course I trust you. If I didn't trust you, why would I give it to you directly? Guchen replied. Why? There aren't that many whys. I just feel you are friendly and I want to trust you. Guchen smiled and replied, of course, if you really deceive me, I am also willing to bear that loss. Qin Yuanling was silent for a moment and said seriously, don't worry, I will never let you down. You're so serious, I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Guchen laughed. Really? I'm just trying to express our sincerity. Qin Yuanling replied helplessly. I've received your sincerity. You should have a lot to do now, so I won't disturb you. After ending the call with Qin Yuanling, Guchen picked up the illusion dagger in his hand and began to enter a mode of frenzied slaughter. Now, Guchen's attack power exceeded 2,700 points. Upon entering the poison scale giant lizard swamp, he entered a killing frenzy. With the cooperation of Flame Princess, he slaughtered his way through, without encountering any resistance. System prompt: Soul-eating poison spike has detected absorbable poison source poison scale giant lizard toxin. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes. System prompt: Poison scale giant lizard toxin absorption complete. System prompt: Your soul-eating poison spike has undergone a change. The poison scale giant lizard swamp has a total of 5 types of toxins: ordinary, elite, deputy leader, and the silver boss poison scale giant lizard king. Guchen cleared all the monsters in the poison scale giant lizard swamp in just 1 hour. The soul-eating poison spike also underwent a tremendous transformation. Soul-devouring poison spike LV3 SSS level. Any attack can apply a layer of poisoning effect to the target, deducting 200 health points per second for 120 seconds. This poisoning effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing restriction effect to targets in a poison state, which cannot be purified. Additionally, targets in a poison state have their movement speed reduced by 50% and attack speed reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of the poisoning effect 5. After absorbing 5 types of monsters, Guchen directly suffered 50 points of poison damage. After clearing, Guchen did not linger and headed straight to the next destination, Autumn Moon Town. Like Maple Leaf Town, the level 20 map of Autumn Moon Town has a level 20 monster called the Corrupted Poison Butterfly. The Corrupted Poison Butterfly has splendid wings covered in intricate patterns, but the powder scattered from these wings is a deadly toxin. When the Corrupted Poison Butterfly flutters, it releases a cloud of highly toxic powder. If players inhale this powder, they will suffer severe poisoning effects, causing their health to rapidly decline. When Guchen initially opened the silver treasure chest, there was also a task to explore all monsters in maps above level 15. To find monsters with poison sources, each discovered map needed to be clearly marked, and after the city defense task ended, they would be cleaned up uniformly. After all, finding monsters of different grades on the map requires a lot of time. Missing even one could mean thousands or even tens of thousands of points of damage. Guchen was not willing to miss out. Therefore, he did not absorb the toxins from each map but prepared to do it all at once. The goal was to leave none behind. Now, with the double experience boost, he could level up while increasing the poison damage of the soul-devouring poison spike. After all, the soul-devouring poison spike was his important trump card, and if there was a chance to enhance it, Guchen naturally did not want to miss it. Just as Guchen arrived at Autumn Moon Town, he received a message from Qin Yuanling. I have reported to the commander, and he asked me to express his gratitude to you on his behalf. Qin Yuanling continued to type. However, the collateral still needs to be collateralized. The commander said that while you are willing to trust us, we cannot be ungrateful. So, the collateral contract has been signed by the commander. Should I mail it to you directly? No need. Guchen replied. Without thinking, just keep it with you, and I will ask you for it if I need it. This. Qin Yuanling hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? I trust you. Guchen continued to smile. You keep the contract for now. I have other things to attend to. Well, okay. Ultimately, under Guchen's strong insistence, Qin Yuanling nodded in agreement. In fact, lending gold coins to the government was not the most profitable way. The most profitable way was, of course, the great gamble of all races. Hitting the jackpot once could yield several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds or thousands of times in excess profits. 5 million gold coins could easily earn several million or even tens of millions of gold coins. However, Guchen did not choose to do this but instead lent the money to the military. The reason was quite simple. Currently, over 90% of high-end equipment resources in Huagua are controlled by Guchen, and equipment is essential for players. Regardless of the type of player, they need equipment to survive and develop in the continent of all races. Currently, the prices of the equipment provided by Guchen are not considered high. There are 2 main reasons. First, there are too few gold coins circulating in the market. Some players, even if they are wealthy in reality, cannot acquire enough gold coins. Second, there are too few rich people and too many poor people. An item that costs dozens or even hundreds of gold coins is simply unaffordable for ordinary players. In the continent of 10,000 races, the source of gold coins is relatively singular, mainly relying on the potions or copper coins dropped by monsters, accumulating bit by bit. Occasionally, if luck strikes, a common item or bronze equipment may appear, which feels like a pie falling from the sky. Unfortunately, such occurrences do not happen often. Therefore, most players do not have a good life. After Guchen lent 5 million gold coins to the military personnel would definitely purchase a large number of small blue potions and small health potions from the market. This means that this money will eventually flow into the hands of ordinary players. Once ordinary players have money, the first thing they want to do is update their equipment to facilitate fighting higher-level monsters. As a result, the price of common equipment will rise. Most players selling common equipment are wearing bronze gear. Consequently, funds will flow to bronze equipment players, who, once they have money, will also iterate their equipment. They will want to buy lower-level silver equipment, while lower-level silver equipment players will pursue higher-level silver equipment or even gold equipment. In this way, most of the 5 million funds will ultimately flow back into their own pockets. At the same time, the silver equipment that was originally sold for 100 gold coins will, after the increase in circulating currency in the market, become 120/130 or even 140/150. Following this entire process, Gu Chen, with almost no loss, not only revitalized the trading market of Huagua but also gained the military's goodwill and high interest. At the same time, he raised the selling price of his own equipment, extracting a large amount of monopolistic profit. He also enhanced the strength of the Huagua military, helping ordinary players earn money more easily and obtain more equipment, thereby strengthening the grassroots combat power of Huagua. This investment is no longer a simple 1-for-3 gain, but rather a 1-for-5 or 6 gain. Winning big. This is what winning big means. Over the next day, Gu Chen traversed various towns and maps above level 15. He cleared several maps, including the Shadow Scorpion map, the Nether Poison Vine map, and the Swamp Poison Frog map, among others. The Soul Devouring Poison Spike also underwent earth-shattering changes. Soul Devouring Poison Spike LV3 SSS level. Any attack can apply a layer of poisoning effect to the target, dealing 530 points of damage per second for 120 seconds. This poisoning effect ignores any defenses and applies a healing prohibition effect to targets in a poison state, which cannot be purified. Additionally, the movement speed of targets in a poison state is reduced by 50%, and their attack speed is also reduced by 50%. Current stackable layers of the poisoning effect: 530 points. A full 530 points. After seeing the changes in the soul-devouring poison spike, even Gu Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock. Damn. Terrifying. Too terrifying. What does 530 points of poison damage mean? After Gu Chen filled the 5 layers of poisoning state, he could drain 2,650 points of health per second. In 2 minutes, he could continuously drain 318,000 points of health. What does this mean? Now, when Gu Chen farms monsters, he doesn't even need to use skills like backstab or stealth. After filling the 5 layers of poisoning state, he can just walk away. In less than a minute, the monsters will turn into experience by themselves. This method of farming maps is incredibly fast, taking less than an hour. The entire map will become a death zone. However, it is somewhat regrettable that due to the speed of farming monsters, Gu Chen hardly has much time to pick up the equipment and items dropped by the monsters. There's no way he doesn't even know where the monsters died. Naturally, the efficiency of picking up equipment and items is much lower. In the Spider Cave, System Prompt: the soul-devouring poison spike has detected a toxic source that can be absorbed. Toxic Shadow Spider King Gold Boss Toxin. Do you want to absorb it? Yes. System Prompt: Poison Shadow Spider King Golden Boss Toxin absorption complete. System Prompt: your soul-eating poison spike has changed. System Prompt: congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 20 and gained 4 free attribute points. System Prompt: your pet Flame Princess has successfully leveled up to level 15. Double experience is rare, so Gu Chen naturally made good use of it. Throughout this day, Gu Chen adopted a 3:7 experience distribution model. Even so, he only took 1 day to reach level 20. His pet Flame Princess also reached level 15. It was indeed a fruitful harvest. Looking at the toxin damage, which had reached 610 points for the soul-eating poison spike, Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had already cleared all the toxin-infused monsters above level 15 in the novice village. To further increase the toxin damage of the soul-eating poison spike, he can only head to maps above level 20. However, Gu Chen still couldn't leave Flamehua Town. According to the time calculation, the third full server event of Myriad Races Continent should be starting soon. Checking the time, it should be about right. Just as Gu Chen was pondering, the announcement for Myriad Races Continent rang out. Myriad Races Continent announcement: I am a tycoon event, countdown 30 seconds. Myriad Races Continent I am a tycoon event. After the I am a tycoon event starts, every hour, the server will open a system mall. The system mall will simultaneously list 10,000 pieces of equipment, skill books, or special items. All items in the system mall will be auctioned. Before the next system mall opens, the highest bidder can obtain ownership of the auction items. At the same time, the amount spent by players in the system mall will count as points for the I am a tycoon event. 1 copper coin increases 1 point for the I am a tycoon event. In the I am a tycoon event, the server of the player ranked first in points will unlock 3 level 3 main cities. The server of the player ranked second will unlock 2 level 3 main cities. The server of the player ranked third will unlock 1 level 3 main city. For specific rewards, please check the event details. Myriad Races Continent announcement: the I am a tycoon event big betting pool is now open. Myriad Races Continent I am a tycoon event big betting pool. This event is mainly divided into national betting and personal betting. Adventurers can learn more on their own. This betting pool will close in 12 hours. For specific details, please click to view. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the order of activation in his previous life's memory. The third full server event of the continent of all races adopted an auction. Method through the system mall. Every hour, the system would provide 10,000 pieces of equipment, skill books, special items, and even hidden class cards for auction. Within an hour, the player with the highest bid could obtain ownership of the auction item, along with corresponding event points. After looking at the event details, the rewards for the rankings were still quite generous. First place on the points leaderboard, a level 30 dark gold treasure chest, 2,000 luck points, 10 lucky points, and the title of Wealth God. Second place, a level 20 gold treasure chest, 1,000 luck points, and 5 lucky points. Third place, a level 20 gold treasure chest, 500 luck points, and 3 lucky points. Fourth to 10th place, a player level gold treasure chest, 300 luck points, and 2 lucky points. 11th to 100th place, a level 20 silver treasure chest, 100 luck points, and 1 lucky point. 101st to infinite, a corresponding level silver treasure chest. This time, the first place on the points leaderboard was surprisingly a dark gold treasure chest. In addition, everyone who participated would receive a silver treasure chest. The rewards were quite substantial. However, the difficulty of participation was also greater than the previous 2 full server events. The reason was simple: the system mall only released 10,000 auctionable items each time. This meant that at most 10,000 people could participate in the auction every hour. Over 24 hours, that would be 240,000 auctionable items. This meant that this event could have a maximum of 240,000 participants. In fact, since there was no limit on the number of participants in the auction, anyone with money could join. Therefore, many wealthy individuals wanted to bid on more than one item. This meant that the actual number of participants in this auction would definitely be less than 240,000. Competing for these 240,000 spots with global funds, one could imagine the immense competitive pressure involved. However, this was not a problem for Gu Chen at all. For him, this event was practically tailor-made. In the previous 2 rounds of the Great Gamble of all races, he was the biggest winner. One could say he single-handedly plundered the wealth of the world. Even after lending 5 million to the military of Huagua, Gu Chen still had over 18 million gold coins left. In the last round of the Great Gamble of all races, Gu Chen earned a total of 17,391,255 gold coins. In the past few days, through monster sieges, dungeon runs, opening silver treasure chests, selling equipment, and strategies for 2 dungeons, he had earned over 6 million gold coins. There was no way around it. High-end equipment resources were basically all in Gu Chen's hands. The enormous monopoly profits were something many could only envy. So even after lending 5 million gold coins to the officials, Gu Chen still had 18,326,700 gold coins. This did not include the gold coins in Mi Ying's possession. According to Gu Chen's estimates, Mi Ying should also have 1 to 2 million gold coins. In the last Life's Tycoon event, thanks to the accumulation from the first 2 rounds of the Great Gamble, the Eagle Sauce Nation, America, and South Korea had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Even so, the final wealth points did not exceed 100 billion points. If Gu Chen remembered correctly, the first place at that time, Lucifer, had only over 30 billion points. 1 point corresponds to 1 copper coin. 100 billion points equate to 10 million gold coins. 30 billion points equate to 3 million gold coins. With Gu Chen's current wealth, securing first place would naturally be a piece of cake. Opened the system auction mall and took a glance. Item name: Blood Moon Sword Technique. Item type: Skill book. Item description: This sword technique, as its name suggests, embodies the coldness and ruthlessness of blood-colored moonlight, with every move exuding an aura of slaughter and determination. Item grade: B grade. Starting price: 30 gold coins. Current auction price: 100 gold coins. Item name: Snowling Fruit. Item type: Special item. Item description: After use, the player's comprehension increases, with a certain probability of raising the player's skill level. Item grade: 5th grade. Starting price: 20 gold coins. Current auction price: 50 gold coins. Item name: Thunder Dawn Bow. Item type: Silver. Item description: A longbow made from the bones of the ancient thunder god. Its arrows are accompanied by deafening thunder when shot, capable of penetrating all defenses and striking the enemy's vital points. Item grade: level 20. Starting price: 50 gold coins. Current auction price: 150 gold coins. Gu Chen took a quick glance. Just like in his previous life, in the first few rounds of the auction, the items were mainly silver equipment, C and B grade, skill books, and special items. The truly good items would only appear in the last 2 rounds of the auction. According to Gu Chen's memory, in his previous life, the first 10 or so rounds of the auction had already consumed a large amount of wealth from the players. By the time the final rounds came around, when the truly good items appeared, very few people could produce enough money. A portion of Foresight players reaped substantial rewards by waiting until the end. However, that was only a small fraction. The reason was simple: the starting prices for the auction items in the last 2 rounds of the system mall began at 500 gold coins. There were also many items with starting prices reaching 1,000 or even 10,000 coins. The earlier rounds had already drained a significant amount of gold from the players, and by the time the last 2 rounds came, many were left with little. Those who could produce 500 gold coins were already rare. Those who could produce 1,000 or even 10,000 gold coins were even more scarce. Thus, players who held great wealth and persisted until the end had quite a good harvest. Even though Guchen planned to make a move in the last few rounds, he still habitually scanned through the items in the system auction mall. The mall was mostly filled with skill books below B grade, and for equipment there were only a few pieces of gold equipment which were not as cost-effective as his own gear. As for special items, they mainly consisted of enlightenment-type fruits. Guchen had already started treating spiritual fruits as regular fruit. 5th and 6th grade fruits hardly piqued his interest. Aside from these, there were some alchemy recipes and formations. These items would be considered by Miing, so Guchen didn't need to worry about them at all. Therefore, while everyone else was filled with excitement, Guchen found himself completely relaxed. Guchen's level had now reached 20. He couldn't gain experience until he completed the village exit quest. The third event had already started. There were still 25 hours of double time left. Taking advantage of this time, he planned to level up Flame Princess. Just as Guchen was contemplating his next arrangements, a notification rang out. Zhenxiao Weiliang, I still have over 3 million gold coins on hand. How about I give it all to you? You can go all out to compete for first place. Fuguang Pashao, wow. When did you become a little rich woman? Zhenxiao Weiliang, our Rhine Guild now has over 300 core members, and each of them has at least 5 pieces of silver equipment. We can now reliably clear the Shadow Forest dungeon. Every day, we produce hundreds of silver equipment and thousands of bronze equipment. Currently, the only teams that can clear the Shadow Dungeon are us and the team of Daiwu Prashao. Moreover, during the Undead Siege event, we relied on our equipment advantage and obtained quite a bit of gear. After selling these, we ended up with over 3 million gold coins. Floating light breaking dawn, sure enough, the speed at which one person makes money pales in comparison to a group. According to Guchen's calculations, it won't be long before both Shinlingxiu's side and Mi Ying's Rhine Guild will exceed Guchen's earning speed in daily gold income. Shallow Summer Cool, do you need me to transfer the gold to you? I still have quite a few pieces of equipment that haven't been sold. After the system mall opened, our equipment became even easier to sell. If I had known we should have saved our equipment to sell now, we could have sold for at least 30% more. Guchen also noticed the situation Ming mentioned. With the opening of the system mall, players realized that the silver equipment they could buy for just over 100 gold coins on their side could sell for over 200 gold coins or even higher on foreign servers. The first batch of silver equipment in the system mall requires at least 200 gold coins. Meanwhile, the silver equipment in the auction market of Huagui is just over 100. At most, it goes for 150 gold coins, and even the best jade pendants, bracelets, and necklaces only fetch a little over 200 gold coins. In comparison, the silver equipment on the Huagua server is practically dirt cheap. Naturally, this led to a slight increase in equipment prices. As a result, Guchen, the Rhine Guild, and the Floating Light Breaking Dawn fan club became the biggest winners. This was only a day after the Undead Siege event. A large amount of silver equipment was in the hands of Guchen, the Rhine Guild, and the Floating Light Breaking Dawn fan club. Additionally, Guchen was the first to clear the Shadow Forest dungeon. After his first clear, he shared the relevant strategies with Mi Ying and Shinlingxiu. The core members of both teams had the top-tier equipment in Huagua, making it challenging to clear at the nightmare level. However, the difficulty level was a breeze, with many teams clearing the dungeon. A large amount of bronze and silver equipment followed, and they were all high-level bronze and silver gear. Normally, with increased supply, equipment prices should drop. But, without comparison, there is no harm. Seeing silver equipment in the system auction mall priced at several hundred gold coins each, the psychology of getting a bargain led many players to sell everything they had to sweep up silver equipment. This resulted in the current situation where prices are rising instead of falling. Guchen was also helpless. Standing still, money just kept pouring in. With this monopoly event, I think it would be hard to lose. Shallow Summer Cool, by the way, I want to ask you something. Floating Light Breaking Dawn, go ahead. Shallow Summer Cool, did you lend 5 million gold coins to the Huagua military? Floating Light Breaking Dawn, how did you know? Shallow Summer Cool, it was leaked on the external network, now the whole world knows. Floating Light Breaking Dawn, is it that good? Then I must be about to get rich again. Shallow Summer Cool, getting rich? What does that mean? Floating Light Breaking Dawn, let me understand the specific situation first. Shallow Summer Cool, do you still want the 3 million gold coins I have? Floating Light Breaking Dawn, you can keep it for yourself, I have enough gold coins on my side. After ending the conversation, Guchen opened the 10,000 Races Continent Forum. This 10,000 Races Continent Forum is the World Forum. Players from all over the world can post comments here. Guchen glanced at the hottest posts. The first one was a strategy guide for clearing the Shadow Forest dungeon. Guchen took a look. Most of the guides were at an easy or simple level, and they were only partial guides. The second hottest topic was the Monopoly event. The most discussed points were the items and rewards in the mall, as well as speculations on who could take the final first place. The third hottest topic was Floating Light Breaking Dawn lending 5 million gold coins to the military of Huagua. Guchen clicked on the post related to himself. The introduction of the post read, latest news, the Huagua government has pledged shares of Huagua Bank to Floating Light Breaking Dawn, borrowing 5 million gold coins at a daily interest rate of 1%. This news has been confirmed by internal staff of Huagua Bank, and the Huagua government has not yet responded to this news. This must be fake news, right? I've been playing since the launch of the 10,000 Races continent and I don't even have 5 gold coins. How could Floating Light Breaking Dawn have 5 million gold coins? That's impossible. It should be true. I have a friend who serves in the Huagua military and they had difficulty buying medicine before. Now they can buy a lot of small blue and red potions. Their equipment has also been upgraded to bronze gear. I heard it's because they have money now. 5 million gold coins? Is that true? Floating Light Breaking Dawn actually has so much money? You don't understand. Floating Light Breaking Dawn bet on himself to win in the last two 10,000 Races gambling rounds. He made a fortune, and according to relevant sources, he should have earned several million gold coins. It seems this number should be accurate. 5 million gold coins. He just lent it out like that? With a daily interest of 1%, 5 million gold coins means an income of 50,000 gold coins a day, which totals 5 million in 100 days. With such a high interest rate, if it were me, I would borrow too. I can't even earn 5 silver coins in a day, and he earns 50,000 gold coins a day. Sigh. It's really true that people are better than others, and goods are better than others. I'm so envious of Floating Light Breaking Dawn. When will I ever have 5 million gold coins? It's probably impossible in this life. Maybe there's hope in the next life. By the way, why has the Huagua military fully stationed in the 10,000 Races continent? Not just the Huagua military, now military forces from all over the world have entered the 10,000 Races continent. It is said that the 10,000 Races continent will become humanity's second world. The resources inside are as important as those in the real world. The military's entry is also to gain more benefits. Indeed, after playing the 10,000 Races continent for a while, I can no longer distinguish between reality and the game. The environment, touch, hearing, taste, etc. in the 10,000 Races continent are all very similar to reality. It's impossible to tell apart. Since the officials value the 10,000 Races continent so much, its value will only increase in the future. What are we waiting for? The more we invest now, the more we will earn later. You just realized this now? It seems to be too late. The major financial groups in Huagua have already started cooperating with game guilds. During this time, guilds like Divine Domain have received a lot of capital support and are developing very rapidly. Our Sakura country's financial groups have also settled in various guilds, investing $10 billion in the first phase. Our American financial groups are also supporting our American guilds. In the future, the continent of all races will surely still belong to our America. We South Korea will be the leaders of the continent of all races in the future. You Americans didn't even make it to the top 3 last time. What qualifications do you have to dominate the continent? Is this a dog-eat-dog situation? If we're talking about the best, it's definitely our Huagua. Our Floating Light Dawn has truly achieved first place twice. That first place of Floating Light Dawn was just luck, right? I heard he's just a solo player. From start to finish, he relied solely on his own strength. Yes, we admit that Floating Light Dawn is very strong, but the continent of all races is a team game. Individual ability may have some effect in the early stages, but as the game progresses, it increasingly tests the overall strength of the team. Our number 1 in America, Lucifer, has the support of dozens of consortiums behind him. His guild has millions of players, which Floating Light Dawn cannot compare to. This is something Floating Light Dawn cannot match. Our Sakura Nations Corporation is very united, under the leadership of President Mutu, with over 10 million players. How can Floating Light Dawn, as a solo player, compare to our Sakura Nation? Exactly. The later the game goes, the greater the role of capital. A solo player like Floating Light Dawn cannot possibly be our opponent. If I remember correctly, you said the same thing last time. And what happened? In the last points ranking, your Sakura Nation's Aimi Omori and America's Lucifer had to find tens of thousands of people to support you. But what was the result? Didn't you still lose to Floating Light Dawn? This was the early game, where individuals had some advantages, but in the later stages, Floating Light Dawn is definitely not a match for our Sakura Nation's Mutokuin. Anyone can talk big. The third event has already started, and Floating Light Dawn will definitely still be first. This time the first place will definitely be ours in America. We, the Sakura Nation, have never lost when it comes to money. You Americans have consortium support. But our Sakura Nation's consortium is not lacking either. No matter how many you have, can you outmatch Floating Light Dawn? I was a bit worried about Floating Light Dawn's financial power before. But now, there's no need to worry at all. According to the information we received, Floating Light Dawn has already lent 500,000 gold coins to your Huagua military. How much does Floating Light Dawn have left now? No one can say for sure. However, I estimate it definitely doesn't exceed 300,000. Why? Floating Light Dawn is a solo player and the Huagua government gives him a daily interest of 1%. With such a huge temptation, can he resist? Moreover, I also received a tip that Huagua initially only wanted to borrow a few 100,000 gold coins. After hearing about the daily interest of 10,000, Floating Light Dawn felt that lending out a few 100,000 was a bit too little. He forcibly lent 500,000 gold coins to the Huagua military and even required Huagua to use stocks from Huagua Bank as collateral. A daily interest of 1% is definitely high-interest loan among high-interest loans. If I were Floating Light Dawn, I would also lend all my money to the Huagua military. Just 100 days with a 100% return rate. Such a huge temptation even the consortiums can't resist, let alone Floating Light Dawn, who is just a solo player. What do you call this? This is called short-sightedness. Floating Light Dawn definitely didn't expect that the third full server event would actually be a monopoly event, ranking based on the amount of gold coins spent. Now, I estimate that Floating Light Dawn has at most no more than 1 million gold coins. In this situation, wanting to take first place is basically impossible. It's not just basically impossible, it's definitely impossible. I heard that Lucifer's consortium has already started acquiring gold coins. They currently have at least 1 million gold coins. Only 1 million gold coins? Our Sakura Nation's Muda Corporation already has 150,000 gold coins. Moreover, our Sakura Nation's government is also helping Mutakuan. I believe it won't be long before our gold coins exceed 2 million. If Floating Light Dawn hadn't lent gold coins to the Hua country military, there would still be a chance to fight. Now, they are definitely not our opponent. Looking at the messages in the world chat channel of the 10,000 races continent, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile. From the feedback received from various channels, everyone generally believes that after lending out 5 million, the gold coins left on hand would definitely not exceed 1 million. But in fact, not only do I have more than 1 million gold coins, but I also have an extra zero. There are as many as 18 million gold coins. This time, I can make a big move through the 10,000 races continent trading platform. However, now is not the best time to act. I need to wait for 12 hours. Just as Gu Chun was contemplating how to operate, a message from Qin Yuanling came through. I'm sorry. Qin Yuanling replied, we have a traitor within. The news of you providing financing to our Hua country military has been leaked. But don't worry, the enemy's intelligence personnel have been controlled. We will strengthen our intelligence control work in future meetings. I hope you can strengthen the confidentiality of intelligence. I don't want this kind of thing to happen a second time. Although Gu Chen was overjoyed, his tone was extremely stern. The reason is simple. This time, the intelligence leak was beneficial to Gu Chun. If he were to take it lightly, the military would certainly not take it seriously. The next intelligence leak might concern Gu Chen's core interests. Therefore, Gu Chen was very serious in his wording. It was necessary to let the military know the lesson from this incident to avoid similar situations in the future. This was to raise the military's vigilance and also to protect his core interests. I sincerely apologize. We will strengthen internal audits moving forward, Qin Yuanling said earnestly. In the future, any matters related to you will require all personnel involved to undergo strict political review to eliminate any possibility of intelligence leaks. I hope so. Gu Chen remained firm. After Qin Yuanling apologized again, she said, by the way, the commander asked me to ask you if you need gold coins now. Our military can mobilize 4 million for you. I'm sorry, the remaining 1 million has already been sent out. It's a bit difficult to retrieve, but if you need it, we can cooperate. It's okay, I don't need it on my end. Gu Chen replied, you can use it according to your arrangements. Right now, Gu Chen had more than 18 million gold coins, enough to purchase the rare items from the last 2 auctions in the system mall. Any more would not be beneficial for future plans. Gu Chen had just finished his conversation with Qin Yuanling when the friend notification sound rang out again. Alright, there were a total of 4 friends in the friend list. The third full server event of the 10,000 races continent had just started not long ago, and it had already rung 3 times. Opening the friend reminder, the message came from Shan Lingxiu. Butterfly dance at dawn, Guzong, are you busy? Floating light at dawn, what's the matter? Butterfly dance at dawn, the third full server event is about to start. And you must need gold coins, right? Our Floating Light at Dawn fan club has gathered a total of 3 million gold coins. I'll transfer it to you now. What the hell? Seeing the message from Shan Lingxiu, Gu Chen was stunned. Damn, what's going on? It wasn't surprising that Miying could come up with 3 million gold coins. After all, Miying was the leader of the Rhine Guild now. The core members she had signed under her had hundreds of people. These people were all contracted workers, and all their equipment and such were covered by the Rhine Guild. The equipment and items they farmed naturally belonged to the Rhine Guild. As the president, Miying could mobilize these resources, which was only reasonable. Shan Lingxiu was different. The Floating Light at Dawn fan club, although trending towards becoming a guild, had even invited Zhuge Wulong to be their strategist and main manager. However, the people gathered there mainly relied on camaraderie. There were no rules or regulations to follow. Everything depended on the members' interests and self-discipline. In this situation, for Xin Lingxiu to gather 3 million gold coins from these people, it had to be said that she had quite a management ability and personal charm. However, Gu Chen didn't want the money, nor could he accept it. He didn't lack money. Even if he were short on cash, he wouldn't stoop to living off the fans' generosity. After thinking for a moment, Gu Chen replied, "Tell them I appreciate their kindness. As for the money, let them keep it. It's not easy for them to earn that little bit, so they should keep it for themselves. I'm not in need of money. I'm not poor enough to need their charity." Xin Lingxiu asked in confusion, "But I saw online that you lent all your money to the military of Huagua, and now you don't even have 100,000 gold coins on you." "I did lend 500,000 to the military," Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. "But that 500,000 is just a part of my assets. Lending out that little bit of money has no impact on me. You can return the money. Tell them I received their goodwill." "Okay." After receiving Gu Chen's response, Xin Lingxiu didn't press further and ended the conversation. Just as she finished, the friend notification sound rang. Out again. Goodness. I was just lamenting that 3 out of 4 friends had messaged me. There was still one gap. But in less than a minute, that gap was filled. Looking at the message from Feng Diqingyu, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. "Feng Diqingyu, I heard you're out of money now? If you need, I can gather a few thousand gold coins for you. Floating light at dawn, you just borrowed money from me to buy a weapon. If I remember correctly, you borrowed the money for the weapon from Lu Liyuing and a few others. You're in debt now, how can you still afford to support me?" "Feng Diqingyu, I borrowed it from friends, what's wrong with that? Just tell me if you need it or not. Floating light at dawn, no, I'm just curious. Why does everyone think I'm a poor guy? I'm at least the top expert in Huagua, the #1 expert in the world. Am I really that poor?" "Feng Diqingyu, I saw the news online, they said you lent all your money to the military. I just asked my aunt, and she confirmed that you indeed lent 500,000 gold coins to the military. Floating light at dawn, so what? What does that prove? The whisper of the wind, you're so poor right now, to some extent, it's my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have met my little aunt. If you hadn't met my little aunt, you wouldn't have been able to lend so much money to the military. If you hadn't lent money to the military, you would definitely still be in first place in this server-wide event. Fleeting light at dawn, so what? The whisper of the wind, in short, it's all my problem. I know, tens of thousands of gold coins isn't much, but it's all the gold I can borrow within my ability." Gu Chen was also helpless. Qin Qingyu was indeed adorably foolish. Fleeting light at dawn, even if I'm poor, I still have hundreds of thousands of gold coins as a base. It may not be much compared to others, but it's still more than you. You should keep that little money for yourself. If you have extra money with nowhere to spend it, just let me take first place. Who knows, I might even earn a bit. The whisper of the wind, alright, if you need it, you can find me anytime. After finishing the chat with Qin Qingyu, Gu Chen continued to level up with Flame Princess. With the double experience boost, the leveling speed of Flame Princess increased significantly. While Gu Chen was leveling up frantically, the world was particularly lively. White Elephant Country. Asan is a federal country composed of multiple states, federal territories, and a capital district. Each state has its own elected government, while federal territories and the capital district are managed by appointed officials from the united government. The legislative body is a bicameral parliament consisting of an upper house and a lower house. The upper house has 245 members, each serving a 6-year term. Most members are indirectly elected by state and federal legislative bodies, with their numbers proportional to the state's share of the national population. The lower house is the core of political power in White Elephant Country and is, in fact, the highest power institution. In White Elephant Country, the executive branch is composed of a ministerial alliance committee led by the vice president and the prime minister. The cabinet is its executive committee. The prime minister and their committee are directly responsible to the lower house of parliament. The prime minister is essentially the highest official. In White Elephant Country, Riexina Mountain, Prime Minister's residence. The content of the third server-wide event is actually about who spends the most money. Upon seeing the intelligence report sent by his subordinates, Prime Minister Nalendra of White Elephant Country frowned slightly. Yes, Intelligence Minister Sunil nodded and said, the third event is called Monopoly, and it's about who spends the most money. There are many people in our White Elephant Country, but our development speed in the novice phase is slow. Both our leveling speed and gold acquisition efficiency are much slower than countries like America and Footbase and Chicken. Finance Minister Shalut sighed. With over a billion people, if Hua Country can take first place twice, why can't we in White Elephant Country? Prime Minister Nalendra pounded the table, loudly questioning. At this moment, everyone present fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, it was still Intelligence Minister Sunil who broke the dead silence and spoke. Actually, the development speed of Hua Country isn't much different from ours. But out of nowhere, a player named Fleeting Light at Dawn appeared. With their individual strength, they raised the overall level of Hua Country. If Hua Country can produce a Fleeting Light at Dawn, why can't we in White Elephant Country? Prime Minister Nalendra asked. We are both developed countries, with the same resources facing similar situations. If they can do it, why can't we? Mr. Prime Minister, I suspect that Fleeting Light at Dawn has the support of Hua country. Intelligence Minister Sunil speculated. Only Hua country could concentrate all its efforts on cultivating one person, which could lead to the emergence of a freak like Fleeting Light at Dawn. According to the intelligence we just received, it is said that Fleeting Light at Dawn lent 5 million gold coins to the military. So many gold coins. If there were no connections, how could Floating Light Dawn possibly lend them to the military so easily? In fact, there have long been speculations that Floating Light Dawn is a key project supported by Huagua. Finance Minister Sharuta also chimed in. The reason Huagua hasn't acknowledged it is mainly because they fear inciting public outrage among ordinary citizens. After all, Huagua officially advocates for common ownership. Huagua can do it, can we? Prime Minister Nalendra asked. Mr. Prime Minister, I have an immature suggestion, Sharuta cautiously began. Go ahead. Our greatest advantage in the White Elephant Nation is our large population, Finance Minister Sharuta analyzed. Although our upgrade speed is slow and our gold mining efficiency is low, in the face of such a large base, the total amount of gold coins we can acquire is still quite substantial. Therefore, I suggest we pool all the wealth of our players in the White Elephant Nation to ensure we secure first place in this server-wide event. That's a pretty good suggestion, Prime Minister Nalendra said helplessly. However, those guys in the upper house won't agree. The White Elephant Nation is a caste country with a strict caste system. The castes in the White Elephant Nation, from high to low, are Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. The upper house is mainly controlled by the high castes, namely the Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Historically, the prime ministers of the White Elephant Nation have mostly come from the high castes. The current prime minister, Nalendra, is of a composite caste. His ancestors were originally Vaishya, but after becoming wealthy through business, they used Kshatriya status to enhance their image. After several generations of development, they became a composite caste higher than Vaishya but lower than Kshatriya. Since Nalendra took office, he has attempted to implement reforms, but unfortunately his abilities are lacking and he has repeatedly hit walls. Without the strength of Huagua, he keeps thinking about confronting them head-on. The result is that he has been beaten to a pulp by Huagua. It's frustrating enough in reality, and now he finds that the continent of all races has also been heavily suppressed by Huagua. This resentment, of course, Nalendra cannot swallow. After a moment of thought, Nalendra asked, do you have any other suggestions? Mr. Prime Minister, I think the previously proposed plan can be adjusted. The upper house might still pass it. Finance Minister Sharuta suggested again. Adjust? How do we adjust? Nalendra asked. We can introduce a new tax category called the Continental Experience Tax. Any White Elephant player entering the game must pay a certain amount of copper coins, silver coins, or gold coins. Nalendra is not a fool. He instantly understood the implications. The folks in the upper house are basically officials from various federations. With an additional tax category, they would have more flexibility in tax collection. The Kingdom of the White Elephant is a federal state with significant local powers. After the introduction of new taxes, local revenues are collected and only then handed over to the central government. In other words, the central government does not know how much the local authorities have collected. As long as the amount required by the central government is paid, the rest is all local revenue. This results in the managers, namely the Brahmins and Kshatriyas, exploiting those being managed, the Vaishyas and Shudras. The upper house is the highest power organ of the Kingdom of the White Elephant, composed of Brahmins and Kshatriyas. It would be difficult for any legislation that benefits them not to pass. While the Kingdom of the White Elephant was scheming to introduce new taxes, other countries were not idle. The Cherry Blossom country advocated the spirit of Bushido, encouraging the public to lend gold coins to the Muta Corporation, which would then purchase necessary items and earn high points. In America, the UZ capital began to unleash its cash power, massively acquiring private gold coins, causing gold prices to soar rapidly. In South Korea, major conglomerates also pulled out all the stops to start acquiring gold coins in large quantities. The Hua country was also active, with guilds led by the Divine Domain and the Arrogant Guild receiving substantial investments from Hua country capital, beginning to acquire gold coins in bulk on the market. The trading price of gold coins was climbing steadily. An event called IMA Tycoon had driven global capital into a frenzy. This situation was something Gu Chun had never encountered in his previous life. One can imagine how powerful the effect of a small butterfly flapping its wings could be. It is easy to envision that the early entry of massive capital would undoubtedly accelerate the game pace on the continent of myriad races. Gu Chen was quite pleased with this. As a high player with access to a wealth of high-end resources, the bigger the storm, the more he earned. The more frenzied the capital, the greater his profits when harvesting. Over the next 11 hours, Gu Chun checked the system marketplace every hour. Unfortunately, the best items were golden equipment. Clearly, with his entire body already equipped in gold, Gu Chun had little interest in gold equipment of the same level. Moreover, the price of gold equipment had once exceeded 3,000 gold coins, more expensive than what Gu Chun was selling. With such low cost effectiveness, he naturally had no interest in participating. Niing, on the other hand, purchased some items needed by the guild. After Guchen declined the gifts from the floating light breaking dawn fan club, Shenlinglong was pushed forward by the fan club as a proxy buyer. The goal was to elevate Shenlinglong to the top 10 globally, showcasing the strength of the floating light breaking dawn fan club. Currently, Shenlinglong had become the beloved of the floating light breaking dawn fan club, undoubtedly the chief mage. She was highly praised by the members of the fan club, earning the nickname Big Sister. As for who the big brother was, that was obvious. After 11 hours, the system auction mall had refreshed 11 times. Currently, the top of the Tycoon points ranking was Ichiro Muto with a total of 12.6375 billion points. The second was Lucifer with 11.2789 billion points. The third was Park Soo-chung with 10.8923 billion points. The fifth was the Right Hand of God with 10.47802 billion points. The sixth was Butterfly Dance Breaking Dawn with 10.1329 billion points. The eighth was Arrogant Gao Xiao with 9.77700 billion points. The ninth was Fenghua Yenran with 9.69200 billion points. The 10th was Chaos Chao with 9.54600 billion points. The 95th was Shallow Summer Cool with 5.21357 billion points. Guchen glanced at it and was also taken aback. The I Am a Tycoon event on the continent of myriad races had passed the halfway mark. Among the top 10, there are 5 people from the Huagua server. Although their rankings did not make it into the top 3, the spending amounts of each person are only slightly less than that of the first place. In addition, there are as many as 28 people in the top 100. The one with the least spending is actually Niing. The reason Niying's points are so low is mainly because Guchen specifically instructed her. The chances of good items appearing at the end are greater, so there's no need to compete with them at the front. Otherwise, Niying's current spending points would have at least doubled. Looking at the time, there are still 10 minutes left until the Wanzhou Grand Betting closes. Opening the Wanzhou Grand Betting, Guchen couldn't help but smile widely. Wanzhou Grand Betting National Betting, first place, America, odds 1 to 32.1. Second place, White Elephant Country, odds 1 to 45.2. Third place, Cherry Blossom Country, odds 1 to 46.5. Fourth place, Huagua, odds 1 to 55.1. Fifth place, South Korea, odds 1 to 59.3. Wanzhou Grand Betting Personal Betting, first place, Lucifer server, America, odds 1 to 101.21. Second place, Jawaharlal server, White Elephant Country, odds 1 to 105.85. Third place, Wu-Tang Ichiro server, Japan, odds 1 to 109.65. Fifth place, God's Right Hand server, Huagua, odds 1 to 112.22. 86th place, Floating Light Dawn server, Huagua, odds 1 to 13,285.55. Seeing the high odds for Huagua, Guchen's heart skipped a beat. It should be noted that his current persona is that of a poor man. There shouldn't be many people choosing him. Under normal circumstances, the relationship between his odds and Huagua's odds should be positively correlated. That is to say, the lower Huagua's odds, the lower his odds would be. The higher Huagua's odds, the higher his odds would be. Therefore, when he saw that Huagua's odds were actually ranked fourth and the gap with the first place was not very large, Guchen began to worry. He was concerned that his odds were too low. If that were the case, the cost-effectiveness of investing in himself would be too low. However, after seeing the personal betting odds, Guchen couldn't help but laugh. His odds were as high as 13285. How little faith the outside world must have in him. Seeing such a result, Guchen was overjoyed. Although he still didn't know why there was an inversion between Huagua's odds and his own, Guchen was clear about one thing. This time at the Wanzhou Grand Betting, he was going to make a big profit again. Just thinking about it made him feel ecstatic. At this point in time, it wasn't time to place bets. Yet, he had to wait until the last 5 seconds. This time, Guchen planned to put 5 million in funds on himself. The remaining 10 million would be kept for purchasing items in the last 2 rounds of the system mall auction. He would have his cake and eat it too, not missing out on either side. After formulating his strategy, since he had nothing to do, Guchen opened the World Chat channel. With such low odds for Floating Light Dawn, is anyone willing to take a gamble? This time the betting unit is gold coins, and it costs 1 gold coin to bet. 1 gold coin is 300,000. Losing once means losing 300,000. Who wants to bet? Go ahead. Anyway, I don't dare to bet. Hey, if Floating Light Dawn's 5 million hadn't been lent to the military, there would still be a chance to take first place. Now there's not a single chance left. Yeah, didn't you see the leaderboard for I Am a Tycoon? Floating Light Dawn didn't even make it into the top 100. It only takes 500,000 gold coins to rank 100. In other words, Guchen now can't even take out 500,000 gold coins. Is there a possibility that Floating Light Breaking Dawn is also waiting to make a move at the last moment? What am I thinking? This time, I am competing in wealth as a tycoon, not in the speed of leveling up by defeating monsters. It's impossible to catch others off guard like the previous 2 server-wide events. You have to know that the system auction mall has only 24 rounds in total. The number of auction items is limited. Even if he starts buying now, others are buying too. Having already missed 12 rounds of auction items, it's basically impossible to surpass the scores of those ahead. Compared to floating light breaking dawn, I have more faith in the right hand of God. I also have faith in the right hand of God. According to the information we have, the right hand of God has united with 5 major guilds and reportedly raised over 5 million gold coins. This is all to secure first place. I heard that just 2 days ago, major investment companies like Matang Capital and Course Grain Capital from Arhuagua reached a partnership with the Divine Domain. The first batch of injected funds exceeded 100 billion. There will be a continuous influx of cash afterward. I've heard this too. The current Divine Domain is indeed wealthy. Their mall scores may be temporarily lagging, but that's just due to bad luck in the auctions, losing some items at the last moment. With the financial power of Divine Domain, climbing to first place is just a matter of time. I have faith in Divine Domain. I bet on the right hand of God. I also have faith in Divine Domain. This time, Divine Domain has a strong momentum and securing first place shouldn't be a problem. I agree with the views above. In the previous 2 server-wide events, Arhuagua was first and the betting pool gained a lot of wealth. You could say that Arhuagua is the country with the most gold coins in the world. As long as we unite, first place is definitely ours. Unfortunately, our internal strife is too severe. Didn't you see? In the top 100, more than 20 are from Arhuagua. Each of them spends no less than 500,000. Halfway through, they've collectively spent over 10 million gold coins. If these resources could be concentrated on one person, Arhuagua would have long secured first place. Unfortunately, there are too many factions within Arhuagua and it's simply impossible to unite. Anyway, I don't care whether floating light breaking dawn wins or the right hand of God wins, the final result is that Huagua wins, so I bet on Huagua. Although the profit isn't much, it's stable. Hahaha, brother upstairs. My thoughts are the same as yours, but I bet 10 gold coins on Arhuagua and 1 gold coin on floating light breaking dawn. There's no way, his odds are too high. If he makes a comeback, I'll turn a bicycle into an airplane. Even if I lose, as long as Arhuagua wins, this bet won't be a loss. Floating light breaking dawn can't win. That 1 gold coin of yours is like throwing it away. What if? Is there really someone so naive? If you were a bit more rational, you wouldn't have such unrealistic fantasies. After reading everyone's comments, Guchen finally understood why his odds were so high while Huagua's odds were so low. There were mainly 2 reasons. First, Huagua had the highest gold production and reserves in the world. In the previous 2 rounds of the 10,000 races Grand Gamble, Huagua players were the biggest winners, when no one believed in Huagua, only a few players on the Huagua server steadfastly chose to support it. After Guchen's victory, the odds were astonishingly high. In this situation, a large amount of wealth from the 10,000 races Grand Gamble flowed into Huagua. After 2 rounds of the Grand Gamble, Huagua's wealth had become the most in the world. As long as Huagua united, the first place position was definitely within reach. Second, the influx of capital gave Huagua's top 10 guilds more confidence. The injection of Huagua capital, led by companies like Matang Capital, poured in massively, investing in guilds like Xingyu, greatly enhancing their foundation. The 10,000 races Monopoly event was the first large-scale event faced by guilds like Xingyu after receiving funding. The right hand of God was a smart person and naturally understood the importance of being at the top of the event rankings. Therefore, he was willing to spare no expense to secure the first place position, increasing the weight of the Xingyu guild in the eyes of capital. This was true for Xingyu, and the same applied to other guilds. They urgently needed to showcase their strength through the 10,000 races Monopoly event, gain more recognition, and attract more high-end players. Third, the increase in entry barriers. Currently, the minimum bet for the 10,000 races Monopoly event is 1 gold coin. At this stage, players can only obtain gold coins by killing monsters for copper coins. However, the probability of monsters dropping copper coins is very low, and even if they do drop, it needs to be shared among 5 people. The number of coins that end up in one's hands is minimal. At this stage, having 1 gold coin is already rare. Those who can take out a gold coin to gamble are even fewer. Such a high betting threshold makes players more cautious to some extent. Even if they want to hedge risks, they dare not act recklessly without sufficient funds. Therefore, many people choose a more stable approach and bet on Huagua. Even though the odds for Fuguang Prashao are extremely high, under uncertain circumstances, only a few players with substantial capital are willing to take the risk. This is precisely why there is an inverted odds situation between Huagua's odds and Fuguang Prashao's odds. After all, in the eyes of the outside world, Fuguang Prashao is currently just a casual player without capital support. Moreover, before the Monopoly event began, Fuguang Prashao borrowed 5 million gold coins from the military. According to intelligence sources, the 5 million gold coins had already exhausted all of Fuguang Prashao's resources. Without capital support and lacking a solid foundation, coupled with such high stakes, there were very few people willing to bet on Fuguang Prashao. This is why such beautiful odds appeared. Damn! With this situation, it would be hard not to make a profit. At this moment, Guchen could hardly suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. While slashing at monsters, he sang off-key, I smile proudly. Time passed second by second, and Guchen timed it perfectly. In the last 10 seconds before the 10,000 races grand gamble closed, he directly went all in with 5 million gold coins. 10 seconds later, the odds were fixed. Guchen opened the odds leaderboard for the 10,000 races grand gamble again. The great betting table of all races. National betting: first place, White Elephant Country, odds 1 to 38.1. Second place, Hua Country, odds 1 to 52.2. Third place, America, odds 1 to 67.5. Fourth place, Cherry Blossom Country, odds 1 to 77.1. Fifth place, South Korea, odds 1 to 85.2. The great betting table of all races. Personal betting: first place, Jawaharlal server, White Elephant Country, odds 1 to 132.11. Second place, Flickering Dawn server, Hua Country, odds 1 to 155.26. Third place, Ichiro Mutu server, Japan, odds 1 to 198.27. Fifth place, God's Right Hand server, Hua Country, odds 1 to 202.55. My own odds 1 to 155.26. This odds was also within Gu Chen's expectations. Gu Chen knew that after his large investment, the odds would significantly decrease. It should be noted that the funds he had invested were already in the millions. It was basically impossible to see odds in the thousands or tens of thousands like the previous two great betting tables of all races. After all, at that time his capital was small, allowing for a larger leverage on the betting table. Now, with many speculators betting on this betting table, if he invested less, the big share would not fall into his hands at all. Therefore, Gu Chen chose to invest directly 5 million gold coins. This way, even with a large number of speculators appearing, Gu Chen could ensure that he would get the largest piece of the cake. However, what Gu Chen did not expect was that this time, when the great betting table of all races closed, a dramatic change occurred. White Elephant Country counterattacked to become the first in the odds ranking. Even in terms of odds, Jawaharlal far exceeded him. This result surprised Gu Chen greatly. What was going on with White Elephant? Had they taken performance-enhancing drugs? In his previous life, Gu Chen had never encountered such a situation. It seemed that the butterfly effect he had caused had brought about significant changes. Gu Chen looked at his backpack and he still had 13,326,700 gold coins. A little more sense of security. Just then, Gu Chen's friend prompt sounded. Opening it, the message was from Qin Yuanling. According to the latest intelligence we received, the White Elephant officials have introduced a new tax called game tax internally. Any player from White Elephant Country entering the continent of all races must pay the game tax. Currently, the amount being taxed by White Elephant Country is around 15 million gold coins. According to our intelligence personnel's estimates, the achievement rate is unlikely to exceed 80%. At present, White Elephant Country has publicly announced this news with great fanfare. At this moment, Gu Chen finally understood why White Elephant Country had counterattacked to become the first in odds. It turned out they had introduced a new tax. One must admit, White Elephant Country had quite the imagination. They could come up with such a method of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. However, this method was not without some benefits. Most of the lower-tier players were eliminated, allowing the higher-tier players to reap the greatest benefits. The final result was that the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. However, none of this was what Gu Chen was concerned about right now. What Gu Chen was concerned about was whether White Elephant Country had really managed to collect 15 million. If so, he would be in trouble. If the achievement rate was only 80%, that would amount to about 12 million. There was still a gap of over 1 million from his safety line, so the threat was not too great. Just then, another message from Qin Yuanling came. The chief thought you had given up on this auction. However, just a few seconds ago, your odds changed. The chief speculated that you must be aiming for first place, so he asked me to report the intelligence to you. At the same time, the chief also mentioned that the military's 4 million would be dispatched immediately. If you need it, you can take it at any time. Gu Chen was not a boastful person. The situation was changing too rapidly, exceeding his expectations. It should be noted that the final points consumed would only amount to a few million gold coins. Who would have thought that his rise in this life would, in an invisible way, accelerate the frantic pace of the high-level officials in various countries? Various underhanded tactics emerged one after another. Given this, he could only make more preparations, so he edited. Then please thank the chief for me. As a token of gratitude, I can waive your interest for 10 days. Qin Yuanling, I will convey your message. Just as Gu Chen was having a lively chat with Qin Yuanling, the world forum of the Hua Country server had already exploded. What the hell? He made a move. I knew that man would definitely make a move. That man? Who is he? Who else could it be? Of course, it's Fuguang Pashao. He made his move with 5 seconds left before the closing. What the hell? What's going on? The odds for Fuguang Pashao shot up to second place, with odds of 1 to 155.26 gold coins. What else could it be? The big shot Fuguang Pashao made his move at the last moment, betting on himself for first place. Is Fuguang Pashao that confident? I don't know if he's confident or not, I just know this tactic feels so familiar. The last 2 times in the Wanzhou Big Gamble were the same situation. I just want to know, did anyone follow and bet on Fuguang Prashao? As soon as I saw the odds for Fuguang Prashao change, I bet 5 gold coins. Damn, that's all my fortune. If I win, I'll have a young model from the club. If I lose, I'll just have to keep working hard. Ha ha ha. In the last minute, I kept an eye on the odds leaderboard, and when I saw the change for Fuguang Prashao, I immediately bet 3 gold coins. That's all my fortune too. Damn it. I was a step too slow. By the time I reacted, it was already closed. The time was too tight, only 5 seconds to operate, and before I could input my gold, the Wanzhou Big Gamble closed. Bro upstairs, be content. At least you still have gold coins. I reacted pretty quickly. I input 10 gold coins, but unfortunately, I only had 10 silver coins on me. Ha ha ha. I bet 10 gold coins, waiting for 1,500 gold coins to arrive, turning a bicycle into a plane. Awesome. So, what the hell? How dare you? This third wave is all about financial strength. Fuguang Prashao lent 5 million to the military. He invested so much money betting on his own victory. How could he have that much money to compete for first place? Betting on Fuguang Prashao for first? That money is definitely going down the drain. I really don't know what you fools have to be happy about. The last 2 times, there were idiots like you who stood up to analyze everything, and in the end, they found their faces swollen from being beaten by the big shot Fuguang Prashao. I don't need any analysis, I just know that the big shot Fuguang Prashao dares to bet heavily on himself, so what do we have to fear? Anyway, following the big shot Fuguang Prashao means there's meat to eat. Of course, even if we lose, the big shot Fuguang Prashao will take the big loss. Our little money doesn't matter. Exactly. Just follow the big shot Fuguang Prashao and charge ahead. Honestly, I don't envy you guys who can win bets at all. We don't need your envy, we just need to have money to spend. After finishing the chat with Qin Yuanling, Gu Chen briefly spoke with Xinling Shou. The main issue was still about the gold coins. The current situation was changing too rapidly, no longer resembling what Gu Chen remembered. To continue aiming for first place, he had to make multiple preparations. Therefore, Gu Chen asked Mi Ying to reserve 3 million gold coins for him, just in case. With the 4 million from the military and Mi Ying's 3 million, plus the over 13 million gold coins he had, Gu Chen now had access to over 20 million gold coins. Under these circumstances, he was basically in an invincible position. After sorting that out, Gu Chen continued to grind. Now, the Flame Princess was already level 17, and there were less than 14 hours left of double experience time. In this situation, every bit of grinding counted. Time passed little by little. The competition on the leaderboard was becoming increasingly fierce. Aside from checking the system shop every hour for necessities, Gu Chen hardly paid attention to anything else. With double experience so enticing and the leveling difficulty for Flame Princess so high, Gu Chen naturally wanted to seize every available moment to level up. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 9 hours passed. When the notification sound from his friend list rang out again, there were 3 hours left until the auction ended. There were only 3 auction rounds remaining. According to Gu Chen's memory, the 9 p.m. auction round was no different from the previous ones. It was only during the 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. auction rounds that changes occurred. In the 10 p.m. auction round, the lowest equipment being auctioned was golden gear, and there were even a few pieces of dark gold gear. In addition, there were rare A-grade domain skills and unique special items. Opening his friend list, the message came from none other than Qin Yuanling. Master Floating Light if you're short on money, our military still has 4 million we can mobilize. Not needed for now, Gu Chen replied calmly. Qin Yuanling was puzzled, given the current situation. Are you sure you don't want to compete? There are only 3 auction rounds left until the system deadline. The competition has already reached a fever pitch, and the top players from various countries have nearly exhausted their gold coins. The point gaps have also widened. Some of the top players from certain countries have already announced their withdrawal from the competition. Hearing Qin Yuanling's words, Gu Chen immediately opened the My Landlord activity points ranking for the 10,000 races continent. First place, Javaharlal. Server, White Elephant Country, total points 85.63752 billion points. Second place, Motuaikiru, Server, Wa Country, total points 83.23252 billion points. Third place, Lucifer, Server, America, total points 82.999566 billion points. Fourth place, God's Right Hand, Server, Huaxia, total points 79.28562 billion points. Fifth place, Vladimir Lovek, Server, Bear Country, total points 78.23562 billion points. Eighth place, Butterfly Dance Dawn, Server, Huaxia, total points 53.99882 billion points. Currently, the first place on the total points leaderboard is Javaharlal from White Elephant Country, who has spent over 8.32 million gold coins. Second place, Motuaikiru, follows closely behind, having spent 8.29 million gold coins. The gap between the two is not very large. In the previous life, the competition didn't seem this intense. In the last few rounds, the highest points didn't exceed 5 million. However, in this life, even the 8th place Shinling had a total score exceeding 5 million points. The intensity of the competition had far exceeded Gu Chen's expectations. Clearly, the current auction competition has surpassed the realm of reason. Gu Chen flipped through the auction records and roughly understood what was going on. As the number of auction sessions decreased, those vying for the leaderboard no longer cared about what was being auctioned. There was only one thought: to bid a higher price and earn more points. Thus, when the 13th auction began, the price for the same piece of golden equipment also soared higher and higher, even exceeding 5,000 gold coins at one point. In such a level of competition, the Gull Chicken was the first to give up, followed by Maple Leaf Country and Kangaroo Country. South Korea also ran out of bullets and had to give up in the 18th round. Now, as the 22nd round just started, the price of the equipment was rising at a visibly rapid pace. However, after no more than 10 minutes, the fluctuation in item prices had entered a very strenuous state. The previous round had auctioned the bonus equipment for 5,000 gold coins, but this round only fetched 2,300 gold coins. After reaching 2,300 gold coins, no one was willing to raise the bid anymore. According to Gu Chen's speculation, after this round ended, the bullets of countries like White Elephant, America, Bear Country, and Cherry Blossom Country should be exhausted. Even if there were any left, it wouldn't be much. Although everyone had consumed more gold coins, the overall rhythm was exactly the same as in the previous life. It was only in the countdown to the third round that the mainstream funds entered a sluggish state, already running out of steam. In this situation, if Gu Chen made a move, the cost would be minimal and the benefits would be the greatest. This is what they call a single effort leads to a decline. Now was the time when the enemy was running out of steam. So when faced with the question posed by Qin Yuanling, Gu Chen merely smiled lightly and said, "It's fine, I have my own arrangements." "The commander has already transferred 4 million gold coins to me," Qin Yuanling said helplessly. "I don't know when you'll use it, so I'll transfer it to you first. If you don't use it after the event ends, you can return it to me." As Qin Yuanling spoke, Gu Chen received a system notification sound. Opening the mail, it was indeed 4 million gold coins. Seeing this, Gu Chen could only reply helplessly, "Thank the commander for me. After the event ends, I'll waive your interest for 20 days. The commander asked me to give you the money, not because he was interested in your interest waiver," Qin Yuanling pouted. "The commander is considering the overall interests of our Huagua. I understand." Gu Chen chuckled and ended the call. Just as he finished, Mi Ying's message came through. "What's going on with you? If you don't make a move soon, the yellow flowers will be cold." Qin Yuanling didn't know Gu Chen's worth, but Mi Ying was very clear. She had prepared 3 million for Gu Chen, plus the 13 million gold coins Gu Chen already had. Together, that was 16 million gold coins. The current first place, White Elephant Country, had only over 8 million gold coins. They posed no threat to Gu Chen at all. In this situation, Mi Ying really couldn't understand why Gu Chen hadn't made a move yet. Thus, she anxiously inquired. At the same time, she didn't forget to tease, "You should take a look at the World Chat channel, see what you've been called." "Really?" Gu Chen curiously opened the World Chat channel. "Ha, I said it, Floating Light Dawn is done for this time. Look, I was right. This is already the 22nd round of the System Mall auction. The first place, White Elephant Country, has already reached 8 million points. After this ends, the total points will definitely exceed 10 million. 10 million gold coins. A full 10 million gold coins. What can Floating Light Dawn compare with them? Yeah, the White Elephant is putting all its national strength into this first place. Even if Floating Light Breaks Dawn hadn't lent money to the military facing the current situation, it would still have to give up. I told those who bet on Floating Light Breaks Dawn that they were foolish, but they didn't. Believe me. I said long ago that I don't envy them for hitting the jackpot with Floating Light Breaks Dawn. Those who bet irrationally, with strong personal bias and based on faith, are just gamblers. Even if they win countless times, one failure can lead to ruin. How about that? Did I get it all right? I heard that Floating Light Breaks Dawn also placed a heavy bet on itself winning this time. Now I wonder how Floating Light Breaks Dawn feels seeing this score ranking? He probably thinks that spending a few 100,000 gold coins would secure the first place. I can only say that as a casual player, he lacks insight. He doesn't understand the power of capital. With the national capital of the White Elephant Kingdom stepping in and the financial groups from Sakura Country and America taking action, Floating Light Breaks Dawn will naturally be taught a lesson. Yes, how could one person possibly compete with capital? Looking at our Huagua, only the divine domain can stand against those capitals. Alas, it's a pity that our Huagua is not united. I have long called on the fans of Floating Light Breaks Dawn to prioritize the bigger picture and hand over their gold coins to the divine domain for management, to bring glory to our Huagua through the divine domain. But those in Floating Light Breaks Dawn's fan group are short-sighted and unwilling to accept it, especially their temporary team leader. Butterfly Dance Breaks Dawn. Big-chested but brainless, she spent over 5 million gold coins and only got 8th place. If she had handed that money over to the divine domain for management, the current first place would be ours. The people in Floating Light Breaks Dawn's fan group are just as selfish, self-serving, and arrogant as Floating Light Breaks Dawn himself. No matter how capable they are, they don't know how to show respect. I used to want to join Floating Light Breaks Dawn's fan group, but now I think about it, I would be ashamed to associate with such a selfish group. Yes, even if they invite me to join, I wouldn't. What good can a selfish group like that do when they come together? Exactly. For the sake of life and health, stay away from Floating Light Breaks Dawn's fan group. To those upstairs who are foolish, before you want to join our Floating Light Breaks Dawn fan group, take a look in the mirror. Can you gather 5 pieces of silver equipment? Can you scrape together 500 gold coins by selling your possessions? If you can't even meet this basic entry requirement, please go back to where you came from. Also, I recognize some of your IDs. If I remember correctly, you've been rejected by us many times, right? I've noted down your IDs, so don't let us see you in the wild. And to some of you moralists upstairs, why should I give my money to the divine domain for management? If you think so highly of the divine domain, why not hand over your own money to them? You act so righteous when managing others' money, but when it's your turn to spend, you go silent. Bah! A bunch of filthy things, only daring to chatter in the World Chat channel. Try talking back to me in person? Also, have you run out of free messages in your World Chat channel? If you have the guts, come pay to insult me. 10 silver coins each time, not expensive. I have prepared 500 gold coins to argue with you, so come if you dare. Guchen flipped through the World Chat channel and indeed found many voices cursing him. However, these people only used the opportunity for a free World Chat once a day and then disappeared without a trace. Although there were many of them, they were not persistent. Moreover, their IDs kept changing. But his supporters were different. These people had money and didn't care about spending 10 silver coins for a single post. In the World Chat channel, there were all kinds of open mockery and subtle sarcasm. Those who were cursed seemed to be silenced, not speaking a word after being insulted. These people had a common flaw. When pointing out the situation, they could write passionately, but when it came to actually putting out 10 silver coins to compete, they all shrank back like ostriches. Such people had no idea he was paying attention. Turning off the World Chat channel, Guchen smiled and replied, just these jumping clowns. If they want to jump, let them jump. If they can't even take out 10 silver coins, they really don't deserve my attention. You have a good mindset, Ming said helplessly. When do you plan to make your move? Based on my speculation, the big items are usually the last to appear, Guchen said confidently. The heavy items in the system mall generally appear at the end, meaning they show up in the last round or the last 2 rounds. As a wealthy person like me, I naturally have to appear at the end. What if you're wrong? What if there are no valuable items in the last 2 rounds of the auction? Ming asked, puzzled. That's simple, Guchen laughed. I'll just auction off ordinary items for sky-high prices. It's not like we don't have that capability. To dispel Ming's concerns, Guchen continued, besides, I've studied the system's rules. The leaderboard updates usually happen after the system auction ends. This means that if I participate in the last round of the auction, no one will know how much I spent. Only when the leaderboard updates will others know if I'm in first place. That's a good idea. Ming's eyes lit up. Right now, everyone's scores are very close. If you expose yourself early, you might risk being surrounded. Especially the White Elephant Kingdom, which has introduced a bazaar tax for the server-wide event. They are imposing high taxes on ordinary players in the White Elephant Kingdom. If they continue to impose taxes for the first place, it won't be so easy for us to win. Yes, that's what I was considering, Guchen said. So, I plan to skip the first 23 rounds of the system auction and wait until the last round to make my move. That's a good tactic, Ming asked. How about I give you the 3 million I have on my side? In case you need it, you can use it directly. Guchen thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. Oh my, Ming said cheerfully upon hearing Guchen's response. Just a few hours ago, who said they looked down on our little trio? Sister Ing, I was wrong, Guchen said, thick-skinned and unafraid of teasing, instead pushing further in a life and death situation. I need your life-saving milk. Get lost. Ming laughed and scolded before immediately transferring 3 million gold coins to Guchen. With me, Ying's 3 million gold coins, Guchen now had over 20 million gold coins in hand. With more gold coins, he felt more confident. However, to be safe, Guchen did not plan to participate in the second-to-last round of the auction. The reason was simple. Although the second round of the system mall also had rare items, it still paled in comparison to the last round, which at the very least had dark gold equipment. After making his decision, Guchen continued leveling up with Flame Princess. Before long, the 23rd round of the system mall opened. Product name, Heavenly Reversal Buddha Chant. Item type, Skill Book. Item description. When casting the Heavenly Reversal Buddha Chant, the practitioner emits a melodious and profound Sanskrit sound that can penetrate all material and spiritual barriers, directly shocking the enemy's soul. The weak will feel awe and may even convert on the spot. The strong will also feel unprecedented pressure and restraint. Item. Grade S. Grade. Starting price 500,000 gold coins. Current auction price 500,000 gold coins. Product name, Autumn Hall Fruit. Item type, Special Item. Description: after use, the player's comprehension increases, with a high probability of raising the player's skill level. Item grade: 9th grade starting. Price: 50,000 gold coins. Current auction price: 100,000 gold coins. Product name: Sword of Holy Judgment. Item type: dark gold. Item description: this sword is forged from pure light power, capable of dispelling darkness and purifying evil. In battle, it emits dazzling light, dealing fatal damage to undead and demon type creatures. Item grade: level 30. Starting price: 100,000 gold coins. Current auction price: 100,000 gold coins. Product name: Elemental Chant Master. Item type: hidden class card. Item description: the Elemental Chant Master can integrate elemental power into spells, using the power of language to manipulate natural elements. They can summon flames, control water flows, stir up storms, or make the earth tremble. Their power comes from understanding and utilizing ancient languages. Using the Elemental Chant Master hidden class card allows for direct class change to Elemental Chant Master. Item grade: S grade. Starting price: 3 million gold coins. Current auction price: 3 million gold coins. Gu Chen glanced at the system mall, which was exactly as he remembered. Aside from dark gold equipment, there were hidden class cards. Moreover, they were S grade hidden class cards and S grade skills, although few could unlock hidden classes. At the start, the overall number was still quite substantial in the face of a large population. Furthermore, those who could become hidden classes generally had decent abilities. It was precisely because of this that hidden classes were no longer a secret in the myriad races continent. Seeing the power of hidden classes, major guilds would make exceptions to recruit hidden class players. Many ordinary players also eagerly hoped to become hidden classes. Unfortunately, hidden classes were already rare in the myriad races continent, and the pathways to class change were even fewer. For ordinary players, the difficulty of accessing them was quite significant. Thus, when hidden classes appeared, countries around the world went crazy. White Elephant Nation. Get it? We must secure this hidden class card. Prime Minister Nalendra of the White Elephant Nation commanded as he looked at the freshly updated system mall. Mr. Prime Minister, we only have 2 million gold coins left, Finance Minister Sharat cautiously reminded. Continue taxing. Nalendra shouted. Previously, we levied a 30% property tax. Now we will levy 50%. Finance Minister Sharat stammered for a long time without saying anything clear. Is there a problem? Nalendra asked with a grim expression. When the federations collected taxes, they did so at a 50% property tax rate, Finance Minister Sharat carefully reminded. Then they should have money. Let them lend us some first, Nalendra continued to instruct. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm afraid this method won't work either. The Minister of Finance, Sharat, lowered his head and replied, the money collected has either been bet on our White Elephant Nation or has already been used to purchase equipment. It's impossible to collect it back now. Bastard! Bastard! Nalendra cursed with a grim expression. These bloodsuckers. One day, I will get rid of them. Mr. Prime Minister, what should we do now? Minister of Finance Sharat inquired. 50% won't do. Then let's impose a 70% tax. Nalendra gritted his teeth and ordered. That might not work. Either, Minister of Finance Sharat said helplessly. Since we started taxing, ordinary players have withdrawn in large numbers to avoid being heavily taxed. Even those who haven't quit have sold all their gold to the wealthy. The wealthy then used that money to buy equipment or bet on our White Elephant Nation. Now, the entire White Elephant Nation is facing a shortage of gold coins. It's simply impossible to impose taxes. Nalendra fell silent with a grim expression. Seeing this, Minister of Finance Sharat hurriedly comforted him. At this stage, there are not many players who can produce 3 million gold coins. As long as we can maintain our first place, a large amount of betting money will flow into our White Elephant Nation. At that time, we can set a special tax on this income. We will have an endless supply of gold coins. Hearing Minister of Finance Sharat's words, Nalendra's expression improved slightly. For now, we have no choice. At all costs, we must ensure first place. We have already inquired, and Lucifer from America and Ichiro Moto from Sakura Nation have very little gold left, Minister of Finance. Sharat said confidently, this time, the first place in the continent-wide event will definitely be our White Elephant Nation. American server. What? No one is selling copper coins for $10 each? Lucifer asked with a grim expression. Yes, Stormeye replied helplessly. Countless consortiums are collecting copper coins, and after 2 major betting failures, our American gold reserves were already low. Now there's nothing left to fight for. Lucifer. Japanese server. Relax town. Baka. Baka. I need money. I need money. Ichiro Moto shouted angrily. China. Divine Domain Guild. We have done our best, the right hand of God said helplessly. The cost of buying copper coins is too high now, and it makes no sense to continue. The rewards this round are quite good. Let's buy more dark gold equipment to enhance our overall strength. Only by becoming stronger can we gain more capital support. As expected, the 23rd round of the system auction ended in a surprise. The auction price for the S-level hidden profession, 3 million gold coins, saw not a single participant. Even dark gold equipment was mostly sold at prices around 100,000 gold coins. This situation was also within Gu Chen's expectations. In the earlier rounds, everyone fought fiercely for the ranking points. By the final round, there were not many strong competitors left. In the system mall with 10,000 items, the number of capable competitors was no more than 100. On average, each person had 100 items. In this case, if a competitor appeared, basically no one was willing to raise the price. Instead, they would immediately turn to another target. Thus, the current situation of "you are good, I am good, everyone is good" in competition arose. Gu Chen also knew that with over 15 million gold coins, he should be able to secure first place comfortably. Seeing this, Gu Chen returned the 3 million to Ming, allowing her to auction some dark gold equipment. Soon, the 23rd round of auctions ended. The points leaderboard also changed. First place, Jawaharlal server, White Elephant Nation, total points 11,985,862,000 points. Second place, Mutuaikiru server, Yamato Nation, total points 10,859,852,000 points. Third place, Right Hand of God server, Huaxia, total points 10,535,532,000 points. Fourth place, Lucifer server, America, total points 10,233,288,000 points. Fifth place, Vladimir Lovic server, Bear Nation, total points 9,523,562,000 points. Sixth place, Butterfly Dance at Dawn server, Hua Nation, total points 8,923,223,000 points. Upon seeing the freshly released leaderboard, Gu Chen was also taken aback. He did not expect that Xin Lingxiu's points had actually reached 8.92 billion. This meant that during the auction process, Xin Lingxiu had spent 8.92 million gold coins. It was obvious that Xin Lingxiu's points were definitely boosted by the fan club of the Dawn of Floating Light. One must say, the people in the fan club of the Dawn of Floating Light were really damn rich. A small team of about 1,000 had combat power that was comparable to a guild like Divine Domain, which had the backing of giant capital. After glancing at the leaderboard, Gu Chen instinctively opened the system auction mall. A system prompt sounded in his ears. System prompt: the system auction mall has been closed. What's going on? The system auction mall is actually closed? Damn, how could this happen? I haven't even placed my bet yet? You ended it early? This shouldn't be the case. This never happened in my previous life. Damn it. Could it be that the 10,000 races continent is targeting me? At this moment, Gu Chen's mind was in chaos. How to describe this feeling? It was like having a royal flush in hand. Before you could play, the opponent ends the battle with a spring. That kind of suffocating feeling was beyond compare. White Elephant Nation. Ha ha ha, Mr. President. Finance Minister Sharat exclaimed excitedly. We are in first place. We are the number one on the points leaderboard. We lead the second place, Mutuaikiru from Sakura Nation, by over 1 million gold coins. We, White Elephant Nation, have won. We are number one. Londera, who was closely monitoring the changes in the third full server event of the 10,000 races continent, also had a smile on his face after hearing Finance Minister Sharat's report. However, he still asked in confusion, isn't the third round not yet started? How can you be sure we are in first place? Under normal circumstances, after the 23rd round of the system auction ends, it should transition to the 24th round of auction items, Finance Minister Sharat said with a smile. But this time, the 24th round of auction items has not been opened. According to our deduction, there should be no 23rd round of auction. This means that we, White Elephant Nation, are actually in first place. Good. Very good. Excellent. Prime Minister Nalendra of the White Elephant Nation excitedly repeated good 3 times. His aged face suddenly became much more flushed as he smiled and instructed, to celebrate our White Elephant Nation achieving first place, we will exempt ordinary players from a new tax for 1 month. However, those players who profited from the great gamble of all races will need to pay a new tax. Prime Minister Nalendra thought for a moment and said, this time, our White Elephant Nation was able to secure first place in the third full server event of the all races continent thanks to my overall planning. Their victory could not have been achieved without our support. The new tax does not need to be too strict, a 50% share of their profits will suffice. Alright, nodded Finance Minister Shalu. The citizens of the White Elephant Nation will understand your intentions. Just as the 23rd system marketplace auction concluded, the World Forum became lively. What's going on? What about the 24th system marketplace auction? I can't open my system marketplace either. I thought my game was having issues. Now it seems everyone's system marketplace is down. What does that mean? Are you saying there won't be a 24th system auction? Right? That seems to be the case. Damn it, I finally gathered 100,000 gold coins. There's no 24th auction? What will happen to my dark gold equipment? Crap. If there's no 24th auction, then the White Elephant Nation is first? Jawaharlal is first. Ahaha, I knew it. I knew our White Elephant Nation is the strongest. Long live Jawaharlal. Long live the White Elephant Nation. I bet 10 gold coins. I'm making a fortune, Our white elephant nation is first. First, haha, what is Dawn of Light? In front of our white elephant nation, it's nothing. Dawn of Light, which even the United States and Sakura nation couldn't defeat, has fallen to our white elephant nation. We are the true first place. What Lucifer, what Mutuaikiru, all are worthless under our white elephant nation. Hahaha, look, our white elephant nation's official celebration has already begun. For the next month, the new tax will be exempted. This time, the success of the Great Tycoon event in the all-races continent is due to the Prime Minister's leadership. Yes, without Prime Minister Nalendra, we could not have secured first place. I believe that under Prime Minister Nalendra's leadership, we will definitely become the most powerful nation in the world. Hua Nation server. The all-races continent system auction marketplace is closed? What's going on? It should have closed, right? Crap, if we calculate it now, the white elephant nation is first, we lost. There was never any hope of winning. We Hua people just love to fight among ourselves. To be honest, I'm not surprised at the current result at all. Yeah, I said long ago that Dawn of Light and its fans should have handed their gold coins over to the Divine Realm Guild for management. If they had listened to my advice, the current first place would definitely be our Hua nations. Hahaha, as expected. I was right, those who believe in Dawn of Light are doomed. To those players who bet on Dawn of Light and supported it, I just want to ask you, how do you feel now? A bet is a bet. We accept our loss. Besides, there's still an hour left. How? Do you know we will definitely lose? Hee, don't say the last auction is gone. Even if there is, can you take out 12 million gold coins with the ability of floating light breaking dawn? If you can't take it out, what makes you think you can win? I say, you guys are just stubborn like a dead duck, right? How much regret you have inside. Only you know. Damn, I've bet all my fortune on Huagwo winning. What the hell is going on now? Why is floating light breaking dawn so useless? Didn't you claim to be the #1 expert? Why are you silent now? You foolish thing, since it's a gamble, you have to be prepared to lose. No one forced you to bet, who can you blame now? That you've lost? I only bet because I believed in floating light breaking dawn. Did the big shot of floating light breaking dawn ask you to bet? Did the big shot of floating light breaking dawn hold your hand to place the bet? When you were winning, why didn't I see you share the money with the big shot of floating light breaking dawn? Now that you've lost, you're barking like a dog here? Guchen opened the world chat channel, originally wanting to see what was going on. As a result, he saw the conversation in front of him. He didn't take the cold mockery from his fellow countrymen to heart. He had heard and experienced such cold words many times in his past life. A little kindness can lead to great resentment. No matter the era, no matter the country, as long as it touches the interests of a part of the people, even if you were once good to them, you will still become their enemy. Society is the same. The trolls on the internet won't care what you've done for them. They won't remember what you once contributed. They will only remember that you let them down. You will be scolded. They will only remember that you didn't help them win money. You will be scolded. Human nature can be so ugly sometimes. This ugliness doesn't change because of different countries or nationalities. It is not a characteristic of a specific country or ethnicity. It is a characteristic of all things. A dog that has its food taken away will also bite crazily. What about humans? Having seen the darkest aspects of human nature, still holding on to kindness and smiling at everything, persisting in being a good person is Gu Chen's life creed. My heart is towards goodness. After murmuring a few words, Gu Chen's mood indeed improved a bit, and then he posted an announcement in the World Chat channel. The World Chat channel allows individuals to post announcements. However, the price is as high as 10 gold coins. Not everyone can afford to post bounty notice by providing the battle videos of killing the 3 who do not eat smoke food, do not admire Ranqingqiu, and the 8th Prince's cat. You can receive 1 gold coin from Lu Liyuing, valid permanently. Just as Gu Chen finished posting the bounty, notice the announcement of the 10,000 races continent rang out. 10,000 races continent announcement. In view of the system mall auction gold coins exceeding 1 billion gold coins, the final auction has been upgraded to a top-level auction. 10,000 races continent guild players carrying more than 5 million gold coins can qualify to enter the top-level auction venue. 10,000 races continent announcement. In 10 minutes, the top-level auction teleportation will open, and this auction will be conducted in a non-public manner. The auction points obtained will be synchronized to the 10,000 races continent I am a tycoon activity leaderboard. Hearing the system's prompt, Gu Chen's expression brightened. The system auction mall actually had a top-tier auction? This was something Gu Chen had never encountered in his previous life. The final event of each stage in the 10,000 races continent was the I am a tycoon event. This event was essentially a welfare activity. As long as one's economic strength was strong enough, one could participate in the 10,000 races tycoon event, spending excess gold coins to obtain a large amount of high-level equipment, skills, and items. This could lead to a reversal of the overall national strength. It could be said that each I am a tycoon event was a reshuffling of the world's overall strength. Personal forces, capital, and conglomerates could achieve a rapid leap in overall strength through the 10,000 Races Tycoon event. In his previous life, the reason why Hwagwa was able to rise was due to the I Am a Tycoon event opened by the Level 3 main city and Level 2 main city. This was the rule of the 10,000 Races continent. No matter how poorly you developed in the early stages, seizing an opportunity could lead to great success. No matter how well you developed in the early stages, if you missed an opportunity, it wouldn't be long before you fell into obscurity. In his previous life, Gu Chen had participated in many I Am a Tycoon events. He had never encountered a top-tier auction. However, it was understandable upon reflection. In his previous life, the competition during the first I Am a Tycoon event was not fierce. The final first place did not exceed 5 million gold coins. By the 23rd and 24th auctions, there were basically no participants left. Thus, during the second I Am a Tycoon event, a strange situation arose. Everyone was hoarding gold coins, and only in the last 2 rounds did they start to compete fiercely. This led to a massive consumption of gold coins in the 23rd and 24th rounds. According to Gu Chen's speculation, the appearance of a top-tier auction in the last round required sufficient gold coins to be consumed in the previous 23 rounds. In this life, due to Gu Chen's influence, the competition between countries was intense, and the timing and extent of capital involvement had advanced significantly. The influx of capital had led to an unprecedented concentration of gold coins. Thus, the current situation emerged. The top 5 players on the leaderboard had consumed around 10 million gold coins each. The top 10 players had to have spent at least 5 million. Every player in the top 100 had consumed over 1 million gold coins. With such fierce competition, it was easy to meet the conditions to activate the top-tier auction house. The only question was, what good items would this top-tier auction house provide? At this moment, Gu Chen couldn't help but start to feel excited. With a 5 million gold coin entry threshold, there should be no one else besides himself who could come up with that much money, right? Does that mean in the entire top-tier auction house he had no competitors? Damn! Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Wahahaha. At this moment, Gu Chen's face was almost splitting from smiling. Awesome. This was just too awesome. Hwagwa server, world chat channel. Holy crap. The Great Master Floating Light Dawn. Is it really the Great Master Floating Light Dawn? Is this a bounty notice issued by the Great Master Floating Light Dawn? Holy crap. Where are the coordinates of these 3 people? 1 gold coin for each kill. Charge, charge, charge. Friends who have been wanted by the Great Master Floating Light Dawn, are you interested in cooperating with me? We can split it 50-50. I'll kill you once and give you 50 silver coins. I'll kill you once and give you 60 silver coins. I'll give 70. Holy crap. Do you have to be so competitive? Since you're being so unreasonable, I'll just give 80. Gu Chen had long anticipated this kind of bug situation. However, this was not important to Gu Chen. The reason was simple. In the 10,000 Races continent, there were 2 types of death penalties. The overt penalty was a reduction in rank, with a certain probability of equipment breaking. In reality, since what entered the 10,000 Races continent was a person's spirit, each death would weaken the spirit by 1 point. After the integration of the 10,000 Races continent with Water Blue Star, the worse the spirit, the weaker the overall strength. This was also the most common situation after the integration. Some high-level players, with equipment of the same grade, could even be defeated by players who were 20 or 30 levels lower than them. There were also some who, after the integration, directly died due to their weak spirit. Later research showed that those who died and those whose overall strength significantly declined were players who had died too many times in the 10,000 Races continent. Those who died less often had stronger overall potential. Therefore, Gu Chen was not afraid of players exploiting this bug. The more they earned now, the faster they would die after the integration. A few hundred gold coins could exploit their greed and send them on their way. For Gu Chen, there was no better deal than this. He even planned to continue this bounty. After all, he had witnessed the darkest aspects of human nature and still held on to goodwill, smiling in the face of everything. He insisted on being a kind person. Engaging in such charitable acts was harmless. Let's not talk about the bounty from the Great Master of Dawnlight for now. Does anyone know what the top-tier auction means? No idea. I don't know either, but it sounds impressive. It's not the name that's impressive. It's the ticket price. To enter the top-tier auction, you need at least 5 million gold coins. What the hell? So much? You can check the announcements of the 10,000 Races continent. It clearly states that only with 5 million can you enter the top-tier auction. Damn, 5 million. That's 5 million gold coins. Who has that right now? If it were at the beginning, the top 10 players on the leaderboard would basically qualify to enter. But now it's different. After 23 rounds of auctions, everyone is at their limit. Those who can take out 1 million gold coins are already rare. As for 5 million gold coins, that's unthinkable. So the top-tier auction can't be opened? Who knows? A ticket for 5 million, you can tell just by thinking that the items being auctioned inside must be very rare. No, they're rare, but I don't know how rare. I wish I could see. According to the announcements of the 10,000 Races continent, the top-tier auction is conducted in a non-public manner. Without 5 million gold coins for a ticket, you don't even have the qualification to watch. Damn. I feel discriminated against. Haha, if you understand it that way, that's fine. But you don't need to envy. With such a high entry threshold, I doubt anyone in the world can get in. True, the system auction has reached the stage and everyone's gold coins are almost exhausted. There are hardly any who can take out 1 million gold coins, let alone 5 million. Those with 1 million gold coins, like me, don't even have the qualification to see the top-tier auction. Thinking about it this way, I feel much better. Your mindset is quite twisted. But I like it. At this moment, not only in the Huagua World Chat channel but also in the World Chat channels of various servers, the same topic was being discussed. In the current situation, everyone has automatically given up on the final round of competition. There's no way around it. 5 million gold coins is already an unattainable goal for them. In Sakura country, in the relaxed little town. Baka. Why does the final system auction require 5 million gold coins? At this moment, Mutuaikiru was shouting in anger. Standing not far from him, Inoue Naoya was silent as a grave, even his breathing had become much quieter. According to their strategy, they had set aside 3 million gold coins, preparing to make a final push in the last round to surpass the White Elephant country and take first place in one fell swoop. In Mutuaikiru's eyes, this plan was perfect. The reason was simple. Whether it was America or White Elephant country, they had already reached the point of exhaustion. The last 3 million gold coins would be the last straw that broke their backs. But Mutuaikiru never expected that before the last straw could be placed, in the blink of an eye, the straw pile was gone. Even more frustrating was that even if Mutuaikiru wanted to gather 5 million gold coins, there was simply not enough time. In just 10 minutes, it was impossible to gather 2 million gold coins. Despair, utterly complete despair. In White Elephant country, the Prime Minister's office. After receiving the news, Finance Minister Sharad excitedly reported, Prime Minister, the announcement for the 24th round of auction has come out. However, this time it's not a system auction, but a private auction. Private auction? Prime Minister Nalendra of White Elephant country asked in confusion, will this private auction affect the final result? Finance Minister Sharad confidently replied, no, absolutely not. You may not know, but the ticket for this final auction is 5 million gold coins. 5 million gold coins? So much? Prime Minister Nalendra of White Elephant country asked in surprise. That's right. Finance Minister Sharad smiled. Earlier, I was a bit worried that America and Sakura country might have hidden some gold coins and would hit us with a surprise in the final round. Now I'm not worried at all. Indeed. Prime Minister Nalendra of White Elephant country also smiled broadly. Even if they've hidden some gold coins, it definitely won't exceed 5 million gold coins. Without 5 million gold coins, they can't even enter the final auction house. Naturally, they can't succeed in a surprise attack. Yes, Finance Minister Sharad laughed. It's already certain that our White Elephant country will be first. Just wait for an hour and the whole country will celebrate. Prime Minister Nalendra of White Elephant country nodded in satisfaction. We can start preparing the celebration ceremony in advance. Finance Minister Sharad grinned. I'll transfer the special funds right away. This time, our White Elephant country must celebrate grandly. Just as the White Elephant Kingdom was preparing for a nationwide celebration, news from Ming arrived. Upon seeing the message, Guchen instinctively shivered. Honestly, are you reborn? What the hell? She has already guessed such a big secret about his rebirth? When did Mi Ying's mind become so sharp? Just as Guchen was in shock, Mi Ying sent another message, or are you the illegitimate child of the 10,000 Races continent server? Otherwise, why do you always guess so accurately? Damn. He thought he had been exposed. Guchen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and after calming down a bit, he edited his message. You don't understand the charm of the destined child. Look at my lip movements, Mi Ying said with a look of disdain. Atue, 10 rings. Ew. So disgusting. Guchen pretended to be disgusted. If you want me to eat imported food, that's fine, but imported saliva is a no-go. Get lost. Mi Ying laughed and scolded. You still have 17 million on you, right? Yeah. Guchen nodded, feeling there was nothing to hide from Mi Ying, and replied directly. The military lent me 4 million for a day. Altogether, it's over 17 million. You're the only one at the top auction, so all the items are yours to choose from, Mi Ying said enviously. What are you thinking? Guchen said helplessly. With a 5 million ticket, after going in, I probably won't be able to buy much. Sigh, still too poor. If only I had a few billion gold coins, then I could buy whatever I wanted. Guchen, let's just say, can you behave like a normal person? Mi Ying said irritably. Right now, you're the only one in the world who can come up with 17 million. The White Elephant Kingdom had to create a new tax to squeeze ordinary players for 10 million. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom even promoted the spirit of sacrifice, letting women go out to sell themselves for gold coins. The major capital in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom broke their heads just to gather 10 million gold coins. If they knew that you, a definite global billionaire, actually think you're too poor, what would they think? They'd probably want to find a block of tofu to smash their heads against. Can you just behave like a normal person? Stop showing off? Look at you, why are you getting so worked up? Guchen sighed helplessly. When I say poor, it's relative. Compared to the prices of items at the top auction house, I'm just a poor man. Alright, just stop pretending to be clever. After getting a bargain, Ning said irritably, right now, you're the only one who can enter the top auction house, so take some screenshots of the items inside and send them to me. I also want to see what the top auction house has. No problem, Guchen nodded in agreement. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes quickly flew by. The system's prompt sound rang out again. System prompt, congratulations, you have obtained the qualification to enter the top auction house of 10,000 races. Continent. Do you wish to teleport? Yes. As the confirmation option was completed, Guchen felt darkness envelop him, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. When Guchen opened his eyes again, he found himself on a cloud. Not far away, amidst swirling mist, a magnificent building appeared in his view. The gate tower soared high, with flying eaves and upturned corners, showcasing the craftsman's blood and wisdom and the carved beams and painted rafters. The main gate was based on blue stone, with a vermilion door inlaid with golden-edged copper nails, flanked by stone lions, majestic yet peaceful. Guided by the system, Guchen walked into the auction house. Stepping inside, he saw a spacious and bright courtyard, with a beautifully crafted glazed tile roof above the atrium, sunlight streaming through the window frames, reflecting off the resplendent decorations inside. On the walls, various famous paintings and calligraphy hung, or rare jade carvings were embedded, each piece worth a fortune. The auction hall was located behind the courtyard, with a clever layout that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the center of the hall stood high platforms, each adorned with exquisite auction tables. As Guchen appeared, the auction table slowly rose. One treasure after another came into Guchen's view. He glanced around. There were at least 100 auction tables. With Guchen's arrival, numbers also appeared on the auction table. System prompt, as you are the only participant in this auction, all items are open to you. System prompt, after a successful bid, you will gain ownership of the auction item. Hearing the system's voice, Guchen couldn't help but smile. He had been worried that the White Elephant Kingdom or the Cherry Blossom Kingdom still had supplies. It seemed he had overthought it. As the sole participant in the entire auction, as long as he spent more than 12 million gold coins, then, the first place in the 10,000 races continent, a tycoon event would be his for the taking. However, right now, Guchen was more curious about what items would be available at the top-tier auction. In his previous life, although Guchen was among the top experts of the human race and had seen much, he had never experienced the highest-level auction of the system. Today, he was eager to see what rewards this top-tier auction would offer. 100 auction tables, 100 items. Guchen couldn't wait to step forward and approached the first auction table. Item name, Sky Burning Flame Array. Item type, Skill Book. Item description, players can set up a complex flame magic array in a designated area. Once activated, flames will continuously gather and explode within the area, dealing sustained fire damage and slowing effects to all enemies within range. Additionally, the array can continuously absorb surrounding heat and flame energy, increasing its power over time. This skill is suitable for defense or encircling large numbers of enemies. Item grade, SS grade, starting price, 2 million gold coins, current auction price, 2 million gold coins. As expected of the top-tier auction market, the first item up for auction is an SS grade rare array skill. At a price of 2 million gold coins, it is honestly quite reasonable. Guchen could afford it, but unfortunately, the fire element had little effect on him. He decisively chose to give it up. Moving on, the second item was a single recipe. Item name, Enlightenment Pill Recipe. Item type, recipe. Item description, the Enlightenment Pill recipe allows alchemists to create a spirit-level enlightenment pill, which can enhance a player's comprehension after use. Item grade, spirit-level recipe. PS, the grades of the Enlightenment Pill recipe from lowest to highest are first grade recipe, second grade recipe, third grade recipe, fourth grade recipe, fifth grade recipe, sixth grade recipe, seventh grade recipe, eighth grade recipe, ninth grade recipe, 10th grade recipe, spirit level recipe, immortal level recipe, divine level recipe. Starting price 2 million gold coins, current auction price 2 million gold coins. Since it is a rare spirit level recipe, although Guchen currently has the spirit level Linksy Enlightenment Fruit, both have the same grade. However, their effects are worlds apart. The Linksy Enlightenment Fruit, Spirit Fruit, absorbs at most 20% of the energy. Most of the energy is wasted. If refined into an enlightenment pill, the absorption of energy can reach 80% or even 90%. In summary, the efficiency of the pill's utilization would be much higher. Therefore, comparatively, the same grade enlightenment pill is more precious than the same grade spirit fruit. Guchen suppressed the urge to take pictures and continued forward. There was no choice. He only had 17 million gold coins, and there were more than 100 items up for auction on site. According to Guchen's observation, the deeper he went, the more precious the special items, equipment, and skill books became. Since they were precious, the prices naturally became even more staggering. In other words, the lowest price for the auction items on site was at least 2 million gold coins. No wonder they charged a 5 million ticket fee. Below 5 million, one wouldn't even dare to casually raise the bid after entering. Gu Chen swept through the items. The first 20 items were special items or equipment around the spirit level. The overall price was about 2 million gold coins. Starting from the 21st item, the auction prices skyrocketed, jumping from 2 million gold coins to 5 million gold coins. There were at least 20 items priced at 5 million gold coins. From the auction stand numbered 41 to the 60th item, the prices climbed again, reaching 10 million. From the 61st to the 80th item, the auction prices directly hit 20 million. The prices for the 81st to the 100th auction items reached a terrifying 50 million. Moreover, these were just the basic starting prices. However, the price was not the most disgusting part. The most disgusting part was, whether intentional or not, Gu Chen could only see auction items priced at 10 million at most. Items priced above 20 million were completely out of his sight. Only a vague price remained. It was as if it was telling Gu Chen, this is something you can't afford. Damn it! This is an insult. A blatant insult. I'm broke, but can't I at least look? Unfortunately, no one would pay attention to Gu Chen's outcry. At this moment, in the face of these exorbitant prices, Gu Chen truly felt how poor he was. With a net worth of 17 million, he didn't even have the qualification to look at the equipment after number 61. How helpless. At this moment, if the crowd outside, who were anxious about the 5 million gold coin ticket, knew Gu Chen's thoughts, they would probably want to smash him with a block of tofu. People die comparing to others, goods get thrown comparing to goods. Gu Chen sighed and shook his head. He didn't want to think about it anymore. If he thought more, he would realize he was a man who couldn't obtain items worth over 20 million gold coins. Gu Chen calculated that he had 17 million on him. He could choose one item from auction stands 1 to 20, one item from stands 21 to 40, one item from stands 41 to 60. A total of 3 items, just enough to spend 17 million gold coins. After much hesitation, Gu Chen finally made a difficult decision. There was no choice, there were too many good things. Giving up any one of them made Gu Chen feel pained. Gu Chen sighed, making a difficult decision. After calming his excited heart, Gu Chen returned to the second auction table. He placed his hand on the auction table. System prompt, please place your bid. 2 million gold coins. System prompt, as you are the only participant in this auction, you directly obtain ownership of the item. At auction number 2. System prompt, congratulations, you bid 2 million gold coins and obtained the insight pill recipe, spirit level. After purchasing the recipe, Gu Chen continued forward and arrived at auction table number 38. Item name, Herbalist. Item type, Auxiliary Hidden Profession card. Item description, in ancient legends in the endless chaotic world, there exists an ancient and mysterious profession, Herbalist. They are favored by the spirits of nature and are the guardians of the essence of plants and trees in the world. Herbalists not only master the principles of all things growing but also possess secret methods to transform the power of nature into miraculous medicinal effects. They travel between mountains, rivers, and seas, collecting rare herbs and refining extraordinary elixirs, bringing health and hope to the world. Item grade, SS level, starting price 5 million gold coins, current auction price 5 million gold coins. In the continent of 10,000 races, besides combat professions, there are also life professions. The mainstream life professions include chef, planter, alchemist, blacksmith, tailor, angler, and various others. Life professions generally serve as support for combat professions, and the player base mainly consists of those who dislike fighting and prefer farming-type gameplay. Whether combat or auxiliary professions, both are essential components of the continent of 10,000 races. If auxiliary professions develop well, they can provide better logistical support for combat professions. If combat professions develop well, they can provide more affordable, high-quality equipment and items for auxiliary professions. The two share a symbiotic relationship of close cooperation. The herbalist profession belongs to the hidden class among alchemists. Although it is only an SS-level hidden profession, it is already considered extremely rare among auxiliary-type professions. Gu Chen chose the herbalist profession from among 20 high-value targets worth 5 million gold coins, mainly because the herbalist profession can identify poisons and even concoct toxic substances. His SSS level skill, Soleading Poison Spike, can absorb all toxins. Transitioning to herbalist would help rapidly enhance the toxin damage of Soleading Poison Spike. Approaching auction table number 38, the system prompt sounded. Again. System prompt, please place your bid. 5 million gold coins. System prompt, as you are the only participant in this auction, you directly obtain ownership of the item. At auction number 2. System prompt, congratulations, you bid 5 million gold coins and obtained the Herbalist Hidden Profession card. After the auction was completed, Gu Chen continued forward. He finally stopped in front of auction table number 59. A ring, sparkling like the stars, appeared in Gu Chen's view. The main material of This ring was made from high-gloss white starry stone, and its surface had been finely polished, emitting a faint cold luster as if it could reflect the depth and distance of the starry sky. The band of the ring was smooth and elegant, with a moderate width that ensured comfort while maintaining its solemnity and grandeur. Most striking was the treasure box part set in the center of the ring. This was not a traditional gem or jewelry, but a miniature, exquisitely carved cosmic scene. The top of the treasure box is made of transparent star gemstones, and inside, through complex magical array technology, a dazzling starry sky has been created. In this starry sky, stars twinkle, and the Milky Way stretches across, as if the entire universe has been condensed into this small space. Even more magical is that when light shines on the ring, these finely carved stars seem to flicker slightly, emitting a soft and mysterious glow. This is the last item chosen by Gu Chen, and also the most important harvest of this time, Starry Illusion Ring. Product name, Starry Illusion Ring. Item type, Space type. Auxiliary artifact. Item description. It is rumored that the Starry Illusion Ring is a small world opened up by ancient powers, where one can set their own operational rules, possessing space storage and time acceleration abilities. Item grade, no grade. Item starting price, 10 million gold coins. Current auction price, 10 million gold coins. System prompt, please place your bid. 10 million gold coins. System prompt, as you are the only participant in this auction, you directly obtain ownership of item number 2. System prompt, congratulations, you bid 10 million gold coins and obtained the Starry Illusion Ring. Space type. Auxiliary artifact. Looking at the remaining 326,700 gold coins in the package, Gu Chen felt like crying without tears. 17 million gold coins. A full 17 million gold coins. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. The heartache. However, this heartache did not last long and soon disappeared. At this moment, Gu Chen had already focused all his attention on the package. The spirit level pill formula is an accessory of the hidden auxiliary profession Shenong Baicao, and Gu Chen already knew its function, so there was nothing to see directly pass. One is an auxiliary type hidden profession card. One is the space type auxiliary artifact, Starry Illusion Ring. Which one to start with? Before purchasing, Gu Chen could only see a simple introduction. The auction house did not provide specific details about the items, attributes and functions. It is precisely because of this that Gu Chen felt a sense of anticipation akin to opening a blind box. After hesitating for a long time, Gu Chen finally placed his hand on the auxiliary type hidden profession card. The space type auxiliary artifact, Starry Illusion Ring, purchased for 10 million, should naturally be the grand finale to build more anticipation. With a decision in mind, Gu Chen directly took out the auxiliary type hidden profession card and chose to use it. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully used the auxiliary type hidden profession Shenong Baicao. System prompt. Congratulations, your first auxiliary profession has successfully changed to Shenong Baicao. Adventurer, Flickering Dawn Profession, Stealthy God, SSS level unique. First auxiliary profession, Shenong Baicao title, none level 20, 0%. Fortune value, 11,280 attributes. Physique, 140 intelligence, 142 strength, 449 bone quality, 342 agility, 399. Health points, 6,980 increased by 15%. Magic points, 2,100 increased by 20%. Attack, 2,860 to 2,890 increased by 15%. Physical defense, 1,126 increased by 50%. Magic defense, 1,146 increased by 40%. Movement speed, 399. Equipment, Dragon Scale Moon Treading Boots, Artifact, Illusion Dagger, Gold. Exclusive skill, 1,000 locks, 10,000 solutions. SSS level, Max can quickly analyze and crack the structure of locks or mechanisms, allowing easy access to target areas or acquisition of items. Cooldown time, none. Skill restriction, exclusive to Stealing Heaven and Hiding God. Exclusive skill, Shinon's Herbalism. SSS level, Max understand all plants and monster characteristics in the 10,000 races continent, can refine pills based on plant and monster characteristics. Success rate of pill refining increased by 100%, quality of pills increased by 100%, pill refining time reduced by 100%. Cooldown time, none. Skill restriction, exclusive to Shinong's Herbalism. Human racial trait, among the myriad races humans possess the highest intelligence, gaining an additional point of intelligence for each level up. Stealing Heaven and Hiding God class trait 1 for each level up, gain an additional 1 point of agility bonus while in stealth state increased by 100%. Shinong's Herbalism trait 1. Master of Herbs, the Shinong of Herbs is well versed in the herbs of the world, able to easily identify and collect various rare herbs. Not only does he understand the growth habits of herbs, but he is also proficient in their medicinal properties and compatibility, able to use herb characteristics to refine related pills. Shinong's Herbalism trait 2. Source of life, as a guardian of nature. The Shinong of Herbs possesses powerful digestive abilities. After using pills, the effects of the pills increase by 50%, and he is immune to all side effects produced by the pills. Shinnong's herbalism trait 3 Power of Nature. In addition to herbs and pill refining techniques, the Shinnong of herbs is also proficient in pharmacology, medicine, agriculture, and other fields. When planting crops, the growth speed of crops increases by 100%, yield increases by 100%, and quality increases by 100%. Upon reopening the attribute panel and seeing the changed attributes, even the well-informed Guchen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. As the only SS-level profession, Shinnong of herbs, this trait has surpassed most SS-level professions, especially the exclusive skill of the Shinnong of herbs, which can refine pills based on plant monster characteristics, increasing the success rate of pill refining by 100%, the quality of pills by 100%, and reducing the pill refining time by 100%. What does this mean? This means that compared to other alchemists, when refining pills of the same level, while others practice 3 times to succeed once, Guchen only needs to practice once. While others succeed 10 times, they might produce one high-quality pill. The pills refined by Guchen are all high quality. While others can only refine 1 batch of pills in a day, Guchen can refine 2 batches. Regardless of the quantity, quality, or refining efficiency of the pills, Guchen is several times, even dozens of times, better than opponents of the same level. One can imagine how terrifying this SSS level exclusive skill is. In addition, the traits of the Shinnong of herbs are all more terrifying than the last. First is trait 1, Master of Herbs. With the support of the Master of Herbs trait, Guchen can be proficient in their medicinal properties and compatibility, able to use herb characteristics to refine related pills. What does this mean? This means Guchen can reverse engineer pill formulas based on the characteristics of herbs. The higher the quality of the herbs, the higher the quality of the pill formulas Guchen reverse engineers. It's equivalent to having infinite pill formulas. After seeing this trait, Guchen felt excited but also a bit pained. Damn it! The 2 million gold coins spent on the insight pill formula were wasted. What a fool, I'm such a big fool. 2 million gold coins, just wasted like that.